Chapter 1. Rogue software in the mobile phone? I am truly sorry. However, I must inform you that your muscle atrophy has spread to the vicinity of your thorax. If the condition worsens, breathing may become problematic. At that time, I fear, before the hospital bed, a female doctor adorned with a nameplate reading neurology gazed upon the frail young man with a face full of sympathy and sorrow. The boy appeared emaciated, his pallid complexion starkly illuminated by the sunlight filtering through the glass, rendering him ghostly pale. Doctor, Lou, why do you look so sorrowful? I don't mind at all. Perhaps departing from this world sooner rather than later would be a form of liberation for me. With his hollow cheeks forcing a faint smile, Ziren calmly reassured the doctor, whose eyes were now slightly reddened. But there is no but. I have no family left in this world. Doctor, Lou, if you ever think of me when my time comes, please donate my family's compensation to those patients in need. I cough, you. Please stop talking. Rest. Just rest for a while. In a flurry, Dr. Lou hurriedly pulled the covers over the boy, carefully tucking them around every inch of his frail body. Ziren, rest well, even if the condition worsens. Miracles do happen. I know you've lost the will to live, but I hope you can still muster the courage to carry on. Do not speak. Just sleep. Sleep. With hurried steps, Dr. Lou approached the nursing station, drawing the curtains and gently closing the door behind her. As Ziren's attending physician, she understood that no amount of persuasion would be effective at this moment. Often, the more silently a patient reacts, the more suppressed their emotions become. During this painful period, healing can only be achieved through self-therapy or the comfort of loved ones. Yet, Ziren had no family and could find no solace within himself. With a soft click, Dr. Lou closed the door behind her, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ziren was perhaps the most pitiful patient she had ever encountered. 1 month prior, while traveling from Wannan City to Tianshan, a tour bus was struck by falling rocks on the mountain road, leaving no survivors. The 18-year-old Ziren had just completed his college entrance exams and was on a trip with his parents. Alas, this tragic accident claimed his family, leaving him to suffer alone in this world. Despite the travel agency's insurance providing a substantial compensation, the car crash had caused neuronal damage, leading him to develop amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. His lower limb muscles began to atrophy, condemning him to a life confined to bed. Now, in the late stages of the disease, muscle atrophy had extended to his thorax. Ah, poor child. The world is so vast, yet you have barely seen it at such a splendid age. You have yet to experience the joys of youthful love. With a heavy heart, Dr. Lou slowly departed from the nursing station, lingering for a long time. Inside the hospital room, Ziren reclined against his pillow, his gray eyes downcast as he gazed at the wilting snowdrop flowers swaying on the bedside table, an expression of profound loneliness etched upon his face. Though the room was bright, the suffocating silence felt like a blade carving into his heart, causing a tightening pain. Is there anyone who can truly accept their own demise with calmness? At this moment, he had neither the comfort of parents nor the persuasion of friends. He was utterly alone. Within this radiant prison, he felt akin to a solitary bird, enveloped in despair and helplessness. Suddenly, a petal from the snowdrop fell to the ground. Ziren let out a self-deprecating laugh. Even the flowers that symbolize life's hope have withered. So must I wither too? With stiff movements, Ziren remembered that this flower was a gift from Dr. Lou on the very first day of his hospitalization. The snowdrop symbolizes miracles and the hope of life. At that time, Dr. Lou believed that Ziren's condition could be treated and brought this plant. But how unpredictable life is, who could have foreseen this outcome? Buzz. Reaching out to touch the snowdrop, Ziren was startled to discover that his long-dormant mobile phone suddenly vibrated. His eyes flickered. It had been ages since anyone had contacted him. Since his illness began, relatives, friends, and classmates had all avoided him as if he were a plague. Instinctively unlocking his phone, he initially bore a hint of expectation, which quickly transformed into a resigned smile. Your phone has just installed a new game, Apocalypse Survival. What on earth? I thought there might be someone trying to reach me. Has mobile software started auto-downloading now? Unlocking his phone, Ziren intended to uninstall this intrusive rogue software, yet his hand trembled, halting on the app icon. The app's display depicted a girl isolated within a room. Perhaps out of sense of kinship, Du Ziren refrained from uninstalling the software and instead clicked to enter the Apocalypse Survival app. Loading game. Please wait. The screen dimmed momentarily before the image gradually came into focus. Wow. Have games become this realistic now? Surprised by the vividness of the visuals, Du Ziren observed a scene that rivaled real-life imagery, akin to a 3D film. The setting depicted a cramped, dark room illuminated by a single beam of light. Dust filled the air, and the dilapidated furniture appeared to have been abandoned for ages. In the corner of the room, a frail girl, her hair disheveled and stained with blood, huddled in a tattered down jacket, trembling uncontrollably. Her pallor was equally distressing, her form curled up like an injured wildcat, evoking a sense of pity. Cold. So cold, hungry. So hungry. The girl's mournful, despairing murmurs emanated from the phone, and for some inexplicable reason, Du Ziren felt a tightening in his chest. This girl in the game bore an uncanny resemblance to him. She was equally helpless, equally pitiable, equally desperate. Was this merely a game, or was it a reflection of his own reality? Is she trapped in this room, surrounded by zombies? Do I need to help her survive? Staring blankly at the phone screen, Du Ziren hesitated before attempting to click on the girl, hoping to guide her to explore the room. Yet, the girl trembled violently, remaining utterly still. Buzz, buzz, buzzed out a vibration reverberated from the phone, and a message popped up on the nearly lifelike screen. Qiu Shengsheng's current physical condition is extremely dire. She is unable to move. Hunger level, 0. Warmth level, 0. Happiness level, 0. Physical condition, extremely weak. I can't move. How am I supposed to play? Hesitating while staring at the pop-up on his phone, Du Ziren repeatedly poked the girl on the screen. Just as he was at a loss, another notification appeared. Ding! Yet another message popped up. With an initial recharge of 6 yuan, you will receive a survival food package for your new life. Chapter 2. Initial recharge of 6 yuan, food package. Damn! Are you kidding? Before I've even started the game, you're asking for money. Do you take me for a fool? Rogue software? It must be rogue software. Looking at the pop-up notification, Du Ziren immediately concluded. This is nothing but a rogue application designed to exploit young children for their money. Just as he was about to press the exit button to uninstall the app, help me. Save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Desperate, pleading voices emanated from his phone, causing Du Ziren's finger to tremble. So familiar, strikingly similar. The girl in the image was like a doppelganger of himself. Damn, scammer or not. It doesn't matter. I have plenty of compensation funds I can't spend. If I'm miserable in reality, why not be miserable in the game too? Recharge. Recharge, damn it. Charge. Perhaps it was the anger at his miserable life, or perhaps the unwillingness to face his impending demise. Du Ziren's finger, which was hovering over the exit button, twirled and then decisively clicked on the initial recharge button. Recharging. Recharge successful. You have unlocked the food package. Buzz, buzz, buzzed out in the realistic game scene. On a dust-covered ground, space rippled and distorted, and suddenly 3 bottles of mineral water and 3 bags of bread appeared. What? This is all I get for my initial recharge. Watching the items materialize on the screen, Du Ziren felt that the game's developers were nothing short of heartless profiteers. Is this a game meant for players? Even a certain penguin company would be more generous, but in stark contrast to Du Ziren's reaction. The girl who had been lying on the ground suddenly shivered upon seeing the food that had appeared beside her. Then, she anxiously looked around. Where did this food come from? Wow, is this real interaction? This game is somewhat interesting. Seeing the girl's reaction, Du Ziren couldn't help but smile. He had thought that after recharging, the girl would automatically eat and play a predetermined reaction animation he had not anticipated. Real interactive responses. This game is quite advanced. Intrigued, Du Ziren's eyes were glued to the screen. Within the Jingon community, Unit 3, Underground Storage Room. Qiu Shengsheng stared blankly at the food before her, her face filled with uncertainty. The pangs of hunger and cold compelled her to cry out for help, thinking it would be her last lament. But unexpectedly, food. It truly appeared this. This isn't an illusion, is it? With her long eyelashes fluttering, Qiu Shengsheng began to doubt the authenticity of the food. Suddenly, she felt as if something had poked her body, and her limbs moved uncontrollably toward the food. Who is it? Alertly glancing around, Qiu Shengsheng narrowed her eyes, her body tensed like a wild beast. Yet a minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Rustle, rustle. The bread lying on the ground had its packaging automatically opened, and the cap of a bottle of mineral water twisted and popped off on its own. This. Watching this scene in terror, Qiu Shengsheng was certain that there was no one else in the storage room. The suddenly appearing food was real, and her body was moving as if an invisible force was controlling everything. Could it be? Could it be a top-tier space ability expert? Her mouth fell agape. In her understanding, only the rare space ability could accomplish such feats. Moreover, it had to be someone who had mastered this ability to perfection. But why would a powerful expert help me for no reason? Are they attracted to my beauty? Skeptically scrutinizing herself, with her sticky hair and sunken cheeks, Qiu Shengsheng found it hard to believe that someone with space ability would choose her over a fresh model. Could it be that this expert is merely bored and decided to toy with me? Amidst her myriad of thoughts, Qiu Shengsheng contemplated another possibility. Even before the apocalypse, there were those who enjoyed giving money to the impoverished to observe their reactions. Could this expert also possess such morbid curiosity? Gurgle, gurgle. Before she could ponder further, her stomach gurgled in distress. She was so hungry that her blood pressure had dropped, causing dizziness. If she didn't replenish her nutrients soon, she feared this fainting spell could be her last. Senior, whether you are indulging in morbid curiosity or have ulterior motives, in any case, I, Qiu Shengsheng, shall remember this favor. Rustle, rustle. Seizing the open bread, Qiu Shengsheng hastily shoved it in her mouth. The sour taste was immediately overpowered by the fragrant aroma of wheat. Delicious. So delicious. Her previously frightened eyes suddenly sparkled with joy. The flavor of the bread was fresh and delightful, soft and sweet, a far cry from anything available in the apocalyptic world. This taste is so pure, without a hint of bitterness from chemical enhancement. Is this what they call a product from before civilization? Truly worthy of a senior with space ability to be able to procure such items. With this thought, her hand grasping the bread became more reverent, and as she ate, she nervously bowed her head towards the surroundings, her large eyes filled with sincere respect. Senior, these items are too precious. I will forever remember your act of kindness today. Gurgle, gurgle. As she spoke, she grabbed the bottle of mineral water and drank it in one go. The cool, pure, and sweet taste spread throughout her body, leaving Qiu Shengsheng dumbfounded. What? Such pure water! Thud! After the shock in her eyes, her blood-stained forehead once again heavily bowed to the ground. Thump, thump, thump as she prostrated. This can't be real, can it? On the other end of the phone, Ziren was utterly dumbfounded. Seriously, it's just a few loaves of bread and bottles of water. Is gratitude really necessary? However, upon gazing at the girl on the phone, whose eyes were filled with caution, she stealthily opened a bag of bread, delicately tearing apart the crumbs, and began to eat like a little kitten. Ziren could not help but chuckle. The corners of the girl's eyes crinkled in bliss as she chewed the food, and in that fleeting moment, Ziren felt as if he too was enveloped by a wave of happiness, transcending the screen. The long-forgotten emptiness and loneliness in his heart seemed to be illuminated by a ray of sunlight, causing it to pulse with life once more. Damn it, this game is quite addictive. Chapter 3. Recharge 100 yuan to unlock white quality armor. With a playful lick of her lips, Qiu Shengsheng gazed longingly at the last piece of bread. After much hesitation, she resolved to treasure it like a precious gem, carefully stowing it away in the lining of her cotton jacket. Such high-quality water and food. Surely, if placed in the black market, they could fetch a subpar crystal core, perhaps? With a hint of regret lingering in her thoughts, Qiu Shengsheng tucked 2 bottles of mineral water into her sleeves, safeguarding them as if they were treasures. On the screen, her adorable antics, reminiscent of a squirrel hoarding its stash, brought a smile to Ziren's lips outside the display. Who says only wicked women can ensnare man's attention? Even a 2-dimensional waifu can achieve that. Her physical condition restored. What next? What should she do? Venture outside? Tentatively, she clicked on the figure of the girl on the screen, and beneath her thin cotton jacket, Qiu Shengsheng's body trembled inexplicably, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Name, Qiu Shengsheng. Identity, Scavenger, a dweller of the apocalypse, existing beyond the safety zone, surviving solely through simple tasks. Age, 19. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Measurements, happiness level too low, temporarily unable to unlock. Physical condition, morbid satiety value, 50. Warmth value, 0. Happiness level, equipment, none. A faint click on Xiao Shengxing's body elicited a new data panel, leaving Du Ziren somewhat astonished. After consuming food, numerous new status boxes have been unlocked. Her identity is labeled as Scavenger. No wonder she has been living such a miserable existence. With a twinge of sympathy, Du Ziren gazed at the frail girl on the screen, reflecting that she, too, was all alone. Perhaps it is for the best. After all, my time here is limited. May you, in this virtual world, experience a more prosperous existence. He attempted to click on the iron door within the small dark room. In the next moment, thud, 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 Xiao Shengxing, huddled in the warehouse, heard a faint sound emanating from the iron door. Her slender frame trembled as she turned, astonished, towards the door, her face flushing with a hint of shyness. Senior, are you prompting me to leave this place? But there are zombies outside. My down jacket has already been torn. If I were to be injured, I. Her small fists clenched tightly. Xiao Shengxing knew it was somewhat shameless of her to express such fears. Yet, if given a choice, she would prefer to starve here than become a mindless monster. Right? She is a girl. My apologies. Having played so many monster-slaying games, it slipped my mind that I should venture out to fight the creatures. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren smacked his forehead, immediately halting his erratic clicking. The frail girl stood motionless before the door, lost in her thoughts. Stuck. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a low-quality recharge box reappeared on the game interface. Autumn Sheng is unable to escape the warehouse due to the presence of zombies. Please come swiftly to her aid. Here we go again. Observing that shoddy recharge advertisement, Du Ziren was certain this was merely a money trap. One might wonder, with such impressive interactive animations, why not utilize this technology for a domestic blockbuster instead of this inferior game? Truly remarkable. Despite his grievances, Du Ziren found himself clicking the button. 100 yuan was a trifling sum for him. After all, hospital bills alone amounted to over 30,000 a month. Since he was about to meet his end, what was the point of keeping the money in his account? Why not indulge in a little joy by spending? So he charged. In the real world, I may be meek and compliant, but in the realm of gaming, I must strike with unwavering force. As the notification from the mobile message arrived, indicating that a sum of 100 yuan had been spent from the bank card ending in 0304 at 1314, the game screen simultaneously displayed a prompt confirming the successful recharge. In the dimly lit and cramped confines of the warehouse, the dust in the corner twisted and wrinkled. Suddenly, with a thud, a robust military uniform materialized out of thin air in the shadowy corner. What? In the warehouse, Xiao Shengxing was utterly astonished. Is he back again? Has this senior become addicted? Senior. Is this also a gift from you? Are you trying to send me out? Her small hands trembled as they clutched her chest, resembling a timid rabbit adapting to a new environment, stretching her neck to glance around. Oh, senior. Always poking at me. Silently grumbling, Xiao Shengxing felt her ears flush as she approached the military uniform. However, upon seeing the robust army green attire, her expression shifted once more. What a remarkable item. She had seen people in the safe zone wearing it, rumored to have been donned by the warriors responsible for protection before the collapse of civilized society. Although the style appeared rather outdated, in this apocalyptic world, such garments were priceless. Not only did they provide warmth, but the fabric's inherent structure could withstand not only the scratches of zombies, but even a few bullets. This is far too precious. Senior, you. With a whoosh, she intended to decline, yet the uniform was already being pushed toward her. Given the senior's kind intentions, to feign refusal would only make her seem insincere. Senior, rest assured, once I step outside, I shall remember your kindness. One day, I will repay you. With a swift motion, she hurriedly unfastened her dirty cotton jacket. Once she shed the outer layer, The snug black thermal undergarments accentuated Qiu Xingxing's nearly perfect figure. The black thermal suit was a complete ensemble from top to bottom. Despite her slender frame, the fitted clothing highlighted her delicate physique, with her curves strikingly pronounced and alluring. Ah, how surprising! The slender branches bear exquisite fruit. On the other side of the phone, Ziren gazed at Qiu Shengsheng in her undergarments, his eyes nearly protruding from their sockets. Who said that a virtual wife isn't enticing? This is undeniably captivating. Speaking of which, if there were ever a scene involving cleanliness and personal grooming. His face inexplicably flushed, the young man found himself contemplating thoughts he ought not to entertain. Chapter 4. Qiu Xingxing's money-making task. Does this game also test hand speed? Wow, this outfit is truly heavy. Meanwhile, donned in the military uniform, Qiu Shengsheng attempted to move her body, gradually making her way toward the iron door of the warehouse. Almost instantaneously, a new interaction panel popped up on the game interface. Current task. Collect family photos, task details. The scavenger, Qiu Shengsheng, embarks on a mundane mission to procure tokens from the black market, to locate a family photograph left behind by a researcher's father at his former residence. Please proceed immediately to room 304 in Building A to search for clues. Task reward: 30 copper coins. Autumn Shunsheng happiness value 1. Oh, has a new panel been activated? This time it is the task panel. With a look of astonishment at the tasks that appeared on his phone, Ziren could roughly deduce why Qiu Shengsheng found herself trapped in a warehouse. The poor girl likely intended to traverse the underground parking lot and then follow the fire escape to reach Building A, room 304. Such an endeavor may have been somewhat troublesome, yet for a young lady, it was the safest route. Unfortunately, she probably never anticipated that the underground parking lot was also swarming with zombies, leaving her to ultimately hide in a warehouse in a state of terror and helplessness. Is she truly risking her life for a mere 30 copper coins? The apocalypse is indeed merciless. With a sigh of reflection, Ziren suddenly noticed a circular map added to the upper left corner of the game screen. The map displayed an expanse of darkness, and upon further inspection, only Jing'an community and a location called Mine Black Market were illuminated. In the shadowy underbelly of the mines, 2 flickering points of light glimmered, reminiscent of the markers denoting the presence of quest NPCs. Given the current information, it seems imperative for Qiu Shengsheng to complete her task first. She appears so fragile. Can she truly manage? With a sense of concern, I gaze at the screen, observing her petite frame encumbered by the weighty military uniform, clumsy and unwieldy. It evoked a poignant image, akin to witnessing a daughter clad in her father's oversized garments, both endearing and stubborn. Creak! The iron door of the warehouse is a rolling gate. As Qiu Shengsheng slowly raises the gate, her pallid face tightens into a determined expression. She takes a deep breath, reminding herself that her younger siblings are waiting for her, and her senior is also assisting her. I cannot let them down. Clenching her small fists, she steps forward. Upon stepping out, Qiu Shengsheng gazes into the darkness outside the warehouse. In the dimly lit underground garage, where the power has long ceased, visibility is nearly non-existent. The only discernible sight is a pair of white vapors rising from the obscurity about 10 meters away. As the vapors distort and draw nearer, the outlines of 2 towering figures clad in security uniforms come into view. Their faces are grotesquely covered in blood scabs, and their eyes are bloodshot. Their arms, devoid of vitality, flail wildly as they run, exhaling white, hot breaths, with tongues lolling from their jaws, continuously drooling. Indeed, they are unmistakably 2 zombies. No matter how many times she witnesses such a sight, Qiu Shengsheng instinctively trembles with fear. Her body reacts with uncontrollable spasms of terror, momentarily stiffening. Suddenly, her body lurches to the side as if an invisible hand has pushed her back, allowing her to regain control. Her senior. A flicker of emotion crosses her frightened face, as the unnamed senior urges her not to dawdle and to flee. In a state of panic, she scans her surroundings, and her taut expression suddenly relaxes. In the dark corner to her left, she finally spots the luminous green sign for the fire escape. In a frenzy, she dashes toward the corner. Her heart races as she exerts every ounce of strength to sprint. At last, the heavy fire door is within reach. Qiu Shengsheng pushes it, and with a creak, she stumbles backward through the door. Behind her, the pursuing zombie extends its large hand, attempting to forcefully push the fire door open to continue the chase. But, foul zombie, I will not allow you to torment me for eternity. From behind the door comes a stubborn, resolute voice. Just as the zombie's hand breaches the threshold, Qiu Shengsheng uses her body as a shield and crashes against the fire door. Bang! The heavy fire door slammed shut, mercilessly trapping the zombie's hand in the gap. Bang, bang, bang! On the fire door, the relentless pounding left deep impressions of hands, as Qiu Shengsheng pressed firmly against the door, struggling against the undead behind it, terrified that the creature might burst through. The hand reaching and twisted and clawed, several times brushing against Qiu Shengsheng's shoulder. Fortunately, the military uniform she wore prevented her from being harmed. I must hold on. I must endure. Engaging in a contest of strength with a zombie is indeed brave. Yet, minutes later, Qiu Shengsheng was simply too slender. With the continuous battering from outside, the gap in the fire door widened. Her body being forced backward, her delicate face turning as pale as snow. This cannot be the end, can it? What to do? What to do? Run? If I dash upstairs now, the exhaustion from climbing will be overwhelming. A human cannot possibly compete with a zombie. Hurry! Is there a recharge interface? I need to invest. Invest! On the other side of the phone screen, Ziren watched anxiously as Qiu Shengsheng was about to be overwhelmed by the zombie. Strangely, despite this being merely a game, he found himself deeply concerned for the girl on the other side. I will not let you die. Absolutely not. Frantically tapping the game interface, suddenly, an interaction command popped up on the screen. Autumn Shengsheng is on the verge of succumbing to the overwhelming pressure of the zombies. Lend her a helping hand, if you'll be so kind. Attempt to rapidly click the button on the screen to repel the zombies. Focusing intently, a red button labeled Quick Tap appeared on the screen, right behind Qiu Shengsheng. Oh, it's waiting for me. In an instant, du Ziren suddenly realized. What? Although I am unwell, my dexterity is not to be underestimated. Tap, tap, tap. His two thumbs frantically pressed the button, and a look of surprise flashed across Ziren's face. This sensation. It feels as if I've genuinely touched something. Chapter 5. Mutated Zombies? A white quality 198 military dagger. At the same time, as Ziren madly clicked on the phone screen, Qiu Shengsheng inexplicably felt as though an invisible hand was pushing her from behind, endowing her with strength. Yet, it also seemed to occasionally poke her waist, sending tingles throughout her body. Senior, is that you? With her face slightly flushed, Qiu Shengsheng sensed the support from behind her, and with renewed vigor, she pushed once more. Bang! This time, bolstered by the unseen force. Her arms thrust the door with such might that they crushed the zombie's hand caught in the door crack, firmly shutting the fire door. The zombies outside fell utterly silent. Thud! A purplish-black hand dropped at her feet, and Qiu Shengsheng stared in astonishment at the closed iron door. I did it. This was my doing? No. It was you, Senior, who helped me. Thank you, Senior. You have assisted me so many times. I owe you far too much. I can never repay it. With a slightly flushed face, she gazed at the empty staircase. However, on the other end of the phone, Ziren smiled faintly. What? I am still quite impressive. But that sensation earlier, could it be that my amyotrophic lateral sclerosis has already affected my fingers? How could I experience such a tangible feeling? Staring blankly at his fingers, Ziren's expression darkened. Looking down at the screen, he saw Qiu Shengsheng blushing, shyly glancing towards his side. How adorable! Pointing towards the stairwell, a flicker of determination sparkled in his eyes. No. If my condition truly worsens, then let me ensure that Qiu Shengsheng can lead a good life before I meet my end. Having been drenched in rain myself, I cannot bear to see others without an umbrella. Even if she is merely a virtual Qiu Shengsheng, I must provide her with a semblance of safety. Quickly, let us get through the preliminary plot. Frenziedly clicking through the stairwell, Thud, thud, thud. Meanwhile, inside the cramped stairwell, hollow knocking sounds echoed. Senior, are you guiding me upstairs? Curling her small hands, Qiu Shengsheng buried her head in her oversized military cap, resembling a small mushroom as she ventured up the stairwell. Step, step, step. Fortunately, pretty girls typically enjoy good luck. From a -1 floor underground garage to the 3rd floor residential building, she encountered not a single zombie. Creak. Pushing open the fire door on the 3rd floor revealed a long corridor. This was not the typical one stairwell with 2 households residential type, but rather a commercial building layout. Exiting the fire escape, she could see the elevator hall and a long row of residential doors. 301, 302. Following the room numbers, she quickly spotted room 304. Ah, what splendid luck. There are no zombies in the stairwell. Senior, this must be the good fortune you have bestowed upon me. Whispering softly, Qiu Shengsheng tiptoed to the door of 304. If there are no zombies in the stairwell, it is highly likely that those zombies are still locked inside. However, it cannot be ruled out that there might be zombies within 304. Click, click, click. Slowly turning the doorknob. Creak. Unexpectedly, the door was not locked. Perhaps the previous occupants had fled in haste. Even if there were zombies inside, they would not have locked the door. Pushing the door open, Qiu Shengsheng cautiously poked her head inside. Cough, cough, cough. The living room, long uninhabited, was covered in dust with shattered ceramic bowl fragments strewn across the floor. Clearly, something had transpired here. It seems there are no zombies. Her courage slowly grew, and stepping into the living room, Qiu Shengsheng began rummaging through the nearby cabinets. Futu, futu. Huh, what is this? A chocolate with filling? How fortunate. It expired only 6 months ago. A smile instantly brightened her face as Qiu Shengsheng carefully tucked a softened chocolate into her pocket. Her small hands continued to pull open drawers visible in the living room, but aside from rotten remnants and foul-smelling clothing, nothing else was found. Could it be that the photos are not in the living room? Attempting to transition from the living room to the bedroom, Qiu Shengsheng remained highly vigilant, her body tense. In this post-apocalyptic world, individuals like her, scavengers, are the lowest existences. One misstep could lead to being bitten by a zombie, becoming a mindless husk to be swiftly dispatched by an ability user. Such occurrences are all too common. It's all right. It's all right. I have a close from Senior. As long as I'm cautious. Creak. Gently pushing open the door to the bedroom, Qiu Shengsheng cautiously peered in. Eek! Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted in her ears. What? Thud! There was no time to look up. She felt a dark, round mass plummet from the ceiling, landing on her head. A pair of decayed, greenish hands clawed desperately at her face. Gah! Gah! Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably a baby zombie, its entire body rotting in green, with its little face barely intact. It had been lying in wait on the ceiling, waiting for an unfortunate door opener. No, no. Instinctively, she raised her arms to shield her face. Scrape, scrape. The baby zombie's claws, long and sharp like steel, scraped against Qiu Shengsheng's sleeve. Fortunately, the military combat suit, of white quality, was excellently crafted. No matter how the claws scratched, they only left shallow marks on the uniform. You, get down from there. Perhaps sensing the thickness of the military combat suit, Qiu Shengsheng seized the moment while the baby zombie was clawing at her to grab its neck with her left hand. Gah! Gah! In an instant, as if its lifeline were being choked, the baby zombie flailed its arms and legs frantically. Though you are but a child, for the sake of survival, for the sake of your younger siblings, I must. With a resounding thud, a powerful hand descended with unyielding force. The ground erupted, releasing a viscous pool of green liquid. The infant zombie, with only half a head remaining, was utterly decapitated, its vacant neck convulsing, forever beyond the grasp of life. As her chest heaved with trepidation, Qiu Shengsheng struggled to quell her unease amidst the chaos. After a moment of turmoil, she gazed upon the lifeless form of a zombie on the floor, suppressing her discomfort as she began to rummage through the room. On the bedside table, a framed photograph caught her eye, depicting a man and woman embracing, the latter visibly pregnant. Is this it? I have found it. With quickened steps, Qiu Shengsheng approached the bedside table and eagerly picked up the frame, her expression brightening. Simultaneously, a new information box appeared above her head, signaling a development on Du Ziren's side. Task completed. Qiu Shengsheng has attained a happiness value of 2. Task completed. 1. Chocolate discovered. 1. 30 copper coins await submission of tasks for collection. Chapter 6. Mutated Zombie? A white-quality military dagger. Is this a choice between free exploration or progressing through the main quest? As Du Ziren gazed at the panel that appeared on the screen, he pondered deeply. Generally speaking, such designs in games are intentional, much like that renowned game from an island nation, where an early plot choice could irrevocably determine the subsequent path. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility of mischievous life-or-death dilemma. At this moment, Du Ziren stroked his chin, his gaze drifting to the photo album held by Qiu Shengsheng. It inquired whether he wished to continue exploring. Upon closer inspection, the photograph depicted a pregnant woman alongside her husband. If the client were indeed the husband, could it be that the recently encountered infant zombie was the child from the woman's womb? Wait, there's a trap here. Suddenly, as if clarity struck him, Du Ziren hastily clicked on the door marked 304. Signaling Qiu Shengsheng to depart. One must ask, if the husband fled, leaving behind the pregnant woman and baby, or the infant zombie that just appeared? Was a pregnant zombie beneath him killed by her husband? How could that be possible? If he possessed the capability to slay zombies, why would he flee? Run, Qiu Shengsheng. Run quickly. Anxiously, he shouted toward the Qiu Shengsheng on the screen. Yet she stood there, head held high, still dazedly surveying her surroundings. Senior? Did you just knock? You wish for me to leave? If it is your request, I understand. Nodding, she tucked the album into her embrace and hurried toward the door marked 304. However, as if a death CG had been triggered, a sinister roar suddenly erupted from behind the glass door of the living room, bathroom. Boom! In the next instant, the frosted glass shattered from its frame, and a grotesquely swollen female zombie emerged, her abdomen hollow. She exhaled hot breath, clutching a rusted pair of scissors. Upon closer inspection, this zombie's body bore a grotesque distortion. Her face was so swollen that her eyes were nearly sealed shut, and her torn abdomen released inches of pitch-black intestines. It appeared as though, before her transformation, she had forcibly opened her belly to extract the baby. With the roar of this pregnant zombie, the intestines that hung from her belly began to writhe ominously. Is this a mutated zombie? Does it possess special powers? This is bad. This is terrible. How could I? Without allowing Qiu Shengsheng another moment of despair, the intestines that had fallen from her abdomen coiled like serpents, lunging toward Qiu Shengsheng. Hurry! It's too fast. There was barely time to react. Qiu Shengsheng felt herself suspended in midair, her entire body ensnared by the blood-soaked intestines, binding her tightly. No! The intestines writhed incessantly, dragging Qiu Shengsheng toward the gaping maw of the pregnant zombie. No matter how fiercely she struggled, the writhing intestines constricted even tighter. I don't want to die. I still have a brother. A sister. A low groan escaped her lips, and moments later, Qiu Shengsheng was entirely drawn into the belly of the grotesque pregnant zombie. Thump thump. The enormous belly twisted and squirmed as if it were absorbing and digesting Qiu Shengsheng. Damn! Meanwhile, Du Ziren, watching the scene unfold on his phone, felt his expression darken. Why? Hadn't I made the correct choice? I understand now. Regardless of the option chosen, this death CG would be triggered. Wouldn't it? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone screen vibrated incessantly, and the dark imagery illuminated with a crimson warning. Warning! Autumn Shengsheng is under siege by mutated zombies. If she is not rescued soon, she shall be consumed. Should I spend 198 to purchase a military dagger, a weapon that can slice through iron effortlessly, an essential for newcomers? Damn, this game is utter rubbish. Are you waiting for me here again? Charge! Damn it. I am fully aware that this game employs the same deceptive tactics that mobile games have used in the past to extract money. But witnessing that helpless girl, always wearing a shy smile, perish right before my eyes is something I cannot bear. Damn it. I am willing to be deceived for your sake. Xiao Shengsheng, survive. With a notification flashing at the top of her phone, indicating a transaction of 198 yuan on her card, ending in 0304. The game interface simultaneously displayed the success of the purchase. In the depths of the pregnant zombie's abdomen, Xiao Shengsheng's breath grew increasingly labored. Her vision blurred, her eyelids heavy. Am I going to die? I merely wished for my younger siblings, for them to live well. I. Visions flickered before her, memories of many people. Her siblings, her parents who perished at the hands of the zombies. The years spent living like a vagabond in the outer districts, struggling to survive. All burdens faded like smoke. Unexpectedly, her thoughts turned to the senior who had helped her so suddenly. I am sorry, senior. I owe you. I truly wish to see you. You must be a very kind person, right? As her eyelids gradually lowered, an inexplicable chill coursed through her palm. Live on. Xiao Shengsheng. Buzz. A man's voice suddenly erupted in her ears, causing Xiao Shengsheng to open her eyes wide. Her hand now clutching a long, cold dagger. This, senior. I understand now. Tears unconsciously streamed from the corners of her eyes. For so long, she had silently borne many burdens. Xiao Shengsheng had no support. She possessed no noble awakening of supernatural abilities, nor did she come from a well-off family. Even at an age when she should have been carefree, she scavenged for her younger siblings. In this moment of despair, she felt as if she had found a pillar of strength. All of this was granted to her by that person. I must survive, to meet him, to repay his kindness. With a sudden lurch, the pregnant zombie's abdomen split open, a torrent of crimson blood gushing forth. Xiao Shengsheng, dagger in hand, sliced through the flesh and emerged, bloodied but alive. Chapter 7. A gift for the senior. The significance of the crystal core. The massive abdomen sprayed blood, intestines spilling onto the ground. The pregnant zombie stared at Xiao Shengsheng in disbelief, unable to fathom how one could conjure a dagger from thin air. It was beyond comprehension. Moreover, the dagger was extraordinarily sharp. The horrifying blood loss forced the pregnant zombie to stagger backward. Finally, after stumbling several steps, her massive form collapsed, lifeless in a pool of blood. Gasping for breath, Xiao Shengsheng clutched the dagger tightly, lying on the ground, desperate for fresh air. She watched the pregnant zombie intently, fearful of another attack. Senior, thank you. Thank you. Overwhelmed by the emotions of survival, Xiao Shengsheng bowed repeatedly to her surroundings. At this moment, she began to comprehend the senior's good intentions. He had never directly rescued her, but instead provided her with tools to engage in battle against the zombies, honing her abilities. He was nurturing her. Even in this apocalypse, he took the time to train a newcomer. Perhaps he sought a successor or wished for her to become his loyal servant. Regardless of the reason, Xiao Shengsheng felt immense gratitude towards him. Senior, if I ever see you again, I will be eternally grateful. With a deep bow, she stood and approached the fallen pregnant zombie. The mutated zombies, also known as supernatural zombies, were exceedingly difficult to hunt. However, the advantage they possessed was that they typically yielded a zombie crystal core. These cores were highly valuable. When crushed and soaked in hot water, they could be absorbed through the pores, potentially awakening supernatural abilities and granting one a chance to transcend their ordinary existence. For those less fortunate, they could significantly enhance physical attributes and immunity. In essence, a single crystal core represented a glimmer of hope for an ordinary person. Despite the slim chances of awakening supernatural abilities, it was a hope nonetheless. For an ordinary person to acquire a zombie crystal core was akin to scaling a mountain. For instance, if not for the senior's intervention, could Xiao Shengsheng have defeated the mutated zombie? The zombie crystal core? If I could use it, perhaps I would have a 1 in 1,000 chance of becoming an empowered individual, leading my siblings to a better life. But Xiao Shengsheng understood clearly that without the senior, she would never have slain that zombie. Thus, with a swift thrust, the sharp dagger pierced the pregnant zombie's skull. retrieving a blood-soaked, red crystal core. She cradled it in her hands, reverently offering it to the void above. Please, senior, accept this humble gift from Qiu Shengsheng. At this moment, Du Ziren gazed at the screen, watching Qiu Shengsheng reverently holding the crystal core, his expression one of astonishment. My goodness, the interaction capabilities are astonishing. What do you want me to do with this? Are you truly capable of sending it to me from the game? Playfully poking her flushed cheek, a pop-up notification appeared. Name, Qiu Shengsheng. Identity, scavenger, a denizen of the post-apocalyptic world, existing on the fringes of safety, relying solely on rudimentary tasks for survival. Age, 19. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Measurements. Happiness level too low. Temporarily unable to unlock. Physical condition, morbid. Satiety index, 30. Warmth value, 5. Happiness level, 32. Blessed with joy after surviving adversity. Equipment, military combat uniform, white. Military dagger, white. Your doomsday survival character is delivering a gift to you. Will you accept it? Huh, really? You can send me something? With a hint of mischief. Du Ziren clicked to accept, finding it amusing. Why didn't he let Qiu Shengsheng keep it for herself? He surmised that with this pay-to-win game's tendencies, he could certainly spend money to get Qiu Shengsheng the finest crystal core and awaken the best abilities. As for this current crystal core, what? This pathetic gaming company can actually send me a proportional model offline? Never mind. I should refresh the tasks quickly. I am somewhat looking forward to it. If my happiness value rises, could it be that I might lost in such thoughts? Du Ziren completely overlooked that the crystal core held by Qiu Shengsheng vanished abruptly after she clicked accept. Wonderful. The senior accepted it. Does he acknowledge me now? Simultaneously, inside room 304, Qiu Shengsheng watched the disappearance of the crystal core in her hands, her face lighting up with joy. This was already the most prestigious gift she could present. This crystal core was her sole chance for a leap across social classes. Though it might just be a consumable for that senior, to her, it was a rare opportunity in life. As long as it was given to him, even if it were the only chance for me to turn my life around, I would gladly do it. If I'm not mistaken, the senior's voice seemed quite youthful. What am I daydreaming about? Even if the senior is young, how could he possibly take an interest in me? Hastily wiping the blood from her face, Qiu Shengsheng quickly exited room 304. She tiptoed out of the dim underground garage on level -2. The outside world at the community's exit was a vast expanse of white. Snowflakes were falling from the sky, and the accumulation on the ground was already a dozen centimeters thick. Gazing at the endless whiteness, Qiu Shengsheng exhaled. She tightened her grip on the food and photo in her arms. Walking alone through the desolate snowy landscape, my goodness, the graphics of this game. This reality could be used to shoot a Hollywood blockbuster. Such a pity, it's just a money-grabbing game. Watching Qiu Shengsheng leave the community from his phone screen, Du Ziren marveled once more at the game's exquisite visuals. Just as he was about to stretch his upper body and switch arms to hold the phone, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Ziren, it's me, Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu? What's wrong? Oh, it seems someone sent you a package, and it's at your door. I saw it and brought it in for you. What? Chapter 8, are you in a relationship? Was there someone at the door just now? Creaking, the hospital room door swung open, and Du Ziren looked in surprise at Dr. Liu, who was carrying a small cardboard box. This place is considered a high-care area in a hospital. Not to mention how the delivery person got in. Usually, it's so quiet here that even a needle dropping could be heard. How did this package silently appear at my door? Could it be that my hearing has been affected by ALS? Plop. Staring blankly as Dr. Liu placed the package on the bedside table, Du Ziren felt a jolt. The box clearly bore the name of Qiu Shengsheng. Wordfa? This pathetic game company is so quick? Ziren, would you like me to help you open it? Considering Du Ziren's health condition, Dr. Liu kindly asked. Du Ziren nodded. Please, Dr. Liu. No problem. I'm actually quite curious. Who is this Qiu Shengsheng to you? I recall there hasn't been anyone to visit you. She testing the waters. Dr. Liu stole a glance at Du Ziren, knowing it was inappropriate to ask directly. However, familiarizing herself with the patient's relationships and emotional shifts was part of her duty. Xiao Shangsheng, she is a very important friend. Yes, a friend from the game. He initially thought of saying that Xiao Shangsheng was just a game character. Yet, the girl's every smile and frown surfaced in his mind, leading him to not want to confine her to the cold persona of a game character, even if it was an illusion. Ziren wished for her to be a real friend. Oh, a friend you met in the game? Observing Ziren's changing expression, Dr. Liu suddenly smiled knowingly. Ziren, you wouldn't be in a virtual romance, would you? What? Virtual romance? How could that be? Oh, come on, don't be shy. I've been there too. With a knowing smile, Dr. Liu, appearing to understand, ceased her inquiries and tore open the package's seal. Let us see what your virtual romance has sent you. Before she could finish her sentence, Dr. Liu's expression suddenly shifted. A strong smell of blood wafted from the box. A stone, shimmering with a sinister red light and stained with fresh blood, lay quietly inside the cardboard. What is this? Years of medical intuition told her that the blood on the stone was not a mere decoration, but real. Zombie crystal core. Squinting at the stone in the box, Ziren was also dumbfounded. It was identical, perfectly replicated, a one version of the crystal core that Xiao Shangsheng had unearthed. Wow, this game company's merchandise production is astounding. With this level of skill, why not dominate the peripheral market instead of making this money-grabbing game? His eyelids jumped uncontrollably as Ziren reached out. Dr. Liu, let me see that stone. Ziren, your friend sent you this? Dr. Liu, concerned, donned gloves and retrieved the bloodied stone. She inspected the crimson stone from every angle, but could not discern its nature. An artistic piece? A blood gem? And the blood on it had a foul odor of decay. Where on earth did this come from? This is a game peripheral sent by a friend. The blood is likely applied for realism. It's harmless. It's not food, so playing with it should be fine. A game peripheral? Wiping the blood from the stone, Dr. Liu examined it thoroughly. Only after confirming there was nothing unusual did she finally hand it back to Ziren. Ah, what exquisite craftsmanship! As Ziren took the crystal core in his left hand, he scrutinized the stone closely. Within the crimson stone, structures resembling blood vessels flowed with an almost lifelike quality. Indeed, this game is worth the investment. After toying with it for some time, perhaps growing weary, Ziren nonchalantly placed the stone into the snowdrop flower pot atop the cabinet. The snowdrop was a gift from Dr. Liu, while the crystal core was presented by Xiao Shangsheng. Both items hold profound significance for Ziren. By the way, Ziren, the weather is quite pleasant today. Would you like me to take you for a stroll? Observing Ziren reclining on the bed, Dr. Liu inquired gently. A flicker of hope momentarily illuminated Ziren's eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished. He understood Dr. Liu's intentions were noble, yet each time he ventured out in a wheelchair, subjected to the sympathetic gazes of others, he felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Perhaps it is best. I shall just play games with my friends. Shaking his head, Ziren lifted his phone. On the screen, Xiao Shangsheng continued her solitary walk. Dr. Liu stole a glance, perceiving only the dim glow of the screen. She nodded, assuming Ziren's phone had simply locked, thinking it best that his online companion keep him company. Sometimes, the human spirit can witness the emergence of remarkable miracles. The catalyst for these wonders often lies in a positive mindset. If gaming brings you joy, do remember to rest, Ziren. With a creak, the hospital room door closed once more, enveloping the dim space in silence. And Ziren chuckled bitterly to himself. Miracles, you say? Even the miraculous snowdrop has withered. Well, hope is there for me. Casting a glance at the bedside table where the snowdrop resided, he failed to notice that the once dry, yellowed petals had mysteriously begun to stand tall, vibrant green once more. Oh well, let me find solace in my Shengsheng's company. I hope that before my time comes, I can ensure you lead a good life. As he tapped on his phone screen, Ziren observed the girl traversing the snowy landscape, a faint smile slowly gracing his lips. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold wind struck her face as Xiao Shangsheng gritted her teeth, stepping cautiously through the snow. Creak, creak. It was unclear how long she had trudged, but upon exiting the neighborhood, she ventured towards the desolate streets beyond. Gradually, a vast mine with a gaping entrance came into view. The black market of the mine. Once a renowned city mine, it fell into disuse after or was depleted. Yet, with the advent of the apocalypse, the deep caverns transformed into an impregnable battleground. After being occupied by a multitude of individuals, it gradually evolved into a makeshift safe zone. Rubbing her hands together, Qiu Shengsheng strode confidently into the mine. The walls of the cavern were riddled with shallow pits, resembling small burrows. Within them huddled a group of gaunt, waxen-faced elders, their frail bodies curled in slumber. They were all scavengers, rendered immobile and abandoned by this merciless era, forced to linger on the outskirts of safety, living day by day. As she passed these shallow pits, Qiu Shengsheng's expression hardened, leading her to a massive opening encased in iron netting. Chapter 9. The Bloom of Miracles, The Recovery of Miracles, Part 1, 0929. I recall. Were you not tasked with executing Professor He's orders? What brings you here? As the words fell from her lips, a rotund man clad in a down jacket emerged from the dark recesses of the mine. His gaze traversed Qiu Shengsheng's face before settling on her military attire, his small, beady eyes glinting with avarice. Where did you procure that combat suit? The man squinted at Qiu Shengsheng with a keen interest. Initially, she contemplated stating it was a gift from a senior, but a chill swept over her as she replied, I salvaged it from a household in the neighborhood. Oh, you seem to have struck gold. Have you found what you were looking for? Indeed. Hey, fetch a woman. He bellowed into the cavern behind him. Instantly, a disheveled woman clad in mink stockings approached with a graceful stride. Lord Wuhai, do you have orders for me? You. Check her for injuries. Understood. The woman obediently stood by the wire fence. In the next moment, the iron netting that obstructed the depths of the mine began to twist and contort, forming a human-sized opening. Go! As she slipped through the opening, the woman seized Qiu Shengsheng's arm, guiding her toward a nearby, unoccupied pit. With remarkable proficiency, she began to inspect for wounds, unzipping Qiu Shengsheng's jacket and nonchalantly feeling her body. Huh? What is this? A meticulously packaged bag of bread and 2 bottles of mineral water tumbled from Qiu Shengsheng's embrace, and the woman's eyes sparkled with evident greed. Such pure water. And this bread? You? Looking at Qiu Shengsheng with astonishment, her expression shifted as she promptly offered a bottle of water to the woman. Yeah. Take this water. Share it with Guardwu. It tastes delightful. Huh, you're quite clever. A sly smile graced the woman's lips as she unhesitatingly tucked a bottle of water against her chest. Qiu Shengsheng furrowed her brow, but refrained from further comment. Had she not been astute enough to offer something of value? One cannot be certain what tricks this couple might employ to complicate matters for you. All right, all done. You may enter. Your brother and sister have been asking about you for several days. Just come by to check on you. The woman smiled, evidently in high spirits from the unexpected turn of events. Thank you. Qiu Shengsheng nodded fervently, recloaking herself before following her to the iron netting. Is the examination complete? Yes, Xiajie said it's fine. Very well, you may proceed. Hiss, is that iron netting an ability? Meanwhile, Ziren, holding his phone, gazed at Wu Hai's actions in bewilderment. He was certain there were no electrical devices within the pit. The distortion of the iron netting appeared as if an invisible force was at play. I recalled Qiu Shengsheng once believed I possessed some spatial abilities. So, this gatekeeper is also an ability user? As the scene shifted, Ziren attempted to click on Wu Hai's profile. Buzz. Instantly, Wu Hai's personal information appeared before Ziren's eyes. Wu Hai, metal abilities, white quality ability level, 3rd tier Esper identity, former leader of the Viper Mercenary Corps, injured during a mission, and after engaging in dealings with the black market, has become a gatekeeper of the underworld. I never expected this individual was once quite a figure. Now, having faced setbacks, is he merely lying low, utilizing his supernatural abilities as a sentinel? Curiously, I clicked on Wu Hai's ability level panel, revealing the 3rd tier of abilities. Upon exiting the detailed interface, Ziren finally comprehended the supernatural framework within the gaming realm. The term scavenger refers to individuals devoid of any extraordinary abilities, who can only undertake simple tasks to survive within the base. Above the multitude of scavengers, there exist the exalted beings known as espers. The awakening of extraordinary abilities is not guaranteed merely by the utilization of crystal nuclei. Furthermore, the intricacies of leveling up these abilities are exceedingly complex. Mutants, superhumans, awakened ones, evolvers, others. This delineates the hierarchy of extraordinary abilities within the realm of post-apocalyptic science. The term ability user refers to those who have awakened their powers but are limited in their usage. In contrast, the further echelon of super user possesses the capacity for nearly limitless utilization of their abilities, even capable of amplifying their potency. Once one comprehends the ability technique, the manifestation of their powers transcends imagination. Following that, the evolver represents a being that has completely fused with their abilities, becoming a monstrous entity. The ultimate classification, anomaly, remains an unattainable pinnacle for any individual. This explains the profound admiration and fear that Qiu Shengsheng harbors for Du Ziren. In her eyes, he might already be akin to an ancient evolver. Therefore, is it conceivable that even a mere third-tier ability user could exhibit the demeanor of a corrupt official within the safe zone? It appears I must seek an opportunity for Qiu Shengsheng to awaken her abilities as well. As I clicked on the screen, the image revealed Qiu Shengsheng traversing a path leading to a cavern filled with numerous earthen dwellings. She approached the largest of these structures, prominently inscribed with the words Mission Handover Point. Upon entering, her gaze was met with the grayish-yellow, square earthen walls, which were adorned with various task posters providing intricate details. Oh, this certainly evokes the essence of a Japanese RPG game. Observing quietly, Qiu Shengsheng made her way directly to the bar situated against one side of the wall. Standing at the bar was a woman with tawny hair. To Du Ziren's astonishment, this woman possessed hair, skin, and even eye color, all of a tawny hue. Black Market Task Administrator. Linya. Identity. Supernatural being. Ability level. Level 5 Esper. The information about the other party came into view with a click, and Du Ziren raised an eyebrow. Indeed, such splendid tasks within a secure encampment are invariably undertaken by esteemed ability users. Sister Linya, I have come to hand over the mission. Oh, Xiao Shengsheng, what is this attire you are wearing? Fortune smiled upon me. I found it in the neighborhood. That will suffice. If you sell this outfit, you won't need to venture out for a month. To Du Ziren's surprise, Qiu Shengsheng surprisingly maintained a good rapport with Linya. As she greeted her, her gaze swept over Qiu Shengsheng's attire, devoid of any semblance of envy or jealousy. She placed a group photo on the bar counter, and with a narrowed gaze, Linya hesitated not for a moment before retrieving a small pouch from beneath the counter and handing it to Qiu Shengsheng. Here you go. Take it. 30 copper coins. Make it last. It should suffice for a week. Thank you, Sister Linya. Accepting the pouch, Qiu Shengsheng rarely displayed a hint of a smile. Autumn Shengsheng has successfully completed the task of locating the photograph, earning 30 copper coins. Current happiness level 6 with the complete transfer of tasks. Qiu Shengsheng's personal information panel has been updated once more. Chapter 10. The Miraculous Bloom. The Miraculous Recovery. Part 2. 30 copper coins. 30 copper coins. And a bag of bread, a bottle of water. Surely, my younger siblings will be delighted to see these. Along the densely populated earthen paths, Qiu Shengsheng clutched the heavy pouch, her cheeks flushed with joy. The girl's face radiated with the exuberance of life as possibilities. How wonderful, truly wonderful. Little Shengsheng is so adorable, so charming. Perhaps it's best not to venture out into the world. I shall support you with my resources. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren gazed at the girl's beaming smile, unable to suppress a smile of his own. For reasons unknown, witnessing Qiu Shengsheng's gradual improvement filled him with a touch of sunny confidence. Although you are but a character in a game, merely a string of data, nonetheless, you are indeed the little sun in my shadowy world. Rest assured, I will ensure you lead a good life. Leaning against the edge of the bed, Du Ziren stared at the girl on the screen, suddenly feeling a slight numbness in his chest. Perhaps it was due to maintaining the same posture for too long? He paid it no mind, instead focusing on the girl in his hand, his smile radiant. In the survival camp of the black market mines, there stood a cramped, damp earthen dwelling in a corner. The modest space, barely a few dozen square feet, was cluttered with rudimentary furniture and a large earthen bed. Even in such a dismal environment, failing to deliver 10 copper coins each month would result in expulsion to the pit outside the barbed wire. The large bed was covered with somewhat damp cotton blankets, within which lay two children, a boy and a girl, both around 8 or 9 years old, their faces smeared with dirt. Shall we check by the main gate again? There is still a cake at home. Should we bake it to take to sister? All right. The two little ones crawled out from the blankets, clad only in a somewhat darkened cotton coat. They shivered as they retrieved a hard, flat bread from the bedding, ready to tuck it into their arms. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Sister! The two children trembled with excitement and dashed toward the door. At the entrance, Qiu Shengsheng, clad in a broad military uniform, gazed fondly at the two figures inside. In that moment, her tense expression relaxed, as if all the grievances endured outside dissipated upon seeing her younger siblings. Sister, were you all right outside? Qiu Ning exclaimed, anxiously inspecting her sister from head to toe. Your coat looks so cool, sister. Qiu Jing, with a runny nose, also rushed to cling to Qiu Shengsheng's leg. Don't worry, sister will be fine. Sister, did you meet a kind person this time? Huh? Really? But didn't you say that in the apocalypse, one should trust no one? He asked different. As she spoke, Qiu Shengsheng slowly revealed a piece of bread and a bottle of mineral water from her pocket, as if presenting treasures. Look, what is this? With a flourish, the pristine water and white bread brought immediate delight to the two little ones. Sister, what? What is this? Qiu Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, such clean water. I've never seen water like this before. Sister, is it tasty? The two little ones bombarded her with questions, and Qiu Shengsheng, beaming, opened the bottle of water and the bread. Now, eat slowly. Once you finish, sister will take you to buy new clothes. Oh. The small room resonated with the sweet sounds of childhood as the two little ones carefully tore at the bread. So delicious. Sister, you must eat too. No. You eat. The little bread was torn into several pieces, dark little hands offering the crumbs to Qiu Shengsheng, her smile radiating an unprecedented tranquility. How wonderful! How wonderful! As Ziren gazed at the screen, happiness spilling over, he contemplated recharging to improve Qiu Shengsheng's living conditions. Thump! Thump! His heart sank inexplicably. Gasping, a wave of numbness washed over his chest, and his breathing quickened. It felt as if a 1,000-pound stone pressed against his chest, igniting a fiery pain. Despite his efforts to inhale, it seemed oxygen could not reach his lungs. The oppressive sensation, akin to accumulating frost, deepened. No way. Are my chest neurons failing too? The phone slipped from his grasp with a thud, his pupils dilating in terror. He sensed it. The specter of death that had lingered above him for days was finally reaping its toll. Am I finally going to die? Coughing, thoughts of his parents and his childhood flitted through his mind. Yet inexplicably, the last thought that surfaced was of Qiu Shengsheng from the game Survival in the Apocalypse. The girl's every smile seemed to nourish his soul. If I die, will she be bullied? She is so naive. Will she be harmed? I don't want to die. I want to see her. In that moment, a fierce will to survive clashed with his drooping eyelids. Ziren couldn't fathom why he was thinking of a game character at such a time. Coincidentally, at that very moment, in the dim earthen house, Qiu Shengsheng choked on her bread. It was as if she sensed something, her gaze scanning the empty surroundings. Senior, are you doing well at this time? Across the phone screen, their yearnings seemed to converge. I can't die. With a forceful effort to move, Ziren desperately looked toward the bedside cabinet upon hearing a sound from his phone. I probably can't hold on any longer. The withering snowdrop flowers, my life. Suddenly, a flicker caught his eye, because the pot of near-dead snowdrop was now vibrant, the flowers and leaves flourishing. Representing the miracle of life, the blossoms had miraculously revived. Chapter 11, The Bloom of Miracles, The Miracle of Life, Part 3. What is happening? Breathing rapidly, Ziren stared incredulously at the flourishing flowers. The once dying, miraculous blossoms had revived. Why should Ziren, not be able to survive? I will survive. I want to see her. See her find happiness step by step. Clenching his fists, the stubborn cracking of his knuckles echoed, and Ziren's eyelids fluttered, a glimmer of red light reflecting in his eyes. In the flower pot of the snowdrop, the handcrafted crystal core, a gift from the gaming company, radiated a mesmerizing crimson glow. Autumn Sheng sent me a gift? I. With a sudden surge of determination, Ziren reached out and grasped the crystal core from the flower pot, cradling it in his palm. A warmth pulsed from the core, coursing through his limbs. Gradually, it felt as though he regained some sensation in his lower body. Waves of warmth enveloped him, prompting Ziren to close his eyes in bliss. It seemed as though he had not felt such comfort in ages. Ziren, wake up. Are you all right? Uncertain how long he had been asleep, Ziren was startled by the calls echoing in his ears. Rejuvenated, he began to move, instinctively sitting up on the bed. You can move? This sudden motion elicited an even louder gasp from the onlookers. What is wrong, Dr. Liu? Rubbing his eyes, Ziren noticed his vision had significantly improved. He tried to move his arms and was astonished to find the crimson crystal core still clutched in his hand. However, upon opening his palm, he discovered that the once vibrant crystal had transformed into an ordinary white stone, losing its exquisite crimson veins. Ziren, you can move your upper body. Dr. Liu covered her mouth, her expression one of disbelief. It seems so. Only then did Ziren realize, prompted by Dr. Liu, that apart from a slight numbness in his lower body, vitality surged through the rest of him. Dr. Liu, I remember my amyotrophic lateral sclerosis flared up last night, and I was struggling to breathe. But thinking of someone, I held on to this and fell asleep. Now that I'm awake, it seems my condition has improved significantly. Scratching his head, Ziren looked at Dr. Liu in confusion. Upon hearing his words, Dr. Liu gazed at the crystal core in his hand, and suddenly, a spark of realization lit up her eyes. Understand, this is the power of love. Ziren was taken aback. Love can heal? What? Ziren, do you think I'm joking? I tell you, many late-stage cancer patients have recovered after traveling with their spouses. You must understand, the wonders of the human body surpass our comprehension. Perhaps it is your online love interest that has imbued you with the will to live. Your body sensed your yearning, prompting it to counteract the decline of your nerves. Listening to Dr. Liu, Ziren fell silent, his face flushing slightly. It seemed there was some truth to it. Last night, he had been thinking of Autumn Sheng and that. Could it be I survived because of my two-dimensional waifu? It felt somewhat profound. Yet, Ziren chose not to dwell on the crystal core in his hand. He was more inclined to believe in the scientific explanation offered by the doctor. This must be his body fighting back. Could it mean that if my devotion to Autumn Sheng was strong enough, I might actually stand up from the sickbed? Absolutely possible. Ziren, treat her well. That girl might just be your lucky star. Excited, Dr. Liu patted Ziren's shoulder, equally enamored by this medical miracle. Is she my lucky star? Gently caressing the warm crystal core, Ziren seemed to have a sudden epiphany. Oh no! He hurriedly picked up his phone from the bedside and clicked back into the doomsday survival game. How much does this outfit cost? What? It costs 10 copper coins? Before the mid-tier trading stall in the black market of the mines, Qiu Shengsheng gazed at a plush overcoat with a conflicted expression. The coat was, in fact, slightly smaller than the bodies of her younger siblings. Yet what could she do? After so many years of apocalypse, well-preserved clothing had become a treasure. For instance, her current military attire could fetch at least 200 copper coins if sold. Hey, are you going to buy it? I see you dress so well. Surely, you can spare a little? Qiu Shengsheng's cheeks flushed slightly as she gritted her teeth. Two. I want two. Ah, splendide. Such generosity. Can we get a discount for two? Not even a little. Will you take it or not? Yes. Reluctantly, she retrieved 20 copper coins from her pocket, hoping to save a few for food. Originally, she had 30 coins, but after paying the rent for the mid-tier housing, the last 10 coins would leave her with nothing. Sister, let's not buy it. Right? We don't need the clothes. You spent all the money. What will we eat? I'm not cold. I can hide inside. Xiaoning isn't cold. The voices of the two little ones reached her ears, and when Shengshang glanced over, she saw their little noses reddened from the chill. The sight only strengthened her resolve, and she swiftly purchased 2 down jackets. It's all right. It's all right. Sister can still go out to take on tasks and earn money. She caressed her younger siblings' small faces, forcing a smile despite the circumstances. How pitiful. Without any abilities, she had to care for 2 little ones. Compared to Shengshang, I seem so much weaker. On the other side of the phone screen, Ziren quietly lamented the girl's helplessness, feeling a pang of sympathy in his heart. What will you do tonight? Go hungry? Shaking his head, he began searching for the recharge interface on the screen. No, I can't let my digital partner suffer even a little. Recharge. He fervently charged funds. After a considerable search along the screen interface, Ziren finally discovered that dragging the game screen revealed several unlocked gray frames. Fortunate Roulette. Unlocked by spending 1,000 yuan. Newcomer food bundle. Priced at 6 yuan. Refreshes daily. Beginner adaptation gear. Priced at 198. Currently includes beginner protective gear and a novice dagger. Further purchases can unlock additional sets. The complete beginner set possesses concealed effects. Chapter 12. Food and firearms in the midnight hour happiness value. 10. Unlocking the horn. Goodness, is this where it was all hidden? If I hadn't stumbled upon this, would Shengshang have been prompted to recharge the moment danger approached? A new novice outfit for 198? Purchased. Daily refreshed food packages? Acquired. What else is there? With a flurry of clicks, Ziren discovered that his expenditures fell woefully short of the 1,000 required to unlock the lucky wheel. Perhaps, upon reflection, it appears that many major game developers initially disguise their intent to prevent unnecessary spending, only to confront you with insurmountable obstacles at certain checkpoints. Hehehe. Suddenly, the game screen would unveil a shop, compelling you to engage with it. Damn, Ziren had grown accustomed to the tricks of game developers. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just been charged 204 yuan. It has been detected that you frequently make purchases for games. Please be mindful of your gaming expenses. It is advisable to activate the youth anti-addiction mode. Refunds are available for minors. Buzz. Even the bank messages on his phone have begun to offer benevolent reminders to Ziren. What obsession! Purchasing food and necessities for his wife is only natural. ISNT it. Ignoring the message notifications on his phone, Ziren proceeded to click the button within the game. The food package priced at 6 yuan indicates that it is currently being delivered, while the beginner's adaptive equipment, upon clicking, reveals an image of a handgun. Recommended equipment for novices, Desert Eagle, includes 60 rounds of ammunition. You have successfully gathered the novice equipment, combat uniform, military dagger, and Desert Eagle. Upon donning these 3 pieces of novice gear, the concealed effect of luck has been activated. A set indeed. Such a design is merely a familiar trope in gaming, one that Ziren dismissed without a second glance. Clicking on the handgun, the screen displayed in transit. Meanwhile, in a dim and cramped earthen dwelling, Shengshang gazed fondly at her younger siblings, bundled in thick down jackets and sleeping peacefully, a smile gracing her lips. Her stomach, however, grumbled persistently, yet feigning ignorance. She quietly retrieved the chocolate she had earlier acquired from 304. Here, my dear siblings, share this sweet treat tonight. Tomorrow, when I venture out again, I shall bring back plenty more for you. As she unwrapped the softened chocolate, Shengshang placed it near her siblings' mouths. Sister, aren't you hungry? You should eat. Xiaoning looked at her with concern. Without hesitation, Shengshang stuffed the chocolate into her brother's mouth. It's delicious. You should have more. I want some too, replied Xiaojing eagerly. The sweet, indulgent chocolate was gradually consumed, entirely devoured by her younger siblings. Observing the empty wrapping, licked clean, Shengshang pressed her lips together and, clutching her stomach, moved towards the door. All right, it's time for bed. I'll just wash my hands and then sleep. Okay, came the contented voices of her siblings behind her. As she stepped outside, she found a clay jar at the entrance, filled with murky brown water. This was the only benefit provided to those in the middle layer, a regularly supplied source of water. For many years, Qiu Shangsheng had drunk from this gritty, dusty, yellowed underground water, just as she was about to take a sip to quell her hunger. Suddenly, a distortion rippled through the corner of the small house. A frigid handgun, 3 bottles of mineral water, and 3 bags of bread materialized before her eyes. Huh. This bizarre occurrence was something Qiu Shangsheng had gradually grown accustomed to. She gazed around in bewilderment, timidly asking, "Senior, is this for me?" Upon seeing the handgun alongside the food, her heart raced with excitement. A handgun, such a tool, was the only means to swiftly bridge the gap between the identities of scavenger and ability user. Such items were tightly regulated, for those wielding firearms had the potential to eliminate an ability user in an instant, while a novice ability user could never hope to do the same to an ordinary person. Staring at the cold handgun, Qiu Shengxing's heart raced uncontrollably. "Senior, do you mean for me to use this for self-defense?" I understand now. Thank you. Thank you, Senior." She had vowed that if she ever encountered this senior again, she would repay him with utmost devotion. Thus, after carefully stowing the weapon and ammunition, she boldly gathered the bread and mineral water from the ground and returned to the small, earthen dwelling. Her siblings were still leaning against the bed, clutching their stomachs, unable to fall asleep. How could mere chocolate suffice for children in their growth? "Stop pretending. Sister has found food." With a flourish, she opened the bread and mineral water, joy lighting up her face as she approached the bed. "Wow, sister, where did you get this food?" "Wow, it's the white bread we had today, and such clean water." The eyes of the 2 little ones sparkled with delight. Qiu Shangshang smiled. "A very kind older brother gave it to me." "An older brother? No more questions. Just eat." With a rustle, the packaging was opened, and within the cramped space, the trio eagerly dug into the bread, experiencing a thrill of satisfaction like never before. Refreshing sips of mineral water and the sweet aroma of bread created a dreamlike scene. "My tummy is so full. How blissful." Little Qiu Jing tilted her head, lying on the bed, her cheeks flushed with joy. "Happiness. Is this happiness?" As she chewed on the bread, Qiu Shengsheng tucked her siblings in, a smile spreading across her face. Autumn Shinxing's happiness level is 3, derived from nourishment. Autumn Shinxing's happiness level is 1. From a pistol. Currently, Qiu Shengxing's affinity level is at 10. Upon reaching the threshold of affinity, specific items, such as the small horn, will be unlocked. You may acquire a small trumpet prop, intended for communication with Qiu Shengsheng. The trumpet can only convey messages of fewer than 15 characters and is priced at 20 yuan each. What? 20 yuan to utter a single phrase? Why not just rob me outright? I could weep. It could easily take my money without pretense. Yet it feigns generosity by offering me a trumpet. On the other side of the screen, Ziren gazed at the newly popped-up message in the game, initially elated. But his expression quickly darkened. Chapter 13, Out for Design, the Venomous Snake Mercenary Group Dam. Ziren would leap from a hospital bed rather than purchase a trivial trumpet. Seriously? Do you take me for a fool, draining my gold like this? You bandit. Why not just steal instead? Gazing at the pop-up notification in the game, Ziren felt a surge of indignation, questioning whether the game officials truly regarded players as simpletons. Speaking to game characters cost 20? Do they not value money at all? Just as he was about to dismiss the notification and continue playing, suddenly, in the stillness of the midnight hour within the humble abode, once Qiu Ning and Qiu Jing had drifted into slumber, Qiu Shengsheng lay in the corner, caressing the pistol in her embrace, unable to find rest. Contemplating the myriad opportunities before her, she scratched her head, as if having made a resolute decision, her gaze piercing into the cavernous darkness. Senior, what do you perceive me as, Shengsheng, in your eyes?" The girl's eyes shimmered with the essence of spring, causing Ziren's cheeks to flush. He momentarily halted his tirade against the game developers. This, observing the girl as hopeful gaze gradually dimming. Ziren gritted his teeth and promptly turned his attention to the small trumpet, opting to make the purchase. "Your bank card ending in 0304 has just been charged 20 yuan. It has been detected that you have recharged an excessive amount for a game gift pack. We suggest you." Snow Leopard, be quiet. Ignoring the text message on his phone, Ziren hesitated for a moment before pressing the horn prop. His expression was somewhat complicated as he uttered a phrase, You are the little sun in my dark world. After the recording was completed, he repeated, You are the little sun in my dark world. What? Upon hearing this, Qiu Shengsheng on the other end seemed to experience a mental freeze, standing there in a daze. After a long while, her face flushed like a burning cloud, turning a vivid crimson akin to a summer peach. What does this mean? Her heart raced inexplicably, and Qiu Shengsheng felt as if her little head might burst into flames. Senior? Is the senior confessing to me? No, that can't be right. Surely, the senior merely views me as an amusing interlude in his otherwise mundane life. Covering her face, Qiu Shengsheng could only persuade herself this way, for she truly could not comprehend how someone as noble as the senior could possibly take an interest in her. It must be that the senior is just playfully teasing me out of boredom. Indeed, the senior is quite the mischievous one. Despite her self-reassurances, Qiu Shengsheng buried her face in the blanket, her lips curling into a subtle smile as she drifted off to sleep. He's so adorable. My Shengsheng is truly charming. Observing the shy demeanor of the girl on his phone, Ziren, had it not been for her need to rest, would have been tempted to send another dozen horn messages. Who says these little horns are a waste of money? They are simply marvelous. I'm a fool. I love spending money. It's delightful, exhilarating, damn it, truly irresistible. Meanwhile, in the midst of the black market of the mining town, a group of tightly clad youths congregated before a large earthen house adorned with the imposing insignia of the Viper Mercenary Corps. Under the veil of night, a nimble group entered the dwelling, where 2 men and a woman stood within. The flickering candlelight revealed the rotund visage of Wu Hai. Brother, why summon the brethren in the dead of night, if all is well? Protested Wu Tao, a younger man whose appearance closely mirrored Wu Hai's, albeit in a more slender form. As Wu Hai's condition deteriorated, leadership of the Viper Mercenary Corps had shifted to him. Wu Tao, I have come bearing good news today, Wu Hai declared, his hand inappropriately caressing the waist of the woman beside him, eliciting a giggle from her. Good news? Oh dear brother, do you not see the state of the world? Resources are scarce beyond measure. What good news could possibly exist? Wu Tao scoffed, ready to retort against his brother's optimism. Suddenly, with a flourish, Wu Hai produced a bottle of mineral water from the woman's embrace. The glimmer of the water caught Wu Tao's eye, causing his eyelids to flutter in disbelief. This is pure water? My heavens! Where did you procure this, brother? The purity. Seizing the bottle from Wu Hai's grasp, Wu Tao examined it, as if it were a treasure, his astonishment palpable. The mere presence of this precious liquid stirred the collective anticipation of the young men in the earthen house, all eyes drawn to the bottle of mineral water. In a world ravaged by decades of apocalypse, where pollution had transformed the earth into desolation, clean water was a rarity. While water sources still existed, they were tainted and foul. The only means of obtaining pristine, healthful water in this dire existence lay in the hands of water-manipulating superhumans. Such individuals, upon awakening their powers, became coveted prizes for survival bases, their existence a fleeting hope. As for the mining black market, boasting a mere 3-tier safety rating, the presence of any superhuman was already a considerable feat, let alone a water manipulator. Wu Hai, where did you find this? Surely you did not encounter a water manipulator? Wu Tao's eyes sparkled with the allure of opportunity. I am not familiar with any water manipulators, but this treasure was scavenged from a scrapper by your sister-in-law. Most notably, he wore an old battle uniform. Wu Hai replied, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Wu Tao's expression shifted as clarity dawned upon him. Brother, are you implying that this individual may have discovered the location of some resource cache? They could possess knowledge of a substantial supply of survival materials? Precisely. This water, apart from any supernatural origins, could only have been deliberately stored in a well-sealed warehouse. I ponder whether we should devise a plan to eliminate her. Eliminate her? But, brother, do we even know her background? Wu Tao's brow furrowed with concern as he considered Wu Hai's proposition. Background? Bah, she is nothing more than a mere child, accompanied by 2 small children. Purelak. She stumbled upon clothing and resources. Her fortune is remarkable. This water is, after all, a gift from her to me. Suddenly, the woman in Wu Hai's embrace stood, her posture shifting as her formerly playful gaze transformed into a serpentine glare. If I may suggest, let's not delay. Tomorrow, we shall set our trap. The following day, Qiu Shengsheng awoke from a warm slumber, curled like a cat within her blankets, gradually opening her eyes. The comfort enveloping her made it difficult to leave her cocoon. She could scarcely recall the last time she had enjoyed such a restful sleep. Savory food, sweet water, and the security of battle attire, all bestowed upon her by that enigmatic benefactor. Truly, you are my lucky star, she murmured, rubbing her cheeks before reluctantly extricating herself from the covers. With her younger siblings still fast asleep, she hurriedly departed the earthen house. It is time to earn money. With a steely resolve, Qiu Shengsheng arrived at the task room within the middle safety zone. Her funds had been depleted, and she needed to secure enough money for her upcoming living expenses within a day or two. Although her mysterious benefactor had treated her kindly, she could not rely solely on their generosity. To be a parasite would be revolting. No, my benefactor has aided me immensely. I must grow stronger. With her hand brushing against the pistol in her pocket, Qiu Shengsheng strode confidently into the task room. By morning, the area was already filled with individuals selecting suitable tasks. At the bar, Linya observed Qiu Shengsheng, who was tilting her head in contemplation, her expression one of surprise. Shengsheng, did you not just earn 30 copper coins? What brings you here today? Oh, Sister Linya, I have come to pay this month's rent. With the last 10 copper coins placed upon the bar, Qiu Shengsheng shyly smiled, feeling the emptiness of her pocket. The safety zone does not exist without reason to protect you. Anyone who dares to default on their rent for even a single day will be swiftly expelled. For Qiu Shengsheng, being alone is of little consequence. Her true fear lies in the dangers her younger siblings might face outside. You've paid for the room, so you still have some money, right? Buy some expired buns, she suggested. Linya accepted the money, yet looked at Qiu Shengsheng with confusion. Qiu Shengsheng merely shook her head. My younger siblings need new clothes. It's a miracle to be alive. Why put yourself through this? Sister Linya, you don't understand. I just want to provide them with a better life. Enough of that. Let me see if there are any suitable tasks. The small figure turned away, stubbornly focusing on the tasks displayed on the wall. Linya could only let out a faint sigh. Suddenly, a task announcement appeared before Qiu Shengsheng's eyes. Task: Exploration of Jing'an Community Map. Task details: in order to ensure the smooth exploration of the Jing'an community by the supernatural beings, we are in urgent need of a scavenger to go to the property building of the Jing'an community to search for the original architectural blueprints. Oh, you need the blueprints of Jing'an community? I am quite familiar with that place. Eagerly, I snatched the task. Paper. Qiu Shengsheng couldn't help but sigh at her own fortune. Sister Linya, this is the task. I've accepted it. Waving the paper in her hand, Linya glanced at Qiu Shengsheng's task, her expression slightly astonished. This task seems to have been posted by an individual, and it wasn't he there yesterday. It only appeared this morning, along with the client's payment and task requirements on the bar counter. What a coincidence. Could it be that fate is favoring Shengsheng? Without overthinking, Linya gave Qiu Shengsheng a thumbs-up gesture, wishing her a safe journey. With a sweet smile, Qiu Shengsheng strode out of the task room, heading straight for the black market. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The morning sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating Ziren's face. Feeling the vibrations in his chest, he rubbed his eyes and suddenly jumped out of bed. Oh, the air was filled with the fragrance of snowdrop flower, and he was astonished to discover that sensation had returned to his thigh. Perhaps if that opportunity from that night came again, he might just be able to rise from his bed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated incessantly against his chest. Ziren took it in hand and glanced at the dim screen, which displayed a line of bold text. Your apocalyptic survival character has received a new mission. Seeking architectural plans for Jing'an community. Task completed reward. Happiness points for Qiu Shengsheng. 2 copper coins. 50. Has my Shengsheng taken on another task? That's wonderful. An increase in happiness should enhance the gameplay experience, shouldn't it? Rubbing my eyes, I propped my phone up before me. The apocalypse survival game, commence. Like a true homebody, sprawled on my bed, I had witnessed Xiao Shengxing's delightful escapade last night, while Ziren, for once, enjoyed a restful slumber. Now, I felt invigorated beyond measure. On my screen, a young girl strolled alone through the snowy landscape. Ziren occasionally clicked on the task, yet the more he scrutinized it, the more uneasy he became. How should I put it? This task, appearing neither too soon nor too late, had conveniently manifested just when Xiao Shengxing needed it. Moreover, it seemed tailor-made for her. Could it be that the luck effect of the novice set had been triggered? But that didn't quite add up. This task, as description, was about locating blueprints for psychics, was it not? Was this not a blatant case of misdirection? Can't psychics find things for themselves? With a furrowed brow, Ziren focused intently on his phone screen. He was not particularly worried about any mishap befalling Xiao Shengxing. After all, he was her most formidable support. Suddenly, the sound of fluttering snowflakes graced her cheeks as Xiao Shengxing exhaled gently into her hands. She gazed towards the entrance of Jing'an community, a fleeting smile gracing her features. Amidst the thick snow, she sensed a faint rustling, the ground quivering slightly beneath her feet. Wait, was that merely a figment of my imagination? A flicker of suspicion crossed her eyes as she stood frozen in place for a moment. Suspected anomaly detected. Please respond. Just as Xiao Shengxing was lost in thought for a brief moment, a notification chimed on Ziren's phone. As the usual choice of either advancing with a military dagger or retreating to retrieve one presented itself, Ziren hesitated momentarily before resolutely opting for the latter. His instincts whispered that this particular mission felt amiss. Upon selecting the retreat option and drawing the dagger, Xiao Shengxing, who had been lost in thought in the snowy expanse, was abruptly jolted, as if propelled by an unseen force, staggering back a few steps, the dagger landing unexpectedly in her grasp. Huh? Is it the senior? Is the senior urging me to retreat? Could it be? Having grown accustomed to such sudden sensations, Xiao Shengxing firmly gripped the dagger, stepping back cautiously through the snow. Suddenly, a massive net made of thick ropes sprang forth from the ground, aimed directly at her previous position. Chapter 15. What? She has a handgun? The luck determination. Thud! The heavy net fell heavily onto the snow, missing its target entirely. Almost immediately, a group of youths clad in black down jackets, adorned with snake patterns on their chests, emerged from beneath the thick snow. Oh, it didn't catch her? Damn, I didn't expect this little thing to react so quickly. No matter. Dealing with a mere girl should be a trivial task for us. As the thick net was tugged by several youths, the remaining ones approached Xiao Shengxing with sinister grins. You are from the Viper mercenary group? What do you want with me? Confusion marred her pale, frostbitten face. Why would a small scavenger like herself attract the attention of a mercenary group? What a joke. Tell us where the rest of the loot is. Otherwise, you'll regret it. One of the youths sneered, brandishing a small dagger from his waist. He scrutinized the trembling Xiao Shengxing, sensing that she was as easy to dispatch as a rabbit trapped in a cage. TSK. Just a bit too skinny, though. That is not entertaining. Hurry up and speak, or I might just have to carve a few lines on your pretty face. The man waved his dagger menacingly, while Xiao Shengxing continued to retreat, her face as pale as a sheet. Now, even she could piece together the truth. It was that Sister Xia who had been examining her wounds, who betrayed her. The bottled water she had bribed her with might have been shown to her lover, Wu Hai. Wu Hai was the former leader of the Viper mercenary group, and his brother now led the current faction. It was not hard to imagine the convoluted connections at play. I don't have anything left. Those items, they are all. Her words stumbled, as Xiao Shengxing hesitated to betray her senior, yet could not articulate her reasoning. Nothing left? Are you kidding me? The advancing man erupted in fury, raising his knife to strike Xiao Shengxing's face. She shuddered, but thanks to her previous encounters with mutated zombies, she no longer stood frozen in fear. Instead, she instinctively drew the dagger hidden in her hand. Whoosh! The two daggers clashed together, sparking as the military dagger effortlessly severed the man's weapon and, with a swift motion, opened a gash in his abdomen. Thud! In an instant, the previously menacing man was taken aback, disbelief written all over his face as he looked down at his bleeding stomach. You You. He opened his mouth, clearly intending to utter more, but before any words could escape, the astonishment in his eyes faded, and he collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. Gush, gush, gush. Blood stained the snow, the metallic scent pervading the air. The onlookers, who had initially come to observe, were now frozen in shock. She killed Erguzi? She actually dared to fight back? Damn it. That wretched woman. Breathing heavily, surrounded by the throng, Qiu Shangshang felt a primal fear creeping in, her body shivering uncontrollably. Ultimately, she was still a young girl, just stepping into this harsh reality. Facing such overwhelming odds was undeniably terrifying. Yet, she understood that once she caught the eye of such a mercenary group, reasoning would be of no avail. This apocalypse was a world where zombies devoured humans, and humans preyed on one another. If she perished outside the mine black market, who would care? Today's mission was merely bait laid out by the Viper mercenary group to draw her out, all to avoid infringing upon the rules of the safe camp. Regardless of whether she possessed any food, it was inevitable that the Viper mercenary group would torture her for information. I cannot die. I must survive. I have younger siblings and a senior to protect. Clutching the dagger tightly, a chilling gust swept over her back as a man wielding a dagger approached. Poised to strike at her nape. Please click the flashing button on the screen to assist Qiu Shangshang in evading the attacks. At this moment, this is a reaction training exercise. Quite simple. Her hands swiftly tapped on the various flickering lights that appeared on the screen. In an instant, Qiu Shangshang, who had been seemingly dazed, moved with the grace of a dancing serpent. Her legs bent at an astonishing angle as she leaned backward. As countless daggers gleamed ominously, Qiu Shangshang evaded every strike, and with a sudden flourish, she hurled a dagger that struck directly into the forehead of the man behind her. Thud! The man stared blankly at Qiu Shangshang's movements, his head tilted as he collapsed to the ground. What is this? What kind of skill is this? Goodness, is this a scene from an action film? It is utterly unbelievable. The circle of men surrounding her stood in stunned silence. What kind of reflexes must one possess to evade such a barrage of attacks and retaliate with lethal precision? Damn it! Stop gaping in astonishment. Attack! No matter how formidable she is, can she really take on a dozen opponents at once? Attack! One man, his eyes reddened with fury, raised his dagger, ready to strike, while the others lifted their daggers in unison. Please pay attention to the moment. Swiftly aim for the opponent's head, fire, and eliminate the target. Assist Qiu Shangshang in evading death. Just as a dozen daggers hung ominously in the air, glinting silver against Qiu Shangshang's pallid face. On this side, Ziren's phone screen froze on this scene. Over the heads of the men encircling Qiu Shangshang, red dot regions resembling judgment markers appeared. This setting bore a resemblance to the survival indicators encountered by Lara in Tomb Raider. With a mocking smile, Ziren adjusted his perspective with his thumbs, furiously tapping the judgment areas within the fleeting moments of decision. Oh, what a fine scene. You've even pilfered Lara's game mechanics. Bang, bang, bang. As Ziren relentlessly clicked on the heads of the men, the scene revealed Qiu Shangshang already drawing her handgun. Is it the senior? Realizing her body was executing impossible maneuvers, Qiu Shangshang relinquished control and focused intently on her actions. Drawing the gun, chambering around, aiming. It was almost a seamless sequence. In the blink of an eye, bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of gunshots erupted, and the men who had once appeared menacingly before her fell, their heads erupting in sprays of crimson. Uft, uft, uft. Their grotesque expressions froze mid-sneer, yet perfect bullet holes manifested at the center of their foreheads. Uft, uft. In the next moment, the men who had surrounded her collapsed in unison. A pool of blood began to flow freely, while the girl at the center of the circle stood tall, gun in hand, her face splattered with blood, yet utterly unscathed. Chapter 16. What? She has a handgun? The luck determination. Part 2. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold wind swept through, and Qiu Shangshang stood alone in the snow, calmly surveying her surroundings. In the distance, the remaining members of the Viper mercenary group, who had been closing in, stood in stunned disbelief. Holy cow! What kind of gun god is this? Such rapid fire. Could this possibly be someone trained in shooting? No, wait. Where would sharpshooter come from? Where did she acquire that gun? Boss, she has a gun. A chaotic chorus of screams erupted. The remaining mercenaries, disregarding their nets, shouted and rushed towards a patch of snow. Open fire. Leave no survivors. Just then, while still in a daze, Qiu Shangsheng suddenly heard a familiar voice. Senior? The voice resonated with familiarity, causing her to hesitate. Though she had faced zombies before, this was her first genuine experience of taking a life. If you do not kill them, they will hold a grudge and eventually come for you. Think of your younger siblings. Another prompt echoed in her ears. Qiu Shangsheng bit her lip and immediately raised her handgun. Bang, bang, bang. Despite her inexperience with handguns, the control she had just experienced endowed her with an unexpected mastery of shooting. Uft, uft. In the distance, those fleeing were not struck in the head. Yet each was hit elsewhere, blood spraying from their wounds as they collapsed to the ground in agony. Boss, help, save me. Uft, uft. Blood gushed from their wounds. Even without hitting vital areas, they would not survive long in the bitter cold. Damn it, damn it. Beneath a snowdrift, Wu Tao watched the scene unfold, his face darkening to an almost palpable gloom. It was beyond belief. Absolutely unbelievable. Their mercenary group, consisting of 15 members, 14 burly men and 1 supernatural being, was a force to be reckoned with. How could they be utterly annihilated today by a mere girl? Is this some kind of joke? Ooh, hi. What the hell? This is the so-called girl without a background? She is a gun god. Damn. Cursing under his breath, Wu Tao slowly retrieved several silver needles from his pocket. He understood that this enmity would not be resolved unless he eliminated the woman before him. I refuse to believe it. No matter how formidable you are, can you truly match a supernatural opponent? Go. With a sudden wave of his hand, 4 or 5 silver needles shot forth like rays of light, piercing through the icy expanse. Bright flashes flickered as the needles raced towards Qiu Shangsheng's chest. Whoosh, 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 the chilling wind howled, yet Qiu Shangsheng remained oblivious to the impending danger. On the other end of the phone, having just spent a hefty sum to urge Qiu Shangsheng to take decisive action, Ziren finally exhaled in relief. Suddenly, a line of text flashed ominously across the screen. Detected an anomalous attack. Please select from the following responses. The Novices Trio set has triggered a hidden lucky ability. You need not fret about this assault. Oh, the set ability has been activated? Staring blankly at the screen. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, a series of metallic clangs erupted from Qiu Shangsheng's chest as 5 shimmering silver needles fell away. Oh no! Qiu Shangsheng felt a sudden constriction in her chest and hurriedly reached for the pocket at her front. A few bullets from the Desert Eagle bore inexplicable scratches. What? What has happened? Qiu Shangsheng gazed in confusion at the unusual bullets, still unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Ziren chuckled on the other side of the screen. Goodness, so this is how luck is triggered? All the attacks landed on the bullets. How extraordinarily fortunate is that? Damn it, why is she still unharmed? Why? While Ziren laughed, Wu Tao was on the verge of madness. After all the effort he put into building up his attack, his opponent remained seemingly unscathed, bouncing around as if nothing had happened. Why? Why can that woman do this? Damn it. Could she be wearing some limited edition reinforced bulletproof vest? No. Impossible. I want her dead. I want her dead. His teeth clenched tightly. Wu Tao could not conceive of any further tricks Qiu Shangsheng might possess. He only had the ability of Psychic, level 2, which he could activate merely twice a day. This time I'll aim for her head. I refuse to believe it. Buzzing, the silver needles in his pocket vibrated once more. Wu Tao's face darkened, fixating on Qiu Shangsheng with a predatory glare. Detected an extraordinary power attack. At this very moment, Ziren's phone screen illuminated with another warning. Who could it be? Why are there NPCs who favor surprise attacks? Targeting a girl with such tactics. How shameless. His brow furrowed. If one were to inquire about what irked Ziren most while gaming, it would undoubtedly be archers lurking behind the front lines, launching unseen assaults. Presently, this invisible archer was beginning to vex him. In a swift motion, He purchased 2 small horns and pressed the talk button. Xiao Shengsheng, take cover. After utilizing the first horn, he activated the second, this time altering the settings to address all players instead of just Xiao Shengsheng. Consequently, the game reverberated with Du Ziren's warning. To the cowardly scoundrel shooting from the shadows, reveal yourself immediately. As the sound of the first horn echoed, Xiao Shengsheng, with a bewildered expression, obediently collapsed into the snow. She resembled a bewildered fawn, utterly clueless about the unfolding events, as she fell into the snow in a daze. Suddenly, several silver needles whizzed overhead, prompting Xiao Shengsheng to bury her head deeper into the snow, remaining motionless. Whatever my senior says, I shall obey. My senior must be helping me, she thought silently, her frozen little face pressed into the snow. Unbeknownst to her, the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. You cowardly archer, show yourself. The sound reverberated like a furious cry from the depths of a chasm. As senior, her face, buried in the snow, flushed with warmth, her ears tinged with crimson. This was her first experience of the sweet indulgence of being defended by someone else, leaving her in a whirlpool of unfamiliar emotions, her small frame trembling slightly. What the? Who is this? Meanwhile, Wu Tao, also huddled in the snow, was rendered speechless. His expression was one of shock as he frequently glanced around, attempting to locate the source of the voice. Alas, no matter how he searched, he could not discern any extraneous figures. It's over. It's over. Who told me this girl was alone? Wu Hai, Ding Chun Xiao, I curse you. Chapter 17. 648 Dimensional Blades. Goodness. An awakened one. Show yourself. Show yourself. The resounding reprimands echoed in his ears. At this moment, Wu Tao felt a murderous intent brewing within him. Was this an ambush? Was this person seeking death? Oh my goodness. The individual behind this little girl must be a high-level sonic ability user, at the very least. The aura of that voice. His scalp began to tingle. After years of struggling to survive in the apocalypse, Wu Tao was all too aware of the harsh realities of this world. In this desolate landscape, there was no room for compassion, only violence and bloodshed. Now, should he reveal any sign of weakness, he would undoubtedly be obliterated by that formidable figure. He remained hidden. They have yet to discover my presence. As long as I wait for that girl to depart, I shall promptly leave Wan'an City. Damn it, I've stumbled upon a steel plate. No, before I leave, I must give that big brother and sister-in-law a piece of my mind. Crouched in the snow, Wu Tao no longer harbored any thoughts of coveting Xiao Shengsheng's supplies. All he wished for now was to survive. The snowflakes had blanketed him, chilling him to the bone, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. He dared not move, resembling a corpse concealed beneath the snow. Senior, can I move now? On the other side, Xiao Shengsheng remained prostrate in the snow, timidly inquiring. Don't move. A cold voice responded in her ear. Xiao Shengsheng recoiled, refraining from further questioning. Through the screen, Du Ziren's expression darkened. Having played this game for some time, he was uncertain if a character's death would allow for resurrection. Thus, he was reluctant to let Xiao Shengsheng move, fearing that this adorable girl might fall victim to the abilities of the unseen assailant. The fact that this individual had yet to reveal themselves was a looming threat. How bothersome. Is there any item that can alter the terrain? Or perhaps an AoE skill? On the screen, a warning persisted above Xiao Shengsheng's head, indicating nearby danger. Ding dong. Suddenly, a notification popped up. It has been detected that your game character is currently in a state of peril. In light of this situation, you are presented with 2 choices. 1. Embark on a risky venture, but should your character perish, you must find a new character and restart the game. 2. Purchase the luxurious beginner's survival package, which randomly refreshes a one-time protective skill. What the heck? This ridiculous game is back again. Staring at the pop-up window, Du Ziren unhesitatingly chose option 2. Are you kidding me? My dear Shengsheng is so adorable. Would I let her take risks? She's a human being. Come on, spend. Let me see what your survival package truly entails. Upon selecting option 2, a barrage of shoddy advertisements instantly flooded the screen. Are you still worried about your game character? Are you concerned that the character you painstakingly nurtured might meet an untimely demise? Worry no more. For just 648, you can secure your triumph. A mere 648. You won't regret it, nor will you be deceived. 648. Bring home luxurious skills. What a dreadful game. If it weren't for Sheng Sheng after decisively pressing the recharge button, accompanied by another warning from my bank card. A golden skill icon appeared in the upper left corner of the screen. Within that icon, various images adorned with skill descriptions shimmered incessantly. Super tier, burning heaven. Extraordinary tier, frozen sea. Awakening tier, lioness roar. An array of opulent skills pulsated, seemingly inviting me to make a random selection. I recall that the game's most formidable classification is called extraordinary. I assent to it. Cool me. Let S draw a golden legend. With a resounding buzz, I struck the flickering skill, and the icon gradually slowed its pulsation, ultimately freezing upon a skill radiating a blue luminescence. Awakening tier, dimensional slash of spatial abilities. Dimensional slash. As you glide your finger across the screen, several spatial blades will slice through the area you touched, with the power to cleave mountains and split oceans. Its might is immense. Alas, an awakening tier? Is my luck truly this abysmal? Disappointed, Ziren gazed at the dimensional slash, feeling utterly baffled that this skill remained fixed on the screen. Below the skill, a number labeled Charge 1 lingered. What would this possibly mean? It indicated that the dimensional slash would appear as a permanent skill here, available for a charge of 648 yuan for single use. Indeed, such avarice. This kind of game design he had only encountered in so-called low-quality ad games, where players are compelled to spend money for official skill values. You expect me to treat 648 as mere pocket change, do you? Damn those game developers. Despite his grumbling, Ziren's gaze remained fixed on his phone screen. He purchased the little trumpet, once a source of his disdain, and announced in the game's public chat. I'll give you one more chance. If you don't show yourself, you're done for. This was directed at that archer. What if that fellow couldn't contain himself and came out, spending 20 yuan to gain a 648 value? What a bargain. Yet after another thunderous shout, the snowy expanse remained desolate. Trying to lure me out? I refuse to budge. As long as you cannot find me, what can you do? It was clear that the girl was merely backed by an ability user. If she were superhuman, she would have attacked without hesitation. I shall not emerge. I shall not. Crouched in the snow, Wu Tao resembled a turtle retreating into its shell, firmly seated. Unexpectedly, another furious shout erupted. Damn it! You're truly worth something. You forced my hand. You've wasted my 648. What's 648? He pondered, perplexed. Buzzing. Snowflakes began to tremble and contort in the air. Crack, crack, centered around Sheng Sheng. The air around her resonated with a hum. Sudden, dark fissures tore through the atmosphere, as if something from the void was attempting to emerge. What the hell? Spatial abilities? Beneath the snow, Wu Tao was astounded. Spatial manipulation is a rare power indeed. This is a skill of an awakened one. Buzzing, countless black rifts continued to expand, and then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Blades of white vortexes, imperceptible to the naked eye, shot forth indiscriminately in all directions. Boom! Where the spatial blades passed, the snow on the ground disintegrated instantly, carving deep grooves into the earth beneath. Buzzing. Nothing could be seen, yet everything was visible. The snowy landscape around Sheng Sheng transformed in an instant into an abyss of upheaval. Moreover, the invisible spatial blades continued to spread, and in the distance, the gate of the Jing'an community crumbled into dust with a thunderous explosion. The world seemed to be on the brink of annihilation. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Beneath the snow, Wu Tao could no longer remain still. This is an awakened spatial powerhouse. Wu Hai, I can't believe this. Thud. Just as he leaped out of the snow and took a few steps, his body felt as if something had pierced through him. As Wu Tao stepped forward, his body crumbled like severed steel wire, scattering into a mass of flesh upon the ground. Chapter 18. Collecting spoils, opening the inventory. Swipe. Ziren incessantly navigated the game interface on his phone. With each tap, countless invisible spatial blades scattered across the snowy ground, creating a multitude of grooves. Finally, puff! Amidst the snow, a burst of snowflakes exploded as Wu Tao was reduced to a pile of shredded flesh. The crisis surrounding Qiu Shengsheng has been averted. Upon detecting that you have spent over 1,000 yuan, you meet the conditions to activate the Lucky Spin, with the Lucky Spin now available. A colorful wheel icon has illuminated in the lower right corner of the screen. Ziren paid it no mind and continued to swipe on the screen for quite some time before finally stopping. How ridiculous! Spending 648 yuan for a few special effects scenes. Would he not swipe a few more times to justify his expenditure? Looking at the damage, this 648 is quite acceptable. All right, the crisis has been averted. It is time to collect the spoils. He clicked on Qiu Shengsheng, who was still in the snowy ground. Oh! On the other side, Qiu Shengsheng felt a tingling sensation in her backside and immediately emerged from the snow. "Senior," she exclaimed, stomping her feet, her face flushed with embarrassment. However, upon witnessing the chaotic scene of churned black earth, dirt depressions, and scattered flesh, she found herself at a loss for words. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Just moments ago, she had sensed that her senior had unleashed his extraordinary abilities. But how could she have anticipated that in such a brief time, the entire snowy expanse had been obliterated? The ground bore the marks of razor-sharp blades. The air still vibrated. Could this possibly be the legendary blade of space? Senior, truly remarkable. Staring in awe at the scene before her, Qiu Shengsheng felt a shiver run down her spine. Instinctively understanding, she followed the sensation along her back and made her way toward the pile of scattered flesh. Though the majority of the members of the Venomous Snake Mercenary Corps are ordinary individuals, they are nonetheless well-equipped and possess commendable experience in combating the undead. Consequently, it is common for these individuals to carry some possessions. As she rummaged through the torn flesh, Qiu Shengsheng discovered 5 boxes of wafer biscuits, a bottle of high-purity kin water, a small bag of prepackaged jerky, and 2 cigarettes. While these items may seem trivial, one must consider that it has been decades since the apocalypse began. The 2 cigarettes alone could fetch 40 copper coins if sold. Continuously wiping away the bloodstains from the items, Qiu Shengsheng stuffed them into the pockets of her jacket. However, soon enough, her combat uniform became bulging and cumbersome, severely hindering her movements. What to do now? Their daggers are also quite valuable. It seems I cannot carry any more. Standing beside the corpse, her petite frame appeared dazed, her brows knitted into a delicate frown, as Qiu Shengsheng found herself in a predicament of indecision. Detecting your apocalyptic survival character gathering supplies. Detected. Your apocalyptic survival character storage space is insufficient. Should I spend 100 yuan to unlock a storage slot? Suddenly, the screen before Ziren darkened. Here it comes again. I anticipated the absurdity of this game. Unlock. I must unlock 3 slots at once. How could I expect my dear Shengsheng to bear the burdens alone? Unlock. With a grand gesture, he tapped the screen at the bottom where the locked inventory appeared. He clicked 3 times in succession, prompting a consumption alert. Would you like to spend 700 yuan to unlock 3 storage slots? What? 700? This is nothing short of deceptive billing. As he gazed at the fee notification, Ziren's lips twitched in disbelief. It seemed the game anticipated his skepticism towards the exorbitant charges, as a line of explanation materialized beside the inventory. To unlock the first item slot, one must spend 100 renminbi. The second slot requires 200 renminbi, the third 400 renminbi, and so forth. Oh my goodness, what a money-grabbing game. Fine, I shall proceed. Gritting his teeth, Ziren clicked on the payment option, and yet another consumption warning message popped up on his phone. He had grown numb to it all. However, the thought of Qiu Shengsheng and her radiant smile made it worthwhile. A gaming addict? No, spending money on my digital beloved is entirely justified. With the unlocking of the 3 item slots, Ziren clicked on the items in Qiu Shengsheng's possession. 5 wafers occupied 1 slot, while 1 tin of water took another. Only the 2 cigarettes and a portable bag of prepackaged jerky had been tucked away safely in Qiu Shengsheng's embrace. Suddenly, a lightness enveloped her, and Qiu Shengsheng looked down at her chest in surprise. Huh? Where are my biscuits and water? The little one, clearly unaccustomed to such an abundance of food, was flustered as she noticed that a significant portion of her supplies had vanished, causing her to whirl in distress. It was not until Ziren's little horn sent another message that she paused. Do not worry. I have already stored it for you. Huh? It turns out to be my senior. Shengsheng understands now. Thank you, senior. Indeed, you are a master of spatial manipulation. I barely even noticed as my belongings vanished. The girl repeatedly bowed towards the empty surroundings, her eyes brimming with admiration. Wow, this real-time interaction is truly impressive. Reflecting on the scene of Qiu Shengsheng's reaction, Ziren pointed at the bloodied corpses scattered on the ground. Suddenly, a dozen gleaming silver daggers appeared on the earth. Alongside them, the previously embedded military dagger, lodged in a man's forehead, materialized on the ground. Is my senior asking me to collect these? With swift steps across the muddy terrain, Qiu Shengsheng efficiently gathered her spoils. Once her arms overflowed with daggers, the 14 blades buzzed and vanished, consolidating into a single dagger 14 in the last item slot. Thank you, senior. The girl's sweet smile radiated through the screen, causing Ziren's lips to stretch from ear to ear. He chuckled. Hee, Shengsheng is so adorable. Oh, I almost forgot about that ambushing little boss. He pointed at the freshly exploded corpse in the distance. Among the shattered remnants, there were no daggers or food to be found. However, as the skull was gradually stripped away, a shimmering metallic core slowly rolled out from the remains. Wu Tao's ability core has been revealed. The screen displayed the attributes of the crystal core of magnetic energy, white, second tier. Qiu Shengsheng frequently glanced at the writhing fragments of corpses nearby and promptly approached them, swiftly extracting the crystal core from the flesh. She polished the crystal core to a brilliant shine with her combat uniform. Without a trace of hesitation, she raised the crystal core high towards the empty void, exclaiming, Senior, please accept this crystal core. Chapter 19. The quality of this crystal core is rather subpar. It is recommended to utilize a perfect crystal core. With no selfish motives, Qiu Shengsheng immediately lifted the crystal core towards the heavens. She understood well that, for her esteemed senior, this crystal core was the only aspect of her that could catch their discerning eye. Although, given the senior's level of expertise, this crystal core might not even warrant a glance. Your apocalyptic survival character has bestowed upon you the second wave of gifts. Do you accept? On the screen of his mobile device, an interactive notification reappeared. Ziren gazed at the dazzling crystal core, hesitating for quite some time. I pondered, could this crystal core be utilized to awaken Qiu Shengsheng's extraordinary abilities? After all, did I not receive a physical peripheral last time? It seems rather pointless to obtain another. Moreover, this one is not particularly aesthetically pleasing. Suddenly, with a buzz, a warning message abruptly appeared on the gaming interface. The current quality of the crystal core is alarmingly subpar. If forced upon Qiu Shengsheng, the potency of her awakened abilities would undoubtedly suffer significantly. May I ask if it is mandatory for Qiu Shengsheng to utilize this crystal core? It would affect the character's development in the later stages? Then never mind. In a flurry, I hastily clicked the yes button. Ziren dared not recklessly let Qiu Shengsheng use the crystal core, who plays a game and randomly clicks on the skill tree in the early stages, thereby impacting the character's future growth. With a buzzing sound, the metallic-hued crystal core that Qiu Shengsheng held aloft suddenly distorted and vanished. Has the senior accepted it? On the screen, Qiu Shengsheng's face lit up with joy, her small visage displaying a sincere smile. She wiped the bloodstains from her hands. Yet when her gaze fell upon Wu Tao's corpse, an inadvertent hint of envy flickered across her expression. The distinction between those endowed with extraordinary abilities and ordinary individuals is as stark as day and night. Who would not envy an individual possessing such powers? How infuriating! No matter how arduous our circumstances may be, we must shield the children from hardship. Where can one procure a high-quality crystal core? Across the phone line, Ziren keenly discerned the envy glimmering in Qiu Shengsheng's eyes. That emotion resembled that of a cherished little princess, gazing enviously at another girl adorned in new garments, feeling a pang of disappointment for her own lack. This disappointment was tinged with a hint of understanding, evoking even greater sympathy. This simply cannot stand. If others possess these abilities, our Shengsheng must not be left behind. The thought of Qiu Shengsheng's helplessness in the presence of those with powers ignited within Ziren a fervent desire to transform her into one of them at once. Detected, your apocalypse survival character urgently craves to become an extraordinary being. Have you considered utilizing the lucky wheel? The prize pool is abundant, and there exists a chance to uncover legendary abilities. A chance? Raising his gaze towards the new pop-up in the game, Ziren's eyes widened in astonishment. The establishment of a prize pool and the presence of probability. Is this not a conventional maneuver for every mobile game to extract money? For the sake of Shengsheng, I succumbed to the temptation and clicked on the lucky spin in the corner. Upon entering, I was greeted by a colossal wheel adorned with nearly 40 various items or energy cores. Among them, there are merely 2 of gold quality, 4 of purple, 8 of blue, 10 of green, and 18 of white. At the center of the wheel is even a display indicating the current percentage of luck. This interface inevitably reminded Ziren of the prize pool mechanics of a certain prestigious game. Upon accessing the luck percentage setting, Ziren soon realized that this game is far more exploitative than that renowned title. The fortunate spinning wheel allows a single draw for 128, and a tenfold draw at a discounted price of $999, guaranteeing at least a purple or blue quality item. With each draw, your luck value increases by 1. When your luck value accumulates to 365, a golden quality item is assured. Ward, you mean to say, if my fortune falters, I will need to spend over 30,000 just to obtain a golden core? Goodness, you are even more adept at monetizing than a certain game company with a certain deity. As he gazed intently at the dazzling wheel, Ziren's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, within the game, Qiu Shengsheng walked despondently towards the distant snowy expanse. Ziren felt a pang in his heart at the mere sight. Fueled by a fierce determination for his beloved, he swiftly tapped on the tenfold draw. The colorful wheel begins to spin as the bank card ending in 0304 is charged with an expenditure of 999 yuan. Congratulations! You have 19 white horns and 1 blue dimensional blade in this lottery. Your dimensional blade skill has been charged to level 1. Current luck value, 10. Ward, is this all I get for 999? Let's try again. Congratulations, you have 8 white horns and 2 blue dimensional blades in this lottery. Your luck value has been charged to 20. Come again. Congratulations. Come again. It is as if one is enchanted. You shall never comprehend the relentless obsession a gamer possesses for exquisite items. Warning, your daily consumption recharge has reached 30,000. Our bank advises you to refrain from participating in online gambling. On his phone, a notification from the bank chimed in. Ziren's expression darkened as he resentfully pressed the button for the final 10 consecutive draws. The last time, if I do not strike gold this time, I shall have no choice but to seek Dr. Lu's assistance. His mind was consumed with the fervent desire to provide the best for Qiu Shengsheng. Ziren did not entertain the thought of stopping. He merely questioned his own luck. At last, with a luck value exceeding 300, this time the 10 consecutive draws finally landed on a golden prize. Congratulations! You have won 3 bottles of mineral water, white, 6 packages of honey-flavored jerky, white, and 1 rare crystal core of immortality, golden. Your luck value of 323 points has been cleared. My goodness! Gazing at the long-awaited golden crystal nucleus, Ziren collapsed onto the bed, utterly drained, and let out a profound sigh. Indeed, this is nothing but a money-grabbing game. After extending his greetings to the game's development team, Ziren opened the game's inventory. At that moment, the rewards from the lottery had completely filled the storage. Just this small trumpet, priced at 20 each, had accumulated to over 100, granting Ziren a fleeting freedom of conversation. The remaining items included over 50 bottles of mineral water, more than 10 packets of honey jerky, 12 charges of dimensional blade, and over 10 various blue crystals of supernatural abilities. Among the dazzling array of items, Ziren's gaze fixated on the soul crystal nucleus radiating golden light. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked on the golden crystal nucleus and, subsequently, thrust it directly towards Qiu Shangsheng, who was still trudging through the snow. Chapter 20. What snow water to use? Use mineral water to create it. Thud. A peculiar warmth suddenly surged in his chest, causing Qiu Shangsheng, still walking through the snow, to come to a sudden halt. Huh. Her small hand delved into her chest, and to her astonishment, she felt a searing, golden crystal nucleus. This golden crystal nucleus possessed an unusual shape. Unlike other crystals that were oval, this one took on the form of a small humanoid. Inside the entire nucleus, golden circuitry flowed like molten gold, exuding an air of sophistication. What is this? Holding the nucleus, Qiu Shangsheng was momentarily dumbfounded. Even she, though not particularly bright, understood the significance of this nucleus. Senpai, is this a gift from you? With her mouth agape, Qiu Shangsheng felt her mind nearly short-circuiting. Just a moment ago, she lamented her lack of superpowers. The next instant, Senpai had presented her with a nucleus she had never seen before. What a blessing. Senpai, this item is far too precious. I cannot accept it. In a flurry, she held the nucleus aloft, fully aware that even if she sold herself, it would scarcely amount to a fraction of this nucleus. She trembled with trepidation, utterly unworthy of accepting this nucleus. A commanding yet youthful voice resonated in my ears. However, this time, the tone seemed tinged with fatigue, as if it had been drained of vitality. I, Senior, my worthless existence is unworthy of this. I have spoken. Use it as you will. Before Qiu Shangsheng could even respond, the crystal core once again slipped from her grasp, landing gently in her embrace. Senior, Qiu Shangsheng's eyes brimmed with tears. Throughout her life, not even her parents had ever shown her such kindness. What can I possibly offer in return? Even if I were to sell myself, I could never repay your kindness. The crystal core in her arms radiated warmth, while tears streamed down the young girl's face. Did you not promise that you would lay your heart and soul bare upon our next encounter? A calm voice resonated, causing Qiu Shangsheng's delicate face to stiffen momentarily before she vigorously nodded her head. With a vow as binding as life itself, she pledged that her existence would henceforth belong to her senior. Whatever her senior desired of her, she would comply. Anything. Truly anything? On the other end of the phone, Ziren, initially pained by the excessive use of little trumpets, felt his expression shift upon hearing those words. He chuckled sinisterly. What if it were that? If you were to ask me to complete your assignments? As he pondered this, a smile crept across Ziren's face. He found it amusing to imagine the resolute young woman's reaction upon encountering a complex equation. Ha 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 ha. His laughter echoed across the line, reaching Qiu Shangsheng's ears. Huh, Senior? Are you quite pleased? She looked around in confusion, only to have the laughter abruptly cease. Indeed, just the sight of you brings me immense joy each day. Huh. My face suddenly flushed crimson. I'm now utterly uncertain whether this senior is uttering sweet nothings to me or teasing me. Senior, I. My body instinctively leaned towards the distant Jing'an community as the urging voice echoed once more in my ears. First, utilize this crystal core. Do not waste any time. I understand. Nodding, Qiu Shangsheng followed the impetus and dashed towards the community. An hour later, in a dim, dusty, and cramped room on the ground floor, Qiu Shangsheng was cleaning the dust from the bathtub in the bathroom. She opened the glass window facing outside and began to let the large flakes of snow cascade into the bathtub. In this apocalyptic world, water resources are precious. Most people awaken their abilities using crystal cores to collect snowmelt. Once the snow melts, they crush the crystal cores and immerse them in the melted snow to absorb the essence. Although the level of contamination in the snowmelt is quite high, What other options do ordinary people have? As the snowflakes continuously scraped against each other, Qiu Shengxing's small hands grew slightly red from the cold. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand echoed in her ears once more. Are you intending to soak and absorb the crystal core in snow water? Huh, senior, is that not feasible? Are you using snow water to mix with the golden crystal core? What a sheer waste. If you were to take, then take the finest. Bring me the mineral water. A commanding voice resonated, causing Qiu Shengxing's expression to shift to one of discomfort. She was about to explain that she had no such abundance of mineral water. Buzzing filled the air. In the corner of the small bathroom, nearly 30 bottles of mineral water suddenly descended. This is exceedingly extravagant, isn't it? With her mouth agape in shock, Qiu Shengxing could hardly fathom such a display. After all, this was the apocalypse. Who could possibly be so lavish as to use mineral water for personal hygiene? Only someone of a senior status, a true master, could afford such opulent supplies, perhaps. Senior, I. Her expression began to twist with embarrassment once more. Ziren seemed to have anticipated Qiu Shengxing's discomfort and once again issued a calm prompt. Do not perceive it as waste. Such exquisite crystal cores, when immersed in snowy water, would indeed be a squander. Hurry, clear the bathtub and fill it with water. Understood. In a flurry, Qiu Shengxing emptied the bath of snowflakes. Her face etched with profound sorrow as she opened over 30 bottles of mineral water, pouring them into the tub. With each bottle she opened, she murmured to herself, I must repay my senior for the rest of my life. It seemed that only by uttering these words could she justify her lavish use of water. Before long, the tub was filled with a shallow pool of crystal-clear water. The pristine liquid reflected Qiu Shengxing's flushed visage as she delicately retrieved the golden crystal core from her bosom. She attempted to use a military dagger to wear away the surface of the core. With a sharp crack, she was astonished to discover that not a single scratch marred the surface of the golden crystal core. Oh, what should I do now? Having never witnessed anyone awaken their abilities before, Qiu Shengxing held the crystal core in bewilderment. Your survival companion in the apocalypse is unable to grind the crystal core. Please assist her in crushing it. Buzzing incessantly, Ziren suddenly noticed that on the game screen before him, a button the size of a palm had appeared in front of Qiu Shengxing's small hands. Please touch the palm covering area to assist Qiu Shengxing. Is this some kind of affectionate interaction? I attempt to glide my fingers over Qiu Shengxing's hand. Suddenly, a flurry of commotion emanates from the screen, and Qiu Shengxing feels as if a large hand has grasped her small one for a fleeting moment. The touch is unfamiliar, yet remarkably warm. Senior, the rosy glow of dust cascades down her neck, and Qiu Shengxing allows her small hand to be caressed, gradually shattering the surface of the golden crystal core bit by bit. Crack, crack, crack. Like grains of golden sand, the fragments of the crystal core tumble into the pool, and Qiu Shengxing's face grows increasingly crimson. She ponders, if I were to bathe and absorb it later, would he be able to see me too? The young girl's cheeks flush, and it feels as though steam might rise from her head. On the other side of the phone screen, Ziren continues to stroke the display, his expression becoming ever more peculiar. Hiss! This sensation feels rather slippery. Oh no! Could it be that my symptoms of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis are resurfacing? Chapter 21. The benefits of happiness points. Crack, crack, crack. As the delicate fragments of the crystal core fall into the pool, it is as if hot coals have been tossed into the water. The once tranquil surface erupts with a multitude of bubbling vapors, and mist swiftly envelopes the room. Previously, Ziren had been concerned about how the cold water would absorb the crystal core. Now, it seems that the method of absorption through bathing indeed holds merit. The crystal core possesses the ability to heat water, while elevated temperatures can stimulate the pores to open and absorb its essence. Compared to ingestion, immersing oneself in the crystal core-infused water undeniably facilitates a more profound assimilation of its power. As the entire crystal core gradually transforms into shimmering golden dust and dissipates, the pool before her gleams like a golden medicinal bath, radiating an overwhelming warmth. Standing at the edge of the pool, Qiu Shengxing's face, flushed from the heat, finally steeled herself, gritting her teeth as she slowly shed her outer garments. Her small fists clenched tightly. She murmured self-deprecatingly in a voice only she could hear. Qiu Shengxing, what absurd thoughts are you entertaining? Is your senior truly the type to covet your body? Just look at how emaciated you've become. Your senior is merely extending a helping hand, so why feel embarrassed? Even if your senior were to gaze upon you, then, splash upon shedding her military attire, a figure clad in a form-fitting black suit emerged, accentuating Qiu Shengxing's slender yet curvaceous silhouette. As she plunged into the water, her long hair, dampened by the mist, cascaded over her chest, rendering the garment even more snug. The peaks of her bosom were striking, while her shoulders, bare and delicate, were adorned with a soft, rosy hue. She instinctively covered her chest with her hands, her neck glistening with moisture, resembling a ripe peach ready to yield its nectar. What an astonishing sight! Such radiant skin, it would be a pity not to indulge in a soothing massage. On the other side of the screen, Ziren gazed intently, his expression reminiscent of a smitten admirer. Truly, the physique of his virtual beloved was unparalleled. Alas, the mist from the golden crystal obscured much of the view. Even the drenched form of Qiu Shengxing was beyond his reach to appreciate fully. With a splash, her long legs descended into the water, and she vanished beneath the surface, leaving only her dampened head visible. Her face flushed a deep crimson. She shyly averted her gaze, too timid to look around. The golden liquid erupted around her, visibly swirling towards her, as the brilliance of the golden water diminished with each passing moment. The powder of the crystal core is being absorbed by Qiu Shengxing's pores. Once all the golden liquid has been absorbed, perhaps Qiu Shengxing will awaken the extraordinary ability of immortality. In the gently rippling water, a look of anguish gradually appears on Qiu Shengxing's delicate face. Her complexion begins to flush a deep crimson, yet she bites her lip tightly, uttering not a word. Detected blockage of the core absorption vessels in your doomsday survival character. Suddenly, on the game interface, a vast expanse of white mist appeared on Qiu Shengxing's back. Huh? Have I become a master of guasha? As my fingers glided across the screen, Ziren wore a look of astonishment. Hiss! As I caressed the screen, a spark of realization struck Ziren. It seemed as though the screen had become unusually slick. Hiss! Could it be that my sense of touch has been compromised by the effects of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis? However, at that very moment, Qiu Shengxing, who had been gritting her teeth to endure, suddenly felt a tingling sensation coursing through her back, as if struck by lightning. She sensed that a pair of fingers, through her damp clothing, were persistently pressing against her back. With each gentle press, an unprecedented flow of warmth surged through her veins, her face flushing to the point of appearing as if it might bleed. Senior. The senior is merely offering assistance. Qiu Shengxing, what are you thinking? Burying her head in the water, Qiu Shengxing blushed deeply, releasing a flurry of bubbles. Your apocalyptic survival character, happiness level 1. Happiness level 1. Continuously tapping on the screen, Ziren found it to be immensely amusing. Each time, Qiu Shengxing's face emerged just above the water's surface. He would gently tap it with his finger, causing her to immediately submerge her head. Her cheeks flushed like a little frog. Such lively interaction was undeniably novel, captivating Ziren's attention. After a considerable time, he reluctantly gazed at the receding golden waters, the screen now completely obscured by a veil of mist. After a wave of warm interactions, coupled with the awakening of her extraordinary abilities, Qiu Shengxing's happiness level surged by 10 points. As Ziren pondered the significance of this remarkable increase, the mist on the screen suddenly dissipated, revealing Qiu Shengxing clad in bear-themed undergarments. She had shed her outer garments, displaying a look of astonishment towards the screen. I seem to feel much lighter, and it feels like my strength has also increased. But why don't I sense any extraordinary powers? Rising from the water, the crystal-clear stream cascaded over Qiu Shengxing's fair abdomen and long legs. Her skin, delicate and lustrous, resembled that of a jade sculpture, evoking an expression of admiration from Ziren on the opposite side of the screen. Oh, so this is the benefit of an elevated happiness level. Truly remarkable. Witnessing Qiu Shengsheng don her combat uniform, Ziren, somewhat regretful as he gazed at the now-clear pool, felt a twinge of curiosity. Could it be that despite absorbing the 3 premium crystal cores he had invested in, Qiu Shengsheng had yet to awaken any extraordinary abilities? Tapping her gently on the forehead, a sudden glimmer of realization sparked in Ziren's eyes. Name, Qiu Shengsheng. Identity, superhuman. Ability level, Esper first rank, awakening of extraordinary abilities. Immortal and indestructible, golden, supernatural ability, immortality. Characteristic 1. Your body undergoes a unique transformation, rendering you impervious to the harm of the zombie virus. Characteristic 2. Your physique will experience limitless growth, with accelerated wound healing and enhanced immunity against supernatural attacks. Characteristic 3. As long as you draw breath, your body possesses the capacity for eternal restoration. Age, 19. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Measurements, 34. 5 to 24. 5 to 34. Physical condition, exceeding that of metahuman. Satiety level, 20. Warmth value, 65. Happiness level, 20. Equipment, military combat uniform, white. Combat knife, white. Desert eagle, white. Items, 5 packs of wafers, 1 iron kettle filled with water, 1 pack of pre-cooked jerky, 14 daggers. The task at hand involves locating the architectural plans for the Jingen community. This extraordinary ability is rather impressive. Truly, it deserves the title of a golden power. With unwavering focus on the description of the indestructible, Ziren begins to grasp the formidable nature of this ability. Its most terrifying aspect lies not in its inherent strength, but rather in its potential for limitless growth. What does this imply? Given sufficient time, Kaya Shengxing's body could attain the hardness of diamonds, and her regenerative capacity could enable her to resurrect instantly from the loss of a limb. This is nothing short of invincible, a humanoid monstrosity. With the increase in her happiness level, have Kaya Shengxing's measurements been unlocked for me as well? Moreover, has she grown taller? It seems that the objective of providing Kaya Shengxing with a better life is drawing ever closer. Chapter 22. Acquiring the architectural plans for Jingen community, melee zombies. On this side of the screen, Ziren continuously marvels at the perverse nature of the indestructible ability. However, on the other side of the screen, Kaya Shengxing furrows her brow, staring despondently at the pool of water, wishing she could plunge into it and drown. The senior bestowed upon me such a precious crystal core. Yet here I am, without awakening any abilities. I am utterly. Her small hands tightly clutch the combat uniform, oblivious to the fact that she has inadvertently torn several finger holes into the fiber material of the attire. It is worth noting that this fabric is resistant even to bullets. Are you lost in thought? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in my ears, and Qiu Shengsheng fell to her knees with a thud. Senior, I am so sorry. I squandered a precious core of yours. Waste. How could it be a waste? I have not awakened any extraordinary abilities. I am merely like the majority, having gained increased strength and experienced a slight growth in stature. Perhaps we should conduct an experiment, Ziren suggested, observing the despondent demeanor of Qiu Shengsheng. He understood that merely elucidating the terrifying nature of the golden level ability, immortal and indestructible, might lead the girl to dismiss his words as mere exaggeration. Engaging in practical combat might serve to clarify everything more effectively. Experiment? What kind of experiment? She asked, her small face reflecting confusion as she glanced around. Qiu Shengsheng found herself inexplicably drawn toward the window. The cold wind howled as it swept through. Outside, snowflakes danced gracefully, while on either side of the community path, a few gaunt and emaciated zombies exhaled frosty breaths. Are you not going to retrieve the blueprints from Jingen community? At present, you are forbidden to wield a firearm. Instead, use a dagger and make your way through to the property area, obtaining the architectural plans. This is my test for you. The enigmatic voice, imbued with an air of authority, echoed in her ears. Xiao Shengxing's expression faltered momentarily, and after a hint of hesitation, she nodded. But, Senior, we have already eliminated Wu Tao's group. Those blueprints are essentially useless, are they not? Whether it is useful or not, you can exchange it for 50 copper coins. So why not? Indeed, there is that. However, I fear that Wu Hai, having failed to gain from his schemes, might seek revenge against me. But within the confines of the black market, he cannot act against me. Senior, is this a test of my courage? Even without extraordinary abilities, can one forge a path in this apocalypse merely through a strong will? I understand now. Senior, clenching my fist tightly, I am profoundly grateful to the Senior who has always cared for me, never giving up on me until now. I will not let you down. Even without extraordinary powers, I can still serve as your steadfast guardian. With a swift leap, I jumped from the window. Even I was astonished by my own agility. Beneath the oversized combat uniform, my movements can be so quick. Could it be that I have grown stronger? Puzzled, I shook off the uncertainty, retrieving my military dagger from my pocket. I tiptoed closer to a zombie by the roadside. My plan was to deal with the zombies one by one as I pushed forward toward the residential area. I have always been aware of my own strength. Although the crystal core has enhanced my physical capabilities in this apocalyptic world, a single careless bite from a zombie could transform even the extraordinary into an abomination. With a light and nimble gait, I moved like a deer, unaware of how my stealthy steps set me apart. Underneath the two buildings in the neighborhood, a male zombie in tattered formal were repeatedly collided with a street lamp. Its eyes were lifeless, just mindlessly crashing against the light. 50 meters behind it, an elderly zombie held onto a pet leash, at the end of which was a snarling golden retriever zombie. Snowflakes fluttered down as the three zombies roamed the path, their growls echoing in the air. Suddenly, I crouched down like a cat and swiftly approached the suited zombie, rising quickly to strike. With a swift motion, a glint of cold steel flashed at the neck of the suited zombie, and its head rolled to the ground. To my astonishment, the decapitated head continued to exhale warm breath, turning towards me with a sinister grin. Though it could no longer move, its ghastly smile seemed to signal something to the elderly zombie. The elderly zombie, baring its yellowed teeth, released the leash, and both it and the dog charged toward me with the speed of sprinters. Startled, I instinctively took a step back, recalling the initial terror of being chased by two zombies in the underground garage. But upon retreating, I sensed something was amiss. Too slow. The elderly zombie and the golden retriever zombie were sprinting toward me with alarming speed, yet in my eyes, it felt as though time had slowed down to a crawl. I seemed to be able to evade their attacks. A strange intuition surged within me. My retreating stance suddenly tensed, as if I had transformed into a hunting tiger. With the dagger in hand, I readied myself. The golden retriever zombie was the first to charge. Its once golden fur, now a sickly green. With bared fangs, it lunged at my throat. Slow, too slow. As the ferocious attack came, my eyes narrowed. With a deft sidestep, I evaded the onslaught, my dagger slicing horizontally toward the head of the golden retriever zombie. Blood sprayed in the air, painting the ground with crimson as the creature fell, its head now a gaping wound, never to rise again. The elderly zombie, sensing a shift in the tide, hesitated, seemingly contemplating retreat, but I had no intention of letting it escape. With a few swift steps, I dashed forward, my form becoming a blur as I closed the distance to the elderly zombie. The glint of my dagger flashed momentarily before the head of the elderly zombie flew off, black blood pooling on the ground. Breathing heavily, I stood before the three lifeless bodies, incredulous as I surveyed the scene around me. Did I truly slay all of them? Without relying on the strength of my Senior. Did I truly do this myself? I murmured in shock. On the other side of the phone, Ziren opened the message window of Xiao Shengxing. In the section detailing her extraordinary abilities, a new piece of information was clearly visible. Ability level, first stage 3100, chapter 23. The fantasy of an electronic wife? Oh, it seems that Xiao Shengxing's ability can actually be enhanced by hunting zombies? Just now, was it the so-called strengthening state? Achieving such rapid advancement at the first stage, one can only wonder what would happen if she were to become an extraordinary being. Qiu Shengsheng may very well transform into a human tank, I fear. Watching Qiu Shengsheng's performance with astonishment, Du Ziren felt a sense of comfort, as if witnessing a child finally grow up. Indeed, in the snowy expanse, the familiar sound resonated in Qiu Shengsheng's ears, stirring her from her confusion. Her expression shifted from surprise to elation. Senior, so I have actually awakened my special ability. Otherwise, have you ever witnessed a case where, after physical enhancement, one could perceive the opponent's attacks slowing down? It seems I haven't. So, what exactly is my ability? The time will come when you will naturally understand. Du Ziren had no intention of providing Qiu Shengsheng with a detailed explanation of her abilities. He believed that allowing her to gradually comprehend her own powers was, in fact, a prudent strategy. Understanding, the despondency that had clouded her delicate face vanished in an instant, and the young girl's eyes could no longer conceal her thoughts. With this newfound ability, I will surely be able to assist my senior from now on. She mused silently, a smile gracing her lips as she made her way toward the property garden of Jing'an Community. Jing'an Community Property Management. The entrance of the property garden has long been damaged. Within the dust-laden hall, several figures clad in sales uniforms meander aimlessly, their growls echoing throughout the space. Outside the door, Qiu Shengsheng lies in wait, observing the commotion within. Her gaze fixates on the community construction plan, plastered on the wall. 1, 3, 10. If there are 10 zombies, they could certainly be dealt with. However, it seems that once they are activated, their hunger manifests rapidly. Gurgle, gurgle. Her stomach grumbles, a stark reminder of her hunger. Qiu Shengsheng is baffled. After having dispatched a few zombies moments ago, why does her appetite feel so acute? She had only eaten bread the night before. If she moves swiftly, she should be able to seize the blueprint and make her escape, right? Let us give it a try. Finding a stone near the door, Qiu Shengsheng hurls it toward the corner of the hall. Bang! In an instant, the wooden door of the storage room at the corner is struck, creating a gaping hole. Roar! In that fleeting moment, all 10 sales zombies turn and rush toward the storage room, their claws outstretched as if poised to attack. Consequently, a horde of zombies congregates at the door, scratching incessantly at the wooden barrier. The scene is somewhat comical, yet Qiu Shengsheng dares not underestimate it. She watches the moving zombies until their pace begins to wane, then propels herself forward with the speed of an arrow. Step, step, step. Footprints glimmer on the dust-covered floor of the hall as she approaches a wall. Then, with a rip, the blueprint on the wall vanishes, followed by a few more hurried steps. Puff, puff, puff. When Qiu Shengsheng reappears, she finds herself at the entrance of Jing'an Community. The sales zombies remain oblivious. She has already dashed far away. Gurgle, gurgle. As she takes her next step, she suddenly trembles and collapses to the ground. Her lips quiver uncontrollably, and her body feels the warmth dissipating. This reaction is a classic sign of hypoglycemia. Yet, Qiu Shengsheng does not comprehend this. She merely trembles, her lips pursed, enduring the sensation. Warning, warning. Your survival character's hunger level is critically low. On the other side of the mobile screen, Du Ziren stared in astonishment as Qiu Shengsheng's hunger level plummeted from 30-5. It turns out that utilizing one's abilities depletes hunger levels. He cast a glance at Qiu Shengsheng's ability level. Ability level. Level 1. 10-100. Does using ability also enhance the ability level? Is this the terrifying aspect of the SSS level abilities? Hastily, Du Ziren retrieved the honeyed jerky from the previous lottery draw along with several bottles of mineral water, making his way towards Qiu Shengsheng. He could not bear to see her suffer even the slightest distress. MMM. An overwhelming sense of hunger struck, leaving Qiu Shengsheng feeling utterly fatigued and sore. She silently vowed never to exhaust her abilities on an empty stomach again. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, in the frigid, snow-covered landscape, a bag of honey jerky and a bottle of mineral water appear before her, bringing a bright smile to Qiu Shengsheng's face. Senior, go ahead and eat. Look at your stingy demeanor. If you want to eat, just eat. I can afford to provide for your younger siblings as well. I can support your entire family. This. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. Qiu Shangsheng felt a peculiar sense of embarrassment, as if someone had pricked her conscience. Yet there was an inexplicable feeling of happiness. The senior's words seemed to imply that she belonged to him. He wishes to support her? Support a Deadpool? But it sounded more like supporting a woman. A woman, you say? If I were the senior's woman. Oh, like a ripe apple, as Qiu Shengsheng pondered. Her small face turned so red that steam seemed to emanate from her hair. What on earth is Shengsheng thinking? Why does she appear like a steaming princess every day? Observing the girl on the screen blushing and looking bashful, Ziren poked her gently. Your apocalyptic survival character has succumbed to a blissful illusion with a happiness level of 1. Current happiness level, 21. Ziren was taken aback. Isn't this my buddy? Can one truly find happiness in self-delusion? What delightful thoughts could Qiu Shengsheng possibly entertain? Through the screen, Ziren removed the seals from the honey-glazed jerky and mineral water. As he slid the items, he brought piece after piece of meat to Qiu Shengsheng's delicate lips. At that moment, weakened by low blood sugar, Qiu Shengsheng lay on the ground like a lifeless figure, utterly immobile. Senior, are you feeding me? She opened her crimson lips, warm breaths escaping into the void. As Qiu Shengsheng watched the delectable jerky being fed to her, an inexplicable thrill coursed through her, akin to that of a doting wife. Time seemed to slow down, allowing her to bask in this tender feeding. Perhaps next time, I could intentionally faint and let my senior feed me? Oh dear, Qiu Shengsheng, what on earth are you thinking? Her cheeks flushed even deeper. Your apocalyptic survival character finds themselves ensnared in a delightful reverie with a happiness value of 1. Current happiness level, 22. On this side of the phone screen, Ziren stared at his damp fingers, his expression filled with confusion. No, if you play it this way, my friend, I will definitely unleash my fury. Chapter 24. You actually didn't die. Just as he was about to send a few packs of secret jerky to Qiu Shengsheng, hoping to boost his happiness level. The fullness indicator above Qiu Shengsheng's head reached 24, and she slowly rose from the ground. Her neck and earlobes were flushed a rosy hue. One could only wonder what thoughts had excited her so. No more thinking, no more thinking. Qiu Shengsheng, you must understand the boundary between yourself and your seniors. Focus on your efforts. That is what you should be concerned about now. Only by becoming sufficiently strong will you earn your place beside your seniors. Raising a bottle of mineral water from the snowy ground, Qiu Shengsheng drank it in one gulp and then patted her cheeks. After bowing to the surroundings once more, she pursed her lips and hurriedly ran off in the direction of the mining black market. In the shadowy recesses of the black market, Wu Hai found himself nestled in a modest earthen nook, enveloped in the embrace of Sister Xia, his hands incessantly caressing her thigh. Be gentle, she feigned modesty, playfully swatting his hand away, only to arch her brow and trace circles on his chest with her gaze. Tell me, if we secure the supplies this time, how shall we divide them? How to divide? Naturally, I shall take the lion's share. 60% for me, 30 for my brother, and a mere 10 for you. You, Wu Hai, you heartless wretch. Without me, would you even have a portion of this? Look at you, talking nonsense. If it weren't for my brother, would you even get a slice of the pie? Once more, his hand wandered to the depths of Sister Xia's thigh, and though she pursed her lips, she dared not protest further. To the outside world, she appeared as Wu Hai's woman, but in truth, she was not his legitimate wife. She had merely caught his eye in the mid-tier of the black market, becoming his permanent companion and subordinate through their fleshly bond. In this post-apocalyptic world, survival dictated her choices. Yet, if the supplies from Qiu Shengsheng turn out to be plentiful, Sister Xia was certain that tomorrow, the one searching the outer personnel would not be her. Perhaps a beauty like Mei Jie or Ting Jie would step forth. Knowing Wu Hai, he would undoubtedly trade supplies for a new woman each day. Once I secure the goods, I shall purchase a permanent safe spot in the black market. I shall no longer be at your beck and call. Though entwined in one another's presence, both harbored unspoken thoughts. Hey, why is Wu Tao taking so long? Wu Hai furrowed his brow, growing increasingly impatient. Just as he was about to unfasten Sister Xia's top, a series of footsteps echoed from the dark passage outside the iron door. Who is it? Listening closely, it sounded like only one person. With a scowl, Wu Hai begrudgingly peered out of their makeshift hideaway. His initially annoyed expression shifted to one of astonishment. Standing at the threshold was none other than Xiao Shangsheng, her complexion glowing with vitality. In just a few hours, she seemed to have transformed entirely. Not only did her face radiate beauty, but her physique had also noticeably filled out. You are 0929, Xiao Shangsheng? Wu Hai furrowed his brow. Incredulity etched across his features. Indeed, it is I. I have completed my mission. Kindly ask the gatekeeper to open the door. With a calm demeanor, Xiao Shangsheng no longer exuded the timidity of before. Her recent experiences had stripped away her previous fragility, replacing it with a newfound fierceness. You dare call me the gatekeeper? Wu Hai Shaval Fudao deeply. He had never been addressed in such a manner by a mere scavenger. Only those with abilities held the audacity to do so. Why not? You are merely a gatekeeper. I have fulfilled my duties, and according to the black market's rules, once I pass inspection, you ought to let me through. Xiao Shengsheng's expression was frosty, neither servile nor contemptuous, as she regarded Wu Hai. Oh, very well. You claim to have completed your mission, do you? Where are the goods? Wu Hai bit down hard, inadvertently revealing his scheming intentions. Of course, I have access to more channels than you have had meals. Since you assert you have completed your mission, yet present no evidence, how can I ascertain your claims? Nonchalantly, Wu Hai retrieved the construction blueprint of Jing'an community from his pocket, his expression momentarily frozen in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Xiao Shangsheng could procure such a document on her own. Damn it. Have Wu Tao and the others failed miserably? His face darkened as Xiao Shangsheng slowly tucked the blueprint away, gesturing towards Wu Hai. Gatekeeper, will you not open the door? You, Sister Xia, go check her for weapons. You understand my meaning, right? With a stern expression, she approached the iron door, and as the gate opened just enough for a person to slip through, she swiftly reached Xiao Shangsheng, seizing her shoulder. Come with me, she demanded, a hint of anger in her tone. However, as they stepped into the earthen nook, Sister Xia was about to unleash her ire when Xiao Shangsheng's slender hand swiftly struck her arm. Crack! In an instant, Sister Xia felt her shoulders gripped as if in a vice, causing her to tremble with pain. You, Xiao Shangsheng, what are you doing? She shrieked like a shrew, but Xiao Shangsheng remained impassive, her expression devoid of emotion. Sister Xia, last time I respected you by bringing you water. I never imagined you would have the heart to betray me. What are you saying? I say, this grudge I, Xiao Shangsheng, shall remember. In a black market, I cannot strike back, but when you venture outside. Crack! The grip on Sister Xia's shoulders tightened, and tears welled in her eyes from the pain. She never expected that Xiao Shangsheng, who appeared frilier, possessed such strength. Do you dare threaten me? Wu Hai! Wu Hai! She bellowed, her voice echoing. Thud! At that moment, footsteps approached from above, and Wu Hai appeared at the edge of the nook, calling down. What is happening? She threatened me, saying if we go out, she would kill us. What? Wu Hai's brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening with fear, yet he hesitated to enter. Although the world was now apocalyptic, the black market had its own rules. Men who interfered or spied, while women inspected for injuries, faced severe punishment. This was a decree from a powerful woman within the black market, and Wu Hai dared not defy it. You, check if she is injured first. We can discuss the rest later. He relented. Inside the nook, Sister Xia's expression was icy as she shook her arm. Did you hear that? Do you still wish to enter? With a cold demeanor, Xiao Shangsheng released Sister Xia's shoulders and extended her arms, awaiting inspection. Clatter. The moment Sister Xia unfastened Xiao Shangsheng's top, 2 items, a package of pre-made jerky and 2 cigarettes, tumbled to the ground with a soft thud. What is this? Gazing at the fallen items, Sister Xia's eyes sparkled not with greed, but with astonishment, for she recognized those 2 items all too well. The pre-packaged jerky belonged to a member of the Viper Mercenary Corps named Xiao Wu. Sister Xia initially intended to trade with him for a taste after sharing a bed with him twice. As for those 2 cigarettes, they were a monthly tribute from the Viper Mercenary Corps to Wu Hai. However, These items inexplicably emerged from Qiu Shengsheng's pocket. What does this imply? Could she possibly procure such items from the Viper Mercenary Corps? Given their temperament, would they willingly present her with gifts? The answer could only be one. She must have either seized, deceived, or stolen them. Yet how could this be? How could she alone possibly obtain anything from a group of 15 members in the Viper Mercenary Corps? Could it be that she confronted them directly? Was there a force backing her? Having navigated the apocalypse for years, Sister Xia immediately considered this sole possibility. After all, it was far more plausible that Qiu Shengsheng had the support of a powerful ally than to believe she single-handedly defeated the Viper Mercenary Corps. Indeed, no wonder she threatened to kill us if we ventured outside. Could it be that this little minx had forged connections with some influential figure? Her gaze scrutinized Qiu Shengsheng, and despite her reluctance to accept this notion, Sister Xia had no choice but to analyze the situation this way. This time, she dared not stash the items into her own embrace. Instead, she pretended to casually pat Qiu Shengsheng, her previously frosty demeanor transforming into a radiant smile akin to a blooming flower. "Oh dear Shengsheng, you cannot hold this against me. You know I must share the night with Wu Hai. If he sees that water, won't he inevitably question it?" She feigned a victim's posture, cautious not to offend someone capable of dismantling the Viper Mercenary Corps. With a gentle tone, she draped the coat over Qiu Shengsheng, who cast her a sidelong glance without uttering a word, merely flicking her sleeve as she exited the pit. "What is happening? The little minx. What are you up to outside the pit?" Wu Hai had anticipated Sister Xia's emergence, wearing a smug expression. However, upon witnessing Qiu Shengsheng exit unscathed, his eyes narrowed. "Little Xia, yes, yes." Sister Xia hurriedly scrambled out of the pit, simultaneously signaling Wu Hai with her eyes that she is fine. "Absolutely fine. Veuillez. You can let her go." "Huh?" Wu Hai scrutinized Sister Xia, then glanced at the composed Qiu Shengsheng, uncertainty clouding his judgment. After a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand. Click, click, click. As he observed Qiu Shengsheng's departure, Wu Hai's darkened gaze shifted to Sister Xia. "Wang Xiaxia, you better provide an explanation." "Oh dear Wuge, we're in serious trouble." What? What is going on?" "Guess what I saw on her?" "What did you see?" "Xiao Wu's jerky. And those cigarettes from those boys meant for you." "What?" After a moment of stunned silence, Wu Hai fell into contemplation. After what felt like an eternity, he once again looked towards the retreating Qiu Shengsheng, his expression one of shock, his lips murmuring, "How could this be? How is it possible? Did she really steal them? Is there someone assisting her?" "Linya Jia, I have come to submit a task. Black Market of the Mines, Intermediate Task Room." Qiu Shengsheng held up the blueprint and hurried to the bar for task handover. "So soon?" Linya looked at Qiu Shengsheng with disbelief, her gaze scrutinizing her from head to toe. As an ability user, she could distinctly sense the changes in Qiu Shengsheng. The delicate, fragile demeanor that once resembled a wilting sprout had vanished, replaced by an enchanting sharpness akin to a rose. Lucky me. The zombies in the property garden must have been cleared out by someone in advance. I stumbled upon a fortuitous find." Casually explaining, she handed the blueprint to Linya. After a brief glance, Linya's gaze lingered on Qiu Shengsheng's face with a hint of meaning. "Is that so? Your luck seems quite remarkable. Here, this is your task reward." Pushing a heavy bag of copper coins towards Qiu Shengsheng, Linya teased, "This should last you about a week, right?" "Ah, it should be sufficient," Qiu Shengsheng replied. "By the way, Sister Linya, do you know where I can sell items?" "Oh, do you have unexpected gains?" "Well, some equipment, and also this." As she spoke, Qiu Shengsheng placed a pack of cigarettes on the bar. "Huh, no way. Cigarettes? You actually found this?" Even a usually composed Linya couldn't help but exclaim. "Cigarettes? Who has them? Where?" A single mention of cigarettes drew the attention of nearly every man in the task room. Qiu Shengsheng remained unfazed, calmly holding the cigarettes. For she knew that in the black market of the mines, no one dared to cause trouble, unless they could best an ability user level 8 creator. "Hey, is that really cigarettes?" "Beautiful lady, I'll buy a stick from you for 10 copper coins. How about it?" 10 copper coins? You must be joking. 20 copper coins. 25. In an instant, a throng of men encircled Qiu Shangxing. As the crowd surged, Linya's expression changed alarmingly. She quickly snatched the cigarettes from Qiu Shangxing's hands. Sister Shangsheng, how about this? I'll give you 100 copper coins. To sell me both, okay? Einlicht. Nodding, Qiu Shangsheng realized she had made a profitable deal. 100 copper coins for 2 sticks of cigarettes, especially since she had a good rapport with Linya. Sister Linya, do you smoke? She whispered. With a smile, Linya shook her head. Not me. My father enjoys it, but he hasn't had any for a long time. I bought these to satisfy his cravings. Oh, then, can you help sell other items as well? Huh. Do you have more items? Daggers for self-defense. That works. How many do you have? I can help you sell them. After a moment's thought, Qiu Shangsheng pretended to retrieve something from her chest, her small eyes darting towards the void, speaking in a particularly soft tone. Senior. Buzz. In the next moment, 14 daggers clattered onto the bar. Linya's eyes widened in shock. This is what you meant by some items? Chapter 26, Selling Items, Linya's Envy and Self-Recommendation, Part 2. Yes, indeed. Qiu Shangsheng nodded calmly. Linya's expression shifted rapidly as she gazed at the girl anew. 14 daggers. It was unsurprising for such items to surface in first-tier survivor bases. However, this was the third-tier black market of the mines. 14 self-defense daggers. How did she acquire them? Did she raid a weapons cache? Or was she involved in some illicit activities? The armory? What a jest. The entire city of Wan'an has been thoroughly ransacked, leaving not a shred behind. It is inconceivable that Qiu Shangsheng could have found the armory. There remains but one possibility. This seemingly frail girl has plundered a group of no fewer than 14 individuals. Yet, could it truly be that Qiu Shangsheng has raided party? Such a thing seems utterly implausible. She is so slight. Shangsheng, you. Linya's lips parted, unable to suppress her curiosity, eager to inquire about the circumstances. However, upon witnessing Qiu Shangxing's composed demeanor, devoid of her usual expression, she repressed her inquisitiveness and stowed the dagger beneath the bar. 14 daggers. I reckon you at 10 copper coins apiece, totaling to 140 copper coins. What say you? Agreed. Nodding, Qiu Shangsheng, disinterested in hawking the daggers about, readily acquiesced. Very well. Here, take this. Another heavy bag of copper coins was pushed onto the table, and suddenly, Qiu Shangxing's small pouch was enriched by 290 copper coins. The ample weight of the coins in her waist pouch brought a subtle smile to Qiu Shangxing's visage. For reasons unknown, this time, upon witnessing her smile, Linya no longer perceived it as mere innocence. She felt an unsettling sense that Qiu Shangsheng had undergone a transformation, emerging as a different person altogether. Sister Linya. As she watched the girl's sturdy silhouette fade into the distance, Linya fiddled with the daggers beneath the bar, her eyes narrowing to slits. Your apocalyptic survival character, Qiu Shangsheng, has successfully completed the mission and earned a reward of 50 copper coins. The happiness quotient of Qiu Shangsheng is 1. Due to the additional gains acquired, Qiu Shangsheng felt a surge of joy, her happiness level reaching an unprecedented height. On the other side of the mobile screen, Ziren observed with great satisfaction as Qiu Shangsheng made her decisions. He had thought that his naive girl would still be timidly deferring to others. To his surprise, she revealed a sharpness akin to a wild rose, exuding confidence. With a feigned cold demeanor, she seemed to hide her inner joy. He playfully poked her cheek, and the previously tense expression on her face turned rosy in the cramped dirt path. Senior, could you please give me a heads up before you touch my face next time? She shyly lowered her head, transforming from a cold-faced rose into a blushing maiden. Watching this stark contrast brought a smile to Ziren's lips, and he suddenly envisioned a future possibility, a cold, frost-faced queen of the apocalypse who, in private, would blush and act coyly towards him. What a thrilling thought! He playfully poked Qiu Shangsheng a few more times as they made their way to a modest marketplace. Suddenly, the cheerful voice of Sister rang out. The creaky wooden door of a small earthen house swung open, and 2 little figures rushed out. Xiao Ning and Xiao Jing exclaimed as they spotted the bundles of blankets on Xiao Shengsheng's back. Sister, did you buy blankets? I thought they were quite expensive. Xiao Ning's expression turned bittersweet, knowing how many dangers his sister had faced to acquire the new bedding. Don't worry, Xiao Ning, I've got money now. Xiao Shengsheng replied with a gentle smile, holding 200 copper coins, which made her a small fortune in the middle class. Really? Will we get to eat white rice tomorrow? The sweet kind that doesn't upset your stomach? Little Xiao Jing tilted her head, her eyes sparkling at the mention of white rice. Yes, we'll go tomorrow morning. But where did you get all this money from? Xiao Ning frowned, fearing that his sister might have done something dubious. Xiao Ning, don't overthink it. I've just met a really wonderful person. I can even handle zombies by myself now. Sensing her younger brother's worries, Xiao Shengsheng ruffled his hair and revealed the handgun she had concealed. Sister, you Xiao. Just remember, Xiao Ning, we will get through this. Got it. Sister, let's go inside and change the bedding. The old one is all worn out. The three siblings exchanged cheerful banter as they stepped into the house. The warm glow of candlelight illuminated the modest dwelling. After replacing the tattered bedding, Xiao Shengsheng took out the only piece of pre-packaged jerky she had left. She then glanced around timidly. Senior, without hesitation, 5 bags of wafer biscuits, a jar of canned water, along with several packets of honey-glazed jerky and mineral water, appeared unexpectedly in the corner of the room. Sister, did you awaken some sort of spatial ability? Xiao Ning's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the suddenly materialized items. Wow, we have food at home. Little Xiao Jing, unaware of what abilities meant, eagerly began to gather the food, stuffing it into her arms. This reaction mirrored Xiao Shengsheng's own tendency to hide treasures. No, Sister mentioned before that she met a really wonderful person. This is a gift from him. Xiao Shengsheng smiled and bowed respectfully to the surroundings. A good person? Sister, you must have gotten involved with some extraordinary organization, right? With a handgun and spatial abilities? What do they possibly want from you? Xiao Ning pondered anxiously, his small brow furrowed, unable to fathom what benefits his frail sister could provide. He wondered if perhaps this person had feelings for her. As he considered this, the enticing aroma of the open bags of honey-glazed jerky filled the air. Wow, this is delicious, little Xiao Jing exclaimed, her eyes squinting in delight as she savored the treat. Just as Xiao Shengsheng was about to join her, a sudden knocking echoed from the wooden door. Instinctively, Xiao Shengsheng tensed like a leopard, glancing toward the door. Who is it? Oh, Shengsheng, it's me, Linya. Linya? What brings you here? Xiao Shengsheng blinked suspiciously. Though she was on good terms with Linya, it was unusual for her to come unannounced. Actually, I have something to discuss with you. If you're available? Just a moment. Hesitating, Xiao Shengsheng approached the door and cautiously cracked it open. Outside, Linya stood by the entrance, her keen eyes narrowing as she caught the delightful scent of food wafting from within. Shengsheng, what do you want to talk about? Closing the door behind her, Xiao Shengsheng greeted her with a warm smile. Linya's smile widened, but the next word she uttered startled Xiao Shengsheng. Shengsheng, I'd like to meet the person behind you, if that is all right. What do you mean behind me? Linya, what are you talking about? A flicker of panic crossed Xiao Shengsheng's face, but she quickly masked it with innocence. Linya scrutinized Xiao Shengsheng's reaction, her expression unwavering. Stop pretending. Shengsheng, I mean no harm. You're just a young girl. And pulling out so many items can only mean one thing. You've either stumbled upon a treasure or encountered someone who helped you. So, you must have met someone extraordinary, right? Linya's piercing gaze bore into Xiao Shengsheng, leaving her at a loss for words. She didn't know how to defend herself, but maintained her stoic demeanor. No, for reasons unknown, Xiao Shengsheng was reluctant to share anything about her senior with others. She wanted to keep that connection to herself. Although this thought may seem somewhat selfish and peculiar, one cannot help but ponder whether an esteemed individual like him would prefer not to be disturbed by others. With this in mind, Xiao Shengsheng bit her lip in frustration. You may leave. I assure you, there is no one of great stature behind me. Shengsheng, I truly harbored no ill intentions. I could even go so far as to declare that if the esteemed figure behind you possesses abilities beyond that of a superpower, I, Linya, would willingly offer myself entirely to him. My only desire is for him to escort us to a higher-level safe camp. As you are aware, opportunities at such camps are far more abundant than those at the mining black market. As Linya spoke, her ash-brown hair cascaded down her chest, her curvaceous figure exuding the allure of a mature woman, as if she were a flower awaiting the arrival of a noble suitor. This display inevitably heightened Qiu Shengxing's anxiety. The esteemed individual could very well be observing them. What if he suddenly chose Linya and cast her aside? The other was more alluring, more mature, and more beautiful. The more she contemplated, the greater her fear became. Qiu Shengxing could only helplessly gaze into the surrounding darkness. Meanwhile, Ziren lay on the hospital bed, intrigued by the scenes unfolding within the game. Is this game truly so high in freedom? Even the NPCs are proactively seeking favors from me. Potential stocks are seeking your assistance. Whether to choose to assist Linya. By choosing to assist Linya, you will unlock all of Linya's perspectives, and she shall unconditionally fulfill all your requests. Assisting Linya will grant you 50 happiness points, while Qiu Shengxing will lose 10. What? Helping her would render my dear Shengxing so miserable? Absolutely not. I refuse. In an instant, I click no. What a jest. Ziren is a true champion of pure love. What do harems and multifaceted characters matter in the face of such unwavering devotion? In reality, he embodies the spirit of a pure love warrior, and within the game, he remains steadfast. He would never partake in anything that brings even the slightest harm to Qiu Shengxing. No way. Almost the moment I pressed no, a peculiar wave of energy surged forth from the cramped little earthen dwelling. No. The resonant sound waves reverberated, causing Linya, who had been posturing provocatively, to freeze in place, her complexion draining of color from fear. This sound wave, it emanated from afar. There are absolutely no sound wave abilities among the ability users in the base. This implies that the individual behind Qiu Shengxing must be a formidable awakener of sound wave abilities. Good heavens! Without a moment's hesitation, Linya knelt in the muddy ground, bowing her head in every direction. Senior, I was wrong. Since you do not value a mere junior like me, I shall take my leave. I shall depart. In a flurry of panic, she continued to bow while cautiously retreating into the courtyard. Linya was astute. She understood that with someone of such elevated status, engaging in prolonged arguments or flaunting oneself could provoke their ire, potentially leading to one's swift demise with but a mere snap of their fingers. As for whether they would dare to take a life in the mining black market, don't be absurd. The creation of the black market for mines has given rise to a prodigious talent, the 8th-tier abilities user, who dares not utter a sound. When faced with the choice of taking shortcuts or preserving one's life, the latter holds paramount importance. The sound of kowtowing echoed into the distance, continuing until Linya vanished from sight. Only then did Qiu Shengxing gaze vacantly at the enveloping darkness around her. For reasons unknown, a warm sensation enveloped her heart. This feeling was ineffable, akin to an illusion of being the sole favored one by her predecessors, instilling within her a sense of joy and happiness. Your apocalyptic survival character finds themselves ensnared in a blissful reverie. Happiness level 1. Current happiness level, 25 points. Ward? Did I just chase away an NPC seeking benefits? My dear Shengxing is happy again. Does she have some sort of romantic fixation? On the other side of the phone, observing the dazed Qiu Shengxing, Ziren, the straightforward man, gently nudged her. Oh, blushing. Qiu Shengxing's lips curled into a joyful smile as she darted into the little earth house like a fawn. The lively atmosphere once again enveloped the small dwelling, and Ziren, glancing at his phone screen, slowly placed it on the nightstand. Phew, it seems I have successfully navigated the game's prologue. I must say, this game is quite the time killer. Raising his gaze to the window, he noticed that morning had gracefully transitioned into afternoon. Slowly stretching his upper body, he heard a sudden creak as the door to the hospital room swung open, revealing Dr. Liu, who entered carrying another package. Ziren, I just spotted another parcel addressed to you at the door. Could it be another gift from your online romantic interest? She raised the package in her hand, which was almost identical in size to the last one. The package still bore the words, Qiu Shangshang sends to her senior, in bold letters. Well, I suppose. Dr. Liu, could you hand me the wallpaper knife? I will open it myself. Having taken the package and the knife, Ziren, now able to move his upper body, naturally preferred to handle matters himself. With a rustling sound, the package, bound with tape, was opened, releasing a distinct metallic scent. Buzzing, inside lay an oval, metallic-hued core. Oh, this Wu Tao's core has been quite well replicated. Lifting the core to the light, Ziren admired the shimmering metallic liquid within, exuding a strong sense of technological advancement. Not this again. Why do you youngsters delight in sending these? Dr. Liu observed the core in Ziren's hand, her expression gradually softening. To her, it merely appeared as another ornament, far less appealing than the previous blood-red core. Hee, after all, it's a peripheral benefit from the game company. One should not refuse such gifts. Cradling the metallic core, Ziren felt a warm sensation in his palm. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He placed the core before his two numb feet. I wonder, could it perhaps warm my frostbitten feet as well? Chapter 28. The New Metallic Core Package, a Medical Miracle. Part 2. My dear child, believing in this is less effective than having a nurse assist you with rehabilitation. However, if this is indeed a gift from your young lady friend, it might just work wonders. Smiling, Dr. Liu offered no further objections to Ziren's antics. She gazed out at the bright sunshine outside and asked once more, Ziren, the weather is splendid today. Would you like me to take you out for a look? Perhaps not. I do prefer to play a bit more. Very well. Do take care of yourself. After tucking Ziren back under the covers, Dr. Liu shook her head and strode out of the hospital room. Buzzing, a warm sensation enveloped his feet, and Ziren felt his lower body gradually warming up, so comfortably that his eyelids began to droop. Perhaps a brief nap. Closing his eyes, he could not see that within the metallic core, the liquid was slowly transforming into a flowing metallic light, surging towards his lower body. His previously pale and slender feet began to acquire a rosy hue, suddenly twitching. By the way, Ziren, in the adjacent room, another patient with progressive muscular atrophy will be moving in shortly. He is an elderly man who developed this condition, and his emotions are quite unstable. You may need to adjust to this. Creak. The door to the ward was suddenly pushed open, and Dr. Liu poked his head inside, expecting to disturb Ziren's rest. To his surprise, Ziren had already fallen into a deep slumber, snoring softly. He fell asleep so quickly? It seems Ziren is in good spirits today. Rubbing his head, Dr. Liu quickly exited the ward. In the distance, an elderly man, surrounded by a throng of family members, was being wheeled into the room adjacent to Ziren's. By his side stood his wife, children, and grandchildren, all offering words of comfort. Don't worry, Grandpa. It's just your leg nerves that are damaged. I'll be able to push you out for fresh air. Yes, Dad. Technology is advanced now. There are smart wheelchairs that allow you to go out on your own. Dad, it's all right, even if you have to stay indoors. We can set you up with internet TV, companionship, and smart voice assistants. You'll never get bored inside, despite the affectionate reassurances from his family. The elderly man remained dissatisfied. He lamented, my legs. I won't be able to take a stroll again. Why is this happening to me? Why must it be me? His cries, reminiscent of a distressed child, only intensified as his family attempted to console him. It seemed that by eliciting their attention, the old man's spirits were somewhat lifted. Dr. Liu sighed, observing the old man's plight. It was indeed a stroke of good fortune to have a loving family by his side, especially in his old age, while Ziren bore his illness in silence, never expressing his distress, not even shedding a tear. Watching the old man's outburst, Dr. Liu reflected on the stark disparities in human experiences and destinies. He hoped that the arrival of this elderly man would not adversely affect Ziren's state of mind. Dr. Liu was acutely aware of an invisible comparative relationship that existed within the hospital, one not based on wealth, but rather on afflictions and familial support. For instance, a patient in the early stages of kidney dialysis might share a room with someone in the late stages. The former, surrounded by family and hope for recovery, while the latter lay alone on a bed, often facing a grim prognosis. Imagine the heartache of the late-stage patient, witnessing the laughter and camaraderie of the early-stage patient with their loved ones. Yet perhaps Ziren's girlfriend could indeed bring him a miracle, albeit a slight one. Sighing once more, Dr. Liu circumvented the elderly man's family and hastily left the ward floor. After a considerable commotion, the family managed to settle the old man into his bed, but his sour demeanor persisted. His son, ever dutiful, stepped forward declaring, "Dad, don't worry, from today onwards, my wife, my son, and I will come to see you every morning, and I will be here every afternoon, right? And I'll take you out for some sunshine whenever I can." The family rallied around him, offering words of encouragement, which finally softened the old man's expression. Such sweet words. But remember to follow through. Absolutely. Your condition isn't severe. Just some hospital observation, and we can take you out for walks once you're home. In stark contrast, the son continued. Have you heard about the poor fellow in the next room? He is only 18 and completely paralyzed. You must feel fortunate in comparison. Seeing the old man's mood improve, the son eagerly launched into a comparison. Some people simply cannot resist the urge to compare. The less afflicted find solace in juxtaposing themselves against those more severely affected. That poor boy just finished his college entrance exams. Doesn't he even have a girlfriend or a chance to attend university? He'll spend his life lying in bed, while you, at least, have experienced so much. Indeed, I heard his entire family is gone. Look at us. Your family is all here, supporting you. He is all alone. How pitiful. The old man, buoyed by their words, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yes, that boy's plight is far worse than mine. Let's go see just how unfortunate he is. Excited by the thought of witnessing the suffering of the young man next door, the elderly man urged his son to carry him, eager for a diversion. All right, Dad, hop on my back. Without regard for decorum or the presence of medical staff, the son hoisted the old man onto his back, and the family, in clusters, hurried towards Ziren's room. This spectacle drew disapproving glances from passing nurses, who furrowed their brows. Though their behavior was lacking in decorum, no one stepped forward to intervene. Let us hurry, the old man urged, as the commotion escalated around them. The noise grew louder as they approached, while Ziren, lost in deep slumber, furrowed his brow in response to the disturbance. He was dreaming, a peculiar dream where he had mastered various supernatural abilities, engaged in a fierce battle against a colossal beast in an unfamiliar realm. Suddenly, the crisp sound of the door opening jolted him awake. "Who is there?" he exclaimed, springing up from his bed. A young man was carrying an old man on his back, who leaned forward to peer at Ziren, unabashedly commenting, "Ah, so this is that unfortunate lad. How tragic for someone so young to be unable to move." The elderly man's scornful words darkened Ziren's expression. "Who are you?" "Oh, don't misunderstand. I'm your neighbor in the next room. I only have leg issues. I'm expected to be discharged soon. Unlike you, who seems destined for a lifetime of this." As the old man continued to boast, a crystalline orb, previously vibrant, rolled off Ziren's bed. Ignoring the old man, Ziren focused on the orb, which had lost its metallic luster, resembling the blood-red crystal he had encountered before. Has the special liquid time passed again? How disappointing. As he bent down to retrieve it, a surge of strength coursed through his lower body. In an exhilarating moment, he flipped off the bed, standing upright for the first time. Wait, I can stand. A sudden shock surged through his heart. Ziren, realizing with a start, discovered that he could actually stand up. Goodness. At the entrance, the elderly man was utterly astonished. "Son, have we entered the wrong ward?" Chapter 29. Norman Pharmaceuticals, Secrets in the Blood, 1 million. Part 1. This is not a mistake. Before I arrived here, I specifically arranged for you to be in the adjacent late-stage room. The young son scratched his head in confusion, gazing blankly at Ziren. Late stage? Late stage my foot. This person just jumped off the bed. Tell me, which late-stage ALS patient can stand on their own? Bang! A cane struck the son's head, the old man expressing his discontent. He initially wanted to see someone worse off than himself for a sense of satisfaction. Now, witnessing another's ability to move freely, he felt an overwhelming discomfort in his heart. Ouch, Dad. Why are you hitting me? I certainly didn't arrange this wrong. This is that person's ward. Hey, who are you? What are you doing in the patient's room? The young man questioned Ziren, who shrugged. No mistake here. I am indeed the person you refer to as the one in dire straits you. Who are you trying to fool? You are that person. How could you possibly get out of bed? Is it not possible for me to self-heal? Self-heal? Self-heal my foot. There are hardly any cases of self-healing from LS globally, right? Believe it or not. As he slowly picked up the glimmering crystal core from beneath the bed, Ziren carefully placed it into the pot of snowdrop. You. No, I must report this. Report that someone is occupying another's bed. The young man, having been struck by the old man, wore an expression of displeasure. He was certain that this individual must be another patient who had mistakenly wandered into the late-stage LS patient S room. In his view, how could there be an ALS patient who could get out of bed? Someone, doctor, nurse, how is your ward organized? Shouting loudly, several doctors and nurses hurried over from a distance. Leading them was Dr. Liu, wearing the badge of the neurologist. She frowned and looked at the young man with irritation. What now? Is your father throwing another tantrum? What tantrum? I'm telling you, another patient has entered your ward. What? Look, wasn't he had said that this room housed a late-stage ALS patient? Look at this person standing on the ground, full of life. Is this late stage? This is clearly a vigorous stage. Pointing at Ziren, the young man insisted. What nonsense are you talking about? This is Ziren's ward. You have no right to. As she spoke, Dr. Liu was left speechless, because, right before her eyes, she witnessed the most incredible scene of her life. The afternoon sunlight streamed into the ward, illuminating the young man holding a white snowdrop, standing in the sunlight. As the spring breeze blew, the snowdrop swayed, and the young man flashed a radiant smile at her. Dr. Liu, I seem to be really healed. This. Her mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. Dr. Liu even rubbed her eyes and slapped her face hard. This cannot be an illusion, can it? The last time a patient could move their upper body, Dr. Liu could still concoct some youthful potential reason for Ziren. But now, an als patient, standing right before her, and a late-stage one at that. This is undoubtedly a miracle. Ziren, how did you manage to stand up? With a few hurried steps, Dr. Liu approached Ziren, crouching down to examine his leg muscles. The calves, which should have been emaciated and frail, were now remarkably firm. This is simply nonsensical, Dr. Liu murmured, and Ziren scratched his head in astonishment. Dr. Liu, do you think it could really be the power of love? Her lips twitched, and Dr. Liu was taken aback. This reasoning had previously been her way of comforting Ziren, hoping he could be more open-minded and find joy in life as final moments. In reality, the probability of healing through love is lower than winning the lottery. As a result, no way. You really recovered through online dating? After confirming the strength of Ziren's muscles repeatedly, Dr. Liu's lips quivered. No. Ziren, come with me. I must immediately inform the hospital director. A miracle. This is simply a miracle. A late-stage ALS patient has fully recovered. You will undoubtedly be the headline news tomorrow. Gehabt du Hand, Doktor. Liu disregarded everyone and everything around her, rushing towards the hospital director's office. As the two hasty figures dashed away, the elderly family stood at the doorway, utterly dumbfounded. Son. Did I hear that correctly? A late-stage ALS patient. Self-healed? This is clearly Chinese characters. Why can't I comprehend it when they are strung together? The old man's lips twitched, while the young man was utterly stunned. Self-healing. Als Selbstheilung. This luck. Dad. Perhaps we should switch hospitals? I worry you might become depressed. Initially intending to compare illnesses to bolster his father's confidence, the young man now feared for his father's mental state. If others could self-heal, what kind of extraordinary luck is that? The previous mockery seemed like childish foolishness now. Transfer. Immediately transfer. I can't take it anymore. Why? Why can he self-heal? My legs. Another round of unreasonable commotion erupted within the ward area, drawing the gathered crowd's attention to the elderly man, who quickly dispersed in dismay. In the office of the South Anhui Institute of Neuromuscular Disorders, two gentlemen are seated. One is a formidable middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat, proudly displaying the title of director on his chest. The other, a young man in a suit, carrying a briefcase, beams with a friendly demeanor. The young man is earnestly presenting some documents from his briefcase to Director Huang. Director Huang, look! With our pharmaceutical R&D capabilities at Norman Pharmaceuticals, we can fully meet your medication needs. If you agree to collaborate with us, we will prioritize supplying you with our products an exclusive 20% discount. What do you think? The young man exudes warmth, his suit adorned with the emblem of Norman Pharmaceuticals. Salesman's son certainly possesses remarkable eloquence. It would indeed be my honor to partner with your esteemed group. Director Huang responds, by the way, regarding what your company mentioned, has your hospital encountered any exceptional talents? Exceptional talents? Are you referring to patients who have successfully overcome cancer or those who have self-healed from advanced stages? Director Huang inquires. I understand your company's philosophy is to extract disease-resistant vaccines from them to develop corresponding medications for unresolved diseases. However, you are aware that in the current climate, those who conquer cancer are exceedingly rare, let alone those who self-heal from terminal illnesses like late-stage cancer, sepsis, or AIDS. Such instances are medical miracles. How could I possibly have encountered a miracle? As he jestingly remarks, suddenly, the office door bursts open, and Dr. Liu rushes in with Ziren. Director, it's a miracle. Ziren has self-healed from ALS. Chapter 30, Norman Pharmaceuticals, Secrets in the Blood, 1 million. Part 2, what are you doing? You didn't even knock. Such impudence. What's the matter? Did you say what I think you said? Initially displeased by the sudden intrusion, Director Huang's expression swiftly shifts from annoyance to astonishment upon hearing Dr. Liu's last words, followed by disbelief as he gazes at Ziren. His old eyes, magnified by thin glasses, widen in shock. Director Huang is well aware of Ziren's circumstances. After all, few can afford the cost of hospitalization for an extended period. Self-healed? Als advanced stage. Self-healed. Director Huang inspects Ziren closely, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Could it be that a miracle has indeed occurred? He adjusts his glasses, while salesman's son's eyes gleam with excitement as he scrutinizes Ziren. Ziren, you truly self-healed? With sincere, intense, and pleading eyes, Ziren sheepishly scratches his head. I just slept, ate, played games, and dated online? That's all. Just that? Ziren no vigorously. Director Huang, in disbelief, turns his gaze to Dr. Liu, who nods in affirmation. Only then does Director Huang exclaim, my goodness, this is nothing short of miraculous. Although still incredulous, he acknowledges the mysteries of the human body. If you have truly recovered, Ziren, the living blood cells within you could potentially be a beacon of hope for every ALS patient in the future. Gradually regaining his composure, Director Huang pats Ziren on the shoulder. Ziren, would you consider donating blood for our research? Of course, it would be compensated halfway through his sentence. Salesman's son interjects eagerly. 1 million. This esteemed Mr. Du, if your condition is genuine, our company is willing to offer 1 million for a mere 150 milliliters of your blood for disease research. What do you say? Who are you? Hearing this, Ziren finally notices the man in the corner. The man promptly stands. I am Sun Kong from the sales department of Norman Pharmaceuticals. Oh, 1 million. If this were the old Ziren, he would have been instantly captivated by the figure. However, now, with the compensation for his family amounting to 3 million, and with nearly a month of hospitalization and expenses still leaving him with around 7 million, he feels no urgency. The Du family, while not immensely wealthy, at least owns a 3-bedroom apartment in the city. As long as Ziren avoids reckless ventures, a comfortable life lies ahead. 1 million. Contemplating this figure, Ziren hesitates, prompting Sun Kong to grow anxious. Monsieur Du, listen to me. Your situation has undoubtedly spread throughout the hospital. Many pharmaceutical companies or national health organizations will seek your cooperation. Providing a blood sample benefits the public. I assure you, many hospitals will not offer this price. Rather than being hounded by them, it is better to collaborate with us. If you are not motivated by money, we can ensure you are not harassed and provide a suitable living environment. Of course, all of this is free. Sun Kang's face radiates a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. Ziren gazes at him, expressionless. He is not naive. This man merely seeks to seize the opportunity to obtain the first sample of blood. As for the seemingly generous offer of free accommodation, nonsense. It is merely a laboratory for observation. Who says I don't want money? I have one condition if blood is to be drawn. I want to witness firsthand the experiments conducted on my blood. I do not wish to see my blood injected into any laboratory mice, resulting in a pile of dead test subjects. Why you want to agree? If you refuse, the official personnel should be arriving shortly, correct? Fine, fine. Reluctantly acquiescing, Sun Kong immediately retrieves his phone and makes a call. Hello, hello. This is Sun Kong. Send a few people from the research department. I have discovered a self-healing ALS patient. Also, prepare $1 million in funds. Bang, bang, bang. Almost instantly after this call, the door to Director Huang's office is knocked again. Academician Huang Qishan, we are from the National Disease Control Center. We hear you have a self-healing ALS patient. Please cooperate with our work. Creak. Before Director Huang can respond, the door swings open, revealing several middle-aged individuals clad in official uniforms. Oh, is this not Mr. Liu? You are here too? Upon seeing the newcomers, Huang Qishan intends to exchange pleasantries, but the leader of the officials swiftly gestures dismissively, fixing his gaze on Du Ziren. You must be Mr. Du, correct? We sincerely invite you to cooperate with our National Disease Control Center for blood sampling. You should be aware that your cooperation in sampling will significantly influence the future of the entire ALS patient community. Naturally, we do not dare to infringe upon the liberties of citizens. The decision to cooperate rests entirely with you. Liu Yi gazed earnestly at Du Ziren, who returned his stare without wavering. Is that all? Du Ziren curieux. Are you suggesting that if I agree to the sampling, there is no compensation? Liu Yi hesitated. Well, we can apply for bonuses from above. Oh, I see, Du Ziren replied. Since I'm already here, I just signed a contract with Coleman Pharmaceuticals. Shall we proceed with their blood sampling first? Coleman Pharmaceuticals? Liu Yi's gaze abruptly shifted to Sun Kong in the corner, who was concealing his phone and wearing a smug expression. He had already devised a plan. Securing the blood samples first would grant them an advantage in research strategies, expedite drug production, and ultimately dominate the pharmaceutical market. In comparison to such foresight, that 1 million truly seemed trivial. Dr. Liu, since we are here, why not take a look at my company's research technology? Du Ziren proposed. Louis scoffed, no, thank you. Let us each collect our own samples and pursue our own paths. The atmosphere in the director's office gradually became somewhat tense. Du Ziren, holding a snowdrop in his hands, appeared rather bored as he awaited the arrival of the researchers. He was acutely aware that becoming a self-healing patient of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis would undoubtedly attract attention. However, he was not so selfish. If his blood samples could save other patients, he would not hesitate to offer a portion of it, perhaps even earning a little in the process. Resolving matters today would pave the way for a return to a normal life. Approximately half an hour later, two groups of individuals arrived outside the director's office, each carrying a cryogenic box and mobile observation instruments. Almost as soon as they entered the room, both parties set down their equipment, and all eyes turned toward Du Ziren. He raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, as if to say, "What are you looking at? Pay up." Such a mercenary demeanor elicited frowns from those around him. Nevertheless, Du Ziren was unfazed by their gazes. Whatever he could obtain was rightfully his. What belonged to him was also to be shared with Qiu Shangsheng. Was it wrong to demand a bit more in support for his wife? What was shameful about caring for her? Monsieur, Du, our finance department is prepared now. Please provide your card number. 69,845. All right. Hastily, the number was recorded on a mobile device, and under Sun Kang's swift actions, Du Ziren's phone soon buzzed with notifications. Your bank card ending in 0304 has received a total of 1 million yuan. Current balance, 3,704,000. Very well. If we are ready, you may begin the sampling. With sleeves rolled up, Du Ziren approached the medical personnel from Coleman Company, casting a significant glance at Liu Yi. Furrowing his brow, Liu Yi immediately instructed a young man beside him. Go, apply for the bonus. Then transfer it to Du Ziren's account. Understood. The young man nodded and hurried out of the director's office, making a phone call. As the cold syringe pierced his bicep, Ziren watched as 150 milliliters of his blood was drawn. This volume was not excessive, and even after the procedure, he felt somewhat invigorated. Well then, Doctor, we can commence the preliminary research, Sun Kong called out, and a female doctor from Coleman Pharmaceutical promptly dripped a few drops of blood from the test tube onto a microscope slide. The blood sample's activity appears normal. Blood analysis. White blood cells and red blood cells are within the standard range. Suddenly, Dr. Ann's voice faltered. What is it? The entire room turned their attention toward Dr. Ann, who looked up, disbelief etched on his face. His blood contains two unique active molecules that exhibit high levels of vitality. Perhaps it is these two active molecules that have facilitated his amyotrophic lateral sclerosis self-recovery. That is splendid. Can this substance be extracted? It seems not. Why? From the moment we began, these two active components have been rapidly dissipating. They are nearly gone now. I can assure you, the active molecules in this blood sample are likely all but extinguished. As he spoke, Dr. and raised the 150 milliliters of blood extracted from Ziren's arm, his expression tinged with regret. What? Are you suggesting that the blood sample we purchased for $1 million is now worthless? Sun Kang's face paled. This $1 million was spent faster than buying a house. I am certain, due to the peculiar rate at which those molecules are vanishing, the blood in that test tube has likely reverted to ordinary status. Doctor, and shook his head, casting a wistful glance at the blood sample already stored in the freezer. Oh, if that is the case. Mr. Du, may I propose a request? Our disease control center is willing to allocate another $1 million to you. However, your blood will be injected into a white mouse immediately. Do you agree? Observing Coleman Pharmaceutical's predicament, a spark of inspiration ignited in Lu Yi's eyes. Since the active components dissipate upon collection, what if Ziren's blood is injected into a mouse right away? Would those two peculiar active molecules vanish, or would they persist in the mouse? Another $1 million. I bet my parents never imagined I could make money this swiftly. With a smirk, Ziren nonchalantly nodded. Very well. However, the condition is that I must see the results. Agreed. Xiao Zhao. Report. The application has been prepared. Excellent. Immediately transfer $1 million to Mr. Du's account. Understood. Buzzing with excitement, Ziren glanced at his phone, watching his bank balance soar to 704,000. Good heavens. Contracting a terminal illness has not led to ruin. Rather, it seems to have enriched me. Ziren felt that everything had changed with the arrival of Qiu Shengsheng. Shengsheng, wait for me. Once I finish donating blood, I will surely gift you a 648. No, a tenfold 648. Once more rolling up his sleeves, another 150 milliliters of blood was drawn from Ziren's other arm. Almost instantaneously, a doctor injected the blood into a white mouse. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After being injected, the mouse, aside from squeaking a few times, showed no signs of change. Approximately 15 minutes later, medical staff extracted blood from the mouse's injection site for examination. Moments later, the report revealed nothing. The two extraordinary active molecules have vanished once again. In the director's office, an oppressive silence reigned. Alas, another $1 million wasted. Countless gazes, both intentional and unintentional, turned toward Ziren, who merely shrugged in response. Why are you looking at me? If you're dissatisfied, spend more money and draw more blood. Its disappearance has nothing to do with me. With a furrowed brow, Lu Yi waved his hand and led his subordinates out of the director's office. Let us disperse. This naturally occurring blood derivative may only be produced by his bodily functions. The heart transports blood, and those two active molecules are produced from it. Unless we dissect his heart to analyze the genesis of these active molecules, studying the blood samples is futile. As for dissecting the heart, killing a self-healing individual afflicted with ALS to study his body, that would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Utterly pointless. There is no need to keep his information under wraps. Let it be known that he faced his illness with optimism and ultimately experienced a miraculous recovery. Casting a meaningful glance at Ziren, He shook his head in disappointment and departed. After his exit, Sun Kong, with a sullen expression, exchanged a few pleasantries with Huang Qishan before hastily leaving with his entourage. In the director's office, only Du Ziren, Dr. Liu, and Dean Huang remained. Dean Huang, do you still intend to study my blood? Du Ziren cast a mischievous glance at Huang Qishan, who furrowed his brow and shook his head vigorously. Ziren, please do not jest. I wouldn't dare to delve into matters that even they have not comprehended. Tonight, you may proceed with your discharge procedures. Congratulations on your release. Upholding his responsibilities as a physician, Huang Qishan forced a smile, to which Du Ziren responded with a faint grin. I am grateful for everyone's care during my stay. You are too kind. So, Dean, may I take Ziren with me? Dr. Liu interjected. Huang Qishan sighed and watched the two depart. Off you go. But why? Why have the two active components in the blood vanished? Could it be that two entities have emerged within Du Ziren, continuously generating energy? Goodness, I must be overthinking this. How could two energy forms possibly manifest within a human body? He slapped his face, dismissing his absurd thoughts. Later that night, outside the Wan'an City Muscle and Nerve Hospital, Du Ziren held a pot of snowdrop flowers and waved to Dr. Liu. Thank you for your constant care. Oh, what have I done to deserve thanks? If anyone deserves gratitude, it should be your online romantic interest. It seems that all delightful things begin with online relationships. Doesn't it? Well, I shall certainly treat her well. Ha ha. I hope to partake in your wedding festivities during my lifetime. Dr. Liu jested, and Du Ziren's expression turned peculiar. Attend my wedding with my electronic wife? Absurd. Utterly ridiculous. I shall strive for it, he replied, waving goodbye as he hailed a taxi that sped by. Driver, to Wanengarten. All right, young man, hold on tight. The evening breeze wafted through the taxi window, causing the snowdrop flowers in his hands to sway gracefully. As he gazed upon the neon-lit city, Du Ziren's heart was a tumult of emotions. He murmured. Just then, the taxi's radio crackled to life, announcing the news. Good news. In our city, the neuromuscular hospital has reported the world's first case of a patient who has spontaneously recovered from amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. It is said that during the course of their illness, the patient maintained a positive and optimistic outlook, facing life with unwavering confidence. Let's extend our heartfelt congratulations to them, celebrating this triumphant victory over adversity with a magnificent song of life. On August 18th, the southern Anhui region witnessed the Leonid meteor shower, a rare spectacle occurring once in a century. In the broadcast, an abundance of delightful news reports filled the air, causing the driver to nod his head rhythmically. In this day and age, remarkable events abound. Even amyotrophic lateral sclerosis has a chance of self-healing. Young man, are you aware? Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. It afflicts that individual from the beautiful country who sits in a wheelchair. It is said that this ailment is even more challenging to treat than AIDS. I recall that there have been 7 global cures for HIV, which is quite impressive. Yet for amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, we are undoubtedly the first to achieve such a feat. That person must be incredibly fortunate. They have conquered this illness. The driver mused, while Du Ziren in the back seat wore a complex expression. Indeed, that individual is truly fortunate. Isn't it? One wonders how he remains so optimistic. If I were to contract such a disease, I would undoubtedly succumb to despair. Perhaps he has a spiritual anchor? Du Ziren chuckled softly, finding solace as he opened his phone. The apocalyptic survival game has been in operation all along. In the scene, Qiu Shengsheng is experiencing a day filled with her own happiness. She takes her younger siblings to soak in a bath, indulge in rice dishes, and stroll through the streets. On this day, Qiu Shengsheng is indeed very content. A source of spiritual solace, perhaps? Young man, are you referring to being in love? I think so too. As the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of Wanengarten, Du Ziren paid the fare and smiled with a sense of relief. Indeed, that fortunate fellow must be in a romantic relationship. Yet, there remains a void. There is no light that belongs to him. Du Ziren's gaz soudain d'arconnet. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone emitted a series of notification sounds. He glanced down to see. Your apocalyptic survival character has enjoyed a delightful day, attaining a happiness level of 1. Current happiness level, 25. In the dim glow of the mobile screen, Qiu Shangsheng had finished her bowl of rice and was gazing up at the darkness outside the earthen house, softly murmuring, "Senior, what are you doing now?" You must be quite busy, right? I am so curious about what kind of person he is. He must be remarkable, strong, and kind-hearted, right? The little girl leaned against the earthen seat, staring at the sky, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Suddenly, her face was poked. Senior, how could you eavesdrop on me?" A blush spread across her face as her private thoughts were laid bare, and she immediately lowered her head. Ha ha ha. In the solitude of the apartment building below, Ziren's melancholy dissipated. Who said that among the countless lights, there wouldn't be one for me? The fire in Qiu Shengsheng's heart would forever burn for him. Shengsheng, it's truly wonderful to meet you, even if you're merely a virtual character in a game. Gently caressing the girl's cheek, Ziren cradled the snowdrop and ascended the stairs with a few strides. Room 702. This was Ziren's home, long uninhabited and now thick with dust. He encountered no relatives eager to seize his abode. For who would want to dwell in a house where a family of 3 had met with tragedy? After tidying up a bit, Ziren ordered takeout and sat cross-legged on the sofa, watching the scene from Qiu Shangsheng's perspective. Sister, this rice tastes so good even without any dishes. Delicious, delicious. The family of 3 sat in the earthen house, eagerly swallowing the scant amount of rice on the table. It is said that white rice has become a scarce resource in the apocalypse. Only in a level 1 safe camp could one enjoy the freedom of rice. Eat slowly. After we finish, we can wander around the black market and see what we can bring home. Wiping the grains of rice from her younger siblings' faces, Qiu Shangsheng realized that this meal of rice had cost her a full 30 copper coins. Yet, her little purse was still somewhat plump, and she was unwilling not to indulge her siblings. There's still 220 copper coins left. I need to buy some practical items. With her left hand holding onto Qiu Ning and her right hand grasping Qiu Jing, the trio set out from the rice house towards the streets at the heart of mid-level. The black market of mines, as the name suggests. The primary commerce here revolves around black market transactions. In the bustling heart of the mid-tier commercial street, one can observe an array of stalls, from those peddling superhuman crystal cores to others offering 95 new female models. Whatever your desire, there exists nothing they would not dare to sell. Boss, I would like 2 pounds of soft bread. Standing before a stall selling expired bread, Qiu Shengsheng confidently raised 2 fingers. Oh, it seems the god of wealth has arrived. 2 pounds of expired bread will cost you 60 copper coins. The vendor rubbed his hands together, signaling for payment up front. Here, taking a coin purse from his pocket. The vendor immediately began cheerfully bagging and weighing the items for Qiu Shengsheng. Despite being past its prime, the stale bread still holds value, far superior to the hard buns. What is this, boss? Amidst the multitude of expired goods, a manual caught Qiu Shengsheng's attention. It resembled an old textbook, albeit crumpled, emblazoned with the 4 prominent characters, Ability Manual. Oh, you mean this? This was what I foolishly purchased for 20 copper coins at another safe camp when I first became an ability user. There's nothing profound about it. Just some basic knowledge for ability users. How about it, little sister? Upon noticing Qiu Shengsheng's interest in the ability manual, the merchant's eyes gleamed. That's the deal. If you buy another pound of that stale bread, I'll give you this for free. What do you say? This? Qiu Shengsheng hesitated visibly. However, suddenly, a prompt resounded in her ears. Buy, senior? Without delay, Qiu Shengsheng produced 30 copper coins and handed them to the merchant. I'll take it. What a deal. Shortly thereafter, her expenditures for the day had already reduced her copper coin savings to 130. As she treaded along the muddy path, 2 familiar figures suddenly darted past her. It was Wu Hai and Sister Xia. However, the moment their gazes met, they immediately lowered their heads, as if avoiding a calamity, quickly veering away from Qiu Shengsheng, retreating several meters as if fleeing. Are they afraid of you, sister? Chapter 33. What is wrong with the expensive monthly card? Recharge. Damn it. How could I run in a her of all people? That wretched woman. She killed my brother, and now spends his money like this. In the distance along the dirt path, Sister Xia and Wu Hai wore varied expressions. The former was fearful, while the latter's fear was tinged with resentment. Yesterday, Qiu Xingxing's bold sale of 14 daggers had already spread throughout the mid-level. He wasn't foolish enough to remain unaware of what had transpired with the Viper mercenary group. Damn it, that wretched woman. She actually killed my brother and annihilated the Viper mercenary group. I must find an opportunity to take her down. Clenching his fists tightly, Wu Hai stomped the ground in anger. Beside him, Sister Xia scoffed, "Huh? You? Do you dare to lay a hand on Qiu Shengsheng? Aren't you afraid of her powerful backers?" This. Frustrated words stuck in his throat. Wu Hai stomped the ground a few more times before dragging Sister Xia away. "You foul woman, come with me. Help me vent my anger." In a small earthen house, the siblings fiddled with various flavors of stale bread, while Qiu Shengsheng perused the ability manual, engrossed in its contents. For her, becoming an ability user did not equate to possessing the knowledge of an ability user. In the realm of knowledge regarding ability users, she was as naive as one could be. What is medicinal bathing to open pores and maximize the utilization of crystal cores? Up until now, humanity has never encountered a being of exotic level. These concepts fascinated Qiu Shengsheng. On the other side of the phone screen, Ziren was engrossed in other information. To achieve breakthroughs in conventional ability user capabilities, one must slay mutated zombies to extract crystal cores for absorption through medicinal bathing. As one absorbs the energy from the crystal cores, their ability level can naturally increase. Of course, this raises a fundamental question. If you absorb a magnetic energy ability crystal core, then absorb a flame ability crystal core afterward, can you awaken a second ability? The answer is no. The first successfully absorbed and awakened ability crystal core determines the trajectory of one's future abilities. If you're fortunate enough to absorb a flame crystal, awakening the flame ability, then even if you later absorb a golden crystal, it merely enhances your existing flame ability. Thus, when Ziren intended to have Qiu Shengsheng awaken using a metal crystal, the game system warned him that it would jeopardize her future. Indeed, a solid foundation paves the way for steady progress. Can one truly possess only one ability? Touching her chin, Ziren gently tapped Qiu Shengsheng's small hand. Shengsheng turned to the next page to examine the description of the supernatural beings. Oh, her cheeks flushed crimson. Qiu Shengsheng immediately understood. Upon turning to the next page, both of them couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The ability user is destined to awaken a singular ability, which accompanies them throughout their lifetime. However, it is rumored that in the early days of the apocalypse, there emerged an extraordinary ability user possessing a multitude of abilities. A true anomaly. Multiple abilities? What a chosen one indeed. Ziren pondered, feeling that this individual must be an Easter egg within the game's design. Dismissing the matter, Qiu Shengsheng continued to examine the ability manual, while Ziren gestured towards Qiu Shengsheng's interface. Name, Qiu Shengsheng. Identity, superpowered being. Ability level, Esper first tier, awakening of extraordinary abilities. Immortal and indestructible, golden. Training progress. Level 1 Esper, 12100, age, 19, height, 178 centimeters weight, 55 kilograms measurements, 34. 5 to 24, 0 to 33. 9. Physical condition, exceeding that of a metahuman, satiety value, 65. Warmth value, 80. Happiness level, 25. Equipment, military combat uniform, white. Military dagger, white. Desert eagle, white. Oh, has my dear Sheng grown taller again? She is nearly catching up to me. Can supernatural abilities truly facilitate growth? What is this training progress? Upon tapping the training progress icon, a panel unexpectedly materialized on my phone. Detected that your apocalyptic survival character's ability tier is relatively low. Would you like to submit crystal cores for auxiliary training? So this is what they have been waiting for. With practiced ease, Ziren opened the game, storage, and cast a glance around. He recalled that during his last draw of Immortal, he had obtained a number of rather inferior crystal cores. If he were to submit them to Qiu Shengsheng, Perhaps it could aid her in advancing to the third or fourth tier of ability. Rayfire Crystal Core, purple 2. Windwing Crystal Core, green 4. Crimson Blood Crystal Core, white 13. The warehouse was brimming with crystal cores. Ziren slid 1. Crimson Blood Crystal Core over to Qiao Xingxing's face. He refrained from delivering the higher-grade cores not out of stinginess, but from concern that the potent energy of such cores might overwhelm Qiao Xingxing's capacity. For instance, during their last encounter with a golden crystal core, the overwhelming energy had nearly caused her veins to rupture. Although he could assist in alleviating her discomfort, he mused, it would be impractical to massage her every time she practiced. There would inevitably be moments when he was unavailable. Suddenly, a wave of spatial distortion rippled before Qiao Xingxing's chest. With a resonant hum, a core resembling a ruby descended into her embrace. Huh, what is this? A flicker of surprise crossed her features as she glanced around, quickly coming to a realization. Senior, what is this? Take it to grind and absorb. Your ability level is far too low. Although you are now endowed with extraordinary abilities, in the presence of advanced practitioners, you remain but a mere mortal. Understanding this, Qiao Xingxing realized that only by continually strengthening herself could she earn the right to stand alongside her seniors. Without hesitation, she swiftly put away the ability manual and immediately began to manipulate the water tank in the small earthen house. The tank contained murky water, a common type of wastewater, its muddy contents causing Ziren to furrow his brow in displeasure. It has been detected that your survival character's training environment is inadequate and the training resources are mismatched. To ensure the progress of your cultivation, would you like to activate the monthly subscription service? Ward, is this a money-grabbing game? Are you also trying to implement a monthly subscription? After a moment of hesitation, the benefits of the monthly subscription service have already emerged. Activate the monthly card service. Every morning at 8 o'clock, Qiao Xingxing will receive a blood crystal core perfectly attuned to her current supernatural attributes. Upon the initial activation of the monthly card, a water purification barrel will be gifted. To activate the monthly card service, a payment of 228 yuan is required. Will you proceed with the activation? What is this madness? Have you no shame? I have never encountered a game where a monthly card costs over 3,000 yuan. Today, I'm truly astonished. However, upon seeing Qiao Xingxing struggling with the broken water tank, I frowned and immediately clicked on the recharge option. Recharge? How could I possibly deny my beloved Xingxing the resources she deserves? While others possess ample cultivation resources, my Xingxing shall not be deprived of any. Your bank account has just been debited 228 yuan, leaving a current balance of 772 yuan. Buzzing sounds accompanied the notification of the transaction. Within the quaint little house of Qiao Xingxing in the game, a sudden tremor reverberated through the space as a metal water tank, approximately 1 meter in width, materialized within the room. Alongside the tank appeared a small golden crystal core. Chapter 34. The Meteor Shower Incident, Initial Signs, Part 1. What on earth is this? On the earthen bed, Qiao Ning and Qiao Ye stared in bewilderment at the unexpectedly manifested tank, their curiosity driving them closer. The metallic tank gleamed with a smooth surface, and at its very center, a golden crystal core was embedded, radiating a brilliant light. Is this for bathing? Little Qiao Ye prodded the tank, noticing that it seemed to absorb something, effortlessly cleansing the dirt from her hand. What is happening? What's going on? Drawn by the commotion, Qiao Xingxing rushed in with a water bucket. Sister, look at this. Huh, this is a water tank? Gazing in astonishment at the metallic vessel, Qiao Xingxing suddenly grasped the situation. Senior, is this also? The purification tank contains crystalline nuclei. The calm tone echoed in her ears once more. Qiao Xingxing swallowed hard, gazing at the metallic tank, her heart a tumult of emotions. The value of a tank capable of purifying water was, in the context of the apocalypse, beyond words. Moreover, that crystal core at the bottom was evidently no ordinary object. The elder had mentioned a daily regimen for its use. What could that possibly mean? Had she unwittingly secured her future resources for cultivation? It was well known that even the founder of the black market for minerals had acquired his cultivation resources by slaying zombies one by one. What merit did she possess to deserve such treatment? Elder, I do not utter words that one cannot bear. First, let's gain the favor of a powerful figure. I understand now. The hesitant gaze gradually transformed into determination as Qiu Shengsheng poured all the water from the bucket into the tank. Gurgling in the next moment, the originally murky water surged into the tank, and the sediment was instantly absorbed by the metallic walls. In an instant, the water within the tank became crystal clear. At the same time, the golden crystal core at the bottom began to shatter rapidly, transforming the tank of clear water into a golden broth. Steam permeated the small earthen house as Qiu Shengsheng bit her lip and glanced at her younger siblings. Qiu Nink, Qiuya, you both. Qiu Shengsheng had contemplated allowing her brother and sister to experience the medicinal bath as well, for who knows, they might awaken extraordinary powers. Yet she felt too shy. Her cheeks flushed, and she hardly dared to make any further requests to her senior. The girl fidgeted while Ziren, on the other end of the phone, remained oblivious to her thoughts. Her skin was still too thin. With a chuckle, Ziren poked Qiu Shengsheng's cheek. You may first indulge in a medicinal bath, allowing the water's hue to diminish by half. Afterward, with your younger sibling's constitution, they may attempt a medicinal bath. Thank you, esteemed senior. Thank you, esteemed senior. Qiu Ning, Qiuya, aren't you going to express your gratitude to the esteemed senior? The two siblings, caught off guard as they were pulled over by their sister, stared in astonishment. Why was their sister shyly addressing the air? They could not hear Ziren's private speaker, and merely followed their sister's movements, bowing and kneeling towards the void. In a moment, enveloped in a mist of ethereal water vapor, Ziren observed, through the white haze, the increasingly curvaceous form of Qiu Shengsheng, witnessing the steady rise of her progress bar. Ability level, Esper, first rank, progress of cultivation, 25-100, 35-100, At the current pace, coupled with the medicinal bath I will take with Qiu Shengsheng's younger siblings later, it is estimated that it will take another 2 to 3 days to reach the second tier. This speed should suffice, right? The mist obscured visibility, and Ziren had no interest in observing, so he simply hung up his phone and stood up to stretch. Ding dong, ding dong. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Has the delivery arrived? His face brightened, and he promptly opened the door. To his surprise, standing at the threshold was not a delivery person clad in uniform, but Sun Kong, dressed in a tailored suit and exuding an air of poise. Mr. Sun, what brings you here? After regarding Sun Kong with suspicion, Ziren wondered why he had come to visit. What? Is he here to offer money for blood again? Oh no, Mr. Du, please don't misunderstand. I inquired with Dr. Liu to find out your address. I have come to extend an invitation for you to attend a viewing event. A viewing event? Yes. You must have heard about it, right? On August 18th, tomorrow evening, many patients like yourself will gather at Wolftooth Mountain to witness the Perseid meteor shower, making wishes and praying for their recovery. They are all eager to see you, the miracle child, in hopes of bringing good fortune. As Sun Kong spoke, he presented an invitation card to Ziren. Summary of the Wolftooth Mountain stargazing activity. What auspicious sign is this? Am I being regarded as a good luck charm? It directly exposes Sun Kang's rhetoric. Does Ziren still not understand? Truly afflicted patients hardly possess the money or time to venture out and witness a meteor shower. Only those pampered princes and princesses, having suffered severe ailments, would think of watching a meteor shower, seeking a talisman to dispel misfortune. Clearly, the recently popular self-healing individuals with ALS serve as the finest good luck charms. Oh dear, why speak of this? Consider, getting to know the wealthy is not without its merits. Is it? Truly a salesperson, turning the deceased into the living. Ziren shrugged, displaying an evident lack of interest. Is everything all right? If not, I shall close the door. Creak. Just as the door was about to close, a resonant voice echoed through the corridor. 100,000. To accompany those individuals for one evening. 100,000. Oh, are you certain it's merely 100,000? You're not pocketing a commission, are you? The door's closing slowed, and Du Ziren's tone turned playful. 150,000. I am closing the door now. 200,000. The total offer is merely 300,000. It is only fair that I earn a bit for my networking, right? Creak. The door swung wide open once more, and Du Ziren wore a broad smile. 250,000. If it succeeds, splendid. If not, so be it. I have no interest in parading as a good luck charm for that affluent crowd. Agreed. Gritting his teeth, Sun Kong accepted without hesitation. He understood that the initiative lay entirely with Du Ziren. If the latter declined, he would earn not a penny. Ah, now that's the spirit, Mr. Sun. Have you dined this evening? Shall we share a meal? In the future, remember to consider me for such lucrative opportunities. Clap. Almost instantaneously, Du Ziren's face transformed into a grin, pulling Sun Kong into the room. The two settled on the sofa, and Du Ziren retrieved a can of water from the refrigerator, tossing it towards Sun Kong. I say, how shall I get there tomorrow evening? A car will come to pick you up. And the payment? When will it arrive? You will receive it after the event concludes tomorrow night. You, how shockingly pragmatic you are. His lips twitched. It was Du Ziren who claimed he wouldn't seek the limelight, and it was he who invited himself to dinner. Yet, upon learning the specifics, he sold himself like this? Sun Kong appeared speechless, and Du Ziren chuckled. If you wish to share my takeout, you are welcome to join. Farewell. Thud. The door slammed shut by Sun Kong, and Du Ziren intended to secure the lock. With a click, the door seemed to be drawn shut by some unseen force, locking itself automatically. Huh? Observing his outstretched hand, Du Ziren shook his head, merely assuming the door lock had engaged automatically. Chapter 35. The Meteor Shower Incident. Initial Signs, Part 2, A Night of Sweet Dreams. Du Ziren consumed his takeout while watching Qiu Shengsheng bathe and drift into slumber. By the following morning, as he gazed at the game screen on his phone, Qiu Shengsheng had already claimed the monthly card Daily Crystal Core, commencing a new herbal bath. The room was engulfed in mist, yet Qiu Shengsheng's complexion appeared far from pleasant. Her rosy cheeks bore a frown, clouds gathering ominously above. As the golden crystal core, water cascaded, the girl's figure became even more alluring. Ability level, Esper, first rank, current cultivation progress, 75-100. 77-100. Yesterday, I prepared a medicinal bath for Qiuning and Qiaya for half an hour. Aside from their slightly sturdier physiques, there has been no discernible change. Could it be that they are incapable of awakening their abilities? Frustrated, I splashed the water, and just as Qiusheng was partially revealed against the backdrop of the mountain, Du Ziren was jolted awake. Get up. If I don't rise now, I might explode with frustration. Hastily shutting off my phone, Du Ziren hurriedly climbed out of bed. After a brief morning routine, he swiftly descended to partake in breakfast. Within the confines of Wanning Garden, the morning vibrancy is not solely attributed to the breakfast nook, but also to a park dedicated to the elderly. Many have likely witnessed this scene, where a few elderly gentlemen engage in swordplay, jogging, or even spinning tops. Indeed, spinning tops. Although the reason behind this peculiar fascination remains a mystery, Du Ziren, observing from a distance, find himself thoroughly entertained. At this moment, in the park's open space, a white-haired elder with a buzz cut is energetically wielding a whip, producing a thunderous crack that sends the top whirling with a resounding whoosh. Old Wong, your technique is impressive today. Spinning it so swiftly? Another bald elder passes by and, in the midst of conversation, retrieves a top from his pocket. With a swift crack of the whip, the top begins to spin, producing a symphony of sounds. In no time, both gentlemen are merrily cracking their whips. Hey, old Lee, your skill has certainly improved. As the two elders exchange praises, Du Ziren gazes at the whipping motion, feeling an inexplicable itch in his hands. He cannot fathom why. But despite his previous indifference to such activities, witnessing it today ignites a fervor within him, as if numerous veins in his body are yearning to burst forth and dance like the mutated zombies from the Tales of Autumn. Excuse me, may I get a try? Unable to resist any longer, Du Ziren calls out to the whip-wielding Old Wong. Ah, young lad, are you interested in this? Old Wong, noticing the youthful enthusiasm, becomes intrigued. Ah, the itch to try is strong, isn't it? Ha ha ha. It's wonderful that young people take an interest. However, while it may appear simple, it indeed requires a certain level of skill. Come on, give a shot. Handing the whip to Ziren. Old Wang places his hands on his hips, adopting a spectator's demeanor, fully aware that for a novice, maintaining the top's momentum is no easy feat. Precision is key. The whip must strike the top center, and the force applied must be just right. Too much power sends the top flying, while too little results in its rapid decline. It usually takes a beginner several days to grasp the technique. Yet, in the very next moment, with a sharp crack, the whip in Ziren's hands resounds like thunder. His seasoned energy not only keeps the top from flying away, but causes it to spin even faster. The rapidly spinning top etches deep scratches into the aged flooring. My goodness, young man, your technique, have you practiced with a whip before? The playful banter in Old Wang's eyes shifts to astonishment as he rushes over to observe Ziren closely. Naturally, he focuses on Ziren's palms, expecting to find the thick calluses of a practitioner. However, Ziren's hands are as smooth as porcelain, devoid of any signs of rigorous training. Have you practiced? No, I was just playing around, casually swinging his arms. The whip dances as if it were an extension of his own being. With effortless grace, he executes complex maneuvers, enveloping the top in a serpentine embrace. You haven't trained? I find that hard to believe. No newcomer can wield a whip like that. Old Li, skeptical, approaches to scrutinize Ziren for a while. Watching the top spin like a fierce little tiger, he bites his lip, then, unabashed, rubs his hands together. Listen, young man, just drop the act. Master, let me call you master. Perhaps you could teach me? I've just retired and have little to do. How about you teach me the techniques for an hour, and I'll pay you 100. You actually want lessons? Isn't this something anyone can do? Ziren is taken aback. Just a few casual whips, and someone wants to learn? Could it be that he truly possesses some extraordinary talent? You, Old Li, this is nonsense. How can the young master be inclined to teach you? If anyone's getting lessons, it should be me. Isn't that right, master? Upon hearing Old Li's offer, Old Wang swiftly joins in. Both elderly gentlemen, their smiles revealing toothless grins, turn their eager faces towards Ziren, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. This spectacle prompts both elders to envision a golden opportunity. Old man, I have matters to attend to. As for the whip lessons, let us see. Just kidding. For 200 to teach these two old fellows? I'd rather play games. I'd rather spend time with my electronic wife. Despite his bewilderment at his newfound skill, Ziren is acutely aware that his time is better spent elsewhere than with the elderly gentleman. As beads of warm sweat trickle down his cheeks, Ziren realizes he is surprisingly not out of breath. Indeed, after such vigorous activity, he is yet to gasp for air. Something feels amiss. How has my physique improved so dramatically? Could it be that following the onset of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, my physical condition has undergone a transformation? Current cultivation progress. Esper, first level, 99-100. At the moment when the progress bar above her head reached a perfect 100, a humming sound filled the air. The golden liquid in the tank began to boil rapidly, and a thick mist enveloped the earthen dwelling. Qiu Shengxing's body flushed a deep crimson, akin to the hues of the twilight sky. A shimmering aura coursed over her skin, and as a wave of warm breath escaped her lips, her gaze sharpened, and her figure appeared to gain a touch more fullness. Current cultivation progress. Esper, second stage, 3-200. She has ascended. Chapter 36, Meteor Shower Incident. Initial Glimmer, Part 3, Senior. Senior, I believe I have advanced. Excitedly standing up from the water tank, Qiu Shengxing leapt joyfully amidst the splashes. Beneath her exquisite undergarments, the ripe fruits on the delicate branches swayed, leaving Ziren momentarily entranced. This water is truly vast. Ah no, it is remarkably clear, rubbing his rather unrefined face. Ziren calmly pressed a small horn. I see. Let's drive onward. Understood, Senior. Blushing with embarrassment, she fidgeted for a while, her gaze clouded by mist. Suddenly, she exhaled a series of bubbles upon the water surface. Senior, I wonder if I might be capable of undertaking more advanced tasks? You might want to give it a try. Haha, I knew it. Senior, you are encouraging me to hone my skills. I wish to harness the strength you have bestowed upon me to bring my younger siblings to reside in the 3-story building. The water splashed playfully as Chiu Shengsheng made a fist gesture. Du Ziren smiled lightly. Well then, if I am to undertake a new task, perhaps I can explore more of the zombie settings within this game. You observe the time after the medicinal bath each day. Make your arrangements accordingly. After reminding Chiu Shengsheng, Du Ziren went to take a shower. Xiaoning, Xiaoya, you must behave at home. By the way, Senior, if I need to go out. She cast a timid glance at the purification tank in the earthen house, fearing that this object might be discovered and lead to catastrophic consequences. Buzzing. Just as her worries peaked, the enormous purification tank had vanished. Buzzing. Along with it, several bottles of mineral water appeared on the ground. I have assisted you in tidying up the water purification tank. You may leave the mineral water for your younger siblings. Thank you, Senior. A radiant smile illuminated Chiu Shengsheng's small face, reminiscent of a daughter favored by her father, her lips curling upward. I'm heading out now. Be careful, sister. Once Chiu Shengsheng had walked away, Xiaoning gazed at the scattered mineral water, her expression growing increasingly skeptical. Could it be that this so-called senior truly harbors affection for my sister? In the cramped and unrefined room, the walls were still adorned with various task postings. As Chiu Shengsheng stepped inside, the gazes of those present scrutinized her from head to toe. Indeed, this young lady had recently garnered quite a bit of attention, selling cigarettes and 14 daggers. How could one possibly believe that such tasks were within the capabilities of this delicate girl? Shengsheng, are you here to take on another task? Linya inquired from behind the bar, her face radiating a warm smile. She exhibited no trace of embarrassment from her previous rejection and confidently stepped out from behind the counter. Linya, what is the matter? With that esteemed person watching over you, are you still venturing out to undertake missions? Her tone was laced with a tinge of envious admiration. As Linya glanced at Chiu Shengsheng clad in her military attire, realization dawned upon her. It turned out that from that moment onward, Chiu Shengsheng had indeed secured a powerful ally. Beneath her smiling facade lay a flurry of contemplations. Feeling a flush of warmth at Lin Ye's words, Chiu Shengsheng directed her gaze towards the highest task posting affixed to the wall. The higher the task is suspended, the greater its inherent difficulty. I aspire to undertake a task that allows entry into the 3rd tier. What? Entry into the 3rd tier? After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Linya regained her composure. Indeed, with such a formidable ally backing her, what is the so-called black market of the 3rd tier? It is merely a matter of reaching the nearby, high-profile safe camp, a trivial endeavor. Alas, how fortunate. I wonder what that powerful figure sees in this young lady. Casting a discreet glance at Chiu Shengsheng, Linya then assessed her own ample figure. Surely, I am not lacking in appeal. Linya, is there a task that guarantees entry into the 3rd tier upon completion? Preferably one that offers 3 slots. Suddenly, Chiu Shengsheng's voice pulled Linya from her reverie, her gaze shifting to a task bounty posted at the corner of the wall. The black market of the mines, known as the 3rd layer, can be regarded as the luxurious enclave of this place. Entry into the 3rd level is not merely contingent upon being an ability user. Rather, it necessitates a certain degree of contribution to the base to qualify for residency. Now this task, hunting for the zombie dog's crystal core. This endeavor is an assignment issued by our black market mining canine battalion. Should you manage to procure the zombie dog's crystal core, the canine battalion will reward you commensurately based on the quality and quantity of the cores you acquire. Securing just 1 green zombie dog's crystal core should grant you access to the 3rd level. With a casual flick of her hand, Linya summoned the shifting earth and stones from the corner, causing the task bounty to fall into her grasp. Her tone was unremarkable, as if she were discussing trivial matters. However, this was far from the case. Those nearby furrowed their brows upon hearing her words. The zombie hounds are inherently formidable, and the mutated zombie hounds, particularly those possessing crystal cores, pose an even greater challenge. Moreover, these creatures often appear in swarms. Once provoked, one cannot merely fear becoming a zombie. It is likely that one would be left with nothing but bone remnants. Is that girl truly embarking on this task? She must be out of her mind. Indeed, this is a mercenary squad. No one dares to accept such assignments lightly, right? Linya is simply putting others in jeopardy. Amidst the incessant murmurs, Linya remained unfazed. Of course, she would not disclose this task to ordinary individuals. But this is Qiu Shangsheng. She has a powerful ally backing her. Is she joking? Are you afraid of a few wild dogs that have become sentient, as steam awakened? What do you think, Shangsheng? This task, though slightly challenging, is nearly perfectly aligned with your requirements. Upon completion, not only will you receive a reward of 500 to 1,000 copper coins, but the Canine Brigade will also grant you the right to reside in a modest abode within the 3rd tier. However, it appears that the Fire Source Mercenary Corps had already taken on this task. Does it mean it's no longer available? Linya's words made Qiu Shangsheng furrow her brow in concern. Well, not exactly. They accepted the task 3 or 4 days ago and have since gone silent. I suspect they may have encountered a pack of dogs. What are you afraid of? You have a powerful ally protecting you. So what do you say? Will you accept it? Qiu Shangsheng bit her lip, hesitant to recklessly take on the task. Just because she was a senior's Prot G didn't mean she could squander her mentor's abilities. As she nervously fidgeted, a familiar voice echoed in her ears. Continue. I assure you of your safety. The senior. Well, I have accepted it. Resolutely, I took the bounty from Linya's hands. Immediately, the entire task room erupted in a clamor. Goodness, she really accepted it? This person is a mercenary group that has already faltered. Can she manage? Is she not being overly ambitious? The likes of the venomous snake mercenary group are hardly fit to contend with the Fire Source mercenary group. It's hard to say. Perhaps she has support behind her. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Qiu Shangsheng carefully folded the bounty, and her expression gradually regained its composure as she strode confidently out of the task room. Meanwhile, a figure, clad in tattered cotton clothing, rushed out from the path, exclaiming, "Wu go! Qiu Shangsheng, she is going out." Upon hearing this, Wu Hai emerged from a nearby pit, his expression darkening. She is going out again? What is she up to? It was rumored that she had single-handedly taken on the task of hunting for the zombie dog Crystal Core. What? Chapter 37, a live streaming incident. The stargazing platform collapsed? Is he really a lucky star? Part 1. She has taken on the task of hunting the zombie dog Crystal Core all by herself? Is she mad? Just her alone? Just her. After confirming Qiu Shangsheng's intentions multiple times with the scavenger, Wu Hai's expression shifted from joy to shock, then from shock to fear. Taking on such a dangerous task alone? Either she is insane, or she has someone backing her. Wu Hai leaned toward the latter. Damn it, who has she gotten involved with? Furrowing his brows tightly, Wu Hai felt that his plans for revenge for his brother were becoming increasingly distant. Just then, a familiar figure approached from the depths of the dark passage. Wu Hai's expression darkened as he immediately shooed away the scavenger. Get lost. The main person has arrived. Understood. Understood. Open the door. Wu Men guards. This time, the voice from the other side carried an air of superiority. Wu Hai, without much reaction, calmly opened the iron gate, his expression complex. He never expected that such a young girl could, within days, rise to a position where she commanded him, and yet he felt no anger. As he watched Qiu Shangsheng walk further away, the frustration within him remained unassuaged. Wu Hai did not restore the iron net, but instead called out to Sister Xia in the pit. Hey, watch the door. I'm going out to take a look. Are you crazy? Can you handle the situation? Sister Xia, disheveled and looking bedraggled, emerged from the pit and scolded Wu Hai. However, Wu Hai said nothing this time, as if he had made a firm resolution, and turned to chase after Qiu Shangsheng. Meanwhile, the game graphics on the phone froze in the icy wilderness as Qiu Shangsheng hurried along the path. What about Ziren? He was busy rummaging through his wardrobe. Tonight, he was to attend some sort of meteor shower viewing party. In essence, he was merely a mascot to warm up the atmosphere. Nevertheless, he needed a presentable outfit. After much deliberation, Ziren discovered that the most fitting garment he possessed was, to his dismay, a hospital gown. Great! I can't possibly wear a hospital gown out. After trying on the gown, a knock at the door interrupted him. Who is it? He frowned as he approached the door, where a respectful voice greeted him. Hello? Is this Mr. Du Ziren's residence? I am He Xiao, the planning officer from Coleman Pharmaceuticals. I'm here to escort you to the meteor shower viewing party. Coleman Pharmaceuticals? You again? Wait, is this meteor shower event organized by you? As expected of Mr. Du, our company is indeed responsible for the event's promotion. This gathering aims to inspire hope for a brighter future among patients. Ah, so it's to comfort those second-generation heirs, is it? Upon opening the door, Du Ziren found a man outside, dressed almost identically to Sun Kong, except that He Xiao wore sunglasses and was impeccably groomed. Wait a moment, I need to put on some clothes. Oh, is that a neuromuscular disorder gown you have? If possible, please do wear it. Seeing the attire in Du Ziren's hands, He Xiao immediately reached out to persuade him. So, you wanted to be a complete clown, huh? Fine. It's all for the money. After donning the fitting hospital gown, Du Ziren unceremoniously stepped outside, following He Xiao down the stairs. He was surprised to find a Maybach parked at the entrance of the Wannan community. Once in the car, they headed towards the outskirts of Wannan City. As the evening glow bathed the area, a massive round iron observation tower gradually came into view atop Wolf Tooth Mountain. As the car wound its way up the mountain road and came to a stop beneath the observation tower, Du Ziren was taken aback to see the parking lot filled with luxury vehicles. Goodness, is it really so extravagant to pray for the sick these days? Shaking his head, he gazed up at the observation tower. The structure soared at least 10 meters high, supported by numerous steel columns, crowned with a circular platform. Above it, steel frames formed a shape reminiscent of a bird's nest. Without a doubt, the construction of this observation tower must have cost a fortune. Mr. Du, please follow me this way. We have a private elevator. He Xiao's urging interrupted Du Ziren's contemplation as he looked around, realizing that the observation tower lacked pedestrian access. Wait, you don't have a pedestrian passage? If something goes wrong, how will people escape? His skepticism was evidently heard by He Xiao, who, for once, joined in on the banter. Mr. Du, you jest. If something were to happen, not only would there be no escape, but the countless steel structures inside the observation tower would be sufficient to crush everyone. That's true. The two exchanged jests until they reached the base of the enormous bird's nest. Here, they found the only elevator for ascending and descending, surrounded by a few steel bars. With a limited capacity of 5 people. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened, and Du Ziren followed He Xiao inside. As the elevator ascended, the scenery flickered, and Du Ziren's right eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably, his heart racing inexplicably, as if foreboding something ominous was about to occur. Monsieur Du, we have arrived. Ding dong. As the elevator doors opened once more, a spacious, circular banquet hall came into view. Dozens of pristine round tables adorned with luxurious carpets filled the room. At least 30 elegantly dressed individuals were engaged in lively conversation, sipping red wine and occasionally gazing upwards. Ladies and gentlemen, today our lucky star has arrived. In the history of Wannan City, no, in the history of the world, the first miracle child who has self-healed from ALS, Mr. Du Ziren, has arrived. As soon as they exited the elevator, He Xiao announced with great fanfare. Instantly, the crowd's gaze converged upon him from all directions. They scrutinized Du Ziren as if he were a rare specimen in a zoo. Is this truly Du Ziren? So youthful? How fortunate he must be to have spontaneously recovered from amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. I heard that during his illness, he received no familial care at all to achieve self-healing amidst such an emotional climate. He is truly the chosen one. Countless murmurs erupted in an instant. With a calm demeanor, Du Ziren was led by He Xiao as they traversed the vast circular stage, taking in the sight of the gathering crowd. His expression was unervingly serene, yet internally, he was fervently repeating, "Earn for Sheng Sheng, earn for Sheng Sheng, support my wife." There is no shame in this. No shame at all. Oh, let me touch him. I wish to bask in his fortune. I want it too. A few seemingly young children reached out to tug at Du Ziren's arm, and he responded with a gentle smile. Eventually, after a complete circuit of showcasing the mascot, Du Ziren was brought to a podium-like elevation. There stood a woman of graceful stature, adorned in a striking red gown, holding a microphone and a selfie stick. Hello to all the wonderful viewers entering the live stream. Good evening. Welcome to the Meteor Shower Wish Conference, hosted by Norman Pharmaceuticals. Tonight, we shall witness the splendor of the Leonid meteor shower and make our heartfelt wishes. May the light of hope protect us all, and may everyone's ailments be managed. With that, she invited the evening's star guest. Let us now welcome Mr. Ziren, the self-healed patient of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. As she spoke, the high-definition camera mounted on the selfie stick swung towards Ziren. In an instant, the live stream, which had previously only garnered 326 viewers, erupted with an explosion of comments. Leukemia patients in the early stages. Wow. Have they truly invited a patient who has miraculously recovered from ALS? I wish to absorb some of that good fortune for my own healing. Our family can no longer bear the financial burden of medical expenses. Patients with late-stage liver cancer. This individual is truly a living miracle. I sincerely hope for an improvement in my condition. Early-stage ALS patient. Young man, could you share how you actively face life? Countless comments flooded the screen. Momentarily stunning du Ziren. The frustration of being scrutinized like a monkey seemed to dissipate in that instant. A live broadcast, perhaps, providing solace to those truly in need. It appears Norman Pharmaceuticals has taken some humane measures. Observing the drifting comments, Ziren pursed his lips and exhaled slowly, choosing to speak up. Dear fellow patients, in moments of suffering, think of your loved ones, be it your parents, your spouse, or your children. The essence of life lies in our mutual love and connections. You are not living solely for yourself, but for their sake as well. I firmly believe that life is magnificent. As long as we do not give up, miracles will eventually manifest. Chapter 38. The live broadcast incident. Has the observatory collapsed? Is he truly a blessing? Part 2. Clad in a patient gown. The young man raised his wrist with unwavering determination. In this poignant scene, not only did the live broadcast momentarily fall into silence, but even the audience, previously there for amusement, were rendered speechless. Truly, Mr. Du possesses an admirable mindset. Everyone should aspire to emulate Mr. Du. Noticing the atmosphere had grown somber, the host in a red dress swiftly seized the conversation. Gradually, supportive comments began to fill the live chat once more. Early liver cancer. This young man speaks the truth. It is not merely a matter of medical expenses, but rather the love of those who care for you. Your beloved wife and children cannot bear to lose you. I must rise again. I cannot let them down. Early stage of uremia. He is right. I must not succumb to despair. My child gained 10 pounds in a week to prepare for the kidney transplant. He is willing to donate a kidney to me. The ravages of illness are merciless. Yet, love has the power to create miracles. In the early stages of chemotherapy, life is truly magnificent, and the support from loved ones is even more extraordinary. I have wonderful news to share with my fellow patients. My beloved spouse has accompanied me through this journey, having shaved their own head in solidarity. As I embark on this initial phase of treatment, I find no anxiety regarding my appearance. I am recovering splendidly. In an instant, a wave of responses surged through the live broadcast room. The host in the red dress gaped in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the fact that her extensive efforts throughout the day had seemingly gone unheeded by Ziren. May I inquire how Mr. Du managed to endure the most challenging times? She asked, as if having stumbled upon a sensitive topic while gazing at him. Ziren scratched his head and replied, "It was a girl who accompanied me through it all." Oh, so is the power of love? The question hung in the air, plunging the entire venue into silence. However, the comments in the live stream were filled with jubilant expressions. Ah, how delightful it is to be young. Love truly inspires a sense of yearning and hope. Indeed, particularly at this age, love blossoming between 17 and 18 years is undeniably pure and untainted. How could it be otherwise? It is love that creates miracles. A child, with a runny nose, suddenly posed a question at the event, prompting a woman to darken her expression. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Laughter erupted, and the atmosphere became lively once more. In truth, most attendees were children of the second generation with minor ailments. There were hardly any serious cases among them, as they had little time to emerge from their hospital wards to make wishes. They were merely there to enjoy the spectacle. It seems I should find a girlfriend. One joked. Come on, aren't you just throwing money at it? That's not love. Oh, look at you. Trying to act different. The teasing grew, and the venue buzzed with excitement again. The host in red seized the moment, shifting the camera's focus to the now starry night sky. Ladies and gentlemen, let us count down. The Leonid meteor shower is about to commence. 5, 4, 3. As the first glimmers of deep blue streaked across the sky, visible blue stars began to dance, resembling countless threads gliding across the horizon. Oh, may my cold swiftly pass. Bless me to no longer suffer from fever. May my fracture heal quickly. In that instant, an unexpected harmony enveloped the venue as everyone gazed up at the heavens, their eyes shimmering with hope. May my mother's surgery proceed smoothly. Wishing for a successful battle against cancer. In the lively atmosphere of the streaming room, countless wishes were fervently expressed, each one imbued with a shared hope for the extraordinary. At that moment, the host in a crimson attire approached Ziren, her curiosity piqued. Mr. Du, what wish have you made? I seem to have wished for something rather unrealistic, Ziren replied, gazing at the multitude of shooting stars, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. Oh, would you care to share? I wish to meet her. How difficult can that be? Where is she? Just go find her. Suddenly, as those words hung in the air, a fleeting streak of celestial light drew closer, growing larger against the backdrop of the meteor shower. What on earth is that? It seems the meteor is headed our way. Hey, this can't be happening. If that meteor falls, run. In an instant, chaos erupted at the observation deck as the crowd surged toward the elevator. The already cramped space meant for 5 was now akin to a bustling subway entrance, teeming with frantic individuals. Make way. Move aside. Get back. I was here first. A cacophony of shoving and curses filled the air. Just a moment ago, harmony reigned, but now utter pandemonium ensued. Monsieur Du, we should run. He shall, displaying a sense of camaraderie, grasped Ziren's arm, urging him toward the throng. However, Ziren shook his head, pulling him instead toward a corner. There is no time. We cannot outrun a meteor. Prepare. With a thunderous roar, the atmosphere shifted violently. A scalding wave of air swept overhead, and the chilling sound of twisting metal echoed above. Looking up, they beheld a colossal, fiery rock rapidly disintegrating the steel framework of the observation deck, descending with a devastating force toward the stage. This is bad. With a thunderous crash, the meteor struck, momentarily halting before it brought down a significant portion of the steel structure. The ground quaked violently as countless metal beams contorted and heavy iron blocks plummeted, shaking the entire stage. The supports that held the platform twisted and collapsed with a deafening clamor. In a heart-stopping moment, the towering observation deck was obliterated by the falling meteor. Within the observation tower, a multitude of individuals swayed left and right, evading the falling steel bars. In a corner, Ziren and Hishausa huddled together, witnessing the countless steel bars cascade down, gradually accumulating around them into a pit. Suddenly, a steel bar descended vertically, resembling a lethal sword piercing the air, causing Hishausa's face to darken. This is it. There is no escape. He gazed at the mound of fallen steel bars before him, utterly devoid of options. Ziren gritted his teeth, filled with frustration. Damn it. I shouldn't have been greedy for those few 100,000. Shung. I don't want to die yet. I still wish to see you again. Get away. In a fit of impotent rage, he glared at the enormous steel bar plummeting down. But, in that very moment, a miraculous and bizarre occurrence transpired. Ziren waved his hands wildly at the steel bar, and it seemed as if some magnetic force compelled it to tilt away from its vertical descent. Boom! The steel bar, which was destined to fall straight down, abruptly veered off at an angle. Not only that, but the other steel bars that were hurtling towards Ziren curiously soared away, as if he were orchestrating their escape. Holy moly! Look there! Ziren is spooked. He unscathed. Quick, everyone, gather around Ziren. His position is safe. Hurry. Could he really be a lucky star? Not a single steel bar has fallen on him. Many had already noticed the unusually clear area around Ziren and began to converge towards him. For reasons unknown, Ziren suddenly felt an overwhelming weakness. Finally, a colossal meteor, as large as a rolling stone, descended, shaking the entire observation tower and causing the ceiling to twist and collapse. Creak, crack. Beneath the observation platform, several steel frameworks valiantly resisted collapse. However, above, a colossal meteor descended, utterly flattening the center of the venue. Countless steel structures twisted and contorted, leaving only a solitary corner intact, where the intersecting frameworks formed a spacious and secure enclave. Within this steel sanctuary, the 32 participants remained unscathed, not a single injury nor death among them. At this moment, they gazed in astonishment at Ziren, standing in a space where no steel beams had fallen upon him. He was nothing short of chosen one. Goodness, it truly seems like a fortuitous star has graced us. Had I not witnessed his safety and rushed over, I might have been impaled by the steel rods by now. Impressive. My friend, from now on, I shall forego hanging idols in my vehicle and instead display your portrait. After a moment of stunned silence, countless eyes turned to Ziren, brimming with gratitude. Chapter 39. Goodness, my friend, are you still able to carry on with this? I shall no longer indulge in betel nut. What have I witnessed? An unexpected meteor shower? 30 individuals, and not a single soul harmed. Never stay up late. It is detrimental to your kidneys. However, the most absurd part is that those steel bars fell without causing any trouble for Ziren at all. Bulb 1. Are you still living in a state of perpetual disarray? It is confirmed. Ziren is indeed the embodiment of the koi. Upon seeing me, please summon me for rehabilitation training. I have come to understand that in the future, when undergoing surgery, I shall not invoke deities. Rather, I shall affix a large portrait of Ziren upon my chest, for who knows, it may lead to a flawless transition. I truly do not suffer from kidney deficiency. Next time I purchase the lottery, I shall offer my prayers to Ziren in advance. Do not neglect hydration, or the stone shall seek you out. Hey, are you not focusing on the right matters? Hurry and report this. Please report to the authorities promptly. Not only were the second-generation individuals present dumbfounded, but the patients in the live stream also stared in astonishment. Before watching the broadcast, they believed that Ziren's self-healing from amyotrophic lateral sclerosis was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. After witnessing the live stream, however, they exclaimed in disbelief, "Goodness, there's something even more miraculous. Could this fellow possibly be the reincarnation of Lucio?" Shock, surprise, and incredulity flooded the atmosphere, with myriad emotions and glances converging upon Ziren, who, at that moment, felt no sense of triumph. For, at this instant, an insatiable hunger churned within him, akin to a torrential flood. What on earth? Why am I suddenly so famished? So hungry this sensation was particularly reminiscent of the aftermath experienced by Qiu Shangsheng after her first excessive use of her abilities. The intense hunger rendered Ziren weak, causing him to collapse to the ground. "Monsieur, are you all right?" Xia hurried to support Ziren, who clutched his stomach, his face as pale as a ghost. I'm so hungry. Is there any food? Food? Hey, does anyone here have food? I do. A brother responded eagerly. I just had some pastries. Nearby, a table remained intact with a platter of steak on it. Benefiting from Ziren's presence, several young, affluent individuals willingly offered him food. Without concern for what it was, Ziren accepted everything and stuffed it into his mouth. No. Whether it was small cakes, steak, foie gras, or noodles, he devoured them as if he hadn't eaten in 3 or 4 days, ravenously consuming the sustenance. Only after the oppressive hunger subsided did he finally sit back contentedly on the ground. What a relief. "Monsieur, had you not eaten all day prior to your arrival?" Xia gazed in astonishment at Ziren's voracious appetite, which rivaled that of a strong man from the far north. It was hard to imagine such a prodigious appetite belonged to a seemingly frail youth. Not exactly. Perhaps I was just startled earlier and became too hungry. Is that so? I'm relieved to hear you're fine. Although Xiao's expression was somewhat troubled. He could hardly fathom that such a rare event as the falling meteor could occur in front of him. Well, it's not too concerning. Ziren waved his hand dismissively, lifting his gaze to the jumbled steel beams surrounding him. Even if the fire brigade were to arrive swiftly with cutting tools to breach the opening, they would still need to consider the risk of secondary collapses, making any potential rescue very slow. Oh dear, I wonder when we'll be able to get out of here. Just be grateful. It's already fortunate that you're alive. Despite the words, some of the young, affluent individuals were growing anxious as they had appointments for follow-up consultations the next day. The cramped space supported by steel beams, combined with the oppressive waiting, made it difficult for ordinary individuals to maintain their composure for long. Mr. Du, rest assured, once we're out, my company will certainly compensate you appropriately. Xiao continued to comfort Du Ziren, perceiving him as still a child who might soon lose his temper. Unexpectedly, Du Ziren leaned against a steel beam and slowly retrieved his phone. Doomsday survival game, activate. What? Are you serious? In this environment, you still have a mood to play games? Well, there is nothing else to do. Playing a game is quite enjoyable. Besides, it's not like we're going to die. We'll be out soon enough. This is far better than lying in bed waiting for death. With such an explosive positivity, Du Ziren disregarded the astonishment of a fellow affluent individual and unlocked his phone. In the game's graphics, Qiu Shangsheng emerged from a vast expanse of white snow, arriving at a desolate outskirts. According to the city map in the black market mines, the southern suburbs of the former Wan'an city used to house an abandoned pet shelter. Many abandoned dogs and wild canines would have congregated here after the apocalypse. This place should be rife with zombie dogs, right? He gazed toward a distant iron-barred structure, narrowing his eyes. The iron gate, aged and weathered, bore charred marks and sticky tar. It was evident that a fire had occurred here within the past few days. The Fire Source mercenary group? I recall, they were a couple who awakened fire abilities, collaborating with 5 researchers to create kerosene bottles to fend off zombies with flames. Their combat capabilities are formidable. Musing at the entrance of the iron-barred enclosure, Qiu Shangsheng was about to take a step forward. Do not rush. First prepare the handgun. It is likely very dangerous inside. The timely voice of Du Ziren echoed in her ears, causing Qiu Shangsheng to momentarily freeze. She swiftly retrieved the Desert Eagle from her bosom. With a series of clicks, the bullets were chambered, and Qiu Shangsheng rose on her toes, gradually approaching the iron gate. Beyond the iron gate lay a square, no less than 200 square meters, filled with wooden doghouses, presumably meant for the habitation of rescued canines. However, what should have been a cozy place was now transformed into a scene of horror. The ground of the doghouse square was littered with remnants of human bodies. Fingers, thighs, heads, ears. Various torn fragments of flesh lay grotesquely strewn in a ghastly brown hue, emitting a foul stench in front of the wooden shelters. It was not difficult to imagine the horrors that had transpired here. Just beside the iron gate, from an especially large doghouse, a series of low growls suddenly erupted. The sound was deep, reminiscent of a large dog snoring in slumber. Caution, it may be feigning sleep. Du Ziren's voice echoed once more. Qiu Shangsheng remained vigilant, gripping her firearm in one hand while she cautiously pulled open the pitch-black iron gate. Creak! The faint sound of the door creaking open barely resonated when woof. In an instant, from within the enormous doghouse by the door, an Alaskan Malamute, as large as a tiger, suddenly lunged forward. Its menacing fangs aimed directly at Qiu Shangsheng's thigh. Chapter 40. Zombie dogs, suburban dog park remain calm. Prepare to fire. A powerful reprimand echoed through the air, causing Qiu Shangsheng, who had initially appeared quite startled, to compose herself instantly. The click of the handgun's safety was swiftly disengaged. The enormous Alaskan Malamute, its once lustrous fur now completely shed, revealed a gruesome, blood-soaked, brownish-gray hide, reminiscent of a savage beast. As it lunged forward, a wave of putrid odor assaulted the senses. The dog's massive jaws showed signs of decay, and its eyes were hollow voids of darkness. Yet, despite its ghastly appearance, It lunged at Qiu Shengsheng with the precision of a ferocious tiger. Fire! The calm voice of Du Ziren resonated, instilling a sense of confidence in Qiu Shengsheng. The muzzle of the pistol flickered with flames as 3 bullets struck the forehead of Alaska with pinpoint accuracy. Instantly, Alaska's airborne motion faltered, and its entire body crashed to the ground with a thud. A hollow bullet wound gushed forth dark blood from the center of its forehead. Yet, due to the inertia of the bullets, Alaska did not perish immediately. On the contrary, after letting out a couple of furious howls, its bloodied form began to twitch ominously as clusters of dense black fur emerged from beneath its flesh. Could this be an extraordinary ability? Qiu Shengsheng stared in astonishment at the scene, while Du Ziren promptly aimed at the head of Alaska. Mutant zombie dogs. Alaska, mutation ability. Hardened fur, white, ability level. Esper, 2nd rank. Hardened fur? No wonder it wasn't incinerated. With a slight furrow of his brow, Du Ziren gently tapped Qiu Shengsheng's shoulder, signaling her to put away the handgun. Shengsheng, its extraordinary ability is steel hardening. Bullets are ineffective against it. Prepare to switch to a dagger for close combat. Are you confident? Yes. With her small fists tightly clenched, the mere presence of Du Ziren's voice instilled an unwavering sense of security in Qiu Shengsheng. Just then, the creature known as Alaska was enveloped in a cascade of black fur. Rather than launching an immediate assault, it began to tremble vigorously. What? Her beautiful eyes narrowed. Before she could ponder the situation, a flurry of jet-black canine hair shot forth like steel needles. Thud, thud, thud. The needles struck the ground, embedding themselves with alarming ferocity. One could only imagine the dreadful consequences had they pierced flesh. Now, it was time for me to engage it up close. Gulping down her apprehension, the sound of her heart pounding echoed in her chest like a drum. Thanks to the military combat suit, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, yet her skin remained unscathed. Accelerate. Unaware that her unique ability was immortality, Qiu Shengsheng fixed her gaze on Alaska and once again entered that heightened state of speed. How? A flurry of motion ensued. The fur of the Alaskan Malamute bristled with an increasing intensity, while a torrential downpour of rain cascaded around it. Yet, in the next fleeting moment, its ears perked up, struggling to discern the presence of an adversary. The shadow flickered with an astonishing rapidity. Left? Right? It could only faintly detect the sound of footsteps crunching on the snow ahead. As the noise drew within a meter's distance, the Alaskan, in a frantic attempt to retreat, was met with a chilling flash. A dagger plunged with precision into the center of its forehead, striking the very bullet wound it had sustained earlier. A dark crimson liquid gushed forth, and a line of blood illuminated the air above its head. In an instant, 2 severed halves of canine head flew apart, spraying blood in a gruesome display, as the headless body collapsed with a resounding thud. It appeared not formidable at all. A soft voice resonated, and the figure of Qiu Shengsheng emerged slowly. Standing amidst the pooling blood, she guided the dagger along the Malamute's neck, causing a metallic-hued crystal core to roll free. With a reverent gesture, Qiu Shengsheng lifted the crystal core with both hands, presenting it towards the heavens. Senior, please accept this crystal. Although this was the mutated dog crystal core designated for collection during this mission, she understood its significance deeply. Without the guidance of her seniors, where would she be? The first to honor was never the base, nor her family, but her revered predecessors. A new gift has been delivered to you by your apocalypse survival character. Will you accept it? On this side of the mobile screen, a new interface popped up in the game once again. However, this time, Du Ziren did not click yes. He was acutely aware that this was the task item for Qiu Shengsheng to move into the 3rd floor. Take it yourself. This trinket holds no value for me. Pressing the small horn, Du Ziren genuinely feels that this item is of no use. Once again, it is yet another accessory related to the crystal core, all of which have been placed in the snowdrop flower pot. If this continues, he will have to seek a dedicated cabinet for storing the crystal cores. Wouldn't the senior want it? It is not that I do not wish to. Rather, I am aware that this is beneficial for you. To repay me, You need only use something outside the mutated canine crystal core next time. The calm voice of Du Ziren echoed in her ears, causing Qiu Xingxing's cheeks to flush. Senior, are you prioritizing my circumstances? It felt as though something had brushed against her mind, and with a hint of embarrassment, she accepted the white-tempered crystal core. Should I perhaps use this to fulfill my obligations? She pondered for a moment, standing in a daze outside the park's iron gate. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren clicked on Qiu Xingxing's attributes, beginning to assess the preparations that lay ahead. Ability level, Esper second rank, 35 out of 200, warmth value, 72 subsistence level, 13 happiness level, 25 has Qiu Xingxing's ability value increased simply by slaying a mutated dog? If I recall correctly, she is required to submit a green crystal core, correct? It seems she must eliminate several more mutated zombie dogs. As these thoughts lingered, Du Ziren arrived at a decision. Sheng, go have something to eat, adjust yourself, and prepare to enter the park. Understood. With a casual swipe, several packs of bread materialized from the inventory, appearing abruptly in the snow. Du Ziren observed Qiu Shengsheng as she began to eat. Beside him, a wealthy second-generation scion looked at Du Ziren with a peculiar expression. Ever since Du Ziren started playing the game, the scion had been curious about what kind of game could captivate someone to such an extent at this moment. As a result, he was left dumbfounded. This guy had been babbling about Sheng into his black-screen phone since the beginning, with an expression of infatuation. What could this be if not madness? Furthermore, Du Ziren was indeed donning a hospital gown and grinning foolishly at his phone. The scion reasonably suspected that Du Ziren's affliction had been cured, but perhaps he had been transferred to a mental institution instead. No wonder this fellow lamented about not being able to meet his other half. You must truly be out of your mind, fantasizing about a partner, right? Could it be that madness has triumphed over his illness, with the virus shifting from his legs to his brain? Chapter 41. The Teddy Dog Clan, Wu Hai's Shock. Holy cow, the mystery is solved. This guy from a Norman pharmaceutical company has hired a lunatic to deceive us. The scion's conviction grew stronger, yet he dare not voice it loudly. For it was Du Ziren who had saved them all. Even if the other party was a lunatic, gratitude was still owed. Alas, poor soul, lost in the illusion of a dreamlike world. With a sympathetic gaze at Du Ziren, he suddenly looked up and flashed a silly grin. What do you think? Is this game not stunning? The graphics are incredible, and the actions are so cool. Du Ziren's eyes sparkled with earnestness as he thought. The moment when Qiu Shengsheng defeated the mutated zombie dog was undoubtedly worthy of this year's gaming competition. Whoever witnessed it would surely exclaim, "This game is amazing." He looked hopefully at the scion, who twitched the corner of his mouth and replied, yeah, this game is really something. Shall I share the installation package with you? No need. Just enjoy yourself. The scion wore a look of affectionate pity. While Du Ziren's expression stiffened as he muttered, "It's clear you don't play games. This game is so much fun." Yes. It's incredibly fun." After offering a few perfunctory remarks, the scion promptly distanced himself from him. Damn, it was confirmed. This guy truly was a lunatic. In the snowy expanse, Qiu Shengsheng quickly chewed on the bread that had inexplicably appeared, her gaze constantly drifting toward the iron-sheltered area. Xinhua, are you suggesting I should go back in and seek another opportunity? Indeed, your current core is insufficient for task submission. There must be other secrets hidden within this park. The mere watchdog is insufficient to subdue two extraordinary beings. After replenishing her stamina, she cautiously prepared for confrontation. With a slight nod, Qiu Shengsheng licked the crumbs from the corner of her mouth. "Let us proceed," she murmured, rising on her tiptoes as she fully drew open the iron gate. Creaking, the door revealed a courtyard strewn with the dismembered remains of humanity, prompting Qiu Shengsheng to frown deeply. She deliberately sidestepped the corpses, treading lightly as she passed each doghouse. No one could ascertain whether a mutated zombie hound might emerge from the remaining shelters. Only with the utmost caution could one traverse this treacherous terrain. Step by step, akin to walking on thin ice, Qiu Shengsheng finally reached the last doghouse. Her mood remained taut as she attempted to discern the environment within. The previous shelters were all engulfed in flames, yet the final one stood apart. its entrance obscured by a thick pile of thigh meat, rendering the interior completely invisible. If one listened closely, faint whimpers of young pups could be heard. Could it be that there are puppies inside? Qiu Shangshang hesitated. If she were to discover a young, mutated zombie hound, it would greatly contribute to the research efforts at the base. Standing in a daze before the doghouse, her phone buzzed, and an interactive pop-up appeared on the screen. Is it in proximity to the doghouse? Opportunities and risks coexist. Within your apocalyptic survival role, there lies the chance to acquire a mutated canine companion. Yes or no? Ziren chuckled at the choice presented on his phone. What is this about mutated pets from Kumba? Given the nature of this game, I find it hard to believe that spending money will yield good pets. As for opportunities and risks, I would never allow Shang to face even the slightest risk. With resolute determination, he pressed the no button. Ziren would rather see Shang miss the opportunity than allow her to take a risk. A pet? Her husband can provide for that. Shang, shoot at the doghouse. A calm and icy voice echoed, causing Shang's dazed body to shudder. But senior, there might be a few puppies inside that house. Their worth pales in comparison to yours. Listen, fire. A sudden flush of crimson spread across her face, and a wave of sweetness surged within Shang. The words of her senior. Blushing, she quietly drew out her handgun. Fire. At the persistent insistence of Ziren, the pistol unleashed a series of crackling gunfire. The bullet's impact instantly shattered the thigh in front of the doghouse, revealing a scene within the wooden structure. Woof, woof, woof. In the next moment, an unbelievable sight unfolded. Dogs. A multitude of dogs, tiny gray-brown toy poodles, no larger than mice, were crammed into the doghouse, ravenously devouring a severed human hand. Woof, woof, woof. Within the humble earthen dwelling, nearly 100 poodles feasted, their mouths stained with blood and flesh. In their deep, dark eyes, a cunning and malevolent glimmer of humanity could be discerned. This, Shang was left utterly dumbfounded. Mutant zombie dogs, one might exclaim in disbelief. And there are even smaller variants. Were it not for the sage warning of a senior, the temptation to draw closer might have led one to a perilous fate. Overwhelmed in an instant by a horde of teddy dogs, leaving one's head quite literally at their mercy. Indeed, the game's design is rather ingenious. Mutant zombie dogs that can also take on diminutive forms? Even Ziren could not help but marvel at the treacherous ingenuity of this game. A nod, perhaps, to the infamous treasure chest monster from a certain series? Who could resist the allure of peering into a doghouse that harbors puppies? As the doghouse creaked open, a frigid gust swept through, momentarily halting the eager gnawing of the small teddies within. Countless pairs of beady black eyes fixed intently upon Shang. Woof woof. In the next instant, a wave of mouse-sized teddy dogs surged forth like a tide, rushing toward Shang with an unrelenting fervor. Shang, fire. Retreat while shooting. Only a little over 50. You can handle it. Ziren's calm voice resonated, causing Shang to retreat several steps. Bang, bang, bang. The muzzle of the desert eagle in her hand spat fire, and several heads of the teddy dogs exploded, instantly transforming into a mist of blood. Woof woof. However, the gunfire did not deter the teddy dogs. Instead, it ignited their ferocity. Woof. The remaining teddy dogs charged toward Shang recklessly. A torrent of savage canines surging forth as if they intended to devour her whole. Your apocalyptic survival character is on the brink of an imminent crisis. The apocalyptic novice set's fortunate passive has been activated. On the verge of repelling a vicious bite, Ziren was just about to unleash his ultimate skill, the dimensional slash. Unexpectedly, a game pop-up displayed the hidden effect triggered by the beginner's set. Instantly, Ziren's commanding voice resonated once more. Do not panic, Shang. Believe me, switch to the dagger. Strike directly at them. Chapter 42, The Pack of Teddy Dogs, Wuhai Shock. Part 2. Not only did they not flee, but they also dared to charge forward. The gray-brown teddy dogs, ferocious and bloodthirsty, rushed at her like a pack of wolves. A rational person would surely opt for a handgun, maintaining distance while shooting and retreating, wouldn't they? To leap into the fray with a dagger in hand? That would be tantamount to self-destruction. Yet, this was a suggestion from Ziren. The elder would never lead me astray. As long as it was the elder's counsel, Sheng would fearlessly act upon it. With a sudden halt, Sheng resolutely dashed toward the oncoming horde of teddy dogs. Bark, bark, bark. The charging teddy dogs were momentarily taken aback. Clearly, they had not anticipated that anyone would dare confront a pack of their kind head-on. Swish! A glimmer of cold light flashed, and the diminutive teddy was instantly reduced to a spray of blood. Bark, bark, bark. However, the teddy dogs that followed showed no signs of retreat, their fur bristling as they lunged at Sheng like a swarm of bees. In the blink of an eye, 13 teddy dogs clung to her chest. Their teeth jutted forth like steel needles, unceremoniously sinking into her torso. What the hell? Is this woman really that fierce? From a distance, Wu Hai lay prostrate in the snow, witnessing the unfolding scene in disbelief. Since emerging from the black market, his expression had remained one of utter shock. The earlier incident with the Alaskan, the appearance of the handgun, and the seemingly conjured bread constantly reshaped his understanding of Sheng. This woman is indeed an ability user. A common person could not possess such speed. Moreover, she is not merely an ability user. She possesses the astonishing capability of summoning bread and wielding a forbidden handgun. She must either be a rare space ability user, or there has been a formidable figure by her side all along. Considering Sheng's current ferocity, it is quite possible that my brother Wu Tao's death was not at the hands of another, but rather at her own. Damn it, I never imagined, not in a million years, that my brother was truly killed by this woman. What a deep cover. Sheng. Where on earth did you acquire that handgun? When did you awaken your abilities? Confusion, anger, and resentment surged within him. Wu Hai felt that this world was utterly absurd. When did an ordinary, fragile girl undergo such a transformation? His astonishment remained unshaken as he stared blankly at Sheng's silhouette until he witnessed the current scene. 13 mutated teddy dogs lay firmly upon Sheng's chest. Such a terrifying onslaught. One could hardly fathom that even the most accomplished third-tier ability user would withstand it. Wretched girl, if the one behind you does not intervene this time, your airfield will undoubtedly become a lowland. Glaring fiercely at Sheng, he thought, under such an assault, not only would the opponent likely be bitten to death, but there would surely be a gaping wound on her abdomen. However, the unexpected unfolded. Clang, clang, clang. Countless sharp teeth gnawed, yet Sheng's chest did not bleed. Instead, small flames erupted. The delicate teeth of the teddy seemed to have chomped onto some object beneath the clothing. A stalemate ensued between the gnawing of its teeth and the iron. A low growl resonated from the chest as 13 ferocious teddies continued their relentless assault. Their jaws beginning to ache, bewilderment etched on their faces as they glanced towards Sheng. Huh. Sheng herself was equally perplexed. Why was she unscathed? It was not until the magazine of bullets scattered from her embrace that realization dawned upon her. It was the bullets. No fewer than 40 rounds had fallen haphazardly before her due to the looseness of the magazine. Fortuitously, each spot where a teddy bit down was shielded by a bullet. This, how incredibly fortunate am I? In disbelief, she gazed at the scene before her, until the voice of Ziren once again echoed in her ears. Sheng, take action. Eliminate them all with daggers. Understood, senior. At that moment, Sheng's admiration for Ziren soared once again. How formidable must one be to possess the certainty that no harm would befall them? Could it be that the senior's abilities encompassed not only spatial manipulation, but also foresight of the future? As her mind pondered these thoughts, the dagger in Sheng's hand flashed with silvery brilliance. With a series of muffled thuds, crimson splatters erupted from the camouflage-clad military uniform. As 13 teddy bears were swiftly decapitated, their severed heads tumbling to the ground. Change the handgun again. The incessant sound of reminders echoed in her ears, and Sheng dared not let her guard down for even a moment. The desert eagle once again found its place in my grasp. Bang, bang, bang. Flames danced wildly as the teddy dog tide brought forth a dozen mutated teddy dogs, which were instantly shattered by close-range gunfire. Puffs of blood, mist erupted, enveloping Qiu Sheng in a crimson haze until the cacophony of yelping dogs finally subsided. Nearly 50 mutated teddy dogs lay lifeless at her feet, their small bodies forming a hillock. Calmly wiping the black blood from her face, Qiu Sheng gazed into the vast emptiness above and smiled faintly. Predecessor, I have succeeded. The silent communication between the two was, at that moment, terrifying to Wu Hai from a distance. Goodness, this woman, appearing delicate and fragile, transformed into a frenzied killer. The most astonishing part was that she smiled after the slaughter. Incredible. Is she some kind of female demon? A chill ran down his spine. Wu Hai realized he had underestimated Qiu Sheng. Her earlier strategy of allowing the mutated teddy bear to bite was initially perceived as reckless. Yet it now revealed itself as an opportunity. With the distance closed, if the mutated teddy bear posed no threat to her, then the proximity of a handgun. Swift and precise. Did that woman not fear having her abdomen torn open? Was she truly that courageous? Such audacity. In an instant, Wu Hai felt that his plan to ambush was utterly doomed. With a pale face, he concealed himself beneath the snow, remaining motionless. Alas, it was unfortunate. This mutated teddy bear had yet to reach the level capable of yielding a crystal core. After all, none of them exhibited any powers. Regretfully observing the scattered corpses, Qiu Sheng looked at the human remains surrounding the park. She understood that had it not been for her senior, her own greed could have led her to join their ranks. In this apocalypse, the human heart is inscrutable. The cunning of mutated creatures is even more unfathomable. Chapter 43. A dog's head on a human body? The enigmatic dog factory. Are they merely waiting for a chance? Given the intelligence of these mutated teddy dogs, they should be incapable of such strategies, right? Is this merely a game setting, or could it be? Gazing at the countless human remains on the game screen, Ziren dared to assert that those who once desired mutated canine companions were now nothing but bones. In summary, Sheng, you must be cautious. The dangers ahead may be even more perilous, Ziren urged once more, pressing the small horn. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sensation of being observed. As he dazedly glanced around, he discovered that the wealthy youths surrounding him had distanced themselves, regarding him with expressions akin to those witnessing a madman. What is the matter? Is there something written on my face? No. It seems, Mr. Du, you must have been startled just now. Now, you're merely staring at your phone. At this moment, even He Shao cast a sympathetic glance towards Ziren. He refrained from voicing any truths, his words trailing off halfway. I was merely engaged in a game. Yes, take your time. I hear that the fire brigade has already arrived. Rest assured, Mr. Du, we shall soon be freed. Comforting Ziren, He Shao retreated to a corner. How frustrating. A bunch of individuals who know nothing about gaming. Shaking his head in resignation, Ziren was about to resume his phone operations when suddenly, a sound reminiscent of spiraling drilling emerged from a shadowy corner beneath the steel beams. Can those inside hear me? Oh, someone is coming. Finally, they have arrived. We can hear you. A resounding voice echoed from outside the steel structure, and the group beneath the framework erupted in jubilant exclamations. Quick, open the hole. I want to get out. I'm dying of impatience. You finally made it. Amidst the fervent cries, the spiral drill continued its incessant rotation, eventually carving out a small opening. A colossal eye peered through the newly created hole. Ladies and gentlemen, please maintain your composure. Due to the structural integrity within, our fire brigade finds it challenging to assess the situation, hence the slow pace of rescue. To prevent any secondary collapses, we must consult experts to calculate the collapse points. Until then, I implore you to refrain from any erratic movements, for there is a risk of further collapse at any moment. The somber words of reassurance swept through the previously jubilant crowd, plunging them into a suffocating silence. Hey, this can't be real. How much longer must I remain here? I have a consultation scheduled for tomorrow. The conditions here are unbearable. How can anyone reside in such an environment? Following the silence came a chorus of complaints, buzzing like a swarm of bees. Behind the spiral opening, the rescue personnel let out a deep sigh of exasperation. Ladies and gentlemen, we truly have no alternative. You are situated several meters in the air. Our rescue operations rely on a ladder, moving slowly. Some points require further investigation. If we were to hastily create an opening that leads to a secondary collapse, you might. The firefighters' words trailed off as the trapped wealthy youths fell into a muted silence, their spirits deflated. They understood all too well the terrifying nature of safety hazards, their faces darkening as they slumped onto the ground, unable to utter a single word. However, you need not worry about your basic necessities for the time being. We will initially create a small opening that does not compromise the structure's integrity, allowing us to deliver basic sustenance. We pledge within 3 days. Within 3 days, we shall find a safe exit for you. The resounding declarations were intended to uplift spirits, yet the affluent youths absorbed none of it. 3 days? My heavens! 3 days? Does that mean I must endure this confinement for 3 days? How will I sleep? How will I relieve myself? The mere thought of having to eat, drink, and attend to nature's calls in such a cramped space filled him with despair. After all, they were all privileged children, and the cacophony of grievances erupted in unison. The firefighters outside fell silent, seemingly aware that further discourse would only complicate matters. They proceeded to drill several holes and began gathering information regarding the internal structure. Ziren observed the small square openings created in the steel framework, his demeanor strikingly calm amidst the chaos. It's not a significant issue. My phone's battery should last until tomorrow evening, right? Before that, the apocalypse survival game is now activated. As if in a trance, he tapped fervently on his phone screen, feeling assured that as long as there was power and sustenance, he could endure not just 3 days, but 3 months without concern. In the outskirts of Wan'an City, snowflakes gracefully descend from the sky. Within the confines of the animal sanctuary, several expansive steel-framed warehouses stand. It is likely that this area was originally designated for the storage of dog food and as the residence of the caretakers. Stepping lightly on tiptoe, Qiu Shangsheng approached the warehouses like a curious kitten. The large rolling doors of the warehouse stood wide open, revealing a significant accumulation of dust within, where faint traces of human footprints could be discerned on the ground. These footprints must belong to the Fire Source Mercenary Corps. Did they also traverse the preceding area of the wooden cabins? Gazing thoughtfully into the interior of the warehouse, Qiu Shangsheng observed intricate pathways nestled beneath towering heaps of dog food bags. Hesitating at the entrance, her ears perked up suddenly. Woof woof, woof woof. Are there dogs here as well? With utmost stealth, she minimized her footsteps, breath, and movements, inching closer to the source of the sound. Upon reaching a vacant area where dog food bags lay torn and scattered, she beheld an astonishing sight. Woof woof. A figure. No, to be precise, a man with the head of a dog was sprawled on the ground, mimicking the motions of a dog while voraciously gnawing at the scattered dog food. His legs raised and disturbingly positioned. Despite having hands and feet, he crawled on all fours like a dog. Drip, drip. Beneath his padded trousers, a yellowish-brown stain trickled down. This dog-headed man was, astonishingly, lifting his leg and, in a dog-like manner, had soiled his trousers. This scene was truly too shocking to behold. Dog-headed humanoid. Is he a dog or a human? Qiu Xingxing's pupils widened as she realized that this dog-headed humanoid was clad in a fiery red combat uniform, adorned with an emblem of a blazing flame. The bold letters of Fire Source Mercenary Group were particularly eye-catching. This person, he is none other than a long-missing member of the Fire Source Mercenary Group. How could he have transformed into a dog? Qiu Shangsheng was perplexed. Her lips quivered for a long while, as if she wished to speak up and inquire, yet she hesitated, fearing that her voice might disturb something. After much contemplation, she remained motionless. Meanwhile, on Ziren's phone screen, the game selection popped up once more. Option 1. Inquire directly. How do you transform into a dog? Why do you exhibit such canine behavior? Option 2. Fire a shot at the head of the dogman. Outcome unknown. Option 3. Remain inconspicuous and observe the subsequent actions of the dog-headed creature. However, there exists a chance of being discovered by other entities. Outcome unknown. Chapter 44. The Tragedy of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps. Man raises dogs? Or do dogs raise man? Oh, this time, it is a choice of 3? As the selection window appeared, Ziren hesitated for a moment before opting for option 3. Choosing to continue observing, despite the possibility of being detected, is likely the quickest way to discern any anomalies pertaining to the dog-headed entity. Option 1. Engaging with a dog-headed humanoid poses significant risks. If one were to lose their composure, a mere bark could summon a horde of mutated zombie hounds, rendering the endeavor futile. As for option 2, discharging the firearm, that would merely signal to the diminutive adversary that a swift confrontation is at hand. Adhering to the philosophy that conserving dimensional slashes is paramount, Ziren opted for the most prudent gameplay strategy. Who can predict how monetarily invasive this game may become in its later stages? Upon selecting option 3, Qiu Shengsheng's body gradually crouched down, while Ziren's prompt echoed in her ears. As the breath slowed, waiting for this creature to finish its meal of dog food, the cat nestled in the corner, with only its pair of eyes visible. After a considerable time, the creature resembling a dog-headed man seemed to have satiated its hunger, sprawled on the ground like a playful hound, joyfully spinning in circles. It barked incessantly, as if calling out to someone. I understand, you canine creature. I am here to retrieve you. Were it not for your status as an ability user, you would have long since found yourself in the pot. Suddenly, a cacophony of curses erupted, and the figure of Qiu Shengsheng shrank back, only to discover a monstrous being emerging from the distant corridor. A creature with the head of a human and the body of a dog. Indeed, a peculiar being, possessing the body of a dog, yet standing and walking upright, bore a human head adorned with stiff facial features, clearly unaccustomed to expressing emotions. Impatiently, it received a kick to its abdomen. Beast, move! With a firm grip on its dog-like ears, the figure spoke coldly, causing the creature to howl in distress. Strangely, as she witnessed this scene, Qiu Shengsheng felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, sensing that it was not a human tormenting a dog, but rather the reverse. Move! Grasping the creature, the duo proceeded deeper into the factory. After a moment of hesitation, Qiu Shengsheng rose on her toes to follow. In the distance, Wu Hai, standing at another corner, bore witness to the unfolding drama, his expression darkening. Good heavens, has the identity of man and dog been reversed? What terrifying mutated zombie dogs must lurk here to orchestrate such a spectacle? A chill crept within him, yet he chose not to retreat, instead casting a sinister glance at Qiu Shengsheng. You wretched servant, that person behind you, no matter how formidable, if they cannot handle the Dog King here, you shall meet your demise. When the time is ripe, I will ensure your exposure. Surveying the steel-framed shelter, Wu Hai's demeanor grew ominous as he stealthily followed. As they ventured forth, the depths of the factory revealed not an open space, but a descending cellar passage. It was evident that the original owner had intended to cultivate winter vegetables, hence the cellar's installation. Yet now, the border collie-headed dog dragged its counterpart deeper into the darkness. Flickering candlelight illuminated the cellar walls, and with each step, the stench of blood intensified. Are you capable, border collie? It's merely one person, yet you struggle so. Imagine if the boss were to provide you with a few superhumans to train, would you still be unable to manage? A voice dripped with low, mocking sarcasm. The border collie-headed dog glared coldly in response. Do you require my barking? Where's the boss? Oh, he is inside, studying women. A deep voice drew nearer, and from the cellar emerged a creature with the body of a husky and the head of a dog. Its expression was far more animated, revealing a mischievous grin as it taunted the border collie-headed dog and its captive. Come, let us play with some fire. Did you hear me? Woof woof. In response to the derision, the dog-headed man emitted a series of angry barks. Hey, how dare you disobey? A disobedient dog is no good. With a tremendous paw, the husky struck the dog-headed man in the abdomen, causing it to collapse, fire flaring from its mouth in a fit of pain. How laughable. You dare to put on airs? You are unaware that your wife is being thoroughly entertained by the boss. Grabbing the dog-headed man's face, The husky squeezed relentlessly, eliciting tears and increasing sparks from its mouth. Then, with a resounding boom, a surge of flames erupted, engulfing the cellar in a blaze that reached several meters in height. The husky basked in the inferno, unscathed, and erupted into satisfied laughter. Yes, this is the power we need. Once tamed, we shall have an even more formidable guard dog. Boredom lingered in the air. The border collie glanced at the husky before pulling the humanoid figure along, continuing their journey into the cellar. With each step, the trio moved further away. However, Qiu Shengsheng stood at the entrance of the cellar, utterly dazed. The predecessor, that humanoid figure with a canine head breathed fire. The leaders of the Fire Source mercenary group possessed the ability of pyrokinesis. Could it be that? Her heart began to conjecture, yet she dared not acknowledge the truth. I understand. Prepare yourself mentally. That cellar may very well be a descent into hell. Ziren's voice took on an inexplicable weight. For the first time, he felt that this doomsday survival game was rather realistic. If you were to grant an ordinarily docile dog intelligence, along with supernatural abilities, what do you think they would do? A human raising supernatural dogs? Apologies. The dogs might very well tame the supernatural humans. The earlier scene, though seemingly trivial, had already reshaped Ziren's worldview. My goodness. The creators of this game possess profound insight. If this game were to receive more promotion, it would undoubtedly be a sensation. Trembling, he tapped the screen, his eyes fixated on the gameplay. He could scarcely imagine what else lay within that cellar. As the two dogs and one person walked further away, Qiu Shengsheng cautiously tiptoed after them. Upon reaching the depths of the cellar, she could not help but cover her nose. The air was thick with a bizarre emlang of meaty scents, the briny odor of seafood, the stench of decay, and the metallic tang of blood. It was hard to fathom what else might be lurking within. With utmost caution, she controlled her steps and, after traversing a narrow, dimly lit tunnel, she finally beheld a large cavern illuminated by flickering candlelight. Inside the cavern, a gigantic dog cage contained 6 creatures with the heads of dogs and the bodies of men. Ha 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 ha! These 6 dog-headed beings donned the combat uniforms of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps. Yet at that moment, they resembled wild dogs, drooping languidly by the cage, saliva dripping from their mouths. Be quiet. Don't you dare bark. If you disturb the boss's rest, you'll end up in the pot today. Bang! One of the husky-headed dogs kicked the cage, and the creatures within immediately fell silent. Their eyes, once filled with life, now appeared dull and devoid of reason, having devolved into mere beasts. Could it be that these 6 individuals are the missing members of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps? Have they transformed into dogs? Are dogs now taming humans? Chapter 45. Exposure. Blue Supernatural Dog Transformation. No one can escape. Part 1. Astonishment, terror, and existential doubt washed over Qiu Shengsheng. She had never imagined that dogs could treat humans as their subordinates. Covering her mouth, she suppressed any sound that might escape her lips. She surmised that the border collie-headed dog and the husky-headed dog were likely mutated zombie dogs of at least the 3rd tier of supernatural beings. Furthermore, their mention of a boss suggested that there could be at least 3 high-tier mutated zombie dogs in this suburban dog park. Woof woof. For reasons unbeknownst to her, as Qiu Shengsheng gazed at the dog-headed beings in the cage, she felt an overwhelming urge to bark. She fought against this impulse, squinting to discern the environment beyond the cage. How well had they been trained today? From the depths of darkness, a voice, aged and resonant, echoed. The moment the voice reached her ears, the previously arrogant husky-headed dog immediately prostrated itself on the ground. Boss, the leader of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps has been completely transformed into a dog. However, due to the complete transformation and diminished intelligence, he struggled to wield his flame powers effectively. Oh, is that so? It appears you still Haven-T trained them properly. Clank, clank. From the depths of the gloam, the sound of rattling chains emerged as a towering figure gradually materialized. When it approached the cage, Qiu Shengsheng was taken aback. The so-called boss turned out to be a creature with the head of a dog and the visage of an elderly man. Its fur shone a radiant brown, and its wrinkled face wore an unsettlingly calm expression. Suspended in its paws was a dragging iron chain, and as it swayed, a woman, bruised and battered, was pulled into view. Zhou Yan, that is Zhou Yan. In the shadows, Qiu Xingsheng gazed in shock at the woman ensnared by the chain around her neck. This woman was none other than the female leader from the couple within the Fire Source Mercenary Corps. Recalling past encounters, Zhou Yan and her husband Li Yi had always entered and exited the mining black market with an air of authority, adorned in opulent attire. Though the strength of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps may not resonate throughout the entire black market of the mines, it possesses a modicum of renown. At the very least, every time Qiu Shengsheng laid eyes upon Zhou Yan, the woman never donned the same attire twice. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, to possess a wardrobe of such variety daily speaks volumes of the lavishness of her existence. Yet, what lay before her now? Zhou Yan's gaze was vacant and devoid of spirit, her hair disheveled, almost entirely unclothed. Her chest and thighs were bound in coarse cloth, marred by an array of dark bruises and blood scabs. She trembled incessantly, as if she had endured some harrowing ordeal. It is difficult to fathom what this once indomitable woman has truly experienced. Zhou Yan could not. Her lips quivered, and Qiu Shengsheng dared not delve further into the thought. Faint whispers of comfort from Du Ziren reached her ears. Sheng, the world is far more cruel than you imagine. On the other end of the phone, Du Ziren gazed at the screen, feeling as though his worldview was about to be shattered once again. This game development team truly dares to push boundaries. If his instincts were correct, the leader, Pastoral Canine Head Dog, had not only transformed the entire Fire Source Mercenary Group into dogs, but had also treated the male leader like a mere dog and the female leader as a prized possession. The audacity of it all left Du Ziren feeling embarrassed. Goodness, is this game truly so realistic? As he marveled at the designer's creativity, Du Ziren did not dare to avert his gaze from the screen for even a moment. He had a foreboding sense that this mission was exceptionally daunting. This could very well be a boss level. If he let his guard down even slightly, Qiu Shengsheng could find herself in peril. It wasn't a significant concern. No matter how formidable these three dogs were, they could hardly withstand a few strikes from Dimensional Blade. Staring intently at the game screen. Meanwhile, he observed Pastoral Canine Head Dog, extending its paw to stroke the dog-headed human, held by the Border Collie-headed dog, producing a low, grating sound akin to playful dog calls. I mean, you've already transformed into a dog. Can't you behave a little more obediently? Listen up, breathe some fire for excitement. Its voice was deep and hoarse, devoid of any discernible emotion. However, upon inadvertently catching sight of Zhou Yan, an intense ferocity suddenly ignited within the foolish canine eyes of the creature. Woof, woof. A fierce growl erupted as a torrent of searing flames swirled within its mouth, poised to surge towards the rural canine-headed dog. Is there a hint of humanity lingering within? The cacophony persisted, with a resounding clap, before the flames could be unleashed. The aged visage of the rural canine-headed dog froze, and it swiftly struck with its paw, sending the canine-headed creature sprawling onto the ground. Awoo. The visage of the canine-headed creature contorted abruptly as several shattered teeth tumbled to the ground, writhing in agony. Has it submitted? Ah, truly, our elder brother is formidable. Such grandeur. Upon witnessing this, the husky-headed dog and border collie-headed dog immediately began to fawn over the rural dog-headed dog. Humph. Do they truly believe they retain their humanity? A dog. One must embody the essence of a dog. I believe. Mere intimidation is insufficient. Second brother, go. Slay a dog for our feast. Conveniently, your sister-in-law is also with child. The pastoral canine, known as the head dog, spoke and then crouched down to gently touch the slightly protruding belly of Yen. The expressions of the Hackisherin and the border collie turned to joy. Elder brother, you succeeded? Well, I intentionally left behind a woman with special abilities, for I wished to observe whether the offspring conceived between us would possess extraordinary powers. Truly, you are remarkable. Elder brother, the husky-headed dog laughed heartily as it strode towards the iron cage. With a resounding clang, it flung open the cage and dragged forth a creature with the head of a dog and the body of a man. You are the one. Today, we feast on dog meat. Its paws firmly gripped the head of the dog-bodied figure, and with a powerful exertion, the husky-headed dog let out a howl. The tortured groan of the dog-headed figure echoed painfully, and suddenly, blood gushed from the numerous wounds adorning its head. The husky-headed dog, treating it as if it were a mere chick, tossed the unfortunate figure towards the farmed dog-headed creature. "Boss, it's time to eat." The pastoral canine merely cast a fleeting glance and remained silent, pressing the dog-headed figure to the ground with its paw, positioning it before Zhou Yan. Its expression was stern, and it uttered a single, chilling phrase. "Look, do you still recognize him?" Zhou Yan's gaze darkened, and he remained unresponsive for an extended moment. In the dim, oppressive, and frigid confines of the cellar, though no cold wind stirred, an involuntary shiver crept over one's scalp. It was one thing for a dog to dominate a human, but to twist and contort them? This was occurring before Zhou Yan, the captain. As one of his own members was being manhandled, the vivid spectacle shattered Qiu Shengsheng's worldview, rendering her paralyzed with fear. In fact, she was already contemplating a retreat from this place. Meanwhile, in the distance, Wu Hai bore witness to the unfolding scene, his complexion pale with shock. He could confidently assert that in all the years of the apocalypse, he had never encountered such an absurdity. In the cellar, there were 3 mutated zombie dogs. "No, those are 3 demons, 3 vile beasts." Well, if you are such brutes, I shall be at ease. Qiu Shengsheng, go and play with these beasts." Magnetic, turning to glance at the tempered glass shed outside the cellar, a steel bar suddenly lashed out, hurtling towards the cellar. Wu Hai was controlling the movement of the steel bar, intending to scold and smash it down onto Qiu Shengsheng's head, drawing the attention of the 3 mutated zombie dogs within the cellar. However, as he opened his mouth, Chapter 46, Exposure. Blue ability, canine transformation. No one can escape. Woof! Buzz, buzz, buzz. A piece of iron was spinning midair, and a corpulent figure stood at the entrance of the cellar. Someone actually arrived? When did this happen? The expression on the face of the husky-headed dog shifted dramatically, yet quickly transformed into a grin. A supernatural being, exclaimed the creature. "Brother, can this fellow, now a dog, be gifted to me?" It exhibited no fear. Rather, it gazed at the pastoral canine with palpable excitement. It appeared to have long envied the presence of a tamer with the fiery abilities of the border collie-headed dog. A dead weight of a supernatural being at the 3rd tier. How dare he come to my territory and make such a ruckus? The elderly man's face was etched with deep wrinkles, and he was oblivious to Wu Hai's predicament, merely believing he was about to launch a surprise attack. What was the outcome? This individual remained entirely unaware of his transformation into a canine, unable to suppress a bark. Meanwhile, Wu Hai was equally bewildered. "No, I intended to strike at Qiu Shengsheng. Why am I barking like a dog?" In utter confusion, he patted his own mouth in panic, realizing he was not only unable to speak, but also, as he stroked his face, he felt the robust contours of a dog's head. His limbs were beyond his control, instinctively bending and crawling. His thoughts were gravitating towards that of a dog. This was an extraordinary ability. It was undoubtedly the influence of some advanced power. Wu Hai immediately grasped the situation, casting a terrified glance at the canine-headed man before him. He had merely wanted to observe, not anticipating that this being possessed such formidable capabilities. It was clear that this individual wielded at least a blue-tier talent. Clang! Without a moment to contemplate his next move against Qiu Shengsheng, he hurled a steel bar that was floating before him towards the canine-headed man and turned to flee. Run! If he didn't escape now, he would be the next canine servant. The sound of footsteps and the thundering steel bar striking echoed simultaneously. The tranquil countenance of the countryside canine remained unchanged, its paw merely gesturing with simplicity. Second, if you desire it, seize it yourself. Third, can you withstand that steel bar? Understanding dawned. The responses echoed almost instantaneously. As the head of the husky canine contorted rapidly, its once upright form now prostrated, transforming in an instant into a magnificent husky with gleaming black and white fur. A piercing howl erupted, and the husky mutant zombie dog, akin to a fierce predator, flickered and dashed out of the cellar. Woof! Wu Hai stumbled forward, momentarily stunned. With a thud, He was swiftly pinned down by the ferocious husky. Hee, you thought you could come and go? Ability user? Excellent. Be my hound. The sharp fangs sank abruptly into Wu Hai's neck, his anguished yelps echoing as he was lifted like a mere chick, carried towards the depths of the cellar. Meanwhile, a cacophony of buzzing and roaring steel bars flew forth. With immense force, the paws of the border collie canine merged, effortlessly catching the oncoming steel bar midair. With a casual flick, it secured the bar and tossed it nonchalantly to the ground. Hiss! These three creatures are indeed of boss caliber. No wonder the Fire Source Mercenary Corps suffered total annihilation. On the other side of the mobile screen, Ziren furrowed his brows in deep concern. At this moment, Qiu Shangshang huddled in a shadowy corner by the earthen wall, trembling uncontrollably, too fearful to move. They are formidable. This trio of canines possesses an extraordinary strength. His fingers raced across the screen, tapping on the heads of the three canine entities, and three pieces of information promptly materialized. Mutated zombie dog countryside. Ability, canine transformation, blue. Ability level, psychic 4th tier, canonization, within a radius of 50 meters surrounding the mutated zombie dog. Any organism will begin to exhibit signs of canonization within a certain period. As time progresses, the organism will increasingly resemble a dog, both physically and mentally. Mutated zombie dog. Husky, supernatural ability, Godspeed green. Ability level, Esper tier 3, swift growth, accelerate your speed to double in a short time. Mutant zombie dog border collie, superpower, enormous strength green. Ability level, Esper 2nd tier. The three brothers possess quite remarkable abilities. Observing the information regarding these head dog figures, Ziren felt an unusual sense of caution. This seemed to be the first time Qiu Shangshang was confronting a boss. Given Qiu Shangshang's capabilities, she would likely hold her own against any one of them individually. However, facing all three simultaneously, with a hint of concern, Ziren glanced at Qiu Shangshang, and a smile unexpectedly crept onto his lips. The transformation of Qiu Shangshang into a canine form had indeed taken effect. However, the only alteration was the emergence of dog ears atop her head, with no further changes to her appearance. Her petite dog ears drooped and twitched incessantly, prompting Ziren to reach out and stroke them. Suddenly startled, Qiu Shangshang emitted a soft whimper. Regrettably, her attempts to articulate human speech resulted only in a faint bark, her face flushing with a mixture of anxiety and embarrassment as she bore the canine ears. Woof, woof, woof. Senior, is this really the time for playful antics? Ziren could not comprehend Qiu Shangshang's barks, yet the game interface remarkably translated her canine sounds into understandable language. Ha! Dog ear Shangshang is utterly adorable. He continued to caress her dog ears, but upon noticing her heightened tension and trembling form, he finally withdrew his hand. Woof, woof, woof. Outside the cellar, Wu Hai was being dragged by the mutated husky, and, as he was about to be thrown into the cage within the cellar, a wave of panic surged through him. Bark! Bark! In the corner, there's a woman in the corner. He groaned incessantly, never imagining that his attempt to steal would result in such a dire consequence. Bark! Bark! The relentless barking continued, yet the mutated husky paid no heed to Wu Hai. Instead, it clamped its powerful jaws around his neck, distorting it and nearly suffocating him. What else with the barking? Behave yourself. Oh, at that moment, Wu Hai Suvina Nti Li. He cast a resentful glance at Qiu Shangshang in the corner, who was confined within a dog cage. Bark, bark, bark. In a fleeting moment, tranquility returned to the cellar. The three dog-headed creatures scrutinized Wu Hai, seemingly intent on extracting information from him. With narrowed eyes, the rustic figure withdrew from his canine form, and Wu Hai's mouth gradually twisted into that of a human, immediately uttering a curse. Damn it! There's someone in the left corner. What? In Chapter 47, 1 against 10, the advantage is mine. Dimensional slash. In a cramped corner, as Qiu Shangshang was just beginning to wriggle and slowly withdraw from her position. She froze upon hearing the sound. In the dim recesses of the cellar, three head dog hybrids scanned their surroundings with piercing gazes. However, they were at a loss, For Qiu Shengsheng had concealed herself too well. After a fruitless search, the farm dog hybrids began to suspect whether Wu Hai had been deceitful. Suddenly, with a sharp slap, a claw struck Wu Hai's face, the husky hybrid, wearing a menacing expression. How audacious! Before you could properly serve me, you dare to deceive your master? The bloodied claw twisted against Wu Hai's face, and tears welled in his eyes. It's true. I truly came here to follow her. Otherwise, as an ability user, would I have nothing better to do than to bother you? He gazed pleadingly at the husky hybrid, who remained unconvinced and was about to strike again. Just then, the farm dog hybrid slightly changed its expression and called for a halt. The fellow had a point. He could not have come here alone. As for whether others were nearby, simple. A low buzzing emanated, and the farm dog hybrid's bright yellow fur quivered as its pores expanded, the exposed hairs retracting instantly. Its paws and abdomen twitched, and before long, human-like yellowish-white skin rapidly formed. In the blink of an eye, it had completely evolved from a head dog hybrid into an elderly human. Canine transformation. The old man hunched over, murmuring softly as the surrounding air became inexplicably oppressive. In the next moment, woof, 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 centered around him. Both dogs and humans alike felt their eyes glaze over, their bodies involuntarily dropping to the ground, fur erupting from their skin, barking uncontrollably. Woof, 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 woof. Even his two mutated zombie dogs, siblings, under the influence of the blue canine transformation ability, foolishly reverted to their original forms, crawling at the old man's feet. Come now, little pups. Don't hide. Don't hide. With a gentle hum from the elder, 10 utterly canine beings gathered around, approaching him with vacant stares. Woof. In an instant, the entire cellar resembled a dog den. My Vort. I wondered how these creatures could be so unruly. Within the realm of canine transformation, it was not only humans who would heed the commands of the mutated farm dog. Should one engage with him, it was uncertain whether one could withstand the pack of dogs. The incessant canine transformation would pose a significant nuisance. Truly, the blue ability is formidable. On the other side of the phone screen, Ziren observed with keen interest as the mutated farm dog displayed its powers. Qiu Shengsheng lay motionless in the corner, too afraid to budge. Any movement would risk detection. Remaining still, that would mean a slow demise. Gradually transforming into a dog within the realm of the opponent's canine transformation ability. The earlier hint of Option 3 being discovered was evidently waiting here. A low buzz resonated, and almost simultaneously, two choices reappeared on the game window. Option 1. Continue to remain concealed, without revealing her whereabouts. Qiu Shengsheng's immortality has a chance of enduring the duration of the opponent's extraordinary abilities. However, conversely, there exists a possibility that Qiu Shengsheng may transform into a mere dog. Option 2. Draw the gun directly. Inform the other party. 1 against 10, the advantage lies with me. Lurking? Nonsense. I have already unraveled the issue with Dog Factory. Lurking to let Shengsheng endure? Without a second glance at Option 1, Ziren decisively selected Option 2. Shengsheng, take action. To sit idly by is to invite death. Gunfire. Fear not, for I shall provide you with steadfast support. The calm voice of Ziren resonated in her ears, and Qiu Shengsheng's ears perked up. Her previously panicked gaze transformed into one of determination. She swiftly rose from a mound of earth, emboldened by the presence of her senior. With a resolute heart, she declared, with my mentor by my side, I fear nothing. Bang, bang, bang. She sprang up and drew her firearm, unleashing a trio of fiery tongues that erupted in the darkness. What? A gun? The terrifying sound of gunfire sent a wave of panic even through the previously composed, mutated pastoral dog. You, come here quickly. Surround and protect me. In a frenzy, it collapsed to the ground, while 2 canine members of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps leapt protectively onto the mutated pastoral dog. Puff, puff, puff. 3 bullets flew forth, instantly tearing through the bellies of the 2 canine warriors, causing them to convulse violently before falling lifelessly still. Damn it. You have a gun? You actually have a gun? Despite being sprawled on the ground in disarray, the mutated pastoral dog exhibited no signs of fear. Second, Third, do you see the light source? Attack. No matter who it is, just kill them. Woof, woof. At the chilling command, the eyes of the mutated husky gleamed with ferocity, and it lunged forward like a famished wolf. Just as Qiu Shangsheng prepared to pull the trigger once more, a glimmering set of sharp fangs appeared, poised menacingly at the nape of her neck in the shadows. Shangsheng, get down. Yes. A chill enveloped her back as Qiu Shangsheng placed unwavering trust in Du Ziren's judgment, immediately collapsing to the ground. Thud! Just as she fell, a massive shadow darted overhead. Yet, before she could catch her breath, an even more ferocious wave of heat surged toward her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the darkness, a mutated border collie, with a blend of black and white fur bared its jagged fangs, lunging toward Qiu Shangsheng's head. Ah! Instinctively, she raised her arms to shield herself. Arg! The sharp fangs clamped down, instantly tearing a gaping hole in her combat uniform. Current ability level, Esper 2nd tier, 135-200. Under the dire threat of life and death, Qiu Shangsheng's experience in her abilities continues to surge. As the sharp fangs are poised to bite down. Thud! The mutated pastoral dog pushed aside the two dog corpses and stood up with a sense of triumph. I wondered who this formidable individual was. It turned out to be a fool who dared to venture alone into the wolf's den armed with nothing but a gun. Look at your tender flesh. It seems I have found my dinner. Old Third, leave no survivors. Just bite them to death. Unexpectedly, as he uttered those fierce words, a robust male voice resonated once more from within the cellar. What are you barking at, dog? What? There's someone else. In a panic, the mutated pastoral dog scanned the surroundings but failed to catch sight of any figures. Just as the shock within his heart began to settle, he realized it was merely one person. How dare they step into my domain of canine powers and challenge me? As his gaze roamed, a cold snort erupted. You mutt. Do you truly consider yourself a human? Dimensional slash. Chapter 48. The first lesson of the apocalypse. The necessity of cruelty. Dimensional slash. Who do you think you're scaring? Let me assure you, I'm not easily frightened. If you possess spatial abilities from the awakening period, why cower in a corner? A flicker of fear crossed the mutated pastoral dog's face. Yet he remained unconvinced as he surveyed his surroundings. But just then, within the cramped confines of the cellar, a strange humming filled the air. Crack, crack, crack. It was as if the air had been torn apart, and eerie black fissures buzzed in the darkness, as though something were about to emerge from the rifts. This. On the other end of the phone, Du Ziren activated the dimensional blade skill, showing that its charge had reached level 11. Please swipe the mobile screen to unleash the dimensional blade attack. The faster the sliding speed, the greater the number of dimensional blade shockwaves. A prompt appeared on the game interface, and without hesitation, Du Ziren swiped towards the mutated border collie that was gnawing on Qiu Shangsheng. You wretched creature, how dare you approach my dear Shangsheng? Woof! In the dimly lit cellar, the mutated border collie gazed around in astonishment. It had not discerned the source of the sound when whoosh. A grotesque fissure in space violently tore open at Qiu Shangsheng's chest, unleashing a chilling gust of frigid air that enveloped her. In an instant, a warm spray of crimson blood erupted before her eyes, and she felt the grip on her arms loosen as a dog-esque head, etched with sheer terror, soared into the air. Moments latte. A relentless barrage of razor-sharp blades shot forth, with a series of sickening thuds. The headless corpse of the mutated border collie stood before Qiu Shangsheng for but a fleeting moment, before being mercilessly shredded into a bloody pulp by the spatial blades. The horrifying spatial blades thrummed ominously, unleashing a barrage without respite throughout the cellar. In an instant, the entire cellar trembled violently, dust and debris flying as if it were enduring a cataclysmic earthquake. Woof! Woof! Upon witnessing this scene, one was so petrified that words eluded them, merely barking incessantly like a dog. Big brother! Big brother! It's over! It's truly over! The adversary was indeed an awakened one, a rare wielder of spatial abilities. The mutated husky gazed desperately at the transformed shepherd, its eyes darting anxiously. Brother, you've restored those who were turned into beasts. Perhaps that person. Suddenly, Before the mutated husky could finish its thought, a humming spatial blade sliced through the air towards it. With lightning speed, it dare not linger, its form flickering as it recklessly dashed towards the cellar. Try to escape. On the other side of the screen, upon witnessing the hastened movements of the mutated husky, Ziren activated the other 5 fingers of his hand. With a flurry of sounds, 10 fingers struck in rapid succession. The densely packed spatial blades erupted on the screen. Congratulations, you have surpassed the previous record for speed. In the span of just 30 seconds, you astonishingly unleashed a total of 248 spatial blades, showcasing remarkable dexterity. Your speed has surpassed 99 of global competitors. As the game's notification emerged, the air buzzed and distorted, obscuring the flashing blades. Before the mutated husky could escape the basement, a sudden twist of spatial energy erupted, and the once-running mutated husky burst into a spray of flesh, scattering across the corridor. It was dead. In the blink of an eye, 2 mutated zombie dogs perished without a struggle. This exemplifies the stark contrast between awakened ones and superhumans. Senior, truly, you are formidable. If it weren't for you this time, slowly rising from the ground, Qiu Xingsheng gazed in horror at the pool of blood, feeling a sense of relief that the senior had been watching over her. Otherwise, she would have perished right at the entrance of the dog factory. You, do not come any closer. Deep within the cellar, the mutated pastoral dog had completely collapsed, utterly powerless. It was as if it had resigned to its fate, akin to an ancient being consuming poison, weary of life itself. With a hand grasping each of the 2 dog-headed figures clad in the attire of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps, the cunning creature understood the implications of the mutated husky's recent actions. It sought to leverage these individuals as a means of coercion against the formidable adversary. For this was its sole path to survival. As the grip on the 2 dog-headed beings tightened, their features gradually morphed back into those of humans. Astonishingly, one was Li Yi, the leader of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps, accompanied by a pallid mercenary. You, should you dare to take my life, these 2 humans shall undoubtedly perish before I do. To kill me would be tantamount to murder. Holding the 2 before its chest, the mutated pastoral dog attempted to intimidate Qiu Xingsheng with its threat. Qiu Xingsheng's brow furrowed in response. Indeed, she bore no animosity towards the members of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps. An impulsive act could lead to dire consequences. Senior, I find myself in a state of indecision. Suddenly, a voice devoid of warmth resonated in her ear. He has captured members of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps. What relevance does that hold for you? Yet, because of those individuals, you choose not to take their lives? They have departed today. Have you considered how your younger siblings might be affected if they were to grow and thrive in the future? Qiu Shangsheng, let me impart to you the first lesson of the apocalypse. The heart of a saint is of no use. Very well, it seems. You are entirely resolved to become this murderer? Cold sweat trickled down the back of my head, and the mutated farm dog was thrown into a panic. If the opponent was determined to kill, what could one do? However, at that moment of distraction, Li Yi, gripped by the throat, with murky eyes filled with malice, suddenly roared, "You vile creature! The humiliation you have inflicted upon me. Today, I shall repay you 100-fold. Bang!" Instantly, a flame erupted from Li Yi's body. With a thunderous roar, the fire engulfed both Li Yi and the mutated farm dog. Fire Source Mercenary Group? All units counterattack. At the command, 5 individuals clad in Fire Source Mercenary Group uniforms emerged from the loosened earth. They synchronously retrieved Molotov cocktails from their pockets and hurled them towards Li Yi. Boom! The already fierce flames were further amplified by the Molotov cocktails, transforming the depths of the cellar into a sea of fire. Li Yi, bathed in flames, held tightly onto the mutated farm dog. Without your second and third brothers, you are nothing. Hey, that woman. Shoot. Shoot him dead. Bang. Cries echoed amidst the inferno, and without hesitation, Qiu Shangsheng fired her weapon. A bullet striking the forehead of the mutated farm dog with precision. You wretched humans. Blood streamed from the forehead. And though the mutated farm dog possessed formidable abilities, its true form was exceedingly fragile. Devoid of the support from the mutated husky and mutated border collie, it resembled a flickering candle in the wind, choking as the bullet struck its crown. Hiss! The flames continued to blaze. Within the firelight, Li Yi, enveloped in flames, witnessed the complete demise of the mutated farm dog, shedding his combat uniform and collapsing onto Zhou Yan. Behind him, the 5 members of the Fire Source mercenary group converged. Their gazes, laden with complexity, turned in unison towards Qiu Shengsheng. Chapter 49. The First Lesson of the Apocalypse, the Necessity of Cruelty. Part 2. Pat. Amidst the flames, the corpse of the mutated farm dog gradually burned to a crisp and a lustrous blue crystal core rolled out from the remains. The blue crystal core shone like a gem, and within its depths, the pattern of a dog appeared to pulsate with life. Gulping, as they beheld the emergence of the core, the members of the Fire Source mercenary group, previously intimidated by the mutated farm dog, found themselves swallowing hard, as if they had encountered a breathtaking beauty in the nude. Blue crystal core. Blue ability crystal core. The value of this crystal nucleus is self-evident, given its extraordinary characteristics. Everyone gazed at the nucleus, its splendor enough to make them forget all prior humiliations. Zhou Yan, are you all right? Li Yi lifted the prostrate Zhou Yan, her once murky eyes gradually regaining their luster. She caressed her swollen belly, her gaze filled with venomous resentment. That wretched creature, it deserves to be sliced to pieces. Such a death would be far too lenient. She continued to curse under her breath, while those around her remained silent. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon the canine transformation, crystal nucleus, her hand brushing her belly, her expression turning complex. She glanced at Li Yi beside her and murmured softly, "Hey, this thing, I know," but Li Yi remained silent, his gaze abruptly shifting to Qiu Shengsheng. Even Qiu Shengsheng, despite her naivety, sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. She hurriedly retrieved 2 green crystal nuclei from the pile of blood and mud nearby. These 2 green nuclei, one pulsating with the essence of a robust canine and the other with the essence of nimble canine, represented immense strength and extraordinary speed, both precious treasures in their own right. This, in the corner, even the already terrified Wu Hai felt his eyes redden at the sight of 1 blue nucleus and 2 green nuclei. What could this signify? If these 3 nuclei were acquired, whether absorbed or sold at an opportune moment, their future would undoubtedly undergo a revolutionary transformation. Gasping for breath in the dirt, his breathing quickened. Yet, he dared not make a move. Like the others from the Fire Source mercenary group, he feared the gun in Qiu Shengsheng's hand, as well as the enigmatic figure behind her. However, the prospect of those 3 nuclei had ignited a spark of daring within them. The atmosphere in the cellar inexplicably grew heavy. It was Autumn Sheng who took the initiative to shatter the silence. "Are you all right?" she inquired, attempting to approach the stranger, hoping to retrieve the blue crystal core. "Everything is fine." The unfamiliar individual seemed rather distant. "Liamonagit a fine simile," forcing a weary semblance of kindness. Yet, as Autumn Sheng observed him, her steps faltered. She harbored a foreboding sense that getting too close would lead to unfortunate consequences. Meanwhile, Du Ziren remained fixated on his phone as yet another game notification popped up. Option 1. Approach Li Yi, collect the blue crystal core. The outcome remains uncertain. Choose option 2. Shoot. Immediately eliminate everyone. The fragility of human nature in this apocalyptic world. It truly cannot withstand the test. Qiu Shengsheng, do you believe that by saving them, they will be eternally grateful to you? Wealth can easily corrupt one's heart. Gazing at the 2 choices, Du Ziren refrained from hastily making a selection. He wished for Qiu Shengsheng to arrive at her own conclusion. If he were to incessantly impose his reasoning upon her, she would never cultivate her own discerning character. It is akin to parents instructing their children on how to behave. When the parents are no longer present, will the children possess the ability to make their own judgments? Shengsheng, make your choice. To believe in the so-called nature of humanity, or to trust one's own intuition. A calm voice resonated in Qiu Shengxing's ears as she stood hesitantly at the entrance of the cellar, slowly chambering her handgun. I cannot wager on the goodness of humanity, but I can gamble on its malice. As long as they do not strike, I shall not fire. Whispering to herself, Qiu Shengxing could not have anticipated that after her senior eliminated the formidable boss, the situation would worsen even further, more terrifying than the zombies. Or humans? You all must steer clear of that crystal core. Otherwise, I shall fire without hesitation. Raising her handgun, Qi Shengxing, Tihetenet Li raised an eyebrow, promptly lifting his hands in surrender. No problem. This thing was originally yours to kill. How could we possibly vie with you? He led the members of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps to retreat a few steps. In the corner, Wu Hai's expression wavered as he contemplated certain possibilities. If he could get close to Qiu Shengxing and use her life to threaten that powerful figure behind her, could he seize the crystal core and escape? Despite the slim chances, the prospect was tantalizing. 2 green crystal cores and 1 blue crystal core awaited. If he obtained these, he might even secure a position in a frontline safe base. Once inside such a sanctuary, even awakened beings could not slay indiscriminately. Could they? His inner desires stirred restlessly. He considered taking action, as did Zhou Yin from the Fire Source Mercenary Corps. The woman flicked her tongue across her lips, resembling a venomous serpent. If they struck now, that powerful figure would likely prioritize protecting Qiu Shengxing, seizing that blue crystal core in the ensuing chaos. She tugged at Li Ye's side. Being intimate partners, Li Yi understood Zhou Yan's intentions all too well. Yet, as Qiu Shengxing advanced, none dared to act. Just as she approached the blue crystal core, a sudden chill flashed in Li Ye's eyes. In an instant, flames erupted violently beside Qiu Shengxing. The inferno surged, engulfing the cellar, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Zhou Yan, you wretched creature, how dare you? Are you not afraid that Senior will turn against you? Li Ye's voice rang out amidst the chaos, leaving everyone bewildered as to what had transpired. The blue crystal nucleus seemed to be swiftly taken by someone's hand, as footsteps hurriedly moved through the sea of flames. In the midst of this inferno, Zhou Yin wore a bewildered expression. She was utterly stunned. Damn it, she hadn't even lifted a finger. The fire was conjured by Li Yi. He had obscured visibility with the flames, and then quickly seized the blue crystal nucleus. Employing the cunning tactic of the thief shouting to catch the thief, he shifted the focus of the flames onto himself, allowing him to escape with the nucleus. And as for that esteemed figure, he would either rush to save Qiu Shengxing or heed Li Ye's words and immediately end his own life. Damn it, Li Ye, you wretched fiend. For the sake of the nucleus, you would abandon your wife? You would forsake the entire mercenary group? You are truly ruthless. Chapter 50 Immortal and Indestructible Achievements. Evolve Ability User, Tier 3. The flames continued to blaze, and Qiu Shengxing's combat uniform was already charred and tattered. She could hardly believe that the opponent would dare to turn against a life-saving benefactor for a mere nucleus, even to the extent of incurring the wrath of a powerful figure. Is this the essence of humanity? When the stakes are sufficiently high, are there madmen everywhere? Senior, Shengxing understands now. She should have shot those living beings first, as the fire scorched Qiu Shengxing's skin, leaving it gray and charred. She felt her vitality waning. Yet, as her hunger levels plummeted, her skin rapidly formed scabs, rejuvenating itself anew. The SSS-level ability, Immortal and Indestructible, was in activation. Current ability value, Esper's second stage, 198-200. Amidst the fiery inferno, a golden radiance flickered, and Qiu Shengxing's aura surged dramatically. She had ascended. Through the relentless trials of her adversary's flame ability, she had reached the rank of Ability User Tier 3. With resolute steps, she traversed the sea of fire, the flames no longer capable of searing her skin. A faint golden glow enveloped her as she moved through the inferno, her desert eagle fully loaded in hand, her expression frigid. On the opposite bank of the fiery expanse, Zhou Yin gazed anxiously into the flames. Instead of witnessing the anticipated wrath of a powerful figure, she beheld Qiu Shengsheng emerging, bathed in fire. You, how is it that you remain unscathed? You cannot possibly be an ability user as well. Before she could finish her words, a gunshot rang out. Zhou Yan's mouth fell agape, a black hole appearing upon her forehead. You. It was a Yi who seized the crystal core. I don't understand why this is happening to me. With a dull thud, her head tilted, and she collapsed to the ground, her unwillingness evident. Qiu Xingxing's expression was colder than ever. Because if I do not eliminate you, you will forever covet my belongings. Like a venomous serpent, you will watch me, waiting for an opportunity to strike without hesitation. Thank you for teaching me what it means to be human. In the midst of the inferno, the sound of rapid gunfire erupted. The remaining members of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps within the cellar, those who had once survived, fell one by one. They were all slain by Qiu Shengsheng. With a swift motion, she plunged a military dagger into Zhou Yan's forehead, retrieving a flame crystal core. Storing the crystal core away, she cast a forlorn glance at the roaring cellar. Li Yi had already fled. That Wu Hai had vanished as well. In the end, the notion of kindness proved to be worthless. Senior, Shengsheng, I suppose I have disappointed you? Clenching her fists tightly, Qiu Shengsheng gazed despondently towards the heavens. Everything is fine. They're already dead. Suddenly, a voice colder than ice echoed, causing Qiu Shengsheng to pause in astonishment and gaze reverently at the sky. Senior, you are far more formidable than I, whether it pertains to abilities or the essence of humanity. Du Ziren observed the flames erupting beneath Qiu Shengsheng's feet, his expression revealing an understanding. He had anticipated this outcome. There is a saying on Blue Star, with a 50% profit, one dares to take risks. For a 100% profit, one would trample upon all earthly laws. And for a 300% profit, one would commit any crime. Such is the nature of reality, especially in apocalyptic times. Staring at the fiery explosion, Du Ziren felt no fear for Qiu Shengsheng's safety, for he had noted that above Li Ye's head was inscribed, Ability User, Second Tier, Sea of Fire, White. This indicated that he could not harm Qiu Shengsheng at all. As for Zhou Yan, the inscription above her head read, Ability User, Peak First Tier, Waves of Fire, White. Is that all? Even Du Ziren, not the sharpest, could discern who had unleashed this sea of fire. Did you, Li Yi, think to divert hatred toward your wife? Apologies. From a divine perspective, your actions are utterly laughable. The camera zoomed in on Li Yi, who was ecstatically claiming the blue crystal core. Then, amidst the sea of fire, he recklessly dashed towards the outside of the cellar. With this, I can go to a larger safe camp, even exchange for a multitude of white crystal cores to cultivate. I will rise above. I will support 10 lovely models. His heart raced with excitement as he ran, a manic grin spreading across his face. Until, clatter, 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 he stood before the iron gate outside the dog park, ensuring no one followed, before exhaling in relief. Indeed, that so-called big shot would surely prioritize the woman's situation. Once his attention shifts, I shall seize my opportunity. Ha ha ha. The rise of Li Yi is about to commence. Clutching the blue crystal core, Li Yi's lips curled into a smirk. But suddenly, bang! In the next moment, a terrifying steel bar shot towards the back of Li Yi's head. Who? A surge of flames enveloped him as Li Yi prepared to incinerate the steel bar, only to be met with dozens more plummeting from above. Boom! In an instant, a barrage of steel frames fell like shooting stars, pinning Li Yi to the ground, his body convulsing. Though the flames blazed fiercely, they could not melt the dense steel bars weighing him down, leaving him helplessly trapped. Clatter, clatter, clatter. At that moment, another figure emerged from the dog park. Oomph. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole lies in wait. You truly believe that with your ability user, Peak Second Tier, you could claim this blue crystal core? A chilling voice resonated, and Li looked up to see a figure standing atop the steel bars. Oh, hi. You actually follow me out. Heh, I was once an ability user, Peak Third Tier. Your petty schemes are no match for me. A A steel bar twirled playfully in Wu Hai's hand, poised to pierce Li Ye's skull. No, no, I can give you the core. I can. Puffed. Before he could finish, his head was impaled by the steel bar. With a thud, the blue crystal core slipped from his grasp, and Wu Hai picked it up, a look of disdain on his face. Fool! By killing you, not only do I acquire the blue crystal core, but I can also seize the fire crystal core within your head. Don't think you're special. With a greedy grin spreading across his lips, Wu Hai was about to gloat when suddenly, a chilling voice exploded in the air. What? What do you intend to do to Qiu Shangsheng? What? How could this be possible? His face turned pale in an instant. Wu Hairen was utterly stunned. His entire body trembled as if shaken by a sieve. You, how did you come here? At this moment, shouldn't you be with Qiu Shangsheng? With your capabilities, you cannot harm her. I was merely jesting. Esteemed one, I shall personally deliver this crystal core to Qiu Shangsheng shortly. You see, I gazed into the vast sky. To my surprise, a familiar voice echoed back. You said, if I kill you, wouldn't that yield an additional metallic core? What? Chapter 51. New Gift Flame Metallic Core 2. Canine Transformation Core. Dimensional Blade. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before Wu Hai could utter another word, he beheld the air before him, twisting and splitting into countless black fissures. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the next moment, a chilling wind swept across his face, as if something had passed through him. With a resounding crash, Wu Hai's body erupted like a rain of blood, transforming into a puddle of crimson liquid. Plop! The blue crystal core ultimately slipped for his grasp. Opportunities to use Dimensional Blade. 9 remaining. On the mobile device, Ziren gazed helplessly at the dwindling count of his permanent skill, frowning as he pondered. When should I draw again to replenish my stock? Senior. In the game interface, Qiu Shangsheng respectfully presented the collected Flame Core, Speed Core, and Mighty Core to Ziren. Senior, please accept these. Do not rush to present your gifts. First, collect all the crystal cores from the outside. As for what I desire, I shall speak of it later. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiu Shangsheng strode purposefully towards the entrance of the dog park. Whoosh! Outside the dog park, the biting cold wind howled. The snowflakes continued to fall. Yet a faint mist of warm blood lingered at the entrance, warm yet tinged with a chilling scent. Upon witnessing the tragic demise of Li Yi beneath the steel framework, along with an unrecognizable mass of flesh, Qiu Shangsheng's expression turned unervingly frigid. Abandoning the team, forsaking his wife, in the end, he too met with a dismal fate. With a sigh of lament, Qiu Shangsheng extracted a fiery red flame core from Li Ye's lifeless body. Shifting her gaze to the scattered remains, she picked up a blue core and a metallic core buried within the flesh. Senior, please have a look. Now, with both hands cradling the cores, Qiu Shangsheng's grasp overflowed with various extraordinary cores, leaving Ziren in a daze. At the forefront was the dazzling Canine Transformation Core, followed by 2 verdant speed and might cores. There were 2 fiery red flame cores and 1 metallic core. Lastly, there was the reinforced core she had unearthed from the guard dog. Gazing at the assortment of cores, Ziren found the Canine Transformation Core and flame cores visually appealing, merely for the sake of collection, and he pointed at the Canine Transformation Core along with the 2 flame cores. Yet, inexplicably, as if his body harbored an innate yearning, he inadvertently selected 2 metallic cores as well. Thus, this total, with his fingers tapping on the cores, a new message appeared in the game's pop-up window. Your Doomsday Survival character is delivering new gifts to you. Senior, actually, I only need a single green crystal core. You did all the killing this time. Qiu Shangsheng said shyly, while Ziren smiled faintly. Take it. Consider it a reward for your recent correct choice. The girl accepted the 2 green crystal cores, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It was hard to discern her thoughts, in stark contrast to her earlier indifference while gunning down several individuals amidst the flames. She appeared as a completely different person. At last, the first boss battle had concluded. As dawn broke, Ziren slowly rubbed his eyes. At this moment, within the watchtower, the privileged youth, trapped within its confines, lament, how can anyone reside here? Yet in truth, the oppressive atmosphere has left many sprawled on the ground, succumbing to slumber. A gentle ray of dawn's light filters through the openings of the stacked steel frames. In the profound silence, a wave of weariness washes over. Ziren gazes at his phone, which displays about to power off, and just as he contemplates stowing it away to find a corner for a brief rest, suddenly, a package is hurled into the observation port created by the firefighters. Is it Ward? At this hour, are the rescuers still at work? Initially assuming it to be provisions or blankets sent from the outside world, Ziren approaches to inspect it and is momentarily taken aback by what he sees. A prominent inscription reading, Chio Shengshang Gifts to Ziren, was boldly displayed on the package. Is that not a comrade? Does this gaming company possess such formidable connections? Even within the fire brigade, they managed to deliver gaming merchandise to the depths of a crumbled steel framework. In a flurry, Ziren turned to glance outside the delivery aperture. Narrowing his eyes, he could faintly discern the ladder truck in continuous motion high above. Could it be that this gaming company coordinated with the fire brigade for assistance in the delivery? Indeed, under the guise of the company, it would be plausible to solicit the fire brigade as help. After careful contemplation, Ziren concluded that this gaming package was indeed brought by the firefighters moments ago. Without further ado, he unwrapped the box, which was only the size of a book. As the box creaked open, he beheld an array of items reminiscent of the game itself. A slender, oval blue, canine crystal core, 2 fiery red, flame crystal cores, and 2 metallic crystal cores. In the darkness, these 5 cores emitted a gentle luminescence, their interiors swirling with an energy akin to flowing sand. One wondered if the chemical dyes within these peripherals would radiate for an extended duration. As Ziren caressed the cores, he found their warmth to surpass that of an electric blanket. He squatted in a corner, tucking the cores against his chest, a wave of warmth enveloping him. I am so tired. Sleep, sleep. With his eyes closed, clutching these gaming relics, Ziren gradually drifted into slumber against the wall. In the deep of night, a chorus of snores filled the air. Those huddled against the wall, initially shivering from the cold, suddenly found themselves at ease. It was as though a small furnace had been introduced into the watchtower, raising the temperature within the steel framework dramatically. In a state of drowsy confusion, none were aware that Ziren's skin was mysteriously taking on a crimson hue, his body radiating heat like a miniature furnace. With every exhalation, a dense white mist escaped from his pores. Within his embrace, the 2 flame crystal cores rapidly dwindled in their red glow, transforming into pale white crystals. Meanwhile, the 2 metallic crystal cores shimmered with a silvery light, swirling around Ziren as if cloaking his fiery skin in a silver sheen. Only the canine crystal core was evaporating swiftly, and amidst the curling smoke, a canine-like pattern began to manifest upon Ziren's chest. Chapter 52. The Steel Framework? Is the framework paving the way for him? The Chosen One. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the observation port of the watchtower. What a delightful slumber. Ziren slowly lifted his eyelids and stretched languidly. Good heavens, did I actually fall asleep in this desolate place? Oddly enough, why do I feel as if I slept remarkably well last night? It was surprisingly warm. I can't believe it. I felt the same way. It was perhaps the warmest sleep I've had since falling ill. As Ziren awoke, the group of affluent youths who had been sprawled on the ground gradually stirred from their slumber. Strangely, despite the oppressive environment that typically induces poor sleep quality and pallid complexions, each one stood up with rosy cheeks, brimming with vitality. Could it be that my body harbors some peculiar SM tendencies? Must I only sleep well under such circumstances? Surely not. Whether or not you possess such inclinations is unclear to me, but I certainly do not share that preference. I find myself reluctant to leave this place. The affluent youths, with their rosy complexions, engaged in animated discussions, shaking off the despondency of the previous day. Clang, clang. On the lookout tower, the firefighter, sliding down the ladder, was about to approach the entrance of the detection hole, offering a few words of comfort to the pampered heirs inside. After all, given the circumstances from the previous day, these privileged individuals, accustomed to a life of luxury, would surely be voicing their grievances after spending an entire night here. However, as he leaned closer, the firefighter was taken aback. What? This group of affluent youths engaging in such activities here. What on earth? They intend to stay a few more days? Good heavens. Surely, spending just one night here wouldn't drive these rich kids to madness, would it? The firefighter scratched his ear, feeling that the world had descended into madness. He hurriedly maneuvered the ladder, distancing himself from the entrance. Simultaneously, a resounding voice echoed. Ladies and gentlemen, after a night of thorough research by our experts, our firefighting team has resolved to commence the excavation of a large entrance today. However, due to the uncertainty of the angle of force, the excavation process will be rather slow. We anticipate a fully stable entrance will be carved out within 48 hours. What? 48 hours? That's of no consequence. Just based on the quality of sleep I had last night, even 480 hours would be tolerable. Well said. The words of bravado reverberated, and the firefighter expected a torrent of curses and dissatisfaction to follow. Instead, what ensued was another wave of peculiar discussion. What? Sleep for 480 hours? No way, no way. I must urgently apply to rescue them. This group of privileged youngsters must be going insane. Clang, clang, clang. A sudden sliding of the ladder. Outside the observation tower, the firefighters were in a state of urgency, deeply concerned about the mental well-being of the individuals inside. Within the observation deck, a group of affluent second-generation heirs laughed heartily, recounting their dreams from the previous night. It was as if a mere wall separated two entirely different worlds. What? 48 hours. Listening to the firefighter's words, only Ziren felt utterly despondent. His phone was dead. 48 hours? A whole 48 hours without seeing the charming Sheng. How was he to endure such a torment? Insanity. Absolute madness. He would even welcome a staggering 480 hours at this point. These rich kids, it seemed, had never experienced a restful night. Looking down with disdain at the lively group of wealthy heirs inside the observation deck, Ziren cautiously approached the observation hole. Through this aperture, one could glimpse the luxurious cars parked below. If only a steel bar could fall from here, would it not create a slanted pathway leading down? Suddenly, with a soft thud, yet, as his large hand grazed the edge of the observation hole, Ziren felt a moment of disorientation. A strange silver sheen began to shimmer on his arm, and an inexplicable premonition washed over him. Could it be that he could truly command the steel bar to move? Hiss! Surely, he cannot have played too many video games to believe he was indeed Wu-Hai, right? With a bemused chuckle, Ziren remained unaware of the ominous buzzing surrounding him. The steel framework piled heavily above began to hum, the topmost steel beam tilting in accordance with his unspoken desires, leaning precariously toward his direction. At the very same moment, Wan'an City Fire Brigade live broadcast. Dear viewers, welcome to the live broadcast from the Wan'an City Fire Brigade Rescue Center. According to reports from last night, the collapse incident at the Wolf Tooth Mountain Lookout has left 32 individuals trapped. After thorough investigations throughout the night, it has been confirmed that no one has sustained injuries. Local experts have been diligently working and estimate that a rescue tunnel will be excavated within the next 48 hours. This live broadcast will continue to provide updates. In front of the camera, a well-dressed female reporter stands several meters away from the lookout, her expression serious as she conveys the unfolding situation. The atmosphere in the broadcast room is exceptionally heightened. Do you enjoy drinking cola? You might reconsider if you have kidney stones. To my astonishment, it turns out that after the interruption of the Norman Medical Live broadcast last night, no one was injured. Shaving my head solely to support my wife. This truly is a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. I was present in that live stream last night. We were making wishes when a meteorite suddenly fell. One cannot help but ponder the paradox of how this event embodies both immense misfortune and remarkable serendipity. Moderate your consumption of betel nut. Perhaps it is indeed a blessing from the heavens for us afflicted souls that amidst such a great calamity, we have suffered not a single loss. Indeed, they will surely be able to emerge. Countless hopeful comments surged through the live stream, proclaiming that everyone would recover. The unexpected incident in the city captured the attention of patients from across the entire region of Wannan. Dear viewers, please have faith in the strength of our fire department. We will undoubtedly. The female host, buoyed by the momentum, was about to bolster everyone's confidence in the patients when an ominous clattering sound echoed from above. What was that noise? Oh no, host behind you, on the lookout tower? The steel beams. The steel beams are collapsing again. What? Panic-stricken, the host looked up to witness a thunderous roar in the sky. Buzzing filled the air as 1, 2, 3. Nearly dozens of twisted steel beams plummeted from the edge of the stacked debris. With a deafening crash, it seemed inevitable that these beams would fall into a corner of the pile, causing a secondary collapse. No. The female host shut her eyes, and even the live stream fell into an eerie silence. The tremendous sound sent everyone in the lookout tower scurrying in terror. Oh my, is there really going to be another collapse? No, I haven't even experienced love yet. Goodness, I still have millions in my account that I haven't spent yet. Amidst the cacophony, chaos, and despair, in a surreal moment, after the steel beams began their descent, they inexplicably hovered in midair for a brief instant. Then, clang, clang, clang. The beams fell at an angle beneath the detection port in front of Ziren, creating a sloping, uneven path. A rumble shook the ground, yet the stacked beams remained steadfast, bizarrely interlocked. In a hidden corner, unseen by others, the terrifying heat melted the steel, welding the beams together to form a seemingly dangerous, yet remarkably sturdy, sloped pathway. As the noise subsided, Ziren was astonished to find that the detection port appeared to have expanded outward. The twisted metal scraps had formed a large opening. Standing before this aperture, he realized that below it was the descending iron path. What does this mean? Did I just casually mention it? And now steel beams have fallen to create a pathway? Ziren was utterly bewildert. His confusion was mirrored by the female host on the ground, who was even more taken aback. In the wake of the second collapse, not only was there no danger, but those steel beams had constructed a seemingly perilous pathway for a youth above. What kind of luck is this? Could this person truly be a chosen one? Chapter 53. The boisterous live stream, the fortuitous star what? What? After an eerie silence, even the typically composed female host, after a moment of astonishment, couldn't help but exclaim a few expletives. This is utterly outrageous. What kind of luck must one possess for a collapsing structure to pave a path for them? It's akin to a victim trapped beneath earthquake rubble, where aftershocks create an opening, allowing them to escape. With such fortune, why not just play the lottery for a grand prize? The steel beams are creating a path for that young man. The cameraman was left speechless. It wasn't mere fantasy. From his perspective, the beams had indeed fallen, fortuitously forming a road in front of the youth. What is this? Is it even scientific? No way, my friend. Have you unlocked something? Tell me, do you have a system? Did it make a sound? Within the observation deck, a group of affluent offspring exhibited expressions of peculiar astonishment. Their bodies huddled in the corners, yet their faces were marked by sheer horror as they gazed at Ziren. Ziren himself was at a loss. He scratched his head, contemplating a defense, yet words failed to escape his lips. This, though you may find it hard to believe, I truly did not engage in any wrongdoing. Did you not witness it with your own eyes? Could it be that you are indeed a harbinger of fortune? Impressive. Have you truly abandoned all pretense, my friend? It has been revealed, hasn't it? From now on, should I find myself in the hospital, I shall forego prayers and offerings, and instead hang your portrait. A cacophony of discussions erupted, and Ziren could only smile helplessly. He cast a glance at the winding railway beneath his feet, tentatively preparing to take a step forward. Stop! Stop! Suddenly, a firefighter on the ladder urgently called out to halt Ziren's actions. It is difficult to ascertain the stability of a structure prone to secondary collapses. If he were to step down and the building were to give way, it would spell disaster. Please do not descend recklessly. Wait, I will summon an expert immediately. The firefighter hastily retrieved his phone from his pocket. Shortly thereafter, several elderly gentlemen clad in white lab coats hurriedly approached. Upon observing the fractured steel bars that fortuitously formed a sloped pathway, Even these seasoned individuals, with their silver hair and extensive experience, were taken aback. Incredible. Is this even possible? Examining the folded structure of the steel framework below, it appeared that this unintentional incline might actually be quite robust. However, did you notice? There is iron mud between the steel bars, as if they had been artificially welded. What? An elderly expert pointed at the welding between the steel bars, his expression deepening in confusion. The other experts, upon closer inspection, were equally astonished. This transcends mere luck. What could possibly allow the steel framework to weld itself? Could someone possess high-temperature abilities? Just as one elderly expert proposed this notion, another promptly dismissed it. Are you out of your mind? Have you been watching too many movies? Abilities? Why not suggest a zombie virus outbreak instead? Then what do you propose is the explanation for the welding between the steel bars? Just as the two experts were on the verge of an argument, one expert gazed up, lost in thought, at the colossal meteorite atop the observation platform. The pitch-black meteorite continued to emit white smoke, as if the energy within had yet to dissipate after its descent. Enough with the noise. In my opinion, it is the residual heat from that meteorite that caused the red-hot steel bars to drop and interconnect. The probability of this happening. Is it even conceivable? This is far more plausible than your nonsensical high-temperature abilities theory. Right? As the group of experts deliberated, Ziren, positioned at the detection port, poked his head out again, clutching his phone in a state of genuine urgency. He had yet to see Qiu Shangshang today. Hello, experts, can you come down now? Upon exchanging glances, the experts nodded in agreement. It's all right. However, please descend cautiously to avoid. Just as this statement was unfinished, Ziren swiftly emerged from the detection port, sliding down as if on a slide from a great height. With a soft thud, he landed quickly, smoothly, and safely, then calmly walked towards the parking area, waving at Xiao above. Hey! Xiao, atop the high observation platform, appeared bewildered. Is this a joke? Do you truly enjoy playing that broken black screen game? This is madness. Is it safe now? Tentatively taking a step, Xiao carefully slid down the slope. His actions piqued the interest of the wealthy individuals in the observation platform, who clamored to follow suit. Consequently, thud, 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 like dumplings being dropped, 32 individuals in distress glided down the slope, escaping the perilous ruins. Some even shouted joyfully as they slid, their demeanor resembling that of thrill seekers rather than victims of catastrophe. Stunned, the female host stood in disbelief. The firefighters preparing for rescue on the ladder were equally astonished. Even a row of experts studying structural mechanics gazed at the descending figures in utter bewilderment. Wasn't there an urgent rescue operation planned for 48 hours? And yet, here we are, witnessing refugees sliding out of the ruins after a secondary collapse. What a farce. Was all this effort in vain? Had we known it would turn out this way, perhaps we should have stayed away. I was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Just a moment ago, the host mentioned the extraordinary difficulties of the rescue operation, and in the next instant, those individuals were effortlessly gliding down from a high slide. The young master of kidney deficiency. It's confirmed. That Ziren is indeed the koi itself. I witnessed it. He stood at the entrance of that cave, and then, with a thunderous roar, countless steel bars cascaded down to pave his path. Some brothers remarked. Although it seems quite absurd, experts assert that it is the residual heat from the meteorite that caused this. However, I am more inclined to believe in the superstitious notion that Ziren is indeed a celestial benefactor. The first meteorite fell, yet the steel beam did not strike him. The second time, the steel beam fortuitously paved his way. Is this still human? This is sheer luck. Does it seem to you that this individual has perhaps activated some kind of system? Have you indulged too much in novels above? In the official live broadcast room, an uncontrollable fervor is palpable at this moment. After a prolonged period of suppression, the sudden emergence of such a miraculous scene has entirely ignited the hopes of everyone present. The third chemotherapy. If they can survive against such slim odds, then my fourth chemotherapy shall undoubtedly be a success. The grass growing in the crevices, indeed. They are all well. Life is magnificent. We, as companions in illness, should also embrace hope. Journey of joy. Those who believe in miracles are themselves a miracle. Moreover, a miracle is indeed unfolding before us now. Chapter 54. The Grand Banquet, Planning the Community. Jing'an Community? Part 1. The live broadcast room was in a frenzy. A miracle had truly manifested, warming the hearts of every afflicted soul. Monsieur, may I inquire what you have to say about this miraculous escape? The female host, microphone in hand, rushed towards the departing Ziren. Casting a glance at the live room, she recognized that the spotlight was on Ziren. Capturing him meant capturing the audience's attention. As Ziren grasped the door of the Maybach, he paused, noticing the barrage of comments on the screen, and solemnly articulated his thoughts. My advice is, never relinquish hope until the final moment. Life is singular, is not meant to be lived for others, but to express one's true self. Whether it be the resilient grass struggling between the stones or the withered roots in a flower pot. At least, we have graced this world. We have lived. The essence of life lies in its boundless possibilities. After bowing respectfully to the camera, Ziren swiftly entered the vehicle. His impassioned words of survival resonated once more throughout the live broadcast room. He is right. Every individual possesses boundless potential. Life should not merely wither away. Indeed, once my health is restored, I shall embark on a journey to trek across the globe. I am determined to learn street dance. The fervent barrage of comments surged. Little did they know, the once righteous and assertive Ziren, upon entering the vehicle, wore a visage of urgency and began to hastily implore He Xiao. Quick, quick, quick. By the way, do you have a charging port in your car? What? He Xiao gazed at Ziren, bewildered. Aren't you the one who just appeared so noble and positive outside? It's hard to believe that the person radiating such positive energy moments ago could transform into a clown as soon as we entered the car. I'm asking you, do you have a charger or not? Yes, I do. He Xiao hurriedly handed over the car's USB charging cable to Ziren, who began charging his phone while casting a glance at He Xiao. By the way, what about my performance fee? Rest assured, it will be credited shortly. Oh, and there's one more thing I must inform you. What is it? Tonight, to express gratitude for your assistance in helping the guests escape from a Norman Pharmaceuticals billionaire gathering, they wish to invite you to join. You need not worry. It's merely a banquet at a grand hotel. He Xiao emphasized the word banquet, seemingly anxious that Ziren might decline. Oh, how considerate. But is there an appearance fee for attending? If so, I might consider it. I can apply for that. Oh, then it's settled. It was quite challenging for He Xiao to reconcile the current Ziren with the inspiring figure who had just uplifted the patients. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just received a deposit of 500,000 yuan. Your current account balance is 5,207.72 yuan. As the phone finally powered on, a message popped up immediately. Staring at the unexpectedly large sum, Ziren was utterly bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to be 250,000? How did it double? Perhaps it was a token of gratitude from Norman Pharmaceuticals or compensation for attending tonight's event. He Xiao offered explanations, but Ziren remained silent, engrossed in the game's survival of the apocalypse. As the game loaded, a pristine snowy landscape unfolded. Xiao Shengsheng, clad in a somewhat tattered combat uniform, clutched her chest in excitement as she made her way to the black market. Ah, Shengsheng, my dear Shengsheng. Her outfit is torn. I shall splurge to equip her with new gear. Lost in a fit of laughter at the screen, He Xiao occasionally glanced at Ziren, his expression peculiar. Here we go again. Giggling like a fool at the dark phone screen, He Xiao mused if Mr. Du might be experiencing intermittent neurological issues. After all, he seemed perfectly normal during interviews. Perhaps this was a remnant of his recovery from ALS? Casting a furtive glance at Ziren's foolish demeanor, He Xiao suppressed the urge to drive straight to the mental hospital and instead directed the car toward the Caesar Grand Hotel in the city. According to Norman Pharmaceuticals, a business conference was to be held there this evening. Most of the entrepreneurs attending were heirs who had recently fled from the lookout. Having Ziren, the benefactor, present would certainly be a highlight. Ah, how delightful it is to see Shengsheng smile. In the back seat, Du Ziren's laughter echoed, but Xia pretended not to notice, focusing on the road. Meanwhile, on the other side, what did this mean? Had Wu Hai's ambush failed? Or had Wu Hai already? Regardless of the speculation, Xia Jiet dared not delve further. Miss Qiu, she addressed Qiu Shengsheng with newfound reverence, akin to that of a loyal servant. Qiu Shengsheng calmly glanced at her and beckoned. Check the wound. Trembling, Xia Jie scurried out from the iron gate, symbolically brushing her hands over Qiu Shengsheng's body. Upon noticing the two green crystal cores in Qiu Shengsheng's arms, she couldn't suppress a gulp, astonishment flickering in her eyes. Yet her covetousness had vanished. Miss Qiu, she bowed deeply, wishing she could bury her head in the ground. Without Wu Hai and the Venom mercenaries, she felt insignificant before Qiu Shengsheng. Ignoring Xia Jie's shifting demeanor, Qiu Shengsheng strode directly toward the task room on the middle level. Once she completed this task, she would be able to reside in the third-level facilities. I wonder what the conditions are like in the third level of the black market. If I can move in there, my happiness quotient should surely rise, right? In the back seat of the Maybach, Du Ziren stroked his chin, imagining the expression on Qiu Shengsheng's face when she moved into her new home. Just the thought of the little girl's blissful smile made the corners of his mouth curl upwards. If the one he cherished could find happiness, then he too would share in that joy. Crazy. Insane. Xia shook his head with pity as the car slowly entered the parking lot of the Caesar Grand Hotel. Moments later, he led the engrossed Du Ziren into the banquet hall. Chapter 55. The Elegant Banquet Planning Community. Jing'an Community? Part 2. At the illustrious Caesar Grand Hotel, the sole five-star establishment in Wan'an City. One can only imagine the substantial financial and material resources required to secure such a venue for a banquet. Yet, in this very setting, the grand hall on the first floor is adorned with a plush red carpet and elegantly arranged European round tables. The space is bustling with impeccably dressed men and women in formal attire, while in a corner, a youth clad in a hospital gown is engrossed in his mobile phone, seemingly unfazed by the opulence surrounding him. Monsieur Du. Monsieur Du. The CEO of Huahan Gas has arrived. You should look up. He shall. Seated beside Du Ziren, urged him softly. Du Ziren, however, remained oblivious, lost in the world of his black screen phone. What CEO? I'm playing a game here. Don't rush me, he retorted, brushing off the reminder. Suddenly, a warm voice broke through the air. You must be Mr. Du Ziren of Wan'an City's Fuxing. Looking up, Du Ziren was greeted by a middle-aged man with a square face, glasses, and a dark suit, who extended a robust hand toward him. Pardon my intrusion. I am Wang Dashin, the general manager of Huahan Gas. I sincerely appreciate your care for my son at the Wolf Tooth Mountain Lookout. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaoshan? As Wang Dashin gestured, he pushed his son, Wang Xiaoshan, toward Du Ziren. Upon closer inspection, Du Ziren recognized this youth as the affluent heir who had previously inquired about his gaming. Wang Xiaoshan, observing Du Ziren's inky black phone screen, wore an expression of disdain and pity. He managed a forced smile, greeting, hello, to you all. After a brief handshake with Wang Dashin, Du Ziren returned his focus to his phone, disregarding the man's status. This is awkward. Wang Dashin scratched his head, feeling the sting of being dismissed for the first time. He sat beside Du Ziren, caught between leaving and staying. Dad, I told you, there's something off about this guy. Wang Xiaoshan pointed to his head, complaining to his father. Wang Dashin's expression darkened, but he refrained from further comment. Before long, several entrepreneurs approached Du Ziren, expressing their gratitude for the hospitality at the lookout. Yet, Du Ziren continued to engage with his game, dismissing their pleasantries with minimal acknowledgement. Why waste time conversing with those old-timers when one could indulge in the company of a significant other? Enveloped in his virtual world, he failed to notice that the table had filled with prominent figures from Wan'an City. After an indeterminate period, a clear feminine voice resonated from the center of the banquet hall. Welcome, gentlemen and ladies, to the corporate exchange hosted by Norman Pharmaceuticals. This event aims to foster cooperation and mutual benefit among enterprises. The first agenda item was announced: the development of suburban land, specifically the design guidelines for the newly established residential complex, Jing'an Community. What? Jing'an Community? Du Ziren's gaze darted to the enormous display screen at the center. which showcased a map of the mentioned land. The outline of the land seemed oddly familiar. Jing'an community. Jing'an community? Wait a moment. Wasn't that where Qiu Shangsheng had first appeared, trapped in a garage? No way. Are these two places connected? Staring at the map on the screen, Ziren chuckled to himself. That's impossible. Games are games, and reality is reality. He mused, shaking his head and preparing to return to his game. Suddenly, Wang Dashan, noticing Ziren's interest in Jing'an community, seized the opportunity to engage him. Mr. Do you happen to know something about Jing'an community? He asked playfully, while Wang Xiaoshan smirked in disbelief. Dad, you're joking, right? How could he possibly know about a government project? Yes, I truly don't know. I just thought the blueprint seemed somewhat familiar. Ziren admitted. Oh, familiar? Where have you seen it? Wang Dashan probed. In a game. Ziren declared. A game? Really? Yes. This game I'm playing. The graphics are exquisite. The plot is unparalleled. It's a remarkable way to pass the time. He raised his phone, eager to recommend survival of the apocalypse. An awkward silence enveloped the father and son duo. Mr. Du, we're not really into gaming, Wang Dashan remarked, glancing at the dark screen, confirming his suspicion that the boy's intellect might be somewhat lacking. You mean to say you've seen a community like this in a game? If you have, surely you could replicate the design, right? Why not sketch it out? Who knows, you might land the design for this project. The design fee is quite substantial, you know? Wang Xiaoshan jested, likely underestimating the situation. However, as soon as those words left his mouth, Ziren's eyes lit up. Wait, there's money involved? If there's money, I must give it a try. The mention of financial gain piqued Ziren's interest immensely. The terrain displayed on the screen bears an uncanny resemblance to that of the Jing'an community, nearly to the point of perfection. If this is indeed the case, it stands to reason that the blueprints of the Jing'an community within the game could very well be utilized in reality. Contemplating this, Ziren disregarded the surrounding chatter, focusing solely on the game screen, and gently prodded the small face of Qiu Shangsheng. Do you still recall the architectural blueprints of the Jing'an community that you received? Have Wu Hai and the others perished? That thing has become useless. May I have it? A hearty laugh escaped Wang Xiaoshan as he observed Ziren animatedly conversing with the screen. Shaking his head in resignation, he dismissed Ziren's words, merely believing the latter was in a fit of madness. Ladies and gentlemen, the Jing'an community is situated near the upcoming development of My. In the short term, property prices are bound to surge. If one can secure a stake in this venture, it promises immense profits. We are now commencing the bidding for project design. Those who consider themselves capable of undertaking this task may raise their hands to begin their presentations. All eyes were fixated on the land displayed on the screen, lost in contemplation, grappling with the decision of whether to invest. At the same moment, the blueprints for the Jing'an community? Senior, what do you intend to do with that? Qiu Shengsheng abruptly halted her steps, casting a puzzled glance upwards. In her view, someone of her senior's caliber should not require knowledge of the community's layout. Wouldn't it be a mere slaughter to navigate freely? I wish to conduct some research. Without much contemplation, upon the senior's suggestion, Qiu Shengsheng decisively set out to retrieve it. With purposeful strides, Qiu Shengsheng promptly entered the task room. Chapter 56, The Grand Banquet, Planning the Community, Jing'an Community? Part 2, Black Market of the Mind's Mid-Level Task Room. The atmosphere here remains as lively and clamorous as ever, with most of the scavengers and abilities users pointing and discussing the tasks displayed on the wall, carefully selecting their options. Suddenly, a crisp sound captured everyone's attention. Sister Linya, Qiu Shengsheng entered, her tattered and dark attire contrasting sharply with the joy radiating from her face. That task. You wouldn't... Linya, standing behind the bar, gazed at Qiu Shengsheng with a hint of bewilderment. The mission of the Canine Battle Team would undoubtedly be resolved in an instant if that esteemed senior were to intervene. Observing the tattered state of Qiu Shengsheng's attire, it is evident that she too engaged in the task. Could it be that the senior intentionally aims to train Qiu Shengsheng? What could be the motive behind such an endeavor? Though my mind is rife with speculation, Linya maintains a facade of cheerfulness. I recall. What is the matter? If that blueprint remains unclaimed, may I purchase it? Oh, you mean that one. Actually, there is no need. If no one claims it, you may simply take it. As she spoke, Linya bent down, rummaging behind the earthen bar, and ultimately retrieved the crumpled blueprint of Jing'an community. Here, take it. Although I am uncertain of your intentions for this, it is perfectly acceptable for you to take it. By the way, you mentioned completing the task. That green crystal core. At the mere mention of the green crystal core, Linya's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the black market of the mines, within such a third-tier safe camp, the green crystal core is indeed a rarity. Almost as soon as she uttered this phrase, all eyes in the previously clamorous task room turned toward the bar. A green quality crystal core? My heavens! This girl, could she have taken on the task that the Fire Source Mercenary Corps could not accomplish? What did she just say? She completed it? Is that true? To acquire a green crystal core, her abilities must be at least that of a third-tier supernatural being, correct? Well, watching Qiu Shangshang depart, Linya's gaze held no trace of doubt, only envy. It's no joke. If that esteemed senior were to provide protection throughout the journey, one could hardly say that even a purple crystal core would be unattainable. With measured steps, Qiu Shangshang approached a secluded corner of a narrow dirt path, ensuring no one was around before respectfully cradling the blueprint in both hands. Esteemed senior, the blueprint you requested. Your doomsday survival object is delivering a new gift to you. Would you like to accept it? Yes. On this side of the screen, Ziren decisively clicked yes. The expression on his face could be described as rather complicated. If the game's blueprint were to materialize, then surely the modeling of this game holds significance. Of course, there exists a wildly imaginative theory. Qiu Shangshang is living a century beyond her own time. The outbreak of zombies in her world occurs at least 100 years after the present moment. If I were to genuinely construct Jing'an community using the blueprint, it would undoubtedly take several years to complete. Following that, it would be another decade or so before residents could move in. Coupled with Qiu Shangshang's age and the old zombie determinations within the game, could it be that she exists a century into my future? Although this notion appears absurd, it indeed aligns with the striking resemblance of the blueprint. After all, identical land divisions are a rarity in this world. Did I contribute to the construction of Jing'an community only for Qiu Shangshang to fortuitously hide within it a century later? Will a zombie virus outbreak occur in the future? Hiss. The more I ponder, the more ludicrous it seems. I must have read too many novels. This is merely a game. On her end lies the game, while on mine is reality, and that is all there is to it. Rapping his knuckles against his head, Ziren mused whether he had been exposed to too many matters lately, leading him to indulge in fanciful thoughts. His gaze lingered blankly on the entrance of the banquet, curiosity beginning to stir within him. In the realm of the doomsday survival game, the game developers are faced with the challenge of delivering a package here. Allow me to reiterate, esteemed colleagues, the vicinity of our community is set to undergo the development of vast mining caverns, and the value of this neighborhood will be self-evident. The voice of the female host grew increasingly fervent, and Ziren squinted his eyes. Indeed, it is becoming ever more apparent. Qiu Shangshang's safe camp is none other than the so-called black market of the mines, is it not? Could it be that the creation of this game was actually foreseen by government officials, who had prior knowledge of land planning and thus designed this game map? My thoughts meandered wildly. Suddenly, a waiter bearing a tray approached and presented a parcel to Ziren. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Du?" he inquired. Ziren, caught off guard, stammered, how? The words had barely left his lips when he froze. The familiar package bore an unmistakable label, reading Qiu Shangshang to Ziren. The parcel was no larger than an envelope, yet it contained what felt like a piece of paper. "Where did you get this?" he asked the waiter, who shrugged nonchalantly. "We were outside pushing the food cart when the security informed us that a package had been left in a Maybach, and upon seeing it was yours, we brought it in." "What? Is this game company truly that formidable? They can locate me here?" Scratching his head, Ziren casually opened the package, revealing a community planning map that was as expansive as a world map, laid out before him on the dining table. "What is this?" Wang Dashin, who had previously lost interest in Du Ziren, was suddenly captivated by the intricate planning on the blueprint. This design, this structure, it is nothing short of perfection, a marvel of craftsmanship. This is precisely the ideal layout for the Jing'an community, is it not? With his background in the gas industry, Wang Dashin possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding architectural land use. The densely packed plans on the blueprint appeared as though crafted by a master artisan. Mr. Du, where did you acquire this blueprint? He inquired. If I told you it was a game peripheral, would you believe me? The outline of the land is not merely similar. It seems etched into the very essence of the design. My goodness, is it possible that the game developers truly have connections within the government? Have they managed to recruit professional designers to establish their game map? Wait, with your wealth, you ought to invest in more advertising. After muttering a few choice words about the game developers, Du Ziren turned his attention to Wang Dashin. Mr. Wang, do you believe this can actually be utilized? This is not just usable. It is the most exquisite plan imaginable. The genius who designed this planning is undoubtedly a prodigy. Huh? So, can I take this to bid? Young man, do you happen to know any big shots in the design circle? Did you just snap a picture with your phone and send it off? Could you possibly sell me this blueprint? Regardless of whether I succeed in the bidding or not, I will offer you 100,000. Wang Dashin, visibly agitated, clutched the blueprint as if it held the key to his aspirations. Beside him, Wang Xiaoshan stared in disbelief. Wait a minute, are you really able to produce the design? You can't just be playing dumb, can you? He regarded Du Ziren with suspicion, feeling increasingly perplexed by this enigmatic individual. Oh, you're offering 100,000? You intend to take this on yourself and make a profit, I presume. But what about the rest of you? Du Ziren did not rush to respond. Instead, he turned his gaze to the other entrepreneurs seated at the table. Instantly, a chorus of bids erupted. I, from a Qinshan land company, can offer 1 million. I'll bid 2 million. Young man, I've seen the blueprint. It's very professional. Sell it to me. I'll offer 3 million. As the excitement mounted, Wang Dashin, feeling the pressure, shouted a high price. 2 million. Mr. Du, this exceeds the value of this blueprint planning. Let us be friends. In the future, should anything arise in Anhui City, you can call on me. His eyes, framed by the glasses, were filled with earnestness as Du Ziren contemplated Wang Dashin for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, but I require swift payment. Is that acceptable? Of course. Cool me. Xiaoshan, go get Mr. Du's car number and transfer the money immediately. Why are you standing there in a daze? All right. Wang Xiaoshan was utterly bewildered. Where on earth did Du Ziren obtain this blueprint? It couldn't be that the land project was just announced a second ago. And even if he had been burning the midnight oil, a complete blueprint must take a day to draft, right? Could it be that he has connections within the government and was privy to the land division in advance, thus having this blueprint prepared all along? Casting a speculative glance at Du Ziren, Wang Xiaoshan flashed a flattering smile. Du Yi, let us add each other as friends. Send me your card number, and I'll transfer the money right away. All right. After a brief exchange, Wang Xiaoshan added Du Ziren on WeChat and received his card number. Moments latte. Your bank card ending in 0304 has received a deposit of 2 million yuan. Current balance, 207,720. As he glanced at the incoming message, Du Ziren handed the blueprint to Wang Dashin. Up until this moment, he still felt a peculiar sense of confusion. Could it be true that an unremarkable community planning map from a game could fetch 2 million in the real world? He sat in his seat, dumbfounded for a while, as Wang Dashin, now holding the blueprint, eagerly rushed off to place a bid. The dull industry conference continued, but Du Ziren, having lost interest, called out to Yishao, I won't stay any longer. All right. Witnessing Du Ziren effortlessly pocket another 200,000, Yishao no longer dared to treat him casually. He promptly led Du Ziren out of the Caesar Grand Hotel and towards the parking lot. An hour later, I won't see you off. Back in his own living room, Du Ziren exchanged pleasantries with Yishao before shutting the door and sinking into the sofa. The screen of his phone displayed the scene from the apocalyptic survival game, Frozen, in the task room. At the bar, Linya respectfully gazed at Qiu Shengsheng, saying, Shengsheng, I have already informed the dog squad. They're on their way. Are you certain that the crystal core is with you? Yes. It must be the green quality crystal core of the canine type, she replied. That group of individuals has notoriously bad tempers. I'm aware of that, Linya responded. Standing calmly at the bar, Qiu Shengsheng had endured countless perils. Even under the watchful eyes of many, she remained unperturbed, her expression cold and composed. What do you think? How could a woman complete such a task? Perhaps she merely stumbled upon it? Let me see you pick one up. Either she searched blindly for a crystal core to complete the task, or she undoubtedly has assistance behind her. The murmurs continued, but Qiu Shengsheng paid them no mind. She had no desire to expose her mentor's identity for the sake of reputation. The secret she shared with her mentor was one she wished to keep to herself. Suddenly, 4 young men entered the task room with hurried steps. Though slightly lean, they were clad in tight leather outfits. A peculiar tuft of gray-brown hair protruded from their exposed necks and faces, creating an odd appearance. Yet, as these 4 entered the task room, the previously raucous atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. The dog squad, they have arrived. They're the backbone of our camp. Wow, this is the first time I've seen a team of 4 abilities gathered together. A few murmurs of admiration arose, and the leader of the dog squad swiftly approached the bar. Hey, Lin, do you mean to say someone has completed our task? Who is it? The young man's tone was casual, yet Linya remained unfazed, merely smiling. Captain Go, it is this lady, Miss Qiu Shengsheng, who has found the crystal core you require. Oh, her. Hey, girl. Following Lin Ya's indication, the young man raised an eyebrow, assessing Qiu Shengsheng's slender figure with a hint of skepticism. Is this a mistake? Can she truly produce a green-quality canine crystal core? Surely this is a jest. Hey, I must warn you, my time is limited. I am not here for frivolity. This is no jest. I truly possess it. At this, Qiu Shengsheng calmly retrieved the swift crystal core from her pocket. The moment the vibrant green core emerged, all eyes in the task room were drawn to it. In the realm of the black market, crystal nuclei are not particularly rare. However, the green crystal nucleus of exceptional quality is truly a coveted prize. Goodness, is it truly here? From whence did she acquire it? Could it be that this young girl single-handedly vanquished a mutated hound? Whispers began to circulate once more. As Goyu squinted, his gaze fixated on the crystal nucleus held by Qiu Shengsheng. Within the ethereal green crystal nucleus, energy pulsated and gradually coalesced into the shape of a dog. Indeed, it was unmistakably a canine, green crystal nucleus. Hand it over to me. With excitement, he stretched out his large hand, adorned with fur and sharp claws, rushing forward with fervor, but Qiu Shengsheng calmly withdrew her hand. I possess this item. But what about you? You promised to escort me into the 3rd level, did you not? Oh, your reaction. Hiss. It appears I underestimated you. You're not as simple as you seem. Very well. With Linya present, I cannot renege on my word. Here's the deal. I will first take you into the 3rd level, and then provide you with a deposit of 10 silver coins, thus securing your residency there. As for your temporary accommodation, if you do not mind, we could offer you a room in our canine battle team quarters. What say you? He raised an eyebrow toward Qiu Shengsheng, believing he had made a generous offer. However, Qiu Shengsheng decisively shook her head. That will not suffice. I have younger siblings. To enter the 3rd level, I require at least 3 spots. Are you out of your mind? You must be insane. To secure a residence in the 3rd level, not only requires a guarantor, but also a deposit of 10 silver coins, which is already substantial. You propose 3 individuals? I have no intention of spending 30 silver coins for a mere green crystal nucleus to bring you all in. At most, I will accept 2. Gritting his teeth, Goyu raised 2 fingers. The black market of the mine, particularly its 3rd tier, remains sparsely populated not due to the difficulty in securing a place underground, but rather because the collateral required for entry is prohibitively expensive. The scavenger could never earn a single silver coin, for 1 silver coin equates to 1,000 copper coins. Even among the extraordinary, no one could boast of possessing a substantial amount of silver. 30 silver coins would surely signify a loss on his part. Just 2 individuals. Achieve or abandon. With a reluctant gaze fixed upon the crystal core in Qiu Shengsheng's hand, Guyu epitomized rationality. Observing that Xiao Shengsheng seemed unwilling to relent, he let out a long sigh, shaking his head in resignation as he prepared to depart. Suddenly, to his astonishment, Xiao Shengsheng produced a green crystal core from her bosom. What if I possess 2 green quality canine crystal cores? What? Chapter 58. The past has arrived? Is this game a patchwork of everything? As the 2 vibrant green crystal cores were revealed, they illuminated the room with a shimmering, ethereal glow, plunging the task room into silence once more. 2. How did she acquire them? Securing 2 green crystal cores implies she must have slain at least 2 formidable mutated canines. Doesn't it? Hissed. This girl is unusual. A cacophony erupted in the task room. Even Linya, who had remained silent, felt her eyelids twitch uncontrollably upon witnessing the 2 green quality crystal cores. 2. If only these were mine, I might finally gain entry to the Anshan secondary safe camp. Her fists clenched tightly, jealousy gnawing at her insides. Why wasn't I the one chosen by that esteemed predecessor? Internally tumultuous, Linya maintained her composure, smiling at Xiao Shengsheng. Shengsheng, do you have any extra crystal cores? She inquired hopefully. If you do, I happen to possess a guarantee slot. Her gaze, filled with expectation, sought Xiao Shengsheng, but this time, Xiao Shengsheng merely shook her head, placing the 2 crystal cores on the bar counter. These are the only 2 green crystal cores I have left. My demands are modest. Allow the 3 of us siblings to reside on the 3rd floor, and in addition, grant me 10 silver coins. As for the accommodation, I only require assurance that no one will intrude upon our living quarters. She regarded Guyu with tranquil eyes. At that moment, Guyu's heart raced fervently. Beside him, several comrades could no longer contain their excitement, enthusiastically patting his shoulder. Captain, you must agree quickly. Indeed, once you give your consent, our team might just be the sole squad of 6 extraordinary individuals. At that point, we would be the elemental team, and we wouldn't pale in comparison. Captain, why don't we pool our resources? With these, we could undertake more perilous missions. The money would come rolling in effortlessly. The surrounding suggestions flowed incessantly, and Guyu swallowed hard, gritting his teeth before slamming his hand upon the bar counter. Very well. It is settled. Let us go. We shall fetch your brother and sister now, and proceed to register at the 3rd floor entrance. With determined strides, Guyu led the way out of the task room, his impatience palpable. Within the confines of the task room, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. Those who had previously questioned Xiao Shengsheng now hung their heads, hesitant to utter a single word. Finally, it was accomplished, thanks to the senior's generous provision of an additional crystal core. With an impassive demeanor, Xiao Shengsheng exited the task room, allowing a sigh of relief to escape her lips, her frosty expression momentarily softening before reverting to its customary aloofness. Meanwhile, Ziren observed the game interface as the members of the dog squad guided the Qiu family of 3 to a designated pit. The pit is located to the left of the 2nd level, occupying no less than 100 square meters. In the midst of this vast excavation, a notably recessed mine entrance stands out. Near the mouth of the mine, a young man with short, ash-brown hair reclines languidly on a makeshift earthen chair, idly perusing a magazine to pass the time. Oh, is the entrance to the 3rd level here, perhaps? Ziren finds himself quite intrigued. The entrance to the black market of the mines, level 2, is guarded by Wu Hai, a 3rd-tier esper, but who watches over the elusive level 3 that mere mortals can only dream of. A gentle tap on the head of the languid youth brought forth a stream of information before Ziren's eyes. Black Market of Mines entrance guard at level 3. Lin Ping. Ability level. Esper 4th rank. Superpower. Lowland. Character relationship. Linya. Siblings. Ah, no wonder. I always wondered why Linya expressed a desire to visit more upscale camps. It turns out that all the lucrative opportunities in this mining black market have been monopolized by their family. Their influence is quite formidable. With a hint of astonishment, I glanced at Lin Ping just as Xiao Shengsheng and her family of 3 were being guided to negotiate with him. Buzzing, my phone once again displayed a game notification. Detected that the game is about to enter the main chapter of the riot. Would you like to activate the Game Pass? You are about to complete the achievement task of a new home, earning 500 pass experience rewards. Will you spend 3,100 yuan to unlock this month's pass rewards? What a surprise! This game, indeed, has a pass system. How intriguing. Have you integrated all sorts of recharge projects, I wonder? He tapped the scroll icon that appeared on the screen. Upon opening, one is greeted by a reward chart spanning an impressive 200 levels. Almost every level boasts a fixed reward, and after every 5 major levels, there lies a special reward. However, even the most notorious games have accompanying free pass routes. Yet, this outrageous game has gone so far as to obscure the free path. Goodness, how astonishing. You surpass even the most unscrupulous of companies. As he surveyed the rewards across the various levels. Level 1, Small Horn 1, Level 2, Small Horn 1, Level 3, Small Horn 1, and so forth, until the rewards of Level 5 caught Ziren's eye. Level 5, Special Reward Core Armor. Within the realm of Level 5, there exists a metallic-hued upper body armor, which features a vacant slot for a core at its chest. A casual click reveals that the description of this armor remains elusive for the moment. However, drawing from Ziren's extensive gaming experience, he surmises that this armor may accommodate a core, thereby unlocking some extraordinary abilities. My goodness. So, this month's pass grants the complete set of core armor. As he glides through the subsequent roadmap of the pass, it becomes evident. At the Level 10 reward, the wrist armor makes its appearance. How exciting. My dear Xingxing's combat uniform has just been torn. This month's attire is a must-have, no matter what. I wonder how this skin enhancement will perform. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just been charged 100 yuan, with a current balance of 197, 672 yuan. After the deduction was displayed on his phone, the icon for the pass permanently remained on the screen. Ziren paid little heed to the amount spent. His gaze fixated on the screen. He felt a peculiar curiosity regarding the game titled The Surge. Riot. What? The game has only just begun. Chapter 59. Settling into the 3rd level. New equipment, crystal core armor. Oh, isn't that good DUI? Eager to breed little pups? Damn it, Lin Ping. Your incessant barking is exasperating. I will eventually chop you up and feed you to the dogs. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at you getting anxious. Is this making you flustered? Damn, I don't have time to bicker with you today. Come, issue 3 3rd-level residence permits for them. I'm in a hurry to take them down. Pointing at the trio behind him, Qiu, Sheng, and the others, Guiyu's expression turned serious. Oh, issuing residence permits for 3 individuals all at once? My, Guiyui, you must be quite fortunate. Lin Ping glanced in surprise at Qiu, Sheng behind Guiyu, his eyelids twitching. His gaze scrutinized Qiu Xingxing's military uniform, as if something had struck him, and after observing both Qiu, Sheng, and Guiyu closely, he ceased to speak further. With a snap of his fingers, a resonant sound echoed. The ground beside him trembled, and suddenly, a red copper block emerged from the earth. With a powerful hand striking the copper block, a crimson liquid began to flow forth. In an instant, the liquid solidified into 3 red copper metal cards. The cards bore peculiar patterns that gradually formed alongside inscriptions. 0927, 0928, 0929. Here, 3 access cards. Handle them with care. If you lose them, you'll need to reapply for a pass to enter the 3rd level, and don't even think about using other cards to deceive me. By the way, reissuing costs 10 silver coins, mind you. Dispassionately, Lin Ping handed the 3 red copper cards to Qiu Sheng, a playful expression gracing his face, seemingly brimming with confidence in the authenticity of the passes he had fabricated. Now, where's the money? He extended his hand toward Guiyu without reservation, who turned a shade darker. Damn, I want to be shortchanged by you. Hesitant, Guiyu rummaged through his clothes and shoes, finally gathering 30 silver coins, which he handed to Lin Ping. Lin Ping frowned, accepting the coins and waving his hand dismissively. Damn it, you, Guiyui, are truly repulsive. Hiding money in your socks. Get lost. I don't want to see you. With his words, a makeshift elevator was hoisted up from the large pit beside him, swaying precariously. Let us go. The pass has been processed. With this, each time you pass by Lin Ping, simply present the card, and he will summon the elevator to take you down to the third level. Remember, if you lose the pass, reissuing it costs 10 silver coins. Be sure to keep it safe. He earnestly explained to Chiu Sheng as the group stepped into the narrow elevator. As the elevator descended, a flickering light illuminated the depths of the third level, earthen path. The old, simplistic sounds of the elevator echoed around them. Gradually, an astonishing scene unfolded before Chiu Sheng's eyes. Black Market of the Mine, third level. Unlike the second level, this expansive downward space spans only a few thousand square meters. Yet its height reaches several meters. The walls are illuminated by numerous mining lamps, and upon the vast expanse of mineral soil stand towering, peculiar trees. At a glance, each tree appears to be nearly as thick as an elevator shaft. These colossal trunks are densely branched, with large limbs intertwining at the canopy, creating a configuration high above that resembles a spider's web. Astonishingly, countless tree houses are perched upon these intricate branches. In the subterranean third level, a coveted abode reveals itself as an entire layer of residences nestled among the trees. Autumn Sheng found herself momentarily speechless. She had envisioned the subterranean third level as perhaps an exquisite stone dwelling or a villa sculpted from clay. Yet she had never imagined it would be a place brimming with towering trees, where everyone resides upon the trunks. Who would have thought? When I first entered, I too was taken aback. Do not be deceived by the modest size of these tree houses. They are fully equipped with all essentials. Furniture, potable water, and even radio broadcasts are all readily available. Living among the treetops not only offers pristine air quality, but the tree's inherent oxygen-producing capabilities create a veritable oxygen bar above. Such a living environment, in pre-apocalyptic times, would have been priceless. Seemingly perceiving Autumn Sheng's astonishment, Goyu offered a faint smile. As the elevator reached the ground, he pointed to a massive tree trunk. At the waist of the trunk, illuminated by mining lamps, 3 neon characters adorned the surface. Dog Squad, look closely. Do you see? This is the tree. Make sure not to confuse it. Most trees have their owners, and choosing the wrong tree could lead to offense. We of the Dog Squad reside here. Allow me to arrange your accommodation. Goyu beckoned and approached the great trunk, deliberately tapping 3 times on the left side of the trunk. Suddenly, a green vine gracefully descended from the enormous trunk. This is the password lock for our tree. Tap 3 times at this spot. After providing Autumn Sheng with detailed instructions, the group grasped the vine, which effortlessly hoisted them to the tree canopy above. Amidst the lofty branches, nestled between the sprawling trunks, 7 quaint wooden cabins awaited. Goyu eagerly gestured toward a cabin in the left corner. That corner cabin will soon be your home. You may explore its features at your leisure. Rest assured, you shall not be disturbed. To a comrade of the Dog Squad, he requested, lend me 10 silver coins. After acquiring the coins, Goyu urged, hand over the crystal core. We are squared away. Although still grappling with the peculiarities of this place, Autumn Sheng accepted the silver coins and traded 2 crystal cores. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Autumn Sheng cautiously led her younger siblings along the trunk toward the corner cabin. From a distance, the cabin appeared modest, but upon entering, it revealed an abundance of space. The nearly 30-square-meter living room boasted wooden sofas and coffee tables, with a wooden horn on the wall that resembled a broadcasting device. To the left, a small bathroom featured a bathtub with the inscription, hot water supplied every evening at 7. To the right lay a spacious bedroom, complete with a wooden bed, wooden windows, and wooden cabinets. Sister, is this going to be our home? Autumn Ning and Autumn Jing exclaimed. Their curiosity piqued as they absorbed the fragrant aroma of wood in the air. Here, this is our new home. Even Autumn Sheng found it hard to comprehend. Just days prior, she had been cramped with her siblings in a dirt house, drinking contaminated water as a mere scavenger. And now, she could lead such a quality life. The dry, comfortable space, the fragrant air, and the tranquility within filled Autumn Sheng with profound happiness. Home. This is what proper home feels like. What had her previous life been? All of this is thanks to the predecessors. Without their guidance, Shang feared she might have perished outside. Predecessor, can you see me? Thanks to your blessings, I now have a new home. With excitement shimmering in her eyes, Autumn Shang gazed gratefully into the void. Buzzing. On the other end, Ziren's phone screen abruptly displayed a new pop-up notification. Congratulations, you have unlocked the gaming achievement of a new home. Past experience points, 500. Current pass level, 5. The items available for your acquisition are as follows. For small horns and a crystal core armor, chest piece. Your apocalyptic survival subject experiences an unprecedented sense of joy. Happiness level 5. Current happiness index, 30. Chapter 60. Favorability 30. What's your name? Game Nutritional Pod? Indeed, the elements that evoke a palpable sense of happiness are none other than the essentials of life. This truly feels like home. Curiously observing the game interface, Ziren conjectured that the peculiar colossal trees in the mining black market level 3 might not be naturally occurring. Perhaps the leader of the mining black market is a formidable wood elemental ability user who has crafted the ecological space of the underground third volume. Regardless of whether they possess wood elemental abilities, what I should focus on now is, hey, with a happiness value of 30, could it be? A sly grin crept across Ziren's face as he preemptively placed a stack of tissues beside his seat. He feared that he might drool. Within the wooden dwelling, Ning and Yu were incessantly fiddling with the large speaker in the living room. They never anticipated that this device would actually produce sound. Radio FM 19.8. Report from the Human Survivors Coalition. Recently, survivor camps in the urban area of North Anhui have been losing contact at an alarming rate, suspected to be due to a tide of corpses or uncontrollable factors on the rise. The Human Alliance must remain vigilant. It has been reported that the phenomenon of temporal abilities has begun to emerge, though specifics remain unclear. There's indeed a sound. Truly, there is a sound. Wow. Could this be a broadcast transmitted through the wood? Ning and Qiujing pondered, while Qiuxing remained silent with a smile. What constitutes happiness? The satisfied laughter of family surpasses all else. By the way, I noticed that the wooden bath indicates hot water is available every evening at 7. Is there a dedicated water supply here? Curiosity led her into the bathroom. Shortly after, the steamy hot water gushed forth as promised. Wow, there really is hot water. Does this mean that from now on, I can enjoy a hot bath every night before bed? Qiujing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it seems that 3-story accommodation justifies its cost. Ning and Qiujing, do you wish to take a bath? It's the first bath in our new home. Qiuxing chuckled, and just as Qiuyue was about to nod, Ning abruptly pulled her back. Sister, you go ahead and bathe first. We'll wash separately later. He cast a wary glance around, his expression twisted into a peculiar smile. Sister, perhaps you should converse with that senior. We can manage on our own. Huh? Ning, what are you saying? A blush instantly crept across Qiuxing's cheeks, and she pressed her lips together, cautiously surveying the surroundings before hastily closing the bathroom door. TCH. Despite claiming to refuse, the body is rather honest, isn't it, brother? Why can't we accompany sister while she bathes? Qiujing mumbled, and Ning shrugged. Do you really believe that senior is merely mentoring her? Huh? Isn't that the case? To my knowledge, when a man treats a woman with such kindness, it generally indicates affection. Mentoring an assistant? Have you ever seen such meticulous training? This is clearly nurturing a wife. Brother, how do you know so much? Little ones should refrain from asking too many questions. In any case, it's best to let them be alone. Plop. The door to the bedroom closed. On this side of the phone, Ziren was utterly mesmerized. Could this truly be the allure of a happiness value of 30? This electronic companion has begun to assist him. Unbelievable. It is hard to fathom. Once the happiness value is maxed out, will he suggest that Qiuxing bear him a football team? Goodness, what an overindulgent thought. How could an electronic wife possibly bear children? His mind was a whirlwind of chaotic musings. Suddenly, the game screen began to shift, revealing a mist-laden wooden cabin. In the wooden bathtub, Qiu Shengxing's head floated above the water's surface, continuously releasing bubbles. Beneath the hazy water, her fair skin and the swaying mountains appeared strikingly prominent. Senior. Are you watching? Gurgle. Ziren could not help but swallow hard. I am here. I apologize to you. The military uniform you gifted me, I have damaged it. The girl's cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue, and beneath the surface, turbulent waves surged. She seemed indifferent to whether Ziren noticed that fleeting glimpse of beauty, merely lowering her head in shyness. It's nothing. That thing was originally designed to fend off zombies. In the presence of the extraordinary, it indeed falls short of merit. As if struck by a sudden thought, Ziren clicked on the pass icon on the screen. Claiming it, he swiftly tapped twice on the reward for level 5, and his inventory was instantly enriched with small horn 4 and core armor, chestplate. Here, you may have it. With a casual flick, he slid the core armor, chestplate, before Qiu Shengxing. Splash! In the next moment, the hefty chestplate plunged into the bath, creating a spray of water. Qiu Shengxing gasped, and beneath the cascading droplets, her skin, flushed like a peach, glimmered alluringly, her slender waist twisting gracefully in the shimmering water, captivating all who beheld. Particularly striking were her voluptuous curves, causing Ziren to blink in astonishment. Regrettably, however, Qiu Shengxing was clad in a snug black undergarment, which somewhat diminished the allure. Gurgle. The heavy chest plate sank beneath the surface, and after a moment of hesitation, Qiu Shengxing finally retrieved the armor from the water. Senior? What is this? The armored attire embedded with crystalline cores. You should don it first. At least you won't have to fear unexpected confrontations with abilities in the future. This. Is it not too precious? Qiu Shengxing felt a bit bashful once again. No matter how valuable anything may be, it pales in comparison to the significance of your life. Put on, came in an unmistakable tone, causing Qiu Shengxing's ears to perk up and her face to flush even deeper. Senior, what does this mean? It must be a reminder to prioritize safety, right? Smoke was already rising from above her head. Qiu Shengxing pressed her lips together and slowly fastened the chest plate onto her body. Amidst the swirling mist, she seemed to resolve herself to something, suddenly staring blankly at the screen of her phone. Senior, if I may be so bold, may I ask your name? Your post-apocalyptic survival counterpart seeks to acquire your name. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the game's pop-up, causing Ziren to furrow his brows. So, I'm only just now creating my character, am I? How infuriating. After spending such a fortune, the game is only just beginning? After a moment's hesitation, Ziren contemplated entering the nickname, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. However, upon further reflection, he reconsidered. What if my digital wife affectionately calls out Lord Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior during intimate moments? That feels rather peculiar. After a brief pause, Ziren ultimately decided to input his real name, Ziren. After all, at least that way, the character could call him by his actual name. Enhancing the sense of immersion, Woon Tiet, a dull voice resonated within the confines of the bathroom. Ziren? Ziren? Senior, your name is unexpectedly melodious. Qiu Shengxing murmured incessantly, as if she wished to etch this name into her very bones. Senior, may I call you Ziren-senpai from now on? Call me that a few more times. A few more times. On the other end of the phone, upon hearing Qiu Shengxing's affectionate address, a smile threatened to stretch across Ziren's face. Certainly, in that case, Shengxing will undoubtedly strive to stand beside Senior Ziren at the earliest opportunity. The girl's eyes shimmered, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. One can only wonder what thoughts occupied her mind at that moment. Meanwhile, on the other side of the phone, almost simultaneously, a game notification once again appeared. Congratulations on officially creating your game character. Your Doomsday Survival subject's happiness level has reached 30. Would you consider investing 300,000 RMB in acquiring a complete set of merchandise related to this game, including a gaming nutrition pod? The gaming nutrition pod is equipped with real-life sensory interactions, allowing you to engage in a simulated, close-range experience with game characters. Chapter 61. The Invincible VR Stealth Buff, Du Ziren's extraordinary ability? Wordfa. Du Ziren was utterly bewildert. A gaming nutrient bot. What on earth is that? It was rumored from the island nation that they had once researched VR sensory gaming helmets. But wait, when did our country's gaming research technology surpass that of foreign nations? Filled with uncertainty, Du Ziren clicked on the description of the gaming nutrient pod. The screen of his phone displayed an elongated object resembling a black coffin, seemingly crafted from some form of dark metal. Yet this very coffin was intriguingly adorned with several hollow core openings akin to the crystal core armor. It appeared as though one could embed cores as embellishments, exuding a hint of the fantastical. I have seen top-tier computers priced at over 100,000. If this gaming pod truly possesses sensory interaction capabilities, selling for 300,000 might indeed justify the cost. 300,000? Huh? Senior Ziren. Senior Ziren? He initially felt some hesitation. However, listening to Chiao Shang repeatedly calling him Senior Ziren, he suddenly felt invigorated. Buy. It is imperative to purchase. If he could experience the sensation of touching Shang, it would undoubtedly be worth it. With his mind racing, Du Ziren, driven by impulse, immediately selected payment. You have spent a total of 300,000 yuan on your bank card ending in 0304, and your current balance is 6,897,672 yuan. Charge ahead. After completing the payment, as the game visuals on his phone began to blur, Du Ziren exited the bathroom scene. An inexplicable emptiness washed over him, accompanied by an unsettling feeling as though he had been deceived. Damn, could it be that they deliberately kept him hanging for so long just to drain his 300,000 gold coins? This thought flickered in his mind. After all, with the prevalence of online chat scams, aren't they all about building a rapport before ruthlessly siphoning off your gold and then disappearing? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. It struck him that he had never heard of any game nutrient chamber being developed domestically. Slapping himself for his belated realization, Du Ziren was just about to unleash a tirade against unscrupulous manufacturers when, ding dong, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Who could it be? He hurried over to take a look, and upon peering through the peephole, he froze in astonishment. His pupils widened in disbelief. Outside the door lay a game nutrient chamber, identical to the one depicted in the game. Black, elongated, resembling a coffin, it sat silently on his doorstep. No way. I'm on the 7th floor. How could your delivery be this fast? And without a sound? Could the courier be Quicksilver? Mouth agape. Du Ziren's perception of this game shifted dramatically. Incredible. This cunning game company must be silently researching something significant. When it's finally revealed, it is sure to clinch the top gaming award in 2026. As for himself, perhaps he was a lucky recipient? An early user experience? This game company felt like family. You should never have doubted them. Holding on to such speculation, Du Ziren opened the door and attempted to lift the seemingly heavy game nutrient chamber. To his surprise, although it appeared quite heavy, he single-handedly hoisted it and carried it into the room. Clang! Once the game nutrient chamber was set down in the living room, Du Ziren could no longer contain his curiosity. Crack! Crack! He opened the coffin-like lid, revealing a dark, film-like material inside, devoid of anything particularly remarkable. Why not? Let's give it a try. Tentatively, he climbed into the game nutrient chamber, and suddenly, a series of prompts echoed in his ears. Please close the gaming pod door and place the crystal core outside the door for an optimal gaming experience. What an astonishing design for this black coffin. Du Ziren found himself unable to discern the source of the sound. Must we embed the crystal core as well? Aha, I see now. Those previous crystal cores were not merely gaming peripherals. They're the key to activating this gaming nourishment pod. Filled with excitement, Du Ziren swiftly climbed out of the gaming nourishment pod and made his way to the windowsill. In the flower cup of the snowdrop, the total number of crystals, combining the previous ones with the current, amounts to 7. Meanwhile, the hatch of the gaming nutrient chamber features 5 hollow openings. Du Ziren casually inserted several crystals, promptly sealing the hatch, lying within the chamber like a lifeless corpse. Energy replenishment in progress. Displacement projection in progress. User information is being collected Ziren, 18 years old. Capability analysis in progress. Your strength level is initially determined as follows. Flame abilities, white ability user second tier. Steel superpower, white ability user tier 3. Bloodline ability, white ability user, level 1. Canine transformation ability, blue esper level 1. As the technologically advanced voice faded away, a white mist erupted within the confines of a black membrane. Upon inhaling the mist, Ziren felt as though his body was being extracted, as if he were truly traversing into another realm. Outside the invisible game pod, the 5 embedded crystal cores on the hatch suddenly shattered, vanishing without a trace. With a contented squint, when Ziren opened his eyes again, he found himself standing within a wooden cabin. It was the living room of the wooden house where Qiu Shangshang was currently situated. What the heck? This is truly an immersive VR game. Attempting to move his limbs, he discovered that it felt almost indistinguishable from reality. In fact, as he hastily approached the sofa in the living room, he could even feel the texture of the wood beneath him. Incredible! The technology in this game is unparalleled. Secretly admiring the game's developers, Ziren was suddenly confronted with a flashing status panel detailing his ability levels, leaving him utterly bewildered. What does this mean? Am I not supposed to be an invincible being? Where's my dimensional blade? What are these ability levels that are even lower than Qiu Xingxing's? Rubbing his chin, his gaze darted across the 4 abilities, and a sudden realization illuminated his mind. I understand now. The body I have projected into this world is based on the strength derived from the crystal core gift that Qiu Shangshang bestowed upon me. Damn it! Does that mean I can't show off or impress the ladies? Frantically tapping at the screen before him, Ziren's tense disposition began to ease slightly. No worries. The words recharge were still flashing in the upper right corner. When in doubt, consult recharge. Indeed, this money-grabbing game does not overlook any opportunity for profit. As he adjusted to the interface before him, Ziren was just about to step outside the wooden cabin to explore the game's modeling of Underground Level 3 when suddenly, snap, the bathroom door swung open, revealing a scene veiled in steam. Chapter 62, The First Encounter. As I lifted my gaze, I beheld Qiu Shangshang clad in a simple garment, striding gracefully towards the sofa. A fragrant breeze accompanied the warm mist, leaving Ziren seated in a corner of the sofa, utterly transfixed, his heart racing inexplicably. The aroma. It was intoxicating. It was Shangxing's scent. His cheeks flushed involuntarily. Previously, behind the screen, Ziren could unabashedly display a foolish grin. Yet now, confronted with the enchanting beauty of Qiu Shangshang approaching him, how could an inexperienced young man like him remain unaffected? Goodness, this game company is truly remarkable. If only there were adult-themed visuals, it would be phenomenal. Frozen in place, Ziren sat motionless in the corner. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the sofa, Qiu Shangshang dabbed at the beads of sweat on her brow, casually propping her long, fair legs upon the couch. Qiu Jing, you may take your bath now, she called towards the bedroom, prompting the 2 little ones to immediately open the door. Oh, Xiaoning looked at her sister suspiciously, murmuring, "So soon?" Ignoring her sister's flushed face, she headed into the bathroom. After soaking in the bath, Qiu Shangxing's heated body continued to release steam. She exhaled softly, droplets of moisture glistening on her fair skin. Her long, elegant legs sprawled, the fabric of her undergarments dampened by the water, revealing an alluring silhouette. Du Ziren was mesmerized. Unable to move a muscle in this vast room, who would know that he sat less than an inch away from Qiu Shangxing's beautiful legs? 30,000 was indeed worth it. Every so often, Ziren would turn his head to observe Qiu Shangxing's delicate features. From behind the screen of his phone, she had always appeared somewhat frail. However, after benefiting from his care, her beauty was now evident up close, her swan-like visage taking form. Long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, with slender willow-like brows, large, expressive eyes like blooming peach blossoms, a delicate nose, and a rosy blush gracing her cheeks. Truly, this was the epitome of youthful beauty. Unable to restrain himself, Ziren swallowed hard. Indeed, an electronic partner is the pinnacle of perfection. He pondered. What could a senior be doing every night? With damp hair resting against the wooden wall, Qiu Shengsheng's ample bosom was unveiled. Would he, before sleeping, think of her? In a voice only she could hear, she murmured, her cheeks slightly flushed, then immediately rebuked herself with a frown. You little flirt, what are you thinking? How could he possibly notice you? Embarrassed and annoyed, she covered her face, her neck flushed with color. How adorable. Du Ziren sat nearby, feigning indifference as he watched Qiu Shengsheng lost in thought, a silly smile gracing his face. How delightful. What joy could compare to the secret pleasure of observing a young girl confide her thoughts? Each time, his senior would poke her. Perhaps next time, when he does, she could steal a touch. Her murmurs were meant to be private, yet unbeknownst to her, Du Ziren was listening intently. What? She also wishes to touch me? Now, it was Du Ziren's turn to blush. In the cramped space, the air was thick with the bittersweet fragrance of youthful love, brewing silently. Cease. I'm done. Qiu Jing called. Qiu Jing? Oh, this fellow must have already fallen asleep. In the bathroom, Qiu Ning quickly exited the bathing area, calling out a greeting toward the bedroom. He cast a fleeting glance at his sister, seemingly dozing against the wall, and after a moment's hesitation, chose not to awaken her. Instead, stepping into the bedroom, time slipped by unnoticed, and soon the lights in the wooden cabin extinguished, enveloping everything in profound silence. Du Ziren, having confirmed multiple times that Qiu Shengsheng was indeed napping against the wooden wall, finally rose awkwardly to his feet. What a predicament! His arrival had been too sudden. If he had dispelled his invisibility from the outset and appeared before Qiu Shengsheng, it would have been difficult to explain his presence and might tarnish the image he held in her eyes. It seemed far more intriguing to silently follow her and observe from the shadows. She must be cold sleeping like this. Slowly, he unfastened a hospital gown emblazoned with the emblem of the Wannan City Sports Medicine Department, intending to drape it over Qiu Shengsheng's shoulders. In the darkness, what should have been a tender scene turned bizarre as the white gown settled upon her form. Senior, Qiu Shengsheng murmured with her delicate, cherry-red lips as if lost in a dream, her cheeks flushed and her long legs entwined restlessly. The sight of her exquisite visage before him emboldened Du Ziren, compelling him to reach out, his hand drawn toward her face, almost by an unseen force. With a gentle tap of his fingers against her cheek, a single word surged in his mind: supple, soft, smooth, and fragrant. Observing Shengsheng like this was undeniably charming. He yearned to caress her face once more. Suddenly, a strong hand seized his wrist with an iron grip. Who? Qiu Shengsheng had awakened. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed as she firmly held Du Ziren's hand, peering into the impenetrable darkness. Oh no! Du Ziren panicked, overwhelmed by the sensation of being caught in a trespass. Shengsheng. It is I. Du Ziren spoke in a familiar tone, striving to maintain composure. Is it you, senior? The moment her tightly clasped hands loosened, Qiu Shengsheng's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Realizing she had seized her senior's hand, Qiu Shengsheng pressed her lips together and unexpectedly, with newfound boldness, grasped it firmly. Perhaps the darkness bestowed her with courage, as she suddenly murmured, Senior Ziren, may I rest my head upon your hand for a moment? Just for a little while, if that is all right? This, gripped by those tiny hands, Du Ziren's heart raced uncontrollably. In the darkness, those bright, hopeful, and affectionate eyes sparkled, causing Du Ziren's ears to flush with warmth. Really? Gripping Du Ziren's en titli. Qiu Shengsheng regarded it as a treasure and gradually reclined on the sofa. Like a cat, she pressed her face against Du Ziren's hand, occasionally breaking into an adorable giggle. Unbeknownst to her, the young man standing before the sofa was flushed with embarrassment, utterly at a loss. Chapter 63. The Wandering Dog's Lingering Question. Can I understand dog speech now? Part 1. The dialogue suggests that we are embarking on a path of intimacy, with 30 degrees of happiness indicating that certain actions are still insufficient. If casual intimacy were permitted, the game's premise would be flawed. Many daily hints are about to unfold. The long night stretches on. Du Ziren is unsure how long he has been in a daze. In any case, by the time he withdraws his large hand, Qiu Shangsheng has already succumbed to a deep slumber. The current gaming experience has concluded. Insufficient crystal core energy. The projection is about to conclude. Suddenly, a mechanized voice echoed in his ears. Du Ziren, who had just been relishing the tender affection required by Qiu Shangsheng, opened his eyes wide and sat up from the gaming pod, his face flushed. Was it really just a brief moment? Having savored the experience, he flexed his hands, clearly reluctant to part from the recent interaction. Within the confines of the gaming chamber, the mechanized voice resounded once more. Did this interaction really last for 3 hours, 15 minutes, and 16 seconds? I can hardly believe it. As you gaze at Qiu Shangsheng, you have already spent 2 hours and 45 minutes. The game firmly establishes you as a love-struck individual. Huh? Suddenly jolting up from the gaming pod, Du Ziren felt as though he had been prodded in the spine, immediately losing interest in further interaction with the artificial intelligence. Upon closing the pod door, he was astonished to discover that all 5 crystal cores on the door had vanished. What on earth? After playing for such a brief period, you consumed them all? What a greedy merchant! To Du Ziren, the crystal cores seemed akin to batteries. Having played for merely 3 hours, he had exhausted 5 of them. How many would he need for an entire day? If new, vibrant crystal cores were inserted, how long would they last? Ultimately, these concerns were trivial. The most pressing issue was that only game characters could provide the crystal cores. This despicable game developer, was he now unable to fully enjoy the game? Without hesitation, Du Ziren opened his phone and promptly awarded the previous Game Nutrition pod a 1-star review. Perhaps once the intimacy level was sufficient, he could eliminate that detestable holy light. He might even sneak a glance at Qiu Shangsheng while she bathed. He mused with impure thoughts. Du Ziren was acutely aware that many game mechanics dictate that insufficient intimacy would lead to a decrease in affection for engaging in inappropriate actions. The thought of their earlier innocent interaction left him more exhilarated than dating the campus belle. My Shangsheng is simply marvelous. He grinned like a simpleton. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through the window on the 7th floor, making Du Ziren shiver. Only then did he realize that his sickly attire seemed to have vanished. What the heck? Did I really give it to Qiu Shangsheng? Casting a suspicious glance at the gaming pod, Du Ziren trembled from the cold. Having no time to delve deeper into the mystery, he hurried into his bedroom and changed into a simple set of sportswear. Glancing at the clock in the living room, he was stunned to find it was already 3 in the morning. Goodness. Indeed, gaming consumes time. But wait, why am I neither sleepy nor hungry? He rubbed his head in bewilderment. Typically, he would have succumbed to slumber by this hour. Could it be due to lying in the gaming pod today? Did it truly provide nourishment? Recalling the mist within the gaming nutrition pod, Du Ziren shook his head, deeming it somewhat unrealistic. He picked up his phone. In the Doomsday Survival game app, Qiu Shangsheng was still sweetly slumbering. Unable to sleep himself, Du Ziren decided to open the door and head towards the night market outside the Wanted community. The night market, in essence, was a transient bazaar filled with food stalls, miscellaneous goods, and vendors selling dogs and cats. The night market of Wan'an City is situated in the northern part of the city, renowned for its peculiar hours of operation, starting at 11 p.m. and concluding at 4 a.m. At this very moment, even at 3 in the morning, the streets of the suburbs are bustling with activity. Hey, take a look at these ancient coins from the Western Zhou dynasty. From the Western Zhou, you say? I reckon they're from last week. Laughter echoes around the antique vendor's booth. Du Ziren stands at the periphery of the antique section, casting a few glances inside, but remains rather indifferent. He casually purchases a few grilled sausages in the food area and meanders through the various stalls of the night market. The activity zone primarily consists of vendors showcasing their wares, such as mobile phone screen protectors and quick-change doll games. Amused by the sights, Du Ziren strolls along until he arrives at a designated pet sales area. Indeed, the sale of pets is indeed a prominent attraction at the night market. However, when the time comes to seek out the vendors, they will have long vanished. Hey, handsome, take a look at my puppies. They could be adopted without any cost. Suddenly, a melodious female voice resonated. Du Ziren raised his head and saw a woman, seemingly in her 30s with short hair and a lean, capable physique, warmly beckoning him near a cluster of large iron cages. Adoption? What kind of scheme is that? With narrowed eyes, Ziren remained skeptical, doubting any unexpected fortune from the heavens. Just as he was about to disregard the woman, she seemed to sense his wariness and quickly called out, "Hey, hey, hey, don't leave. It's truly just adoption. There are no purebred dogs here, only strays. I've personally funded their vaccinations and spaying. I've taken in so many dogs that it's nearly impoverished me." The sincerity in her words gave Ziren pause, prompting him to halt his steps and turn towards the stacked pet cages. A glance revealed that most of the dogs were indeed of the mixed breed variety, like local dogs and farm dogs, with only 1 or 2 golden retrievers and huskies to be seen. Observing the woman's attire, which consisted of a simple apron and black pants, she certainly did not resemble a dog dealer. To adopt a dog? Rubbing his chin, Ziren found himself in contemplation. Suddenly, a golden retriever in one of the cages barked at him. Ziren was taken aback. It wasn't the dog-esque behavior that startled him, but rather, in that moment of daze, he felt as if he comprehended the language of dogs. The child exclaimed, "Mom speaks the truth. There are numerous stray dogs at her home." Huh. Staring blankly at the golden retriever, Ziren was utterly entranced. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Shortly thereafter, from the other cages, several local dogs began to bark at one another. "Children, choose me. I am not picky. Choose me. Choose me. I am serene. Everyone, step aside. I am a devoted admirer." The cacophony of barking resonated in Ziren's ears, transforming into the sound of his own voice promoting himself. Chapter 64. The stray dog's lingering doubts. Can he understand canine speech? After a prolonged moment of bewilderment, Ziren scratched his ear repeatedly, convinced he had not misheard. His expression was rather intricate. Could it be that the recent peculiar occurrences had become excessively numerous? Self-healing from ALS, meteorite falls, steel frame welding. Now, could it be understanding the language of dogs? Could it be that ALS has unlocked a genetic potential within me? Have I acquired the ability to converse with animals? With a somewhat whimsical thought, Ziren gazed towards the distant cat vendor stall. "Meow, meow, meow," he called out to a ragdoll cat, which regarded him with suspicion, its deep blue eyes reflecting a sense of weariness, as if to say, "Fool. Well, it seems I can only comprehend the language of dogs." Scratching his head, Ziren smiled at the vendor of the dog stall and approached the dog cages. Woof, woof, woof. Instantly, countless stray dogs erupted into a cacophony of barks. "Choose me. I implore you, for my sweetness is unparalleled. You are sweet, and I promise not to ruin your sofa. You're such a deceitful scoundrel. You just ruined my mother's sofa this morning." Countless barks echoed in his ears, leaving Ziren at a loss as to which dog to focus on. Suddenly, a slightly melancholic and mature voice drew his curiosity. Following the sound, he discerned a pitch-black 5-black dog confined beneath a multitude of cages. This dog, roughly the size of a standard rural breed, lay on the ground with a forlorn expression, distinctly more sorrowful than the others. "Boss, where did you find this dog?" Ziren inquired, pointing at the 5-black dog, his interest piqued. The female proprietor's eyes brightened at his words. "Ah, this one. It's different. It came looking for us. It seems to have escaped from Baiha village on the outskirts. I noticed it appeared to be starving for several days, so I decided to take it in. You have a good eye. This dog is quite docile. It simply enjoys daydreaming. Not a bit raucous. If you wish to adopt it, you could take it home right now." The proprietor spoke enticingly, and Ziren crouched down, gently tapping the cage. "Hey there, Wolf. What are you doing? Stop daydreaming, will you? Why did you run away from Baiha village?" The dog responded, "Woof, woof, woof." Things were amiss. Many people became quite irritable. "Woof. What? You can understand me?" Amused by the bewildered expression on the 5-black dog's face, Ziren chuckled. "Are you coming with me? You can guard my home, and I will take care of your needs." He jested, eyeing the dog. After all, he still had that game nutrition pod at home, a treasure worth 300,000. It was only sensible to have a dog watch over it. The dog queried, "Woof, why choose me?" Ziren replied, "It's a matter of affinity." "Do you believe in that?" The dog sighed, "Woof, I can go with you, but please don't make me go outside. I despise wandering." "Hey, you're quite rebellious for a dog. Most dogs get restless if they don't roam for a day. Yet here you are, preferring to lounge about like a human. Ziren laughed as he reached out to pet the 5 black dog in its cage. Boss, this one is perfect. I feel an instant connection. He pointed at the dog with glee, leaving the proprietress dumbfounded. Wait, my friend, just now were you talking to the dog? She asked, incredulity etched on her face. What's this? You can converse with it. The female proprietor regarded Ziren with serious doubt about his mental state. However, considering the prospect of alleviating her burden and seeing that he didn't seem malicious, she nodded in agreement. All right, I'll open the cage for you. With a clang, she unlocked the 5 black dog's cage. To her surprise, the dog lazily rose and indeed walked over to Ziren, settling at his feet. Wow, what a lazy dog. He lifted the 5 black dog into his arms, and it offered no resistance. The bond between the two appeared as if they had known each other for ages. The proprietress was astounded. In all her years dealing with dogs, she had never witnessed such an immediate rapport. Could it be that they truly shared a connection? She pondered, pulling out her phone. By the way, young man, I won't charge for the stray dog. However, to prevent any potential neglect after adoption, I need to add you on WeChat. I will periodically check in with you via video to ensure its safety. Of course. Ziren agreed, glancing briefly at her WeChat ID. Her name was Go Yun, an intriguing moniker indeed. Yunjia, I'm off now, he called, cradling the 5 black dog in his arms. Go Yun smiled sweetly. Feel free to visit the dog park in the suburbs anytime. Absolutely. By the way, I'm curious, how do you manage so many dogs on your own? He asked. She chuckled. That's because I have an assistant. An assistant? Ziren was taken aback. Oh, at the suburban dog park, I have a Siberian husky, a border collie, and an old rural dog. They are quite intelligent and help me manage the others. No wonder. Cradling the 5 black dog, Ziren hurriedly made his way towards the night market, hoping to avoid any encounters with the elderly men who exercised at dawn. What should I name you? He mused, patting the dog's belly. The dog responded with a sleepy woof. Whatever won't do. Let me think. The more one lacks something, the more one wishes to express it. How about Wansai? Prosperity. I don't lack money. I need something. I've got it. How about Changshan? Longevity. What do you think? Woof. Longevity? You expect a dog to live forever. Is that so wrong? Woof. As long as you're happy. In the eyes of onlookers. The duo communicated seamlessly as Ziren embraced Changshan, disappearing down the distant street. Simultaneously, in the research room of the Anhui Southern Division of the Ministry of National Defense, a colossal fragment of a meteorite lay upon Lu Yi's workstation. This obsidian shard exuded a strange black liquid that writhed and contorted ominously, reminiscent of restless creatures in motion. Lu Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of this batch of Leonid's meteorite. It seemed far more complex than mere celestial debris. Academician Lu, did you request the central government's assistance specifically for this? Inquired a high-ranking military officer clad in uniform, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the liquid within the meteorite. Indeed, General Zhao, as you can observe, these meteorites harbor unknown organisms. I have already enlisted the military to locate all fragments. Imagine, should the entities within these meteorites disseminate, what calamities might ensue? The atmosphere grew tense. No one could fathom the nature of the liquid concealed within the meteorite. Academician Lu, how progresses the experiment? Come and see. Lu Yi beckoned, revealing a glass vessel nearby where several white mice, their eyes glowing crimson, exhibited rapid, grotesque contortions of their tiny teeth. Squeak. The typically docile mice now displayed alarming aggression, emitting frantic cries. Are these subjects injected with the black liquid? Yes, this liquid incites a desire for aggression, and it may also induce mutations in the body. If left unchecked, the consequences could lead to chaos across the globe. However, the distribution of meteorites makes it challenging to pinpoint all impact zones, correct? Then we must remain vigilant. In areas of Wannan City where large-scale unrest occurs, immediate lockdown is imperative. Understood. Chapter 65, Trouble from the North, the Tri-Layer Conference. Are you saying a meteorite also fell in the pond of Baiha Village? Since then, the villagers have become irritable. In the expansive living room, Ziren savored a crispy chicken leg from a fast food outlet, sharing the feast enthusiastically with his dog, Changshan. Woof. Yes. It was after that incident that the villagers' tempers changed. Oh, is it due to drinking the pond water? Did you partake? Woof. I did. Then why haven't you gone mad? After drinking, you not only remain calm, but you even lay down? Du Ziren regarded Chengsheng in disbelief, questioning the validity of this hypothesis. What exactly is a meteorite, if not merely fragments of a black hole from space? Stone? Mineral? Surely, it cannot drive one to madness. Woof. I can't say. All I know is that people only became irritable after that thing appeared. With a whimper, Changsheng ambled to the kitchen sink, turning on the faucet to wash his paws under Du Ziren's gaze. What if this scene were captured and shared on social media, it would undoubtedly go viral. Do you believe it? Changsheng, tell me, are you the first canine spirit since the founding of a nation? Du Ziren watched with amusement as Changsheng finished washing and promptly sprawled on the floor. Woof. Bored. Em sleeping. Hey, are you even human? Eating and then sleeping? Are you a dog or what? He approached the game nutrient pod, tapping on its door. Hey, Changsheng, I need to discuss something serious with you. Woof. What? Changsheng's ears perked up. This device if I'm not at home. Can you keep an eye on it? Woof. Huh. Changsheng looked puzzled. To his discerning titanium alloy canine eyes, Du Ziren appeared to be fondling thin air, wearing an earnest expression as he conversed with himself about safeguarding nothingness. Am I the one with the problem, or is he? Woof. Woof. Are you sure you're not joking? Why would I jest? This is called a game pod. You know, it's quite expensive. I spent 30 on it. If you don't want to wander around, just keep watch over it. I won't bother you for meals or anything. Du Ziren tapped the sleek black game nutrient pod, while Changsheng's eyes blinked rapidly. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. Is this new master a fool? A fool? If he is a fool, so be it. Watching over a lump of air? How simple. I could just lie flat every day. What is this game pod? Just a bunch of air, whether it exists or not makes no difference. Upon reflection, Changsheng regarded Du Ziren with a blend of sympathy and cunning. Woof. No problem. Good dog. Just lie down. He collapsed onto the sofa, unlocking his phone to resume playing the game, Doomsday Survival. In the game, Autumn Sheng sat vacantly on the sofa, gazing at a hospital gown in her hands. Her face flushed, lost in thought. Hey, focus. Don't space out. With a swift motion of his fingers, Du Ziren slid the purification metal cauldron from his inventory and placed it in the bathroom, in the realm of the monthly card service. This peculiar item refreshes a cultivation crystal each day. Senior. In a flurry of panic, Changsheng hastily tucked her illness robe behind her. As she beheld the purifying metallic tub manifesting in the bathroom, realization washed over her. I had completely forgotten amidst the move that every morning I was to engage in the designated practice set by my senior. In a hurried dash to the bathroom, Changsheng filled the metallic tub with water. The golden crystal shattered instantaneously at the bottom of the tub, merging with the water and transforming into a golden broth. With a splash amidst the swirling mist, Changsheng shed all but her undergarments and plunged into the water. The young lady's figure seemed to have grown increasingly voluptuous, undulating in the water like tumultuous waves. Current ability level of Changsheng. Ability user tier 3, 45,300. 47,300 psi. It seems that the pace of cultivation has noticeably slowed down. It appears that as the ability level rises, advancing further in one's abilities becomes increasingly arduous. Gently stroking my chin, a notification popped up on my phone screen. Complete daily tasks. Cultivation. Reward. 100 experience points for the pass. Current pass level. 6. Reward. Small horn X1. This is quite acceptable. At least this pass. ISNT2 exhausting to grind. Continuously tapping on his phone, Changsheng curiously leaned in, his canine head peering inquisitively at Du Ziren's screen. Woof. It's all just a dark void. How can he be so engrossed? Woof. Confirmed. He must be a bit unhinged. Lowering his head, Changsheng resolved to disregard any further antics from Du Ziren. Until the golden broth became completely clear, Changsheng's ability level remained at 137,300. She clutched her damp breastplate, just as she was about to climb out of the vat. The horn in the wooden cabin abruptly trembled, followed by a resounding and forceful voice relaying a message. All Tier 3 psychics, all Tier 3 psychics, please gather at the central treehouse immediately. A significant meeting is being convened by Ms. Chin, the leader. A new game pop-up has emerged on Ziren's end. Starting main quest. Please attend the meeting to understand the unusual circumstances from the north. Reward: 200 experience points for the pass. Oh, the main quest. Has it arrived? With a gentle poke on Xiao Shengxing's smooth shoulder, Ziren urged her on. Sheng, go have a look. Understood. In a flurry of urgency, Xiao Sheng hastily donned her coat, concealing the crystal core armor beneath her tattered combat uniform. She called out to her younger siblings and hurriedly made her way outside the treehouse. As she stepped out, a throng of people surged outside the treehouse. High above, amidst the dense branches, countless figures converged below. In a brief moment, around 30 to 40 individuals gathered densely beneath a colossal tree. Among this assembly were scattered ability users and those clad in uniforms from various mercenary teams. Notably, the members of the dog battle team, in their sleek black leather and a team adorned in vibrant trench coats, stood out remarkably. It was evident that these two factions constituted the core strength of the mining black market. Guyu, I've heard that your dog battle team has been quite fortunate lately, acquiring 2 green crystal cores. What is this? Are you aspiring to become the top squad of the mining black market? A tall, bald man from the colorful trench coat team jested as he glanced at Guyu. Guyu chuckled, revealing his canine-like teeth. Oh, as if your element team has always been so impressive. Indeed, we just returned from the north. I must tell you, it's teeming with ability zombies, yet we emerged unscathed. The north? The two exchanged banter as Xiao Sheng stood amidst the crowd, resembling a mere passerby, motionless. Ziren playfully pointed to the information above Guyu and the bald man's head, his eyes lighting up in intrigue. Name: Guyu. Identity: Captain of the Canine Brigade. Superpower: Rampant Canine Claws. White. Ability level: Esper Tier 7. Name: Legion. Identity: Captain of the Elemental Squad. Ability: Lightning Arc. White. Ability level: Esper Level 7. Chapter 66 Main Quest Update. Explore the Northern District. Team System. Hiss. So the captains of the squads on the 3rd level are all Espers Level 7. Then, what about the leader of the mining black market? As Ziren pondered this, the tumultuous sounds within the game gradually began to fade away. In the center of the underground Level 3, on a colossal tree canopy, a curtain of tree trunks slowly shifted. A young girl, clad in a flowing green dress, gracefully emerged from the lofty branches, exuding an air of authority. Big Brother Chin has arrived. The head Chin is here. Immediately, both Guyu and Lei Zhiyong were taken aback, and everyone turned their gazes towards the girl atop the canopy. The girl possessed a slender figure, akin to a sprite among the trees, her skin fair and her eyes shimmering with a green luminescence. With each step she took, the trunk beneath her would contort, forming a staircase of branches to gently escort her to the ground. The sway of her long dress rendered her entrance truly magnificent, one ostentatious manner of appearance. She must be either a boss or a significant NPC, staring intently at the unfolding scene in the game. Ziren couldn't help but tap on the avatar of the girl in the green dress. Name: Chin. Identity: Creator of the underground mining market. Ability: Wood transformation. Green. Ability level: Esper Tier 9. Goodness. It turns out this woman is the leader of the black market. I initially assumed the leader was some older male figure, but to my surprise, is indeed a girl. No wonder there were female searchers stationed at the entrance, respecting the sanctity of womanhood. Observing the subtle shifts in Chin-Wan's expression, Ziren did not believe that this woman appeared as youthful as she seemed. Perhaps a higher ability level could grant even an old crone a youthful visage. It was hard for Ziren to believe that such a young girl could orchestrate the well-organized black market. Indeed, with a soft thud as the wooden stick fell, Chin-Wan slowly spoke, her voice resonating with a maturity that belied her appearance. It appears everyone has arrived? Yes. What brings you here, Leader Chin? The usually boisterous Go Yu now stood before Qin Wan like a devoted follower, his eyes filled with reverence. In truth, you are all somewhat aware of the situation. Something has occurred in the north. Qin Wan's expression darkened, her brows furrowing. The north? We just visited there, didn't we? The zombies in the north were particularly fierce, predominantly evolved ones rather than ordinary zombies. Yet, it shouldn't be that perilous, right? Lei Xiong dismissed the concern, earning a disapproving glance from Qin Wan, who shook her head. You do not understand. The safe zones in Wan'an City and Wanbei City are both part of the Third Line faction, and the strength of their base is certainly superior to ours. Yet, in one night, Wanbei City fell entirely. We even received reports from the Luzhou safe base, stating that those few independent espers who managed to flee from Wanbei City are exceedingly rare. According to the analysis, Wanbei City may have given rise to a king zombie. King zombie? What is that? Upon hearing Qin Wan's revelation, aside from Go Yu and Lei Xiong, whose faces displayed shock, the other espers appeared utterly bewildered. Clearly, they had never encountered the term king zombie before. A king zombie is the fastest evolving zombie amidst a horde. It possesses unique abilities or multiple powers and can command any zombies that fall beneath its rank. However, the most terrifying aspect is that the king zombie retains human intelligence. What? Are you suggesting that a king zombie has emerged, leading the evolved zombies to breach the Wanbei City safe base? Goodness, how do we deal with this? A cacophony ensued, and the expressions of everyone darkened. The cities of southern Anhui and northern Anhui are merely separated by a single line. All present are astute individuals, and at this moment, everyone comprehends the purpose of gathering here. If the intelligent zombies were to conquer Wanbei City, their next destination would undoubtedly be the black market of mines in Wan'an City. Amidst the clamor, Qiu Xingxing's face turned ashen. She was acutely aware of her own capabilities, and whether she could survive against the army of supernatural zombies was an absolute uncertainty. Sheng, do not be afraid. I am here. The voice of Du Ziren echoed in her ears, prompting Qiu Sheng to press her lips together and nod slightly. The King's Seed. I wondered why the main storyline of the game is titled Riot. It turns out the zombies are the ones attacking us. On the other end of the phone, Du Ziren stroked his chin, increasingly sensing the realism of this game. Zombies and humans represent two distinct races. Racial conflict is an inevitability of history. The time and crisis settings of this game are nothing short of perfect. After a prolonged silence, it was Qin Wan who finally spoke up. Everyone, I understand your fears, but we have received news from the Luzhou second-line safe camp. Through radio communication, we learned that a person with the ability of detection has escaped from the city of Wanbei. Her name is Lu Su. The higher-ups have mandated that we must protect and rescue her, for she holds secrets regarding the King's Seed. Indeed, we at the mining black market could choose to decline this mission. However, those mutated zombies will inevitably come for us. Instead of hiding here, it would be wiser to rescue Lu Su. If we manage to save her, the higher-ups will dispatch ability users to assist us. At that time, with intelligence on the King's Seed, zombies and support from the Luzhou safe camp, our mining black market might just hold its ground. Everyone knows what choice lies ahead. Flee? Where to? Should we head toward the Luzhou safe camp? Living on the third underground level of the mining black market, one cannot simply start anew at the Luzhou safe camp. Yet if we indeed rescue Lu Su, not only can we defend the mining black market, but we will also earn great merit, leading to favorable treatment when we visit the Luzhou safe camp in the future. I will follow Qin Wan's lead. Go Yu declared earnestly after a brief contemplation. Lei Xiong seemed entirely unperturbed, shrugging nonchalantly. What nonsense is this, King's Seed? I made it into Wanbei City unscathed last time, and I could do it again. I can assist everyone. Then I shall lend a hand as well. If the mining black market falls, we will all suffer. In just a moment. All right. Qin Wan clapped her hands decisively. Furthermore, from now on, there will be no need for anyone to pay venue fees for transactions at the mining black market. Oh, Leader Qin is generous. We will certainly defend the mining black market. Victory is assured. The fervent voices surged, creating a lively atmosphere, akin to a promising tide. Yet, as Du Ziren observed Qin Wan's anxious expression, he was acutely aware of the peril this mission entailed. Simultaneously, his phone vibrated, signaling a new game update. Main quest: comprehend the Northern District incident completed. Pass experience points, 200, current pass level, 8. Receive pass rewards, small horns, x2. Main quest is being updated. New task: please find suitable companions to form a 4-member team for exploration in the northern region. Experience points will be awarded based on the team's performance and the number of survivors. Chapter 67. A temporary 4-person team sets out for Wanbai City. Experience points for the pass will be determined by the final number of survivors and their performance. Thus, is this a long-term task? Observing the new task description, Du Ziren furrowed his brow slightly. This implies that in this task, one must not only safeguard oneself, but also protect one's companions. If everyone manages to survive, the rewards for the task may indeed be substantial. However, there exists a subtle prerequisite. That is, the companions must be trustworthy. It would be disastrous if, in the end, the zombies were not the only threat, with the companions striking from behind. One cannot neglect the main task. If this is a main task, does it not suggest that Sheng also wishes to fight alongside everyone? With a glance at Qiu Xingxing's somewhat dazed expression, Du Ziren's voice reached her. Do you have any trustworthy companions in mind? She pondered. Just as she finished speaking, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, revealing Linya and Lin Ping racing towards her. This mission concerned the very survival of the underground market, compelling even the staff of the black market to take part directly. Sister Sheng, look, for this operation, would you consider teaming up with us? Linya earnestly proposed, a hint of flattery evident in her smile. As the sibling duo stepped forward, the gazes of the surrounding ability users converged upon Qiu Sheng. What caliber of individual could attract such attention from him? I've never seen anyone like this. A new expert, perhaps? Nonsense. I've never heard of such a person, but her presence in the underground level 3 suggests she has powerful backing. Speculations arose, even drawing the attention of the host, Qin Wan, who occasionally glanced at Qiu Sheng. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Qiu Sheng remained silent, her expression cold and her fists clenched tightly. She was no longer the innocent girl she once was. She understood that Linya's interest in teaming up was not in her, but rather in the mentor she had behind her. My mentor belongs solely to me. I don't want. Her lips subtly pouted, as she wished to keep Du Ziren's existence hidden from too many eyes to prevent others from exploiting him. She could not quite grasp why, but ever since she had fallen asleep resting on her mentor's arm that night, the desire to possess him entirely had taken root within her. Though this notion was undeniably unrealistic, Qiu Sheng was unexpectedly stubborn, hesitating to acquiesce to Linya's request, resolutely remaining in place, until the voice of Du Ziren resonated. Let them be. At the very least, their capabilities are reliable, and they are aware of my existence, so they will not treat you as an insignificant pawn. However, Senior, they merely wish to utilize you to accomplish the task. I am merely adding to your burden. Whispering softly, Qiu Xingxing's face was suddenly prodded by something. I am aware, indeed. It is precisely because they must rely on me that they will undoubtedly show you the utmost respect. Only then can I be at ease with their collaboration with you. Your safety is more important than mine. Well, all right then. A flush of crimson spread across her face, and a fleeting hint of shyness shimmered in Qiu Shengxing's previously icy gaze. She then discreetly turned her attention to Linya, stating, I have agreed. Oh, that is splendid. Are there any more brave souls willing to join us? We need one more. Upon hearing this, Linya eagerly scanned the surroundings. Clinging to Qiu Shengxing's thigh, she declared that no matter how perilous the mission may be, it would still feel like a delightful outing. Are you quite skilled in combat? Upon the activation of skill, what shall you do? Steady as she goes. It was a calculated thought. Linya's gaze swept around, observing the eager expressions of the other abilities users. At this moment, even Goyu from the Dog Squad and Lei Zhiyong from the Elemental Squad felt a twinge of envy towards Qiu Shengxing. The combined strength of the Lin siblings could nearly rival that of a squad leader. Such a quartet bore immense value. What sort of background does she possess? The Lin siblings are vying to support her? It is quite possible that she is indeed a formidable individual. With that said, I find myself wanting to join her team. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Alas, Lei Jiong had to accompany his own team. Bound by the four-member team rule, an additional abilities user would be added to his ranks. Casting his eyes towards Qiu Shengsheng, Lei Jiong waved his hand, Li Cici. Please join their team. That would be Captain Qiu, correct? Our CC possesses the third-tier flame ability. She should be a worthy addition to your team. Yes? With an air of flattery directed at Qiu Shengsheng, Lei Jiong demonstrated the qualities of a considerate captain, promptly seeking to integrate an external member into a temporary team of equal caliber to the ability squads. The third-tier fire ability, you say? Shengsheng, my dear sister. That level of strength is quite sufficient. Do you see? Linya instinctively looked towards Qiu Shengsheng, who remained silent, patiently awaiting Du Ziren's response. Naturally, the higher the abilities level, the better. Thus, even if I were to falter, they would not meet their demise. Li Cici, you say? On the other end of the phone, Du Ziren was about to click on Li Cici's avatar when suddenly, a lithe woman adorned in a black headscarf emerged in the central square. I believe I possess greater strength. I wish to join Miss Qiu's team. The headscarf concealed her features, but her form beneath the tight black attire was undeniably alluring. Who might this be? A newcomer among the solitary abilities users? Many were unable to recognize the woman in the black scarf. It was Lin Ping who broke the silence. Xia Yao, Special Ability Division. Abilities level, 4th tier. Indeed, she possesses the strength to join us. As the guardian of the underground 3rd level, Lin Ping was well acquainted with the intelligence of nearly every individual. Upon hearing his words, Li Cici, who was making her way toward them, abruptly halted, her expression one of astonishment. So, Shengsheng, what do you think of this, Miss Xia? Linya once again turned her gaze to Qiu Shengsheng, who remained silent, awaiting Du Ziren's reply. Simultaneously, a notification window popped up on the game interface of the mobile phone. Option 1. Select Li Cici to join the team, reducing the difficulty of the main quest by 30%, while decreasing the task rewards by 10%. Option 2. Choosing to have Xia Yao join the team increases the main quest difficulty by 50%, while enhancing the task rewards by 80%. There's a chance to unlock a special narrative mode. Chapter 68, Fog Barrier, Zombies, Lickers. Does the selection of team members truly matter? Observing the selection panel in silence, Du Ziren made his choice without hesitation. Naturally, he opted for Option 2, such a substantial experience bar. If one does not strive for it, it seems unlikely to be fully exhausted by the end of the month. As for the task's difficulty, Du Ziren remain skeptical. Moreover, with 9 uses of the dimensional blade left, can 9 strikes truly suffice to vanquish a king-type foe? The difficulty must be escalated. Upon selecting Option 2, Qiu Shengsheng heard Du Ziren's voice echoing in her ears. Shengsheng, allow Xia Yao to join the team. All right, very well. Autumn Shengsheng, observing Xia Yao's voluptuous figure, reluctantly acquiesced. I choose this Miss Xia. Little sister, you possess remarkable discernment. Rest assured, your choice is undoubtedly correct. Li Cici, with her head bowed, assembled a small team alongside the typical independent ability users. In the tranquil central arena, the crowd gradually formed their respective groups. Only when the teams were completely delineated did Qin Wan slowly declare, very well. Once all members have formed their teams, we shall immediately set forth towards Wanbei City. Please, everyone, remember, there are no ordinary zombies in Wanbei City, nor ordinary zombies. Within your capabilities, seek out the whereabouts of Lu Su. It is imperative that everyone locates an area with large trees. I will provide real-time updates on Lu Su's movements. Lastly, regardless of whether Lu Su is found, any team possessing an ability crystal core may exchange it for merits either with me or at the Luzhou safety base. Wishing you all smooth sailing. With Qin Wan's announcement concluded, she retreated to the base of a tree, gradually melding into its trunk. In the next moment, in the depths of the 3rd underground layer, The towering trees swayed, producing a sound reminiscent of a trumpet's resonance. Currently, the location of the Willow Catkins was at the Chang'an gas station on the outskirts of Wanbei City. So, how should we proceed? Shang, shall we commence our action now? Linya's gaze turned towards Qiu Shang, who surveyed her surroundings. A multitude of ability user squads were already surging towards the upper levels. Let's depart, she declared. Without further ado, the group followed the main force, swiftly exiting the underground black market. Snowflakes continued to drift down from the sky. Unlike before, this solitary journey had transformed into a quartet. The snow-covered ground was dotted with countless footprints. Some individuals opted for a direct approach towards Wanbei City, while others chose to take a side route, edging closer to the city's outskirts. Originally, Qiu Xingxing's team intended to advance alongside the main force. However, as the crowd hastily retreated, the usually taciturn Xia suddenly called out, I actually just came from Wanbei City. I know of a shortcut that leads directly to the gas station in the suburbs. Her words bore a tentative tone, indicating that the shortcut she mentioned was not without its perils. A shortcut? Isn't that rather straightforward? Linya chuckled at the remark. She cast a meaningful glance at Qiu Shang, whose expression darkened. This seemed to be yet another instance of relying on her senior's influence. Meanwhile, on Ziren's phone, a pop-up selection appeared once more. Option 1. Take the shortcut, though you may encounter significant risks. Conversely, you can swiftly approach your destination. For the sake of caution, we shall follow the main forces, enhancing our safety but sacrificing speed. Is there even a choice left? We must rescue Lu Su. If Shang were to personally save Lu Su, the reward would be monumental. Without hesitation, I pressed Option 1, and immediately, Ziren's voice resonated in Qiu Xingxing's ear. Shang, take the shortcut. Understood. We shall take the shortcut. Hearing this, Qiu Shang turned to Xia Yao. Beneath Xia Yao's black scarf, her crimson lips seemed to curl into a smile. Excellent. I knew I had chosen wisely. Follow me. The shortcut lies within the forest. Suddenly pivoting, Xia Yao led the way into the lush suburban woods. Hurry, keep up with them. Not far behind, a few small teams revealed cunning smiles. You see, I told you. Staying with them won't slow us down. Indeed, that Qiu Shang must possess some advantage. Otherwise, how could the Lin siblings praise her so highly? As expected, they even know the shortcut. Among the scattered teams, in the one Li Sisi joined, a man with dreadlocks smirked. Perhaps, we can simply coast our way there and rescue Lu Su ahead of everyone else. A first-class merit, it could very well be ours. Zhang Qi, you truly have a brain. Let us go. Silently trailing behind, a layer of mist began to rise from the distant woods for reasons unknown. With each step into the damp ground, the mist thickened, reducing visibility to a mere 2 to 3 meters. Such low visibility. Xia Yao, are you certain we're on the right path? Lin Ping squinted, casually glancing at Xia Yao's alluring figure. Trust me, my ability is division. Before escaping here, I left behind division cells all along the way. I've traversed this path many times. Here, only I can confidently assert that I am correct. Xia Yao proclaimed, patting her chest confidently, her enchanting silhouette barely visible through the hazy mist, causing Lin Ping's face to flush. Drip, drip. It was unclear how long they had walked, but the mist had thickened to the point of producing persistent droplets. Whoosh! In the vast white fog, an eerie wind howled. How much longer? Linya glanced at her damp chest with dissatisfaction, murmuring, almost there, as Xia Yao led them forward. Her steps suddenly halted. What is it? Qiu Xingxing looked at Xia Yao in surprise, vaguely noticing the corners of her mouth trembling. Was that a smile? Whoosh! The wind above intensified. Crack! Suddenly, amidst the howling wind, a dozen crimson whips sliced through the fog, hurtling towards them like fiery arrows. This isn't right. Quickly, get down! As the team member with the highest ability level, Linya sensed the threat immediately, pulling Lin Ping down to the ground with a thud. Qiu Xingxing hadn't even reacted when an invisible force pressed her to the earth. Thud! A deafening explosion rang in her ears as several streaks of red light severed Xia Yao before her. a spray of blood erupting forth. Crash! After a deluge of flesh fell to the ground, howls echoed through the white fog. Upon closer inspection, they saw a dozen frost-white zombies exhaling mist, crawling on the trees with malevolent expressions directed downwards. Crack, crack, crack! On the thick trunks, another dozen crimson zombies writhed, their long, serpent-like tongues flicking in the air, entwining around the tree's center. This place has long been surrounded by ability zombies. Chapter 69. Abnormal abilities? Gunfire. Retreat. Hiss. High above. Amidst the drifting mist, at least 20 bizarre zombies exhaled fog and tongues. Like a spider's web, they seemed to have been lying in wait for Qiu Shangsheng and her companions. Damn it! Damn it! Xiaoyao, is this the shortcut you spoke of? Lin Ping cursed, ready to confront Xiaoyao, only to realize she had been reduced to a pile of flesh, able to instantaneously eliminate a 4th-level ability user. This is bad. This place. Something is terribly wrong. Lin Ping's expression shifted drastically, while Linya remained silent, quietly observing Qiu Shangsheng. Qiu Shangsheng lay on the ground, feeling a familiar sensation on her back, utterly bewildered. What? What just happened? Did Xiaoyao really die? Ziren, Sr. You? She wished to question Ziren as to why he didn't intervene, for with his strength, he could have effortlessly severed those tongues. Yet he did not act, and Qiu Shangsheng dared not ask. Meanwhile, Ziren was equally distressed. The moment Xiaoyao had halted, countless long tongues had surged forth. He wished to intervene, but discovered that the skilled dimensional blade was grayed out, indicating special state, cannot release. There was no time for him to react. Xiaoyao was gone. Had he not reacted swiftly, Qiu Shangsheng would likely have lost her head. Good grief. Is the difficulty of this game spiking too high? I haven't even located the others yet, and we've already lost a teammate? WNM. Panicking, he anxiously clicked on the attributes of the zombies that filled the trees in the game interface. Ability zombie, liquor, ability, bloodline, white, ability level, Esper, first tier, attack method, a long tongue charged within the mouth, once released, possesses penetrating power comparable to that of a bullet. Supernatural zombies, fog barrier zombies, ability, corpse mist, white, ability level, Esper, first rank, method of attack, exhaling a certain amount of damp, corpse-like aura. Excessive inhalation will rapidly deteriorate physical condition. Fortunately, these are merely evolved beings, level 1 zombies. Now that I have realized, as long as everyone utilizes their abilities to counterattack, we should, observing the detailed information of the 2 types of zombies. Ziren finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the game scene, Qiu Shangsheng and her companions gazed upwards. Hiss! It was as if they had entered a serpent's den. Dozens of blood-red tongues twisted in the air, obscuring their vision. In the next moment, puffed, the crimson tongues, mingled with corpse fog, descended like a rain of blood arrows. Quick, sister, I will erect a wall of earth for defense, and you shall attack. Their strength is not overwhelming. If we join forces, just for a moment. Lin Ping's words were abruptly cut off, and for some inexplicable reason, he suddenly faltered. In a state of panic, he crawled on the ground, pressing his hands against the earth, attempting to summon his earth-based ability to construct a wall. Yet after pressing down for a while, he felt no flow of ability whatsoever. How is this possible? Rustle, rustle, rustle. A chilling wind swept through, and the crimson tongues fell like steel blades, too densely packed to evade. Linya instinctively felt her pupils freeze, her gray irises trembling. She tried to manipulate the earth, but discovered that there was no ability functioning within her at all. This is not right. This place is wrong. Desperately glancing at Qiu Shangsheng, Linya's mind raced. She understood that her inability to harness powers might be coincidental. However, the simultaneous loss of powers for both herself and her brother indicated that something was amiss. Could this be an ability nullification zone? Damn it, that's Xiaoyao. She brought us here. Does she have ulterior motives? A terrifying thought flickered through her mind as Linya, in a state of inner turmoil, had no time to ponder the reasons behind it. She could only hope that the formidable ally behind Qiu Shengsheng had not also lost their powers. Otherwise, it would mean utter annihilation. Just as she managed to rise from the ground, Qiu Shengsheng beheld the myriad tongues descending from the sky. Her once sturdy form began to tremble involuntarily. Ziren, Sr. As the tongues rained down like serpentine precipitation, Qiu Shengsheng, for reasons unknown, found herself moving with extreme rigidity, staring blankly at the heavens. Her pupils flickering with despair. Due to special circumstances, you're currently unable to unleash the dimensional blade. Due to certain circumstances on the mobile screen, Ziren incessantly tapped the display as warning notifications from the game continued to emerge. What on earth? This ridiculous game. Where's the recharge interface? Surely, you wouldn't want to offend your benefactor, would you? Despite being aware that Qiu Shengsheng was fortified by the crystal core armor, Ziren was not keen on witnessing his teammates perish at the very onset of their quest. Fortunately, as the atmosphere was thick with tension, the game interface transitioned into slow motion. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill, and countless judgment buttons materialized around Qiu Shengsheng's form. Autumn Shunsheng appears to be ensnared by some form of influence over her abilities. Buzzing sounds accompanied by flickering lights filled the air as Ziren's fingers danced swiftly across the screen. His rapid clicks targeted various regions: shoulders, neck, arms, thighs. Following this quick succession of selections, Qiu Shengsheng's body became akin to a marionette, seemingly controlled by an unseen hand. Shengsheng, draw your gun. The urging voice of Ziren echoed in her ears. The moment Qiu Shengsheng regained the mobility of her arm, she instinctively complied without a moment's hesitation. As Ziren withdrew the Desert Eagle from his pocket and aimed it at Qiu Shengsheng's slender waist, her face flushed crimson. Instinctively, she bent down and rolled towards Lin Ping and Linya. In that fleeting moment, 3 bullets were discharged from the direction she had just rolled away from. Suddenly, a trio of bloody tongues erupted in midair, showering the surroundings in a mist of crimson. Although this sequence of events seemed to unfold over an extended period, it transpired in the blink of an eye. As the peculiar sensation of time slowing down faded, Qiu Shengsheng found herself crouched before Lin Ping and Linya. Above them, the grotesque tongues burst forth, spraying blood mist that splattered onto the ground. This, Shengsheng, you? It was the first time Linya had witnessed Qiu Shengsheng in action. Moments ago, she appeared to move with lightning speed, executing a series of counterattacks in the blink of an eye. Shengsheng, is your ability divine speed? No, that can't be right. If supernatural abilities can't be exerted here, could it be that senior figure? With her gray pupils flickering, Linya's heart raced. She understood that Qiu Shengsheng was not merely grasping a leg, but rather the very pillar of heaven. In that moment, it became evident. The only ability capable of enabling Qiu Shengsheng to perform such feats was time acceleration. It allowed her to move as if she were the Flash. Time, space, sound wave manipulation. This formidable figure must be a creator of a first-line safe camp. At the very least, she mused. In that instant, Lin Ya's gaze towards Qiu Shengsheng brimmed with envy. Simultaneously, as the blood rain descended, Qiu Shengsheng and her companions evaded the onslaught of the bloody tongues. But the group trailing them was met with dire consequences. The skies filled with whipping blood tongues, and the ability users shrouded in mist immediately activated their powers. Attempting to retaliate, Li Sizi, quickly, use your flame ability to disperse the fog. Wang Pongzi, use your root ability to erect a defensive line. Watch my wind blades. Zhang Qi, with his messy braids, remained calm and composed as he directed his teammates. Having dealt with ability zombies before, he felt confident he could dispatch these lower-tier zombies with ease. However, after issuing his commands, everyone huddled together, eager to unleash their abilities, only to look up and find nothing happened. Instead, they were met with the horrifying sound of blood tongues crashing down, and the group was obliterated like clay under a hammer. Where is my ability? He exclaimed in panic. Damn it. No. This is wrong. In the midst of their terror, countless blood mists erupted. There was no time to react. The ability users, stripped of their powers, were mercilessly torn apart by the blood tongues, as easily as slicing through vegetables. Why? Wasn't it said? Wasn't it said that this was a shortcut? With disbelief still in his eyes, Zhang Qi's head rolled onto the ground. The once 12-member team was reduced to a vast expanse of crimson earth, staining the ground. Li Sisi, paralyzed with fear, cried out in a panic, feeling the warmth of blood surging through her body as she collapsed onto the damp earth, trembling uncontrollably. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. In the presence of ability zombies, mere mortals were nothing but ants. The cacophony of screams, the shattering of blood mists, and the roars of zombies intertwined in the foggy woods, sending chills of dread through all who heard. That be TCH. There's definitely something wrong. Lin Ping was yanked up by Linya, his face twisted in fury. Upon reflection, the inconsistencies in Xia Yao's words were glaring. She claimed to have escaped the foggy woods using her split ability. Yet, thinking it over, the moment one entered this forest, their powers would be nullified. Without her abilities, she was just an ordinary person. How could she have made it out? This scenario could only point to two possibilities. First, she never traversed this path, leading everyone here for some ulterior motive. Second, she had indeed been here before. But at that time, the zombies did not attack her. Regardless of which scenario was true, this woman posed a grave threat. She deliberately led so many to their doom. The most terrifying conclusion was that this woman belonged to the King Zombie faction, the King Seed Zombie. It is highly likely that it infiltrated the black market of the mine early on. The more he pondered, the more alarmed Lin Ping felt. His expression darkened as he frequently glanced at his sister. He could well imagine that his astute sister had already grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet at this moment, Linya maintained an air of composure, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Shengsheng. What about the King Seed Zombie? As long as they could grasp the person behind Xiao Shengsheng, they could traverse the zombie headquarters with ease. The truly safe haven was never the safe camp, but rather the proximity of a strong brother. From now on, stay close to Xiao Shengsheng. Lin Dian murmured softly, and Lin Ping was momentarily taken aback. The siblings encircled Xiao Shengsheng, observing the mass of zombies overhead, yet their panic dissipated. Thump, thump. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Shengsheng's heart raced uncontrollably. The sweat from her palms clung to the handgun she gripped tightly. 6, 18, 22. Her eyes darted around. Amidst the fog, the zombies lurked like venomous snakes and spiders, their tongues flicking out as they cast sinister glances at her. So many. Too many. Xiao Shengsheng felt utterly unprepared to gun down such a multitude of zombies. Senior Ziren. She breathed the name repeatedly, as if it might offer her boundless encouragement. Huff, huff. The liquor above had yet to initiate an assault, merely weaving in and out of the mist. In contrast, the snow-white corpse fog zombies perched atop the treetops, their bodies cracked and emanating a terrifying white miasma, surged into the forest. Huff, huff, huff. The dense fog enveloped the world as if it were filled with milk, and Xiao Shengsheng grasped her handgun, her vision beginning to blur. No, these ability zombies can strategize. From the other side of the phone screen, Ziren could distinctly sense that the game's visuals were gradually becoming obscured. Xiao Shengsheng's physique was succumbing to the effects of the corpse fog. These mutant zombies did not intend to launch a full-scale assault. Instead, they sought to exploit the corpse fog zombies to weaken human vitality before slowly advancing. Damn it. Must they be so strategic? We cannot delay any further. If this continues to be delayed, you will lose your vision and be left utterly powerless to resist. Shengsheng, take this, and insert it into the slot in your chest armor. Utilizing the gap of the small horn, Ziren swiftly accessed the warehouse panel. The inventory from the last grand lottery revealed. Thunderfire crystal, purple, 2. Windwing crystal, green, 4. Crimson blood crystal, white, 13. To be on the safe side, Ziren directly extracted a Thunderfire crystal and placed it into Xiao Shengsheng's arms. A low hum reverberated through her chest. Xiao Shengsheng cast a glance and immediately felt a jolt. Before her, a purple crystal pulsating with a flickering light of thunder and fire, was continuously throbbing. This purple crystal. Senior Ziren, this is simply too. What time is it? The value of your life surpasses all else. An undeniable voice resonated, causing Qiu Shengxing's eyes to redden. Without hesitation, she embedded the thunderfire crystal core into the recess of her crystal armor. Boom! Hiss! In the next moment, amidst the white mist, arcs of electricity erupted from her body, and flames danced around her form. The crackling of electrical energy reverberated, and within moments, the corpse mist encircling Qiu Shengxing dissipated at a visibly rapid pace. Your apocalyptic survival character successfully harnesses the power of the purple crystal core from the crystal armor chestplate. Currently, Qiu Shengxing has acquired the Thunderfire ability, an extraordinary power of the 5th tier. Duration: 5 minutes. As Qiu Shengxing absorbed the Thunderfire crystal core, a new notification appeared on her mobile screen. Oh, it turns out that embedding the crystal core has this effect. If one were to acquire a complete set of crystal core embedding equipment and embed all the crystals, would that not allow one to experience the power of a superpowered being? Moreover, with the utilization of other abilities, Qiu Shengxing's ability level was also on the rise. Indeed, investing in such enhancements is remarkably effective. Shengxing, hurry! Within 5 minutes, all opponents must be dealt with. Ziren exclaimed, taken aback by the outrageous nature of the premium equipment. Realization struck. Amidst the crackling arcs of flame, Qiu Shengxing felt an unexpected lightness in her body. She turned her gaze toward a certain corner. Suddenly, a burst of fire erupted from above, as a zombie spewing corpse mist detonated in a wave of flames. With a thunderous roar, it was engulfed in fire, plummeting from the sky. This, sister, her ability is lightning fire? With such power and the protection of a formidable ally, is it not utterly unreasonable? Linya's expression turned bitter as she recalled that just days ago, this girl was merely a scavenger. Now, she possesses a purple tier superpower, and her strength is nearly catching up to her own. All of this, it is all thanks to that person. Chapter 71. Exiting the mist barrier, self-detonating flames, poisonous zombies. 1. Roars echoed as Qiu Shengxing's ears perked up, her focus drawn to the treetops where flames continuously flickered. Boom! Boom! Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded in the woods. Waves of fire exploded from above as charred, fire-laden zombies cascaded down. After being scorched black, they twitched violently upon hitting the ground. The flames consumed the corpse mist, rendering visibility crystal clear. Realizing defeat was imminent, a liquor lurking in the fog could no longer restrain itself. A liquor, wrapped in blood scabs, lunged from the dense fog like a gecko, charging directly at Qiu Shengxing's back. Be careful, Lin Ping exclaimed in alarm. With an imperceptible speed, a gust of wind rushed past her, as a blood-red figure lunged towards the back of Qiu Shengxing's neck. Countless currents of electricity flickered around her, forming a sphere of lightning. In an instant, Qiu Shengxing's figure vanished, and a flash of silver light surged forth, enveloping the incoming blood-red attack, which was instantly reduced to a shower of flesh and blood. With a splatter, the blood mist erupted, and Qiu Shengxing gradually materialized in another corner. She brandished a bloody dagger, her expression chillingly fierce. Zuntak! So fast! Lin Ping's eyes widened. Just moments ago, she had failed to perceive the rapid events. Qiu Shengxing had already wielded her dagger to dismember the liquor mid-air. Is this the essence of a purple tier lightning fire ability? Powerful. Incredibly powerful. She has actually awakened a purple tier ability? If this continues, with the potential of her purple ability, Qiu Shengxing will inevitably surpass our ability levels. Indeed, she might leave us far behind. Perhaps, in the future, she will be the one we cling to for support. Staring in awe at Qiu Shengxing's prowess, Linya was not surprised by her ability to wield superpowers. Under the protection of an awakened powerhouse, what is impossible? Roaring echoed around them, as the cries of the zombies reverberated through the air. Once the corpse mist zombies were dealt with, the liquors concealed in the forest would become considerably easier to detect. Following the source of the sounds, numerous crimson liquors, their tongues writhing in anticipation, were spotted amongst the treetops, tree trunks, and branches, seemingly gathering their strength. Time is of the essence. Only 2.5 minutes remain. Ziren, glancing at the notification for the crystal core armor, offered a hushed reminder. Qiu Shengsheng nodded, but suddenly, a cry of desperation erupted behind her. Help! Help! In an instant, a crimson tongue lashed out, not aimed at Qiu Shengsheng, but rather at Li Sisi, who lay concealed beneath a mass of dismembered corpses. The long tongue shot forth, striking her neck with alarming swiftness, constricting tightly as if it were a noose. As the tongue writhed, it revealed a multitude of sharp spines, piercing Li Sisi's carotid artery and drawing forth her lifeblood like a straw, leaving onlookers with a sense of dread. Stop! A pair of keen eyes turned towards the source of the cry. With an unsettling hiss, the tongue entwining Li Sisi crackled with sparks. Moments latte. A burst of flames ignited, engulfing the entire length of the tongue in a fierce blaze. The fire surged along the appendage, incinerating the liquor at its source, twisting and writhing on the ground like a serpent consumed by flames. The air was filled with anguished howls. Just as the chaos unfolded, the remaining liquors launched their assault. A multitude of intertwining crimson tongues, resembling a net of blood, lashed towards Qiu Shengsheng. Too slow, the stench of blood descended upon her. Yet Qiu Shengsheng did not dare to glance at the menacing web of tongues. Instead, she narrowed her eyes as arcs of electricity flickered around her. With a series of crackling explosions that sent chills down her spine, footsteps echoed upon the damp earth, where footprints rapidly twisted and vanished, accompanied by flashing silver arcs. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated the forest as a silver thread zipped past. In an instant, several twisted tongues plummeted from the air. Each liquor met with a gaping wound upon its head, torrents of blood erupting forth as they collapsed, lifeless. Silence enveloped the woods, an eerie tranquility reigning supreme. In the faintest whisper, one could discern the sound of Qiu Shengsheng's breath. The power of the crystal core armor has now expired, her complexion flushed, as if she had just completed an arduous marathon. Such formidable abilities. Amidst the carnage, Li Sisi had already forgotten her terror. Observing the gushing fountains of blood around her, she finally comprehended why the Lin siblings had chosen Qiu Shengsheng as their captain. Current ability level: Esper Tier 3, 280-300, 290-300, 300-300. Progress in ability level advancement. Congratulations! Your apocalyptic survival character's current ability level is Esper Tier 4, 5400. As the sound of Qiu Shengsheng's heavy breathing filled the air, Ziren observed the successful advancement of Qiu Shengsheng's powers, his expression reflecting the reality of the situation. Consuming an entire purple crystal core merely allowed her to ascend one tier. This crystal armor may appear formidable, yet it is, in truth, a veritable money pit. Reflecting on the consumption of the crystal armor, the gaming screen revealed a group quietly approaching Qiu Shengsheng, their previously casual demeanor transformed into one of utmost respect. Shengsheng, I never anticipated you harbored such depths. No wonder that esteemed elder took notice of you. The potential of purple abilities is indeed worthy of cultivation. Linya seeked in admiration. Lin Ping, however, surveyed the surroundings with a complex expression. Previously, the situation was dire, leaving no room for contemplation. Now that I think about it, do you suppose that Xia Yao intentionally brought us here to disperse our forces and implement a strategy of divide and conquer? Upon hearing this, Li Sisi was taken aback. Are you suggesting that Xia Yao is affiliated with the zombies? No. More accurately, the king-type zombies possess human intelligence. Could it be that he orchestrated the infiltration of our base by special ability zombies disguised as humans from the very beginning? Lin mused, stroking his chin, his voice trailing off. As his words hung in the air, a chill ran down everyone's spine. In other words, among those we interacted with daily, There might have been zombies. Bold. This speculation is indeed audacious. Even Ziren, on the other side of the phone, felt a jolt of alarm. No wonder. No wonder the inclusion of Xia Yao in the team heightened the danger level so significantly. It turns out this individual is the issue. Her ability is division. Wait, could it be? Suddenly grasping a certain possibility, Ziren hazily understood why Wanbei City had succumbed. Once the undead acquire intelligence, warfare takes on a sinister turn. Buzz, buzz, buzz. New game options began to emerge on the mobile notification. Chapter 72, Exiting the Fog Barrier, Exploding Flames, Venomous Zombies. Part 2. These two choices. Rather intriguing indeed. As he gazed upon the new pop-up options, Ziren narrowed his eyes. It is now evident, even to a fool, that there are traitors within the ranks. Moreover, there may be more than just one or two. The zombies lured the gathered individuals away, leading them to a peculiar realm where their abilities were rendered ineffective, systematically eliminating them one by one. Consequently, when the powers of the abilities within the black market of the mines were extinguished, how could it possibly remain unscathed? This elucidates why. Upon entering the forest of corpse mist, Qiu Shengsheng and her companions were immediately besieged. Those zombies had long been poised, waiting for their unsuspecting prey. Once these creatures acquired intelligence, their unexpectedly sinister cunning became truly terrifying. I cannot guarantee that, in the absence of abilities, an entity of the 6th tier would not emerge. As for proceeding further, with my presence, as long as we are not subjected to the prohibition of abilities, the situation should not be dire. After a moment of contemplation, Ziren selected option 1. Shangsheng. Preparing to traverse this forest. Remain ever vigilant. Understood, esteemed senior. May I first scavenge the spoils? Standing still, Qiu Shengsheng felt the newfound vitality of the ability user, level 4, brimming with vigor. Speed it up. With a swift motion, Qiu Shengsheng drew a military dagger from her pocket and began to pierce the bodies of the lickers and the corpse fog zombies. One by one, she collected the blood crystals and grayish-white crystals, depositing them into her pocket. Observing Qiu Shengsheng's industriousness, the other 3 felt compelled to join in, diligently gathering the crystals as well. Before long, nearly 30 crystals had accumulated, glimmering enticingly. Wow, so many crystals. We're in luck, Li Sisi exclaimed. Though her words were merely a reflection of her thoughts, she was acutely aware that each of these crystals rightfully belonged to Qiu Shengsheng. Without her, they would have long since become corpses. Senior, about these crystals, I wonder if you... Qiu Shengsheng respectfully gazed upward at the disordered pile of crystals. Your apocalyptic survival character is delivering gifts to you. This gift includes Bloodline Crystal 15, Fog Barrier Crystal 15, Flame Crystal 3, Wind Blade Crystal 2, Strong Crystal 6. Do you accept? Yes, yes, yes. A new prompt window popped up on the mobile screen. Ziren a-t-il cliqué accept. What a joke. He had been lamenting the lack of crystals to activate the game nutrient pod. With these, 1T the upcoming interactive projections be truly exhilarating? However, with so many crystals, surely a significant reward is in order this time? After clicking the accept button, a buzzing sound ensued. Within the corpse mist forest, a towering pile of crystal cores suddenly trembled ominously, distorting and dissipating into the ether. I accept. The voice of Ziren echoed in her ears, causing Qiu Shengsheng to smile knowingly. Compared to the daily immersion in the crystal core and the recently acquired purple crystal core, these first-tier white quality crystal cores were truly insignificant. It was indeed wonderful that Senior Ziren could accept them. Her heart brimmed with joy. Beside her, Lin Yalan wore an expression of understanding. Only Li Sisi appeared utterly bewildered, her face resembling that of someone who had seen a ghost. What the heck? What happened to your crystal cores? They vanished. She gaped, glancing around in confusion, clearly unaware of any rumors regarding a spatial master. Calm down, sisterly. One day when you catch the attention of a spatial ability master, you will understand. Spatial ability? Master? Li Sisi looked at Lin Yalan in confusion, who merely shrugged and smiled silently. In the outskirts of Wanbei City, at the road junction, Lei Jiong swaggered towards the road sign. According to it was only about 1 kilometer to the Chang'an gas station. The road in the suburbs was exceptionally desolate. Above, a massive flock of birds, transformed by the corpse mutation, circled ominously. However, the sheer number of Lei Jiong's companions deterred them from attacking. Leiyu, are you not afraid of suddenly encountering a high-level ability zombie that could take you out in an instant? Guyu teased, observing Lei Jiong's brash demeanor. Their team not only boasted the strongest members of the mining black market dogfighting team and elemental team, but also included a following group of ability users, all possessing strength above ability user, second tier. One could say that this large team was the lifeblood of the mining black market. TCH, you old dog, you don't seem pleased. I've told you, I've been here before. The only threats are lickers, and they're all first tier or second tier. Is that it? Lei Jiong, could dispatch them in a heartbeat. The two exchanged banter lightly. Captain, should I check the road ahead? Amidst the chatter, a young man from the elemental team, sporting a windblade insignia on his chest, stepped forward. He was the second strongest in the team, wielding wind blade abilities and impressive ability user, 5th tier. Fine. Zheng Feng, remain vigilant. Let us strive to reach the Chang'an gas station first. Understood. Zheng Feng nodded respectfully and took the lead, maintaining a distance of several meters ahead of the team. In the post-apocalyptic world, the streets were littered with abandoned vehicles and piled snow. The large group walked briskly, and no immediate crisis erupted. Suddenly, however, the number of abandoned vehicles surrounding them inexplicably increased. From a deformed car, dense white mist began to seep out. Something's amiss. Everyone, stay alert. That mist is likely not ordinary. It could be toxic. Zheng Feng, be careful. With narrowed eyes, Lei Jiong, despite his carefree nature, was serious when danger approached. Understood. Zheng Feng barely managed to respond when his gaze suddenly fixated. He saw them. Emerging from the mist were several zombies with gaping wounds. A gaunt zombie, covered in crimson fissures, resembled a bloodied specter. Another, a grotesquely inflated zombie, was riddled with green pus that oozed and dripped from its gaping belly. These zombies were unlike any he had encountered before. Zheng Feng's eyes narrowed, an ominous premonition gnawing at him. Suddenly, a skeletal zombie lunged forward, landing right before Zheng Feng. You wretched creature, do you think my wine blade is merely for show? Clenching his palm, he summoned a rapidly spinning wine blade that shot forth from his hand. Whoosh! The head of the lunging zombie was severed midair. Thud! The head rolled on the ground, emitting an eerie, chortling laugh. The headless corpse erupted in midair, exploding with a thunderous boom. Flames flickered within, growing from small to immense. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying wave of fire surged forth, rushing towards the large group. Chapter 73. Exiting the mist barrier, self-exploding flames, toxic zombies. Part 3, rumbling. The scorching blast hit them head-on, and Lei Jiong's pupils widened in panic as he looked towards Zheng Feng amidst the firestorm. Zheng Feng. Amidst the roaring flames, 3 or 4 red rift zombies lunged towards Zheng Feng. Covering his face, Zheng Feng was closest to the firestorm. His clothes had burned away, and his skin crackled under the heat, charred and blistered. Instinctively, he gathered his wind blade to strike down the approaching red rift zombies. Yet, recalling the terrifying self-explosion of the previous corpse, fear gripped him, rendering him immobile. Those red rift zombies seemed certain that Zheng Feng would not dare attack them at close range. As 3 or 4 dark figures pounced upon him, they coiled around him like serpents. Their sharp claws pierced his abdomen, tearing flesh and feeding themselves. A scream erupted as Zheng Feng's body contorted, his belly already gaping open. His cracked lips stained with blood. The red rift zombies became frenzied, some even burying their heads in a Zheng Feng's torso, voraciously devouring him. Damn, what are these? Zheng Feng. Lei Jiong could not bear to see his comrades suffer. Electricity crackling in his hands. Captain, no, If you kill those zombies, Zhang Feng will definitely be caught in the explosion. A girl with azure hair urged him from behind. Her palms pressed together, and as she gazed at Zhang Feng, a layer of water membrane began to form over his skin. Water abilities, a rare gift in this apocalyptic world. Water splashed around him, enveloping him in a protective layer. The girl's eyes sharpened. Zhang Feng, now, eliminate those zombies. She shouted urgently. Understanding her intent, Zhang Feng gathered his wine blade once more. However, amidst the blazing inferno, the air seemed to distort ominously for a moment. With a hum, his wind blade inexplicably vanished. The water membrane surrounding him also dissipated into vapor. What? From the flames, a grotesquely swollen, sickly green zombie approached, offering Zhang Feng no chance to react, grinning wickedly. Thud! In the next instant, its massive legs stomped down on Zhang Feng's head, splattering blood everywhere. Amidst the blood and fire, Zhang Feng's headless corpse swayed, and from his gaping belly emerged the blood-soaked visage of a red rift zombie. Zhang Feng. Crimson blood pooled upon the ground, and Zhang Feng lay lifeless. A formidable Tier 5 adept had fallen. In this moment, the once mighty procession, shrouded in mist, witnessed the grim reality, and trepidation seeped into their hearts. Why has my wind wall failed? Something is amiss. My body feels alarmingly feeble, as if my fortitude has vanished. We must flee. In an instant, as the realization dawned, those who sought to retaliate recognized the dire predicament. The assembled crowd dispersed rapidly, their faces a portrait of panic, akin to a defeated army in retreat. Captain! We must leave at once. The girl with azure hair wore an expression of dread, fully aware of the implications of losing their abilities. Gripping Lei Xiong's arm tightly, she joined another comrade in a desperate bid for escape. Damn it! Lei Xiong's eyes reddened, and blood welled from his palms, yet he could no longer summon a single lightning arc. The flames continued to rage along the path. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as crimson-ripped zombies surged forth from the mist, pursuing the panicked throng. Before long, the haze began to dissipate, revealing a grim scene. A number of charred adepts lay strewn across the street. In the realm of the fog barrier zone, Qin Wan, the architect of the black market, possesses the esteemed green ability, along with a lesser-known yet unique power, the ability to communicate through trees. Indeed, whenever Qin Wan desires, she can transmit information through the densely intertwined tree trunks beneath the ground. Naturally, this is contingent upon her actually conveying the message. Only then will the surrounding trunks store and relay the information. Alas, despite our extensive exploration of the tree trunks, we have yet to receive any word from our leader, Qin. This suggests that no significant issues have arisen at the base. The ploys of the king-type zombie seem primarily focused on us, the ability users. Otherwise, she would have certainly contacted us by now. Linya maintained a serene expression, contemplating the possibility of a zombie infiltrator within the base that could endanger her father. However, given the present circumstances, it appears that the king-type zombie holds little regard for the scavengers within the base, directing its attention solely towards the outlying ability users. What concerns me more now is, does someone named Lu Su truly exist? Qiu Shengsheng tilted her head, suddenly presenting this notion. As soon as she spoke, the group, previously engaged in their walk, halted in surprise. Indeed, Shengsheng, it's unexpected that you could conceive such a profound idea. Linya regarded Qiu Shengsheng with a hint of admiration. She realized that Shengsheng was not as naive as she appeared. Both her potential for abilities and her cognitive responses exhibited considerable room for growth. No wonder she was chosen. Does Lu Su exist? On this end, Du Ziren was equally taken aback by the thought. If Lu Su were merely a fabrication created by the king-type zombie, using radio waves to communicate with the Luzhou safe camp, then the intelligence of this king-type zombie would be exceedingly alarming, ensnaring everyone in a meticulously devised trap. Is this not an utter manipulation of humanity? However, it is unlikely. After careful contemplation, Du Ziren interrupted Qiu Shengsheng's speculation. The reasoning is quite simple. The character of Lu Su, by the rules of the game, must indeed be present. Willow catkins indeed exist. Do not worry. We are about to exit the fog barrier, Ziren announced, sounding a note of reassurance to Qiu Shangsheng. As they continue their trek, the dense forest gradually gave way to a hazy, suburban thoroughfare. At the end of the corpse mist forest, they unexpectedly found themselves connecting to another suburban area of Wanbei City. However, as they stepped beyond the forest, the air was filled with the eerie howls of the undead echoing through the fog-laden road. Chapter 74. Exiting the fog barrier, self-detonating flames, and venomous zombies. Part 4. Damn it. Zombies again. This time, I will ensure they meet their demise. Lin Ping's expression turned icy, the haunting sounds of the undead echoing in his ears. Having previously been at a disadvantage without any abilities, being threatened by that group of zombies had already pushed him to his limits. Now, was this not an invitation to confront them head-on? Sister, stand back and watch how I dispatch them. Within the white fog barrier, the outline of emaciated, crimson figures flickered ominously. Lin Ping's first instinct was to assume they were the first-tier lickers. The ground beneath him trembled as several earth spikes slowly emerged, ready to launch forth. Suddenly, on the other side of the mobile screen, Ziren's expansive view revealed a gaunt zombie with cracked skin and a sinister grin curling at the corners of its mouth. Amidst the thick mist, several squat, rotund green zombies, resembling massive tree stumps, loitered in the fog. They emitted thick green liquid from their bellies, causing Ziren to frown in distaste. The main quest indicated that rewards would be granted based on the survival of the team, which raised the question, would these new varieties of zombies have an impact? Rapidly clicking on the red cracked skin zombie and green fat zombie, Ziren's expression darkened considerably. Self-detonating flame zombie, ability level, Esper second tier ability, self-detonation fire wave, white, self-detonating flame, a unique variant of awakened zombie, possessing the intelligence to maximize the utilization of its extraordinary abilities. At the moment its body sustains severe damage, it will unleash a self-destruct sequence comparable to a 5th-tier superhuman explosion. Note, maintain a significant distance from this zombie until one's strength reaches that of a superhuman. Self-destructing venomous zombies, ability level, Esper second tier, ability, self-detonating venom, white, self-detonating zombie. This type of zombie possesses a formidable physique and extraordinary explosive power. Within its abdomen lies a corrosive venom capable of instantaneously eroding its target. Those afflicted by this venom will continuously emit a noxious aura, attracting the ire of nearby zombies. Note, while the explosion of the self-detonating zombie may not be particularly powerful, the venomous aura it exudes is exceedingly troublesome. It is prudent to avoid contact with the venom at all costs. Were these creatures strategically placed here from the outset? Observing the descriptions of these two new variants of zombies, Ziren could not help but marvel at the cunning of the King Seed zombie. Initially, they employed ability nullification to eliminate the ability users in the forest, and upon failure, they had already ambushed the self-detonating zombies along the path. A common person, having just experienced such fright, upon regaining their abilities, would inevitably seek to vent their anger on the mutant zombies. Little do they realize, the sudden appearance of these zombies serves as a prelude. The moment one harbors murderous intent, they're certain to be obliterated by these unassuming zombies. Currently, Lin Ping, unaware of the peril, has stepped forward. Fortunately, I caught a glimpse. Otherwise, Lin Ping would undoubtedly meet a fatal end. Hastily pressing the horn, Ziren was keen to prevent this individual's demise from jeopardizing the final reward tally. Hello, all individuals. Maintain your distance from the zombies. Assume a defensive posture. Beware, do not approach the undead. They are exceedingly perilous. Shang, prepare to shoot remotely with your pistol. This time, the little trumpet has opened up choices for everyone. Is that the senior? Senior Ziren. Instantly, the relaxed nerves of all tightened. In the current situation, anyone claiming that the few zombies in the fog are dangerous will be dismissed as talking nonsense. However, if it is the words of this spatial ability master, who would dare to doubt, even if there are merely a few snails lying on the road, if the senior declares danger? They would have no choice but to reconsider. Shang understood Senior Ziren. In a swift motion, she unhesitatingly drew her pistol from her pocket, chambered around, and took aim. Is there danger? Observing the seemingly useless zombies in the fog, Lin Ping slowly retreated, not daring to let down his guard for a moment. After exchanging a glance with his sister Linya, a sturdy, arc-shaped earthen wall suddenly erupted from the ground before them. Thud, thud, thud. The solid earthen wall piled up like a defensive barrier in front of everyone. Isn't this overkill? Are we using a cannon to swat flies? Yet, within the hazy suburban roads, a few self-exploding flame zombies also bore confused expressions. Roar. Why aren't they coming over? Roar, who knows? The king ordered us to wait. Roar. So what do we do now? Roar, roar, roar. Who cares? If they won't come to us, we will go to them. For the king, we will offer our lives. Oh no. Suddenly, a crimson zombie, alive with fresh blood and flesh, burst forth from the fog, rapidly approaching Shang. Ha ha ha. It exhaled heated breath, its bloodied flesh cracking, emitting waves of scorching heat as if it were a moving ember, distorting the air around it. Bang! Not daring to be careless, Shang squinted her eyes and quickly fired a shot at the head of the self-exploding flame zombie. Boom! The airborne zombie's head exploded in a spray of blood, crashing to the ground with a thud. Gush, gush, gush. Dark red blood pooled on the ground, and the seemingly ferocious zombie now lay motionless, utterly lifeless. Is that it? This zombie is nothing extraordinary. What is there to? Li Sisi scoffed, about to mock everyone's overreaction. Boom! In the next moment, a ball of fire erupted from the shriveled body, rapidly growing larger as flames exploded from within, creating a terrifying inferno. Boom, boom, boom. The dreadful flames instantly engulfed the surrounding roads, scorching the ground black and twisted. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sea of fire surged forth, but thankfully, Lin Ping and Lin Yi had previously constructed the earthen wall, successfully avoiding the onslaught. The rolling sparks danced overhead, and the group exchanged glances, speechless. Shang, your senior truly possesses remarkable foresight. Ziren, Senior Ziren, is quite powerful. He has predicted other events before. Huh? Does that mean the senior has the ability to foresee the future? Lin Ping was utterly stunned by this revelation. What kind of master is he? Amidst the raging flames, more crimson self-exploding flame zombies charged forth, and Shang's expression tightened as she continued to shoot her pistol. Bang, bang, bang. With each shot fired, as a zombie fell, a booming wave of flames erupted. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The once misty, suburban roads were instantly rendered dry and scorched. Boom! Finally, as a gigantic, venomous zombie exploded in the inferno, the roaring flames subsided into silence. Chapter 75. Another admirer? Clap, clap, clap. The foul green venom splattered in the fire, drenching every inch outside the earthen wall, until the burning flames were completely extinguished. The suburban road appeared remarkably clear. No trace of fog remained, nor could any silhouette of a zombie be seen. Phew, that was close. If it weren't for that, Senior, I might have been blown to bits just now. Behind the earthen wall, Lin Ping patted his chest, still shaken. The series of explosions just now was nothing short of a frontline battlefield. Clap! Before he could reflect further, his sister Linya slapped him on the head, immediately pushing him down to kneel on the ground. Thank you, Senior. Linya, standing in for her brother, expressed their gratitude for the senior's life-saving grace. Thud! The siblings, in perfect harmony, began to bow down to the ground. Thud! Thud! One after another. The sounds of their bows echoed until the voice of Du Ziren resonated in the air. Noindranthe. The gratitude towards the kindness of seniors shall be etched in my heart. As Li Sisi observed the Lin siblings' adeptness in handling the situation, her cheeks flushed with warmth, and she found herself at a loss, clenching her fists. Just moments ago, she had questioned the decisions of this esteemed senior. Now, however, Li Sisi licked her lips, her sense of shame gnawing at her, ultimately preventing her from kneeling. In her previous role within the Element Squad, she had always been exalted, receiving adoration from others. Now, being asked to lower herself was utterly beyond her comprehension. Surely, This senior would not harbor any lingering thoughts about me, would he? Perhaps. I could simply become his lover, or at the very least, his confidant. My background is not lacking. Furthermore, what man truly minds if his woman has had other partners? Li Sisi prided herself on her understanding of the apocalyptic landscape, and she was equally self-assured regarding her perception of Du Ziren. She even fancied that she could establish a unique bond with this senior. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, her gaze turned slyly towards the sky. You have received a new admirer. The character Li Sisi holds a favorability rating of 53 towards you. Would you like to opt for binding this character's perspective? By binding this character, one can unlock all perspectives of Li Sisi, including the explicit adult content and unique narratives. Another one? No, just her? She should really assess her own worth. While I harbor fantasies about adult themes, Du Ziren is a pure love warrior, with only a desire to behold Qiu Shengsheng. Not to mention, Du Ziren would never opt to bind with a new character. This Li Sisi is even inferior to Linya. Does she deserve such attention? Absolutely not. He resolutely dismissed this new admirer, indifferent to her thoughts. The accumulated earthen wall began to slide and crumble on the smoldering suburban road. The remnants of exploded zombie corpses continued to burn. At least 10 glimmering red crystal cores lay quietly on the ground. However, a dark green liquid, the aftermath of the venomous zombie explosion, was now evenly spread across the surface of the crystal cores, emanating a foul odor. Shang, look at all these crystal cores. Should we assist the senior in collecting them? Fateful. One must acknowledge her high emotional intelligence. She had already begun to look up to Qiu Shengsheng. Let us collect them. Senior, just as I reached for a nearby crystal core, the voice of Du Ziren suddenly erupted in my ears. Sheng, do not touch the crystal core. Those are all traps. A hint of confusion flickered across Qiu Shengsheng's face. On the other end of the phone, Du Ziren's eyes sparkled with realization, prompting him to marvel once more at the strategic brilliance of the zombies. The venomous zombie had just detonated itself, showering the area with toxic fluid, deliberately coating all the crystal cores, fully aware that humans would inevitably retrieve them. The moment one dares to touch the crystal core and becomes tainted by the essence of the undead, they must brace themselves for an unending horde of zombies to come knocking at their door. The venom of the green zombie emanates an odor that spreads. As long as you have touched the crystal core, you have been marked. The location of these few crystal cores is known to all the zombies. There is no need for concern. Is this truly the case? Senior Ziren, your vast knowledge is indeed impressive. Without your guidance, we would undoubtedly have been marked by their scent. Then, does that mean we should forego the crystal cores? No need for that. It is unnecessary to expose the locations of these crystal nuclei. First, find a place to hide. I have always felt that the relentless waves of zombies are the result of someone's meticulous planning. It was only after being reminded by Du Ziren that Qiu Shengsheng suddenly realized. It appears that ever since we exited the black market of the mine, the ambushes have been unceasing, as if we were being led by the nose. Let's proceed. The senior mentioned that those crystal cores are undesirable due to the toxic substance present on them. After relaying this to a few companions, Qiu Shengsheng took the lead in circumventing the areas contaminated with venom on the ground and swiftly headed toward the path that diverged from the Chang'an gas station. The crystal cores, are they truly not to be taken? Upon hearing this, a flicker of regret glimmered in Lin Yaolin's eyes. There are at least a dozen crystal cores on the ground. Although they are of white quality, they are indeed powerful cores of second-tier abilities, representing a significant fortune. Despite their regret, the siblings possessed a commendable self-awareness. After casting a few glances at the crystal cores, they quickly followed Qiu Shengsheng in her departure. Are they really not to be taken? Those are fire-type crystal cores. Gazing at the crimson cores on the ground, Li Sisi's expression became hesitant. Ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell at Du Ziren's end rang. Is someone here? Setting down his phone, Du Ziren looked toward the door in surprise. Thud, thud, thud. He hurriedly approached the entrance. Curiosity piqued about the identity of the delivery person who always appeared with such swiftness. Peering through the peephole with his left eye, he attempted to glimpse the courier of the apocalyptic survival game package. However, to his astonishment, there was nothing at the door except for a large, square cardboard box. The bold characters were printed on the box, evoking a profound sense of familiarity. My goodness, what swift action! With a creak, I opened the door and carried the hefty cardboard box inside. As Ziren walked, he tore open the seal of the box, revealing a dazzling array of shimmering before our eyes. Woof! What is this? Longsheng, who had been lying on the ground, seemed to react sensitively to the and promptly tilted his head to approach. What is this? Do you also have an affinity for glittering objects? Ziren casually extracted a crimson, and his expression gradually transformed into one of astonishment. Despite being nestled within the box, the head gleamed with brilliance. However, upon his touch, the radiance faded away. Yet, a warm sensation began to rise within his arm, spreading through his limbs and into his heart. Chapter 76. The other functions of the game nutritional capsule. Longsheng consumes the... Woof! Your aura seems to have intensified. Longsheng looked at Ziren in confusion. If I am not mistaken, it appears that Ziren's interaction with the so-called has resulted in this new transformation. Intensifié, huh? What a melodramatic expression. Just say, I'm excited to have acquired game merchandise. Ziren raised an eyebrow, while Longsheng blinked his canine eyes, choosing not to say more. Woof! Can you spare one for me? Take it. With a casual toss, he flung and approached the... Let me see. I wonder how long I can play with this brand new. A cursory glance revealed the contents of the box. 14, 15, 1, 2, 6. A total of 38. As for the... Ugh. Just the thought of the murky, which is the product of this spewing, filled Ziren with aversion. Let us exhaust these first. Click. Click. He directly embedded 5 into the and then like a lifeless body, Ziren reclined inside the capsule. With a thud, the hatch closed, and the familiar mechanical synthesized sound filled the air. The gaming warehouse is currently charging. The projection interaction is about to commence. Detected that the crystal core energy is sufficient. While maintaining the operation of this device, you may also choose to enhance the following physical attributes. 1. Flammability. White enhancer level 3 upgrades to enhancer level 4. 2. Stealability. White enhancer level 3 upgrades to enhancer level 4. 3. Bloodline ability. White enhancer level 1 upgrades to enhancer level 2. 4. Canine transformation ability. Blue enhancer level 1 upgrades to enhancer level 2. 5. Activate a brand new ability. Mist barrier corpse chi. White enhancer level 1. So, it turns out that while playing this game, I can also enhance the strength of my projection, right? Absorbing crystal core to elevate ability level. This aligns perfectly with the ability manual that Sheng perused back then. After a moment of contemplation, Ziren selected option 4. There was no alternative. According to the game's design, canine transformation ability is considered relatively advanced. In terms of priority, it certainly warrants focus cultivation. As for unlocking a new ability, the thought of exuding white corpse chi from the mist barrier ability was something Ziren found repugnant. Elevate the level of canine transformation ability. Extracting crystal core energy. Imminent release. Hiss, a thick mist suddenly erupted within the dark chamber. Ziren inhaled the vapor, feeling as though he were enveloped in a warm spring, comfortably closing his eyes. Outside the game nutritional pod, Changshen gazed at Ziren with a bewildered expression. Are you not my comrade? He thought. You are sprawled on the ground, wearing a look of blissful ecstasy. Have you no shame? Even the dog is watching. Come on, pull yourself together. With wide eyes, Changshen perceived the scene. Ziren had suddenly stuffed 5 crystals into his sleeve and then collapsed onto the ground. His expression vacant before transforming into that of a drunken fool. Madman. He is undoubtedly a lunatic, Changshen concluded, recognizing that this new master had indeed found the right companion. Living alongside such a maniac promised a life of utter relaxation. At that moment, Changshen's forepaws curiously mimicked human behavior. He stood upright on his hind legs, his front paws manipulating the crystals as if they were mere toys. Why am I so possessive of this object? He pondered, continuously rubbing the crystals, until a daring notion took root in his mind. Consume it. I shall consume it. Without understanding how, as if compelled by some unseen force. Changsheng opened his mouth and swallowed an entire crystal. Contrary to his expectations, the large, stone-like structure did not lodge in his throat. Instead, it smoothly descended into his stomach, where a wave of warmth surged forth, spreading through his limbs and body. Ah, this feels delightful, he thought, eyes narrowing in comfort. However, in the next moment, Changsheng was astonished to find himself floating effortlessly, as if he were a balloon. What is happening? Why have I lost my gravity? His paws flailed in a panic. If anyone were to observe Ziren's home through a telescope at that moment, they would be astonished to see a 5 black dog soaring near the ceiling of the living room. Fortunately, after a series of frantic barks and struggles, Changsheng gradually stabilized and descended back to the ground. It seemed he had grasped some newfound sensation, and as he landed, his gaze fell upon the sofa in the living room. To his astonishment, the massive piece of furniture began to levitate, defying the force of gravity. Wait, can I control gravity? In disbelief, Changsheng experimented with other objects in the room for a while, before tiring of the novelty and collapsing back onto the floor. A mischievous glimmer sparkled in his eyes as he looked at Ziren. Should I inform him of my newfound abilities? Where on earth did he acquire so many extraordinary stones? Ah, forget it. I shall simply relax. Deep down, he contemplated consuming the other crystals belonging to Ziren. But Changsheng was merely an idealistic dog who wished to lounge. After a moment's thought, he found the idea rather dull. The warmth continued to swirl within him as he lay down, snoring softly in his slumber. Meanwhile, when Ziren next opened his eyes, he found himself standing on a foggy street, trailing behind Changsheng and her companions, making their way toward the dilapidated Wanbei city. Under the enhancement of the invisibility buff, no one could perceive the presence of Ziren. The air was thick with the putrid stench of decaying corpses, a damp mist of death saturating his cheeks, leaving everything clammy. Ugh, it reeks. Ziren, having never encountered the foul odor of death before, instinctively covered his nose. The foulness was so palpable that his stomach twisted, threatening to heave at any moment. Damn it, is the sensory interaction in this game really that remarkable? If they're not aiming for fame and fortune, what little ambition do they have aside from squeezing money? Grumbling while pinching his nose, Ziren trailed at the back of the group as the ruins of broken buildings gradually materialized through the fog. A collapsed structure emerged, revealing a darkened commercial street ahead. Chapter 77, The Chaotic District, the Disheveled Elemental Squad, Dogfighting Team Changsheng. Are you suggesting that we refrain from joining the main group for now? Linya inquired, her expression rife with uncertainty. Maybe we should evade for a while. I suspect there are still. She trailed off. Autumn Changsheng nodded, poised to analyze the situation. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, thud, 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 as a swarm of figures flickered in the distance, sprinting towards them. Damn it, I can barely run anymore. One voice cursed. How can we engage them in close combat? This is pure NM trap. Les Xiong, do something. Amidst the haze of white fog, the muffled voice of Goyu spread, punctuated by Lei Zhiyong's frustrated curses. Move your damn hands. You think I don't want to? My ability hasn't recovered yet. If I could fight, I'd love to blow those zombies to smithereens. Beneath the swirling corpse gas mist, the shrill howls of zombies drew ever closer. The 4-member team of K9 Squad was clad in leather, their attire now tattered and charred. Their once lustrous hair had diminished due to the failure of their abilities. Fortunately, none of them sustained fatal injuries, and their physical condition allowed them to maintain distance from the relentless horde of zombies closing in from behind. In stark contrast, the Element Squad, having lost Zheng Feng, was in disarray. Lei Zhiyong, accompanied by a female and a male member, bore a visage of scorched skin and despair. They stumbled along, gasping for breath. Amidst the swirling white mist, a self-explosive flame zombie advanced like a wild monkey, crawling swiftly on all fours. The chilling wind revealed the fiery glow flickering beneath its torn red skin, suggesting an imminent explosion. Captain, I can't run anymore. You go on. Just go. The girl with sky-blue hair suffered a spasm in her calves, staggering a few steps before collapsing to the ground. As a water ability user, she was accustomed to effortless outings. Who could have foreseen a day when she would lose her powers and have to fight for survival against zombies with sheer physical strength? No, no, meow meow, if I die, you must not follow suit. You are the only water ability user in the mining black market. Get up. She attempted to lift the girl's arm, but Meow Meow's legs had stiffened, devoid of the strength to rise. The sinister growls of the approaching zombies grew louder. Lei Xiong's eyes blazed red as he gazed at the grinning zombie in the fog. Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. Having never faced such a humiliating battle, Lei Xiong could not allow another teammate to perish before his eyes. Captain! Hey, old Leiyu. He stepped forward, resolute, charging towards the zombie. This shocking scene startled the fleeing members around him. Come on, you filthy creature. Laugh while you can. Before you explode my body, I will surely bite off your head. He glared fiercely at the first pursuing zombie, cursing as the self-explosive flame zombie opened its mouth wide and expanded its arms, preparing to lunge. A long howl echoed in his ears. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted from a distance of 10 meters behind. The pursuing self-explosive flame zombie was struck by a flash of light, flipping backward and landing awkwardly on the ground. Upon its fall, a closer inspection revealed that the fearsome creature had a gaping wound in its forehead, blood oozing from the bullet hole. A bullet? A gun. Lei Xiong stood in shock. Guns were supposed to be forbidden items a century after the apocalypse. Who could wield such a weapon? Hey, get away from the corpse. It's about to explode. He retreated hurriedly, just as the headless zombie erupted in a blaze. A terrifying wave of flames engulfing the area. The inferno consumed the street, scorching it black for meters. The steam evaporated in the heat. Moments latte. As the brightness returned to the street, Lei Xiong and his group lay on the ground, disheveled, looking back to see Qiu Xingxing's team approaching. Is it you? He gazed in astonishment at the seemingly unscathed individuals before him, doubting his own abilities. You're completely unharmed? Captain, Lisisi rushed forward, grabbing Lei Xiong. Of course we're fine. Do you think we are without backing? That is, Lin Ping began to boast about their team's prowess, only to be abruptly silenced by Lin Ye's elbow to his chest. Do not speak of what should remain unsaid. The Lin siblings stood silently beside Qiu Shangsheng. We knew the capabilities of that zombie, and I just happen to have a gun, so of course we are unscathed. Qiu Shangxing's expression was calm, as if discussing an ordinary matter. She was reluctant for too many to know about Ziren. Didn't he expect Miss Qiu to be so knowledgeable? Gu Yuhu regarded her with a mix of suspicion and gratitude, bowing respectfully alongside his teammates. I owe you a favor, Lei Xiong. He dusted himself off, enviously eyeing the handgun in Qiu Xingxing's grasp. Against a self-explosive flame zombie, a handgun was undeniably a formidable weapon, far superior to their previous force of ability users. You didn't find Lu Su? Qiu Shangsheng inquired, puzzled as she put away her gun. Logically, with so many ability users, shouldn't they have been able to break through the encirclement to rescue someone? Hearing this, Lei Xiong's expression darkened. We were ambushed near the Chang'an gas station where the fog was thick and hidden within it were these self-explosive zombies. We barely had time to react before many were killed in the explosions. Zheng Feng is gone. The girl with sky-blue hair spoke softly, causing the surrounding faces to pale as they lowered their heads. Yang Miao Miao, what did you say? Feng Yi. Zhenggu is dead. He was a 5th-level ability user. How could this happen? Li Sisi's eyes widened in disbelief, trembling as she struggled to accept the loss of a former teammate. A heavy silence enveloped the group, the once vibrant spirits now reduced to despair. Only Qiu Shangsheng at the back of the line wore a complex expression, her eyes flickering with gratitude. Thanks to Elder Ziren. Had he not advised us against following the main force, we might have. Otherwise, she patted her chest, still shaken, unaware that Du Ziren stood right behind her. He surveyed the surroundings, his face betraying neither sorrow nor joy. A line of text on the virtual game display captured his attention. You are currently within a restricted area, and thus unable to wield your dimensional slicing abilities. Your primary skill is currently disabled. Your canine transformation skills have advanced to the level of a supernatural being, 2nd tier. Your currently available abilities: Flame level 3 Esper, Steel reinforcement level 3 Esper, Bloodline level 1 Esper, Canine transformation level 2 Esper. Chapter 78. The first time fighting alongside Xiao Shengsheng. Has the ability failed again? What exactly is the underlying principle? The first occurrence was in the corpse fog forest, and the second here. Just now, Lei Jiong also mentioned that they went to the Chang'an gas station, where they suffered severe fatalities due to ability failure. Therefore, each instance of ability failure seems to aid the zombie camp. Could the zombies be strategically placing ability failure points in advance? Or perhaps that king-class zombie possesses the ability to induce ability failure? It is currently nearby. Observing the dim, dimensional blade skill, Ziren began to vaguely piece together the truth. The ability, known as ability failure, can only target a single individual's power. For someone like him, a multi-ability contender, the opponent can only restrain his most formidable ability. My own abilities, however, might prove useful. With a fixed gaze upon Xiao Shengsheng, Ziren expressed a sense of lament. The primary quest of this game is unexpectedly challenging. Now, what do you all intend to do? In the crowd, Linya proactively broke the awkward silence, while Lei Jiong scratched his head. What else can we do? Without our abilities, who dares to rescue that Lu Su? I now understand why the Wangbei city base has fallen. Damn it! Ability failure. Who would dare confront the zombies? His self-righteousness dictated his decisions, and Linya regarded him as if he were a fool. Do you think this is intentionally luring us out, aiming to eliminate us in batches? As for the base, those frail and vulnerable individuals within the base are of no interest to it. To eliminate us, it could conquer the base in less than 2.5 minutes. Alas, now that everyone is separated, it becomes easier for it to hunt us down one by one. Hunt us down one by one? One by one. Linya's words struck Ziren like a revelation. If we are to be taken down individually, can ability failure truly be dispersed across so many locations? Dispersed. Wait, Xia Yao's ability is division. Could it be? A terrifying possibility surged through his mind in an instant. The king zombie possesses numerous extraordinary abilities. Is it possible that Xia Yao is a split entity of the king zombie? Perhaps she wields both the powers of splitting and ability nullification? What appeared to be her demise was, in fact, the activation of ability nullification. If she possesses the splitting skill, it implies that the king zombie has now split into multiple entities, stealthily infiltrating various squads, silently rendering the powers of the ability squad ineffective, thereby facilitating a massacre by the ability zombies. This elucidates why they consistently fall into traps. Damn it, the enemy leader is right before them. How could they not be outmaneuvered? Ward, you say? The more he thinks about it, the more plausible it becomes. The more he contemplates, Ziren feels that the first mainline boss of this game is simply extraordinary. Is this really a zombie? So intelligent. Why not invent zombie technology instead? With narrowed eyes, Ziren fixed his gaze on the members of the dog battle team and the element team. If his speculation holds true, then Xiao Shengsheng and her group emerged from the corpse fog forest without losing their abilities. It was only upon encountering them that ability nullification occurred. Does this not imply that among them lies a king zombie split entity? Well. Damn, are they treating people like fools? With a cold demeanor, Ziren approached Xiao Shengsheng, intending to whisper a warning to avoid alarming the enemy. Thud, thud, thud. A series of tremors echoed through the misty, suburban streets. From the distant haze, self-detonation, venom zombies, resembling bowling pins, surged forth. Unlike the self-detonation, flame zombies, these creatures moved slowly, yet wherever they passed, the ground was trampled and caved in. Viscous green ichor splattered from their cracked skin, exuding a putrid stench. Damn, these zombies are even more terrifying than the self-detonation variety. Their strength is enough to. As he watched the approaching zombies, Goyu was about to shout a warning. Hiss! One self-detonation, venom zombie lifted a discarded car with one hand. Quick! Scatter! Almost instantaneously, Goyu shouted, and everyone dispersed. Boom! The heavy car plummeted towards them with tremendous force. Run! The Lin siblings pulled Chiyo, Shang towards nearby buildings. Boom! The car crashed down, instantly shattering the ground where they had stood, reducing the already abandoned vehicle to debris. Thud, 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 like a minor earthquake. Countless self-detonation, venom zombies, continued to approach. Damn, how did these creatures manage to track them down? Their speed is nothing compared to this self-detonation, flame zombies. How could they possibly know we are here? Lei Xiong's face twisted with rage, growing increasingly anxious. He began to realize that the king zombie would not allow them to survive. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A dozen gigantic self-detonation, venom zombies surged forth, not rushing to attack, but instead surrounding the buildings. Soon after, their distended bellies began to pulse with green veins. Gurgle, gurgle. Boom. In the next instant, like human bombs, thick green venom erupted, showering the buildings. Yuck, yuck. The foul-smelling ichor shot forth, drawing the attention of the zombie birds hovering in the sky, which flocked towards the street like a swarm. Dark, a dense black. It felt as if a black cloud was descending. The mutated zombie birds were as large as eagles, with serrated teeth within their beaks, pecking the ichor-slick ground as soon as they landed. Quick, run. The entire street was instantly engulfed in darkness, and Lei Xiong swallowed hard as he gazed at the approaching swarm of birds. With so many zombie birds, even if he regained his abilities, he feared being devoured in an instant. Thud, thud. In a panic, the group sought refuge in a small roadside supermarket to avoid being contaminated by the splattered ichor. Goyu hurriedly instructed his teammates to barricade the glass doors and windows with shelves. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As one self-detonation, venom zombie approached. It stood before the supermarket's dilapidated entrance, its belly swelling again, attempting to lure the zombie birds here. Shang, Miss Chiyo, Captain Chiyo. The street was already awash with ichor. This was no less than their final line of defense. At this moment, everyone looked to Chiyo, Shang with hopeful anticipation. I understand. Her hand trembled around the gun, uncertain if she could lead everyone to safety. She felt a wave of panic. Just then, Ziren calmly stood behind her, placing his hands on her shoulders. Shang, don't be afraid. I'm always here. Said Ziren. Feeling the genuine touch, an inexplicable surge of confidence welled up within Chiyo Shang. Despite knowing that Ziren might also lose some powers, as long as he was there, she felt she had nothing to fear. The first time she saw him, and every time she heard his voice, it brought her immense comfort. Have faith. This time, I will fight alongside you. Fire. Shang. With a senior present, Shang fears nothing. Bang. Chapter 79. Fending off the pursuit of the zombie birds. Puff. As flames flickered in the supermarket, the head of this self-detonation, venom zombie, twitched with a pop. The dark bullet hole slowly opened, oozing forth a foul-smelling ichor. Yet, even so, that self-detonation, venom zombie continued to snarl, its belly still swelling, showing no sign of stopping. Thud, thud, as the massive zombie belly threatened to burst. Panic surged. If this creature's belly explodes, we will surely be covered in ichor. It's over. It's over. No, I haven't lived enough yet. Help. Amidst the chaos, countless cries of despair erupted. At this moment, even the Lin siblings, who had always revered Chiyo, Shang, were paralyzed by fear at the ominous cloud outside. Just imagine if they were to be contaminated by the ichor. How long could an ordinary person survive in the jaws of the flock of zombie birds without abilities? Thud, thud. In the hushed silence, the heartbeat of the crowd began to resonate faintly. Despair spread like wildfire. Under the oppressive darkness, only Chiyo, Shang maintained an unusually tranquil demeanor. In her eyes, Senior Ziren was a deity of boundless power. With the senior present, Shang feared nothing. The handgun calmly ejected the spent cartridge and was reloaded once more. Under the resolute gaze of Chiyo, Shang suddenly, woof. The self-destructing venomous zombie, which had been laughing menacingly and patting its belly, abruptly halted as a bald, sickly green head sprouted dog-like ears and emitted a bark. The scene left all the onlookers in the supermarket utterly dumbfounded. What in the world? Woof. The inflation of its belly relaxed, and this self-destructing venomous zombie slowly lowered itself, mimicking a dog on all fours, its hind legs playfully fidgeting. Ha! Before long, a shaggy, sickly yellow fur began to sprout from its greenish skin, transforming it entirely into a wobbly-bellied pug. With its face drooping, the pug swayed its head and ambled towards the approaching horde of zombies. What? What is happening? Shung. Is this the handiwork of that senior? Linya was left in astonishment. Space, sound waves, predicting the future. Now, there is even canonization. This senior, is he still human? Is it a special ability machine? She pondered, feeling uncertain. Perhaps it was the work of a senior. The sight of the dog morphing into a pug instantly brought back memories of her experiences at the suburban dog park. A sudden conjecture struck her. Could it be that Senior Ziren's ability was replication? What a bizarre power that would be. As everyone stood in stunned silence, marveling at how absurdly the crisis had been averted, Ziren lingered at the supermarket entrance, idly shaking his palm. This dog transformation skill is quite intriguing. I wonder how bizarre it would become if it evolved into an awakened. Observing the pug as it trotted towards the distant self-detonating toxic zombie, Ziren's gaze sharpened. Shung. Fire again. Huh. Shoot that dog? Yes. Trust me. Understood. With hardly a moment's hesitation, the bullet was aimed at the pug's back, piercing through its sagging belly. In the next instant, splash! A terrifying surge of sickly green corpse fluid erupted, cascading down like rain. Plop, plop! The self-detonating venomous zombies have indeed transformed, yet the internal corpse fluid remains ever present. Observing the viscous liquid cascading down, the approaching self-detonating venomous zombies roar and surge forth. Thud! 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 The thunderous sound reverberates like a minor earthquake, instilling fear among the crowd inside the supermarket. Suddenly, a calm, youthful, and confident voice resounds from the entrance. Boom! In an instant, the scattered corpse fluid ignites with an eerie blaze, exploding like a Molotov cocktail, with flames spreading through the horde of undead. The oncoming self-detonating venomous zombies, momentarily engulfed in the inferno, have their bellies rupture and explode. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The visible firestorm claims the lives of the self-detonating venomous zombies, their corpse fluid accumulating and intertwining with the flames. The green fire dances and swirls. In the midst of the firestorm, a brief moment later, not a single zombie can be seen advancing. Is it truly possible to employ such tactics? First, transforming a zombie into a canine form, using it as a catalyst for an explosion, then incinerating the spilled corpse fluid to create fireballs, annihilating the horde in one fell swoop? One extraordinary mind. Who is the mastermind behind this? The onlookers inside the supermarket are utterly astonished. Can a surging horde of zombies truly be dismantled in such a manner? This senior has indeed accomplished monumental feats with the simplest of methods. Linya's gaze flickers, her admiration for the mysterious figure growing deeper. None of us possess any special abilities. Who has orchestrated this? Is it Miss Chiao? Goyu glances around in confusion, while Lei Jiong frequently casts his gaze towards Chiao Shangsheng. Chiao Shangsheng, entranced by the surging flames, sighs softly. Senior Ziren, still so formidable. Senior Ziren? Who could that be? Oh dear. Captain, let me tell you. The members of the Dog Squad and the Element Squad remain perplexed. After Li Sisi hastily provided an explanation, the gazes of Goyu and Lei Zhiyong towards Chiao Shangsheng transformed into profound respect. No wonder the Lin siblings were willing to lower themselves to serve her. It all makes sense now. Countless envious eyes were directed at Chiao Shangsheng, who remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the supermarket. She had a premonition that the esteemed mentor she had longed for was once again manifesting. He stood right at the entrance, guarding her. The cold wind swept across the supermarket exterior, stirring up vast clouds of green mist, evoking a sense of desolate stillness following the end of a battle. Just as everyone believed this turmoil was drawing to a close, suddenly, from the surging embers, The resounding cries of birds erupted. A flock of carrion birds circled ominously above the supermarket, their crimson eyes fixed intently on the interior. The sky was thick with a dark assembly of these birds, as if at any moment, once the last embers of hope were extinguished, they would swarm into the supermarket like a hive. How could this be? We have not been tainted by the corpse fluid. How have they pinpointed our location? Lei Jiong exclaimed, his heart, which had only just begun to settle, now racing once more. Why does one crisis follow another? The relentless onslaught suggested that the adversary was acutely aware of our movements. Shang, create distance with the element squad and the dog combat team. Suddenly, a commanding voice erupted at the supermarket entrance. As others looked on in confusion, Shang swiftly pulled the Lin siblings away from the group. She was uncertain of what Senior Ziren intended, but she would comply with whatever he instructed. Miss Chiu, what are you doing? Goyi questioned, bewildered by Chiu Xingxing's actions. After all, we are all human. Why should we be so wary of one another? Shang, this. Linya was equally perplexed until Chiu Shang pointed to the sky, at which point Linya's expression shifted to one of alarm. The flock of carrion birds, lacking the guidance of corpse fluid, still posed a threat to us, which could only mean two things. First, there's a traitor among us, one aligned with the zombie faction, leading the zombies to our location. Second, someone among us has come into contact with corpse fluid. When we were alone, our abilities did not falter, but upon encountering you all, our powers began to wane. Thus, it follows that one of you is not what you seem. Upon hearing Linya's words, the members of the dog combat team and the element squad exchanged anxious glances. The once bustling supermarket now plunged into an eerie silence. Chapter 80. The Reemergence of Dimensional Slash. The cacophony of the agitated carrion birds grew increasingly intense. Inside the supermarket, Lei Jiong and Go Yu exchanged incredulous glances. A traitor among us? How could that be possible? We are all comrades who have fought side by side. Lei Jiong was about to protest further when Lin Ya's expression darkened. Still unwilling to accept the truth? Let me ask you this. Each time you encounter zombies, your abilities mysteriously fail. What are the odds of that happening? After being relentlessly pursued, you have had no opportunity to use your powers. Are you suggesting that this entire area is a zone where abilities are nullified? Even if that were the case, why could we use our powers before meeting you? Yet not afterward. Stammering, Lei Jiong found himself drenched in cold sweat. A traitor? How could there possibly be a traitor among us? As the foremost team in the black market, all members were endowed with abilities. How could there be a traitor? We are all allies in this struggle against the zombies. Hey, Go Yu, it wouldn't be you, would it? Lei Jiong cast a dubious glance at Go Yu, who immediately grew defensive. What the hell? The four of us have been together since we were scavengers. I assure you, there is no traitor among us. As tensions escalated, the flock of carrion birds descended ever lower, and the situation became increasingly precarious. Suddenly, a calm voice resonated within the supermarket. If you wish to uncover the traitor, it is quite simple. From this moment on, I will transform each of you into a canine. If there are no issues after everyone has been transformed, our abilities will still be unusable. However, if the abilities of any individual are restored after their transformation, Senior Ziren, the steady tone drew nearer, and Chiu Shengxing's previously taut expression began to relax. Indeed, with him present, there was no need to fear any complications. This method is brilliant. I have no objections. Neither do I. With newfound confidence, Lei Jiong and Go Yu promptly nodded in agreement. Then we shall begin with the element squad. Lei Jiong. As Du Ziren's voice echoed, Lei Jiong's face became covered in a dense layer of dark fur, his visage morphing into that of a tabby dog. Woof woof. After a few barks, Du Ziren glanced at the interface, displaying dimensional slash, still a shade of gray. It appears you are not the one. His gaze shifted towards Yang Miao Miao. Du Ziren had chosen to start with the element squad, not out of favoritism, but because he recalled a critical piece of information. The element squad had previously ventured to the northern city of Anhui. At that time, Lei Jiong had exuberantly asserted, there is nothing too challenging here. Our squad went once, and no one got hurt. Could it be that, during this mission, one of the members of the element squad was secretly swapped out? The thought grew increasingly plausible. Transforming into a canine form, my gaze fell upon Yang Miao Miao, whose expression remained calm, yet her features rapidly contorted, revealing the faint outline of a Pomeranian. The dimensional slashing remained gray, just as I turned to observe the last member of the Element Squad, who bore the character for Earth upon his chest. A sudden throbbing pain erupted in my forehead. Ziren rubbed his head, realizing that this was the after effect of an overexerted ability, a consequence of being a secondary level ability user. Such a minor ability user could not afford to squander their powers recklessly. My head felt as if it might split apart. Damn, must this game be so meticulously crafted? So realistic? Clutching my forehead, I was about to forcibly trigger the transformation again. Unexpectedly, among this group of traitors, there was indeed an intriguing presence concealed within. Very well. This time, fortune favors you, dog. Bang! Before I could utter another word, the Element Squad member's features contorted violently, and his body exploded into a gruesome mass of flesh. The splattering remnants bore an uncanny resemblance to the state of Xia Yao at that time. Shentu, how could it possibly be you? Lai Ziyong stood in shock, unable to fathom that a comrade he had fought alongside could be an undercover agent for the King-class zombie. Did this imply that the deaths they had encountered along the way were orchestrated by their own member? I. With his expression darkening, Lei Ziyong struggled to articulate his thoughts, while the others appeared increasingly grim, the atmosphere thickening with tension. This is not your fault. It seems that during that outing, Chun too fell behind, was subsequently killed, and then replicated by the King-class zombie. Ever since, an ability deactivating switch has lingered by your side. This wretch has been leading you in circles, boasting of their prowess in exterminating zombies, yet in reality, they have been ensnared by the cunning King-class zombie. Were it not for the sudden appearance of this formidable ally today, perhaps they would still be in the dark. Alas, I have underestimated those monstrous beings. Lei Ziyong murmured incoherently. Suddenly, outside the supermarket's glass window, a swarm of carrion birds surged forth, shattering the glass in an instant. The massive beaks of the birds descended like scythes, raining down from the sky. How could this be? Did we not identify the King-class split entity? Linya exclaimed, only to be met with a sudden reprimand. The dimensional blade? What? Buzzing. The flight speed of the corpse birds is swift, yet, at this moment, the spatial folds within the supermarket are astonishingly rapid. Crack, crack, crack. In the void of air, dark, twisted fissures tear open, and icy winds surge forth, resonating with a cacophony. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the blink of an eye, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It seems as though invisible blades are being hurled rapidly. The air is filled with a distorted hum, and the descending corpse birds are suddenly sent sprawling backward. Feathers, bones, and fragments of flesh cascade down, as if severed by unseen knives, raining down in a tumultuous shower. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The once ferocious corpse birds now seek to take flight in terror. But the horror is beyond terrifying. Not only the birds that flew in through the windows, but even the uppermost level of the desolate supermarket is pierced by chilling gusts, revealing numerous gaping holes. Blades slice through the floors in the blink of an eye. Thud, thud, thud. The corpse birds spiraling overhead are instantly reduced to mere morsels. A beam of sunlight breaks through, and amidst the humming air, the rooftop of the supermarket gradually becomes littered with the remnants of corpse birds. Good heavens! Good heavens! Good heavens! Is this truly human? This is a powerhouse. A powerhouse. Thud. After a few moments of stupor, Goyu collapses to the ground in disbelief. With such power, why not wreak havoc directly at the zombie stronghold instead of hiding here with your wife? This, spatial abilities, an awakened one. Lei Ziyong's lips tremble as he steps back, stumbling and landing on the ground. The awakened and the spatial abilities, they may never know if they will witness such phenomena in their lifetime. Yet, here it is, right before their eyes. How powerful. This is the first time Linya has witnessed Ziren in action, her face flushed with excitement. Meanwhile, Li Sisi, who was initially somewhat arrogant, trembled in her legs upon witnessing the scene, Realizing that she had disrespected a formidable figure, she wished she could slap herself in regret. Is this truly a big shot? The air was filled with the feathers of the corpse birds falling like rain. What appeared to be a grave crisis, the onslaught of the corpse bird swarm, was effortlessly dispelled by a mere casual remark from the opponent. Senior Ziren? Xiao Shangsheng timidly called out, seeking confirmation of his presence. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the silence of the crowd. Li Sisi, how dare you defy my orders? Chapter 81. Abandoning Li Sisi, a new choice. Seek Lu Su or wait I. Thud. The terrifying threat rendered Li Sisi prostrate on the ground, her legs quaking and her face as pale as a ghost. Senior Ziren, what happened to Sisi? Xiao Shangsheng was still somewhat bewildered, while Linya, noticing Li Sisi's guilty demeanor, suddenly comprehended the situation and spat in disdain. You dare to contradict the senior? You deserve to die. Sister Linda. What did she do? Oh dear, my foolish sister, think carefully. The corpse birds swarm wouldn't dare enter without the king type, split body giving orders. This. The answer can only be one. Someone among us must have come into contact with the corpse liquid. We certainly didn't touch it. Nor did the canine squad or the elemental squad. So who else could it be? You must understand, the core of the self-destructing fire zombie is of the fire attribute. With a look of disdain directed at Li Sisi, Linya shook her head. Sometimes, foolishness deserves punishment. A mere handful of cores bewitched you into an action? Fool! If you had clung to the senior's leg, you would have no worries for a lifetime, let alone over a few cores. Speak. How many did you take? Ziren's voice was icy. It's no joke, had I not acted swiftly and activated the dimensional slash in the nick of time. What if so many corpse birds had assaulted us and Sheng got hurt? This foolish woman wasn't even part of our team. Her demise wouldn't affect my mission's outcome. The key is, if her foolishness endangers our teammates, she deserves to perish. I only took 2. Li Sisi feebly retrieved 2 cores from her bosom, attempting to offer them into the void. Fool! Who would dare take such things? I wrapped them in my clothes. I cleaned them. She insisted. These are cores from second-tier ability user. Oh, if you cherish them so much, keep them for yourself. Sheng, let's depart. We shan't concern ourselves with this person's fate. With a cold huff, Ziren's restraint against such individuals was already a considerable act of mercy. Senior Ziren, I understand. Recognizing the anger in Ziren's tone, Xiao Shengsheng promptly lowered her head, pulling along the Lin siblings as they made their way towards the supermarket exit. Esteemed senior, what about us? As the situation took a sharp turn, Guyu anxiously glanced around. Ziren waved his hand dismissively. Your feet are your own. Act as you wish. As you say, we shall follow you. Guyu, with a grin, mischievously glanced at Lei Zhiyong, knowing that the troublemaker was not from their canine squad. He intended to cling to this powerful ally, even if it meant serving as a subordinate in the future. Let us go. He quickly beckoned several team members, scuttling behind Xiao Shengsheng like a dog. In the cramped supermarket, only Li Sisi, Lei Zhiyong, and Yang Yamyao remained. Captain, Li Sisi, realizing the gravity of her blunder, looked at Lei Zhiyong with tearful eyes. Lei Zhiyong regarded the cores in her hand as if they were the harbinger of doom. You know that once you come into contact with that substance, there's no escape. Meow, and I still wish to live. Soda. Captain. Enough. The opportunity was squandered by your own actions. You were the first to approach the senior. Just look at what you've done. Outside the supermarket, the ground was littered with corpse liquid, bubbling green foam rising from the earth, making it nearly impossible to tread. However, without the balance provided by the king-type zombie's ability, the Lin siblings merely needed to exert a slight use of their earth abilities, causing the ground to shift and a new path to unfold. Let us go. Sheng, where do you think we should head now? Linya skillfully inquired of Xiao Shengsheng, who, seemingly wary of Ziren's lingering anger, lowered her head and quietly asked, Senior Ziren? Option 2. Continue to evade and await the opportune moment. Result unknown. Just as Xiao Shengsheng sought assistance, 2 choices emerged before Ziren. After squinting for a moment, Ziren decided upon option 2. This choice, however, was merely another mental trap. With the gathering of team members expanding and his own ability providing assistance, the majority subconsciously believed they could confront the boss. Yet, Ziren held a different perspective. From Lei Zhiyong's earlier words, it was evident that they had encountered an ambush near Chang'an gas station. One must ponder if zombies were lying in wait there. How could the only one alive within the Chang'an gas station be Lu Su, who possesses the detection ability? It was a certain death. Yet the mission system indicated that Lu Su was still alive. Thus, the riddle here might be, the Lu Su at Chang'an gas station is a mere illusion. The real Lu Su may have hidden away. The boss, King Zombie, possesses an ability called Split. If the opponent wishes to remain concealed, no one can locate its true form. Therefore, the information regarding the real Lu Su is of utmost importance. Shang, find a place to wait. Softly whispering into Qiu Shengxing's ear, she inquired, perplexed, Senior Ziren. What are we waiting for? Waiting for a genuine distress signal. In the dilapidated supermarket on the outskirts, once Qiu Shengxing and her group had distanced themselves, Li Sisi picked up 2 crystal nuclei from the ground, her expression dark and malevolent. You abandoned me today. If I survive this, I will surely crack. The crimson crystal nuclei were crushed, and drops of vivid red liquid were devoured by Li Sisi. With a surge of power coursing through her, her ability level ascended to ability user, 4th rank. I swear, one day, I will confront that hiding senior. I want him as my servant. Clutching the 2nd crystal nucleus, Li Sisi yearned to further enhance her ability level. The resolve of 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate a poor girl was nearly overflowing. Suddenly, a raspy zombie bird sound shattered her determination. What? Eek! From a shattered window, a small mass of dark clouds approached. A swarm of zombie birds gaping their beaks wide, their crimson eyes ravenous as they gazed hungrily in her direction. Boom! A burst of flames erupted in the sky. Yet, even as they were engulfed in fire, the ravenous zombie birds, their bodies sizzling with grease, continued to frantically dive towards the supermarket. They feared not death, only the longing for fresh flesh. Damn it! Boom! The supermarket was engulfed in a raging inferno, the dark clouds above looming ominously. Under the relentless assault of the dense zombie birds, the flames gradually began to extinguish. Moments later, within the blazing supermarket, a female corpse was surrounded by countless charred zombie birds, gnawing at her skeletal remains. Chapter 82. New Waves. We're all deceived. The weakness of the king zombie. At the same time, the black market of mines. Underground level 3. Qinwan found herself nestled within the confines of a tree hollow, her brow furrowed and her expression darkened. For reasons unbeknownst to her, ever since all the ability users had ventured out, an unsettling anxiety had taken root within her, as if she had made a grave error in judgment. With all the ability users gone, could the enemy be orchestrating a diversion, allowing the zombies to stealthily attack the unguarded base? No, that cannot be. The likelihood of such a scenario is minimal. As long as there are sufficient ability users, a new base can be established anywhere. The essence has never been the base, but rather the individuals possessing abilities. Yet, with so many people, should there not be a cause for concern? Amidst her troubled thoughts, a sudden cacophony erupted from an old intercom resting on the coffee table beneath her feet. Channel 3973. Channel 3973. Hastily picking up the intercom, Qinwan's expression turned increasingly peculiar. Pressing the communication button, she inquired urgently, "This is the black market of mines. Level 3 safety camp. Accepting the commission from the Lushan. Level 2 safety camp. And we are now in communication with you. Black market of mines. Huh? Isn't this my teammate's intercom? How could it be in your possession? Huh?" The voice on the other end was filled with confusion, and Qinwan felt even more perplexed. "May I ask, are you Lu Su?" "Yes." "Your teammate escaped from Wangbei City, handed this intercom to the Lushan safety camp, and informed us that you possess information regarding the zombie king seed. After establishing initial contact with you, you requested assistance from the Lushan safety camp. This task has been delegated to us at the black market of mines. Huh? What are you talking about? This is clearly my first conversation. Prior to this, I was merely fleeing for my life. Miss Lu, please do not jest. A sudden realization hit her. It felt as if a colossal stone had crashed into her heart, causing Qin Wan's right eyelid to twitch uncontrollably. If this Lu Su is genuine, then who was the Lu Su that had contacted them before? That Lu Su, who had sent so many to rescue her. What did it all signify? This is dire. The ability users from the black market. Her breath quickened uncontrollably, and Qin Wan asked repeatedly, "On what grounds can you claim to be Lu Su?" "Oh, that's quite simple. I am Lu Su, and my ability is detection. The power of that king seed zombie is splitting an ability malfunction. The ability malfunction is particularly troublesome. Once activated, it renders surrounding abilities ineffective. Moreover, if my conjecture holds true, its splitting can create numerous avatars, each capable of coordinating with ability malfunction, leading to vast regions experiencing ability failure." Thud. She understood. At last, it dawned upon her. That king seed zombie had long since laid its plans, luring all the ability users to a specific location. And at that moment, a wave of ability malfunction. The ability users of the entire black market would face certain doom. How could it be so? So astute? Humans are why so savigdos. Do not forget, zombies are merely transformed humans, are they not? As Qin Wan exclaimed in astonishment, another voice interjected into the radio frequency. It was a rough, parched male voice, akin to that of a smoker who had not quenched his thirst. The moment the voice emerged, both Qin Wan and Lu Su were taken aback. "Who are you?" Laughter. "Who do you think you are?" Liuxiu was the first to react, as if suddenly enlightened. Your ability to split allows you to reorganize your body, doesn't it? After transforming into your target, can you also acquire their memories? Willow cookings. Willow cookings. You truly are the most formidable individual in the city of North Anhui. Alas, while you were fleeing for your life, I have already dispatched one of your female companions, and I have delved into her memories. I am aware that your team has a survivor who escaped from Wanbei City. Thus, I applied a modicum of thought and, emulating your voice, utilized her memories to convey the plan for rescuing Lu Su through the team's intercom. Do not mention it. Your male companion has shown no suspicion at all. Do not speak of him any longer. Not a single soul within the entire human base has cast a doubt. Fools. They're all fools. Qin Wan's face turned ashen. What have you done to those ability users? What's transpired? What has become of the extraordinary individuals in Northern Anhui? What indeed has befallen them? However, among you lot, there is one individual I find utterly inscrutable. Despite appearing rather feeble, he possesses numerous abilities akin to our royal breed of zombies. Damn it, could he possibly be a royal lineage? Can't see through it? Who? The perplexity surrounding the Wang Zhuang zombie left Qin Wan utterly unable to conceive of a corresponding individual. Lei Ziyong, his strength is formidable. Yet how many extraordinary abilities does he possess? Goyu? His prowess is commendable, but hardly remarkable. Is there truly such a person within the base? Excuse me. You, just as she was about to utter more words. Oh dear, my doppelganger has been discovered. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. How could that scoundrel actually find me? Damn it. It seems I must devise a plan. It has been a pleasure conversing with you, my lovely ladies. Now, allow me to take care of him first. As long as he perishes as well, I will gradually find you, and then play you to death. The channel erupted in a cacophony of distorted noise as the king's zombie deliberately induced a disruption in the sound waves. Hello? Hello. In the attempt to communicate with Lu Su, the chaotic signals rendered their words indecipherable. Damn it. Damn. Qin Wan cursed, her face a mask of cold dread. It's over. It's over. If this continues, the black market of the mines will surely follow the fate of the Wanbei City base. Who is he? In that moment of frantic anxiety, amidst the mottled signal, Lu Su's voice faintly emerged. I cannot show myself for the time being. Please, do not trust any new information. The only flaw of the king zombie is that when its split body is killed, the main body will experience a brief moment of paralysis. However, it must have realized that we would target it. It will certainly set many traps. So, be extremely cautious. As the tumultuous signals drowned out Lu Su's voice, the connection was severed. Qinwan's expression was a tumult of emotions. Absorbing this crucial information, she hesitated for a moment before pressing her hands against the trunk of a great tree, transmitting the entire dialogue in audio form through the branches. Please, he must hear this information. Chapter 83. Self-Destruct Ambush. The gold standard skill of canine transformation strikes instantly. Part 1. On the other side. In a deserted courtyard of a certain location in northern Anhui, Goyu crouched before a grand tree, intently listening to the whispers of information emanating from within its branches, his face awash with wonder. I've got it. There truly is a transmission of information. Senior, you are indeed remarkable. He gazed around in admiration at the empty surroundings. Ziren stood at a distance from the crowd, his expression calm. He understood that the mission system had already indicated that Lu Su was still alive and that the mission reward existed. Thus, the real Lu Su must indeed be alive. Once she found her footing and an opportunity, she would undoubtedly find a way to contact Qinwan. At that time, whatever Qinwan discovered would surely be disseminated. The only matter at hand was the passage of time. Without any information regarding the king zombie, blindly hunting for the boss would only lead to self-inflicted suffering. What did he say? Upon hearing Goyu's words, the crowd immediately leaned closer to the great tree. After a brief moment, they absorbed the dialogue among Qinwan, Lu Su, and the king zombie, all appearing utterly dazed. So, it was that the king zombie had initially obtained the memories of Lu Su's friend, masquerading as Lu Su and leading them in circles? Damn, how insidious. Lei Zhiyong cursed, belatedly realizing the situation, and the expressions of the others mirrored his dismay. Thankfully, they had refrained from rushing to the Chang'an gas station. It seemed that within Chang'an gas station, the entity was not Lu Su, but rather a fragment of Lu Su's friend. Senior, your experience is indeed profound. Linya felt a deep sense of admiration. Her gaze filled with respect as she surveyed the surroundings. She had long believed that this senior's strength stemmed from exceptional prowess and remarkable combat abilities. However, it was now evident that to reach such heights, one must also possess a wealth of wisdom and experience. This intellectual strength resonated deeply with Linya, and in that moment, she found herself even more enamored with the senior. You have sensed Linya's affection level at 10. Currently, Linya holds a favorability rating of 76 towards you, admiringly. You have unlocked the feature of commanding her actions in a private conversation. Suddenly, a pop-up notification appeared before Ziren, causing him to momentarily freeze in shock. He never anticipated that such a simple analysis could actually enhance the NPC's favorability. Indeed, adopting a godlike perspective to analyze problems is truly exhilarating. Senior, what do you think we should do now? Lu Su is definitely hiding and won't come out. We certainly cannot take her with us. This mission has been a farce from the beginning. As for the King Seed zombie, once we approach it, perhaps only you would stand a chance against it. Moreover, the whereabouts of its true form remains a mystery. Goyu looked around helplessly. At this moment, everyone's backbone was this esteemed senior. To confront the King Seed zombie, who could possibly fight it? Only the senior could. The true form? If we were to eliminate the split body, the true form would become sluggish. This is the most crucial information we have acquired so far. However, while we have uncovered this clue, the King Seed zombie is equally aware that we have done so. If we make a move, it is likely that it has already set up its defenses. Considering his current strength, without the dimensional blade against it, standing silently in a corner, Ziren contemplated a more prudent approach. That is to say, to idle. Indeed, idle leveling. Each time, one can utilize crystal cores to upgrade abilities through the game nutritional pod. After several attempts, once the canine transformation ability reaches super ability, this level should be easily cleared, right? After all, venturing out now would only lead to traps set by royal seed zombies. while remaining idle guarantees safety. Surely, this approach is foolproof. However, this is merely a method of slow and steady development. Ziren felt that this was still a significant waste of time. Is there a more efficient and straightforward method to progress? Indeed, there is. It seems that a fellow player has sensed Ziren's intentions, as a game pop-up window has appeared before him. Detected that you have triggered a special storyline, eradication of the first royal zombie. The eradication of the first royal breed zombie has been achieved. All team members survive, completed. The transmission from Jean Lu Su has been received, completed. And the weaknesses of the royal breed zombie have been discerned, completed. Commencing the extermination of the first royal breed of zombies. You have unlocked the power experience feature. Gazing at the new pop-up, Ziren felt a moment of bewilderment. So this is how the special storyline is triggered. Following this pop-up, an additional icon suddenly appeared after his row of superpowers. What the heck? Deep Blue? Points to allocate. Overcome with excitement. Ziren eagerly pressed the plus sign next to Canine Transformation Ability. Canine Transformation Ability. Current ability, user, second tier. Optional 1. You may choose to recharge 10,000 yuan to gain a half-hour experience of the Canine Transformation Ability. Super ability, user, second tier. Optional 2. You may choose to recharge 100,000 yuan to gain a half-hour experience of the Canine Transformation Ability. Awakened user, second tier. Stunned. Ziren was bewildert. After such a convoluted journey, he initially believed it to be a brain-teasing analytical game. Yet, to his dismay, it was a ruthless pay-to-win scheme, charging to enhance temporary combat power. Truly remarkable, game developers. Once again, he mentally cursed the ancestors of the game developers. Ziren observed the crowd in the courtyard, all gazing at him with eager anticipation. Senior Ziren? What shall we do now? Senior? Senior. Each utterance of senior tugged at his nerves, particularly under the hopeful gaze of Chiao Shengsheng. He felt that while he may disappoint anyone, he could not let his beloved down. Hey, damn it, I must invest. What nonsense is this King Seed zombie? Come on, let's confront it head on. After a moment's hesitation, Ziren clicked the recharge button. The experience of super ability user would certainly be insufficient in a real confrontation. To ensure absolute victory, he would need to go all in for the awakened user. Upon pressing optional 2, he was unexpectedly startled to feel a faint vibration emanating from his pocket. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just been charged a total of 100,000 yuan. Your current bank card balance is 672 yuan. A charge notification has just appeared from the game pop-up. Well. This gaming platform has even connected to my phone's permissions, hasn't it? Truly impressive, game developers. As he swiped past the charge notification, Ziren noticed that among the display of superpowers, the Canine Transformation Ability was shining with a golden glow. Canine Transformation Ability level, awakened, temporary 02959, awakening period, Canine Transformation skill, realm of Canine Transformation, in the realm of canonization, centered around oneself, indiscriminately transforming any being within a 50-meter radius. A blue skill icon adorned with canine patterns appeared in the pop-up window. A realm? A skill with a defined scope? With this, success is assured. Raising his head, Ziren felt emboldened, casting a glance at the crowd. What are we waiting for? Now that we are aware of the royal zombie's weakness, let us go and annihilate it. Chapter 84. Self-destruct ambush. The canonization skill dismantles it in an instant. Senior. The opponent possesses ability nullification. They must know we are coming and will ambush us with numerous separates, all launching ability nullification simultaneously. At that point, what if? Upon hearing Ziren's intent to engage directly in combat, Goyu felt a surge of anxiety. Panic ensued. After all, the opponent's ability nullification is extraordinarily overpowered, leaving a significant psychological scar. If this senior were to falter and neglect their own safety, would it not result in instant demise for him? Those who are afraid may choose to remain here. Shengsheng, are you afraid? Turning to Chiao Shengsheng, Ziren's expression grew solemn. His special mission should only require the game's protagonist for completion. Even the Lin siblings in the team need not participate. With Du Ziren present, Sheng Sheng fears nothing. Qiu Sheng Sheng smiled calmly, walking steadily toward the source of the sound, her eyes glimmering with determination. It seemed that as long as Du Ziren was by her side, she cared little for the surroundings. Senior, we, the Lin siblings, are not afraid either. Linya tugged Lin Ping along, promptly following suit. Let us go. Why hesitate? I must witness how the senior toys with that creature. It has led us in circles. I cannot find peace without seeing its demise. Predictably, Lei Jiong chose to follow as well. Ultimately, aside from the canine squad, everyone opted for a proactive assault. Damn, you all are going. How can I possibly refrain from joining? Goyu lowered his head, a mix of shame and bitter laughter washing over him. The group gazed toward the vacant expanse ahead until the sound of footsteps resonated, and they resolutely followed suit. On the other side, within the confines of the Chang'an gas station, a strikingly beautiful woman sat elegantly at her desk, crossing her legs with poise. She idly toyed with her fingers, occasionally squinting as if attuned to some unseen presence. Do you think that fellow, having discovered my weakness, will dare to approach? She cast a teasing glance at a nearby, self-detonating fire zombie, whose lips, grotesquely torn, dripped with blood. Roar. How could he possibly seek you out? Even if it is merely your avatar, a sensible individual would comprehend that our stronghold lies here. Would he risk coming, not fearing to be obliterated by the surrounding explosives when his powers falter? The crimson zombie let out a series of growls, and the woman regarded it with keen interest. Oh dear, you are quite remarkable. You might be the most intelligent among this batch of zombies. Perhaps if you devour a few more crystal cores, you could evolve to possess true sentience. She patted the self-detonating fire zombie on the shoulder, eliciting a grin that caused more blood to drip. Enough with the foolish merriment. Go and patrol the area outside. While it is true that the Invisible One, aside from his spatial abilities, is rather inept in other powers, and even with tenfold courage, he would not dare to confront me, it is still possible he might come seeking a deadly encounter, just as she spoke. A misty white zombie burst into the gas station. Roar! My queen! A group of individuals is approaching. What? He truly dares to come? The woman's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she leapt from her seat. Very well. Relay the orders. All mist zombies begin to envelop the gas station's perimeter. All self-detonating zombies lie in wait near the gas well. Should they dare to take even a single step closer to the gas station, they shall explode immediately. I am curious to see how that invisible fellow will escape the ensuing chaos. With a sinister smile, the woman settled cross-legged on her desk, her throat undulating as she emitted a series of low, hissing sounds. As her sonic wave spread, the air around her warped strangely, causing the nearby zombies to disperse into the mist. On the suburban streets, a throng of self-detonating fire zombies hastily climbed towards the gas station. At the front of the Chang'an gas station, a dense fog enveloped the area, reducing visibility to a point where one could hardly see their own hand. Suddenly, Qiu Shengsheng halted mid-step, as if colliding with an unseen barrier. Raising her gaze, she discerned a figure emerging from the mist. Senior Ziren, why have you stopped? With her head nestled against a familiar back, Qiu Shengsheng looked up as a steady voice resonated. Shengsheng, do you know why this king-species zombie designated the gas station as the rescue site for Lu Su? Du Ziren stood amidst the fog, calmly observing the indistinct Chang'an gas station. Is it due to an explosion? If the self-exploding flame zombie detonates, it would ignite the oil wells, causing a catastrophic explosion within the vicinity of the gas station. Correct? Precisely. This tactic is meant to ensnare any ability users who dare approach the gas station. And now, it is being turned against us. So, what shall we do now? Upon hearing this, Guiyu behind the fog became anxious. If the entire gas station were to explode, who could guarantee their own survival? Are you afraid, Shengsheng? This time, Du Ziren disregarded anyone else's reactions and focused solely on Qiu Shengsheng behind him. Her cheeks flushed, she held her head high, sensing an invisible gaze fixed upon her. I am not afraid. Wherever my senior is, even if it is hell, I shall not fear. Is that so? Ziren gazed intently into the fervent eyes of the girl enveloped in mist, feeling a stirring within him. He was not particularly worried about Qiu Xingxing's safety. After all, her immortal ability was quite formidable. However, he had never disclosed her ability to her. Despite the uncertainty of her own mortality, this foolish girl bravely chose to accompany him. For some reason, warmth spread through his heart. Once again, let me say, those who are afraid should not proceed. The fact that we have not been surrounded by zombies indicates that the king species split body is already aware of our presence and has gathered all the zombies at the gas station. They intend to eliminate us all at once. Advancing even a step further could lead to injury from the explosion. Therefore, those who are afraid may halt their steps. Turning to face those behind him, Ziren's words fell, and an immediate silence ensued. An explosion at the oil wells, what would that entail? It would be akin to a minor volcanic eruption. No one could ascertain the extent of his abilities once his space skill became ineffective. He might guarantee Qiu Xingxing's safety, but what of the others trailing behind? Even Lei Xiong, usually steadfast, appeared momentarily devoid of confidence. I trust my senior. Linya, summoning her courage, took a step forward, and behind her, Lin Ping gritted his teeth and followed suit. Alas, moments later, only this pair of siblings continued to pursue. Let us proceed. You have made the right gamble. Those who follow me will remain unscathed by any flames. A sweeping gaze fell upon those behind him, and Ziren's voice resonated with unparalleled arrogance, echoing within the Chang'an gas station. With a resolute tread, footsteps boldly advanced toward the interior of the gas station. Chapter 85. Self-Exploding Ambush. The Premium Skill. Canine Transformation Secured. Part 2. Let us go. The trio, under Ziren's guidance, stepped into the explosive radius of the gas station. In that instant, a mocking female voice pierced the air. Oh, instead of fleeing, you dare to approach me with such audacity? What confidence lies beneath your invisibility that emboldens you to confront me? In the Chang'an gas station, a strikingly beautiful woman sauntered out, disdainfully casting her gaze upon Qiu Xingxing and her companions, her eyes scanning the surroundings with an air of nonchalance. Come out, will you? Though you possess multiple abilities, the most formidable spatial ability of yours has been rendered ineffective by me. How do you plan to prevail? Do you intend to approach me stealthily in a life-or-death gamble? Spare me your folly. Even if you succeed, in the blink of an eye, a self-destructing fire zombie will explode, turning you all into mere pulp. Woman's, have you lost your mind? Her piercing gaze swept the vicinity, and from behind her emerged no fewer than 30 self-destructing fire zombies, crawling towards the gas station with a relentless fervor. They surged forth like a crimson tide, engulfing the entire gas station. How can we possibly win against this? The Elder's spatial skill was purely offensive. Was there truly an escape mechanism? Amidst the swirling mist, Guyu's expression was clouded with doubt. Lei Xiong shook his head, his countenance grave. Even from a distance of several dozen meters, the searing heat emitted by the horde of self-destructing fire zombies was palpable. The Elder's spatial skill has indeed been ineffective. Could he possibly have a hidden card? Staring blankly into the fog, Ziren's voice emerged, tinged with a haunting tone. You are quite intriguing. Observing us enter the explosion zone, you refrained from detonating the oil well immediately. Are you attempting to draw us closer to amplify the explosion's power? Are you not afraid that this moment's delay might lead to your own demise? Demise. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The woman erupted into laughter, her eyes gleaming with amusement. What skill do you possess that would allow you to eliminate me? Even if you had one. Pray tell, how do you plan to survive in the explosion zone? This is above an oil well, where temperatures can soar to thousands of degrees in an instant. Ah, I see. Are you attempting to deceive me, hoping I would engage in a psychological battle? That way, you would not have to trouble yourself with me in the future? Apologies, but I am not human. I simply wish to witness what kind of crystal core a person like you possesses. Make your move. As if weary of Ziren's unflinching demeanor, the woman squinted. her hand sweeping through the air. In that moment, a self-destructing fire zombie ignited with sparks. Elder Linya and Lin Ping's faces turned pale, instinctively yearning to employ their abilities, only to find their bodies unresponsive, trembling uncontrollably. Yet, Qiu Shengsheng remained unwavering, her gaze fixed resolutely ahead. Elder Ziren, turn the tide. Turn the tide? Who does he think he is? Just him. Spare me your barking. In an instant, a commanding voice echoed throughout the Chang'an gas station. Centered around Du Ziren, the air within a radius of several dozen meters began to hum and tremble ominously. A gust of wind swept through, dissipating the mist that had cloaked the street. You think this commotion will woof? Woof. The woman's words faltered, her hand instinctively brushing her mouth. Her face, unbeknownst to her, dense fur began to sprout from it. Her lips curled menacingly, revealing sharp canine teeth. Her limbs became uncontrollable, instinctively lowering her body, her consciousness fading into chaos. Woof, woof. You? How could you? Woof, woof, woof. Impossible. You are a dual awakened being of spatial and canine abilities. You monster. Woof. Self-destructing zombies. Explode now. In a fit of unwillingness. In the blink of an eye, the once arrogant woman was transformed into a shepherd dog, lying prostrate on the ground, looking up at Du Ziren with submissive eyes. Woof. Woof, woof. She barked anxiously, scanning her surroundings. Yet, all around her, the self-destructing fire zombies, poised to detonate, and the concealed, mist zombies suddenly morphed into dachshund dogs, barking in confusion. Woof. Woof, woof, woof. Instantly, a chorus of barks erupted at the Chang'an gas station. The thick fog gradually receded, leaving a group of astonished onlookers in disbelief. Could this truly conclude the battle? The spectacle was utterly bizarre. They had anticipated a cataclysmic clash. Yet all that unfolded was a tranquil exchange, with every zombie transformed into a dog. What your explosion? Now they are mere puppies. Can you still detonate? Du Ziren's canine transformation domain was not the same as the earlier mutated pastoral dog's skill. This was a genuine, awakened ability unleashed in full force. No incubation period needed, no transformation process required. Within the scope of ability skills, whether zombies or any living creature, they would instantly and completely revert to being dogs. This starkly highlighted the fundamental difference between awakened skills and ability users' powers. The barking continued to resonate, and as Du Ziren stepped forward, he seized the transformed woman, now a shepherd dog. Gently stroking the dog's head, he noticed its eyes beginning to glaze over. It was being influenced by the canine transformation, its consciousness drifting closer to that of a dog. I was pondering how to uncover your true form. It seems having a tracking dog isn't such a bad outcome after all. The shepherd dog, with a vacant gaze, let out a series of barks after Du Ziren placed it on the ground. Indeed, if you were to transform entirely into a dog, you would not succumb to the explosion of splitting. This time, the mission has commenced. Du Ziren, observing the shepherd dog's movements with a serene expression, cast a penetrating gaze into the distance. Around them, however, others were in an uproar. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Was that just a skill? A skill. The dual abilities of space and canine transformation. The strength of dual awakeners. This is not merely an expert. This is a true deity. Goyu's lips trembled in disbelief. He couldn't possibly be the creator of the first-line base, could he? Lei Zhiyong felt his composure waver, realizing how short-sighted he had been. Senior, this power is truly terrifying. Her heart racing uncontrollably. The more formidable the man, the more she was drawn to him. Ziren, your abilities are reminiscent of that dog zone. Qiu Shengsheng stared blankly at the multitude of dogs, momentarily at a loss for words. We'll discuss this later. For now, let us together eliminate the mastermind behind this. Before Qiu Shengsheng could utter another word, a hand grasped hers, pulling her along as they sprinted toward the direction of the shepherd dog's barks. Chapter 86. The first king seed zombie falls. Without allowing those around them a moment to react, the shepherd dog leapt into the air with an eerie grace. Ziren held the dog in one arm, while clasping Qiu Shengxing's hand with the other, their figures racing rapidly into the distance. Hurry! The urgency was palpable. Although the canine transformation domain had managed to control the situation, it only contained the king seed zombie, split body. The true entity was certainly lurking in the distance, witnessing everything that transpired here. If the main body were not dealt with now, finding an opportunity to eliminate it later would be an insurmountable challenge. Actions must be swift. Utilizing the shepherd dog's keen sense of smell, they would track down the true form of the king seed zombie before it could escape. Woof, woof, woof. The barking continued, and the shepherd dog fixed its gaze steadily in the direction of the city. The trio, 2 humans and 1 dog, moved with increasing speed as the abilities restored their vigor. In the heart of the city of Wanbei, a man with a neat appearance and striking features abruptly opened his eyes on a shabby sofa within an abandoned apartment building. His handsome face was marred by frustration and anxiety. Damn it, I must leave immediately. That wretched creature has transformed my splinter into a dog, and I cannot control it. He rushed out of the room, his instincts screaming that the moment his splinter spiraled out of control, he had shifted from hunter to prey. Frantically navigating the dimly lit corridor, he dashed towards the underground garage. Unlike the surviving humans, once he awakened as a king-type zombie, he could command ordinary zombies to carry out his bidding. A century after the apocalypse, he had finally managed to gather a functioning car from the numerous underground garages scattered throughout Wanbei, a relic he had intended to keep for nostalgia. Little did he know, it would soon serve a crucial purpose. With a swift motion, he entered the vehicle and ignited the engine, flooring the accelerator as he roared out of the garage. In this desolate world, a moving car should have drawn attention, yet the zombies lingering in the vicinity paid him no heed. Faster! Hurry! He urged himself, feeling a surge of relief as he escaped the confines of the community. His gaze darted to the road ahead until he spotted 2 indistinct figures flickering in the distance, causing his body to tense instinctively. They were closing in. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he squinted, a crown-like growth slowly emerging atop his head. All zombies! Block him! Block him now! He screamed in a frenzy, doing everything in his power to resist. However, in a fleeting moment, he caught sight of a dog and a person trailing behind him, and as they passed, the zombies that had yet to gather were swiftly transformed into various-sized furry canines. The eerie silence of the city was abruptly filled with the cacophony of barking. Damn it, they won't catch me. They can't. With the tachometer pinned at its peak, he sensed that despite their remarkable speed, it was nearly impossible for them to close the gap instantly. Perhaps if he could reach the highway and engage in a prolonged battle, depleting their powers while maintaining his own speed, he might just escape. Distance. I need distance. He recalled that the transformation into a dog required a certain range. For now, maintaining 100 meters was feasible. I can make it. I can make it. Just then, behind him, Qiu Shengxing seemed to enter a state reminiscent of a slow-motion world, moving with exceptional swiftness. Even with Ziren's momentary awakening abilities, he could not gain much ground. Senior Ziren. It seems we can't catch up to the car. The dog instinctively followed that direction, believing the one inside was the primary target. Are we really going to let it go? Qiu Shengxing's complexion paled as the vehicle sped further away. With her abilities at the 4th tier, sustaining this slow-motion state was taking a significant toll. She had anticipated that the so-called king-type zombie was actually human, and that he possessed a car. Seeing the vehicle recede into the distance, Ziren glanced at Qiu Shengxing's face and suddenly tightened his grip on the shepherd dog in his arms, halting abruptly. Wait, Senior Ziren, what are you doing? Qiu Shengxing exclaimed in surprise at his sudden stop. Have you forgotten something? Do we truly need to pursue it? Huh? We mustn't forget, when the splinter dies, the host will experience a brief period of paralysis. Just as understanding dawned on Qiu Shengxing, the shepherd dog in Ziren's hands began to morph, its head slowly transforming into that of a woman. He was canceling the transformation. At that moment, the car sped further away, approaching the upcoming turn towards the highway. It will self-destruct. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted in Ziren's hand, and the woman's head on the dog's neck flickered with light. Damn it, human, you will perish. Before the hateful scream could echo, the woman's head exploded into a shower of flesh and fire, cascading through the air. Ziren nonchalantly discarded the headless dog's corpse, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Simultaneously, the man in the car froze as his splitter perished, his hands failing to maneuver the steering wheel. No, no! The speeding vehicle crashed violently into the railing at the corner. The front of the car crumpled instantly, and a wave of fire erupted within. The explosion consumed the vehicle, turning the man into a blazing figure as the rear continued to tremble, engulfed in flames. Even from a distance, the sound of flesh sizzling could be heard amidst the inferno. Human! Under the searing heat, the man contorted his body, desperately attempting to escape the crumpled wreckage. Even now, you refuse to perish? Truly the king-type zombie. But in that moment, the transformation commenced. Gazing intently, his body emitted a series of grotesque cracks as it shrank, sprouting fur and gradually morphing into a burning Akita. Woof woof. In the moment of transformation into a dog, Wang's zombie fell utterly silent. Beneath the raging inferno, the Akita emitted a few mournful cries. But in the blink of an eye, it was charred to a crisp, a lifeless canine corpse lying motionless. Wang's zombie. Li Xiang superpowers. Power failure. Division ability level. Esper tier 3. The target has been eliminated. Special plot in progress. The game interface kept flashing before him as Ziren calmly observed the aroma of roasted flesh emanating from the charred dog carcass. Suddenly, a captivating, purple-quality, crystal nucleus gleamed and tumbled out of the inferno. Chapter 87. A first aid? Goodness, this fellow possesses an ability that is purple quality. No wonder it was so challenging to defeat. Gazing at the purple crystal nucleus, Ziren stepped forward and picked it up, cradling it in his hand. Upon closer inspection, the nucleus bore no detailed description, merely labeled as King-type zombie nucleus, purple. Senior Ziren. Behind him, Qiu Shengsheng trotted up, her face alight with excitement. Did that culprit perish? Yes. With the nucleus dropped, resurrection is no longer possible. Ziren shook the nucleus in his hand, hardly glancing back at the burning dog carcass. Let us go. This ordeal has finally come to a close. At this moment, the little alley in the city center was unexpectedly tranquil. Once teeming with zombies, the street now featured several long-haired dogs, staring in astonishment at the two. As they walked further down the street, their figures receded into the distance, yet drew nearer at the same time. After a while, Senior Ziren, your canine transformation ability has indirectly cleared out a significant number of zombies in Wanbei City. Seemingly relishing the aftermath of the crisis, Qiu Shengsheng casually glanced around. She bit her lip and boldly took a couple of steps closer. Suddenly, to Ziren's astonishment, Qiu Shengsheng unexpectedly wrapped her arms around his left arm, leaning against his side. The sky, clear and blue after the snow, and the long-haired dogs by the roadside were serene, as a sweet fragrance lingered in the air. In that moment, their proximity resembled that of a young couple strolling hand in hand. Shengsheng, you. Ziren's lips moved, casting a sidelong glance at Qiu Shengsheng, whose head nestled against his shoulder, revealing her crimson ears. Senior, for a little while. Shengsheng just want to hold on to you for a moment. Is that okay? Her timid, pleading words resonated with a hint of ambiguity, causing Ziren's face to flush inexplicably, his heart racing. He said nothing more. Neither spoke again, but they merely leaned closer together. Embracing this rare moment of solitude, they continued to walk into the distance. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Chang'an gas station, Linya paced anxiously within the confines of the station. Could it be that the main body of the Wangzhong zombie had ensnared them? It's all right. Lin Ping reassured his sister, when suddenly a thought struck him. Sister, you mentioned that the senior took Team Qiu away alone. This, could it be? A mischievous smile crept onto his lips, and Lin Ya's expression darkened immediately. Such matters should be discussed less. Ha. Sister, are you flustered? If you ask me, why would a person of such high caliber accompany Team Qiu without reason? Either they're tending to children or perhaps a spouse. Sister, you might not have a chance. Lin Ping. You. Be quiet. The siblings bickered. Meanwhile, Goyu had found a large tree by the roadside and began relaying information. With swift strokes of his sharp claws, he inscribed the words, "Current crisis resolved." In the next moment, a branch on the tree began to twist and contort, forming a funnel-like shape that extended towards Goyu's ear. "Hello. This was written by your claws, right? You say the crisis has been resolved. What on earth is happening?" Boss Qin, you would never guess." Qin Wan's voice emanated from the branch, and Goyu chuckled as he recounted the recent events. "What? You mean, there's a powerful awakener with both canon spatial dual abilities by your side? He single-handedly cleared the ambush and is now even pursuing the main body of the Wangzhong zombie?" In the underground third layer of the black market, Qin Wan listened to the report from across the table, her expression frozen in disbelief. What in the world? How could a powerful awakened being with dual abilities suddenly emerge? It was akin to encountering a pack of wolves in the wild, only to have a tiger leap forth to scatter them. Absurdly surreal. "You, Guiyu, surely, you cannot be jesting with me? Are you actually dead? Now merely a fragment of the king seed zombie. Toying with me? A king seed zombie? Do you take me for a fool?" In that moment, Qin Wan even entertained the possibility. After all, the notion of Guiyu being slain seemed more plausible than the sudden appearance of a dual ability awakened one. "Oh dear, Boss Qin, it is the truth. I know you find it hard to believe. I can scarcely believe it myself. Thus, please have that Lu Su come seek us out. I feel that her hiding now may not be as safe as trailing behind that esteemed individual." Guiyu was at a loss for words. If he were not the one experiencing this, he would have doubted such claims from anyone else. "Get lost." Upon hearing Guiyu's words, Qin Wan abruptly terminated the call. She was now convinced, absolutely certain, Guiyu had indeed been killed. He was now a fragment of the king seed zombie, attempting to coax her into revealing Lu Su's whereabouts. At that moment, the intercom on the nightstand buzzed to life. "Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? This is Lu Su. I can hear you. Lu Su, listen carefully. You must remain hidden." Actually, I heard everything you just said. Personally, I lean towards believing what your subordinate mentioned." "What? Have you lost your mind? How could that be possible?" "No, really. I saw a multitude of dogs appearing on streets. The zombies have vanished." "What? I must go now. I see a girl. She is likely the one they referred to as Team Chio. I will go make contact." Beep, beep, beep. Qin Wan stood dazed in the treehouse, utterly bewildered. Could it be? Could there truly be someone extraordinary among them? In a quaint three-story dwelling nestled in the outskirts of Wanbei City, Lu Su observed a young girl who appeared bashfully inclined towards the air, moving in an extraordinarily peculiar manner. Had she not recently heard over the intercom that a senior capable of invisibility was present, she would have certainly suspected that the figure passing below, Qiu Shengsheng, was some grotesque entity. The sounds of barking echoed from the roadside, where numerous long-haired dogs roamed, yet no traces of zombies were to be found. Gathering her courage, Lu Su called out towards the lower floor, "Qiu Shengsheng, is that you, Captain Qiu?" In an instant, as if jolted by electricity, Qiu Shengsheng, who had been leaning against Du Ziren, abruptly released his arm and hurriedly distanced herself, her posture reminiscent of students caught in a scandal of early romance by a stern teacher. Who is it?" Her face flushed with embarrassment, for she had believed she and her senior were alone, nearly burying her head in his chest moments prior. The sudden revelation of being seen was utterly mortifying. With footsteps echoing from the small house, a girl with short hair and a round face emerged. Standing at approximately 165 meters tall, she was slender, her features slightly sunken. However, her eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance, brimming with vitality. "Oh, my apologies. If I hadn't spoken, I felt you might have walked away," she exclaimed. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Su from the Wanbei City Safe Camp, a third-tier ability user." Lu Su smiled brightly and extended her hand towards Qiu Shengsheng, seemingly unfazed by interrupting their rendezvous. Qiu Shengsheng hesitated, gazing at her. "You are Lu Su? You just came out like this. Aren't you afraid Afraid? I just received the latest intel, and wasn't it said that a senior among you is present? By the way, I apologize for interrupting your date." With a carefree smile that illuminated her surroundings, Lu Su's eyes sparkled, akin to radar, as they fixated on something behind Xiao Shengsheng. And no worries. Du Ziren felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks, equally embarrassed at being caught in an awkward situation. This was perhaps his first experience. His first date? Chapter 88. The Explosive Pass Experience. Complete crystal core armor. Raising his eyes to Lu Su, her information instantaneously materialized in the game's notification window. Name, Lu Su. Identity, Camp of North Anhui City, superpowered individuals, super ability, detection, ability level, Esper Tier 3 detection, centered around the willow catkins within a 30-meter radius. The catkins can detect the number of active organisms. Moreover, as the duration of detection increases, the information gathered about these organisms becomes increasingly comprehensive. This is akin to a radar. With a sense of delight, Du Ziren gazed at the extraordinary ability of the catkins and began to formulate plans. In the future, if Qiao Shengsheng were to venture out again, this capability would undoubtedly prove to be immensely useful. Please don't remain silent. I hope I'm not interrupting your first date? She couldn't help but wished to slap herself if she were to disturb someone's inaugural romantic encounter. Wouldn't that powerful individual bear a grudge against her? No, it's nothing. Turning to look behind, a voice that had regained its tranquility echoed. Certainly, let us proceed. With a call, Du Ziren took the lead at the forefront. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed. And half an hour later, at the entrance of the Chang'an gas station, a line of people rushed over upon spotting Qiao Shengsheng. Shengsheng, have you resolved that? Linya inquired with concern, to which Qiao Shengsheng nodded. Senior Ziren transformed it into a dog and killed it. The revelation, though anticipated, elicited a wave of astonishment from the crowd, as Qiao Shengsheng's casual manner of describing the event left them in awe. Truly, she was a formidable figure. With a mere flick of her wrist, she had eliminated a monster that nearly endangered the base. How ruthless. Slaying zombies was akin to dispatching dogs. By the way, who is this? Noticing someone standing behind Qiao Shengsheng, Goyu curiously glanced at Lu Su, who responded with a serene smile. I am Lu Su. Ah, so you're Lu Su. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Lei Jiong interjected. His words were not a question, but rather a deference to Du Ziren. Without the nod of a superior, he now hesitated to even step out of the Chang'an gas station. All right then, I suppose Qin is anxiously awaiting us. After exchanging glances, the group hastily made their way towards the black market of the mines. Later that evening, within the depths of the underground third level, beneath the canopy of trees, Qin Wan stood humbly among the crowd, her countenance ashen as she surveyed the fewer than 20 ability users gathered beneath the foliage. She could barely recall that when this mission had commenced, this place had been teeming with ability users. And now, setting aside Qiao Shengsheng's team, the Hound Combat team, and the Elemental team, only 9 ability users had managed to escape from Wangbei City. This battle had been devastating. Cursed be the King Zombie. Cursed. With gritted teeth, Qin Wan lamented why she had not discerned the opponent's strategy sooner. Standing among the crowd, she hesitated for an extended moment before finally speaking. This time, I owe everyone my gratitude. No one responded. Most averted their gazes, their expressions despondent. Actually, I too bear some responsibility. I underestimated the King Zombie. The loss of so many lives weighs heavily upon me. I intend to provide for the families of all the ability users who sacrifice themselves. This is perhaps the least I can offer as consolation. Furthermore, the success of this mission can largely be attributed to Miss Qiao, and, as Qin Wan continued to speak, she cautiously glanced toward Qiao Shengsheng, who surveyed the surroundings. A voice only she could hear slowly resonating. I have a matter to attend to. Please be courteous. Understood. Nodding, Qiao Shengsheng actively raised her hand. Senior Ziren is temporarily absent. Ah, is that so? The tension in Qin Wan's nerves instantly relaxed as she lowered her head, observing the weary faces of the crowd, and immediately gestured for silence. I want to say much more. Everyone, make sure to rest well. We have suffered a setback against the Wangzhong zombies this time. If we manage to grow stronger, we will undoubtedly eradicate all Wangzhong zombies, those not of our kin. Their hearts are worthy of annihilation. Furthermore, I understand that this defeat weighs heavily on everyone. However, we owe our survival to that esteemed predecessor. Therefore, let's all show our respect to Miss Chiu. The conversation trailed off, and everyone silently lifted their heads to glance at Chiu Shengsheng. Who among them was unaware? Who would dare to offend Chiu Shengsheng? All rewards will be distributed, and from now on, everyone will be permanent residents of Underground Level 3. Additionally, when you visit the Luzhou safe base, you may report this achievement. Everyone, you may disperse. Ah, how spirited we were back then. And now, indeed, the apocalypse remains as ruthless as ever. Pressing her lips together, Qinwan cast several glances at Chiu Shengsheng before slowly retreating into the canopy. In the treehouse, Chiu Shengsheng wearily approached the sofa and settled down. From the bedroom, the faint sounds of her younger siblings' playful scuffles could be heard, and an inexplicable sense of comfort mixed with bittersweetness washed over her. How wonderful it is to have the protection of adults, allowing them to experience a blissful and carefree time. As these thoughts lingered, she found herself reminiscing about Du Ziren. Wasn't she, too, nurtured in such a manner by her seniors, allowing her to remain unscathed? What could Senior Ziren be occupied with now? She gazed up at the empty ceiling, unaware that Du Ziren was actually seated beside her, engrossed in the task panel. Main quest: rescue of Lu Su completed. Evaluating the survival team members and the completion rate of the mission based on your handling strategies. End of rating. Initial rating D. Rating bonus S. Your current task has been rated S, and you have earned 10,000 experience points. The passage is currently unlocking experience, and the current pass level is 108. What? Upon hearing about the astonishing experience boost, Du Ziren hurriedly clicked on the pass page. In an instant, the rewards pathway of the pass unlocked to a point beyond his sight. As he scrolled down to the rewards at level 108, Du Ziren swiftly tapped on Unlock Rewards twice, and a melodious sound resonated through the air. You have received a pass reward: 96 small horns, core armor, helmet, core armor, leggings, core armor, gauntlets, core armor, belt. Congratulations! You have unlocked the complete set of crystal core armor. Chapter 89. Happiness Value 35. Triggered plot: a warm embrace. It has been quite a journey. After all this effort, I have finally obtained the most crucial rewards from the pass. Gazing at the entire set of crystal core armor that has appeared in my warehouse, Du Ziren felt a profound sense of achievement. The crystal core armor ensemble has finally been unveiled. Speaking of which, the entire set of crystal core armor has been released. What could the reward be for the final tier of the pass? Curiously, I clicked on the last section of the pass. Du Ziren has played his fair share of games and is well aware that the final tier of a typical game, pass, often holds the most significant and valuable rewards. As I scrolled through the pass, a long line of small horns rewards appeared, culminating in a magnificent golden crystal core at the very end of the pass. The one-time potential activation nucleus. As Du Ziren ignited that nucleus, he beheld its name. Gradually, the description regarding it began to materialize on the panel. Once-in-a-lifetime potential activation core. Choose the object you wish to utilize. Upon consuming this core, the object's strength will begin to grow due to its latent potential. Huh? Is that all? This means that the extent of one's enhancement in ability level depends entirely on individual capability? Bored, I exited the pass interface. Du Ziren clicked through other pages, finding nothing of interest for the time being. Beside him, Chiu Shengsheng tilted her head, lazily curled up in the corner of the sofa like a small cat. Her eyelids were heavy, whispering softly in a state of fatigue. My Shengsheng is just adorable. He poked her little face. Chiu Shengsheng suddenly perked up, startled from her drowsiness. Senior Ziren? You haven't left yet? Realizing she might have embarrassed herself in front of her senior, her face flushed a light shade of red as she lowered her head. Not yet. Shengsheng, I have something to give you. Me? Senior Ziren, the things you give are. Thud. Before she could finish her sentence, the metallic gleam of the core armor pieces clattered to the floor of the treehouse. What are these? Yes, these are the other parts of that breastplate you wanted. Senior Ziren, these are too. Wanting to express that they were too precious or that she was unworthy, Qiu Shengsheng felt as if invisible hands were pressing down on her shoulders, and it seemed as though a pair of eyes were scrutinizing her from the unseen air. Shengsheng, what do you think is more important to me? These are you. A blush rose to her cheeks, and Qiu Shengsheng hurriedly lowered her head. I. Go on. Put these on. I want to see. Patting her shoulder, Du Ziren was unaware of the impact his words had on Qiu Shengsheng. Thud, thud. Her chest rose and fell rapidly as she gathered the pile of gear and rushed towards the restroom. Creak. After a while, the restroom door swung open, and Qiu Shengsheng emerged, adorned in gleaming metallic armor. The crystal core armor is a suit of battle attire that glimmers in a pristine silver hue, reminiscent of the armor worn by knights in the Middle Ages. Adorning the chest, helmet, wrists, knees, and belt, there are a total of 7 crystal core slots. It is difficult to fathom the immense combat prowess that would be unleashed should all 7 slots be filled with cores of the same caliber. Senior Ziren. I can't shake the feeling that I'm clad in a bodysuit. Her rosy cheeks shimmer behind the grill of the helmet as Du Ziren gazes closely. Indeed, although this armor envelopes Qiu Shengsheng entirely, its form-fitting design undeniably accentuates the graceful figure that had previously been concealed beneath her ample military garb. The sleek, contoured armor exudes a unique aesthetic appeal. When my Shengsheng dons this, she truly embodies the valiant spirit of a Valkyrie. With a mere gesture, an analysis of Qiu Shengsheng's armor materialized before him. Crystal core armor, full set when equipped with armor inlaid with cores of the same attribute. The user shall gain the complete power of a super ability user of the 3rd tier. The effect lasts for half an hour. Moreover, each time the crystal core armor is used, consuming 7 cores in total, if the user's ability level is below that of a super ability user of the 3rd tier, they will undoubtedly elevate their ability level by 1 tier without any obstacles. Turtle. This battle armor is akin to an external manifestation of a second ability. It can even reach the heights of a super ability user. I am rather astonished by the power of the complete crystal core armor. If one possesses enough cores, could one not create a super ability user in just a few days? Shengsheng. This armor, please do not let others see it in the future. Realizing the significance of this crystal core armor, Du Ziren solemnly cautioned. Understood, Senior Ziren. I shall only wear this outfit for you in the future. With wide eyes, Du Ziren thought it somewhat peculiar that such words were uttered. Crystal core armor. Good. Am I just a part of your play? Has it turned into some sort of intimate apparel for my buddy? Well then, now that there is nothing amiss, remember to wrap it in military combat gear when you wear out. After scrutinizing Qiu Shengsheng's silver, contoured figure once more, Du Ziren waved his hand, prompting Qiu Shengsheng to hurriedly enter the restroom to temporarily remove the armor she wore. Your Doomsday Survival character, current happiness level 5. Autumn Shengsheng's current happiness level, 35 points. In the restroom, the soft rustle of garments being shed resonated, and before Du Ziren, an unexpected notification suddenly appeared. Oh, is this the result of enhanced affinity from gift-giving? He mused while stroking his chin. Buzzing incessantly, yet another game pop-up emerged. The gaming nutrition pod is on the verge of depleting its energy. Current playtime remaining 60, 59, 38. Alas, are the 5 core batteries running low so soon? Cursed game developers. Once again, I send my regards to the lineage of the game makers. As Du Ziren was about to log off, suddenly a purple core that had fallen from the slain King Zombie rolled out of his pocket. This. Gazing at the core, Du Ziren fell into contemplation. In truth, if he entrusted this core to Qiu Shengsheng, she could deliver it to him, and he should be able to receive it while outside the game, right? However, his gaze shifted towards the bathroom, and Du Ziren had a bold idea, a medicinal bath. What if he were to absorb this core through the medicinal bath within the game? Chapter 90, Happiness Value 35. Triggered plot, a warm embrace. Part 2, Hiss. The more he pondered, the more feasible it seemed to Du Ziren. He was not a masochist by nature. He simply wished to experience the sensation of his body absorbing the core. After all, why not make use of the 300,000 he spent on the game Nutrient Chamber as sensory function? As for why he wouldn't save this core for Qiu Shangsheng, it was of little consequence. Qiu Shangsheng would not be able to absorb other abilities, and he still had another Thunderfire core in his warehouse. Let us give a try. Perhaps I could absorb that ability, which has become ineffective. The mere thought of this ability's flaw made Ziren feel a tingle of excitement. He even conceived a method of procurement. He could give the cores from the lottery in the warehouse to Qiu Shangsheng, and then she could gift them back to him. Thus, his game Nutrient Chamber's batteries would never run low. Attempting to retrieve the cores from the warehouse. Suddenly, as if sensing Ziren's intentions, a prompt appeared as he clicked on the warehouse. Note: prizes obtained from the lottery may only be utilized for game characters. Items awarded to players stem solely from the game's narrative. Alas, it seems the game has anticipated this loophole. With a sigh, the game window was closed. At that moment, Qiu Shangsheng emerged, clad in a complete set of crystal core armor and form-fitting black attire. Senior Ziren, are you still there? I am, Ziren replied. Shangsheng, I need to discuss something with you. His tone took on a more tentative quality. Oh, what is it? It's just, may I borrow your purification tank? I wish to take a bath. Of course. Senior Ziren, you are welcome to use it anytime. Without a second thought, Qiu Shangsheng eagerly filled the purification metal tank with water. Please, Senior. Then I shall make use of it now. With a hint of hesitation, Ziren stepped into the bathroom and locked the door behind him. This is rather amusing. It appears to be his first experience bathing at a girl's residence. Although it is within a game, yet this game is remarkably realistic. Placing the purple crystal into the recess at the bottom of the tank, he heard a series of clicks. Soon, the purple fragments began to dissolve in the water. A mist gradually enveloped the bathroom, and the water in the tank transformed into a deep, ominous purple reminiscent of a witch's brew. Goodness! Feeling the fabric of his home attire, Ziren contemplated before stepping directly into the tank. As he submerged, his pores expanded dramatically, releasing a flurry of bubbles. Goodness, it seems I may have overdone it. The rapidly expanding pores resembled small whirlpools, and after merely a moment of acclimatizing to the water's temperature, they greedily absorbed the purple liquid. Goodness, it felt as though he were being pricked by countless needles all over his body. A tingling, stinging, and swelling sensation engulfed him. It was as if a swarm of ants were gnawing at his flesh. Goodness, was Shangsheng enduring such excruciating pain at that moment? How on earth could she, being a girl, withstand such torment? With a thud, the agony contorted Ziren's face, rendering him crimson all over. He felt utterly drained, unable to muster the strength to escape the tank. At last, unable to endure any longer, Ziren let out a muffled groan and fainted within the tank. Senior? Ziren, outside the bathroom, Qiu Shangsheng curiously gazed into the dimly lit space. She had indeed entertained thoughts of sneaking a peek, for her curiosity about her senior was insatiable. However, after a peculiar muffled sound, she felt an unsettling panic rise within her. Senior? Ziren, are you all right? Please say something. She knocked a few times on the wooden door, but silence lingered within. Senior! Senior! At that moment, an overwhelming sense of dread gripped her heart, far more intense than any fear she had encountered before. I must go in. Without a thought for propriety, Qiu Shangsheng furrowed her brows and, with a sudden rush, burst through the wooden door, revealing a hazy scene before her. A gurgling sound emanated from a purple water tank, where a stream of violet liquid swirled toward the center before vanishing. It was evident that her senior was seated within, yet she could not see him. Senior! Senior! Rushing to the edge of the tank, Qiu Shangsheng bravely prodded the center. Her fingers grazed a damp garment, beneath which lay a thin body, radiating an alarming heat. Senior? Tentatively, she continued to explore, tracing the contours until she realized she was touching Ziren's back. She began to pat him gently, his back tense and rigid. If one listened closely, they could hear his faint murmurs. Cold, so cold. Huh? Senior. You. The usually composed and seemingly invincible senior revealed a vulnerable side for the first time before Qiu Shengsheng, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Cold. Cold. Listening to his increasingly trembling voice, she glanced at the wooden door and clenched her teeth. With a decisive bang, she shut and locked the door. Summoning her courage, she gradually immersed herself in the tank. Her clothes instantly soaked in the warm water as she wrapped her arms around Du Ziren's body from behind. Senior, are you feeling any better? In her first act of embracing a man, Qiu Shengsheng shyly lowered her head, inadvertently burying it in Du Ziren's shoulder. She could hear his murmurs of faint contentment. So warm. They remained in that quiet embrace, their bodies exchanging warmth, creating an inexplicably intimate atmosphere. After what felt like an eternity, as if assured that Du Ziren would not awaken soon, Qiu Shengsheng suddenly chuckled softly. So, even seniors have moments of helplessness, huh? The once formidable persona crumbled in that instant. For the first time, she felt a peculiar shyness, not as a younger person in the presence of an elder, but as a woman alone with a man. I wonder, what does my senior truly look like? Holding tightly to Du Ziren's back, her hands instinctively moved to explore his face. Wow, his face seems so small and so tender. He can't be that old, can he? She mused dreamily. At that very moment, a mechanical prompt echoed near Du Ziren's ear. The energy of the gaming nutrient pod has been depleted. The projection is about to conclude. Buzzing with trepidation, Qiu Shengsheng hesitantly pressed her lips together. She slowly rose to her feet, intending to gently top Du Ziren's cheek. Buzz! Suddenly, the water in the purification tank rippled. The warm body in her embrace vanished in an instant. Chapter 91. The Call from Go Yun Plop. With Du Ziren's abrupt disappearance, Qiu Shengsheng's leaning figure lost its balance, causing her to tumble headlong into the water. Splash! Her puckered lips met the water's surface, and a sharp pang shot through her nose as she instinctively surged up from the depths. Senior, Ziren Senior, are you awake? Her face flushed crimson. Qiu Shengsheng splashed the water with her small hands, calling out in a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Unbeknownst to her, on the other side, in Du Ziren's living room, Changxing was fixated on Du Ziren's dog-like eyes, staring intently. Woof! What on earth is this fellow dreaming about? Such a pitiful cry, and yet such a lewd grin. Woof! Is this a spring dream? Soaked to the bone. Watching Du Ziren first grin foolishly, then contort in agony, and finally wear a satisfied smile, Changsheng couldn't help but think, this troublesome human must have some serious mental issues. Woof! So drenched. What could he possibly be dreaming of to sweat so profusely? Haji Du, I concede, you possess certain abilities that surpass mine. I acknowledge you as my master. Gazing intently at the drenched Du Ziren, Changsheng resolved to keep a greater distance from him. Hiss! In the gaming nutrient chamber, Du Ziren slowly opened his eyes, relishing the refreshing sensation following an intense sweat. He experienced an illusion as though his meridians had been unblocked after a fierce beating. Goodness, I shall never indulge in such self-inflicted torment again. The pain is unbearable, touching his still sore and aching body. He shrugged his shoulders when suddenly a waft of fragrance enveloped him. Instinctively, Du Ziren inhaled deeply. What is this delightful aroma? Is it the scent of Shengsheng? How remarkable! This gaming chamber still holds her essence. Breathing in the rich fragrance wafting from his shoulder, Du Ziren couldn't help but break into a silly grin. Shengsheng, my beloved Shengsheng. As he lifted his gaze to access the gaming chamber, a mechanical voice resonated once more. The experience of this excursion has come to a close. Duration of play, a full 36 hours. Rewards from this adventure. Unlock new abilities. Abilities rendered ineffective. Purple. Due to the overwhelming power of the core source energy from the failed ability, once your body fully absorbs it. All other abilities will currently be at level 1. Your extraordinary abilities are currently as follows. Flame ability, White Esper Tier 3, Steel abilities, White ability, User 4th stage, Bloodline abilities, White Evolved Being. Second tier, Canine Transformation ability, Blue ability User, Tier 3. Ability failure, Purple ability User, Level 1. Oh, I actually absorbed ability failure? Truly, this is the treatment fitting for a benefactor like me. Satisfied, Ziren glanced at his refreshed skill panel, his mood greatly elevated. Upon opening the door of the game nutritional pod, he was greeted by a pair of shifty dog eyes. Woof, kid, have you been dreaming something beautiful? Hey, when I call you a dog, sometimes I think you resemble a human more than humans do. That expression of yours is reminiscent of my lecherous neighbor, Uncle Wong. Upon encountering a pure university student, casting a disdainful glance at Changsheng, Ziren thought, was he dreaming? No, he was suffering. Pure self-mortification. Woof, I understand at your age. You're too shy to admit it. I've been there, I get you. Keep babbling, and you'll find half of your chicken drumstick missing tonight. Woof. As if you fed me anything last night. Last night, staring blankly at Changsheng, Ziren scratched his head before looking outside. Good heavens, it was already deep into the night. Had he truly played for 36 hours? From noon yesterday until now. He hadn't eaten a single meal and felt not the slightest hunger? Then, Changsheng, what have you been eating these past 2 days? Woof, I found cash in your room, went downstairs to the supermarket, and bought ham and soy sauce duck. Following Changsheng's gaze, Ziren noticed an abundance of snack wrappers in the trash bin. Holy moly, I knew it. You're more human than humans. In the past, Ziren thought it was just a script when he saw dogs buying groceries. Now, seeing Changsheng's wise eyes, he felt that some dogs had indeed become enlightened. Never mind, I'll take you downstairs for a late-night snack later. Stretching his limbs, he changed into a fresh outfit. Sleep was the last thing on his mind. He beckoned Changsheng, and just as they were about to head downstairs, buzz, 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 his phone in his pocket rang. Who could it be? Norman Pharmaceuticals? Instinctively, he unlocked his phone and glanced at the screen. The caller ID displayed a video call from Go Yun. Oh, it's Sister Yun. I recall she mentioned periodic video calls to check if I was mistreating stray dogs. Right? He accepted the video call. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle on the other side of the screen. As soon as the call connected, he saw a vast, tempered shelter filled with towering piles of dog food. In the open space at the edge of the dog food stacks, Go Yun was holding 3 dogs, greeting Ziren. Little, how is the 5 black dog doing? Oh, Sister Yun, rest assured, I am not an animal abuser, even if I starve. My Changsheng will not go hungry. Waving at Changsheng, the glossy-haired, robust dog instantly captured Go Yun's attention. Hey, it seems its fur has thickened a lot. Looks like you've truly been taking good care of it. Go Yun smiled, her 3 puppies playfully sticking their tongues out at the camera. One must admit, although the environment on Go Yun's side was somewhat rudimentary, having beloved pets by her side was a form of happiness. Oh, a husky, a border collie, and even a Chinese rural dog? Sister Yun, are these the 3 little assistants you mentioned? Observing the 3 little creatures cradled in Go Yun's arms, he noted they were only half the size of an adult dog, likely just a few months old. Yes, these 3 are quite attached to me. Thankfully, Da Huang is sensible. Whenever I set up the dog market, it's Da Huang who takes care of the other 2. Da Huang, come say hi to little Du. Rubbing the belly of the rural dog, the simple-minded Da Huang displayed a silly grin. By the way, I'm planning to take Changsheng out for a meal. Sister Yun, where's your place? I happen to have some free time and would like to visit. With nothing else to do, Ziren wished to support a kind-hearted person like Go Yun. Little Du, you're going out this late? My home is in the outskirts of Wannan City. We've built a few simple large rooms using tempered shelters. If you come, I think it could work. Go Yun was still talking on the other end when suddenly a loud crash echoed, followed by a cacophony of barking. You, Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao, is that you? Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. It sounded as if the phone had been dropped, and the call turned chaotic in an instant. Da Huang, Da Huang. The urgent voice echoed, causing Ziren to furrow his brow. Sister Yun, what happened? Beep, 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 beeping filled his ears as the call disconnected. Chapter 92, Secrets of Baya Village. What a biohazard. Woof. Hey, kid, something seems off over there. Changsheng stretched its head, peering into the now darkened screen. It was evident that although it had only spent a few days with Go Yun, it held a fondness for this mother. Hiss. It sounds like some dogs in Sister Yun's dog park have gone mad. Considering the recent events, Du Ziren had pieced together the situation. Wolf, perhaps. Those dogs drank the river water from Baya village. Ah? You mean the water that drives them insane? Then, Wolf, she is in danger. We must save her. Let us hurry. Let us hurry. Almost in a frenzy, Du Ziren and Changsheng rushed downstairs, and upon reaching the community entrance, he ordered a ride. At 2 in the morning, a white Magotan pulled up. The driver, appearing drowsy, became intrigued upon picking up the duo. I say, young man, why are you heading to the outskirts at this hour, just you and a dog? What is the plan? The driver observed Du Ziren through the rearview mirror, suspecting he was a wayward soul trying to run away with his dog. Go to a friend's house. A friend? Living in the mountains? Don't ask too many questions. Just drive fast, and I'll give you a generous tip later. Hey, you should have said so earlier. Virum, the accelerator pressed to the floor. The car sped towards Wannan City suburbs. In the back seat, Du Ziren pondered for a moment before deciding to call the police. To be honest, under normal circumstances, if a pet dog bit someone, the police would undoubtedly think he was creating trouble. However, only he and Changsheng were aware of the peculiarities of the water in Baihe village. If all the dogs raised by Go Yun were to drink that water, how could a woman nearing 30 escape the onslaught of hundreds of stray dogs? Dudu, hello. This is the headquarters of the Public Security Bureau in Wannan City, Wannan District. May I inquire if you are in any danger? The gentle voice of the operator came through the phone, and Du Ziren succinctly explained the situation. Hello. There is a stray dog shelter in the suburbs. A friend of mine seems to have been attacked by a pack of wild dogs. Are you saying a person was attacked by a pack of wild dogs? Yes. Those dogs exhibit a strong, aggressive instinct. Wait, are you certain it's in suburbs? Near Baihe village, correct? Yes, what's the matter? The voice on the other end suddenly turned serious as Du Ziren was about to reiterate the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, the operator's tone was filled with urgency. Citizen, we have received your call, and our police department is already aware of the situation. Rest assured, we will dispatch personnel to verify your report immediately. But please do not approach Baihe village. There have been some incidents, and the military is currently addressing the matter. Please keep a safe distance from the cordon and trust in our police force. ZZZZ, for reasons unknown. The further he ventured towards the suburbs, the weaker his mobile signal became. Listening to the warnings from the other end, Du Ziren furrowed his brow. An inexplicable premonition stirred within him. It appears that something momentous is about to transpire in Wannan City. Vehicle radio FM 19. Vite, urgent annoncement. Urgent annoncement. In proximity to Baihe village, our city has suspected the discovery of uncertain factors that may endanger public safety. The main roads near Baihe village are now completely sealed off. All citizens are advised to detour around Baihe village. Furthermore, to enhance public safety, individuals who have lingered in Baihe village for the past 3 days are urged to voluntarily visit the military hospital for investigation. Safety in South Anhui, let us walk together. The radio in the front seat suddenly blared, plunging the already tense atmosphere inside the vehicle into a deeper silence. What? The driver slammed on the brakes, a cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Endangering public safety? My goodness. Who would dare go there now? No way. No way. The Volkswagen Magotan screeched to a halt on the suburban road, and the driver turned to the back seat with a semblance of persuasion. However, upon hearing this, Du Ziren's expression grew increasingly hesitant. The police hotline had just advised him not to go, if there were indeed threats to safety. They would certainly not have time to concern themselves with Go Yun. And himself? Could an 18-year-old boy truly save Go Yun? Wang, are you afraid? Seemed to perceive Du Ziren's hesitation, narrowing his eyes at him. Du Ziren could not help but hesitate. Up until now, he believed merely surviving was quite an achievement. If he rushed to his demise, what about his wife? Yet, if I do not go, who will come to save Sister Yun? Morality and reason clashed violently within Du Ziren's heart at that moment. Wang, if you do not go, I will. Just as Du Ziren wavered, Changsheng abruptly flung open the rear door of the vehicle. Clang! The night breeze swept into the back seat of the car. Watching Changsheng resolutely plunge into the darkness, Du Ziren gritted his teeth and immediately followed suit. As soon as he stepped out of the car, the expansive view revealed a distant, shadowy village, encircled by a glowing, warning tape that coiled several times around the outskirts of Baiha village. In the rear of the village, in a slight distance, the outline of a dog enclosure could be faintly discerned. To reach the dog enclosure, one would need to traverse through Baiha village. Wong, I knew I was right about you. You came after all. Wong, rest assured, with your brother dog here, those monsters cannot harm you. Changsheng stood confidently before Du Ziren, exuding self-assurance. Could his gravity ability not traverse a mere rural area? Let us go. Who knows how long Sister Yin can hold out? Dismissing Changsheng's boastful chatter, the two of them, one person and one dog, immediately dashed towards the darkened village. In the distance, the owner of the Magotan was frantically shouting, Hey, did you not hear the broadcast? Don't go. Damn it. You still owe me my red envelope. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the wild grass by the roadside. Who? Roar. Before Du Ziren could react, a figure lunged at him swiftly. The person's clothing was tattered in many places, and the exposed skin was marred by pulsating, dark veins. Roar. As it emitted a hoarse growl, upon closer inspection, this individual's tongue was peculiarly elongated. Roar. Like a spider. The figure rapidly contorted and climbed before standing upright before Du Ziren. In the darkness, its bloodshot eyes glimmered, and its tongue extended several centimeters, swaying like a serpent. The moment Du Ziren laid eyes on it, he thought of a creature from the Doomsday survival game. The Licker. Chapter 93. Why aren't they attacking me? You? You're the Licker. Staring blankly at the figure before him, it did not attack, but instead exhaled a foul breath. Its crimson eyes fixed intently on Du Ziren. Roar. A kindred spirit? King. Its tongue flickered continuously, as if the Licker was uncertain of Du Ziren's identity and was contemplating circling around him for a closer look. Wong, kid, what are you dazed about? Get away from him. Changsheng glared at the Licker, and in that brief moment of exchanged glances, boom, the body of the Licker, with its limbs sprawled on the ground, seemed to have momentarily lost the grasp of gravity. Floating gently into the air, it executed a complete 180-degree rotation, hurtling backward and crashing into a distant haystack in the countryside. Roar. This assault inflicted little harm upon the Licker. Amidst the tangled weeds, it slowly rose, only to discover that its body still maintained an imbalance of gravity. Attempting to crawl swiftly, it bizarrely spun in place. Roar. A supernatural ability? How could it possess such power? Hey, a dog. In an instant, with a swift flick of its tongue, akin to a sharp sword in the wind, it circumvented Du Ziren and aimed directly for the head of Changsheng's dog. Bark. You think you can move your canine brother? Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the suburban ground, several fragments of rock suddenly lost their gravity and flew towards Changsheng. Bang! The elongated tongue lashed against the incoming debris, which promptly piled up and crashed down to the earth with a resounding thud. Roar. The singular attack that failed left the Licker unwilling to concede, spinning in midair. It sought to exert force with its tongue, yet remained stubbornly lodged in the pile of stones. Under the imbalanced force of gravity, astronauts must engage in prolonged exercise to barely maintain control over their bodily movements. How much more challenging, then, for a mindless zombie? Wong got it. Wong. Huh. My dog has head. Why does it sting a bit? Longsheng, filled with pride as he watched the Licker face his wrath, suddenly saw his once arrogant canine expression crumble. The night wind rustled through the countryside, leaving Du Ziren and the distant Magotan driver in stunned silence. My goodness, what has happened? Did I just see that right? That person. He just extended his tongue several meters. This dog, is it standing there while stones fly to protect it? Young man, are you filming a sci-fi movie? The driver glanced at Du Ziren in confusion, who was equally bewildered. No way, right? How could something from a game materialize in real life? Am I still dreaming? He pinched Longsheng's ear. Wong. Ouch. Why the hell are you pulling my ear? It hurts? Then it must be real. Upon closer inspection of the Licker, it was hovering in mid-air, glaring at Longsheng like an ordinary person. Impossible, right? Could it be? Am I about to enter the apocalypse? Longsheng. As your master, you must look after me from now on. He angrily rubbed Longsheng's head, who gave Du Ziren a strange look. Wang, are you sure I'm supposed to protect you? Shouldn't it be the other way around? How could that be? I'm just a homebody. What power do I possess? Just as he finished speaking, deep growls echoed from the distant fields. Holy crap! The Magotan driver turned to look, and from the direction of Baiha village, 5 lickers came rushing out. They were all on all fours, tongues extended long, crawling towards them like spiders. Bang! 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 Before Du Ziren and the others could react, 5 long tongues shot toward the driver's seat. My goodness! The driver was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he thought they were filming some urban fantasy, but now, witnessing 5 barbed tongues rushing at him, he felt as though the world was turning upside down. Bang! The slender tongues smashed against the car window, cracking the glass as the barbs scraped against it, producing a deafening screech. Young man, I just remembered, my gas stove is still on. I can forego that red envelope. I'll be taking my leave now. Whoosh! In an instant, the driver started the car, swerving the steering wheel as he sped back the way he came. Roar! Roar! The 5 crimson tongues twisted but ignored the driver, instead aiming directly at Longsheng. Under the moonlight, 5 pairs of blood-red eyes fixated on Longsheng. The instinct of the creatures made them aware. This dog was the greatest threat. Wang, what are you staring at, you dogs? Wang, if you dare, let us fight. I'm 1 against 5, the advantage is mine. Russell, without waiting for Longsheng to bark a few more times, the 5 tongues shot towards Longsheng's head like crimson lightning. Wang, get down. Wang, holy crap, my head hurts. Longsheng's eyes widened as he stared at the incoming tongues, attempting to unleash his powers. However, his ability level was not high, and the previous use had nearly exhausted his limits. Wang, my life is in danger. Wang, Ajidu. Remember to prepare 10 pounds of spicy duck for me next spring. I love the spicy flavor. Feeling the oppressive, bloody wind approaching, Longsheng hesitated but resolutely positioned himself before Du Ziren. As a competent family dog, protecting his master was his instinct. Hey, get down! Despite Du Ziren being petrified with fear, he could not bear to watch Longsheng perish before him. Thud! He threw himself over Longsheng, pressing him down, bracing for the tongues to pierce him. Wang, how'd you do you? I truly did not misjudge my master. Wang, rest assured, next spring I'll get you 10 silicone dolls. For crying out loud, we're about to die. Can we skip this chatter? Du Ziren was at a loss for words. Damn it, they say this dog is more human than humans. Silently awaiting the impending pain. Yet, 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed. Huh, why am I not dead? Stupidly lifting his head, Du Ziren was taken aback. The 5 slender tongues hovered in midair, suspended as if frozen in time. In the distance, the 5 lickers crouched in the fields, their crimson eyes fixated on Du Ziren, yet they dared not howl. After a prolonged, silent standoff, roar, these lickers. They actually ran away. Wang, how'd you do? You've got something special. Longsheng was astonished. Could it be that his master possessed some kind of regal aura that intimidated the zombies? Du Ziren managed to rise from the ground, watching as all the lickers retreated towards Baiha village, equally perplexed. No way. They seem to be afraid to attack me. Chapter 94. Entering the village. City lockdown. Wang, it seems like the first monster didn't intend to attack you either. Wang, could it be that you're related to them? How would I know? Maybe they're uninterested in tainted flesh? You should know. I used to have ALS. Aren't these lunatics afraid of getting ALS themselves? Du Ziren pondered for a long time, arriving at this singular, reasonable explanation. Damn it. In these times, even mutated monsters want to eat prepackaged meals. Wang, you make a valid point, but are you still going to save Guiyun? In the dark of night, man and dog exchange a glance, both casting fearful looks towards Baiha village. The village, shrouded in darkness, was eerily calm. No one knew what other horrors lurked within. Let us go. If those monsters want to bite me, it should be fine. Longsheng, stay close to me. This time, it's my turn to protect you. Cradling Changsheng in his embrace. Under the cover of night, Du Ziren hastily made his way towards Baiha village. At the periphery of Baiha village caution zone, nearly a dozen police vehicles are stationed. The sirens wail, their lights flashing, yet no officers can be seen within. Some police car doors bear several puncture marks, and traces of blood lead away, dragged into Baiha village. Goodness, it seems quite serious. Changsheng, do you think the zombie virus won't break out in our city? Please no. I haven't even enjoyed my game yet. Standing at the village entrance, Du Ziren looks troubled. Wang reassures, surely not. If the military intervenes, they can certainly contain the situation. Is that so? Well then, let us rescue Sister Yin first. Stealthily entering the village, no gunfire please. On tiptoes, Du Ziren cradles Changsheng and cautiously ventures into Baiha village. Meanwhile, the owner of the Passat presses the accelerator relentlessly, speeding several miles down the suburban road, finally easing the tension in his nerves. What on earth is happening in this world? Why are there such terrifying things? Young man, don't blame me. Next year, I'll go to Baiha village and burn paper money for you and your dog. Gasping for breath, the car radio once again broadcasts the news. Vehicle radio FM 19. 8. Warning. Warning. A series of repugnant and violent incidents have erupted within the city. All citizens who have visited Baiha village are urged to proactively contact the military hospital for observation and monitoring. The latest announcement from Wan'an City. Tonight, the city will enter a complete lockdown. Residents are urged to refrain from going out unless absolutely necessary. For further details regarding the lifting of restrictions, please follow the public service account of Wan'an City. The cacophony of broadcasts increased, rendering the driver pale with fear. The situation was growing increasingly dire, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Just as the vehicle had exited the suburban road, a swarm of glaring headlights suddenly bore down upon them, startling the driver to his core. Who is driving? A commanding voice rang out, prompting the driver to slam on the brakes and squint towards the source of the light. To his astonishment, it was not the headlights of a car, but rather several armored vehicles shining their high beams directly at him. Please don't shoot. I surrender. The driver fell from his seat, cradling his head with both hands, appearing as docile as a child. Who are you? Why are you out here in the suburbs at this hour? Were you headed to Baiha village? What was your purpose? The authoritative figure atop one of the armored vehicles, clad in a high-ranking military uniform, glared at the driver. Beside him stood a scholar in a white lab coat. If Du Ziren were present, he would instantly recognize this scholar as academician Liu Yi, who had previously sought blood samples from him. General Zhao, your approach might frighten him, Liu Yi remarked with a gentle smile, as he calmly assisted the cowering driver to his feet. His eyes, framed by glasses, scrutinized the driver before he added, fortunately, you appear to be unharmed. Harmed? What do you mean? The driver gazed at Liu Yi in confusion, only to suddenly realize that behind him stood a dozen armed police officers. Any sudden movement could lead to dire consequences. Now tell me, why were you heading to Baiha village? Under the penetrating gaze, the driver hesitated but eventually spoke just a moment ago. I accepted an online ride request from a man named Mr. Du, who was accompanied by a dog and said he wanted to visit the dog park to see a friend. At first, I thought he was just a runaway child. I didn't pay it much mind. But then, halfway through the drive, I heard the broadcast. And then, there were these crawling creatures in the fields. Their tongues, they could extend over 10 meters. The driver recounted his harrowing experience with palpable terror, prompting Liu Yi to narrow his eyes and summon a female assistant to his side. Record this. The most severely affected area is Baiha village, where there are suspected instances of mutated zombies. General Zhao, turning to the officer in the armored vehicle, listened intently as Liu Yi continued, his expression darkening. I recall that earlier in the day there was a riot in Baiha village, and we dispatched a team of public security officers to investigate. What about them? General Zhao frowned, but remained silent, simply shaking his head. I see. By the way, this comrade, you mentioned the person who ordered the ride was a child? Where is he now? Liu Yi's gaze shifted back to the driver, whose expression fell. I intended to take him with me, but then 5 monsters appeared, chasing after me. In my panic, I fled. Liu Yi regarded the still timid driver, unsure of what to say. But you needn't worry. That child seemed quite peculiar. Those creatures, they didn't seem to attack him. He had a black dog, which could even summon flying stones. I tell you, at that moment, the driver grew increasingly animated, while the surrounding soldiers regarded him as if he were a fool. However, Liu Yi and General Zhao harbored no doubts. Earlier, during their analysis of the meteorite, they had discovered that mice which had been injected with meteorite factors exhibited extraordinary characteristics. The most alarming part was that some mice could even breathe fire. Were they witnessing a fortunate anomaly among the contaminants? Mr. Du, could it be that this is the Du Ziren who emerged after the meteorite fell? Liu Yi's eyes narrowed, and his female assistant interjected, "By the way, academician Liu, the communications department just reported that someone named Du Ziren called the police, claiming his friend was attacked by a pack of dogs at the dog park and requested assistance." Both individuals shared the surname Du. Could they possibly be the same person? Perhaps he was en route to visit a friend? Du Ziren. It truly is him. Liu Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to General Zhao. General Zhao, monitor the signals from the missing police officers. That child may have already entered Baihe village. If possible, ensure that any surviving officers protect him at all costs. His awakened abilities are of paramount importance. Chapter 95. The Police's Shock, a Boy and His Dog Rampage. Many have remarked that Haji Du is rather slow-witted, yet he has indeed uncovered his extraordinary abilities. However, should he fully realize them, the intrigue would dissipate. Nonetheless, an expansive, interconnected quest shall soon unfold, which warrants anticipation. As the night breeze whispers softly, the resplendent crescent moon gradually succumbs to the embrace of ominous clouds. In the village of Baihe, darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility almost non-existent without the flicker of a light. The chilling wind howled as Lin Yuguo methodically loaded the last 7 bullets into his handgun, his expression betraying a sense of foreboding. "Chief, these are the last 7 bullets. Aren't they? Are we going to make it out of here?" Behind him, a bloodied young officer wore a look of despair. In response to a higher command, all 45 officers from the precinct had been dispatched, yet only 2 remained, cowering in the village head's home, clinging to survival. "Xiao Chun, don't utter such pessimistic words. We can hold on until help arrives. We still have a chance." But the young officer trembled, recalling the formidable creatures they faced, adding, and that one his lips quivered as he envisioned a horrifying image, his pupils shaking with fear. That terrifying entity, even the military, might not suffice to subdue it, right? Silence. Is this the kind of talk that should escape the lips of a police officer? Lin Yuguo shot a glare at the young officer, though a flicker of apprehension danced in his eyes. With 45 officers armed and ready, they had stood a fighting chance against the zombies and the lickers. However, when confronted by that peculiar being, they were utterly powerless. Don't speak, stay quiet, we must not attract that thing again," steadying his breath. Lin Yuguo leaned against the door of the village head's residence, shivering uncontrollably. Glancing back, he saw a group of women and children huddled together in the courtyard, their clothes stained with blood, their eyes filled with terror, covering their mouths in silence. They were the last survivors of Baihe village, the only living souls saved after the police's sacrifice. With a creak, the door slowly opened a crack, and as Lin Yuguo peered outside, his pupils constricted in alarm. 6 blood-red lickers crawled along the village path, ravenously gnawing at the corpses of the fallen officers. Many of the officers' faces had been grotesquely chewed, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. Moreover, beyond the 6 lickers, ominous figures could be discerned in the dark recesses of the path, accompanied by strange, hissing breaths. They were zombies. The villagers transformed into the undead. The main road of the village had long been besieged by them, leaving no avenue of escape. Clenching his fists tightly, Lin Yuguo felt a fiery rage boiling within him. Damn it! Even in death, my officers must be devoured by you. Not even a whole corpse left behind. As tears welled in his eyes, a sudden flicker of green light emanated from the walkie-talkie at his chest, indicating an incoming communication. Damn it! He hastily lowered the volume on the device, connecting to the channel. "Hello, is this Chief Lin Yuguo from the police station? This is Zhao Weigang from the military headquarters. Commander Zhao, what are your instructions? I hear the situation. A young boy and a black dog have entered Baihe village. You are ordered to ensure their safety at all costs. Can you do that?" The voice was serious and unyielding, and Lin Yu's brow furrowed in concern. Commander Zhao, we've lost 43 out of 45 officers. Only 2 remain, and we have several women and children with us. How can I protect them? Should I abandon so many to save just 1 boy and a dog? Although Zhao Weigang held a higher rank, Lin Yu was a human being, not a mere enforcement machine. He could not forsake the lives of the many to pursue 1 boy. Do I need to report my situation? Do you understand their importance? I require your absolute obedience. What the villagers? What your life? Their survival outweighs the entire village. Zhao's voice thundered through the device, and Lin Yu's fist tightened. I find it difficult to the words caught in his throat. Suddenly, a silhouette emerged in the distance, gradually approaching. Lin Yu's heart raced. The figure walked with a gait uncharacteristic of an infected zombie. It seemed to be a normal person. He opened his mouth to warn the individual, urging them not to approach. At least a dozen zombies surrounded the path, with 6 lickers sprawled in the middle. A normal person coming here was certain death. Don't come over. Stay back. Staring in disbelief as the figure drew nearer. Lin Yu's expression shifted to one of pity. The footsteps quickened, and he could hear the sound of light-hearted chatter. Changsheng, do you think this is the right way? Woof. Hey, buddy. The old dog knows the way, right? ISNT at the old horse that knows the way. Woof. Trust me, or not. All right. I was just teasing you. The voices grew closer, and Lin Yu was baffled. This person, was he talking to dog? Was this individual out of their mind? No wonder they dared to approach despite the danger. Their sanity was clearly in question. Woof, woof, woof. Under the moonlight, the outlines of a person and a dog became increasingly distinct. Ziren, holding Changsheng, caught a whiff of the bloodstains on the street ahead and frowned. In front of him, for 5 villagers, now zombies with tattered clothes and gaping wounds, stood vacantly by the roadside, blocking the path ahead. Their faces were grotesque, veins bulging, and their eyes distorted beyond recognition. Yet Ziren merely glared at them. Get lost. You're blocking the way. Can't you see? Is this your road? Oh, it seems it might actually be yours from afar. Lin Yu, peering through the crack in the door of the village head's house, was left dumbfounded. A black dog? A young boy? Was he really mentally unstable? How could he dare to approach the zombies? This was a disaster. Director, that child appears utterly foolish. He is likely to be bitten in the neck. Beside Lin Yu, the young officer gazed at the scene, his face as pale as parchment. However, under their anxious watch, Ziren dispatched the villager zombie with a swift kick, sending it sprawling to the roadside. Can't you hear? It's blocking the path. The zombie that had fallen to the ground glared at Ziren, but peculiarly did not retaliate. Instead, it simply laid down on the ground, ceasing all movement. What? How? How can this be possible? Lin Yu was once again left in a state of bewilderment. No. The zombies have been attacked. Yet why do they not retaliate? Can't you see that, boy? The dramatic scene does not cease here. After traversing through several narrow paths surrounded by 4 or 5 zombies, Ziren now approaches the entrance of the village chief's residence. 6 lickers are feasting on the chest of a deceased officer. He furrows his brow, but, seemingly unfazed, briskly walks past while holding his dog. The commotion evidently captures the attention of the lickers, as 6 pairs of crimson eyes lift towards Ziren with a menacing glare. Look here. What is the matter? Have you never seen someone walking their dog at night? Enjoy your meal. Ziren retorts nonchalantly at the lickers. Remarkably, these lickers, after a brief moment, lower their heads again, akin to children acknowledging their mistakes, and resume their gnawing. This boy, could he possess some form of mind control? The young officer is left in a stupor. What sort of sorcery is this? Is it a manifestation of verbal commands or some form of mental manipulation? Regardless of what it might be, why are the zombies refraining from attacking him? Chief, am I seeing things? He trembles as he glances at Lin Yu, who shifts uncomfortably. I, too, question whether I am mistaken. However, this individual's peculiar abilities suggest he is indeed the person we were instructed to protect. There is no doubt about it. Staring blankly as Ziren navigates through the horde, Lin Yu dares not step outside to utter a word. Just then, the radio crackles back to life. Hello. Hello. Lin Yua. Get a grip on your position. Do you dare defy orders from above? Sir, I believe he seems to require no protection for me. What did you say? Just moments ago, he was strolling out of the zombie horde with a black dog, as if in a garden. Not a scratch on him. What? Chapter 96. The Tragic Deaths of the Three Dogs and Guiyun's Plans. Part 1. Lin Yua. Are you certain you're not jesting? I warn you, this matter is not to be taken lightly. Outside Baiha village, the armored vehicles had reached the perimeter of the security line. A contingent of armed soldiers, weapons in hand, encircled the edges of Baiha village with an impenetrable barrier. Glancing at the walkie-talkie, Zhao Weigong's expression darkened. From the recent conversation, he felt as though his intellect had been insulted. What kind of absurdity was it that a small boy emerged from the horde of zombies holding a dog? Such a narrative would hardly be believed, even in fiction. After cursing into the walkie-talkie several times, silence ensued on the other end. Lu Yi adjusted his spectacles and leapt from the vehicle, maintaining a calm demeanor. Hadn't he, the driver, just mentioned that the zombies seemed to ignore Xiao Du? It appeared that his awakened ability was one of affinity. Contemplating this, Lu Yi recognized the significance of such a power. Even if it could not be replicated or extracted, nurturing it as a national asset would prove invaluable for future missions. Academician Lu, I believe the superpower project cannot be delayed any longer. We must assemble a team before the situation spirals out of control. Zhao Weigang regarded Lu Yi with a grave expression, to which Lu Yi shrugged. I believe Xiao Du would be an excellent fit for this team. However, there is still a crucial matter at hand. Taking the walkie-talkie from Zhao Weigang, Lu Yi inquired coldly. By the way, let us discuss that monster that led to your entire battalion's demise. I am exceedingly curious about it. After Baiha village, in the suburban dog park, a cacophony of barks erupted. At this moment, in front of a corrugated iron house, a multitude of stray dogs had gathered, from the diminutive Teddy and Bichon to the imposing Alaskan and Samoyed. Their eyes gleamed crimson as they surrounded the dented iron gate, relentlessly battering against it. The dogs, with elongated and surprisingly resilient claws, left marks of their desperation on the gate. Outside, the dogs barked ferociously, while inside, three dogs stood tense: Dahuang, Xiaohua, and Mumu. Stop barking. Something seems amiss. Goyun's pale face betrayed her unease as she recalled the broadcast warning of a problem in Baiha village that could have dire consequences for everyone. She had never anticipated that the strays she had nurtured with such care would turn on her, baring their teeth in a sudden, aggressive display. Had it not been for Dahuang's quick reflexes in pushing her away, she might have already met her end at the jaws of one of her beloved dogs. The three pups, merely months old, stayed loyally by her side. Just moments after a phone call with Ziren was abruptly cut off, she had managed to control a frenzied Alaskan with a leash and pushed it outside the shutter door. Initially, she believed this was an isolated incident. However, within half an hour, the pack outside had become agitated, beginning to pound on the gate. Bang! Another sound of claws striking echoed. It was unfathomable that the dog's paws had pierced through the iron gate, revealing a multitude of crimson eyes and the terrifying billow of mist from their mouths. In a gasp of horror, Goyun witnessed an Alaskan, its body swelling ominously, crash through the gate, its metallic hue shining as it broke through the openings. With its jaws agape, revealing fearsome fangs, the dog now bore no semblance of the bond it once shared with her. Its gaze was solely filled with a ravenous hunger. Dahuang sensed the hostility and, in a protective instinct, leaped toward the Alaskan. Despite its smaller size, Dahuang stood defiantly, launching itself at the larger dog. And to Goyun's astonishment, sparks flew as it bit into the Alaskan's fur. As Dahuang grappled, it glanced at Xiaohua and Mumu. The three dogs seemed to share an extraordinary bond. At Dahuang's call, the other two began tugging at Goyun's pants, pulling her towards the cellar. Dahuang! Goyun couldn't bear to part with her beloved dog. Alas, the Alaskan's jaws opened, and its sharp fangs pierced Dahuang's neck. Warm breath washed over Dahuang's face as blood poured forth. Dahuang let out a whimper, its eyes dimming as it cast one last sorrowful glance at Goyun. With a dismissive shake, the Alaskan tossed aside the now lifeless Dahuang and turned its predatory gaze toward Goyun. Its fur bristled, each hair standing on end like a hedgehog's spines. You, Go Yun stammered, unable to comprehend the transformation in the Alaskaness eyes. Now a sinister green. The creature's fur continued to swell. Suddenly, horrifying needles of fur shot forth, aimed directly at Go Yun. This time, however, Xiaohua and Mumu leaped in front of her. The barrage of needle-like hairs pierced through their bodies, yet they steadfastly stood before Go Yun, undeterred by impending death. Their only concern being her safety. Blood pooled around them as they endured the onslaught. Once the assault subsided, Xiaohua and Mumu collapsed, their dulled eyes gazing at Go Yun, revealing a semblance of a smile, a final gesture of loyalty. The heart-wrenching sound of Go Yun's despair echoed, "No, no, Da Huang, Xiaohua, Mumu." She sank to the ground, overwhelmed by the memories of the 3 pups that had followed her everywhere, her face a mask of anguish, her eyes bloodshot. Meanwhile, the Alaskan shook off its explosive fur, panting heavily as it turned its gaze back to Go Yun. You, I should never have taken you in." She closed her eyes, contemplating whether, if she perished, she might reunite with her beloved dogs in the afterlife. To her astonishment, outside the dog park, a sudden flurry of barking heralded the arrival of a figure that charged forth, colliding violently with the gate, sending the massive Alaskan crashing backward. The night was pierced by the sound of an approaching silhouette, which, upon entering the fray, caused the chaotic pack to settle in submission. With a thud, the gate began to rise, revealing Du Ziren, drenched in sweat and holding Chongshim. "Yunya, are you all right?" Caught off guard, Go Yun found herself overwhelmed with mixed emotions of surprise and sorrow. She hadn't expected the chance encounter with Du Ziren would lead to her rescue, nor could she fathom that her own dogs would turn against her beloved companions. "Yunjia, are you all right?" Du Ziren stood awkwardly among the subdued dogs, his expression faltering as he noticed the tears staining her cheeks. I'm fine. It's just them." Her voice trailed off, her gaze falling to the lifeless bodies of the 3 puppies. The neck of the rural dog had been torn open, blood pooling beneath it, while Xiaohua and Mumu lay motionless, their skulls shattered, their lives extinguished. Du Ziren pressed his lips together, aware that these were the 3 dogs that Go Yun cherished the most, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Go Yun turned to Du Ziren, her panic evident. "Xiaodu, you, please come in. Those dogs. Before she could finish her sentence, Du Ziren squeezed through the throng of dogs and lifted the shattered rolling gate entirely. The night sky spilled into the metal shed, revealing a scene outside where no fewer than 50 or 60 dogs stood, their forms grotesquely swollen. Each one crouched low, resembling famished wolves, their crimson eyes fixated on the interior, as if poised to pounce and devour any living creature. Yet, astonishingly, despite the presence of these ravenous beasts, not a single one dared to advance towards him. In fact, with Du Ziren in sight, they remained eerily silent. "Dogs? Oh, you mean them? Fear not. Sister Yun, my unique constitution renders them unwilling to feast upon my virus-laden flesh." Du Ziren shrugged nonchalantly. "Virus? Flesh?" Go Yun was puzzled. Du Ziren chuckled softly and retrieved a thick apron from the pile of dog food, handing it to her. "I am afflicted. Quite severely, in fact. Do you think they would dare to consume my flesh? Sister Yin, rest assured, put on this garment and follow closely behind me. I shall escort you to safety. You cannot remain here." Speaking earnestly, Du Ziren cast his gaze towards the distant Baiha village. With the emergence of zombies, not only this place, but the entirety of one city would soon become perilous. Can I bear Da Huang and the others?" Seemingly sensing the gravity of the situation, Go Yun looked to Du Ziren for his opinion. He nodded. "Would you like my assistance?" "Yes. These 3 little ones used to love hiding in the cellar. If possible, Xiao Du, could you help me dig a hole?" "Of course." Grabbing a shovel from nearby, Du Ziren silently followed Go Yun as she gently placed the 3 small dogs on her back, cradling them like a mother would her children. Unfazed by the blood on the dog corpses, Go Yun's face contorted with grief, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks. Step by step, they reached the deepest part of the steel shelter, where a tunnel leading underground appeared before them. For some inexplicable reason, Ziren felt a sense of déjà vu upon seeing the tunnel, as though he had encountered it somewhere before. As they ventured deeper, they discovered a hollow pit filled with jars and sealed boxes, some of which still contained dehydrated vegetables. I remember, Da Wang, Xiaoa, and Mu Mu were quite timid. When they were born, they loved to hide here, nibbling on the vegetable leaves I had in winter. I had plans to build wooden doghouses for them outside the shed once they grew up. But in hindsight, they didn't prefer hiding here. They merely sought my scent, as this was where I slept each night. They didn't love the vegetable leaves. They loved me. Drip, 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 as she spoke. Goyin clutched the 3 dogs in her arms, tears cascading onto the ground. Ziren remained silent, digging the pit with the shovel. In this world, whether it be the seemingly virtual apocalypse depicted in the game on his phone or reality itself, often those who feigned affection were no match for a loyal dog. Sister Yun, standing quietly nearby, Ziren observed as Goyin tenderly placed the 3 small ones into the earthen mound, lingering reluctantly before covering them with soil. She did not hasten to bury them, but instead gently draped her coat over their small bodies. Live well on Dogstar. In the dark cellar, silence gradually enveloped the space, broken only by Go Yun's occasional sobs. After what felt like an eternity, she wiped her face and, with an air of embarrassment, approached Ziren. Xiaoju, thank you for your help. Let us depart. Sister Yun, about all this dog food. Ziren cast a wistful glance at the vast dog enclosure, but Go Yun shook her head. Everything is gone. All that I cherished has transformed. De Huang and the others have perished. These things hold no meaning for me anymore. I think I will likely move to another city. A suitor has been pursuing me, and if all goes well, I may end up with him. Goyin offered a bittersweet smile, to which Ziren nodded. Perhaps it's for the best. I believe De Huang and the others would be relieved to know you no longer have to suffer. Is that so? Indeed. By the way, Sister Yin, will you keep dog in the future? Perhaps, but I will likely have children first. Oh, have you thought of names for them? Well, if it's a boy, I will name him Go Sheng, and if it's a girl, Go Xia. Grandchildren will be called Go Yu. Huh? Sister Yin, are you seeking a son-in-law? Not quite. It's just that the boy's family respects me, so the children will carry my surname. As their conversation faded, the sounds of their voices gradually dissipated from the cellar. A while later, unbeknownst to anyone, beneath the pit, the bodies of the rural dog, the husky, and the border collie lay wrapped in Go Yun's garments, grotesquely swelling and expanding, while the fur of the rural dog began to shed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the bright yellow fur fell away, a child's face slowly emerged, nuzzling against Go Yun's clothing before turning to gaze at the 2 dog corpses beside it. Old 2. Old 3. Are you all right? Chapter 98. Rescuing the Suffering, People's Hero Ziren. The night was heavy, with dark clouds shrouding the moon's peak. Outside Baiha village, warning line. Meanwhile, Lu Yi clutched the walkie-talkie, his expression tinged with concern. Are you suggesting that within this village, apart from the long-tongued zombies and the villager zombies, there exists an invisible zombie? Indeed, leader, even if that long-tongued zombie were to appear, it would merely scatter us, posing no real threat to any of us. However, after being dispersed, our walkie-talkie incessantly relayed blood-curdling screams, reporting that individuals were inexplicably developing gaping wounds in their necks, followed swiftly by their demise. Initially, I couldn't comprehend this. It wasn't until I reunited with the survivors that the dreadful truth dawned upon me. There exists an unseen zombie. It is drawing ever closer to us, with its fingers, piercing the throats of my comrades one by one. The voice of Lin Yu trembled through the walkie-talkie, causing Lu Yi's complexion to pale. If it were true that an invisible zombie lurked nearby, one could not dismiss the unsettling possibility that this unseen creature was already standing among their armed soldiers, unbeknownst to them. A chill crept down Lu Yi's spine as he contemplated if this is the case. Commander Zhao, what do you think? His pupils inexplicably constricted beneath his glasses, and he felt a creeping dread at the nape of his neck. If fortune were to turn against him now, perhaps in the next instant, his throat would be slit. Lu Academician, I understand your concerns, Zhao Weigang reassured him. I believe that, no matter how formidable that creature may be, it cannot possess the strength to breach an iron door. Surely, it cannot be that unfortunate. As Liu Yi slowly approached an armored vehicle, his speculation remained unvoiced. Suddenly, he perceived an odd whistling sound, akin to a strange wind brushing past his ears. This noise did not resemble a natural breeze, but rather the sound produced by a sharp object slicing through the air at great speed. Alarmed, he immediately dropped to the ground. A whoosh echoed, and he felt something graze the back of his neck. With a thud, Liu Yi fell to the ground and hastily turned to look behind him. The peculiar whistling sound returned, and in the darkness, he faintly glimpsed a flicker of light. "Liu Academician, are you all right?" Zhao Weigang rushed towards him, having noticed the anomaly. "Stay back. Do not come any closer. It's here, right beside me." Liu Yi cried urgently. Zhao Weigang's pupils widened in shock. He knew Liu Yi would not jest about such matters. He swiftly drew his pistol. "Quick! All units on high alert. Protect Academician Liu. Form a human wall." In a flurry, over a dozen armed police officers leapt from the armored vehicle, encircling Liu Yi in a protective formation. The moon hung mournfully in the sky, casting a serene silence over the midnight hour. All the officers held their weapons, anxiously scanning their surroundings. The wind howled, yet no other sound disturbed the stillness. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes. This tense standoff persisted for nearly 10 minutes, and Zhao Weigang could no longer contain his impatience. "Academician Liu, perhaps you are being overly tense." Just as Zhao Weigang contemplated easing up, a flash of light, reminiscent of a mirror's reflection, darted through the gloom. In an instant, a police officer standing merely 2 meters away had 4 gaping wounds suddenly punctured into his neck, blood gushing forth in torrents. The officer had not even raised his weapon before the blood sprayed, his eyes widening in horror as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In moments, a pool of crimson formed where he fell. The night wind continued to blow, and the remaining officers stared in shock at their fallen comrade. A wave of cold dread washing over them. It was too swift, they thought. From a moment those 4 gaping holes appeared in the officer's neck to his fall. Scarcely a few seconds had elapsed. Where are the zombies? How do they strike? I am utterly clueless. Should I fire? Where should I aim? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Zhao Weigang, who has always held himself in high regard, watched helplessly as his soldiers perished before his eyes, a surge of fervor coursing through him. He raised his handgun, but was bewildered by the chaos surrounding him. Who should he target? Where is that cursed creature hiding? "Commander Zhao, listen to me. Do not move. Absolutely do not act recklessly. Pay close attention. It seems that at the moment it attacks, there will be a faint sound of wind and rapid flickering of light. We must remain vigilant. Even if we cannot capture it, we can still defend ourselves." Just then, before Liu Yi could finish his words of encouragement amidst the chilling silence, 6 lickers, leading more than 20 zombies, charged toward them with a ferocious roar from the direction of the Baihe village's perimeter. They surged forward like ravenous beasts drawn to food, their guttural cries echoing, accompanied by the slithering sounds of the lickers' tongues, resonating loudly at the village entrance. This is bad. As a few lickers approached, flicking their tongues, Liu Yi's face turned pale with horror. He suddenly understood. He grasped the reason behind the invisible zombie holding back. It was waiting for reinforcements. Once all the zombies from Baihe village arrived, when the military clashed with them, who could discern the subtle movements and sounds amid the chaos? This creature possesses an intellect comparable to that of a human. It intends to annihilate us. His eyelids twitched violently. Indeed, as the rapidly advancing lickers came within mere meters, Zhao Weigang waved his hand. "Open fire!" Bang! 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 Instantly, a flurry of gunfire erupted at the village entrance. Bullets poured forth like a torrential downpour, and the advancing zombies were turned into mere sieves, collapsing to the ground. It seemed the situation was under control, but puffed. At that moment, countless blood sprays erupted from the necks of the armed police, for dark holes flickered rapidly at their throats. The invisible zombie had struck again. In mere moments, no, not even a full minute, amidst the gunfire, several front-line armed police clutched their necks, blood gushing forth, their faces contorted in agony as they fell to the ground. The stench of blood permeated the air at the village entrance. Under the protection of the armed police, Liu Yi hurriedly retreated toward the armored vehicle. Thud! Thud! More and more armed police fell, their necks pierced without warning, the bodies piling up, and Liu Yi's expression grew increasingly grim. Damn it! Damn it! What manner of monster is this? Mere mortals have no capacity to fight back against such supernatural beings. Chapter 99. Rescuing the Suffering. People's Hero Du Ziren, Part 2. Changsheng. Do you think I would cry if something happened to you? On the quiet path at night, Du Ziren cradled Changsheng, rubbing its head. Behind him, Go Yun anxiously glanced around, yet saw none of the so-called zombies for a long time. Woof! Your dog cannot speak, so it might as well remain silent. Woof! Am I not calling you Changsheng? If you die, your son dies, and your grandson dies. I will not perish. A dog can last through 3 generations, while humans come and go. Woof! Do you comprehend my worth? Damn. You need not speak. Silence is acceptable. He continued to rub Changsheng's head. Du Ziren realized that he and his dog shared none of the deep affection that Go Yun had with the trio of small ones. Raising a dog? This was akin to raising a little deity. As they proceeded, Changsheng suddenly seemed to sense something unusual, its nose twitching. Woof! Haji-do, have you noticed? It seems the zombies have vanished. Now that you mention it, there do seem to be fewer zombies around. But look over there. A few zombies that had blocked our path earlier are still lingering, aren't they? He pointed towards the distant road, where several zombies continued to loiter near the village chief's home, making peculiar sounds. Meanwhile, at the village chief's house, Lin Yugua listened to the voice crackling through the intercom, his face turning ashen. Gunfire erupted. The military was fully engaged with the zombies. Watch your necks. Be careful. Puffed. Puffed. Damn it. Damn it. Everyone retreat while firing. Seek refuge in the armored vehicle. Despite the intercom's volume being turned to the lowest setting, Zhao Weigong's furious shouts conveyed no semblance of stability in the battle. This is disastrous. Even the armed police cannot suppress that monster. Lin Yu clenched his fists, while the young officer beside him turned pale with fear, collapsing onto the ground. It's over. It's over. Even the armed forces cannot subdue that monster. Director, do you think we can still get out of here? The young officer looked at Lin Yugua, nearly bursting into tears. He was not afraid of death. He merely dreaded dying without understanding the reason, in utter futility. You, Xiaochun, how many times have I told you? Such words must not escape our lips. Even if we must die, we must contribute something. Behind us are the people. Even if we rescue but one soul, this mission would hold value. He patted the young officer's shoulder, his tone resolute, yet his hand gripping the handgun trembled. He too had noticed. The zombies outside had already dwindled significantly. Now, while gunfire raged at the village entrance, it would be the perfect opportunity to lead the villagers out of Baihe village. However, Lin Yu dared not take the risk. His handgun contained only 7 bullets. Even if only 8 zombies remained, he could not afford to gamble. He was not afraid of being captured by the zombies. Rather, he feared the surviving women and children being harmed. Should a single zombie breach the crowd, the consequences for the dozens of survivors would be unimaginable. It would be far wiser to remain in place and await rescue. But now, the damned rescue forces were on the brink of collapse. Damn it, where did you all emerge from? Grinding his teeth in frustration, Lin Yu lamented his own impotence. If only there were more officers, more handguns, then I would dare to venture out and fight. In a moment of hopefulness, footsteps echoed nearby. Lin Yu was taken aback when, at that very moment, the boy holding the black dog passed by the village chief's door once more. This time, he was accompanied by a woman, her expression brimming with audacity. Changsheng, could you make those zombies up ahead take flight? Woof. Are you boasting? Do you think I'm not exhausted? Then it's settled. Are you experiencing kidney deficiency? Seconds to dogs? Woof. When I was dominating the pack at night, you were still playing in the mud. The familiar banter exchanged with the dog, the familiar teasing voice. For reasons unbeknownst to him, every time Lin Yu laid eyes on Du Ziren, he instinctively felt that this individual was somewhat unhinged. Yet, at this critical juncture, his thoughts shifted. Under Du Ziren's protection, the woman stood behind him, traversing a narrow path obstructed by several zombies, unscathed. Those menacing zombies did not even emit a grunt. It was as if, with that boy present, the zombies turned a blind eye to their surroundings. There he was again, the individual designated by the higher-ups. If he could assist us, if he could divert the remaining zombies. Now that they had spilled out of the village into a confrontation, only a few remained. With his aid, we might just have a chance to lead the villagers to safety. Hope flickered in his eyes, just as Du Ziren's figure began to fade into the distance. Lin Yue could no longer contain himself. He flung open the village chief's door and called out to Du Ziren, "Hey, young comrade." The sudden voice startled Du Ziren, causing him to halt mid-step. Clutching the dog, he turned towards the source of the sound. At that moment, the wooden door of the village chief's house was ajar, revealing a middle-aged man in a police cap, beckoning him from the other side. Goodness, there are still living people? Du Ziren was utterly astonished. To him, it seemed this village had long since become a zombie haven, and the likelihood of any survivors was exceedingly slim. "Hey, young comrade, please help us. I am Lin Yue, the chief of the Wan'an City Police Bureau. We have rescued a group of villagers, but we are trapped here. Young comrade, I know you possess unique abilities. I implore you to save us. Save the people." Through the crack in the door, solemn and dignified eyes gazed out, filled with earnestness and desperation. He shook his police badge, once a source of pride, merely to validate his identity. Du Ziren had never imagined that the police chief of the city would one day seek his assistance in such a manner. "How many of you are there?" There was no suspicion in Du Ziren's tone. After all, the zombies posed no threat to him, and with Changsheng by his side, he felt compelled to rescue more individuals. In times of hardship, one must uphold personal integrity. In times of prosperity, one must aid the world. He clearly belonged to the latter. There are a total of 26 individuals, 2 police officers, and 24 untainted villagers. We risked our lives to save them from the zombies. The wooden door creaked open, revealing Lin Yue, his police uniform stained with blood. Behind the door stood a courtyard filled with dirt-smudged, pale-faced villagers. Although these villagers appeared utterly drained, they bore no injuries whatsoever. Observing the scene in the courtyard, Du Ziren could not help but bow to Lin Yue. "Officer Lin, you are the true guardians of the people. It is your duty. However, it may require some risk on your part, young comrade." Lin Yue shook his head and bowed back to Du Ziren. "Me? What risk should I take?" Du Ziren was perplexed. With him around, the zombies would not attack, and guiding these villagers past them should not pose much of a challenge. "This, young comrade, as you can see, we are numerous. If we do not draw the zombies away, it is hard to guarantee we won't be suddenly attacked during our movements. I understand this request may be excessive, but I beg of you, I implore you on behalf of the entire Wan'an City Police Bureau." With a thud, the nearly 6'4" police chief sank to his knees before Du Ziren. He recognized that asking a child to take such risks was unreasonable. Yet, he truly did not wish for all the officer's efforts to be in vain. "You don't have to go that far. I will certainly assist you. Are you worried about a sudden zombie attack? No need to worry. I will find a way to divert them." Understanding Lin Yue's concerns, Du Ziren glanced at the few zombies standing idly by the roadside, just as he intended to approach them to lead them away. An inexplicable thought surged within him. If only they could heed my command and willingly retreat. This notion had barely taken shape when a crown-like formation subtly emerged beneath the hair on Du Ziren's scalp. Roar! Roar! Several previously sluggish zombies abruptly turned their attention to Du Ziren, unleashing a cacophony of shrieks. Subsequently, they swiftly scattered in all directions. Witnessing the scene, Du Ziren stood in astonishment. This is Lin Yue, having observed the spectacle, was equally dumbfounded. His jaw agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. Chapter 100. Rescuing the Suffering, the People's Hero Du Ziren, Part 3. "What the hell? You can command them." The silent young officer seemed to discern something, regarding Du Ziren as if he were a monster. "Command them? That shouldn't be possible, right? They fear consuming my flesh, which is why they refrain from attacking me." Now, their retreat likely isn't due to my command, is it? Could it be that they are responding to orders from another zombie? Ziren outright dismissed the young officer's speculation. They fear your flesh. The young officer was left bewildered. What kind of logic is this? Even the elderly afflicted with cancer are not safe from zombies. What meat could possibly intimidate you? Listen, in any case, do not dwell on your concerns. Since the zombies have dispersed, follow me quickly. We must exit by a village. After calling out to the village chief, Ziren paid no heed to the bewilderment of the young officer. In the courtyard, all the villagers stood up, glancing around until they collectively turned their gaze towards Lin Yuhua. They had long regarded this sheriff, who had valiantly saved them, as their pillar of strength. Lin Yuhua observed Ziren for a moment, realizing that the fierce confrontation at the village entrance must have escalated, prompting the zombies to head towards the front lines, rather than acting on Ziren's orders. Indeed, this was an exceptional opportunity. Everyone, urgent évacuation. With a resounding command, nearly all the villagers rushed towards the courtyard's exit. Comrade, Lin Yuhua respectfully called out to Ziren. Please, just call me Ziren. Little Du will suffice. Ziren waved his hand and was about to dash towards the village entrance when Lin Yuhua grasped his shoulder firmly. Stop. Absolutely do not go to the village entrance. Armed forces dispatched from above have already secured that area. Right now, there's an ongoing firefight. If we proceed through the entrance, we will certainly be caught in the crossfire. It will be best to find an alternate route. Raising his walkie-talkie, Lin Yuhua informed him of the current situation. Going through the entrance is simply unrealistic now. Oh, so reinforcements have arrived to suppress the situation. Ziren frowned at the implication. Does this mean our large group cannot exit for the time being? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuhua's expression darkened. There is only one route out of the village at present. They could not squander this prime opportunity waiting idly. Just as the crowd wore expressions of concern, suddenly, a woman stepped forward from the throng. Actually, there's a small path in the village that leads from the fields to the outskirts. However, only a few local rascals know about it. They usually take that route to extort money from passing drivers. As the woman spoke, the surviving villagers exchanged glances, all of them, women and children alike, unfamiliar with the small path she mentioned. A small path? Her words instantly sparked a thought in Ziren's mind. It reminded him of the time when a licker had dashed across the fields as they exited the car. Vang Fayidu. Is it the place where we encountered the long-tongued zombie? Changsheng also reacted, and Ziren's eyes narrowed. Those few local rascals must have been the lickers. Only they would know where the small path lies, wouldn't they? Damn, what do we do now? Am I supposed to let a licker guide us? Furrowing his brow, Ziren felt indifferent. But what would become of the villagers if they failed at the village entrance? Ugh, if all else fails, we may have to search for ourselves. Lin Yuhua proposed, but the others remained silent, heads bowed. The village was already remote. Blindly searching for a path in the fields at night was an exercise in futility. If only that licker would come to us. Ziren tooked wistfully. As the night breeze swept through, the crowd huddled helplessly along the rural path. Suddenly, a flurry of rapid footsteps approached. Who? Panic ensued among the villagers. Looking up, they saw a blood-soaked licker swiftly advancing towards them from the rooftops of the scattered earthen houses. What? Lin Yuhua immediately drew his pistol, aiming at the licker. His body tensed. He knew all too well that this creature was far more vicious than the villager zombies. It had once forced the officers to retreat with its tongue, sharper and faster than an arrow. Now, if it struck, half the people here might have their throats pierced. Comrade, quickly, get the villagers to hide. He instinctively positioned himself in front of Ziren. But Ziren remained calm, simply gazing at the licker. He noticed that it appeared to be watching him as well. With its blood-red tongue swirling in the air, it hesitated to strike. Director Lin, it seems to harbor no ill intent. Ziren stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Lin Yuhua. What are you saying? This creature has killed 4 or 5 of my subordinates. It is a monster. It is a beast. Lin Yuhua shouted in anger, gripping his pistol as if ready to fire at any moment. But then, something astonishing unfolded. Hey, can you lead me to the small path? This was the first time Ziren had commanded a zombie using human language. Initially, the liquor showed no response. Yet, inexplicably, Ziren felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and the crimson-tongued liquor lowered its head slightly, as if paying respect. Then, using all four limbs, it scurried down the earthen wall like a gecko and made its way towards a narrow path. It is gone. The liquor has departed. Lin Yu stood there, dumbfounded. What on earth? This creature, capable of swiftly lacerating with its tongue, has exhibited such behavior? What was that bowing about? Was it attempting to ingratiate itself with Ziren? You, young comrade? You. Lin Yu gazed at Ziren with a bewildered expression, and he finally comprehended why He had said, even if they all perish, we must not let Ziren die. This fellow is absurdly bizarre. I'm at a loss. I merely wished for its presence, and it arrived? Do you think it is conceivable? I mean, it is possible that it came of its own volition, only to be frightened away by our numbers? Ziren pondered, while Lin Yu regarded him as if he were a fool. Then tell me, why didn't it flee when it saw so many of us officers back then? Perhaps it was due to my presence? Afraid its tongue might touch the virus-laden flesh? In that moment, Ziren and Lin Yu locked eyes, unable to derive any conclusion. Forget it. Now is not the time to dwell on this. You undoubtedly harbor some secret. Otherwise, Commander Zhao and Academician Liu would not hold you in such high regard. Let us pursue the path from which the liquor fled. I truly suspect it was attempting to please you. It may have been leading you. Lin Yu's doubts about Ziren's abilities intensified, yet Ziren shook his head. Surely not. Though he spoke dismissively, many had already followed the trail of the liquor, proceeding along the country road, traversing a cornfield. After wandering through the woods, following the liquor's traces for quite some time, suddenly, upon parting the last leaf, a long country road appeared before them under the moonlight. No way. It truly has emerged. The young officer could hardly believe it. It has emerged. We are saved. We can survive. The villagers, who had previously been dejected, now shed their gloom, jubilantly racing toward the country road. They are free. They are safe. Young comrade. No, Monsieur Ziren. Thank you. On behalf of all the officers of the Anhui South City Guard Bureau, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Thud. In the fields, Lin Yu pulled the young officer down to kneel before Ziren, his face alight with emotion. Ziren, cradling Changsheng, gazed towards the distant road, his mouth twitching incessantly. Could it be? That creature truly heeds my commands? Why on earth? Chapter 101. The first King Seed Zombie, in reality. Mirror Zombie, clop clop clop. In the midnight hour, throngs of villagers surged towards the distant road, heading straight for the city. Ziren remained in a stupor for some time before slowly helping Lin Yu and the young officer to their feet. Hey, there's no need for such formality. We are all citizens of Anhui South City. Assisting one another is our duty. By the way, earlier you mentioned that Academician Liu and Commander Zhao specifically requested to protect me. What is the situation? Gradually regaining his composure, Ziren became acutely aware that their fervent search for him might be directly linked to his ability to command zombies. We are not entirely sure. In any case, we know that after Academician Liu studied the meteorite, he conducted inquiries into everyone who had come into contact with it. You were originally the first to be investigated. However, Academician Liu mentioned that you were recently recovering from serious illness and delayed in making contact. Alain Hugo spoke, du Zirenes bro furod. Another meteorite, you say? Could it be that my close proximity to the meteorite is the cause? Those monsters emerged due to the meteorite's chaos, and I was quite near it. Hence, I carry the essence of the meteorite, and they perceive me as one of their own. Hiss, that is indeed a possibility. Stroking his chin, Ziren began to engage in his familiar self-reflection. Suddenly, the radio crackled with a desperate plea for help. Hello, is Lin Yu still there? Yes. Hurry. I implore you, Zhao Wei Gang. You must find Ziren. Bring him to save Academician Liu. We can hardly hold on. I, Zhao Wei Gang, have devoted my life to the military. I do not wish to die before making a grave mistake. I beg you, let Ziren come. Let him rescue Academician Liu. The life of Academician Liu is more important than anyone else's. The voice from the walkie-talkie was intermittent, causing Lin Yogua's expression to stiffen. How could it be that even the armed forces were unable to hold out after such a short time? Stammering, he glanced awkwardly at Du Ziren, feeling embarrassed to plead with a mere boy. Du Ziren, however, shrugged nonchalantly. It seemed they must have surmised that I possessed some ability. They want me to assist in resolving the current predicament. As for Academician Liu, I understand now. Regardless of his significance to Wan Anshi, I must intervene. If I truly have the capacity to command the undead, I will do everything within my power to save everyone. With great power comes great responsibility. Du Ziren did not particularly relish the idea of playing the hero. Yet if one day, God bestowed upon you the ability to save lives, and you turn a blind eye, Du Ziren believed such a person would have forsaken their humanity. This was not a world devoid of humanity. It was still a civilized society. As a citizen of Wananshi, he felt it was his duty to rescue those with flesh and blood, to assist fellow heroes. Yunjia, you should go ahead with the others, he urged. Director Lin, and you, officer, please see Yunjia safely away. Changsheng, let us move. Embracing Changsheng briefly, Du Ziren did not linger in sentimentality and swiftly made his way towards the village entrance of Baiha. Hey, you, little Du. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. What a world it has become. A child is stepping up. Lin Yu sighed, casting a glance at Guiyun and calling out to the young officer. Let out first. If little Du cannot manage, we will immediately call for assistance from Wan Beishi. Understood. Under the moonlight, the villagers led the way, with Lin Yugua and his companions following closely behind. Thus, with Du Ziren's aid, they managed to escape Baiha village and skate. Baiha village entrance. The same bright moon hangs high in the sky, yet the scene is starkly different. The ground is strewn with fallen armed police, all pale and anguished, their eyes wide open in death. On their necks, 4 finger-sized black puncture wounds ooze crimson blood. Bang, bang, bang. Upon the sturdy, armored vehicle, a throng of bloodshot-eyed zombies clings desperately, extending their bloodied hands to pound against the metal surface, oblivious to pain and fatigue. A chorus of ghastly moans fills the air, as the once slayed armed police, victims of the invisible zombies, suddenly convulse grotesquely, their bloodied necks twisting as they slowly rise from the ground, eyes glazed with confusion. As if summoned by some dark force, they raise their rifles towards the armored vehicle, their lips curling into a sinister grin. Oh no! The armed police have been infected. Within the confines of the A06 armored vehicle, Liu Yi gazed upon the scene before him, his countenance pale as a ghost. He had never anticipated that the feral creatures infected by the meteorite, upon acquiring human intellect, would prove to be so formidable. Curse it! During the experiments, there had been no indication of intelligent white mice at all. Could it be? Could it be that only humans, when infected, would exhibit such a chemical reaction? Uneasily, he glanced outside the vehicle. Bang! 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 In a brief moment, a relentless barrage of bullets began to rain down, causing sparks to fly from the armored vehicles. Boom! 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 Within the armored vehicle, despite the robust iron framework, the relentless barrage of bullets had left a myriad of dents and pockmarks on its interior. The static of the intercom crackled incessantly. Hello? Hello? Is everything all right on your end? Academician Liu? Zhao Weigong's voice pierced through the noise. Liu Yi rubbed his ringing ears, managing a wry smile. For now, I'm unscathed. However, I fear that the invisible zombie will soon locate the hatch and force it open with its immense strength. You must understand, it possesses an intellect on par with that of an adult. I am aware of the situation. I've already asked Director Lin to bring Du Ziren over. Are you out of your mind? It is perilous here. You are sending a child into this danger. But compared to your life, that child, no matter how significant, if there exists even the slightest chance of saving you, I must find a way to bring him here. Ugh. Liu Yi's lips quivered as he contemplated reprimanding Zhao Weigang, yet words eluded him. Indeed, what other options remain? Outside the armored vehicle, a mass of bodies and zombies thronged, and driving would only transport them into the city, creating further chaos. To remain in action? even though these clumsy zombies may struggle to breach the armored vehicle for the moment. The invisible zombie, once it begins to contemplate the problem, will likely ascertain the location of the hatch cover in no time. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless hail of bullets had rendered the vehicle's interior framework uneven and battered. On the other side, Zhao Wei could no longer contain himself. Damn it! Damn it! All soldiers, he my command, activate the mounted automatic guns on the armored vehicles and indiscriminately sweep the area for the zombies. But Commander, those zombies are there no longer your comrades. This is our final opportunity. Open fire. In the channel of the walkie-talkie, there was a profound silence, and some of the armed police were already weeping. Outside stood perhaps their longtime comrades or their revered squad leaders. Yet, military orders are as immovable as mountains. The sound of gunfire erupted. Soon, the elevated machine guns of 10 armored vehicles began to spit forth streams of fire. The bodies of dozens of military-clad zombies outside the village entrance were instantly obliterated, blood and gore raining down. Fire! Fire! Make sure to shoot that hidden, sneaky creature as well. Zhao Wei yelled in a frenzy, tears streaming from his crimson eyes. One by one, the bodies that should have fallen stood up and then collapsed again, their forms torn asunder. Before long, a tragic river of red began to flow, and outside the vehicles, a solemn stillness descended. Suddenly, the peculiar humming sound returned. In the misty air thick with blood, Lu Yi's eyes widened. He saw clearly what the source of the humming was. It was a mirror zombie, its entire body covered in shattered mirror fragments. It stood at about the height and build of an adult, its skin comprised entirely of cracked shards. As long as it remained still, its mirrored surface would reflect the surrounding scenery, rendering it nearly invisible, as if cloaked in an invisibility cloak. However, it was now actively moving its mirror shards, producing a cacophony of clicks. It directed a series of eerie, wheezing laughs towards the armored vehicles. It seemed to sense the fear of those inside, a sinister smile curling at the corners of its mouth as it made its way toward the area of heaviest gunfire. What does it intend to do? Zhao Wei was bewildered. Lu Yi's heart raced fiercely. His instincts warned him that this creature's sudden reveal was surely part of a greater scheme. Bang! 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 Indeed, just as the mirror zombie lunged into the most intense area of fire, countless bullets rained down upon it. Whoosh! 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 Astonishingly, one by one, they visibly entered its mirror. Chapter 102. What? I'm actually quite strong. What? What is this ability? Zhao Wei was astounded. There are actually zombies that can withstand firearms. What are we even fighting? The mirror. The mirror. I understand now. Its superpower may be far more complex than mere invisibility. The mirror. Reflecting light. Could it be? Could its ability be? Oh no! As if struck by a revelation, Lu Yi's pupils dilated rapidly, his face turning pale as a sheet. In the heart of the battlefield, the mirror zombie opened its reflective surface, blood, mist oozing out from the cracks in its mouth. Countless bullets created ripples across its mirror surface, yet it remained motionless. It seemed to be laughing, or perhaps mocking. But then, the mirrored zombie's entire body suddenly tensed in unison, directing its gaze towards an armored vehicle. It was engaging in the channel of the intercom, the driver's bewildered voice from the A01 armored vehicle had yet to finish. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of bullets, dense, terrifying, and tumultuous, emerged slowly from the mirror, reflecting and surging violently towards the A01 armored vehicle. Boom! In an instant, the seemingly indestructible armored vehicle was riddled with bullet holes, resembling a beehive, as fiery sparks flickered and an explosive wave erupted. Boom! The iron plating, the mechanized framework, along with the remnants of the driver's body, were hurled into the inferno. Ugh. Commander, tell my mother I'm not a coward. Boom! The bodies of a dozen armed police officers were reduced to mere halves. Their mangled forms crackled in the flames, creating an extraordinarily tragic scene. Damn! Zhao Wei was on the verge of collapse. What on earth was that thing? Mirror zombie? A zombie capable of reflecting attacks. Damn it! How could such a thing exist? A wave of powerlessness, desolation, and despair swiftly enveloped me. This creature has transcended the conventional realm of combat. The flames continue to blaze. However, the mirrored zombie's entire body tightened once more, showing no intention of sparing anyone. Hiv, no, no. Within the channel of the intercom, the driver of the armored vehicle, A02, let out a mournful cry. Just as he intended to fling open the hatch and flee, ripples surged across the glossy surface. In an instant, a torrential barrage of bullets descended upon him. The projectiles pierced through the air with the swiftness of wasps. The driver, still at the entrance of the cabin, was riddled with wounds, his body rendered a macabre tapestry of blood. Boom! Another fiery inferno erupted as yet another armored vehicle met its explosive demise. The air was filled with a tempest of metal, shrapnel, and human remains, while the mirror-like zombies, as if summoned by the Lord of the Underworld, turned their gaze toward the third armored vehicle. Damn it! It's over. This creature is beyond the capacity of mere mortals to confront. I shall fight it to the bitter end. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the channel of the intercom, the fervent roars of the soldiers echoed as 3 armored vehicles surged forward, aiming to crush the mirror-like zombies. However, accompanied by that loathsome laughter, an ominous rumble ensued. Boom! 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 A terrifying downpour of bullets ensued, igniting 3 infernos. It is over. It is over. Academician Liu. I, Zhao Wei, am so sorry for you. I have let down my country. Academician Liu, rest assured, even in death, I shall ensure your legacy endures until the very end. In the intercom, the usually resolute Zhao Wei's voice quivered with uncertainty. Before such supernatural forces, humanity appeared woefully insignificant. All warriors, obey my command. Charge towards the mirror zombie. Even in death, let this creature not underestimate our resolve. The anthem of humanity is a song of courage. The greatness of humanity is the greatness of courage. As the final command echoed through the channel, 4 armored vehicles surged forward unflinchingly towards the mirror zombie. You all. Gripping the intercom tightly, Liu watched this tragic scene, trembling all over. Damn it, is there truly no hope left? Gritting his teeth, this self-assured scholar found himself collapsing into the vehicle. Fine then. Let be destruction. Despair washed over him as he gazed at the grinning mirror zombie outside, the dark clouds obscuring the moon's light. Just then, a figure appeared in the distance, rushing towards them. Who could it be? Almost instinctively, both humans and zombies turned to the source of the sound. In the moonlight, Ziren's face was flushed and breathless, cradling a black dog in his arms. Blood pooled at the village entrance, where humans and zombies were locked in a deadly struggle. The atmosphere heavy with tension. To be honest, at first glance, everyone doubted whether Ziren had stumbled into the wrong scene. Yet this youth clutching a dog remained remarkably calm in such dire circumstances, observing the chaos with an expression of composure. You all, is this meant to crush it? Wow, this zombie is covered in mirrors. What on earth is this? His gaze was instantly drawn to the mirror zombie at the center of the battlefield. Ziren, unafraid, strode boldly towards a mirror zombie. Hey, you, are you insane? Zhao Wei was left dumbfounded. This terrifying mirror zombie. And this kid just walks straight up to it. Is he out of his mind? Or does he not care for his life? Little do. Don't go over there. It's different. It possesses extraordinary powers. It's not like those ordinary zombies that can be reasoned with. Liu shouted in a panic. But Ziren remained undeterred, his gaze fixed intently on the mirror zombie. The mirror zombie also stirred, turning its gaze towards Ziren. The two, a human and a zombie, seemed to sense the other's uniqueness. Multiple abilities? How curious. Are you akin to the royal zombies found in games? Ziren gisted. Hee. The mirror zombie, fixated on Ziren, its lips gradually curling into a sinister grin. A low hum resonated as its reflection began to ripple once more, seemingly preparing to unleash a barrage of bullets towards Ziren. Hey, what are you laughing at? Changsheng, let it soar with your bravado. With a playful ruffle of Changsheng's hair, he cast a wary glance at the mirror zombie. From this creature, he sensed an air of oppression. Woof, how'd you do? I am uncertain if I can contend with it. Woof, I feel it is rather extraordinary. Let's just take it down. After all, if we can't win, it wouldn't dare to strike us, would it? Woof, that makes sense. As Changxing's canine eyes fixated on the mirror zombie, a low hum echoed ominously. The mirror zombie trembles all over, its entire body suddenly soaring into the sky, beginning to sway. The hum continues as the mirror ripples. Mirror zombie yearned to reflect the bullets saved, aiming to shatter the skull of that man and his dog. However, it was perplexed. Ever since the arrival of Ziren, it could not unleash its supernatural ability, no matter what. Hey, be careful. Little do. Run away. My demise means little, but you must not perish. The urgent voices of Zhao Wei and Lu Yi echoed incessantly. Yet, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded. Boom! Boom! The ground trembled, dust swirling into the air. When the dust finally settled, within a vast humanoid pit, the mirror of the mirror zombie lay shattered. An entire zombie lay in pieces, utterly lifeless. Woof! What a surprise. I am still quite formidable. Observing the motionless fragments in the pit, Changsheng proudly flicked his dog head. Chapter 103. Lu Yi's research findings. This, is it dead? Just like that, it perished. At the entrance of Baihe village, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Within 4 armored vehicles, all combat personnel gaped in disbelief. The previously formidable mirror zombies had simply perished. Zhao Wei was momentarily stunned. Was this creature truly so fragile? No, something was amiss. Why did it not unleash a barrage of bullets? Could it be that when Xiao Du arrived, it was already at its wit's end, devoid of ammunition? Or was it possible that Xiao Du's affinity ability took precedence over the mirror zombies? By heavens, Changsheng, you have truly made a name for yourself. Your first kill was a boss. Remember, if the day ever comes when the world meets its end, do not forget the humble origins of your companions. You must promise to keep me in your thoughts. After playfully ruffling Changxing's hair, Ziren believed that the mirror zombie had lost its attacks. Or perhaps the armed police had depleted its firepower, allowing Changsheng to deliver a fatal blow. In simpler terms, they had stumbled upon fortuitous luck, seizing the head of a critically wounded boss. Goodness, such a high-altitude fall could create such a profound pit. Standing quietly near the human-sized crater, Ziren peered into its depths. The body of the mirror zombie is unlike that of other zombies. Upon death, it gradually transformed into shards of glass, with a singular mirror-shaped crystal core shimmering amidst countless fragments. Is that a crystal core? Just as I leaned in for a closer look, the sound of footsteps echoed. Thud, 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 as several armored vehicles opened their doors, and a contingent of armed police swiftly surrounded the area. Xiaodu, quickly, hide behind us. Even though that monster had perished, other zombies still posed a threat. Louis, leading several armed officers, encircled Ziren protectively, his expression fraught with anxiety. In his eyes, Ziren's significance was tantamount to his own research progress. Other zombies? Academician Liu, are you referring to the lickers? Ziren shrugged nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the direction of Baihe village's entrance, where 6 lickers lay on the ground. Their tongues retracted, staring blankly at him. Your ability is indeed affinity, isn't it? Shocked once more by Ziren's audacious power, Lu Yi was certain that Ziren had awakened his supernatural abilities due to the impact of that meteorite that had fallen long ago. From a current perspective, this ability allowed zombies to possess a non-aggressive affinity. Furthermore, the quality of this supernatural power appeared to be quite remarkable. Lickers? Xiaodu. Your name is rather apt. After observing the distant lickers, Lu Yi nodded and patted Ziren on the shoulder. By the way, Xiaodu, we might need your assistance with something. What is it? Well, it's not particularly troublesome. You just need to wait here. Because of your uniqueness, those remaining 6 lickers will not attack. Thus, I intend to dispatch a containment vehicle to secure them. Oh, is that all? No problem. I'll just stay here. Finding a small mound of earth, Du Ziren sat down and glared at the 6 distant lickers, covered in blood scabs. The 6 lickers immediately buried their heads in the ground, trembling in fear. This scene left the surrounding armed police, who were on alert, feeling quite embarrassed. Phew! Thankfully, it seems that the so-called zombie virus is under control. It's not like the games, where they're everywhere. Taking out his phone, he boredly opened the Apocalypse Survival Game app. In the game, it was nearing dawn on Qiu Xingxing's side. She had risen quite early, preparing food for her younger siblings before promptly heading to the purification metal barrel in the bathroom. The daily refresh of the monthly card occurs punctually at midnight, where a micro golden core is embedded at the bottom of the barrel. With a clang, after pouring in the water, Du Ziren observed Qiu Xingxing leap into the water. Current progress of Qiu Xingxing's supernatural ability cultivation. Ability user 4th order, 122 400, 125 400. Goodness, has my dear Xingxing truly begun to rise so early each day? It seems she has transformed into the epitome of a virtuous wife and devoted mother. As I playfully poked at Qiu Xingxing in the water basin, a flurry of little hearts emerged from the water jar, just as Du Ziren was preparing to engage with Qiu Xingxing. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Additionally, initiate a lockdown of the waterways surrounding Baihe village." In the distance, 6 lickers appeared, and everyone donned explosion-proof uniforms to detain them. "That'll do. I must trouble you." The untimely voice of Lu Yi echoed, prompting Du Ziren to look up and notice that 6 heavy trucks had already arrived on the suburban road. "All right, I shall stand in front of the truck." They should not resist. Standing calmly at the truck in trance, there was no need for the bomb disposal personnel to approach and restrain the lickers. "Ziren merely mumbled in annoyance. "You all must cooperate quickly." Roar. With that impatient utterance, the 6 lickers prostrating on the ground suddenly raised their heads, staring blankly at the 6 truck entrances, and like agile geckos, they swiftly darted into the truck's interior. Bang! Accompanying this, the 6 lickers even closed the truck doors behind them. They were astonishingly obedient. This, Zhao Weigang and Lu Yi once again found themselves dumbfounded. Is it done now? Academician Lu. Waving towards Lu Yi, Du Ziren put away his phone. "Well, is it done? Little do you. You will share a vehicle with me later. I have some matters to discuss with you." "Certainly." As the moon concealed itself and dawn broke, a ray of white light illuminated the vicinity of Baihe village. Numerous armed police were clearing the scattered corpses, while relevant territorial personnel operated bulldozers to block the waterways of Baihe village. An armored vehicle prioritized transporting Lu Yi, Zhao Weigang, and Du Ziren away from the vicinity of Baihe village. The crisp morning breeze blew in, and the faces of Lu Yi and Zhao Weigang appeared weary and bewildered. It was the sense of powerlessness following the events of the night and the terror of what lay ahead. They hung their heads in despair. While Du Ziren occasionally checked his phone, his expression calm. "By the way, Academician Lu, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to discuss something with me?" Breaking the silence, Du Ziren tilted his head towards Lu Yi. "This fellow ISNT intending to purchase my blood for research again, is he? Just as I thought this." Lu Yi forced a smile. "Little Du, you're likely already aware of the cause of this incident, right? That meteor shower?" "Indeed. The meteorites contain unknown elements that can induce aggression and genetic distortion. However, a fortunate few may have their genetic locks broken by these unknown elements, unlocking extraordinary abilities. When I first gathered this information, I immediately requested official cooperation to collect the meteorites, to prevent the loss of the elements within and avoid a catastrophic mistake. It seems, however, there is still a lapse in our vigilance. As we overlooked Baihe village," Lu Yi spoke, his face filled with guilt and regret. This isn't entirely your fault, is it? The landing of the meteorites is inherently difficult to predict. Given the time that has passed, it is quite remarkable that you only missed Baihe village. Besides, Haven T, we already contained the situation here. Other areas are unaffected. Doesn't that mean the matter has reached a conclusion? Ha ha ha, little do. Has anyone ever told you that you possess a talent for consolation? this? Du Ziren rubbed his nose, while Lu Yi let out a bitter laugh. In truth, I had speculated, at the Wolf-Tooth Mountain Observatory with so many individuals in close proximity to the meteorites as they fell, could it be that someone else encountered issues? It has been proven that I was both wrong and right. Aside from you, none of those wealthy young heirs exhibited any abnormalities. Yet you alone demonstrated affinity powers today. Huh? I say, academician Lu, what do you mean by affinity repeatedly? This requires explanation based on my recent research. I discovered that those who unlock their genes from the meteorite elements predominantly possess powers such as fire breathing and water storage, which are supernatural abilities. These powers are generally manageable, and I have classified their levels as white quality abilities. Since there are white quality abilities, there must be superior abilities. Indeed, I subsequently extracted the ability of teleportation from a small white mouse. I believe this ability is at least of blue quality. Furthermore, let me clarify, to observe these abilities, I have categorized them into qualities of white, green, blue, purple, and gold. As for the mirror zombie we just encountered, I believe its power intensity lies at least between blue and purple. And you, little do, your ability actually surpasses it, indicating that your affinity holds potential at least at the purple level. As Lu Yi spoke of his research, his excitement became palpable. Du Ziren listened silently, his expression one of utter astonishment. No, my friend, how is it that your scientific conclusions resemble the mechanics of the game I play? Chapter 104, Dawn Project. Subject 001 Du Ziren. Subject 002 Changsheng. Why are you staring at me like that, little Du? As if suddenly aware of Du Ziren's bewildered gaze. Lu Yi touched his face, wondering if there was something amiss. Academician Lu, do you know of a game that makes one feel increasingly youthful the more it is played? It is. Just as Du Ziren was about to speak, Lu Yi's eyes widened. The mobile version of Peace Elite? Little Du, I'm not interested in your jokes right now. Besides, we researchers do not play games. Lu Yi interrupted Du Ziren abruptly, who had intended to say, the setting of the Doomsday survival game is quite similar to your research findings. However, considering Lu Yi's disinterest, he refrained from making the suggestion. Returning to the main topic, little Du, based on your abilities, we are launching a new initiative named Dawn, and we may need your involvement. Lu Yi straightened his expression, while Du Ziren's brow slightly furrowed. What is this? It can't be requiring me to work. Can't? No, I haven't finished playing my games yet. Work? That seems excessive, but we intend to form a group of ability users for research purposes. They will be utilized to combat uncontrollable factors in the future. You have great potential, and I hope that when the group is established, you can serve as the team leader. Huh? No way. Me? Team leader? Absolutely. You may be the first person to awaken superpowers. I intend to include your personal profile in the encrypted group designated as Project Dawn 001 Peacekeeper. Du Ziren, classification. Top secret. Of course, your dog is included as well. 002 Gravity Dog, Changsheng. Classification, top secret. But, what power do I even have? It seems I sense the resistance in Du Ziren's words. And Lu Yi smiled. Do not be anxious. This project is still in its infancy. When the time comes, Xiao Du, I hope you can come to Yinjing City and serve the nation, would you? With sincere eyes fixed upon him, Du Ziren was momentarily speechless. He had no family left, nor friends. The only one he could consider close was Qiu Shangsheng, who was merely a digital companion. To serve the capital? If that day truly arrives, I, Du Ziren, will feel it as my duty. Very well. Xiao Du, your words bring me great satisfaction. The situation in Wan'an City should not deteriorate further. Life should return to order. Should any unusual occurrences arise, the police will contact you, and I hope you can assist them. Of course, you will be compensated for your every effort. Lu Yi looked at Du Ziren with imploring eyes, to which Du Ziren nodded. I will do my best. It shouldn't be too much trouble. Who can predict what lies ahead? After patting Du Ziren's shoulder, the armored vehicle gradually came to a stop at the city's edge. Du Ziren leapt out, holding Changsheng, as a squad of armed police saluted him. Farewell. Beep, beep, beep. To his surprise, it was the same owner of the Magotan who had accepted the order. The white Magotan slowly approached, and the broken window rolled down, revealing the driver's head as he exchanged incredulous glances with Ziren. What the hell? Are you human or ghost? Brother, have you ever seen a ghost appear during the day, holding a black dog? Oh, then you're not quite right either. How could you stay a whole night in Baiha village when it's so haunted? It was the armed police who were dispatched. What else could you think? I thought so. Not wanting to explain further, Ziren climbed into the back seat. Hey, little brother, I owe you one from before. This ride is on me. No charge. The driver, feeling guilty for abandoning Ziren the previous night, dropped him off at Wanan Community without even asking for a verification code, leaving in a hurry. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Another text message reminder chimed on his phone. Huh, I told you. How could we possibly be facing the end of the world here? ISNT it resolved now. Breathing a sigh of relief, Ziren silently walked towards the sofa. The black, coffin-like game nutrient pod still stood there. Ziren's eyes brightened. Since I need to catch up on sleep anyway, I might as well do it in the game nutrient pod. Perhaps I should check on Sheng. He pulled out a large cardboard box from the coffee table, finding that the remaining crystal cores included Bloodline Crystal 14, Fog Barrier Crystal 10, Flame Crystal 1, Windblade Crystal 2, Strong Crystal 6, a total of 33. Skillfully, he inserted 5 Fog Barrier Crystals into the pod's slots. Woof. Hey, how'd you do? Toss one to me. Suddenly, Changshen curiously gazed at the densely packed crystals, his eyes sparkling with desire. Do you also like shiny things? Ziren paid it no mind, tossing the remaining flame crystal to Changshen. Changshen, I'm going to sleep now. There's money in the bedroom. If you get hungry, go downstairs to buy food. No need to bring me anything. After addressing Changshen, Ziren closed the pod's hatch and collapsed inside, resembling a lifeless body. Game nutritional pod charging. Energy abundant, initiating game projection. In this moment of abundant energy, you may choose from the following options while ensuring the seamless continuation of the game. 1. Flame ability, white. Ability level, enhancing from Esper, Tier 3 to Esper, Tier 4. 2. Steel ability, white. Ability level, advancing from Esper, Tier 4 to Esper, Tier 5. 3. Bloodline ability, white. Ability level, progressing from Esper, Tier 2 to Esper, Tier 3. 4. Canine transformation ability, blue. Ability level, elevating from Esper, Tier 3 to Esper, Tier 4. 5. Nullification ability, purple. Ability level, upgrading from Esper, Tier 1 to Esper, Tier 2. 6. Absorb the energy from the Mist Barrier Core to awaken a new ability, Corpse Mist, white. Esper, Tier 1. As the familiar mechanical prompt echoed in his ears, Ziren made his choice without hesitation. It was certainly imperative to prioritize the upgrade of the most formidable ability. Option 5. Enhancing the efficacy of supernatural abilities. Your current ability level is Esper 2nd Tier. As a familiar white mist enveloped his face, a soothing warmth spread across Ziren's body. Unconsciously, he let out a contented hum. Beside the game nutritional chamber, Changshen gazed at Ziren's lecherous expression and could not help but shake his head. This fellow, Haji Du, can indeed be quite peculiar at times. Why lie on the floor, laughing, when there's a perfectly good bed? Utterly absurd. As his tongue caressed the flame crystal core, Changshen found himself inexplicably yearning for it, even more after his recent visit to Baiha village and the use of his extraordinary abilities. Without hesitation, the flame crystal core was swallowed whole. A warm sensation enveloped his entire being, and Changshen felt as though his powers had reached a new pinnacle. With a blink of his eyes, he lay down and drifted into slumber. Chapter 105. Lin Ya's Proposal, The Desire for Strength, New Map Exploration. Autumn Shunsheng emerged from the bathroom, her face flushed. A towel barely concealed her modesty, while her pink shoulders and smooth, elongated legs still emanated warmth. As she dried her damp hair, she settled onto the sofa, lost in thought about how long it might take to ascend to the status of a super ability user. It felt as though, at this moment, not only was she incapable of assisting her senior, Ziren, but she also feared becoming a burden to him. Her murmurs were barely audible, her tiny fists clenched in frustration, all of which did not escape Ziren's notice. Oh, so Shunsheng wishes to assist me? He mused inwardly, appreciating her intentions. On the opposite side of the sofa, he resisted the urge to glance at the alluring contours concealed beneath the towel. His attention shifted to the experience bar of the Game Pass, contemplating the potential of the core of potential that lay before him. If only there were tasks available. Acquiring such an item would surely enhance Shunsheng's abilities significantly. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the treehouse door. Who could that be? Shunsheng hurried into the bedroom, hastily donning her outerwear. Oh, Shunsheng, it's me, Linya. And Liuxiu. We need to discuss something with you. What's the matter? Flustered, Shunsheng quickly donned her core armor, wrapping herself in military attire before opening the wooden door. At the threshold, Linya and Liuxiu exchanged peculiar glances, ensuring they weren't intruding upon anyone before stepping inside. Shunsheng, your senior, he isn't here, is he? Linya inquired with a sly grin, causing Shunsheng's cheeks to redden instantly. Oh dear, Sister Linya, what are you imagining? Senior Ziren has his own affairs to attend to. That's a relief. That's a relief. Upon hearing that Ziren was absent, Linya's smile faded. As she glanced at Shunsheng's younger siblings, her expression growing serious. I must ask, Shunsheng, do you intend to remain in the black market mine indefinitely? Sister Linya, what do you mean by that? Shunsheng frowned, recalling Linya's initial plea to Ziren about relocating to the secondary safety camp. My thoughts remain unchanged. I believe we should all venture to the Luzhou safety camp together. What do you think? She gestured toward Liuxiu, who nodded in agreement, indicating that this decision had been reached collectively. I find this place quite satisfactory. We are enjoying the best treatment here. Why must we go to a larger camp? Shunsheng instinctively resisted the idea. As if anticipating her reaction, Linya shook her head and quietly closed the bedroom door. Shunsheng, do you think my eagerness to go to the secondary safety camp is merely for better treatment? No. I have my elderly father to consider. My sole aim is safety. Safety? Indeed. Shunsheng, have you ever pondered what would happen if the last king zombie rampaged within the base? What if it harmed your younger siblings? What would you do then? The truth is the tertiary safety camp is woefully inadequate. Our guards can only fend off scavengers. They are helpless against even moderately advanced zombies. However, the secondary safety camp is a different story. Their facilities are expansive, and even their guards possess temperature monitoring abilities, effectively neutralizing any zombie threats. Should any incidents occur within the camp, there are numerous super ability users present. Just consider the enhanced safety. Linya continued to enumerate the advantages, while Shunsheng bit her lip, still wavering, until her eyes narrowed, and Ziren's name surfaced in the conversation. Moreover, don't you wish to see your senior again? Senior? Just think about it. Given his caliber, he likely resides in the primary safety camp. Currently, we are utterly unaware of the admission criteria for the primary safety camp. Even for the sake of broadening our horizons and bridging the gap with our senior, we should strive towards a larger base. Will we receive any benefits by moving to the secondary safety camp? Finally, upon mentioning Ziren, Shunsheng inquired with curiosity. Well, if you're a super ability user, you can certainly gain entry. However, the treatment provided is rather average. Only those classified as super ability users can secure a position in the secondary safety camp. Alternatively, individuals with unique talents, like Liuxiu, may also be accommodated. Furthermore, what else? There's another method. A team composed of several level 7 ability users could enter, and the treatment would be quite favorable. Level 7 ability users? Inside the modest wooden cabin, the three women stared at each other in silence for a considerable time. Should they form a preliminary mercenary group comprising just the three of them, Liuxiu's lower strength would not be a significant issue. But both Shunsheng and Lin, you must possess abilities that meet or exceed level 7. Otherwise, such a group would surely face rejection at the Luzhou safety camp. Discussing this now may be a bit premature. Not at all. We can assemble our team first, enhance our skills in the black market mine, and then set forth. Linya diplomatically shifted the conversation. Shunshang tightened her grip on her sleeve, murmuring softly to herself, to bridge the distance with my senior. Must I first reach level 7? All right then, Sister Linya, do you have any tasks in mind that we might undertake? Raising her small face, Shunshang summoned the courage befitting a temporary team leader. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Let us go. We'll first check the task room. With a wave from Linya, the three girls harmoniously ventured out of the treehouse. Meanwhile, before Ziren, a flurry of notifications erupted on the screen. New task is being updated. The heart of strengthening growth tasks, sensing Qiu Shengxing's yearning for power. When Qiu Shengxing's ability level reaches that of a level 7 ability user, she shall be bestowed with a permanent reward of 1 point in luck. In the impending crisis of the Doomsday Squad, the capabilities of an individual are inherently limited. It is imperative to swiftly assemble suitable members to form a 4-person team of extraordinary abilities. The establishment of this extraordinary team will yield a reward: the unlocking of the cultivation progress information for all members. Map is being updated. The new map, Luzhou Safe Camp, located in northern Anhui City, is now unlocked, with explanations regarding the levels of the safe camp currently in progress. Chapter 106. Main Quest. Choose one of 3 tasks. All of them pertain to the main storyline. Oh, has so many tasks been activated all at once? It seems that significant events are about to unfold. While clicking through the game pop-up, Ziren trailed behind Qiu, Shengsheng, and others, arriving at the underground level 2 as he opened the description of the safe camp. The delineation of safe campsites is as follows. Level 3 Safe Camp. A small camp characterized by the presence of ability users and a population exceeding 200 individuals, classified as a Level 3 Safe Camp. Secondary Safe Camp. A camp characterized by the presence of super beings or awakened individuals, with a population exceeding 1,000, is classified as a Secondary Safe Camp. Level 1 Safe Camp. A large camp manned by either an awakener or an evolver, with a population exceeding 5,000, is classified as a Level 1 Safe Camp. National Special Security Camp. A top-secret base manned by members of the Dawn Squad. What? I thought the Level 1 security camp was impressive enough. What exactly is this National Special one? And wait, members of the Dawn Squad are stationed there? Are they really that formidable? That name seems somewhat familiar. With a look of astonishment, I gazed at the information regarding the security camp. From the vantage point of a gamer, Ziren became privy to information about the National Special Security Camp that remained unknown to others. Although I wonder what purpose this knowledge serves. I scrolled down the map panel, and on the dark expanse of the map, the icon for Wangbei City appeared beneath the black market mines. Above it, an icon shrouded in smoke flickered with glowing points. The Luzhou Safe Camp is also marked on the map. It seems this new safe point will inevitably be visited. Closing the map as an experienced gamer, Ziren is well aware of the operations involved in unlocking maps later in the game. With measured steps, a group of players filed into the mission room. To Ziren's surprise, the receptionist here had transformed into Lin Ping. Hey, sister, are you heading out to accept a mission? Behind the bar, Lin Ping lay carelessly on a rustic chair, engrossed in a fashion magazine. Wait, is this place under Lin Ping's jurisdiction? Qiu Shengsheng expressed her surprise, while Linya shrugged her shoulders in resignation. Didn't they grant permanent residency for the underground level 3? So, the presence of a doorman is of no consequence. My brother is as lazy as ever, and the responsibilities of this task room have fallen upon him. Ah, I see. As she spoke, Qiu Shengsheng frequently glanced around, her expression darkening inexplicably. Following the recent incident with the king zombie, the task room had indeed become significantly more desolate. There were hardly any supernatural beings to be seen. Let me see what tasks are available. It would be best to accumulate rewards in one go. Lu Su casually surveyed the task list posted on the wall, when suddenly her gaze was drawn to a curled-up task sheet. Task: Explore the boundaries of Wan'an City. Information regarding the zombie squad. Level of danger: high. Task details: in the riverway of Baiha Village, a peculiar group of zombies has seemingly always existed. They have never ventured beyond the vicinity of the village until recently. It has been observed that they are approaching the black market near the mines. It is suspected that they may have received the final command from the King Seed zombie. Please investigate the situation regarding the zombies near Baiha village. Task reward: White quality crystal core 10. Silver coins 100. Oh my, this task has a story to tell as I picked up the crumpled task list. Lu Su was about to examine it closely when Lin Ping cast a glance and immediately burst into laughter. This task appears deceptively simple, doesn't it? However, I advise you all against taking it. Huh? Why? Quite simply, last night, Lei Jiong accepted this task and was presumably bullied by the zombies. He set off in haste with Yang Miao Miao. Before Lin Ping could finish, the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. That batch of zombies is problematic. It could very well be a new breed of ability zombies. Amidst the speculations of Linya and Lu Su, Lin Ping shook off the dust from his clothes and slowly retrieved 2 more task lists from the bar. I suggest we take a look at these 2 instead. They seem to have been distributed from the Luzhou safe camp. Oh, what do they entail? Xiao Xingsheng took them in hand. The rewards for these 2 tasks are indeed quite substantial. Task: investigate the incident of the atypical zombie and the demise of the scavenger. Task difficulty: intermediate. Task details: on the main thoroughfare between the Luzhou safe camp and the black market of the mines, there have been alarming discoveries of recently deceased beastly corpses. The presence of an excessive number of scavengers raises suspicions of an unidentified organism engaging in a massacre. Please investigate the underlying cause and report your findings to the Luzhou safe camp. Task reward: green quality crystal core 1, Luzhou safe camp, residence rights for 1 year. Task: investigation of the mobile infant zombie horde. Task difficulty: advanced. Task reward: green quality crystal core 2. Wow, these 2 tasks appear to be quite formidable. Leaning closer to Qiao Shengsheng, Lu Su scrutinized the descriptions of the tasks, her delicate face tense with concern. Indeed, especially this so-called baby zombie team. It sounds rather unsettling. Given the perilous circumstances outside, the survival of these baby zombies suggests they are far from ordinary. I propose, Shengsheng, that we investigate the abnormal zombie death incident. What do you think? After a brief analysis of the task's difficulty, Linya favored the least challenging option: the investigation into the ability zombie death. Qiao Shengsheng toyed with the task list in her hand, her expression still wavering. At that moment, a new notification popped up on Du Ziren's game interface. The first chapter of the Apocalypse survival game, the Uprising, main storyline is being updated. Main quest options: investigation of the zombie army in Baiha village. Difficulty: 3 stars. Investigation of the sudden zombie deaths. Difficulty: 4 stars. Investigation of the infant zombie army. Difficulty: 5 stars. Chapter 107. The Old Woman and the Corpse, Part 1. These 3 tasks are unexpectedly all related to the main storyline? Could there be a connection among them? Gazing intently at the difficulty descriptions of the 3 tasks, it appears that the investigation into the zombies of Baiha village, which has kept Lei Jiong from returning, is rated as the least difficult by the game system, despite its apparent danger. If Du Ziren were not present, Qiao Shengsheng and her companions chose the abnormal zombie outbreak investigation task. Du Ziren suspected that they might soon encounter a mishap. Something feels amiss. There's a persistent sense that these 3 tasks are intertwined. Du Ziren opened the map panel, and upon closer inspection, her eyes involuntarily narrowed. The zombie legion of Baiha village lies to the left of the mining black market, while the incident involving the anomalous zombie transpires above it. Meanwhile, the so-called baby zombie army approaches from the right, indicating a looming threat. Upon closer inspection, it appears that a pincer movement is forming. How perplexing. I seem to grasp the reason why this piece is titled Uprising. If these zombies converge from 3 sides simultaneously, the base would undoubtedly be rendered unsafe. What to do? Should we act separately, or should we flee with the group? As I pondered, Du Ziren suddenly turned his gaze towards Lin Ping. If we were to leave now, with Shengsheng having her family in tow, they would inevitably face new, anomalous zombies along the way. Uncertain of the adversary's abilities, a confrontation could endanger the younger siblings. Parting ways is even less feasible. If even Lei Jiong, an ability user of the 7th tier, cannot manage the situation. Splitting up would be tantamount to seeking death. The crisis at Baiha village appears to be the least severe, and its proximity to the city makes it a viable option. To avoid complications while venturing out, Ziren's thoughts turned towards Linya. Linya, advise your younger brother to exercise caution should any anomalies arise within the base. Promptly proceed to the entrance of the third underground level. Utilize Earth-based abilities to seal the entrance and immediately inform Qinwan. Soudanis, du Ziren's unexpected voice startled de Linya, causing her expression to shift. After glancing around to ensure that no one else had overheard, she inquired softly, Senior, have you arrived? Indeed, the current situation is rather intricate. Consider it my overthinking. Just take it easy on your brother. If anything seems off, immediately seal off the underground level 3. I understand. Rushing to the bar, Linya swiftly tugged at Lin Ping's ear. Hey, cease. What are you doing all of a sudden? Lin Ping exclaimed in pain, flailing his hands. However, upon hearing Linya whisper, the senior has a task for you. His playful demeanor instantly vanished, and he solemnly nodded after listening to the instructions. Rest assured, the underground level 3 will be completely safe. Well, that's good. Although unsure why the senior was making such a fuss, the siblings felt as if they had received a divine proclamation, leaving no room for doubt. Hey, Linya, what are you up to? Qiu Shengsheng inquired, looking at Linya in confusion. Linya casually dismissed, nothing, just greeting my brother. Oh, I see. As Qiu Shengsheng returned to scrutinizing the task list, a tinge of jealousy crossed Linya's face. She understood why the senior hadn't reminded Qiu Shengsheng about these matters. It was merely a concern that Qiu Shengsheng might worry about her younger sibling's safety. Silly, sweet little sister. I envy you for being so cherished and protected by the senior. If only a man would guard me like that. I would mind being treated like a pet, let alone a wife. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Linya discreetly glanced at the task list. Just as they all unanimously decided to undertake the investigation of the anomalous zombie deaths. Which one to choose? The investigation in Baiha village. Suddenly, a familiar and steady voice resonated in the air. Senor Ziren, Senior, are you going to investigate this? As the voice echoed, everyone respectfully glanced around. Even though nothing was visible, they instinctively lowered their heads, their demeanor reverent. This task carries a certain significance, yet with my presence, there is nothing to worry about. Since the senior has spoken then, Lin Ping, let's embark on this task. I am eager to see what kind of strange matter could possibly hold back Lei Zhiyong and his companions. Upon hearing the senior's words, Linya immediately felt emboldened, her speech growing more assertive. Yesterday, with her cheeks flushed, Qiu Shengsheng was quite curious about the subsequent events concerning the bath. First, let's attend to the task at hand. Some matters must be addressed at the appropriate moment. A gentle pat on her shoulder startled Qiu Shengsheng, causing her neck to tremble as she instinctively nodded. Very well. Then, let's embark on our journey. A trio of women, resolute and spirited, confidently strides out of the safe camp under the brilliant midday sun. On the outskirts of Baiha village, the melting snow water flows, while vast stretches of withered corn sway gently in the breeze. Surrounded by fields of corn, a narrow path leading directly to Baiha village unfolds a bizarre scene at this moment. Desiccated corpses, countless lifeless bodies lie sprawled upon the ground, utterly motionless. Their forms are sunken, wrinkled, and contorted, resembling dehydrated vegetables. The skin, taut against the bones, has taken on a dark hue akin to fallen. Withered timber strewn across the earth. The only discernible feature is the lifeless eyes, glimmering like black voids. Zombies. A discerning eye would immediately recognize that these densely packed corpses are, in fact, long-starved remnants of humanity, ravaged by the passage of time and the elements. Nearly stripped of their ability to move. They are on the brink of death, lacking any semblance of threat, resembling frail, old men who can only crawl upon the ground. Yet, amidst this mound of corpses, a gnarled tree trunk juts out by the roadside, from which an elderly woman dangles, suspended by a rope. Swaying precariously above the heap of lifeless bodies, much like dried meat oscillating in the wind. The old woman's mouth opened slightly, her face a tapestry of wrinkles that seemed ready to crumble at the slightest touch. Captain, Chapter 108, The Elderly Woman and the Corpses, Part 2, The Entrance of Baiha Village. The dense cornfield, long neglected, has grown wild and sprawled onto the city thoroughfare. At this moment, a group of youthful and attractive men and women are parting the corn stalks as they make their way towards the village path. Xiao, did you know? It is said that this place, the legendary ability user, resolved the very first zombie incident right here in Baiha Village. Among the group, a short young man with a perm made of aluminum foil glanced into the distance while pushing aside the corn. Oh, Lu Yuan, you know about that? The leader, a tall man with a buzz cut, muscled and robust, teased the young man with the foil perm. Captain, you know I usually just handle reconnaissance, but I enjoy digging into human history during my free time. Not only was this the site of the legendary ability user's first battle, but I also heard that the Dawn Squad, the nation's first batch of ability users, Dawn Squad 001 and 002, were appointed right here. What? Lu Yuan, is that true? Those two are now renowned figures wherever they go, right? How could they have stayed here? Lu Yuan, brimming with pride in his knowledge, was met with skepticism from a girl with twin ponytails in the group. Hey, Yuan, you may scoff at my abilities, but please do not underestimate my wealth of knowledge. Just as Lu Yuan was about to engage in a playful argument with the girl, tap, 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 silence. Suddenly, at the back of the group, a buzz-cut girl turned pale, pointing toward the pile of corpses at the entrance of the village. Something's off. Her sharp command caused the entire quartet to halt, quickly seeking refuge among the nearby corn stalks. What on earth are those? Dead bodies? Or zombies? Crouched in the cornfield, Lu Yuan stared blankly at the peculiar sight at the entrance of Baiha Village, finally shifting his gaze to the old woman hanging from a tree. Hey, how can there still be a living person? Captain, look. The buzz-cut girl did not rush to act, but turned to the muscular man at the front of the group. Sun Shengnan, protect Yuan well. Lu Yuan, begin observing the energy levels of our adversaries. Watch my signals. This mission must not tarnish the reputation of our Luzhou Contradiction Squad. Understood. Understood, Captain. At the captain's command, everyone stood poised, gazing intently ahead. Lu Yuan gradually narrowed his eyes. In his line of sight, the corpses sprawled on the ground emitted a faint white mist from their heads. This was his ability, perception. Perception does not entail discerning the other party's extraordinary abilities or their intricate details, but rather the capability to sense the level of their powers. Given sufficient time, regardless of the number of targets, Lu Yuan could ascertain the level of each individual's abilities. Level 1, Extraordinary Beings. Level 2, Extraordinary Beings. Level 1, Extraordinary Beings. Captain, it seems there are no significant issues. These are merely minor challenges, all comprising Level 1 and 2 Extraordinary Beings, akin to tender sprouts. After a moment of focused perception, Lu Yuan disdainfully shook his head. The task at hand, investigating the mobile zombies in Baiha Village. This mission, which was disseminated from the black market of the mines to the Lu Province safety camp, was heralded with such grandeur that one might have thought it an insurmountable challenge. And yet, is this all? The third-line safety camp is indeed third line. To classify such a meager horde of zombies as high difficulty is absurd. Captain, I dare say, those 10 white crystal cores might just be given to us as a gift. Rising slowly from the pile of corn, Lu Yuan's earlier vigilance had dissipated. Really? But I heard they managed to withstand King Zombie. They shouldn't be afraid of this, right? The muscular man also rose cautiously, stroking his chin, his gaze hesitantly drifting towards the old woman suspended in the tree. Oh, what King Zombie? I reckon it could barely challenge a level 9 extraordinary being, considering how they suppress their base. And us? We are an entire team of level 7 extraordinary beings. This is the disparity. Shrugging, Lu Yuan even took the initiative to stride towards the entrance of Baiha Village. Hey, did you see that old woman? What's the situation? The muscular man still harbored some concerns, to which Lu Yuan chuckled. That one? Her condition seems to fluctuate somewhat, but she appears to be merely a level 1 extraordinary being. I suspect she came here on a mission from the black market of the mines. only to fall victim to the zombies and be left hanging. This, Captain, are you perhaps overreacting? At this moment, Yuan and Sun Shengnan join the conversation. Even if there are issues, if the four of us combine our strength, we could annihilate those zombie hordes in an instant, right? Yuan tilted her head with a playful smile. Xiao Shan, could it be that your wife is about to give birth, hence your heightened tension? Nonsense. I must tell you all, when venturing outside, one must exercise utmost caution. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Xiao Shan was about to offer further admonitions, another series of footsteps echoed from the distant rural path. Who? Turning to look, it seemed 3 figures were moving amidst the rustling corn. Who? As the inquiry echoed, the figures suddenly halted, responding with a curt command. It is human. Who are they? A rival team vying for the mission? Lu Yuan squinted, faintly discerning 3 dense streams of white energy approaching. Let me take a look. Level 4 extraordinary being. Level 3 extraordinary being. Level 5 extraordinary being. What a motley crew. He shook his head in disdain. It was only when a section of corn was pushed aside that the faces of Qiu Shengxing's trio were revealed. 3 little girls? Xiao Shan was taken aback. He had never anticipated that this mission would also be taken on by 3 young girls. Coupled with Lu Yuan's recent assessment of their capabilities, the frown that had previously marred his brow now relaxed. Indeed, the black market of the mining world truly has its shortcomings. To undertake a task of such high difficulty with such lackluster capability is indeed a disservice to the very notion of high difficulty. Hey, we, the Lu Zhou conflict team, have already accepted this task. With a wave of her hand towards Qiu Shengsheng and her companions, their steps faltered. Wait, you, from Lu Zhou, have you also taken on this task? Of course. Not only this, but we also have personnel assigned to tasks such as investigating infant zombies and probing the sudden deaths of anomalous zombies. Do you think those rewards are within your reach? The tone was serious, arrogant, and scornful, causing Qiu Shengsheng and her companions to frown. Indeed, the opposing team had the audacity to be prideful. Yet, such self-righteousness was truly infuriating. Shengsheng, look, Linya pressed her lips together, glancing at Qiu Shengsheng while genuinely seeking Ziren's opinion. What of these 4 level 7 ability users? No matter how impressive they are, can they surpass their seniors? If they were to arrive first for this task, her small fist clenched. Although Qiu Shengsheng was displeased with their attitude, she understood the principle of priority. Just as she hesitated, a new option suddenly appeared before the ever-observant Ziren, who had been lingering at the back. Option 1. Proceed straight to rescue the elderly woman. The risks remain uncertain. Chapter 109. The Old Woman and the Corpse Pile, Part 3. This has become rather intriguing. Upon encountering the 2 sudden options, Ziren decisively opted for Option 2. Having played this apocalyptic survival game for quite some time, he was acutely aware of its tendencies. Choosing the first option was fraught with complications. The first choice would invariably lead him to invest in premium currency to tackle unforeseen challenges. Option 2, by observing from a close distance, could potentially enhance his survival rate, which already hinted at the peculiarities of this corpse pile. A typical corpse pile would not trigger a factor such as survival rate. The game system rated this mission as of moderate difficulty, which surely held its rationale. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ziren took a few steps forward, casting his gaze towards the distant contradictory team. Hey, I advise you all not to approach that corpse pile carelessly. You cannot afford the consequences. I'm not joking. If it's risky for me, who possesses the ability to cheat, how much more perilous could it be for a mere team of ability users? Level 7? Oh, so you're also a 4-person team, and there's an invisible man among you? What is the matter? Too ashamed to show yourself? The abrupt voice left Xiao Shan momentarily stunned. However, after a fleeting moment, he turned to look at Lu Yuan beside him. Lu Yuan shared a knowing smile, his eyes fixed intently on the source of the voice, until he noticed a thick cloud of white mist rising, prompting a scornful laugh. Haha, Captain, this fellow possesses merely the strength of ability user, level 4. No wonder he prefers to hide away. Upon hearing about Ziren's abilities, Xiao Shan's expression darkened. disregarding his remarks entirely. What I propose is, are you perhaps afraid of coming here in vain, thus deliberately misleading us to drive us away? Apologies, but we are not easily swayed by the tricks of your third-tier safe camp. You scoffed dismissively. The four members of the contradiction squad cast a collective gaze, filled with disdain, coldness, and scorn. To be honest, possessing strength in the apocalypse does grant one such an attitude. However, Ziren's intentions were genuinely benevolent. Forget it. Regardless of what I say, you will not listen. Sheng, let's avoid the village path. I shall guide you to investigate first. Ziren gazed at the four individuals in silence, deeply understanding a profound truth. Some individuals are beyond salvation, even if they wish for death. But, Senior Ziren, they insulted you. They claimed that Sheng is capable. Yet they spoke ill of you. With her small fists clenched tightly, Sheng's expression revealed a hint of ire, and she surprisingly drew a firearm from her chest. Sigh, why is Sheng so afraid of me being talked about? Senior, enough. Let's not waste time, let's go. Ruffling Sheng's hair, Ziren resolutely led the group, swiftly bypassing the entrance of Baihe Village. The game scene before him bore a striking resemblance to that of Baihe Village from the previous night. This compelled Ziren to suspect that the game developer must have visited Baihe Village for inspiration. If the developers had employed drones to scan and collect map data, as seen in Black Myth, Wukong, could the path he traversed last night also have been recorded in the game? Contemplating this, Ziren pushed aside the corn stalks while making his way towards the path from memory. To his surprise, after meandering through the cornfield, he gradually came upon a desolate ruin. That was Baihe Village. Incredible. He was taken aback. He had merely entertained the notion of using a path known only to the locals of Baihe Village to circumvent the pile of corpses and reappear from the rear to observe the situation. He never anticipated that the game's scenery would so precisely mirror reality. This game's real-world data collection is truly remarkable. If you aren't competing for game awards, you're merely milking money from players and deserve to fade into obscurity. After silently cursing the game developers, Ziren took the lead, weaving through the ruins. Senior, you seem quite familiar with this place. Lu Su seemed to have discerned something. Ziren shrugged nonchalantly. Well, I've been here before. Huh? How long ago was that? Ziren fell silent. How would he explain this? I visited before your game development promotion. Fortunately, Linya intervened to break the awkwardness. Senior, what about those from the Luzhou safe camp? Do you think they will perish? Well, they brought it upon themselves. How dare they claim that the senior is merely a level 4 esper? They must be blind. Another silence ensued. Ziren found it difficult to respond. It seemed he indeed was merely a level 4 esper. No wonder they looked down on him. Forget about them. He waved his hand. Suddenly his gaze sharpened. There's something you all haven't noticed. What is it? What about Lei Zhiyong and Yang Miao? Oh right, where are they? As this was said, the expressions of everyone darkened. Indeed, among the two, Lei Zhiyong was a level 7 esper. Where could they have gone? Could it be they were devoured by those corpses that were merely level 1 espers? As Sheng and her group ventured deeper into the dense cornfield, the four members of the contradiction squad couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Still investigating? That's hilarious. They need to investigate this tiny matter. Truly, the recruits from the third line safe camp. Lu Yuan chuckled, and his teammates smirked disdainfully. All right, let's not concern ourselves with them any longer. Initially, I worried I wasn't meticulous enough. But now it seems if the black market is filled with such weaklings, the previous Wong-type zombies indeed have no justification. Let us go. Follow me to rescue that old woman. Perhaps once we save her, everything will become clear. Waving his hand, Xiao Shan led the way toward the pile of corpses. On the ground, a few hundred corpses lay with their heads bowed, exhaling hot breaths. Their crimson eyes fixed intently on the four, yet they remained motionless. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think we are rookies from a level 3 safe camp? Even if you set a trap, what can you do? A bunch of level 1 espers thinking they can. Lu Yuan's mocking voice drew closer. Suddenly, the elderly woman hanging from the tree seemed to sense the approaching crowd, her body swaying, and her cracked lips emitted a series of mournful wails. Go, hurry. Get away. Chapter 110. Withered skin go? Ha ha ha. Old woman, you a level 1 esper. Can venture here for adventure? To be honest, I admire your courage. No need to panic now. Let me tell you, standing before you is the Contradiction Squad, ranked among the top 10 in the Luzhou safe camp. Rest assured, we will rescue you shortly. I'm not an old woman. My name is Yang Miao Miao. I'm only 22. Hurry, go. The old woman's toothless, wrinkled mouth struggled to utter these words. However, after saying this, not only Lu Yuan, but even Xiao Shan shook his head. It seemed the prolonged torment had driven this woman to madness. These zombies are truly despicable. Do they intend to let the old woman perish in the sun before consuming her? Everyone, prepare to take action. With a serious expression, Xiao Shan's limbs began to tremble rapidly. His skin flickered between pale, yellow hues, gradually transforming into 4 sharp silver spears. Supernatural ability, Tempered Spear. This is the formidable power that Xiao Shan takes pride in. Behind him, Sun Shengnan, with her arms raised vertically, lay prostrate on the ground. Her arms, propped against the earth, gradually merged and expanded, forming a colossal black shield. The colossal shield was positioned before Yu Yuan, who closed her eyes, her body emanating a faint white glow as circular patterns of light rapidly illuminated beneath her feet. Blessing, Wind Listener. Blessing, Thorn Queen. As the 2 black and white circular symbols shone forth, Yu Yuan swiftly opened her eyes, gazing at Captain Xiao Shan. Buzz. In an instant, Xiao Shan's reinforced spear burgeoned with a multitude of small black spikes, while a gust of wind swirled around his limbs, seemingly unintentional yet potent. Excellent. Forward. Under the unique blessing ability, Xiao Shan's aura surged, nearly rivaling that of a 9th-tier ability user. Though his reinforced spear appeared cumbersome, it unexpectedly propelled him toward the heap of corpses with surprising lightness. Roar. Strangely, despite the overwhelming pressure, the zombies within the pile remained placidly sprawled on the ground. Ha ha ha. I told you, they're on the brink of exhaustion. Just look at their skin, all shriveled up. I could. Suddenly, Lu Yuan, who was nestled behind Sun Shengnan, felt an inexplicable looseness in his face, and it seemed as though several of his teeth had inexplicably fallen out. Ugh. After a bout of dry heaving, he was shocked to discover a dozen yellow teeth expelled from his mouth. How is this even possible? Staring in disbelief at the fallen teeth, which were both yellowed and foul-smelling, Lu Yuan couldn't fathom how such things could emerge from him. Even if they were his own teeth, they should not have been in such a state. He hastily rummaged through his gums, only to be jolted by the realization that his mouth felt disturbingly loose, accompanied by a dreadful odor of decay. Ugh! Merely this slight commotion led him to retch uncontrollably, his entire being trembling. Ugh! He was not alone. In this brief moment, both Yu Yuan and Sun Shengnan exhibited peculiar symptoms as well. Buzzing ensued as Sun Shengnan's colossal shield seemed to unconsciously diminish in size. She lay on the ground, panting heavily, as if merely maintaining the colossal shield had drained her. Why am I so exhausted? At my ability level, I should be able to uphold the colossal shield for an hour without breaking a sweat. Gasping, Sun Shengnan's back was already soaked through. It itches. So terribly itchy. Yu Yuan scratched at her arms, her skin inexplicably afflicted with intense itchiness. When she lowered her gaze, she was horrified to see her once smooth arms now marred with extensive wrinkles and dead skin, revealing a dark, sinister hue beneath, accompanied by age spots. What is this? No, please no. The unbearable itchiness drove Yu Yuan to exclaim, prompting both Lu Yuan and Sun Shengnan to turn their attention toward her. Yuan, what? What has happened to you? Their pupils dilated in shock, for before them, Yu Yuan's youthful visage had drastically deteriorated. Her long white hair fell limply, her shoulders sagged, and her height seemed to diminish, while her exposed skin was riddled with deep wrinkles and dead skin. This was no longer a young girl, but rather a frail old woman. Lu Yuan and Sun Shengnan stared at Yu Yuan in astonishment, and she mirrored their bewilderment. Their reflections revealed a toothless, white-haired old man and a pale-faced, gasping elderly woman on the ground. Is this truly my teammate, Yuan? Dazedly, they exchanged glances, each utterly confounded by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, on another front, as the core combat force of the Contradiction Squad, Xiaoshan strode forward with determination, resembling a swift arrow aimed at the head of a prone corpse. Bang! Contrary to expectations, the anticipated explosion and spray of blood did not occur. Ha ha ha! Finally, I have you. What? The emaciated corpse smirked, its lips curling into a mocking smile. In an instant, its shriveled form began to visibly swell, as if rejuvenating before Xiaoshan's very eyes. With a powerful grip, the grotesque hand seized Xiaoshan's reinforced spear. The corpse, no, to be precise. The creature before him could more aptly be termed a stout zombie. The imposing figure of the zombie grinned menacingly, gradually exerting its strength to forcefully pull Xiaoshan's left hand, reinforced spear, towards itself. The sound of cracking bones echoed ominously. Xiaoshan's expression shifted to one of alarm. The opponent aimed to dislocate his arm. How dare you, especially considering it was a first-stage ability user zombie? You shall meet your demise. With his other hand raised, he attempted to cleave the zombie's skull in two with the reinforced spear. However, amidst the sinister laughter of the zombie, the left hand, reinforced spear, was abruptly snapped in two, a torrent of crimson blood gushing from his left shoulder. Ah! Subsequently, a piercing scream resonated through the entrance of Baiha village. Chapter 111. The truth is, the flow of time in this region. Time-manipulating zombie. Ha ha! Swinging the left hand, reinforced spear, with glee, the zombie toyed with it for a moment. Devoid of its original ability's enhancement, the spear instantly transformed into a withered arm. Humanity, you are far too feeble. The arrogant zombie raised its head, casting a disdainful glance at Xiaoshan. You! Clutching his exposed left shoulder, Xiaoshan stumbled backward, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation that the zombie before him was extraordinarily towering. The impression it left him suggested it was merely a third-stage ability user. Yet, why did he feel utterly defenseless? Ha ha! The rest is up to you. The imposing figure gestured behind him, and the three prostrate corpses slowly rose. You! How dare you! As the formidable corpses advanced towards his comrades, Xiaoshan braced himself with one arm, positioning himself as a barrier. He raised the only remaining right arm, the hardened spear, only to realize that it had seemingly diminished by an inch. What is this? Team, Captain, run now! Suddenly, a frail, desperate cry echoed from behind. Who? He turned to see an elderly man trembling on the ground, beckoning him. Captain, your ability level has plummeted from level 7 to level 1. They're all level 3 zombies. Run, flee. The old man's voice was frenzied as he attempted to stand and flee towards Baiha village. Yet, like the gnarled roots of a withered tree, he could barely move, only managing a slow, labored shuffle. Ha ha ha! Useless! Suddenly, a powerful hand clutched Xiaoshan's neck, lifting him off the ground. Feeling the searing pain, he turned to see a towering corpse hoisting him up, squeezing his throat while striding towards the three others. He struggled desperately, but in the grasp of the corpse, his legs flailed helplessly, akin to a fledgling chick. No, don't! Yuan screamed, but as she turned, she collapsed to the ground, her strength sapped. Yuan. Grasping her arms, he realized he lacked the power to lift her. Ha ha! Humanity, such a frail race. Become the tribute for the king. Suddenly, three towering figures loomed before the two women. Sun Shengnan felt a tremor run down her spine. A massive black hand had pierced through her chest, emerging from her abdomen. Ah! Under the horrified cry of Yuan, the corpse lifted Sun Shengnan high, its fangs bared as it sank into her skull. Blood and brain matter splattered forth. Yuan fell to the ground, her heart nearly stopping as she witnessed the horrific scene. Is this hell? Before she could utter another word, she too was seized by a large hand, lifted by her neck. Help! Help! In the distance, Lu Yuan stumbled several meters forward. Suddenly, a corpse playfully picked up a stone from the ground. A sinister smile, curling its lips. Noisy, with a powerful throw, the stone flew through the air. With a sickening sound, a gaping hole erupted in Lu Yuan's neck. Blood gushing forth. His body stood still for a moment, then, with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. No! No! Xiao Shan screamed in anguish, witnessing his comrades perish one by one before his eyes, his gaze reddening with rage. Yet, he could only feel his neck twisting under the force of the corpse's grip, his vision gradually fading. What? What is happening? In the final moments before his sight dimmed, Xiao Shan beheld Yuan's body being lifted beneath a great tree by several corpses. Then, a swarm of dried corpses rose, their bodies swelling grotesquely. They surrounded Yuan, voraciously devouring her flesh. Ah! Ah! The horrifying cries echoed, jarring Xiao Shan's senses. I! Ha ha ha, foolish beings, coming to seek the misfortune of your king. Amidst the sounds of flesh being consumed, a gaunt, bluish corpse slowly rose from the ground. Wherever it passed, the surrounding corpses began to swell. On the tree trunk, an old woman trembled, tears glistening in her eyes. You! Don't be hasty. Little sister, once you lure those few sisters here, you shall be freed. Amidst the jesting remarks regarding the emaciated corpse, the elderly woman in the sky appeared to have become even more wrinkled. At that moment, time is the ability of the time system. It is the acceleration of the regional time flow. My three companions aged in an instant. Their physical deterioration rendered their powers ineffective. Why am I unable to contend with a third-tier ability user among the zombies? The reason is, I too have aged. The depletion of my strength corresponds with the surging vigor of my adversary. Thus, I shall engage in battle. Among this horde of zombies, there must be one capable of accelerating the flow of time within this area. From the very beginning, it has caused this group of third-tier ability users to age, transforming them into lifeless husks and diminishing everyone's vigilance. The old woman hanging from the tree is, in truth, a young girl. Yet, to lure in assisting ability users, she deliberately feigned aging, rendering her speech faltering. Thus, as soon as the incoming ability user steps into the area of accelerated time flow, they will be immediately aged, weakening their combat prowess. Our side zombies, on the other hand, will shed the effects of aging and revert to their robust forms. In the final moments of breathlessness, Xiao Shan inexplicably recalait du Ziren's earnest conseil. Regret washed over him. His aged eyes shimmered with a despondent gloom. Suddenly, a multitude of gaping maws, adorned with sharp fangs, surged toward him, collectively tearing open his skull. Chapter 112, du Ziren's spéculation, qui Sheng remet unaffected. Meanwhile, within the confines of Baiha village, Du Ziren, guided by memory, ventured through the snow-laden ruins of Baiha village, ultimately discovering the narrow path leading to the village entrance. Hello. Everyone remains vigilant. Before him, he instructed the three women behind him, remain silent and find a place to hide if anything unusual occurs. With that, Du Ziren ventured down the long path. In the distance, the ominous sight of a dense cluster of lifeless bodies at the entrance of Baiha village shimmered unsettlingly in the snow. However, this time, the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. As he moved forward, brushing aside the cornstalks, Du Ziren halted abruptly upon discerning a heap of corpses gnawing at several remnants of white bones. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. It seemed he had come to a dreadful realization and remained silent. Behind him, Lu Su peered with narrowed eyes, still trying to comprehend the situation. What happened to that contradictory squad? Did they leave after gathering information? Wasn't that old woman still in need of rescue? Surely, they can't be so heartless? Linya, too, was baffled by the unfolding events. After all, the corpses before them were merely first-level supernatural beings, hardly warranting the attention of 4 7th-level supernatural practitioners. Senior Ziren, what do you think we might discover here? Qiu Shengsheng pondered, scratching her head in confusion over what they were meant to uncover before taking action. Yet, whatever her senior instructed, she was resolutely committed to executing without hesitation. Please wait. They were previously lying motionless, and now they had begun to gnaw on the bones. The air still carried a metallic scent, hinting that they might have recently indulged in flesh. What? Just them? Surely not. They are merely first-rank abilities, after all, and they're so aged. Could they possibly be gnawing on the remains of a scavenger? Ziren's voice echoed, and Lu Su felt a twinge of disbelief. I am also uncertain. However, that particular group of zombies felt rather peculiar to me. In summary, let us wait. Crouched in the cornfield, Ziren remained utterly still. As long as no one appeared, if that group of corpses truly posed a threat, they would eventually reveal themselves. The four gradually fell into a profound silence, their gaze fixed on the distant corpses. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour elapsed. At last, a gaunt, bluish-purple zombie could no longer contain itself and slowly rose from the ground. Leaning against a large tree, it waved at the elderly woman suspended above, astonishingly extracting a flickering lightning ability crystal core from its body. Hee. Due to the distance, only its laughter could be heard, followed by it licking the crystal core. Splash! It seemed the elderly woman's body was struggling violently, swaying back and forth, as a few crystalline tears dripped from above. Suddenly, a splash of water exploded upon the gaunt zombie's head. The rushing water instantly distorted the zombie's face. Wretched creature! With a swift motion, the zombie slapped the elderly woman's face, viciously swallowing the crystal core. It seemed to savor the taste. As it slowly retrieved 4 additional white ability crystal cores from its person. Like one relishing jelly beans, it devoured another white crystal core. Meanwhile, the elderly woman suspended above continued to weep, her cries growing increasingly desperate in the distance. The scene caused the individuals in the cornfield to furrow their brows. Could it truly be that it was merely a first-tier ability user? The crystal cores it consumed appeared to be of considerable ability level. Lu Su's tongue flicked in confusion, her expression morphing into one of doubt. Something was amiss, something was indeed amiss. Have you noticed that the first crystal core it consumed was of lightning ability? While this ability is not exceedingly rare, it is certainly not commonplace. Why, when consuming the crystal core, did it flaunt its prize before the elderly woman? That elderly woman had just unleashed a water ability attack against it. Had she not? Was she enraged? Tell me, which water ability user would become furious at another for consuming a lightning crystal core? Who could possibly fit this description? Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with realization, while Qiu Shengsheng covered her mouth in disbelief. Sister Lin, are you suggesting that the one hanging is Yang Miao Miao? The zombie devoured Lei Zhiyong's crystal core. Silence, and endless silence. No one dared to contemplate the reality that Lei Zhiyong was dead. Yang Miao Miao had transformed into an elderly woman? Could this truly be possible? Yet, even if such a notion seemed implausible, the connections formed by these two individuals undeniably aligned most fittingly. Sorry, I cannot assist with that. The 4 crystal cores recently extracted from that zombie's pocket belonged to the 4 members of the contradiction team. Suddenly, Ziren's voice echoed once more, plunging the entire cornfield into an eerie silence. They were 4 ability users level 7. How could they possibly perish? Lu Su gaped in astonishment, while Ziren offered a serene smile. Nothing is impossible. You must understand that supernatural abilities are ever-changing. Perhaps, just moments ago, a situation we could never have anticipated has unfolded. Now, we must contemplate how to save Yang Miao Miao. Or, with the present information, can we analyze the capabilities of the opponent? The opponent's abilities? The capacity to instantly eliminate 4 ability users, level 7. Moreover, it even aged Yang Miao Miao? Lin Ye's expression was one of bewilderment. Unbeknownst to her, her mere utterance of aged was akin to a revelation for Ziren. Growing older. Ah, you all say, when a person ages, can their bodily organs withstand the manipulation of extraordinary powers? Apart from certain special abilities, when a person grows old, the efficacy of using extraordinary powers is undoubtedly diminished compared to their youth. After Qiu Shengsheng murmured this, Ziren suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. I understand. It is time. The passage of time. Only in this way can one instantly vanquish the opponent. As soon as these words were uttered, before those around could react, Ziren turned his gaze towards Yang Miao Miao. It is quite simple. Their desiccated corpses lie in a realm where the flow of time accelerates, and Yang Miao Miao is also present. Imagine. If one were to enter a realm where the flow of time is accelerated, what would transpire if the opposing force were to withdraw the effects of this accelerated time? Would those desiccated corpses transform from ancient remains into the robust forms of their youthful selves? Moreover, the transformation of zombies into formidable corpses is one matter. But what of humans? Once a person enters, subjected to the accelerated flow of time, what consequences might ensue? This left Ziren's lengthy discourse, leaving the women speechless. The outcome could very well be that a person ages into an elderly figure, confronting a legion of robust corpses in a state of decrepitude. Upon this realization, Qiu Shengsheng was the first to respond, exclaiming with astonishment. No wonder Lei Zhiyong met his downfall. It was no surprise. A chorus of sighs followed, turning their gaze back to the seemingly decrepit pile of dry corpses, which appeared to be utterly useless. A sense of vigilance arose in everyone's eyes. After a lengthy pause, Ziren turned to look at Qiu Shengsheng. Shengsheng, do you wish to challenge yourself? I asked, do you wish to grow stronger through battle? Indeed, Ziren decisively nodded and smiled calmly. Then let's go back together now. The rest will assess the situation. Once they observe Yang Miao Miao returning to her original state, you shall come to offer support. Senior, is it just the two of you going? A hint of concern lingered in my heart, before Qiu Shengsheng could finish her sentence. Ziren astounded us with another unexpected remark. Strictly speaking, it is solely your responsibility to go. I shall be watching you closely. Do not worry. They cannot harm you, because your ability is quite unique. Chapter 113 Time Ability Unveiled. 1-3, Part 1 My ability is truly extraordinary? Qiu Shengsheng gazed blankly into the air. Ziren had never explained to her what the essence of her ability, immortality, truly was. Your extraordinary abilities possess a unique resilience. Just treat it as if you can endure more than others. A casual explanation. Ziren truly wished for this young lady not to discover the indestructible nature of his being, for it would mean that every battle would leave him battered and bruised, only to gradually restore himself. After all, as a husband, it is preferable to appear splendid. So that was the reason. No wonder I was unafraid of the flames at the dog factory last time. With Senior Ziren by my side, I fear nothing. Tightening the combat uniform that clung to her, Qiu Shengsheng slowly emerged from the cornfield. That's Senior. Shall we proceed? As Ziren followed closely behind Qiu Shengsheng, a sense of unease washed over him as he quietly opened the recharge link for ability deactivation. This recent incident concerning the Baihe village investigation surprisingly did not target the protagonist, Qiu Shengsheng, but rather their current companions. Who could have anticipated such a twist? Imagine it. Had he recklessly charged in without understanding the situation, Qiu Shengsheng might have emerged unscathed, yet his teammates, Lu Su and Linya, could have faced dire consequences. Teammates, loyal and sincere companions, are a rarity in this apocalyptic world. Moreover, their existence is directly tied to the squad formation mission. Presently, while he had a general understanding of the hostile zombies' abilities, the precise level of their powers remained shrouded in uncertainty. The phenomenon of ability failure is indeed formidable. However, if the opponent possesses a time flow ability of the superhuman tier, to what extent would one's own ability failure remain ineffective against them? Might it jeopardize the immortality associated with golden quality? Should the adversary be cornered, what if they resort to engaging in a physical confrontation with the flesh of a superhuman, in pursuit of ensuring a safe and reassuring hunting ground for my beloved? I shall invest. Upon activation, a series of pop-up windows immediately appeared. The option to temporarily enhance combat power through recharge has been activated. Option 1. You may choose to recharge 20,000 yuan to gain a half-hour experience of the ability nullification power. Superhuman Level 2 experience privilege. Option 2. You may opt to recharge 200,000 000 yuan to acquire a half-hour experience of the ability nullification power. Awaken level 2 experience privilege. What on earth? 200,000? Wasn't the last recharge only 100,000? Reflecting on the previous recharge for the canine transformation, temporary combat power, which peaked at merely 100,000 yuan, Ziren felt that the game developers were becoming increasingly unscrupulous. The current recharge doubling is predicated on the failure of abilities, specifically those of the purple tier. The cost to enhance temporary combat power naturally varies depending on the tier of the ability. Players may select the temporary ability combat power they wish to augment. It seems I have heard Ziren's grievances, as the game notification has unveiled the latest explanation. Ward, are you implying that should I acquire an ability of golden quality in the future, I would need to expend 400,000 in combat power? Indeed, for 100,000? If my parents were to discover how much I squander on gaming, they would undoubtedly berate me from beyond. My finger hesitated, hovering over the recharge button. Ziren, my esteemed senior? Suddenly, a nervous voice from Kaya Xingxing broke through the air. Observing her shivering figure, nestled among the corn husks like a timid little puppy, I felt an inexplicable discomfort. Damn it, it's merely money, after all. Spend, spend, spend. My beloved cannot endure even the slightest grievance. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just been charged a sum of 200,000 yuan. Your current balance stands at 597,500 yuan. Commence the unlocking of the Awakened One. Skill of Ability Nullification. Nullification Domain. As a series of notifications flooded in, Ziren suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being. In that instant, he was filled with an indomitable spirit. Sheng, do not be afraid. I have always been present. Just step forward. They cannot harm you. All right. With a rhythmic patter of footsteps, the slender figure peeled away the thick husks of corn, revealing a small head of Qiu Shengsheng, who gazed towards the village entrance. As Qiu Shengsheng drew nearer, the movements of the others gradually ceased. The old woman, suspended from a tree, struggled violently, and upon seeing Qiu Shengsheng, her emotions erupted uncontrollably, sobbing. Woo-woo, Shengsheng, don't come any closer, please. Tears streamed down her face, the torment of this single day etched into her memory forever. Yet, Qiu Shengsheng looked up at the old woman and smiled reassuringly. I know you. You're a Yang Miao Miao, right? Do not worry, I will rescue you soon. You're foolish, even if it's that senior. Here, enough. Silence. Just as the two exchanged words, a gaunt zombie, its body mottled with shades of blue and purple, began to crawl out of a pile of corpses. Its decayed eyes fixed on Qiu Shengsheng, revealing a hint of discontent. Why are you the only one here? Where are the other two women? Senior Ziren said. To deal with you all. I alone am sufficient. Slowly drawing a military dagger from her waist, Qiu Shengsheng did not dare to be careless. Ha ha. Ha ha. Those few ability users level 7 have all perished. You alone cannot possibly think we are all ability users level 1, can you? The gaunt zombie seemed amused by Qiu Shengsheng's words, twisting its neck as its emaciated body began to swell ominously. Simultaneously, several corpses on the ground rapidly inflated. Little girl, allow me to impart a lesson upon you today. Do not be deceived by appearances. Soon, you shall become our fresh meat dinner. Those who are hiding shall meet the same fate. With a thud, 3 or 4 muscular zombies rushed towards Qiu Shengsheng, attempting to seize her arms and tear them apart mercilessly. A chilling, eerie laughter approached. Above, Yang Miao Miao had closed her eyes. She acknowledged that the senior was indeed formidable, but once trapped in a zone where time flow accelerated. The aging of her body rendered her abilities a mere jest. The zombies here possessed extraordinarily unique powers. Their team leader, Lei Zhiyong, had been torn into 6 pieces merely by shouting twice. The image of that scene would haunt Yang Miao Miao for a lifetime. No, she shouted in despair. Suddenly, a warm spray of blood erupted from below. It's over. She is dead? Eyes tightly shut, Yang Miao Miao could not bear to visualize the gruesome fate that had befallen Qiu Shangsheng. But in the next moment, instead of the woman's screams, a series of valiant roars from the muscular zombies echoed. Chapter 114. Time ability activated. 1-3 medium. Roar, roar. The stench of blood wafted up, and Yang Miao Miao squinted to look down, her pupils contracting in shock. Corpses. 4 muscular zombie. Bodies lay sprawled across the ground, all headless necks oozing blood. Below, a tall woman with exquisite features and a stern expression swung a bloodied dagger, wearing a look of disdain akin to a cold and proud rose with thorns. How is this possible? Who are you? Gazing at the tall woman, Yang Miao Miao found herself momentarily entranced. The slender figure stood at least 8 meters tall, with striking features and a lithe physique, her eyes icy and her demeanor utterly composed, exuding the essence of a queen in a post-apocalyptic world. Yang Miao Miao, it's me, Qiu Shangsheng. Do you not recognize me? The tall woman looked up, leaving Yang Miao Miao stunned once more. You, Qiu Shangsheng? You've grown up? Stupefied, bewildered, and dazed, Yang Miao Miao could not comprehend. How could this impeccably poised woman be Qiu Shangsheng? Or rather, why had everyone aged into old folk, while Qiu Shangsheng remained a mature woman here? Why is that? Me? I've grown up? Attempting to move her body, Qiu Shangsheng realized that her once loose combat uniform had indeed become somewhat snug. Senor Ziren, the cold, stunning visage turned towards Du Ziren, leaving him momentarily speechless. I am astonished. In a corner unseen by others, Du Ziren wore a rather foolish expression. Perfect. Utterly perfect. If in the past, Qiu Shangsheng had appeared as a tender and naive girl of 18 or 19 now, the Qiu Shangsheng before him perfectly embodied Du Ziren's fantasy of an apocalyptic goddess, with her aloof gaze, striking features, and curves that even her military uniform could not conceal. This was the adult version of Qiu Shangsheng. After gazing obsessively at Qiu Shangsheng for quite some time, Du Ziren finally came to his senses. He understood. Qiu Shangsheng's extraordinary ability was immortality. Thus, only Qiu Shangsheng could enter this place without aging into an old person. Instead, she would transform into a woman. Profits abound. Unexpectedly, in the next dungeon, I could glimpse what my future wife would look like. As the sound of snapping echoed, no one noticed that Du Ziren had circled around the adult-like Qiu Shangsheng several times, continuously capturing screenshots. His demeanor resembled that of a player engrossed in a character customization game, meticulously selecting outfits for his beloved. Ziren. I feel so uncomfortable in this body. The once haughty gaze only softened with a hint of youthful shyness when directed towards Du Ziren. Could you wait a moment? Senpai, is that you? Du Ziren remained silent, engrossed in fervently taking screenshots. In the distance, within Baihe village, Lu Su and Linya stared in astonishment. Isn't that? Who is that infuriatingly perfect woman? Linya exclaimed indignantly. It seems to be. Perhaps it's Team Qiu. She appears to have just slain a few zombies and has matured. Lu Su, as a woman, couldn't help but blush upon seeing the adult version of Qiu Shangsheng. Indeed, her presence and beauty were exquisite. How vexing. How infuriating. So, Shangsheng has blossomed into such an alluring figure. I wondered why that senpai seemed to. No, wait. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Linya hurriedly covered her mouth. You? How is it possible that you have not aged? After the pile of mummified corpses, the emaciated zombie, with a face of disbelief, gazed at Qiu Shangsheng. Not only had she not aged, but it appeared that her strength had also increased. The acceleration of time, which should have been detrimental, was, astonishingly, a boon for her. After snapping a few more adult-themed pictures of Qiu Shangsheng, Du Ziren finally came to his senses. TMD. They were still in the midst of battle. Shangsheng. Despite our efforts, we strive to break through to the 5th rank of the ability users. A calm voice resonated, as Qiu Shangsheng's perfectly sculpted form tensed. The combat uniform she wore having transformed into a wisp of ash that gradually dissipated with the acceleration of time. The crystalline armor enveloped Qiu Shengxing's voluptuous curves, its silvery sheen immediately reflecting at the entrance of Baihe village. You monstrous aberration. What exactly is your power? Attack! Attack! It seemed that upon catching sight of the crystalline armor, the emaciated zombie felt an inexplicable sense of dread. With a sweeping motion of its massive hand, all the prostrate corpses began to swell, no fewer than 20 robust zombies, howling as they charged towards Qiu Shengxing. Sheng. Remain composed. When necessary, I shall take action. In an instant, Qiu Shengxing's figure vanished without a trace. Before her, a group of formidable corpses began to have their heads severed and float away. 1, 2, 3. As heads soared into the air, the decapitated necks gushed forth crimson streams, and the headless bodies collapsed to the ground. Damn it! Damn it! As the situation grew increasingly dire, the emaciated zombie hastily lifted the interference of the time flow on Qiu Shengxing. Amidst the chaos of heads flying in all directions from the horde of robust zombies, a slight figure gradually emerged. Upon regaining her normal state, the once youthful Qiu Shengxing began to breathe heavily, her movements becoming visibly swifter. With a swift motion, she plunged her blade towards one of the formidable zombies, only to find it merely punctured the creature's neck without severing its head. A familiar voice echoed, causing Ziren's expression to tighten. From his perspective, Qiu Shengxing's strength had just ascended and was now fluctuating erratically. Qiu Shengxing's current ability level: Ability User, Level 8. Ability User, Level 9. Ability User, Level 4. As time incessantly accelerates, Shengxing matures, and her strength flourishes. Now, her power has diminished once more. Has the time flow been nullified? Squinting at the emaciated zombie, the creature also fixates on Qiu Shengxing, a trace of relief gradually manifesting on its face. This monster, it can actually consume my ability enhancement? Quick, seize this moment. Eliminate her. Eliminate her. Roar. Upon the command of the gaunt zombie, countless withered corpses surged forth, inflating with grotesque urgency. In an instant, a horde of robust cadavers lunged toward Qiu Shengxing. Yet, Qiu Shengxing remained unfazed, her diminutive form resolutely gripping the dagger. With a swift thrust, another head of a robust corpse flew into the air. Her heart raced, pounding incessantly as she observed the encroaching tide of the undead. Her expression resolute, she whispered softly to herself, "It's all right. It's all right. With Senior Ziren here, I shall not perish." Gripping the dagger tightly, she charged fearlessly into the throng of corpses. At this moment, Ziren keenly observed the extraordinary level of Qiu Shengxing's abilities. Current ability level of Qiu Shengxing: Esper Level 4, 388,400, 399,400, 11,500. Congratulations! Qiu Shengxing has ascended to the 5th tier of ability users. Chapter 115. The Awakening of Time Ability. 1-3. Part 2. Is this the allure of the golden ability? Can one grow stronger simply through battle? As Qiu Shengxing found herself on the verge of being encircled, Ziren's gaze shifted towards the emaciated zombie, his expression growing tense. Invalidation zone. Buzzing. Suddenly, the entire Baihe village outskirts seemed to ripple with a subtle disturbance. What? The emaciated zombie seemed to sense a disturbance, its entire being tensing up. Before it could react, all the other corpses revealed their true forms, transforming into a unified group of Tier 3 abilities users, robust in stature. Simultaneously, its own form began to wither from its previously imposing figure. The once inscrutable power it possessed gradually crystallized into that of a Tier 9 abilities user. Who is it? Who is interfering with my abilities? In a state of panic, it glanced around, devoid of the enhancement of its time manipulation abilities. The emaciated zombie, despite possessing the strength of a Tier 9 abilities user, was reduced to mere physical prowess. How could it not be terrified? It frantically scanned its surroundings. But Ziren was too preoccupied to pay it any mind, instead calling out to Yang Miao Miao, who was hanging from a tree. "Hello. What are you still standing there for?" In collaboration with Shengxing, vanquished the foes. The old woman, hanging from the tree trunk, gradually regained her composure due to the failure of the time flow. Young Meow Meow, with her short azure hair, stared blankly at her surroundings. Senior. Kill the enemy. Understood. In a flurry, young Meow Meow glanced at the besieged Qiu Shengsheng. With a mere concentration of thought, a series of shimmering water membranes began to undulate upon Shengsheng's crystal core armor. Shengsheng, fear not. The water membranes can repel attacks. All you need to do now is to unleash your full offensive. Acknowledged. Young Meow Meow's voice resonated from the treetops, and emboldened, Qiu Shengsheng plunged into the fray amidst the throngs of monstrous corpses. Roar! Roar! Countless foul-toothed jaws viciously clamped down on Shengsheng's neck, yet were met with a resilient rebound of the water membranes. Splash! Splash! Under the power of the evolved being Fifth Order, each dagger plunged results in a robust corpse collapsing lifelessly to the ground, its skull pierced. Although the zombie army at Baiha village entrance consists entirely of evolved beings Third Order, it can be said that a Third Order is merely a Third Order. Once the assistance of time flow rate is removed, the threat diminishes significantly. Hello, Linja. Come over and lend a hand. After calling out to Linya in the cornfield, a rustling sound ensued. The relentless assault on Qiu Shengsheng's sturdy corpses continued, as a multitude of soil spikes suddenly erupted from beneath their feet. The spikes, resembling spears, pierced upwards one by one, impaling the lower limbs of the sturdy corpses and emerging from their necks. The air was filled with horrifying roars and anguished cries. It was evident that the army of zombies, numbering at least 40 or 50, was on the brink of annihilation. You! The emaciated zombie could no longer remain still. Everything, absolutely everything, was due to her. Its vengeful gaze fixated upon Qiu Shengsheng, muscles straining in a futile attempt to once again swell with power, yearning to forcibly augment its strength through the acceleration of time. Yet, a persistent force in the air constrained its efforts. The once proud ability to manipulate time lay dormant, rendering it powerless. No, this cannot be. I must kill her. It is all because of that woman. Because of her, I have lost my extraordinary powers. All of it. With a chilling crack, its frail claws dug into the earth, etching 10 deep furrows into the ground. The emaciated zombie fixed its gaze upon Qiu Shengsheng, its body tensed, seeking to employ the physical prowess of a 9th-tier ability user to forcibly eliminate her. However, I said, "What are you mumbling about, you lifeless corpse?" Suddenly, a calm voice resonated in my ear. You are the monster that nullifies abilities? How is it possible for you to possess both invisibility and nullification powers simultaneously? Could it be that you are the king? A chilling sound of bones cracking resonated through the air once more, as the emaciated zombie's neck abruptly constricted, its visage contorting at an alarming pace. Ziren had just been standing beside this creature, hearing everything with utmost clarity. This fiend had the audacity to lay its hands on his wife? Is my wife leveling up bothering you? Ha ha, just a slight bend of the hand. The emaciated zombie seemed to ascend to the heavens, its neck audibly snapping, the head tilting at an unnatural angle, resembling a broken whip. Shaking his hand while holding the frail corpse, Ziren appeared utterly bewildered. Wait, I exerted no force. Is it truly dead already? Oh, my apologies. I momentarily forgot that I now possess the physical strength of a temporary awakened. Very well then, perish, casually discarding the emaciated zombie's body. It collided with a large tree with a resounding crash, the head shattering upon impact. The sturdy tree, standing resolutely by the roadside, cracked audibly and snapped in two. The thunderous sound of the trunk hitting the ground echoed, prompting the 4 women to gaze toward the decapitated corpse beneath the tree, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. Senior Ziren, when did you strike? One asked wide-eyed. It seems we merely heard a swish, and the leading zombie was vanquished. Hiss. Truly, the senior is fearsome. Upon witnessing the demise of the emaciated zombie, the other zombies were thrown into disarray, hastily fleeing towards the cornfield. With their leader fallen, Chaos ensued among the ranks. Under the leadership of Qiu Shengsheng, the tide swiftly turned. Several women pursued the retreating zombies, resulting in a swift slaughter. In a mere moment, a multitude of corpses lay sprawled across the ground, no fewer than 50 crystal cores arranged at the entrance of Baihe village. Qiu Shengsheng, accompanied by the three women, gazed longingly at the air. Senior Ziren, these crystal cores, we implore you, no longer needed. Feel free to allocate among yourselves. I observe your capabilities, and it appears you are quite anxious. With a wave of his hand, Ziren expressed no intention of collecting the crystal core this time. After all, the few women who seem to form a small team are, in reality, still lacking in strength. With such inadequate prowess, they would undoubtedly be looked down upon arrival at the Luzhou safe camp. Senior, what about you? I am currently not in need of crystal cores. Ah, Sheng, please retrieve that fellow's crystal core. He gestured towards the emaciated corpse of the zombie beneath the tree. Qiu Sheng understood immediately and swiftly began to rummage through the shattered remains. Before long, she approached, cradling a round crystal core of black and white hues. Senior Ziren, may I present it for your inspection? Your apocalyptic survival character is presenting you with a new gift. Will you accept it? Upon casually picking up the peculiar crystal core, Ziren's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Time Crystal Core 1-3. Collecting 3 crystal nuclei will unlock the golden quality ability. Time. Chapter 116. Support from the safe camp of Luzhou. What? Golden ability? As Ziren toyed with the time crystal nucleus in his hand, he was astonished to discover its quality was, in fact, golden. However, what surprised him even more was the revelation that he needed 3 of these to activate the time ability. Is this serious? Is the activation of the golden ability truly so demanding? Where can I procure the remaining 2? Silently concealing the crystal core, Ziren inexplicably recalled the 2 remaining tasks from this chaos chapter. Could it be that the other 2 are contained within those tasks? As he pondered in hesitation, Yang Miao suddenly knelt upon the blood-soaked ground. Senior, please, I implore you to take me in. Excuse me? What are you doing? I am without a team. I wish to join your ranks. She lowered her head, speaking her request with utmost humility. Yang Miao understood well who the true mastermind of Qiu Shengsheng's team was. Indeed, it was precisely because Ziren was a permanent member of this group that she yearned to become a part of it. Do you wish to join Shengsheng's team? With narrowed eyes, Ziren glanced at the 4 individuals beside him. The scale indeed resembled the nascent form of a supernatural ability squad. If Yang Miao were to join, the team's missions would surely be accomplished. What are your thoughts, Sheng? You are truly the leader of this team. Ziren, having relinquished authority to Qiu Shengsheng, prioritized his wife's wishes above all. With Miao present, her water-based abilities would surely thrive anywhere. I believe there was no possibility of refusal, was there? Qiu Shengsheng extended her hand towards Yang Miao, whose face brightened with joy. Captain Qiu, have you agreed? Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Yang Miao exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she grasped Qiu Shengsheng's hand. Buzzing sounds filled the air. At that moment, a game notification window popped up before Ziren. Task. Assemble the team. Completed. Team members. Captain Qiu Shengsheng. Members. Linya, Lu Su, Yang Miao. Squad specifications. Initial. Unlock the current ability levels of the 4 individuals. Qiu Shengsheng. Ability user 5th level, 121,500. Linya. Esper level 5, 435,500. Willow Catkins. Evolved being 3rd tier, 283,300. Intense waves of information continued to emerge, as Ziren thoughtfully stroked his chin. Indeed, in every pay-to-win game, there exists the notion of nurturing team members. Damn it, I wonder if there's a concept of drawing operators. Must I rely on finding the rare SSR characters within a storyline? Lost in contemplation, the 4 individuals on the road dared not utter a word, merely waiting in silence for Ziren's command, their gazes collectively fixed on the void. It must be noted that the sight of four beautiful figures looking in his direction was reminiscent of the classic RPG game scene of camping and waiting. After a considerable time, greetings to the four of you. Each shall receive 12 crystalline cores. Distribute them accordingly and strive to elevate your abilities. Upon receiving the command, the four swiftly divided the crystal core and hastened towards the black market of the mines. Meanwhile, Luzhou's secondary line safety camp. Unlike the dilapidated and makeshift structures of the mining black market, the Luzhou safety camp is a towering 42-story office building nestled in the heart of Luzhou. It stands in stark contrast amidst the ruins of the city, an unexpected beacon of resilience. The pristine facade of glass reflects no signs of the passage of time, remaining untouched by the ravages of decay. Within its walls, individuals navigate their daily pursuits, seemingly unfazed by the encroaching threat of the outside world. Upon closer inspection, one might discern an enigmatic glow subtly emanating from the edges of this magnificent structure. Luzhou's safety camp 30th floor conference room. At this moment, the spacious conference room housed merely a dozen individuals seated along the table. Each of these individuals bore a badge emblazoned with a moon on the front of their attire, signifying their status as superpowered beings within the base. Speak up. At the head of the conference room, an elderly man wore a grave expression as he gazed upon the dozen or so extraordinary individuals before him. Whispers circulated among them, a cacophony of hushed voices. Time had nearly slipped away. Could it be an unforeseen mishap? I can understand the lackluster abilities of the Contradiction Squad and the Extreme Squad, both merely semi-competent at the 7th order of extraordinary powers, but the captain of the Beast Transformation Squad possesses true extraordinary strength. Could it be that? The murmurs grew louder, causing the elder at the head of the table to scowl ominously. With a firm rap of his hand upon the table, silence enveloped the room. Ahem, I am aware that you are all extraordinary individuals, adept at confronting zombies. However, this time, I sense a palpable pressure. As you know, I have not felt this way in a long while. Bring forth the map of one province. Understood. With a wave of his hand, the projector illuminated the regional map. Rising slowly, the elder pointed to the lower section of map, his eyes narrowing into slits. To the left lay the zombie army of Baiha village, to the right the infant zombies, and below, the incident of the abnormal zombie massacre. Now, tell me, what do these zombies intend to do? This, old Master Bai, do you mean to suggest that the zombies aim to encircle us? A man wearing sunglasses in the crowd looked on with skepticism. Incorrect. Their first objective is to besiege the mining black market, eliminate them, and then unite their forces to launch a full-scale assault on our Luzhou safe camp. What? Have they lost their minds? The man in sunglasses scoffed. Yet the elder shot him a fierce glare, slamming his hand on the table. Huh? Have you forgotten how we were once slaughtered by them? A century has passed. A full century. It may appear calm on the surface, but there has been no communication from above for quite some time. Thinking the worst, they now possess the capability to eradicate extraordinary individuals, if we allow them to grow unchecked and their forces unite. At that point, do you truly believe that our Luzhou safe camp can withstand their onslaught? The elder's voice resonated with urgency. In the conference room, there was an abrupt silence. So, Elder Bai, what do you mean? Suddenly, a girl with a single ponytail rose from her seat on the left side. The saying goes, when the lips are cold, the teeth will perish. If we neglect the plight of the black market in the mines, then we, the Luzhou safety camp, will be the next to suffer. What I mean to say is, rescue. Zhao Ziyang. Feng Huiguan. Step forward. Yes. At the old man's command. The man in sunglasses, the ponytailed girl, and a man in a floral shirt promptly stepped forward, all gazing respectfully at the elder. You will head straight down to investigate the incident of the mutant zombies' sudden demise. One of you will stop the movement of the infant zombies. The last one will resolve the incident in Baiha village. We must accomplish this mission before the crisis escalates. Do you have any objections? No. Very well. Depart. With the elder's directive concluded, a sudden hum resonated within the conference room, and in an instant, the three individuals who had stepped forward vanished without a trace. Chapter 117. In the blink of an eye, heads fell, and the crisis of the black market in the mines unfolded. Part 1. Luzhou security camp outside the main entrance on the first floor. Zhao Ziang held onto Feng Huiguang and Su Chang's arms, leading them into the snowy expanse. The two displayed a calm demeanor, gazing at the abruptly transformed scene before them, as if they had grown accustomed to such occurrences. This was the essence of Zhao Ziang's extraordinary ability. Under the extraordinary abilities of the flash power, one can instantaneously cover a distance of 100 meters, even while carrying another person. Truly remarkable. Hey, since Old Master Bai has assigned us a task, how shall we distribute these 3 missions? Adjusting his sunglasses, Zhao Ziang tilted his head, seemingly indifferent to the elder's earlier warning. I can handle anything, Feng Huiguang replied coldly, while Su Chang forced a cheerful smile. Oh, this is simple. I propose the most prudent approach. We should act together. With Ziang's flash, we can swiftly deal with the most peculiar baby zombie, then track down the culprit behind the alien zombies massacre, and finally resolve the incident in Baihe village. With the flash, our speed and timing will be more than sufficient. I disagree. Su Chang's enthusiastic suggestion was abruptly interrupted by Feng Huiguang's icy demeanor. What if our combined effort to tackle the baby zombie leads to prolonged delays? What if the situation in Baihe village and the alien zombies massacre worsens and affects the black market? Who will be responsible for that? That shouldn't happen, right? Su Chang maintained his jovial expression, receiving a stern glare from Feng Huiguang. Human lives are at stake. Just because your approach is convenient, do you treat it as a trivial matter? Hey, Feng Huiguang, what do you mean by that? I'm just considering our options. As their argument escalated, Zhao Ziang scratched his head and quickly pulled Su Chang aside. Hold on. Since we can't reach a consensus, how about this? Ladies first. Feng Huiguang, you choose a mission first, and we will separate to execute the remaining tasks. I will personally address the source of the alien zombies massacre. It lies beneath the camp, and I will follow this matter straight to the black market. As for you two, do as you wish. With a flick of her ponytail, Feng Huiguang maintained her frosty expression and swiftly departed. Look at this arrogant woman. Once she was out of earshot, Su Chang sneered, and Zhao Ziang chuckled in agreement. Does she really believe that just because her ancestors were part of the Dawn Squad, she is superior to us even in the second-line camp? Haha, how absurd. She is merely discarded trash eliminated by the Dawn Squad. If you ask me, Ziang, it's truly a pity that your ancestor never made it into the Dawn Squad. Hey, enough. Now that she is set off, what about the two of us? Of course, we will join forces to deal with the baby zombie first. The issues in Baihe village can wait. How long will it take us to get there? Indeed, upon hearing Su Chang's words, Zhao Ziang shared a knowing smile. With a swift motion, he placed a hand on Su Chang's shoulder, and in an instant, their figures flickered and vanished. Guanshan Road, as the primary artery connecting Annan City directly to Luzhou, this path is perpetually blanketed in snow, seldom traversed by any soul. However, a disconcerting sight now unfolds as swarms of flies hover ominously above the road. The air is tainted with a foul stench, and the ground is marred by pools of blood. The cadavers of mutated zombie dogs, zombie birds, and zombie deer lie strewn about, most in varying stages of decay, their heads severed with surgical precision, as if a merciless executioner had swiftly dispatched them. Headless corpses rot, infested with wriggling maggots. No, no, please no. At that moment, a harrowing scream pierces the air. In the fetid snow, a man with grotesquely split muscles races through the scene, casting frantic glances around him, moving at a speed rivaling that of a small automobile. Don't follow me, please, he gasps, a chilling laughter echoing behind him, and suddenly, a crimson blade grazes the back of his neck, erupting in a spray of blood. The man shrieks, clutching his neck, yet his pace accelerates. He is convinced that at this speed, not even a car could catch him. But the sinister laughter draws ever closer, showing no signs of dissipating. Cursed be this fate. I should never have accepted this mission. What the hell are you? He had envisioned. Encountering an outgoing superhuman might offer him salvation, If only he could meet Flash Zhao Ziang. Perhaps he could even retaliate. Yet, the blood-red blade now slices through the air before him with a fierce gust. How is this possible? How could you possibly be ahead of me? His pupils widen in horror as a flash of crimson lights up his neck. His body continues to sprint forward, but his head, eyes bulging in disbelief, rolls to the ground with a dull thud. An eerie spectacle unfolds. The headless body spurts torrents of blood, continuing its run, while the astonished face atop the severed head watches in disbelief as its own form distances itself. Absurdity, strangeness, and a shocking tableau play out. The man's mouth twitches involuntarily, as if something were about to lift his head. In the distance, a poised woman darts through the snow. The woman gazes in shock as the headless corpse rushes past her. Her gaze fixated on the disembodied head. Fong Huiguang. Run. Hurry. The head emits a final, frantic scream, while Wu Ji's eyes gradually fade to gray, life extinguishing. Thud. After the head rolls away bizarrely, a blood-soaked crystal core drops from his brain, vanishing in an instant, as if something had just extracted the crystal core in a fleeting moment. Who is committing these murders? Fong Huiguang, stunned, scans her surroundings, but sees nothing. All around, headless animal corpses litter the ground. If one looks further, they can see the headless bodies of 3 members from the extreme team piled together, lifeless. The air is filled with a chilling, inexplicable laughter, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of crunching, instilling dread. Are you consuming Wu Ji's crystal core? Fong Huiguang's eyes widen in horror. She cannot discern who, or what, has slain Wu Ji. As the captain of the extreme team, Wu Ji possessed the ability to manipulate his muscles, unleashing power beyond human limits. Just moments ago, that terrifying speed. What monster could possibly decapitate him in such a rapid motion? The laughter grows nearer. Fong Huiguang's breath quickens inexplicably. A flash of crimson sweeps across her face. Mirror skin reversal. Shards of glass erupt from her skin. That swift, icy blade pierces her face, only to reflect back out. A voice of bewilderment seems to resonate through the air. But swiftly, in the blink of an eye, a cold gust sweeps past Fong Huiguang. The time difference between these events is scarcely a second. Chapter 118. In the blink of an eye, heads fall, the crisis of the mining black market deepens. This is disastrous. This monster is certainly no mere mutated zombie. Goosebumps erupt along her neck as countless mirrors emerge, causing Fong Huiguang's breath to quicken. This is undoubtedly the most pressure-laden battle she has faced since becoming a superhuman. What kind of creature can unleash 2 strikes in mere seconds? From 2 different directions, the blade strikes the mirror again, and silence envelopes the surroundings. A mirror? How intriguing. The cold voice fluctuates in proximity, oscillating left and right. Fong Huiguang's heart races uncontrollably. She cannot fathom how such a series of attacks could be executed. The speed is astonishing, is it not? Once more. The sound distinctly emanated from the left, yet the blade's wind indeed descended ominously from the right. Mirror, total reflection, buzzing. Caution is paramount. Fong Huiguang's body was adorned with a myriad of intricate mirror-like cracks. After narrowly evading the strike, she swiftly retreated several steps, only to witness the cracks on her body converging, buzzing. In an instant, Fong Huiguang vanished from the pathway. Oh, rebound. Invisibility? Your proficiency in supernatural abilities is commendable. She lacked confidence in confronting such a phenomenon. Abnormal. Utterly abnormal. It was impossible to perceive its form or understand its actions. If she continued to passively employ mirror rebound, the moment her supernatural power was exhausted would likely coincide with her demise. Old Master Ba was indeed correct. These 3 military zombies. Something is amiss. Her heart pounded relentlessly, and Fong Huiguang fell silent. Has it concealed itself? How dull. How tedious. Drip, drip, drip. In the distance, approximately 10 meters away, blood inexplicably dripped from the sky, trailing towards the mine black market. Fong Huiguang dared not breathe a word. silently commencing her movement. This cannot be allowed. It is heading towards the mine black market. Should it gain entry there, a one-sided massacre is inevitable. Hastily retreating towards Luzhou, she waited until she was certain there was no sign of movement before urgently retrieving her walkie-talkie. Hello. Hello. This is Mirror Girl, Fang Huiguang. Hello. Hello. This is headquarters. May I inquire as to what is happening? Quickly inform the mine black market to evacuate immediately. Evacuate at once. May I ask, what is occurring? The existence of massacring aberrant zombies. Their supernatural abilities are exceedingly peculiar. It appears superpowered individuals cannot withstand their onslaught for even a few minutes. What? Drip, drip, drip. Snowflakes danced gracefully in the air. While in front of the entrance to the mine black market, Sister Xia nestled comfortably within a pit. I wonder when this monotonous existence will come to an end. Scratching her slightly oily hair, Sister Xia pondered whether she should procure some dirty water to cleanse herself tonight. Suddenly, a heavy footfall echoed nearby, but Sister Xia paid it no mind. After all, with the comings and goings of so many throughout the day, she had grown accustomed to it. However, accompanying the sound of footsteps was the distinct patter of dripping water. The air was thick with an ominous scent of blood. Sniffing the air, Sister Xia raised her gaze towards the tunnel entrance. In her daze, she discerned a figure at the brilliantly illuminated entrance, a being approximately 6 feet tall, cloaked in a peculiar shade of dark purple. Its features were obscured, but the most bizarre aspect was not its skin tone or physique, but that its left arm was not an arm at all. Instead, it bore a long, slender bone-colored blade. This blade swayed gently, continuously dripping blood. You? Who are you? Just as Sister Xia was about to question the entity's origins, the voice drew nearer. In the blink of an eye, a shadowy figure emerged abruptly from behind the wire gate, standing directly before her. In that moment, Sister Xia saw clearly. It was a zombie, a grotesque zombie with swollen black veins, a bald head, and dark eyes, wielding a bone blade in its left arm. You. What? Her mouth agape. She was about to utter something, but alas, with a sickening thud, Sister Xia's head was severed, rolling lifelessly to the ground. Hud. Blood erupted from the pit. Outside the iron gate, a group of scavengers huddled in the pit, their expressions a mix of confusion and dread as they gazed inward. Blood. This is catastrophic. Without allowing anyone a moment to scream, a foul wind swept through. At the entrance of the mine, no fewer than 50 scavengers lay lifeless, their bodies eerily sprawled upon the ground. The sound of their corpses hitting the earth echoed, thud, 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 as pools of blood began to accumulate. The scent of carnage permeated the air, saturating the entrance of the abyssal mine. The rhythmic sound of footsteps resonated. I must say, the aesthetic sensibilities of yesteryears were truly remarkable. A century ago, the first lingerie model emerged, my goodness. In a task room, Lin Ping incessantly flipped through the magazine in his hands to pass the time. Is it unusually quiet today? After a brief moment, he lifted his gaze towards the task room, only to find that there was not a soul in sight, both inside and outside. This is alarming. At this rate, the black market for mining will surely collapse. Rubbing his head, Lin Ping initially intended to lounge in a state of leisure. However, for some inexplicable reason, a phrase imparted by his senior suddenly crossed his mind. Upon encountering any signs of danger, one must immediately retreat to the 3rd underground level for safety. However, is this not overly cautious? The moment he stepped out of the task room, an unsettling feeling enveloped him. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. His right eyelid twitched incessantly, and Lin Ping felt an inexplicable weight pressing down on his chest. Suddenly, in the distance, several heads with expressions of shock soared into the air, accompanied by spurts of blood. Lin Ping was momentarily dumbfounded. Silent assassination. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he might have doubted whether he was still sitting in the task room, oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. Panic surged within him. His heart raced violently. In recalling the words of his senior, He disregarded everything else and rushed towards the entrance of the third underground level. With a powerful leap, he threw his hand towards the entrance, sealing the opening with robust earth and metal. As the elevator descended, he frantically shouted, "This is bad. The monsters have slaughtered everyone above." Chapter 119. The senior truly is remarkable. Something terrible has happened above. It's a massacre. Soon, numerous heads emerge from the treetops. Several awakened beings accompanied by their families. "Lin Ping, you can't be serious. There are limits to jokes." One exclaimed. "We've just survived a large-scale sacrifice, and you dare to jest about such things? How could there be a massacre without a single scream?" Faced with their disdainful gazes, Lin Ping's anxiety deepened, and he began to pace nervously. It was true. The silence above was deafening, and no one believed that the second underground level had been slaughtered. "It's real. I swear. I don't know what that thing is, but it kills swiftly, heads flying through the air. There is no time for screams. Stop with the nonsense. Such a creature cannot exist. I'm going to investigate." One awakened being, unable to contain his curiosity, leaped down from the treetops and headed towards the elevator. Don't go up there. I've sealed the entrance to the third underground level to prevent that thing from discovering us. Otherwise," with trepidation, Lin Ping cast a fearful glance upwards. He was genuinely terrified of that creature descending. It was not just the remaining awakened beings at stake. Their families were present as well. If that thing were to come down, black market of the mines, it's all over. You keep rambling aimlessly. Such nonsense. What are you locking down? Are you bored? My friend is still on the second floor. I say, how could a murder be so silent? It's impossible. Just then, yet another voice rebutted his statement. Amidst the rustling leaves of the central canopy, Qin Wan's figure gradually emerged. She had eavesdropped on the conversation through the tree trunk and appeared displeased, ready to reprimand Lin Ping. I say, do you have any idea how deeply insulting this jest is? You claim that a massacre could occur without a sound, even in the absence of the victim's cries. Surely there must be the echo of footsteps pursuing the slaughter, correct? Is there? Do you truly believe there is? I'm not joking. If it weren't for the elder's warning, I might have been caught unaware while sitting inside. Indeed, that method of killing is exceedingly eerie. Lin Ping was left speechless, unable to voice his thoughts. Silent murder. Who could possibly believe that? An elder? Upon hearing the mention of the elder, Qin Wan finally relaxed her tense expression. She understood that no matter how audacious Lin Ping might be, he would never dare to jest about the identity of that esteemed personage. Narrowing her eyes, Qin Wan still held a hint of skepticism. Are you suggesting that the elder warned of danger here? That you deliberately sealed off the entrance to level 3? It's not that there might be danger. It has already arisen. She still wished to counter Lin Ping's assertions. Buzzing suddenly. The walkie-talkie responsible for communicating with the Luzhou safe camp crackled to life. Hello? Is this Qin Wan, the head of the black market of the mines? The voice on the other end was frantic, and upon hearing it, Qin Wan's heart skipped a beat. Yes. May I ask, what is the matter? It's like this. We have dispatched superhumans to investigate this sudden death of aberrant zombies. According to reports from the frontline, superhumans, it is said that the culprit possesses the ability to annihilate superhumans in an instant. Therefore, we urge your safe camp to immediately organize an evacuation or seek shelter, because that entity is heading in your direction. What? The voice from the walkie-talkie was barely audible, yet everyone around could hear it clearly. As soon as the words "instant kill" the superhuman were uttered, the faces of all present turned ashen in an instant. What a jest! In the black market of the mines, there was not a single superhuman. If that entity truly arrived, it would surely wreak havoc. Lin Ping, are you certain you saw heads flying? Qin Wan's lips trembled. It was only now that she realized Lin Ping's words might indeed hold truth. Of course. Damn it. At that moment, I was nearly paralyzed with fear. I knew that if I spoke of it, you would undoubtedly disbelieve me. If I were in your shoes, I too would find it hard to believe such a being could kill so swiftly. Good heavens! Had it not been for the senior's warning, I fear we would have all been slaughtered in the third underground level by now. Silence. A chilling stillness enveloped the air. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Ping, their their brows glistening with cold sweat. Now, turning their gaze towards the higher levels above, they shuddered in terror. What on earth? What has emerged from up there? Thump, thump. Qin Wan's heart raced uncontrollably. She could not afford to be complacent. With a thunderous roar, a massive hand swept forth, and countless gigantic roots surged towards the entrance of the third underground level. The thick trees intertwined like serpents, completely blocking the dark earthen tunnel beneath. Exhaling slowly, Qin Wan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, it was all thanks to that senior's foresight. Otherwise truly, the senior is remarkable. Did he foresee all of this? Is he in the atmosphere? Such wisdom and foresight. Just as these expressions of gratitude began to circulate, boom! A sudden roar erupted from the sealed pit. The earth shook violently as a large mass of soil cascaded down, and a bone-colored blood dagger embedded itself in the thick trunks. Immediately, a grotesque face with bulging black veins turned its gaze towards the crowd beneath the roots. It cackled, as if surveying livestock in a pen. Boom! Boom! The left-hand bone dagger suddenly slashed down with such speed that its movements became a blur. Yet, it was evident that the obstructing trees were swiftly shattered and twisted, collapsing under the relentless assault. Is this the entity? As the strange zombie made its appearance, everyone stood agape. Is this it? This is the one that slaughtered the upper levels? Good grief. That dagger is so swift and vicious. If it strikes a person, they would be dismembered in an instant, right? Good heavens. Thankfully, the senior warned us beforehand. Otherwise, gulp, gulp, numerous sounds of swallowing echoed. Everyone gazed at the strange zombie, lost in a daze. Hurry, Lin Ping, collaborate with me. Block the breach. All right. Only Qin Wan and Lin Ping reacted swiftly, channeling their abilities as the earth and branches stirred, piling up at the entrance of the third underground level. Boom! Boom! The sound of the bone dagger slicing through the air was relentless, and Lin Ping and Qin Wan's faces turned pale as their powers rapidly dwindled. Thud, thud, thud. For a moment, the speed of sealing and digging seemed to reach a standstill. However, the bitterness at the corners of their mouths signaled a grim realization. The monster above the exit appeared utterly tireless, its rapid strikes showing no signs of slowing. If this continues, we will inevitably exhaust our abilities and be overrun by that creature breaking through the entrance. Qin Wan's face reflected despair, and Lin Ping gritted his teeth. No, since the senior anticipated this calamity, it means he will come to our rescue. The senior? He cast his gaze towards the direction of Qiu Xingxing's home. Black market of the mines outside the cave. Feng Huiguang inhaled the metallic scent of blood wafting from within the cavern, her countenance dark and oppressive. After promptly notifying headquarters, she was gripped by a fear that the black market of the mines would not receive the message in time to evacuate. Now it seemed. Perhaps it was too late. Damn it. Damn it. Is there nothing I can do? Clenching her fists, Feng Huiguang dared not be careless. A wave of determination surged through her as she ventured deeper into the cave, until she beheld a colossal, black zombie relentlessly brandishing a bone knife, striking at the roots of trees below. Her expression turned to one of astonishment. It must be that monster, but now it is? Approaching cautiously, she peered through the gaps in the roots and glimpsed a group of survivors below, their faces taut with tension. Wait, they're actually alive. And furthermore, they have organized a defense? How? How is this possible? I informed headquarters too late. How could they possibly react before the zombies arrived? Could it be someone here sensed the creature's approach? Or perhaps a sage foresaw the encirclement of the three armies and prepared countermeasures in advance. Chapter 120. The Child with the Thermos Cup? In the city of Qingshan, located on the right edge of Wannan, once celebrated for its charming Jiangnan water town ambience, a somber snow scene envelopes the area. The remnants of walls and ruins are scattered throughout Qingshan, with streets blanketed in thick layers of snow. The glass of commercial establishments lies shattered, and the interiors are in disarray, devoid of any signs of life. Snowflakes drift and tremble mysteriously every 100 meters or so in the frigid air. Suddenly, a voice pierces the distorted atmosphere. It's Zhao Zeng. Is the intel incorrect? We've circled around the right side of the city several times. Where are the infant zombies? What about the zombie army? Following a disturbance in the air, Zhao Ziang materializes before Su Chong, gripping his shoulder tightly. They scan their surroundings, but find no anomalies whatsoever. Ziang, something feels off. Not only have we not seen any infant zombies, but could it be that they've crawled far away? Yet there are no footprints in the snow. Su Chong muses, kicking at the thick snow, producing a crunching sound. Come on, how could we be late? It's only been half an hour. Do you really think a horde of infant zombies could traverse hundreds of kilometers out of the county? Zhao Ziang scoffs, removing his sunglasses and casting a dubious glance around. Could it be they are hiding right here in the city? Su Chong concurs with Zhao Ziang's hypothesis, and the two exchange glances before venturing into the streets. The snow beneath their feet is soft and unblemished, not indicative of any infants hiding beneath. They peer into the disheveled shops, where mannequins lean askew and dust accumulates heavily, suggesting no living beings have entered recently. This is peculiar. Is it possible that there is no infant zombie army at all? We've already searched nearly half the shops, and here, not a single zombie, nor any living creature to be found. It's a ghost town, a complete ruin. Let's scour what we can and head to the mining black market. After all, didn't the old man mention that the zombies plan to launch an assault on the mining black market? We might as well wait there. Su Zhang, Hopo, and Zhao Ziang nods in agreement. All right, let's quickly check this clothing store. Zhao Ziang gestures toward a nearby shop where mannequins are haphazardly positioned. Just as he is about to speak, a sudden crash echoes through the web-laden room. A mannequin collapses to the ground. Who is there? Zhao Ziang instinctively shouts. In the shop, there was no wind, and the human mannequin could not have simply fallen without reason. Who? Su Chong shouted, and, as his voice echoed, the dust on the floor stirred dramatically. Coughing amidst the swirling dust, a small child, covered in grime and clutching a children's denim jacket, timidly peeked out from behind a mannequin. I, he stammered, shivering as he wore the jacket on one shoulder while clutching it close, as if he had just been searching for something that fit. Is that a child? Here, there's a child? Su Chong's expression froze in disbelief. It was indeed rare to encounter a living soul in such a desolate town. Hey, child, you. Zhao Ziang scrutinized the boy, noting his peculiar attire, a denim jacket on top and a girlesque long skirt below, with a thermos hanging from his chest and a thin bird perched on his shoulder. It was undeniably an eye-catching sight. Brother, I just took a piece of clothing. I didn't provoke you, right? The boy's eyes reflected sheer terror at the sight of strangers. Clearly, children like him, when encountering scavengers, often faced violence. It's all right. Zhao Ziang waved a hand, trying to ease the boy's fear. He relaxed somewhat and regarded the child intently. Tell me, are you the only one here? Many people ran away from the babies. I have a little eagle hiding. The boy shyly nudged the bird on his shoulder and retreated further into the room. Is that so? Zhao Ziang narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. What happened to those babies? Where did they go? To the right. The boy replied hesitantly. Are you just passing through here, or have you settled here for a while? We were just passing through. We originally came from North Anhui City. This made sense. Could it be that the group of baby zombies had indeed fled far away beforehand? Rubbing his head, Zhao Ziang frowned as he looked at the timid child and moved deeper into the room, intending to take the boy with him. Su Chong, it seems you were right. We arrived too late. Before he could finish a sentence, Zhao Ziang noticed Su Chang's eyes had inexplicably clouded over. He appeared much younger, as if he were merely a boy of 15 or 16. The stubble on his face vanished. You? Are you talking to me? The bewildered young Su Chong gazed at Zhao Ziang, who turned around. Of course. You. Turning back, Zhao Ziang was stunned. The child had vanished from behind him. Instead, a small child wearing Su Chang's floral coat stood before him, staring blankly, as if devoid of intellect. You. Who are you? I. The child stammered, and to Zhao Ziang's shock began to cry. But that was not the most horrifying part. The most terrifying aspect was that the child's form continued to shrink. From 4 or 5 years old to 2 or 3, until finally, a baby wrapped in a floral shirt lay in front of Zhao Ziyang, curled into a ball, and still shrinking. The wailing ceased, and the infant transformed into a diminutive mass, gradually condensing into a tadpole-like shape. What was happening? Zhao Ziyang's pupils widened in horror. He was witnessing the reverse growth of a creature. Was that a fertilized egg? Suddenly, a sound of a bottle cap twisting came from behind him. As the child in the denim jacket and skirt slowly approached Su Chang's floral coat, Su Chang was nowhere to be found. Only a mass of blood remained. Writhing on the fabric, the child squinted and began pouring the blood from the coat into the thermos. It was hard to fathom that while pouring the blood, the child emitted a chilling, corpse-like howl. Zhao Ziyang was struck with realization. This was not a child. It was the leader of the baby zombies. And the whereabouts of the numerous baby zombies? Did it even need to be asked? That thermos must be filled with fertilized eggs. Infant zombies, all transformed into fertilized eggs, concealed within his thermos. No wonder that infant zombies are nowhere to be seen. You. Feeling his intelligence toyed with, Zhao Ziyang was not filled with anger, but rather with trepidation. Buzzing, the air around him vibrated. Zhao Ziyang longed to flee. He feared becoming a fertilized egg himself. Run? From the moment you laid eyes on me. Soda. You shall not escape. The corners of the boy's mouth curled upwards. After casting a steady glance at Zhao Ziyang, his pupils began to darken. His physique was shrinking, reverting to that of his high school days. Memories seemed to blur. Wasn't I supposed to be in school? How'd I end up here? Staring blankly at the abandoned shop. Little eagle. The boy silently caressed the small bird perched on his shoulder. Suddenly, the previously frail bird's bones twisted and expanded, transforming into a magnificent eagle. The eagle's beak twitched, and with a powerful flap, it pierced through the young Zhao Ziyang's skull. I remember. The leader of the beast transformation squad. His ability was to morph into a mutated eagle. You turned him, thud. The young Zhao Ziyang's lips quivered as, in his final moments, he regained his existing memories, yet he forever lost all other recollections. As superpowered individuals, merely muggles. It is time to resolve matters with that aberration at the black market mine. Crack, 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 twisting the lid of the thermos. The boy's expression turned coldly amused as he and the bird stepped into the snowy landscape. Chapter 121. Game warning. Do Ziren probing, premium skill, diamond body. Step, step, step. Step, step, step. Outside the black market of the mine, led by Du Ziren, Qiu Xingxing's quartet rushed desperately towards the cave entrance. Thick pools of blood coalesced and continuously flowed out along the sloping passage. The air was saturated with the metallic scent of blood. As the group stood at the entrance of the black market of the mine, their feet splashed in the sanguine liquid, their faces frozen in shock. Crimson, a sea of vivid red, an eerie and grotesque scene unfolded within the cavern. Before their eyes lay heads with wide, unblinking eyes, their expressions eternally captured in horror and trepidation. A mass of headless corpses was heaped in the earth, some still oozing fresh blood. Drip, drip, drip. The iron gate, separating the underground level 2, was encrusted with fine droplets of blood. It was unimaginable. What had transpired here? Was this a massacre? Lu Su's face turned ashen, while Yang Miao Miao stared at the countless headless bodies, her lips turning purplish from biting them. It seemed each wound was a fatal one. Moreover, each strike had occurred at the very moment one could not react, as the expressions of terror surfaced. The blade had already been unleashed. How could this be possible? With so many people, did none of them manage to react? Silence, astonishment, and panic. At this moment, the nerves of every member of the team were profoundly shaken. Indeed, is this truly the chapter of chaos? Du Ziren suppressed his discomfort, silently covering his nose. Damn it, must this game be so realistic? Xiao Ning, Xiao Jing, father, brother, just as a few remained hesitant. Qiu Shengsheng and Lin Yu seemed to have an epiphany, recklessly dashing towards the iron gate. Danger! Warning! As they moved momentarily, the screen of Du Ziren's game was inundated with red warning alerts, accompanied by a series of flashing warning pop-ups that persisted in their relentless flicker. Warning. Warning. The chapter of turmoil has reached its zenith. Henceforth, every action you undertake will significantly impact both your chances of survival and those of the protagonist. Seize every opportunity to navigate through this segment. The ominous crimson warning pulsated incessantly, prompting Ziren to act without hesitation as he firmly grasped the arms of Qiu, Shangsheng, and Linya. Stop! The commanding voice resonated with authority, causing both women to tremble. Senior Ziren, my brother, my sister, please let me go. I fear for my inept brother and the elderly gentleman who cannot move. I am terrified for their safety. Panic and urgency were etched upon their faces, their minds momentarily incapacitated. Calm down. Ziren clutched their hands tightly, fully prepared to employ the canine transformation should they disregard his warnings. What ist? He had never encountered a character capable of instantaneously slaughtering dozens and eliciting a danger designation from the game system. He could not afford to be careless. If Qiu Shangsheng were to perish, and he himself were to meet the same fate, facing the prospect of a complete account reset was daunting. Wealth held little significance. Rather, Ziren felt a profound sense of loss at the thought of Qiu Shangsheng's character vanishing. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to find another digital persona to cherish. She was the girl who had accompanied him throughout his journey. Please take a moment to reflect. The monstrous being capable of slaughtering countless individuals. What can you accomplish by descending? Under the weight of recent tension, none dare to contemplate the true nature of what lies below. They merely yearn to rescue their loved ones. Senior Ziren, I'm aware. I understand that the depths hold peril. Peril so profound that even your formidable presence harbors trepidation. Yet I cannot bear the thought of my younger siblings. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Crystalline tears glisten in Qiu Shangsheng's eyes. Ziren is particularly averse to witnessing a woman weep, especially Qiu Shangsheng. Rest assured, Linya, do you still remember what I instructed your brother before I departed? I remember. However, such an existence. At least I have provided an explanation, which indicates that they still have a chance to escape. At present, no one knows what lies below. To venture down is to embrace certain death. I understand your fears regarding the suffering of your loved ones. I shall descend to observe. Here I come. To see the beloved woman weep before one's eyes is not the conduct befitting a man. Ziren was uncertain of what lay beneath, nor could he fathom the terror of that which the game system deemed dangerous. At this moment, one truth resonated within him. He would not permit this wretched game to shatter the hard-won happiness of Qiu Shangsheng. Step by step, I shall guide her towards a realm of bliss. With a gentle motion, Ziren reached out, tenderly wiping away the tears from Qiu Shangsheng's face. Senior Ziren. You. The situation may not be as dire as it seems. In perilous times, one must make the most of every opportunity. Standing before the iron gate, Ziren's mind raced with thoughts. Given that this was deemed a dangerous entity by the game system, the power he had long relied upon may very well prove ineffective against it. Indeed, it was possible that the adversary could swiftly sever his head, utilizing all available resources. With a sweeping gaze, Ziren turned his attention towards Lu Su. In the uncertainty of the situation below, Lu Su's abilities became exceedingly vital. Willow Catkin, are you able to sense how many zombies are beneath us? It seems there's only one moving. However, there's another presence. She appears to be motionless, concealing herself. Upon hearing this, Willow Catkin cast a peculiar glance towards the iron gate behind her. Two, perhaps. The entity concealed is most likely not a zombie. Given its formidable nature, if it were indeed a zombie, there would be no need for subterfuge or concealment. In other words, there is still a concealed individual lurking below. Is there anyone on the underground third level? For the moment, I cannot sense anyone. Is that so? Capable of instantly decapitating and swiftly eliminating dozens. To be on the safe side, one must also ensure the invulnerability to the failure of extraordinary abilities. Upon reflecting upon my current capabilities, I took a moment to assess my present skill set. The Space Blade? The opponent's ability to swiftly decapitate suggests that their speed is remarkably rapid. Perhaps the space blade holds no significance against them. Canine transformation? Flames? Bloodlines? Tempering? Wait, tempered? After fixing his gaze upon tempered, Ziren's dim eyes finally sparkled with light. Prepare for the worst. Even if I am unable to defeat the opponent, should they strike and fall? What if my tempered ability reaches the level of an awakened? Can it sever my steel like bones? Understand, this time, I must venture alone to uncover the flaws of this individual. Upon clicking the link following extraordinary steel tempering, a line of text emerged. Temporary combat power enhancement options. Option 1. Recharge 5,000 yuan to unlock the super ability. Tempered strength for half an hour. Option 2. Recharge 50,000 yuan to activate the awakened steel strength for half an hour. Unlocking the awakened skill, Diamond Body. Chapter 122. Time pause. Part 1. Without a moment's hesitation, Ziren pressed the recharge button. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just been charged a sum of 50,000 yuan, and the current balance stands at 6,547,500 yuan. Awakening of tempered abilities unlocked. Awakening skill, Diamond Body unlocked. A series of messages flickered before his eyes, and Ziren felt as though his entire body had been infused with an unyielding substance, as solid as reinforced concrete. Is this a diamond-like body? As I attempted to move my body, the friction against my skin produced a series of metallic clangs. Goodness, it seems I have directly transformed myself into a golden warrior. Bear my words in mind. No one is allowed to come down. If you still acknowledge me as your senior. With a clang, Ziren pulled open the iron gate and glanced back at the four women outside. Xiao Xingxing's eyes were brimming with tears. Senior Ziren. Senior. I have held you back again. You have performed exceptionally well. I shall not allow anyone to take away your happiness. After softly offering these words of comfort, Ziren resolutely stepped into the pitch-black tunnel. The familiar, interminable passage echoed with the sound of dripping, as thick blood and lifeless bodies littered the ground. With the acrid scent of blood assaulting his senses, Ziren's expression turned grave as he followed the path, ultimately arriving at the entrance of the third underground level. Bang, bang, bang. Such a terrifying force. Feeling the tremors of the ground, Ziren squinted to observe. It was then that he noticed the entrance to the underground tunnel, which had once been easily traversable, now intermittently flickering with a dark silhouette. Indeed, the reason it was referred to as a dark silhouette was that the naked eye could not discern its form. With each flicker of light and shadow, the ground trembled violently, sending wood shavings and dust swirling from the entrance. Indeed, the speed of this entity's movements was astonishingly swift. With a taut nerve, Ziren cautiously approached the silhouette. It was only upon observing the solid ground beneath it that he let out a long, relieved sigh. The original subterranean tunnel had been thoroughly enveloped by dense soil and tree roots, indicating that Lin Ping had indeed taken his words to heart. Breath. Fortunately, the blockage of the burrow signifies that Shengxing's younger siblings are, for the time being, safe and sound. If something were to happen to my brother-in-law and sister-in-law. With a gaze as frigid as ice, Ziren directed his attention towards the shadowy outline, although he could not discern its precise movements. Bolstered by his diamond body, Ziren spoke with unwavering confidence. I said, have you not grown weary after smashing for so long? Bang, 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 bang. In the vast emptiness of the underground space, as Ziren's words echoed, the swiftly moving silhouette gradually crystallized into the imposing figure of a tall, dark-faced zombie. It hesitated, glancing toward the source of the sound, its bony knife momentarily pausing. Who goes there? That mirror woman? No, you are not her. The sinister, hollow gaze fixed upon Ziren, making him feel as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, his body instinctively tensing. Yet at the same moment, a stream of game data began to materialize before Ziren's eyes. Special class supernatural zombie, power, supernatural ability, second tier, supernatural ability, unknown, danger level, high. Is it a second tier superhuman? I should not be afraid of it, even if its abilities are outrageous. It is utterly impossible for it to sever the head of an awakened one with a single strike, right? As he contemplated this analysis, Ziren's steps unexpectedly moved forward. The ground was marked by deep, heavy footprints, and Ziren's voice resounded once more. Having taken the lives of so many, I said, were you not human before you transformed into this? Is the awakening of extraordinary abilities and self-awareness merely a prelude to annihilation? The voice, heavy with judgment, echoed as the hollow eyes of the black-faced zombie narrowed. Ha ha ha, this is, indeed, the first time I have witnessed a human approaching me not in flight, but with intent. The bone knife in my left hand hung poised as Ziren fixed his gaze upon the black-faced zombie, seeking to discern its extraordinary ability. Buzz! Yet, in the fleeting blink of an eye, the bone knife, once suspended in the hands of the black-faced zombie, with a clang, had bizarrely found its place against his own throat, igniting a brilliant spark. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As the sparks erupted, Ziren instinctively felt a warmth enveloping his neck. Excellent. Remarkably swift. What manner of speed is this? Even if it were divine swiftness, it would be impossible to appear before a person in the blink of an eye, let alone complete a strike. Originally, was the reason for the severed heads on the first floor like this? Touching his own neck, Ziren could not help but marvel at the formidable strength of his opponent. Powerful. This black-faced zombie was undeniably the most formidable boss he had encountered since he began playing this game. Such sheer strength was far more terrifying than the previous king breed zombie. Huh? Tempered? Or perhaps a little turtle in its awakening phase. A chilling voice suddenly emanated from the east, and as Ziren looked up, he saw that dark, towering figure had, unbeknownst to him, already taken position in the eastern corner, brandishing its bone blade. I require the article you wish me to refine and translate. When will you? Before Ziren could finish his question, crack. Although I could still see that thing standing to the east with my naked eye, my back suddenly erupted with a shower of sparks. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Following that, my chest, face, and lower body were besieged by terrifying sparks that exploded from my skin in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. Within a mere second, this black-faced zombie had inflicted hundreds, if not thousands, of cuts upon me. Ha ha ha. Your shell is quite tough. However, the moment your special abilities dissipate, I assure you, your body will be reduced to mere shreds. Though the glint of the blade still danced before my eyes, the sinister words of the black-faced zombie echoed ominously from behind. It was as if this monster could disregard the flow of time, appearing instantaneously in any location. Canine transformation. The abilities have failed. Driven by a frenzy to manipulate other disturbances, Ziren sought to gain control over the black lean zombie. However, in the preceding moment, the direction was indicated, yet in the subsequent instant, the creature had vanished. Hurry! Its speed is utterly beyond the capacity of a naked eye to discern. Curse it! The movement speed of this zombie is quite peculiar. If its location cannot be captured, without hesitation, I clicked on the option for canine transformation ability. Spend 10,000 yuan to embark on a canine journey. The options had yet to appear. Yet, Ziren immediately pressed the one that required the greatest expenditure of 100,000 yuan. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just been charged an amount of 100,000 RMB. Current balance, 447,500 yuan. Your canine transformation abilities are awakening. Ignoring any consumer information entirely, under the flickering blades and bursts of flames, a surge of energy enveloped Ziren. Familiar domain of canines. The skills are well known. The sensations are familiar. However, after the surrounding space fluctuated, that swift flash of the blade showed no signs of abating. Ow! Is this possible? Chapter 123. Time stopped? Part 2. How could this possibly be? In the midst of the area attack, how could it possibly not transform into a dog? Astonishment, confusion, and a sense of disorientation. Just as Ziren believed that the BYD game had encountered a bug, the sparks that enveloped him abruptly vanished, and the terrifying onslaught came to a sudden halt. A shadowy figure of a towering mech unexpectedly materialized 50 meters away from him. Who would have thought? Who would have imagined that you possessed another awakening period ability? Excellent. Wonderful. If I were to slay you, could I possibly consume 2 awakening period crystals? After Ziren exhibited his new ability, the black-faced zombie not only showed no fear, but rather trembled with excitement. Observing the shattered bone dagger in his opponent's possession, Ziren's expression fluctuated between dark and uncertain. What was the reason for this? Why had the recent area of effect, canine transformation attack, failed to strike? How could it move with such swiftness, outpacing a skill domain that expanded in an instant over a distance of 50 meters? Teleportation? Blink? No, it cannot merely be a matter of teleportation or a fleeting appearance. Just as it launched its attack, slicing through the air with a flurry of blades in an instant, the voice reemerged behind me while I was still lost in thought. The speed of human thought can traverse a lifetime in a mere second. It is even possible that while I am still contemplating, the blade has already descended. Rather than stating that its speed is overly swift, one might propose that it disregards the constraints of time, manifesting itself arbitrarily in any location. Ignoring time? Wait, time! As he touched the time crystal core in his embrace, Ziren contemplated the requirements of the 1-3 crystal. In an instant, a hint of speculation flickered in his gaze as he turned towards the black-faced zombie. There existed a singular possibility. Only this possibility could evade the attack within the rapidly expanding canine domain of 50 meters and successfully escape. That is to say, time pause. Indeed, it could only mean that the canine transformation had been activated and the black-faced zombie had halted time, swiftly vacating the 50-meter radius. Although the spread of the canine transformation ability was rapid, in the realm of time pause, the space became utterly stagnant. Even if it had been affected, within the frozen time, the extraordinary ability would also be immobilized, yet it could still move, remaining entirely unaffected. No wonder that the extraordinary abilities are ineffective against it. It merely needs to remain in a state of suspended time. I am utterly incapable of capturing it. In other words, the reason it appeared to be 100 meters away just a second ago and then suddenly beheading someone the next moment is not due to its extraordinary speed. Rather, it has frozen time. Swiftly approaching, the blade descends, severing heads. The ordinary person scarcely has time to think before their head falls to the ground. This is the answer to the headless corpses in the mine, with none spared. Staring blankly at the black-faced zombie, Ziren fell into silence. The game development team, is gone. Has the difficulty been raised to such an extent? Once more, he cursed the ancestors of the game developers through generations. Just as Ziren was about to step closer to the black-faced zombie, lo and behold, in the blink of an eye, this creature had vanished to another corner. You simply cannot catch up with him. Time freezes, such is the flaw, the curse. How to deal with it? How to confront it? Thoughts whirled in Ziren's mind, and the desire to personally eliminate the black-faced zombie seemed increasingly improbable. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Confront it. Contemplating the situation, Ziren raked his fingers through his hair and conceived a final possibility. That possibility was the game's protagonist, Qiu Shangsheng. Qiu Shangsheng possessed the remarkable trait of immortality, characterized by her ability to resurrect after death and regenerate severed limbs. Beyond these extraordinary capabilities, her primary attribute was the continuous enhancement of her physical constitution, rendering her immune to supernatural abilities. If only Qiu Shangsheng could engage the black-faced zombie in combat indefinitely, then, given a fleeting moment of opportunity to extricate the black-faced zombie from the state of suspended time, Ziren could transform it into a canine form, thus creating a genuine chance to vanquish this undead foe once and for all. Is it Shangsheng? Once again, Ziren, the game planner from SM Game Company, hesitated. Why should such an adorable Qiu Shangsheng risk her life? He chuckled softly, eager to test the limits of her abilities. After much contemplation, an unexpected voice broke the silence. This senior, do you still have a way out? If there's no solution, I fear that the 2 zombie armies on the outskirts of Wannan City will soon converge here. With your current combat strength, It will be wiser to ensure your own safety in retreat. Though my companions have attempted to intervene, given this creature's formidable power, I doubt they will hold it back. A chilling, ethereal voice resonated, causing Ziren to pause in astonishment. You? Are you the one who has been hiding all along? Truly impressive for someone in the awakening period. I am phone.Within from the Luzhou safe camp. I am responsible for stopping this creature, but phone.Within's voice brimmed with self-reproach. After a moment of hesitation, Ziren resolved to employ the final strategy. If there were indeed more zombie armies approaching, they could not afford to waste time battling this emaciated zombie. Expletive. Even if it means that Sheng must join me in battle, I shall not allow any harm to befall her. He swiftly clicked on the recharge page and entered the lottery pool. Ziren glanced at the option for 648 and proceeded to execute a tenfold spin. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just... Snow Leopard exclaimed. Silence. I can't be bothered to check the deduction reminder. Ziren swiftly clicked on the lottery option as a stream of winning notifications flooded in. You have received 45 small trumpets. You have obtained a Ray Fire Crystal Core, purple, 1 guaranteed. You have acquired 3 metallic crystal cores, white, 6 wind blade crystal cores, green, and 5 small trumpets. Amidst a plethora of dense information, Ziren quietly retrieved 7 metallic nuclei from the warehouse. Hello, Ms. Fong. I implore you for a favor. You say, help me deliver these crystal nuclei to the exit of the mine into the hands of a girl clad in silver armor. I need her to use these crystal nuclei and return safely. Chapter 124. Ziren's little admirer? Where did she come from? This. As phone.Within gazed at the sudden appearance of 7 crystal nuclei in the air, she found herself momentarily stunned. She could not comprehend the significance of sending 7 crystal nuclei up now. Yet, what troubled her even more was, why was it her who had to deliver them? Although questioning this seemed somewhat foolish, phone.Within was no fool. If she ventured upwards, what would happen if the black-faced zombie were to pursue her? Even though she was in the mirror invisibility state, and it would be difficult for it to locate her. What if she could not shake off its tracking? The last time, it had refrained from pursuing her only because it was eager to leave. If she were to provoke it this time, what would be the consequences? To consider the worst-case scenario, her relationship with this senior was merely superficial. Could she truly escape if they used her as bait to draw the zombies away? In this moment, it was understandable why phone.Within was lost in thought. Fear of death gripped her, having witnessed too many inexplicable schemes in this apocalyptic world. Although her intention was to save those in the black market mine, which indeed required this senior to guard the area, all of this was predicated on her own safety. Phone.Within hesitated. In the face of the potential life and death crisis, she hesitated with rational apprehension. Are you not afraid that once you move, that individual might pursue you? This certainly entails a degree of risk. However, beings whose minds are tainted by the scourge of slaughter, upon beholding me, a mighty elephant, would likely cling desperately to their resolve, awaiting the moment when my powers are spent to strike me down. Compared to you, it is far more eager to devour me. If it is pursuing you, should it not be more terrified of this great elephant charging forth? Therefore, your peril exists, albeit not to a significant extent. I understand that you may find the words of a stranger hard to believe. However, I, Ziren, assure you that I would never engage in any act that would cause innocent individuals to bear the brunt of my misdeeds. The persuasive voice of Ziren resonated. Beneath the lengthy discourse, phone.Within remained utterly unresponsive. Yet, upon hearing the name Ziren, her body suddenly stiffened, as if jolted by an electric shock. What? What did you say? Your name Ziren? Commence, what is the matter? Is it the benevolence of the virtuous offspring, Mu-Tu-Du, who embodies righteousness? Indeed, what seems to be the matter? Could you allow me a glimpse of your appearance? The sudden turn of events left Ziren utterly flabbergasted. Are we not friends? He thought. I asked for your assistance. If you choose not to help, so be it. But what purpose does it serve to scrutinize my appearance? If you truly are Ziren, I would undoubtedly assist you. even at the cost of my own life. Suddenly, a resolute voice emerged from the corner, leaving Ziren bewildered. What exactly is happening now? Let be. There is no time for further contemplation. The key lies in delivering the crystal core to Sheng, enabling her to activate the crystal armor, thus allowing her descent. A low hum resonated through the void, as the form of a steel-bodied youth gradually materialized. Ziren, for the first time, presented his true form before a character in the game. If I reveal myself, will you assist me? He inquired, casting a wary glance around. Suddenly, a pocket watch clattered to the ground from a corner. Fong Hui's hands trembled uncontrollably, her face betraying her excitement as she hurriedly retrieved the watch. Fixing her gaze intently on Ziren. Yes, it is truly you. Huh? What are you even saying? The peace envoy Ziren. It really is you. How did you end up here? Her voice trembled with excitement, and Ziren perceived the woman before him had lost her composure, leading him to vanish from her sight once more. Having seen it all, will you still go? Yes. Please hand me the crystal core, and I shall undoubtedly fulfill the task. In this moment, Fong Hui's tone was imbued with reverence, admiration, and affection. A new character, Fong Hui, has developed a fondness for you, reaching a value of 92. You may at any time connect with Fong Huiguang's perspective and issue voice commands to her. Huh. Utterly bewildered. Capitalized bewilderment. Ziren has never considered himself to be a mere pretty boy who ensnares women with his looks. Yet today, lo and behold, he has indeed revealed his face and captivated an NPC. Is it that my friend is truly handsome? Or is this NPC simply infatuated? In a moment of distraction, without further contemplation, she cast the crystal core from her hand. Suddenly, a peculiar ripple, akin to a mirror-esque surface, appeared in the distance, causing the 7 crystal cores to vanish instantaneously. With determined strides, Fong Rue surged forward, unperturbed by the possibility of attracting the attention of the black-faced zombie. At this moment, she resembled a lovesick maiden, her face flushed with excitement. Clutching the crystal core in one hand and a pocket watch in the other, she dashed forward with fervor. Clang! Clang, clang! The pocket watch swayed gracefully in the air, and upon being opened, revealed a large photograph embedded within. The image depicted a construction site in the midst of activity. On the construction site, Ziren stood alongside a black dog, 2 young girls, and 2 boys, all posing for the camera with peace signs. Among them, one girl donned a school uniform, while the other wore a journalist's attire, both of them surreptitiously casting glances toward Ziren. This photograph, meticulously composed, captured Ziren and the girl in the journalist's outfit in a solitary frame. Thump! Thump! My heart raced, ready to explode. Fong Hui lost her usual composure, murmuring incessantly, "Great-grandmother, you were right. You were right. He will not perish. He will surely appear in the future. Today, he has already manifested before his granddaughter. I shall uphold the ancestral teachings of the Fong family, pledging my unwavering loyalty to him." The sound of footsteps grew increasingly distant. Ziren watched the fading footprints, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. The chilling whispers lingered in the air. He was correct in his assumption. This individual had set their sights on him. The dual awakeners and their crystal core had transcended the entire mining black market. Pray tell, would you contemplate fried chicken while savoring steak? The black-faced zombie could hardly contain its desire to fix its gaze solely upon Ziren. The moment Ziren dared to make a move, this creature would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Had it not been for my intervention, this fellow would have been led before Sheng, and I would not have had to resort to the allure of my beauty. With a disgruntled murmur, Ziren remained oblivious to the fact that his instantaneous conquest of an NPC could merely be attributed to his own striking appearance. Step, 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 step. The black market of the mine, in front of the cave entrance, Qiu Sheng and her companions were intently observing the movements behind the iron gate. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. In an instant, all eyes turned to see a woman, her body adorned in reflective panels, gradually emerging from the shadows. She regarded the group with suspicion, her expression wary. "Who goes there? Halt! If you do not stop, We will take action. Initially believing the figure to be a zombie, Qiu Shengsheng and her companions were poised to strike. However, the woman strode directly toward Qiu Shengsheng, stopping merely 10 meters away. After scrutinizing her face for a moment, she softly uttered, "Is it you, Senior Ziren? Is this the one you favor?" Chapter 125. The sudden arrival of the maid. The complete defeat of the electronic girlfriend. What? The tension that had previously gripped them dissipated, momentarily replaced by astonishment at being addressed as Senior Ziren. An inexplicable sense of displeasure surged within, akin to having something most precious snatched away. Qiu Shengsheng's expression hardened, though she could not comprehend why. Initially concerned about the events unfolding below, the mention of Senior Ziren ignited a blaze of jealousy within her, and her tone turned icy. "Who are you?" "Me? I am but the most loyal maid of Senior Ziren." "Huh? Maid?" Fong Huiguang raised her chin defiantly, and the reflective panels of her attire shifted back to reveal smooth skin. Clad in a form-fitting black thermal leather suit, her curvaceous figure became evident. Beneath her single ponytail was a charming oval face, exuding an air of elegance, her gaze haughty. She appraised Qiu Shengsheng as if evaluating a rival. From Du Ziren's earlier tone, it seemed he feared this woman in silver armor might be harmed. However, upon closer inspection, Fong Huiguang concluded that while the woman's face was cute, she possessed no remarkable qualities. Strength? Inferior to her own. Figure? Not as appealing. As for temperament? As a mature woman, she far surpassed this younger girl. What could Senior Ziren possibly see in her? Fong Huiguang cast a sweeping glance at Qiu Shengsheng, who met her gaze with equal intensity. The atmosphere was thick with tension, a standoff of wills. Meanwhile, Linya and her companions looked on in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the unfolding drama. Wait, why is there suddenly another maid? Could it be that the situation below is too perilous? Did the senior summon her? It made sense. A person of a senior's caliber would indeed require a combat-ready maid by their side. Wow, I cannot gauge this woman's strength, and her looks and figure are impressive. Our Captain Qiu might be in a bit of trouble, Linya mused, her demeanor that of an amused onlooker. Yang Miao Miao was about to chime in when, unexpectedly, Qiu Shengsheng erupted, her face taut with tension. "What is your relationship with Senior Ziren?" "Maid." I already mentioned that?" "What maid? What do you think?" Fong Huiguang playfully blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering with mischief. "You." Just as the air thickened with hostility, Liuxiu's expression tightened, frequently glancing towards the entrance of the black market of the mine. "Hey, let us not bicker over jealousy. Something's off. There are numerous life signatures approaching this way. It could be other zombie armies. Now is not the time for a quarrel. You claim to be the senior's maid. What exactly are you here for?" Panic-stricken, she looked to Fong Huiguang, who then seemed to recall something. Reluctantly, she retrieved 7 metal crystals from her pocket. "Here, Senior Ziren instructed me to bring these to you. He said to ensure your safety before going down to meet him." Upon seeing the 7 metal crystals, Qiu Shengsheng instinctively thought of the design for the crystal armor. "Senior, does he need me?" Don't get ahead of yourself. I reckon he merely wants you to serve as a distraction. I doubt your abilities can offer much assistance." As she spoke her sharp words, Fong Huiguang instinctively assumed that Du Ziren only needed Qiu Shengsheng's help as an afterthought. Unaware of the true nature of Du Ziren and Qiu Shengsheng's relationship, she knew only that Du Ziren had been involved in an online romance, which had never materialized into reality. Thus, she saw an opportunity to connect with the legendary Peacemaker and fulfill her family's long-held ambitions. Naturally, the prospect of becoming his partner thrilled her. However, with a sudden hissing of steam, Fong Huiguang found herself stunned. One by one, the 7 metal crystals embedded themselves into Qiu Shengsheng's armor, emitting a radiant glow. Each crystal, the size of a fist, pulsed with vibrant light, which swiftly faded. Yet, an inexplicable layer of grayish-white, metallic light began to swirl around the crystal armor. The aura of the Psycho Master 3rd tier surged suddenly. What? The legendary crystal core weapon. How do you possess it? With wide eyes. Fang Huiguang had always believed that the armor worn by Qiu Shangsheng was merely iron armor, designed to protect against the zombie's claws. However, it became evident that she was gravely mistaken. This is something exclusive to a first-line safe zone. How could a psychic from a third-line safe zone possibly have it? You. In disbelief. It was utterly unbelievable. Even having spent time in the Magic City first-line safe zone, Fang Huiguang had only witnessed a few psychics, wielding crystal core daggers and crystal core gauntlets. Yet, even such weapons, as long as they were crystal core weapons, fetched exorbitant prices in the first-line safe zone. And now, Qiu Shangsheng was adorned in crystal core armor, from head to toe. How could this not leave her bewildered? Where did you acquire these things? Were you not the maid of the senior? These are all given to me by Senior Ziren. What? You didn't know? You? Who exactly are you to Senior Ziren? He would bestow such things upon you. Then you may inquire yourself. Now, I must assist Senior Ziren. With the shimmering metallic luster of the crystal core armor glinting, Qiu Shangsheng could not afford to delay. Although feeling somewhat pleased to thwart this unexpected maid, her greater concern lay with Du Ziren's safety. Thud, thud, thud. She hurried deeper into the dark tunnel, while Fang Huiguang clenched her jaw, watching Qiu Shangsheng's retreating figure. No, my ancestors were defeated by an online romance. In this lifetime, I shall not be outdone by a young girl. Stamping her foot, Fang Huiguang followed closely behind Qiu Shangsheng, racing into the tunnel as well. Hey, what do you think? Outside the tunnel, Linya, like a bystander, jestingly glanced at young Miao Miao beside her. I mean, who do you think is the true partner of a senior? Does that even need to be said? A complete defeat. Captain Qiu has utterly succumbed to that woman. You didn't see it. That woman's eyes nearly popped out at the sight of that glowing set of crystal cores. Look at that, now that S called favoritism. The senior truly spares no expense for Captain Qiu. I think so too. Just don't know how far along the senior and Captain Qiu are. The two chatted as if they were mere spectators. Knowing that the senior was handling things with ease below, their spirits were considerably less strained. Conversely, Lu Su frequently glanced toward the mine abyss, her expression one of astonishment. In her detection, a massive presence should have been approaching, yet outside. There was not a whisper of movement. Chapter 126, Prize Pool Update. Unlocking Specialized Weapons. Little tortoise, just how much longer can you sustain? Within the depths of the underground level 2 of the black market, the haunting voice of the black-faced zombie resonated once more around Du Ziren. The somber tones seemed to brush past his ear, yet as Du Ziren squinted, he beheld nothing. Fixating his gaze on a spot 50 meters away, he occasionally glimpsed a flicker of dark light racing about. It was in motion. This black-faced zombie was frantically darting within the confines of a time-stopped realm. It danced about his face, while he found himself utterly powerless to intervene. Expletive deletion. Game developers, could you not allow me to invest a little more? Allow me to experience the extraordinary abilities of the extraordinary beings in one fell swoop. Is it not possible to eliminate it in an instant? He clicked on the recharge page, as Du Ziren harbored no fear of any extraordinary abilities fading away. The time for the awakened has come. All that remains is to continue. Outside, the zombies are encroaching, yet I remain unscathed. My only concern lies with Qiu Shangsheng and the judgment mechanism of this game. You cannot hold on much longer. The awakened. The awakened. A sinister and eerie laughter echoes, sparks flying incessantly around me. That wretched creature is once again probing my ability with its bone knife. BZZ. Before me, I see flames but not a single human silhouette. Just as Du Ziren's face darkened with irritation and unease. Thud, thud, thud. Senior Ziren, in gleaming metallic battle armor. Qiu Shangsheng hurriedly turned towards my direction. You. Seeing sparks erupting from seemingly nowhere, Qiu Shangsheng's expression turned anxious. Disregarding everything else, she rushed towards me. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. It's all right. Your younger siblings are well protected. Du Ziren instinctively reassured Qiu Shangsheng, believing that the weight of concern for her family bore heavily upon her heart. Little did he know, Senior, Are you uninjured? Are you all right? Her delicate face was etched with anxiety and worry, yearning to approach Ziren, yet being continually repelled by the fierce glint of the blade. Senior. She extended her hand, and a flurry of sparks erupted from her fingertips. The girl bit her lip, undeterred, her gaze persistently searching for the unseen Ziren, as her hand stubbornly pressed against him. Her tense expression was softened only by the redness in her eyes. Senior, does it hurt? Amidst the splashes of Mars, that anxious gaze truly startled Ziren's heart. Could it be that he holds such significance in Qiu Xingxing's heart as well? How could I possibly encounter any trouble? You fool! Are you not afraid of having your hand severed? I am merely worried about Senior Ziren, fearful of him getting injured. Bang, 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 bang. It seems that the dog food consumed nearby was too tempting for the black-faced zombie to resist. The subsequent attacks incessantly struck against Qiu Xingxing's crystal core armor. Ha ha ha! Another little turtle has arrived? Very well, very well. Bang, bang, bang. The crystal core armor was visibly marred, with fine cracks appearing from the bone blade's relentless assault. Qiu Xingxing squinted, attempting to discern the foe's presence. Yet all that could be heard was the sound of her armor fracturing. Xingxing, are you afraid? A familiar, steady voice resonated, and Qiu Xingxing sensed a figure standing before her. I'm not afraid, as long as it is Senior Ziren calling me. Even if the path ahead leads to certain doom, even without this armor upon my body, I would still come. With her small fist tightly clenched, Qiu Xingxing gazed ahead, as if making a solemn vow. Laughter. There is no need to be so serious. Everything remains well within our control. Xingxing. Next, I need your assistance. Can I also be of help to my senior? Indeed, this time, only you can assist me. I must help my senior. It seems that for the first time, upon sensing Senior's need for her, Qiu Xingxing's face inexplicably flushed with a hint of crimson. Do not be anxious. At this moment, the zombie is concealed within a suspension of time. However, at the conclusion or commencement of each of its assaults, it briefly manifests. Xingxing, seize this moment and strike him swiftly. Do you have the confidence? Can I really do it? A tinge of doubt crept into Qiu Xingxing's mind as she instinctively recoiled. You are capable of. Aside from you, no one stands a chance of hitting her. A warm breath brushed against the edge of Qiu Xingxing's earlobe, causing her expression to tighten. I understand now. In the past, it was always my senior who aided me. This time, even if it means exhausting every ounce of strength, even if it leads to my own destruction, I shall strike it. Slowly, she retrieved a military dagger from her waist, hastening to distance herself from Ziren, her gaze darting around anxiously. Ha ha! Do you see me? Strike me? Humanity, do you place your hopes on a woman? Very well. Consider it an appetizer before the main course. I shall consume her core. A chilling laughter echoed through the air. The next moment, clang, clang, clang. A cacophony akin to a torrential downpour erupted at Qiu Xingxing's chest. Swift. It was almost impossible to capture. Just as she began to react, a dagger sliced through the air before her. Clang, clang, clang. Behind her, the sparks erupted once more. Am I truly capable? I. Her pupils dilated, and doubt began to creep in, but then she recalled Ziren's words. I can only rely on you. Thump, thump. Her heart inexplicably raced faster. Qiu Xingxing. This time, failure is not an option. You have leaned on your senior so many times. Now, it is time for your senior to depend on you. Straining to keep her eyes wide open, Qiu Xingxing knew that if she dared to glance behind her, the attack might have already redirected. Resolutely, she focused solely ahead. The dagger in her hand felt numb from her grip as she awaited the moment when the black-faced zombie would conclude the time pause, seizing the fleeting opportunity. Ha ha ha! You? Just you. All your powers are but temporary, she scoffed. Clang! At that moment, sparks erupted above Qiu Xingxing's head. The helmet of her armor wobbled, and a faint golden hue glimmered in her eyes as her immortality began to activate. As the duration of the battle extends, one develops a resistance to the extraordinary abilities This is what Ziren finds most promising about this ability. You shall meet your demise. Clash. Although the offensive above her head continues. In the next moment, a bone blade swiftly slashed towards Qiu Shengxing's neck. Qiu Shengxing's pupils widened in shock, her movements so rapid they were nearly imperceptible. She saw it. She truly captured it. From the indistinct shadow in motion, a colossal bone hand blade abruptly descended. Clash. Wow, what? Bone knife. The bone dagger did not strike the armor, but rather a dagger. Intercepted the bone dagger. This time, I shall earn my elder's trust. I can. Buzz. The dagger vibrated, colliding with the bone dagger with a tremendous force. Crack, crack, crack. In a flash, the dagger shattered. Yet, boom. A white shadow suddenly burst forth, causing a cascade of rubble from the ceiling of the second underground level. As the dust settled, a colossal bone dagger was firmly embedded in the ceiling. This attack not only missed Qiu Shengxing, but also, indeed, she even severed an arm with a single stroke. You, success. Ziren's expression brightened with joy. Indeed, it was ultimately the protagonist of the game who made an appearance. However, this triumph came at the cost of Qiu Shengxing's soul weapon. As he pondered how Qiu Shengxing would retaliate against the black-faced zombie, in the future, a notification window flickered before Ziren's eyes. Detected that your game protagonist has lost their primary weapon. Opening a new prize pool. You may now venture to the game prize pool to draw various characters' exclusive weapons. In the distance, Feng Huiguang was huddled in a corner, her eyelids twitching incessantly. She could truly assist Senior Ziren? How could that be possible? Her mind was overwhelmed with dread towards the black-faced zombie. Feng Huiguang could hardly fathom that this woman had just recklessly charged forward, disregarding everything. Moreover, she had indeed managed to shield her senior from unseen attacks. Damn it, this woman. She appeared so frail, yet how could she possess such courage? Chapter 127. A Union of Spouses, Slaying the Time-Paused Zombie. Part 1. What an astonishing revelation. Specialized weaponry? Ah, how delightful. It turns out that it has been waiting for me all along. Just as drowsiness begins to envelop me, a pillow is presented. In the preceding moment, I was anxious about how Qiu Shengxing would fend off the opponent's advances next time. Yet in the next instant, the specialized weapon emerges. Shengxing, continue to maintain your state. I shall swiftly procure a new weapon for you. After giving a reminder to Qiu Shengxing, Ziren promptly clicked on the new Great Roulette. Beside the previous prize pool roulette, an additional button labeled Special Weapon Pool appeared. Upon entering, the rewards on the Great Roulette transformed entirely into an array of weapons. Crystal Core Dragon Blood Dagger. Golden, a legendary dagger forged from the bones of the mutated Serpent King, capable of slicing through iron and gold with ease. Once embedded with the crystal core, it emits a resounding dragon's roar with each strike, disorienting the adversary's senses. Crystal Core Water Lily Gloves. Green, crafted from the mutated leaves of the water lily. These gloves inherently enhance the accumulation of water elemental abilities. Once embedded with a crystal core, they can unleash a one-time skill, Water Burst. How dazzling! The newly released weapons on the wheel are truly mesmerizing at first glance. It seems that none are inferior, and it appears that anyone could wield them. Shengxing can probably still use a dagger, right? Attempting to click on the Dragon Blood Dagger, a compatibility assessment emerged alongside the weapon's description. The highest proficiency weapon of Qiu Shengxing, upon being wielded by her, activates a special enhancement. Luck value 1. Oh, is it luck once more? It appears that my beloved Shengxing possesses a fortuitous charm that sets her apart from others. Regardless, with a decisive click, Ziren opened a recharge interface and glanced at the accumulated luck value displayed above the weapon pool, having already intuitively performed 10 consecutive draws for 648. Ting! Your bank card ending in 0304 has just incurred an expenditure of 480 yuan. The current balance stands at 43 million. Detected excessive spending on games. This line reminds you to play appropriately and not to indulge. Snow Leopard, be quiet. Ignoring the bank's text alert, Ziren pressed the tenfold draw button directly. Bang, bang, bang. The luminous circle on the lucky wheel began to spin, and in an instant, a dazzling meteor animation streaked across the scene. Congratulations! You have received Crystal Core, Diamond Belt, green, 3, Crystal Core, Perception Necklace, green, 4, Crystal Core, Water Lily Gloves, blue, 2. Congratulations! You have triggered the guaranteed 10 consecutive draws and obtained the Crystal Core, Fire Serpent Gun, purple, 1. Your current accumulated luck value stands at 64. 8 points. With unwavering determination, I cast a hasty glance toward Qiu Shengsheng. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence after Qiu Shengsheng successfully severed the bone blade of the black-faced zombie. However, a sinister voice echoed, how delightful. You managed to anticipate my movements. You are indeed formidable. Since you possess the ability to inflict harm upon me, I shall be even more compelled to eliminate you. Following this chilling declaration, a shadowy figure began to writhe into view. Suddenly, the surface of this dark humanoid form appeared to erupt with a multitude of white spikes. While the average person's eyes might not perceive the unfolding events, Qiu Shengsheng could see clearly. The towering, black-faced zombie was sprouting bone spines from its surface, resembling a monstrous hedgehog. With a malevolent grin directed at Qiu Shengsheng, it unleashed a cacophony of sounds. In an instant, the crystal core armor was marred with terrifying gashes. Qiu Shengsheng, desperate to defend herself, attempted to draw her handgun from within her clothing. However, with a mere clang, the weapon was reduced to mere fragments of metal in the blink of an eye. In a futile endeavor, she reached out to grasp the body of the black-faced zombie, her palm trembling against the armor. In that moment, Qiu Shengsheng felt akin to a caged bird ensnared by the glint of blades, utterly powerless and vulnerable. Hurry, hurry! May my fortune be ever on the rise. The bank notification incessantly chimed, informing Ziren that his card ending in 0304 had just been charged a sum of 64,800, leaving him with a current balance of 6.37 million. He persistently clicked on the 10 consecutive draws. Your current luck value has accumulated to 323. Congratulations! You have received a bonus of luck in this drawing, ensuring the appearance of a golden item. The luminous points on the spinning wheel flicker incessantly. At last, congratulations! You have won the Dragon Blood Dagger, golden, 1 in this lottery. Without the luxury of examining the contents of this draw, Ziren hastily retrieved the Dragon Blood Dagger from the warehouse. Upon its emergence, the dragon's head adorning the dagger began to writhe. Ignoring the vibrations of the scaly armor encasing the dagger, a chilling wind swept through the vicinity, exuding an eerie coldness. Indeed, there is also the crystal core. In case of unforeseen circumstances, the most resounding and ferocious roars emanated from the dragon's head, causing even the assaults of the black-faced zombie to momentarily cease. As numerous gazes turned towards this direction. What is that? Feng Hui was utterly mesmerized, her eyes wide with astonishment. The moment the Dragon Blood Dagger emerged, the surrounding air turned frigid due to the scales adorning the dagger. This suggests that the material of the dagger must be forged from the body of an awakened creature, does it not? This weapon, could it possibly be of blue quality? Just as she hesitated for a fleeting moment, a hum resonated as Ziren retrieved a Thunderfire crystal core from his possession, leaving phone.Within, a purple quality crystal core. Senior Ziren. Surely he wouldn't use this to feed a crystal weapon, would he? Such an extravagant waste. Thunderfire crystal core. You. Even the black-faced zombie showed no interest in attacking Qiu Shengsheng at that moment. Is there truly someone who would treat a purple crystal core as mere fodder? Is this akin to Zhu Beiji consuming the ginseng fruit? Crack! As the shimmering crystal core, pulsating with lightning and flames, was embedded into the Dragon Blood Dagger. Roar! The dragon patterns coiling around the blade came to life, unleashing a torrent of fierce roars that reverberated throughout the second underground level. Roar! As if echoing the primal might of ancient times, the roar sent tremors coursing through everyone's being, causing them to instinctively shudder. In that moment, All present forgot to breathe, transfixed by the fearsome dragon head on the dagger as it unleashed its savage howl. What a terrifying power! Clutching the dragon blood dagger in his hand, Ziren's expression tightened as he approached Qiu Shangsheng. He could neither hurl the dagger nor overtly display its formidable capabilities. Otherwise, there is a significant risk that during the operation, the black-faced zombie within the time pause could seize the dagger from him. Shangsheng, help me. Kill it. Chapter 128. A couple's united effort to slay the time pause zombie. Part 2. What is this? Gazing at the fearsome dagger adorned with a dragon's head in her hand, Qiu Shangsheng could sense the terrifying power surging from the scales of the blade. Her small hand, tightly gripping the dagger, trembled with intensity. Your apocalyptic survival character has successfully bound to the exclusive weapon, Dragon Blood Dagger. Golden tier items are non-transferable and cannot be unbound. Autumn Shunsheng is equipped with specialized weaponry. Acquired special buff, luck value 1. Lines of prompts leapt from a game pop-up, and Ziren's expression was one of exhilaration. Shangsheng, this time, let the senior rely on you. Ziren senpai, Shangsheng understands. Wielding the Dragon Blood Dagger, the scales upon the dagger crackled with lightning and fire, causing the surrounding air to emit a sizzling, burning hiss. Who are you? How could you possess such a thing? The material of this dagger? Furthermore, where did you conceal it just now? The roar of the black-faced zombie echoed in the air. A sense of crisis. It unmistakably sensed danger emanating from the dagger. That is, a core weapon, embedded with a purple crystal core. Clang, clang, clang. Again, sparks erupted from Ziren's body. Indeed, as Ziren had surmised, this creature would attempt to snatch the Dragon Blood Dagger from him. But how could a proud gamer deity neglect to utilize the warehouse function? I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. There's still one more opportunity. Do you know when it is? The sound of sparks gradually faded away, and Ziren's voice echoed in Qiu Shangsheng's ears. In this moment, it seemed as though the two shared a profound connection. I understand now. Senior Ziren, I know when the opportunity you spoke of will arise. With a firm grip on the Dragon Blood Dagger, Qiu Shangsheng unexpectedly closed her eyes. Her palm caressed the scales on the dagger. Suddenly, a realization struck. At that very moment, a series of bone blades descended towards Qiu Shangsheng's wrist, which held the Dragon Blood Dagger. Yet she appeared to have anticipated this move. Manipulating the dragon head on the dagger, it opened its mouth and roared. A sound, reminiscent of the primordial wilderness, erupted in close proximity. As the once flickering black silhouette before her became strikingly clear, it revealed the grotesque visage of the black-faced zombie. You, how could you? The hollow eyes of the black-faced zombie widened, sending a chill through Qiu Shangsheng. Both my senior and I had anticipated this. You intend to seize this dagger. Thus, I awaited your attempt to claim it. In that very instant, dragons roar. With a fierce cry, as my wrist flicked, the Dragon Blood Dagger emitted a continuous roar from its dragon head. At the moment when the black-faced zombie, his head inexplicably trembled and froze. Buzz! A flash of blood-red light streaked past. With a roar, the dragon's mouth gradually closed, and once the sound of dragon's roar faded, a massive black head was sent soaring, followed by the thundering fall of a gigantic headless black corpse. Boom! As dust swirled around at last, the previously unseen, time pause, zombie revealed itself before the crowd. What? What else is concealed upon your person? Gurgling, the disembodied black head rolled on the ground, defiantly gazing at Ziren. Ziren exhaled deeply, shrugging his shoulders. My apologies, but your query is unintelligible. Could you please provide the text you wish me to refine and translate? You, a mere character within a game, dare to desire an encounter with the player? You're hollow. Dark eyes gradually sink deeper. With a sudden thud, a black and white crystalline core slowly emerges from your head. This must be the second one, right? I stepped forward to pick up the crystal core, and a notification window appeared before my eyes. Chrono Core, pause, harvest. Opening temporal abilities, 2-3, currently possessing, time, acceleration, time, pause. Then, with the final crystal core in hand, shall we unlock the golden era of extraordinary abilities? gently caressing the crystal core before placing it close to his heart. Ziren surveyed the grim tableau surrounding him in the underground level 2, a sight that was undeniably poignant. Headless corpses lay strewn about, alongside disembodied heads. The blood continued to seep onto the ground, narrating tales of their sorrow. Senior Ziren, we have succeeded. Clutching the dagger in her hand, Qiu Shengsheng felt a surge of exhilaration akin to a survivor's relief, instinctively extending her arms to embrace Ziren from behind. Indeed, success has been achieved. I merely assert that only you possess the power to impose sanctions upon it. The protagonist hesitated, the words were caught in their throat, when unexpectedly, Ziren uttered a single word. Because you're the person I value the most. Huh? With a flustered release of his embrace, Qiu Shengsheng pondered the meaning behind those words. Did he value her potential the most? Or perhaps he valued her as an individual? Senior Ziren. In any case, Shengsheng has assisted you once again. Qiu Shengsheng's face flushed with embarrassment as Ziren smiled gently. Indeed, you're now able to assist me as well. Perhaps in the future, I too might rely on you just as I do now. Senior, do you depend on me? Suddenly reminded of that incident in the shower, Qiu Shengsheng felt her neck flush with embarrassment. If the senior were to rely on me like that in the future, it seems it might not be so bad after all. Her thoughts began to spiral into a delightful chaos, while Ziren gazed at Qiu Shengsheng with tender affection, the scene unexpectedly harmonious. Oh right, senior, I must return this to you. Realizing belatedly, Qiu Shengsheng hurriedly wiped the blade of the dragon blood dagger and extended it with both hands, eager to return it to Ziren. Senior, this is truly too precious. With it, perhaps the awakened could contend with the supernaturals. Take it. This was originally prepared for you by me. Otherwise, do you think I chose a dagger for no reason? Her face inexplicably began to flush once more, but it is already yours. No one can take it away. Let this be your reward for assisting me this time. Shengsheng. Reward? As she caressed the dragon blood dagger, Qiu Shengsheng fell into a contemplative silence. The young couple exchanged words, while on the other side, Feng Huiguang watched this scene with gritted teeth. That damn woman! How dare she receive such favoritism from Senior Ziren? The dagger and the crystal core have been bestowed upon you. You have already outpaced me, ensnaring the senior's attention first. Fine. I acknowledge your potential in this battle. But from now on, I shall never grant you another opportunity. Absolutely not. Chapter 129. The Secret Within the Thermos Cup. The Black Market of the Mind's first-level cave. Do you hear that? The sounds below seem to be gradually fading away. Linya stood before the iron gate, attempting to venture inside. Suddenly, no, everyone, stay alert. Lu Su's sharp reprimand echoed through the dim cavern. What is it, Lu Su? I detected it. There are many life signals approaching us. The number. At least 1,000. What? Upon hearing this, the three women immediately stiffened, gazing intently at the cave's entrance. The ground was still seeping with crimson blood, a foul wind brushing against their faces, tightening their expressions even further. However, 1 minute passed, 5 minutes passed. The anticipated rumble of 1,000 zombies surging forth never materialized. What is going on? Lu Su, is your ability malfunctioning? Yang Miao Miao cast a doubtful glance at Lu Su, who shook her head vehemently, insisting impossible. My ability has never failed me to date, not even during the incident with the king's zombie. If only I had time, Suddenly, a series of crunching footsteps on the snow broke the tension. Who? The three women's gazes snapped to the cave entrance. The crunching continued as a peculiar little boy entered, a small bird perched on his shoulder, clutching a thermos, his face trembling. Hello. I got separated from the scavengers. The boy's face was ashen, clearly frightened. His diminutive stature shivered in the cold wind, and his timid eyes evoked sympathy in anyone who beheld him. Big sister, may I come in and hide? Without waiting for Linya and the others to respond, the boy stepped into the cave. Child, what did you see outside? Linya's expression turned peculiar as she scrutinized the boy. As he walked, he seemed to ponder. It seems like everyone was scattered by a horde of zombies. Zombies, zombies. Ah, this little child, young Meow Meow, felt a pang of compassion, taking a step forward to embrace and comfort him. Clap. In the next moment, young Meow Meow felt a weight on her shoulder as Lu Su pulled her back several steps, her eyes narrowing, her voice icy. Child, you are not right. Huh? Lu Su. What? What is wrong with him? First of all, it is suspicious that he survived alone. One could attribute it to luck. But how could he coincidentally find this place? Among the scavengers, the greatest taboo is to bring children. He is not one of us. Therefore, he must be an outsider from the scavengers. The fact that you found your way here raises questions. Furthermore, I have never doubted my ability. My ability tells me you alone possess the signals of 1,000 life forms moving. To put it bluntly, you appear to be a child on the surface, but in reality, you are a monster, aren't you? As Lu Su's chilling words echoed, Linya fell silent, but the ground beneath her began to tremble. Sister, what are you saying? I was guided here by an old man from the scavengers. I just want to stay for a while. The boyish expression was pitiful, showing no signs of anything amiss. Enough. You, a boy, are not afraid of the countless corpses in this cave. Your courage is also suspicious. Moreover, everyone here has been slaughtered. Where did you find a passerby? I warn you, take one more step, and we will take action. Lu Su's right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. An inexplicable feeling of unease surged within her, beginning the moment she encountered this child. For reasons unknown, this child felt less like a human and more like some mutated zombie. Little sister, do you think we cannot coexist amicably? Must we tear each other apart? It's too late for that. You few have decent potential and can barely serve as my pets. The boy's footsteps did not falter, and this time he ceased his pretense, slowly lowering his head and twisting the thermos in his hands. What is he doing? Young Meow Meow was perplexed, while Lu Su's right eyelid twitched even faster. Quick, interrupt him. Linya, act. Act now. She urged Linya in panic. But, oh, big sister, are you calling me? Wow, so many corpses. So many corpses. Mama. Suddenly, a frail girl's voice rang out. Lu Su turned to see that Linya had transformed into a terrified adolescent girl, gazing wide-eyed at the surroundings. Wow, Daddy. Little Linya, in sheer fright, collapsed to the ground. This. I understand now, your ability is. Lu Su's eyes widened in terror as she looked at the boy, who slowly lifted his head. The once pure and youthful face now bore an eerie, unnaturally mature expression. You're quite remarkable. Become my pet. You. Her tone shifted from fury to disbelief, and Lu Su felt herself shrinking. Hello there, little sister. As Lu Su regressed to the age of 3 or 4, the boy scooped her up, cradling her in a seemingly comforting embrace. Wah! Little Lu Su, bewildered, wept uncontrollably in the boy's arms. Very good. Let us nurture this bond, and I shall grant you another opportunity to grow. You will be my pet. Gently stroking the back of little Lu Su's head, the boy's lips curled into a mischievous smile. His gaze drifted towards the iron gate, where Linya and young Meow Meow had become wailing infants, lying on the ground and sobbing uncontrollably. Humans, this race is still too weak. Transforming into childhood, their memories will fade. As long as I train you like pets, allowing you to grow once more, all valuable individuals in this base will become my pets. Wouldn't you agree, little eagle? He patted the bird perched on his shoulder. Chirp. The bird nestled closer to the boy. Ha, how dull, truly dull. I wonder if the ones below will be slaughtered by that fellow. Very well. Let me join the fray and see if I can turn that fellow into my obedient servant as well. After a thorough twist of the thermos in my hand, a pool of crimson liquid spilled forth. Drip, drip, drip. To my astonishment, the liquid within the vessel began to pulsate and quiver, slowly expanding and taking shape. 1, 2, 10, hundreds. Nearly a few hundred blood-red orbs swelled, each as sizable as an infant. It seemed as if they were growing in defiance of time, transforming into a legion of blood-soaked infants. The cacophony of their cries echoed throughout the cavern. A glance around revealed a scene of nearly 1,000 crimson monstrosities at the cave's entrance. These infants, with their razor-sharp teeth and claws measuring a dozen centimeters, crawled on the ground like a horde of ferocious beasts, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Come forth. Feast to your heart's content. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the young boy commanded. Thud, thud, thud. Thousands of infantile zombies surged forward like a relentless tide, plunging into the depths below. Chapter 130. Collective Amnesia. Ziren remains unaffected. Black Market of the Mines, Underground, Level 2. Senor Ziren, is it safe now? Qiu Shengsheng hastened to the entrance of Underground Level 3, peering anxiously inside. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In a passage of the third underground level. Due to a prolonged absence of attacks, the tree roots gradually loosened, revealing a narrow gap through which the survivors below could observe the outside world. Qiu Shengsheng, Leader Qin. Upon exchanging glances through the crevice, both Qiu Shengsheng and Qin Wan relaxed visibly. Qiu Shengsheng understood that if Qin Wan was unharmed, then her family below was likely safe as well. As the roots continued to unravel, numerous abilities users emerged from the third underground level. Upon witnessing the headless corpses strewn across the second underground level, expressions of horror spread across their faces. This is truly gruesome. Damn those zombies. Senior, this time we owe you our gratitude for your foresight in anticipating the possibility of an enemy attack. Otherwise, Qin Wan's face turned ashen as she respectfully bowed to her surroundings. Apologies, I find myself utterly overwhelmed, and this is all I can manage. Ziren gazed forlornly at the scene before him, his spirits inexplicably dampened. This game, in its portrayal of the authenticity of human nature and the helplessness of the weak, excels remarkably. At this moment, even in the face of victory, the sight of countless headless corpses elicits little joy among the survivors. Weakness, ultimately, it is our fragility that has led us here. The undead do not target just any safe haven. They choose us because we are perceived as easy prey. Qin Wan's fists clenched tightly, her expression one of fury. For a moment, everyone exchanged glances, rendered voiceless. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, remains an immutable truth. Even the zombies grasp this reality. Senior Ziren, I believe it would be wiser for you to lead them to the Luzhou safe zone. This place is nearly obliterated. The remaining ability users would fare better in Luzhou safe zone, where at least they can ensure the safety and livelihood of their families. Feng Rue stepped forward at the opportune moment. Her words resonated profoundly with everyone present. Ziren furrowed his brow, having already anticipated this outcome in his heart. Indeed, the second piece of notoriety was to establish Shun Shun's squad firmly in the new base. Contemplating for a moment, Ziren was about to advise Qiu Shengsheng to prepare for their impending relocation. Suddenly, from the upper levels, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed. What could this be? An ability user turned in astonishment towards the source of the commotion, hastening a few steps closer to the Iron Gate tunnel. Oh dear! From the darkness emerged a swiftly approaching crimson spherical object. With a resounding thud, the red sphere collided directly with the ability user's head, extending its stout limbs to cling tenaciously to the ability user's face. Get away! Get away! The psychic beings frantically clawed at the sphere upon their faces. Yet, despite their seemingly diminutive limbs, their sharp claws had already penetrated the neck and nape of the psychics. A chilling shriek erupted as a crimson infantile head emerged from the sphere. The infant opened its mouth wide, its fangs viciously gnawing through the crown of the psychic's head. In an instant, a spray of blood erupted, leaving a gaping wound, and the psychic convulsed violently before collapsing to the ground. The entire ordeal transpired within mere seconds. A rare and formidable psychic met their demise in such a brutal face attack. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the facehuggers from Alien, casting a pall over Ziren's expression. The diminutive infant zombie continued to cling to the psychic's face, relentlessly devouring its flesh. However, following the emergence of this first infant zombie, a multitude of crimson spheres began darting through the dimly lit corridor. With a resounding thud, Countless red spheres surged forth. Most psychics stood in a stupor, witnessing this horrific spectacle, and with a thud, they too were ensnared by the infant zombies. The incessant tearing of flesh echoed, transforming the scene into a veritable hell of skinning. Hello, what is happening? You shall retaliate. Are you not the endowed ones? Ah, get away, get away. Hiss. Ziren glanced around and found that nearly all the endowed ones stood dazedly in place, overwhelmed by the onslaught of the infant zombies. They exhibited no semblance of resistance, nor did they display any instinctive reactions of caution. It was only when the infant zombies lunged at them that they hastily attempted to fight back, only to have their faces gruesomely devoured, leading to their demise. Throughout the entire ordeal of resistance, not a single endowed individual utilized their powers. Hello, what are you all daydreaming about? Extraordinary abilities. Utilize your extraordinary powers. The sound of splattering echoed as blood continuously gushed around. Ziren watched in disbelief as those around him were attacked, as if entranced. What is happening? This must be the final group of infant zombies in the mission. Is no one going to attack? Could it be that there's a reason? She glanced at her own ability, now rendered ineffective, illuminating the entire underground level. In that moment, it seemed as though she was the sole thinker amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a familiar wail pierced the air. Huiguang manifested her form, staring blankly at her surroundings, trembling uncontrollably. She appeared to have lost all composure, resembling a girl who had never witnessed violence, frantically surveying her environment and emitting heart-wrenching cries. Father, mother, tears cascaded down her cheeks as Huiguang huddled in a corner, her face ashen. Hello there. What are you doing here? I gazed at Hui in confusion, once again confronted with this situation. Everyone stood frozen, as if afflicted by a stupor. Have they lost the ability to wield their extraordinary powers in retaliation? Damn, what kind of extraordinary ability do they possess? In the sky, another crimson figure hurtled towards Huiguang's face. Begone! With a thunderous roar, an invisible corner revealed Ziren casting a fiery projectile, obliterating the airborne infant zombie into a gruesome pulp. Father, mother, sobbed Hui, huddled in the corner, already on the verge of tears. Ziren glanced around, an inexplicable sense of unease creeping into his heart. It was not the daunting nature of the task that troubled him, but rather the concern for whether Shangsheng might be adversely affected. Amidst the chaos, Shangsheng cast a frantic glance around, finding herself standing dazed at the entrance of the third underground level. Suddenly, a ghastly infant zombie leapt forth, latching onto the nape of her neck, its jagged teeth gnawing relentlessly at the back of her head. Unexpectedly, after a brief moment of shock, Shangsheng twirled the dragon blood dagger in her hand, and with a swift motion, she cleaved the infant zombie in two with a resounding squelch. Her parents had always told her, she must be strong. She must protect her younger siblings. I cannot perish. Despite having vanquished the infant zombie, her small hands trembled uncontrollably, as if she had lost the composure she once possessed. Shangsheng. Ziren hurriedly rushed to her side, while Shangsheng, filled with suspicion, turned her head to scan the surroundings. Who is it? Suddenly, a dagger thrust forth, and she resembled a frantic little rabbit, flailing her claws in a desperate attempt to defend herself. Shangsheng, do you not recognize me? Ziren retreated several steps, while Shangsheng narrowed her eyes. You? Who are you? Ziren, your predecessor. Predecessor? Autumn Shangsheng pondered these words vaguely, slowly lowering the dagger, her expression peculiar. I truly do not recognize you. However, I find your voice quite pleasing. I do not harbor any aversion towards you. Beneath the crystalline armor, Shangsheng's taut visage gradually relaxed, revealing a hint of rosy blush. She could not fathom why she felt such an inexplicable affinity towards this invisible voice. Chapter 131, In the Flow of Time. New premium skills, Blazing Heaven and Sea of Blood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine and translate into English. I will then remove any irrelevant punctuation. Promotional content, such as requests for votes or collections, and concealed website advertisements. Finally, I will present you with an enhanced version of the text in elegant and sophisticated English, maintaining the original meaning while employing more advanced vocabulary and sentence structures. Do you truly not remember me? Observing Qiu Shangshang's bewildered expression, Du Ziren glanced around, already beginning to comprehend the situation. It appears that everyone has lost fragments of their memories. The reason why the mutants stand there in a daze, being besieged by a horde of infant zombies, is quite simple. They have forgotten the essence of what it means to be a mutant. In that moment, they are only aware of their own identities, completely oblivious to why they find themselves in the black market of the mines. Under such circumstances, who would be able to swiftly react to an infant zombie? The damned. Does this final zombie possess the ability to induce amnesia? Shangshang. Hide behind me. I called out to Qiu Shangshang, who looked puzzled as she turned her gaze towards Du Ziren. You? Why do you wish to protect me? Do not inquire further. Stay behind me. Despite her aversion towards strangers, the moment Qiu Shangshang heard Du Ziren's voice, she felt an inexplicable affinity. Silently, she stood close to the source of that voice, gripping the dragon blood dagger, her gaze beginning to drift into a trance. Eek! Eek! In the direction of the Iron Gate, an incessant tide of infantile zombies surged forth like a deluge, relentlessly advancing towards this location. It was evident to the naked eye that nearly every individual bore 3 or 4 of these infantile zombies clinging to their faces, voraciously devouring the flesh of the ability users. The cacophony of the approaching infantile zombies continued unabated, lacking a specific target. They instinctively turned their attention towards Qiu Shangshang and Feng Huiguang. The air was filled with a multitude of cries, as countless spheres suddenly erupted, lunging towards either side. Shangshang, we shall rendezvous with Feng Hui. Standing in the corner, I shall thwart all assaults. Instinctively, Du Ziren turned to beckon behind him, anticipating that Qiu Shangshang would follow. However, to his astonishment, a chilling voice emanated from behind him. Who are you? My parents said that if I follow strangers, I might end up being cooked for dinner. Turning her head, Qiu Shangshang beheld a delicate young girl, around 13 or 14 years of age, clad in oversized crystalline armor, gazing at her with a countenance full of hostility. Du Ziren was also taken aback. The young girl was indeed quite adorable, her eyes anxiously gazing at him, filled with an unfamiliarity that was overwhelming. Who are you, sir? Why can't I see you? Autumn Sheng stared blankly ahead, her face adorned with a look of bewilderment, having been so well protected by Du Ziren. Never mind. There is no time left. Follow me. The leader grasped Qiu Shangshang's shoulder, while Du Ziren carried a miniature version of Qiu Shangshang, rushing towards Feng Huiguang nestled in the corner. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. In midair, a dozen or so infant zombies descended, aiming directly for Feng Huiguang's face. Feng Huiguang. No, to be precise, it was the 8 or 9-year-old Feng Huiguang, who was now weeping profusely, rendered motionless in a daze. It was evident that she was on the brink of being besieged by the infant zombies. Begone! From both sides of Du Ziren's shoulders, 4 twisted blood vessels suddenly erupted beneath the skin, grotesquely swirling toward the heavens. The assault of the blood vessels resembled the long tongue of the former liquor. This was an ability he had never wielded before. Bloodline. Buzzing. Several blood vessels lashed out in the air, instantly transforming a dozen infant zombies into mere puddles of blood that splattered in all directions. Wow, Uncle, you're amazing. A child's innocent voice rang out nearby. Du Ziren looked down, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. Qiu Shangshang. She had shrunk again. Now she appeared as a charming little one, only 4 or 5 years old. Her tiny body was nestled within oversized armor, her dark eyes gazing up at Du Ziren with admiration. My parents told me, the stronger a person is, the more deserving they are of respect. Uncle, I will definitely marry someone like you in the future. The unfiltered words of the child left Du Ziren with an exceedingly strange expression. All right. My electronic wife has transformed into an electronic child bride. Shangshang. I truly did not anticipate that you were so much more vivacious in your childhood compared to your present self. Gently ruffling Xiao Shengxing's little head, Du Ziren effortlessly lifted her up and placed her beside Feng Hui. Oh, my goodness! An overwhelming tide of infant zombies surged forth. And as I beheld the hundreds of infant zombies approaching the tunnel entrance like a crimson sea, Du Ziren calmly opened the game prompt. Flame superpower. Ability user, 3rd level. Observing these two extraordinary abilities, Du Ziren calmly clicked on the subsequent option. Option 1. Spend 10,000 yuan to ignite the flames, temporarily enhancing the combat power of the bloodline superhuman. Option 2. Spend 100,000 yuan to ignite the flames and temporarily awaken the battle prowess of the bloodline anomaly. The skills of the flame element awaken ones, known as heavenly conflagration, await activation. The awakening of the bloodline abilities is currently awaiting activation. Open. I shall go all in. Without a moment's hesitation, I selected the two most expensive options. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just been charged a sum of 100,000 yuan, leaving a current balance of 6,330,000 yuan. The awakening of supernatural flames, the emergence of bloodline powers, is commencing. Ignoring the bank's account notifications, Du Ziren could distinctly sense a fervent surge of heat coursing through his body, as if every meridian within him were fervently boiling with excitement. Suddenly, a multitude of infant zombies, curled into compact spheres, lunged towards Du Ziren. In an instant, the sky was akin to a sea of crimson clouds. Good. Let us observe the formidable prowess of in-game purchases. Gazing skyward, Du Ziren cradled a searing flame within his palm, which blazed into existence out of thin air. The atmosphere around him warped and crackled with an inexplicable intensity. Suddenly, the first infant zombie lunged towards him, its limbs yet to extend as it pressed against his face. With a thunderous roar, its skin shriveled and smoldered, and within its contorted crimson form, an explosion of fire erupted. In that fleeting moment, the frail body was obliterated into countless fragments. The remnants of its corpse were consumed by the inferno, transforming into a cloud of dark ash that filled the air. As more infant zombies lunged forward, their claws outstretched, Du Ziren's gaze sharpened with cold determination. None shall escape. A thunderous roar erupted. The sky above was a crimson hue, and the ground was a chaotic mass of infantile forms. Suddenly, a searing hiss pierced the air, followed by an explosive surge of flames. Boom! Terrifying fire erupted from within the infant zombies, spreading like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire underground level 2 in a cataclysm of flames. The once ferocious tide of infant zombies was instantly reduced to a cacophony of wails and cries as the inferno consumed them. The flames devoured their bodies, and in mere moments, many infant zombies were reduced to charred, withered husks. Instinctively, they began to panic. Even as their forms were nearly incinerated, they turned to flee in desperation. The air was filled with screams and roars. Yet, amidst the raging inferno, Du Ziren's expression remained icy. I proclaimed, "Not a single one shall escape." See a blood, buzzing. In the next moment, amidst the distorted flames, a human silhouette suddenly erupted with a multitude of crimson lines. They twisted and intertwined like countless red serpents, surging forth towards the iron gate. The torrent was overwhelming. Countless red lines, sharp as swords, pierced through. The retreating infant zombies had barely crawled a few meters when they were swiftly impaled through the forehead. In the inferno, Du Ziren's figure moved slowly. With each pulse of the myriad blood vessels, 4 or 5 charred, infant zombies met their demise. The once joyful cries of the infant zombies turned into a wretched chorus. Finally, at the mouth of the mind black hole, a wave of fire erupted. The cavern, charred and blackened, was strewn with the lifeless bodies of infant zombies. Twisted or pierced through the head, none escaped the clutches of the mind black hole. Heavy footsteps echoed as Du Ziren stood at the entrance of the mind black market. Behind him, a profound silence reigned. Chapter 132. Slaying the Last Time Zombie, in a Part 1. Thus, in this way, it can be considered as the complete eradication of the final wave of the undead. Standing alone at the mouth of the cave, Ziren heard a series of faint, melodic sounds behind him. Ha! Ha! Turning around, he saw Qiu Shengsheng, clad in oversized armor, clumsily making her way towards him. She had shrunk to the size of a mere 4 or 5-year-old child, yet empowered by the force of immortality. She managed to crawl forward despite being encased in the cumbersome armor. However, in essence, Qiu Shengsheng was simply a child. Her large, bright black eyes fixed intently on Ziren. Shengsheng, why are you still following me? Stay below. Wait for a moment. Fear. Fear. Are you afraid? Yes, replied the innocent, wide-eyed gaze directed at Ziren, causing a heaviness to settle in his heart. Why do you seek me? Fearless. Fearless. The tender hands embraced Ziren's thigh, causing an inexplicable flutter in his heart. Do you mean, if you follow me, you shall not fear? No fear. With a playful chuckle, Ziren affectionately ruffled the hair of the young Qiu Shengsheng. He contemplated capturing a photograph of her, envisioning the innocent Qiu Shengsheng as his lock screen wallpaper, while the mature Qiu Shengsheng would grace his desktop. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. Outside the clandestine market of the mines, a flurry of footsteps echoed. Turning towards the sound, I was surprised to see Linya and her companions, Yang Miao Miao, Lu Su, and 2 men in uniforms adorned with crescent-shaped badges. This group of 5 was accompanied by a timid young boy, who was furtively glancing in Ziren's direction. With a hint of suspicion, Ziren cast a wary glance at the group, refraining from making any abrupt movements. Instead, he gently lifted Qiu Shengsheng, concealing her behind his back. Hey, friend, no need to be anxious. I am Su Chong, a superpowered individual from the Luzhou safe camp. I am here on a mission to rescue you. My apologies for our tardiness. A look of genuine remorse spread across Su Chang's face, revealing a sense of guilt for arriving late to the aid. Greetings, I am Zhou Shou. I'm also here to assist, he added apologetically. The 2 superpowered individuals advanced directly towards Ziren, while Linya and the others maintained a vigilant stance, their expressions shifting with uncertainty as they regarded Ziren. Ziren. Stop! A chilling voice suddenly echoed at the entrance of the black market in the mine. Su Chong and Zhou Beast froze momentarily, their expressions darkening. Friend? You! Stop right there. Friends, do not be alarmed. We are all human, and we certainly mean you no harm. Indeed, we have come to rescue you. The 2 explained, attempting to approach Ziren. Hee, do you take me for a fool? That child, stop pretending. Linya's gaze was fixed intently on the little boy behind the crowd. Friend, this child is one we rescued during the battle. He is absolutely innocent. Why must you, an ability user, target a mere child? Laughter. What did you call me? Linya? The questioning voice echoed once more, causing Linya's expression to stiffen. You, what are you? The child, or rather, the time zombie in reverse. Is there still any point in continuing the charade? The cold gaze fell upon him, and the boy's innocent expression gradually contorted, slowly morphing into a smirk. He clapped his hands repeatedly, his eyes glimmering with admiration as he looked toward Ziren. Impressive, impressive. How did you manage to discern that? Sigh. Do not presume that, having acquired a modicum of human wisdom, you can treat others as mere playthings. I must inform you that your layout is riddled with flaws. Oh, firstly, these female supernaturals are those I have left above. You inform me that those below are diminishing. Why then are those above unaffected? The only conceivable explanation is that they have already been subdued. Moreover, you may be unaware that there is a companion accompanying these 2 extraordinary beings. She informed me that the other superhumans had gone to thwart the horde of zombies, yet the undead legion still advanced. Does this imply that they have failed in their mission? Since they have failed, how could the 2 of them possibly still be alive before my eyes? Ultimately, they remain under control. As for how one is controlled, Ziren gazed intently at the young boy, whose smile faded, replaced by a look of astonishment. To think, you have deduced so much. I propose, how about you become my loyal companion? You 3 brothers are truly fascinating. Time acceleration time suspension, time reversal. I have already dispatched 2. You actually expect me to serve you like a dog? What? Still not fleeing? Are you not afraid of death? A chilling voice echoed, and the young boy shrugged. I admit, you are indeed formidable. I had thought that the baby zombies I dispatched would completely overrun the entire base. To my surprise, you are an awakened with both fire and bloodline abilities, and you have managed to vanquish them all. Oh, I almost forgot. You also possess the ability of invisibility. I could scarcely fathom that such an extraordinary individual could be concealed in such a small place. Knowing it's still not fleeing, he chuckled. Since you have seen through my scheme, I must apologize. The moment you laid eyes on me, you were destined to lose. You, shrink before me. Suddenly, the tone of the young boy shifted, his gaze turning sinister as he glared at Ziren. Yet, 1 second passed, then 2. Ziren remenait utterly inchanged. How dare you attempt to transform me into a child, to strip away my memories? You, how is this even possible? You have not lost your memories down there. Are you relying on the physique of an awakened one to resist? Even now, even if you have not shrunk, your superpowers have undoubtedly been depleted. I still have allies. I possess 2 superpowered individuals, and together with myself, we are 3. 3 against 1. It is you who should be afraid. Even without witnessing the transformation and true form of Ziren, the confidence of the young boy remained unwavering. He deduced that Ziren had eliminated the baby zombie army, and thus his abilities must be severely diminished. Su Jiang, Zhou Beast. Forward. With a sweeping gesture, Su Chang's gaze sharpened, his lips barely moving for an instant, and the surrounding air began to ripple and distort. As for Zhou Beast, his back began to spasm uncontrollably, his muscles and bones cracking as they expanded, a pair of wings slowly unfurling and fluttering. It appeared they possessed formidable superpowers. Yet, Ziren merely responded with a disdainful smile. Do not linger any longer. You are doomed. You, do not presume that just because you are an awakened one, you can act pretentiously. You are but a feeble remnant of your former self. Merely putting on a facade, the young boy's expression darkened as he was about to scold further. Invalid force field. Canine transformation field. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, a resonant hum enveloped a 50-meter radius as an eerie wind surged forth. You, how is this possible? Liu Su. Liu Su. Does he still possess supernatural abilities? In a state of panic, he turned to Liu Su, who, equally bewildered, gazed at the young boy. Sir, my abilities have failed. What? Instinctively, he glanced towards Su Chang and the 2 beasts. Woof woof. At that moment, where were the humans? Before Ziren lay a permanent be shown Frieze, their eyes vacant and hollow. You, how is this possible? How can a mere mortal simultaneously possess 5 abilities? Ineffectiveness, canine transformation, flame, bloodline, and invisibility? You are the king? You are not human. Astonishment, fear, and trepidation gripped him. Ziren's power utterly intimidated the young boy. Have you said enough? Having spoken enough, it is time to set forth. A cold voice resonated, prompting Ziren to glance at the young boy. Woof. In an instant, the boy's limbs betrayed him as he dropped to the ground, contorting his body into the posture of a hairless dog, gradually lying flat upon the earth. Come here, Ziren biconed. Woof woof woof. With a resounding bark, the hairless dog took only a few steps before, boom, its head exploded violently, sending a burst of flames soaring into the air. As the lifeless body of the hairless dog was torn apart, a fiery explosion ensued, showering the sky with sizzling flesh and blood. From the chaos, a black and white crystal core fell to the ground with a thud. Congratulations! Chapter 133. The conclusion of the apocalypse survival game. As the notification of an explosion flashed across the screen, Ziren squinted momentarily before releasing a deep sigh. Upon glancing behind at the timid and submissive Qiu Shangsheng, who clung to him, Ziren's expression tightened. Very well. Seizing the moment while the effects of time reversal linger, he captured several childhood photographs of his beloved wife. Click, click, click. He snapped away at little Qiu Shangsheng until he observed her form gradually restoring itself. Only then did Ziren leisurely approach the lifeless body of the hairless dog. With a clatter, he picked up the black and white intertwined crystal core, and before him, a new prompt materialized. Congratulations! You have successfully gathered the 3 crystalline cores: time reversal, time suspension, and time acceleration. The game has activated the fusion feature. You will be able to spend a sum of money to fuse and upgrade unwanted core crystals. Upon the fusion of 3 temporal crystal nuclei, you shall obtain a singular golden crystal nucleus of time. Using this crystal core, you shall acquire the golden ability of time. The game pop-up incessantly flickered, and Ziren silently stowed away the time crystal. Upon noticing the emergence of a fusion icon at the lower right corner of the game interface, his expression darkened. Damn it! Even the most infuriating feature of gem, fusion, and upgrading has been shamelessly appropriated by this wretched game. This mechanism is undeniably a money-sucking function. Let be. To utilize the crystal nucleus, one must also employ Shang's purification tank. It is prudent to first attend to the matters at hand. She cast a lingering gaze towards the few individuals outside the mining black market. After a considerable amount of time, Qiu Shengsheng was the first to regain her composure. The silver-gray hue on her crystal nucleus armor faded, and her entire presence momentarily stilled once more. Congratulations! Your apocalyptic survival character, Qiu Shengsheng, has ascended to the level of a 6-star Esper due to the effects of the crystal core armor. Current cultivation progress, 3,600. Oh, is it due to the properties of the crystal core armor? By utilizing 7 crystal cores, is it certain that one will be elevated to the next level in the realm of superpowered individuals, 3rd tier? In that case, the task of strengthening one's resolve is drawing near. Silently observing the fluctuations in Qiu Shengsheng's aura, she gazed around in a state of panic. Senor Ziren? Senior? Are we not in the 2nd underground level? How do we end up here? Her memories from when she had shrunk seemed to have vanished entirely, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Sheng, do not worry. Everything has been taken care of. A calm and familiar voice resonated, allowing Qiu Shengsheng to gradually regain her composure. Wait, how do we end up here? Shengsheng, how did you get out? Goodness. Zhou Shou, what on earth are you doing here? I can't recall. All I remember is encountering a little boy, and then, it suddenly dawns on me. I also met a little boy with Zhao Ziyang, and then my memory fades. Where is Zhao Ziyang? Outside the cave, the group exchanged puzzled glances, each equally bewildered. Until, with the sound of hurried footsteps, Feng Huiguang and Qin Wan arrived breathlessly from the depths of the mining black hole. Senior, are you still here? Both women respectfully called out to the surrounding emptiness. After Ziren responded with a soft HM, they finally exhaled in relief. Senior Ziren, after you dealt with that black-faced zombie, I recall the emergence of a baby zombie army, correct? There are numerous charred baby corpses underground. It must be your handiwork, right? Feng Huiguang gazed in admiration towards the void, while Ziren pondered briefly before casually offering an explanation. In order to protect you, I simply eliminated them all. The calm voice echoed, leaving Feng Huiguang and Qin Wan momentarily speechless. Simply? You eradicated them all? That amounts to 1,000 infant zombies. Your words make it sound as effortless as squashing ants. Truly worthy of the esteemed Ziren. With a mere gesture, you have subdued a horde of zombies. Feng Huiguang's face flushed even deeper. Su Chang and Zhou Shou exchanged glances before realization dawned upon them. So that's it. No wonder we have lost our memories. Esteemed senior, we are profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace. Without any pretense, the 2 burly men immediately bowed to the void. They understood clearly that without this invisible senior, they would likely still be enslaved. No indran fe. Leader Qin, let us first consolidate the base. I perceive. It is indeed time to relocate, a soft voice echoed, as Qin Wan lowered her head, her expression laden with bitterness. Understood, senior. I shall proceed at once. Moments later, the sound of footsteps resonated through the dim corridors of the mine black market, underground level 2. Piles of corpses, both of the undead and of humanity, lay heaped like small mountains. Within the entire mine black market, a mere handful of ability users had survived, while ordinary individuals were confined to the underground level 3. their lives hanging by a thread. The apocalypse was undeniably ruthless, a stark reality where the weak were devoured by the strong, and supremacy was drenched in blood. Sighing, the onlookers gazed upon the horrifying mound of bodies, their faces etched with sorrow, rendered speechless for an extended period. Leader Qin, in this apocalypse, humanity's survival hinges upon relentless struggle and unity for warmth. I recognize the cruelty of this truth, yet it remains a fact. Henceforth, let us convene at the Luzhou safe camp. Together, we shall strive to endure until we reach the first-line safe camp in Modu. Feng Huiguang stepped forward, offering soft words of solace to Qinhuan. She nodded in response and made her way towards underground level 3. Everyone, prepare for evacuation. Gather as many convenient supplies as possible, and let us proceed to the Luzhou safe camp. Senior Ziren, when do you believe it would be most opportune for our departure? Feng Huiguang inquired respectfully, casting a glance around. Du Ziren observed silently, contemplating for a moment before responding. Tomorrow morning, perhaps. Everyone is already quite exhausted. Very well. Tonight, we few super beings shall stand guard at the entrance of the cave. Thank you for your hard work. No need for that. With a respectful bow toward the void, Feng Hui and her companions dared not linger as they moved the survivors. The three of them made their way toward the cave's entrance. Elder Ziren, are we truly going to leave? Qiu Shengsheng asked softly, her voice tinged with reluctance. Clearly, the little girl was still somewhat attached to the newfound sanctuary they had just established. Shengsheng, you must understand that, for the sake of safety, evading and hiding is a form of humiliation. If one wishes to break free from the relentless hustle and bustle of life, it suffices to cultivate one's strength and establish a sanctuary. Thus, one shall never need to wander or toil again. Indeed, Senior, I shall do so. With a heavy nod, Qiu Shengsheng followed the group down the elevator to the third sublevel of the mine. Upon reaching the familiar little wooden cabin, Qiu Shengsheng comforted her younger siblings, while Du Ziren settled onto the sofa, slowly opening the task panel. Task. The first act of the Uprising has been completed. This task evaluation. See, members of the Qiu Shengsheng team have survived. Rating 1. Qiu Shengsheng's family has survived. Rating 1. Successfully gathered 3-time crystal cores. Rating 1. Rating upgrade. S. Commencing the settlement of reward experience points. Your Game Pass has reached an impressive milestone of 1 million experience points. Congratulations. The progress of the past channel has reached 100%. Chapter 134. The formation of the Rose Squad and the potential crystal core upon accessing the interface of the Game Pass. The experience pathway of the pass has reached its culmination, as Du Ziren incessantly tapped on the final page's reward of the potential crystal core. A splendid array of reward items began to shimmer before his eyes. Congratulations on receiving 95 little trumpets. Congratulations on receiving the Rayfire Crystal Core. Congratulations on acquiring a potential Crystal Core 1. The current pass has concluded. We welcome you to activate the new version of the pass next time. Testing. There is indeed a new pass. You truly are remarkable, game developers. Glancing at the gleaming potential Crystal Core in the storage, Du Ziren's gaze turned towards Qiu Shengsheng in the bedroom. Qiu Shengsheng is currently an ability user level 6. Even with the most modest potential, utilizing the potential crystal core should guarantee her advancement to ability user level 7, correct? Thus, the task related to the heart of the strong should also be achievable. Of course, tomorrow, the expedition to Luzhou Safe Camp is set to commence. There, with his own capabilities, he could certainly secure a comfortable abode for Qiu Shengsheng. However, there will inevitably be times when he is not present, leaving Qiu Shengsheng vulnerable to others' targeting. Therefore, empowering her fellow team members so they do not fall victim to underestimation is of utmost importance. It appears that arrangements must be made this evening. Sister, should I just prepare some food? What about bedding? Sister will buy you new ones. And clothes? Sister will work hard to earn more. Oh, sister, I don't want you to be too exhausted. Perhaps we should just bring everything along? In the bedroom, Qiu Ning sought the opinion of Qiu Shengsheng with a sense of understanding and tranquility. Qiu Shengsheng smiled, alleviating their burdens. The scene was both heartwarming and tinged with helplessness. Huh? Senior Ziren, you're still here? There are some matters that require arrangement. What is it? Regarding your future. The future? Upon uttering this phrase, Qiu Shengsheng was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, she had never contemplated plans extending far ahead. Pressing her lips together, she vaguely recalled that she had not always been this way. However, ever since the appearance of Senior Ziren, she had become carefree and untroubled. He was akin to a grand umbrella, shielding her from all the storms encountered along her path, allowing her to simply smile beneath it and live without a care. In the future, would it involve heading to the Luzhou safe camp? My friends Linya and I, would we be applying to form a mercenary group, perhaps? Tilting her little head, Qiu Shengsheng cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, however, your current capabilities may still be somewhat lacking. Therefore, before reaching that point, I believe you all need to make some progress. What do you mean? Please take this. As soon as the words were spoken, a peculiar diamond-shaped golden crystal core rolled out from the sofa. Senior, this is not a supernatural crystal core. You may take it with you to the bathroom for use. As for the other members, in the eyes of Du Ziren, Qiu Shengsheng would always hold the foremost position. This potential core, he had no intention of sharing with the other members. I understand. Perhaps sensing Du Ziren's concerns, Qiu Shengsheng said little this time, taking the potential core and making her way towards the bathroom. The sound of rushing water echoed within, a cascade of splashes filling the air. With a sudden plop, it seemed something had fallen into the water, followed by a series of sounds reminiscent of armor being shed. So hot. Hiss. From behind the wooden door, the occasional sound of the girl's soft moans reached Du Ziren's ears. His curiosity piqued as he faintly discerned her graceful silhouette beyond the barrier. Ziren-senpai? Are you still there? A bubbling symphony erupted, unmistakably indicating that Qiu Shengsheng, like a little frog, had submerged her head beneath the water. She seemed unperturbed by Du Ziren's gaze, but was merely shy about revealing herself before him. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. How do you feel? Are you outside? A hint of disappointment subtly lingers in the voice as Qiu Shengsheng's head surfaces, gazing towards the wooden door. I feel quite comfortable. Senior, what exactly is this crystal core? If it feels comfortable, then do rest well. Well, I understand. The sound of flowing water and splashing arose as Du Ziren restrained himself from glancing towards the bathroom, quietly opening the team roster. Team members, Captain Qiu Shengsheng. Members, Linya, Lu Su, Yang Miao Miao. Squad specifications, Initial, Autumn Shengsheng. Abilities user, level 6, 133, 700. 166, 700. Lingya, Esper. Level 6, 66, 700. 99, 700. Willow Katkin. Esper 4th tier, 123, 500. 165, 500. From a shared cultivation progress, it appears that Qiu Shengsheng is making swift advancements, anticipated to reach the level of ability user 7th rank by tonight. As for the other team members, Du Ziren was taken aback to discover that during the confrontation with the zombie tide, their ability levels were rather low. However, to his surprise, they all managed to break through tonight. It seems that each of them has utilized their respective crystal cores for cultivation this evening. In light of this, Shengsheng, have you ever considered what your team should be called? I inquired, directing my words towards the bathroom. Surprisingly, Qiu Shengsheng responded promptly. Well, I have indeed given it some thought. Oh, it seems that you, Shengsheng, have also contemplated having your own team? I would like to name it the Rose Squad. Senior, what do you think? A tentative voice emerged, and Du Ziren smiled gently. Why is it called the Rose Squad? Because it is what you desire. Although we are all girls and appear delicate and fragile, akin to roses, it is not the case. Even the seemingly weak and vibrant rose possesses a sharp and thorny aspect. I believe the rose is a perfect representation of us. Indeed, when you apply, you may refer to it by this name. I envision that one day, the name of this team will resonate throughout the Lu Province Safety Base. Gurgle. The sound of water bubbling in the bathroom grew increasingly louder, leaving one to wonder what Qiu Shengsheng was up to. After a brief silence, Du Ziren began to organize the inventory in the warehouse. While extracting 7 metal crystals for Qiu Shengsheng, he also gathered a considerable number of other crystals. During the process of extracting the Dragon Blood Dagger, he inadvertently acquired several additional crystal weapons. After tidying up the stock, he occasionally cast his gaze towards the training progress of the other members. A thought crossed his mind, prompting Du Ziren to activate the fusion function. The fusion interface is somewhat akin to the fusion interface of a certain platform, featuring 3 embedded slots and a fusion button. However, at the fusion button, it displays Chapter 135, the unique traits of Qiu Shengsheng and the team's enhancement. Alas, I had a foreboding that this game harbored ill intentions. Those familiar with equipment-based online games are well aware that gemstone upgrades and weapon enhancements typically require the expenditure of in-game currency for each attempt. With a dismally low success rate, the design is intended to ensure that players continually face failures in their upgrades, leading to a depletion of their currency and compelling them to make purchases to recuperate their losses. This is indeed an endless abyss. A conscientious developer might offer a guaranteed enhancement, but a less scrupulous one will leave you in tears if you manage to succeed in 1 out of 100 enhancements. Consider yourself fortunate. At this moment, Du Ziren had an inkling that this fusion mechanism was fraught with pitfalls. After attempting to merge a few Earth-type, white cores, he mused that even if the cores were ineffective for fusion upgrades, bestowing them upon other team members to accelerate their combat prowess would still yield some benefit. However, just after sliding 3 cores into place, a pop-up window appeared. Should the 100 yuan integration be activated, the current success probability stands at 50%. A successful fusion will yield a green Earth Radiance crystal core, while failure will result in the loss of 3 crystal cores. You may activate a guaranteed fusion of 200 yuan, which offers a 60% success rate. Even in the event of failure, 3 crystal cores will remain intact. What a shock! This is utterly outrageous. Merely casting a glance at the fusion probability, Du Ziren instantly recognized the absurdity of this situation. Initially, he had intended to facilitate the fusion of a purple crystal core for several team members to enhance their combat prowess. However, it now appears that even a blue crystal core would suffice. Let us proceed with the fusion. I refuse to believe that my luck can be this woeful. After clicking the button for 100, a deduction notification flashed across the screen, followed by a brilliant glow emanating from the fusion panel. Buzz, congratulations! You have successfully fused 3 white Earth element crystals to obtain 1 green Earth radiant crystal. Let us go again. Unfortunately, your fusion has failed. You have lost 3 white Earth element crystal cores. Try again. Regrettably, it felt as if a plague had befallen him. After 1 success, each subsequent attempt was met with failure. As the Earth element crystal cores were on the verge of being completely consumed, Du Ziren, in a moment of humility, resorted to the guaranteed fusion at a cost of 200. Yet, astonishingly, even with a 60% probability, he still encountered several failures. Fortunately, the guaranteed fusion did not deplete any original materials, as he received a notification regarding a total expenditure of 6,000 yuan on his bank card, ending in 0304. Du Ziren felt a sense of numbness wash over him upon witnessing the appearance of a blue earthen wall crystal core in his warehouse. Following this moment, he adopted a more prudent approach, ensuring that every fusion attempt commenced with a guaranteed minimum of 200. Only after the warehouse was graced with additional blue wave crystal cores and blue divine knowledge crystal cores did he finally exhale in relief. Damn, the process of fusing these blue crystal cores is proving to be quite troublesome. If I were to fuse my time crystal cores, wouldn't that spell disaster? Grateful that he had not rushed into fusing his time crystal cores, Du Ziren glanced towards the bathroom and offered a greeting. Shengsheng, I will step outside for a moment. After a gentle reply, Du Ziren briskly made his way out of the treehouse. Simultaneously, his voice resonated within Lin Ya's wooden abode. Lin Ya, gather Lu Su and Yang Miao Miao. I shall await you beneath the central canopy. Senior. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Linya hastily emerged from the wooden bathtub in her home, urgently donning her outer garments. A short while later, beneath the central canopy, it was now the dead of night, with the area devoid of human presence. Linya, accompanied by Lu Su and Yang Miao Miao, stood respectfully under the canopy, utterly still. Senior, we are uncertain as to why you have summoned us, she inquired softly, gazing into the darkness, until 3 shimmering crystals unexpectedly appeared in their hands. Take this. This is the crystal nucleus corresponding to your attributes. Tonight, having digested them, your combat prowess should once again surge. You. What is this? The 3 women stared in astonishment at the crystal core in their hands, their eyes wide with disbelief. The blue crystal core. It is something one would never dare to envision in ordinary times. The blue quality crystal core. To think that it has been bestowed upon me by my esteemed senior. This gift is truly overwhelmed with gratitude. The 3 maidens lifted the crystal core with trembling hands, their faces flushed with excitement. My intention is quite simple. By enhancing your capabilities, not only will you prevent Sheng Sheng from being held back, but I also hope you will take greater care of her. The principle of both benevolence and severity is clear to Du Ziren. Offering a few crystal cores is inconsequential, for he has previously utilized the purple crystal cores without hesitation. These truly amount to little. However, should he succeed in cultivating a few loyal guardians for Qiu Shangsheng, that would be a significant gain. Ultimately, all efforts are directed towards paving a path for Qiu Shangsheng. This, I understand now. Rest assured, Senior, I, Linya, shall henceforth regard Captain Qiu with the utmost reverence. Linya licked her lips, fully aware of whom this esteemed senior valued. Grasping the crystal core, she immediately knelt in deference. I too. The other 2 women, not lacking in awareness, promptly followed suit and knelt as well. Very well. I hope that you all can walk together until the very end. Of course, when divisions arise within the team, some may dare to harm Shang Sheng. A chilling breeze swept through, causing the 3 women to hastily lower their heads. Senior, we would never dare. Our lives are entirely owed to you, Senior. Good. Remember the words of today. Take these. With a sudden thud, a ripple of spatial distortion emerged before the 3 women, revealing a belt, a necklace, and a glove gently floating in front of them. Those were the crystal core weapons. The crystal core diamond belt, green. The crystal core perception necklace, green. And the crystal core water lily gloves, blue. Senior, what is the meaning of this? Linya se twitched uncontrollably. Gazing at the belt that resonated with her essence, she finally grasped the exhilarating sensation of relying on a powerful ally. Damn it! How much affection and advantages did Qiu Shangsheng receive from this esteemed figure? As envy coursed through her thoughts, Linya buried her head even lower. Here you go. These items are meant to ensure your survival. Of course, the consumption of crystal nuclei is up to you to resolve. This is the benefit of your loyalty to Shang Sheng. The events of this evening shall remain buried within. Furthermore, it is preferable to refrain from utilizing the crystal core weapon. Better to conceal it. A chorus of respectful affirmations echoed in unison as the notifications incessantly chimed in Du Ziren's ears. Linya's affection for you. 5. Current affection. 91. Admiration. Affection for you from Lu Su. 65. Current affection. 83. Respect. Yang Miao Miao's affection for you is 72. Current affection. 94. Admiration. You have unlocked the authority to issue inquiries and command the action team. Tomorrow morning, I hope to witness your growth. With a gentle greeting, the individuals beneath the tree canopy gradually retreated to their respective homes. Half an hour later, within the treehouse of Qiu Shangsheng, Du Ziren sat on the sofa, perusing the member information of the Rose Squad, a look of gratification slowly spreading across his face. Each member's cultivation progress had significantly accelerated, seemingly utilizing their own crystal cores to achieve breakthroughs. Suddenly, a notification of a quest echoed within the game interface. Qiu Xingxing's current ability level. Esper 6 tier, 699, 700. 712, 700. Congratulations! Qiao Xingxing's ability level has ascended to Ability User Rank 7. The task of the strong-hearted has been accomplished. Qiao Xingxing has acquired a permanent hidden attribute, Luck 1. The subsequent tasks of the Heart of the Strong have commenced. Chapter 136. The Fusion of Temporal Abilities and the Green Power of Bloodsteel. Once again, a stroke of luck? It seems that Xingxing is indeed the protagonist of this game. With every advancement, she enjoys a fortuitous enhancement. Could this be what is referred to as the Child of Destiny? Stroking his chin, Ziren glanced at the tasks in the Heart of the Strong. If this quest were to persist, then Xingxing's fortune would accumulate indefinitely. Currently, with the luck value of the Dragon Blood Dagger, combined with her own, it has reached a total of 2 points. Had the Novice Trio set not been destroyed, it would now stand at 3 points. What does a luck value of 3 signify? Ziren was uncertain. However, he had never observed such a numerical value of luck in any other game characters. Perhaps this is Xingxing's uniqueness? As he pondered, the wooden door to the bathroom swung open, revealing Xingxing wrapped in a large towel. Her face flushed as she gazed shyly into the room. Senior? Amidst the steam, her exposed neck and shoulders glowed with a soft pink hue, her complexion as rosy as a peach. Her long hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her bashful demeanor exuded an irresistible charm. Even with just a fleeting glance, Ziren found himself unable to look away. It appeared that Xingxing had grown taller and more refined. Rubbing his eyes, Ziren endeavored to maintain his composure. Oh, in a hurried frenzy, I rushed to the edge of the sofa, the white towel draped beneath which revealed my slender, delicately crossed legs, gracefully intertwined. Senior, will you be leaving tonight? Upon hearing this question, Ziren was taken aback. What could this possibly mean? It is advisable not to depart. What seems to be the matter? May I make a modest yet somewhat excessive request? What? Can I rest my head on your arm while I sleep? Just like that time? With her big, pleading eyes, Ziren silently exclaimed 1,000 times in his heart how adorable his beloved was. Yet he feigned a calm demeanor and replied, of course. Then may I lean over? With a damp and warm head, Ziren nestled against one end of the sofa, adjusting his body to place his arm beneath Qiao Xingxing's neck. He couldn't help but smile as Qiao Xingxing's lips curled upward upon the gentle touch of his arm against her delicate neck. She turned her face, exuding an innocent joy akin to that of a child, and smiled brightly without even realizing it. Gazing at her, Ziren inexplicably recalled the days of his childhood, nestled in the embrace of his parents. How delightful it was, simply observing Qiao Xingxing, who was contentedly squinting her eyes, filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction. Senior, perhaps fatigued from a day of arduous battles, Qiao Xingxing lay on her side and began to speak in her sleep. Senior, Ziren, he wondered what dreams occupied her mind as she called out his name and chuckled foolishly. Ziren shook his head in resignation and quietly opened the fusion interface. The long night stretched before him. He could not simply waste time. It was indeed time. To address my superpower dilemma, he accessed the embedding slot of fusion and carefully placed 3 time crystals into the slots, directly selecting the guaranteed fusion of 200. He anticipated that this endeavor would inevitably result in numerous fusion failures that would cost him dearly. However, as his finger merely brushed against 200, in the next moment, a dazzling flash of golden light surged forth. Congratulations! The fusion of the golden crystal core with the time crystal core has been successfully accomplished. By utilizing this core, you shall unlock the golden ability of time manipulation. Is it successful? Just once. Why, have I become fortunate? In utter bewilderment, Ziren gazed at a colossal black and white core in the warehouse, utterly confounded. Senior, until Qiao Xingxing, mischievously rolling over on the sofa, turned her rosy little face towards him. Senior, her petite lips curved upward. Beneath the voluminous bath towel lay the vast expanse of her youthful form. After a moment of stunned contemplation, Ziren fixed his eyes on Qiao Xingxing, pondering whether It was due to Xingxing's luck? Hiss. Rubbing his head, Du Ziren could only entertain such thoughts. After staring at Shengsheng's charming visage for a while, he slowly withdrew his hand from beneath her neck, reluctant to part from her gleeful, silly smile. Shaking his head, he retreated into the bathroom. Though exalted as the deity of game users, the unfolding narrative of this game posed quite a challenge for Du Ziren. The urgent need to enhance his own strength was pressing. With a thud, he retrieved the black and white core from the warehouse and directed it towards the core embedding slot in the purification tank. Click, click, click. Before long, the black and white powder amalgamated with the water flowing into the tank, transforming into a peculiar gray liquid. Without hesitation, Du Ziren shed his garments and plunged into the tank. Gurgle, gurgle. Unlike other core medicinal baths, immersing himself in the water infused with the thyme core elicited no sensation whatsoever. Cold. Huh. Not even a hint of stickiness could be discerned. Yet, even in the absence of any feeling, the gray liquid in the pool gradually permeated through Du Ziren's pores. Perhaps this is what time is. It flows and alters without any forewarning. Unbeknownst to him, as he lay in the tank, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. His eyelids engaged in a battle of ascent and descent, and in a daze, he beheld a vision. The esteemed National Special Security Base was a hall imbued with a sense of advanced technology, where the imposing characters of National Special Security Base gleamed upon the metallic walls. Surrounding him were numerous researchers clad in white lab coats, bustling about. Du Ziren stood there, as countless individuals passed by, bowing respectfully to him. Master 001, Master 001. Amidst the chorus of reverence, the scene around Du Ziren flickered, transitioning to a vast conference room. The chamber was dimly lit, devoid of a long table, instead featuring 10 stone seats arranged in sequential order from 1 to 10. Each seat was occupied by a figure clad in golden armor, their faces and forms obscured. The only discernible detail was that all eyes were fixed upon the occupant of the first seat. Captain, I've heard that the wasteland is in turmoil lately. Captain, allow me to handle them alone. Captain, the Rose Squad is gaining significant momentum. A myriad of voices clamored, all directed towards the presence in seat number 1. In the shadows, a subtle smile played upon the lips of the man seated there. Suddenly, his gaze seemed to pierce through the darkness, locking onto Du Ziren, who was peering with curiosity. You have arrived? What? With a jolt from the intense scrutiny of the first seat, Du Ziren trembled and, in the next moment, emerged abruptly from the purification tank. Gasping for breath, he felt the weight of the imposing pressure emanating from the other. Bewildered and frightened, he surveyed his surroundings. Is this a dream? What kind of dream have I conjured? He raked a hand through his damp hair as a series of game notifications danced before his eyes. Your affinity for the tempered extraordinary ability and bloodline power is notably high. With the convergence of temporal abilities, you can ascend to a new fused extraordinary power. The Steel Blood Green. Will you proceed with this fusion? Chapter 137. A significant enhancement of extraordinary abilities settling in the Luzhou safe camp. What? Extraordinary abilities can be fused? After a moment of hesitation, Du Ziren contemplated the concept of fusion. It likely entails merging abilities of the same caliber to create a superior extraordinary power. With this in mind, the prospect of intersecting two white abilities through fusion seems plausible. Noticing the absence of a recharge button for fusion, and given that no monetary expenditure is required, Du Ziren promptly consented. Fusion. Commence intégration. As the text in the game interface loaded, Du Ziren could sense a thick, pulsating sensation coursing through his blood and veins. The blood and veins seemed to merge into one, with a current of iron surging within him. Moments latte. As the water in the tank became completely clear, a new game pop-up emerged. Your new extraordinary ability, Golden Time Manipulation Power Absorption, is complete. Due to the excessive absorption of extraordinary energy this time, the other abilities within you have successfully advanced to level 2. Your ability analysis is currently as follows. Flame abilities, White, ability level, Esper, 5th rank. Steel Blood Superpower, Green, superpower level, Esper. 8th rank. Note: the level of Steel Blood superpower is derived from the combination of the 4th rank of Steel-enhanced bloodline and the 2nd rank of time manipulation ability. Canine transformation ability, blue. Ability level, Esper, tier 5. The power has become ineffective, purple. Ability level, Esper, tier 4. Temporal ability, golden. Ability level, Esper, 1st tier. Esper, 8th tier? Does this mean I am slightly more formidable than Shang Shang? My abilities encompass all tiers. Staring blankly at my ability level, Ziren attempted to activate the Steel Blood power. With a crackling sound, the veins beneath my skin surged from my shoulders, chest, and back. Suddenly, my skin split open, and several slender, iron-colored veins spiraled out, writhing around me like serpents. Is this Steel Blood? Has my veins been fortified with steel? It cannot be that simple, can it? I turned my gaze towards the wooden door of the bathroom. With a low hum, the wooden door instantly hardened, transforming into a metallic iron door. But this was not the end. Steel Blood, with a clatter. In the next moment, several steel wire tendrils erupted from the iron door, curling towards Ziren with surprising speed. Halt! With a swift gesture, the tendrils froze in midair, creating an astonishing scene. Thus, this fusion ability is indeed remarkable. Imagine engaging in battle, launching sudden tendril assaults from areas invisible to the naked eye. Who could possibly react in time? Enthusiastically toying with the tendrils for a while, Ziren's gaze was drawn to the most striking golden ability, time. This is golden ability, time. Time pause. After gesticulating at the air for some time, Ziren attempted to emulate the black face zombie and enter the time pause. However, after shouting for a while, he remained motionless in the water tank. How peculiar. Why isn't it working? Could it be because I am an Esper 1st tier and my abilities are not yet pronounced? Scratching his head, he contemplated experimenting a bit longer. Senior? Siren senor? Outside, the voice of Chiu Shang Shang resonated. Ziren hastily climbed out of the water tank and donned his clothes. Creak. The iron door swung open, and Ziren's steady voice emerged. What is it, Shang Shang? Senior, you're in the bathroom. I thought you had left. With her cheeks flushed, Chiu Shang Shang shyly covered her neck. Senior Ziren, will you be joining us at the Luzhou safety camp? Well then, all right. It's almost time, so I shall go and pack my things. Hastily rising from the sofa, Chiu Shang Shang made her way towards the bedroom. Is the time about right? Is it really that fast? Stepping outside the quaint wooden cabin, Ziren gazed in astonishment at the reactions within the underground level 3. Numerous individuals were already bustling about, carrying various packages as they ascended to the upper levels. Hiss. Has dawn truly broken? Surely not. I merely indulged in a dream. Silently, he opened the information page for the Rose Squad, and Ziren's eyes sparkled with delight. In just one night, everyone's progress had been nothing short of remarkable. Members of the Rose team, Captain Chiu Shang Shang, members, Linya, Liu Su, Young Miao Miao. Squad specifications, initial, Autumn Shunshing. Ability user, 7th tier, 353 800. 353 1 800. Linja, Esper. Level 7, 122 800. Willow Catkins. Ability user 5th rank, 323 600. Yang Miao Miao. Ability user, 6th rank, 211 700. It must be due to the utilization of the blue crystal core. Now, this team appears to be nearly on par with that contradiction team. In that case, I can rest easy. After standing at the door of the wooden cabin for a moment, Chiu Shang Shang also took her younger siblings, carrying various bags, and stepped outside. Her searching gaze swept around, looking for Senior Ziren. That purification water tank. Acknowledgement. I had almost forgotten. It seems you are not in a position to move. I first stowed it away, casually opening the inventory. After tucking away the purification tank from the bathroom, a group of us proceeded, following the throngs of people to the exit of the black market in the mines. Outside the cave, the sky had indeed begun to brighten. The night had passed in the blink of an eye, yet the number of individuals gathered in the black market was merely a few dozen. Feng Rigang, Shu Chang, and Zhou Shou exchanged glances before respectfully calling out to their surroundings. Senior Ziren? What do you think? Let's depart. With that command from Feng Hui, the large entourage set forth toward the Luzhou safe camp, striving to reach their destination by noon. Everyone kept their heads bowed, enveloped in a somber mood. Humanity, after all, must always look ahead. If one remains stagnant, the day may come when even upon reaching the Luzhou safe camp, they could find themselves ensnared in a calamity akin to today's. Let us not forget the humiliation of this day. Qin Wan stood among the crowd, softly offering words of comfort. The majority of the group consisted of ability users, their pace brisk, and with several superpowered individuals leading the way. They made their journey to the heart of Luzhou City with relative ease. As I step into this once prosperous economic hub of Anhui Province, I am greeted by a skyline dominated by towering edifices. Yet, upon closer inspection, each structure reveals shattered facades and crumbling remnants. Some buildings are even split asunder, their floors collapsing onto the streets below. It is difficult to fathom the calamities that transpired here. Amidst the chaotic streets, Feng Huiguang and her companions navigated through the debris, ultimately arriving at an unexpectedly vacant thoroughfare in the city center. Chapter 138. The rules of the Luzhou safe zone. Wait, why have we stopped? Where are we? Is this the city center? The Luzhou safe zone stands boldly here. Aren't they afraid of being besieged by zombies? Many of the empowered individuals cast bewildered glances around them, initially believing that this so-called secondary safe zone might still be on the outskirts. Some even began to kick at the ground, speculating if the base lay hidden beneath. However, Feng Huiguang merely smiled at their uncertainty. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived. Huh? Arrived? But Miss Feng, there's nothing here, Qin Wan remarked, her eyes scanning the desolate surroundings. Aside from the collapsed buildings and the disarrayed streets, the stark emptiness of the city center was evident. Indeed, we have reached our destination. What I am about to demonstrate is the unique protective mechanism of the Luzhou safe zone. Illusion. The Luzhou safe zone is essentially an office building in the heart of the city. However, due to the capabilities of Old Master Bai, it remains concealed from the prying eyes of the world, rendering it impervious to the undead. Feng Huiguang elaborated, gesturing towards the barren expanse of debris before them. Before them lay a stretch of bare concrete, utterly devoid of life. Illusion? Does that mean it's invisible? The entire building is cloaked from view? To which Feng Huiguang chuckled softly. More accurately, it refers to transformation, the ability to blend in with the colors of surrounding structures, thus visually misleading other beings. To the naked eye, it appears as though there is nothing here with purpose. Feng Huiguang strode towards the empty space, as if tugging at an unseen thread. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. With a creak, a ripple danced across the barren concrete, revealing a doorway shimmering into existence. Light poured forth from beyond, momentarily illuminating a grand hall within. In the blink of an eye, Feng Huiguang stepped into the interior, and the outline of the doorway vanished, leaving only an empty expanse of concrete in view. Goodness, no wonder this is the secondary safe zone. The protective measures are simply extraordinary. Illusion? Who could have anticipated this? A base maintaining invisibility right in the city center is truly unfathomable. In the underground market of the mines, a group of extraordinary individuals found themselves akin to a country bumpkin entering a grand garden for the first time, their eyes wide with wonder. Su Chong regarded their expressions with a soft chuckle, shaking his head. This hardly amounts to anything. I spent some years at the safety base in a magic city, where the security measures are even more formidable. If one approaches within 5 kilometers, a storm of thunderclouds envelopes the area. Without an identity token recognized by the base, one would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Really? Is it that astonishing? Qin Wan exclaimed, her gaze fixed on Su Chong in disbelief. Su Chang Su. How could I end up here? Quite simply, we superpowered individuals don't rank highly there, so we naturally seek out lower-tier camps. Ah, I see. It must indeed be a daunting challenge to establish oneself in a first-tier safety camp. Daunting? It seems you are unaware of what lies beyond, Su Chong stated, capturing the attention of everyone around him. Noticing their keen interest, he smiled slightly. Did you not know? A century ago, the government established special safety camps, Yet to this day, no one has located them. It is said that as one approaches, they're beset by a terrifying gravity that renders movement nearly impossible. Rumor has it that merely nearing the vicinity could cause one's heart to explode under the weight of gravity. What? Such a place exists? Goodness. What sort of individuals could possibly reside there? The murmurs of astonishment filled the air, while Chiu Shengsheng curiously craned her neck to absorb every word. Elder Ziren, do you think we might one day visit such a base? Elder Ziren? Elder, is it a national-level security camp? That dream. Senior? Oh. Rest assured, Shengsheng, as long as you grow step by step, you will undoubtedly gain entry there. So, Senior, is your base located there? A secret. With a chuckle, Su Chong had ended the conversation, leading the way towards the direction where Feng Huiguang had just vanished. Everyone, stay close. The group moved towards the expansive concrete floor, an experience that felt particularly strange. However, the bright hall, adorned with marble flooring and lofty crystal chandeliers, was dotted with sofas. Behind a glass door sat a bespectacled young man on a single sofa. He merely glanced at the crowd before returning to his magazine. Shall we enter? Is it really that simple? Qin Wan was perplexed by the security arrangements here. The illusory form was already quite stringent and perfect. How could the entrance check not involve a thorough search for injuries? What if an infected individual managed to get inside? Was Leader Qin concerned about what would happen if an infected person infiltrated our ranks? It seemed Feng Huiguang had seen through Qin Wan's unease, as he smiled gently from the bar area. Indeed, you all seem unafraid. Haha, did you notice that bespectacled gentleman? He is the grandson of our base's venerable by Laoi, by Zhegong. His ability pertains to temperature. He can perceive the body's thermal levels. Generally, the body temperature of an infected person or a zombie deviates from that of a human, either being too high or too low. Thus, even if you manage to sneak into the base, you cannot evade by Zhugong's discerning gaze. If he allows you entry, it signifies that you are safe. Understanding dawned upon her. Stealing a furtive glance at Bai Zhegong, Qin Wan realized she could not discern the level of his ability. Yet she noticed a moon medallion adorning his chest. Once all the individuals from the mining black market had entered, Feng Huiguang clapped his hands and tapped on the bar table. Ladies and gentlemen, I am uncertain how you previously organized matters in the mining black market, but upon arriving at our Luzhou safe camp, I kindly ask you to adhere to our regulations. First and foremost, please approach the bar to register your personal information. Our staff will provide you with elevator access magnetic cards. This will also serve as your access card for residence, sustenance, and all activities here. Feng Huiguang gestured, retrieving a magnetic card from his person. The crowd, though initially bewildered, stepped forward to begin the process of recording their information. Goyu, ability user, level 7. Do you have a battle team? Behind the bar stood two competent young women with sleek ponytails, tirelessly tapping away at their computers. Frankly, to an outsider, this scene was astonishing. The glowing screens were indeed rare treasures in this apocalyptic era. However, to do Ziren, it merely resembled a rudimentary room card system for logging personal information, followed by assigning specific permissions to designated room cards. How curious it was that such a straightforward system had become the norm here. Could our team apply for this? Goyu gazed eagerly at the girls behind the bar. Everything around him exuded an unfamiliar yet noble air, and he felt hesitant to lean against the marble countertop. You may apply, but your team has capabilities are somewhat lacking. Thus, I can only grant you a room card with permissions up to the 25th floor, and only you, as the captain, will possess it. The girl's tone was frosty. Goyu pursed his lips and turned to Qin Wan, who simply shook her head, saying nothing. After all, this was no longer the mining black market. All right, he nodded weakly, following the girl's instructions to press his fingers and scan his face, ultimately receiving a white room card. Remember, the card comes with an initial balance of 100 points. Using the number on the card, you can unlock a room. However, utilities within that room will consume points. Daily meals will also require points. Points can be exchanged for silver coins at a rate of 100 points per silver coin. Furthermore, if your points are depleted, you can select various tasks on the room's display screen. That is all for now. Do you have any questions? After her cold introduction, Goyu nodded, No. No questions. Well then, you may take the elevator upstairs. Next. Scratching his head, Goyu dazedly led his companions, clumsily opening the elevator door and swiping his card to ascend. Next came the routine processing. Suhai, an ability user 4th stage, accompanied by a family member. I can issue you a room card with permissions for the 22nd floor. Initial points, 50. Both you and your father can undertake tasks to earn points. Understood? Understood. Zhangmin, an ability user, 3rd stage. Lu Yuan. People continued to apply for cards, and others swiped their cards to ascend. It was undeniable that the Luzhou safe camp was far more organized compared to the mining black market. However, it was also markedly more pragmatic and indifferent. As the last of the crowd began to disperse, the hall was left with only Qiu Shengsheng's family, Linya's family, and a few others like Lu Su and Yang Miao. Chapter 139, Affection Level 40, Heartfelt Resonance, Part 1, as Senior. I. Perhaps intimidated by the aura of the staff behind the bar, Qiu Shengsheng looked imploringly at Du Ziren. He chuckled softly, genuinely surprised that such a simple card application could leave a post-apocalyptic character so bewildered. No witties. Shengsheng, you now possess the formidable strength of a level 7 ability user. Channel the confidence of your team leader, Rose Squad. With a firm pat on Qiu Shengsheng's shoulder, she clenched her small fist and strode confidently to the bar. I wish to apply for a team. What team? Rose Squad. And a leader? That would be me. What is your strength? Evolved 1, level 7. Oh, quite rare. The staff member lifted her gaze, observing Qiu Shengsheng. Though they lacked the instruments to gauge power, the staff glanced toward Bai Zhegong at the entrance. His silence indicated that Qiu Shengsheng was indeed truthful. Very well. And the other members? The people behind me. What are their strengths? Tua, Evolved 1, level 7. Shumo, Evolved 1, level 6. Jinsa, Evolved 1, level 5. As Qiu Shengsheng pointed to her companions, Linya and the others sequentially announced their abilities. Upon hearing this, the staff narrowed her eyes. There is one member who meets the requirements. However, to apply for team benefits, all of you must be Evolved 1s at level 7. Unfortunately, 2 of you do not meet the standard, one being Water System Evolved, and the other, the Rare Detection Evolved. The staff seemed to be at a loss, glancing at Bai Zhegong. Wait. At that moment, unexpectedly, Feng Huiguang, who had been standing quietly, spoke up. Grant them access to the 35th floor. I vouch for their qualifications to reside there. Miss Feng, what do you mean? The staff appeared taken aback, clearly not anticipating Feng Huiguang to interject. With a suspicious glance at Qiu Shengsheng and her group, the staff questioned whether they were related to Feng Huiguang. Qiu Shengsheng and her companions were equally stunned, clearly unprepared for Feng Huiguang to speak on their behalf. Did she do this out of respect for her seniority? Clenching her fist tightly, Qiu Shengsheng wore a peculiar expression. Please approve it. The Mirror Lady is not due to them, but rather, there exists a being that elevates their worth. Suddenly, Bai Zhegong, who had been calmly perusing a magazine at the entrance, slowly rose. The staff immediately nodded in compliance. Understood. Then, let us grant Captain Qiu access to a presidential suite on the 35th floor. Your initial points are 400. Please take this card. As Bai Zhegong spoke, the staff respectfully handed the room card to Qiu Shengsheng. Receiving the card, Qiu Shengsheng looked at Bai Zhegong in astonishment. Meanwhile, Bai Zhegong's narrow eyes seemed to see Du Ziren's presence, fixating intently in his direction. Isn't the Mirror Lady going to introduce this friend? We have no authority to inquire. Is that so? Adjusting his glasses, Bai Zhegong regarded Du Ziren meaningfully for a while before slowly sitting back down. Let us depart. Urging the others to leave, Feng Huiguang appeared reluctant to expose Du Ziren to public scrutiny. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, she led the group and pressed a button for the 35th floor, swiping her magnetic card. Ding! As the elevator ascended, Feng Huiguang finally exhaled, casting a quiet glance at the still puzzled group. As for the matters concerning the senior, the fewer who know, the better. This is understood by everyone, right? Understood. Then, allow me to briefly outline the layout of the base for you. Floors 1 to 5 are for the cultivation of evolved fruits and vegetables. This area lets family members of evolved ones take on daily vegetable picking tasks to earn basic living points. Floors 6 to 10 are for livestock cultivation, where corresponding beast masters can significantly ensure the base's meat supply. Similarly, ordinary people can also take on basic tasks there. Floors 11 to 15 are the power generation and water purification areas, managed by evolved ones of the electric and water systems, responsible for ensuring the building's water and electricity supply. Of course, there are also manual generators and water purification machines, allowing ordinary people to earn a small amount of points. As for floors 16 to 20, these are densely packed dormitory rooms. Water and electricity are communal, with shared bathrooms and lights, making it quite crowded. Floors 21 to 25 offer standard two-bedroom apartments, typically allocated to evolved ones of level 4 and above. Floors 26 to 30 consist of luxurious three-bedroom apartments, while floors 31 to 35 house multiple extravagant presidential suites. As for the upper levels, I have yet to see them. Her finger traced along the elevator buttons as phone.Within casually explained, while the others listened in awe. What constitutes a survivor base? This is what truly defines a survivor base. Compared to the black market, it is several times more legitimate. Meals, accommodations, and transportation are all tied to room cards, with the permissions determined by the user's strength. It appears that the housing levels have covertly established a hierarchical structure among individuals, resembling a pyramid of human rights. So, Miss Fong, you have secured us for a luxurious suite? Qiu Shengsheng glanced at the room, card marked 3535. Her expression a mix of excitement and apprehension. Accustomed to a small wooden cabin, the sudden transition to a city mansion left her somewhat bewildered. Secured? No. You already possess this capability. Although I am in competition with you, I would not trivialize the base's rules in such a setting. Take a few days to acclimate. Waving her hand, phone.Within, while somewhat resistant to Qiu Shengsheng, acted with great propriety. After glancing at Qiu Shengsheng, she respectfully addressed the surroundings. Senior Ziren, may I inquire if you will be present here? Her curiosity piqued. She mused that with due Ziren's strength, he likely would not be a permanent resident. Boldly, she offered, Senior, if you do not mind, I can serve you. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Her earnest words left due Ziren momentarily stunned. Damn, I am about to exit the game. Are you implying you can accompany me to the real world? The elevator's interior fell into silence. After a prolonged pause, Ziren's voice finally broke through. We'll vanish for a while. Thus, the servants are no longer necessary. Should the need arise, I shall seek your assistance. Indeed, with utmost respect, he bowed repeatedly. Ding dong. At long last, amidst the curious gazes of many, the elevator came to a halt on the 35th floor.